Having just indulged in a hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto Uzumaki strolled home with a contented smile adorning his face. His funds were insufficient to support such lavish culinary escapades, yet he found solace in the recognition bestowed upon him by Iruka Sensei for his diligence in exam. Preparations IT appeared that even someone as principled as Iruka could not resist the allure of base temptations. The recollection of Iruka's pained expression while paying made the usually strict teacher seem somewhat less detestable. Naruto resolved to pass the upcoming graduation exam with flying colors, striving to grow stronger and become the most formidable Hokage in history, thus earning the acknowledgement he so deeply desired. Imagining Iruka's incredulous gaze upon his ascendance to Hokage, Naruto could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a comic book plummeted from the heavens, landing squarely on his head with uncanny precision. The sudden impact brought tears to his eyes, prompting him to yell, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Who on earth is throwing things at night?" Receiving no response, Naruto hesitated before bending down to retrieve the comic. Upon glimpsing the cover, his eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated, unable to move an inch. Boldly emblazoned across the front were the words Naruto, and the character depicted was none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself. Could this be some form of prank? Yet, the villagers harbored disdain for him. It seemed unlikely anyone would take the time to jest in such a manner. Perhaps they had heard of his aspirations and sought to encourage him? Yes, that must be it. Hey, thank you for the encouragement. I understand now. I will become Hokage. Naruto cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted into the quiet, deserted street. This outburst awakened the previously darkened homes, illuminating their windows. Who is it? Why are you not sleeping at this late hour? Who is making such a racket? I want to file a complaint. I just settled down after a long day's work. Can't anyone live in peace? Realizing he had incited the ire of the neighbors, Naruto hastily clutched the comic book to his chest and scampered away on his short legs. Upon returning home, he eagerly opened the comic book. Note: all content within this book must not be divulged to others, otherwise both the leaker and those aware will face obliteration. What the heck? This is like some eerie tale. The story began with a golden-haired boy sprinting with a paint bucket, pursued by several frantic ninjas, while an irate Iruka's veins bulged with agitation. Subsequently, the boy declared failure in his exam, having inadvertently used the seductive jutsu to leave Iruka bleeding from the nose. Hey, that's just like me. The depiction is spot on. Haha, Iruka Sensei's angry face is truly hilarious. Continuing to flip through the pages, Naruto stumbled upon the graduation exam, which featured the shadow clone technique, and unsurprisingly, he was deemed to have failed. This can't be real. The shadow clone technique is my weakest skill. As Naruto prepared to depart, teacher Mizuki urgently interjected, suggesting that although Naruto's shadow clone technique was executed with difficulty, it could still be deemed a completion and recommended allowing him to pass. However, Iruka vehemently rejected this notion. Defeated, Naruto resembled a vanquished rooster, sitting despondently on a swing, enviously observing the newly graduated genin share their joy with their parents while enduring the malicious reproaches of the villagers. At that moment, teacher Mizuki appeared once more, offering solace like a benevolent elder. Why do I fail to gain anyone's affection? What have I done wrong? Yet, teacher Mizuki is truly a good person, Naruto lamented. Suddenly, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Teacher Mizuki proposed that the only way for Naruto to genuinely grow stronger was to steal the Forbidden Scroll. If Naruto succeeded, not only would he earn Iruka's approval, but he would also graduate. However, upon acquiring the scroll and arriving at the designated meeting point, Naruto discovered that everything had been a meticulously crafted trap by Mizuki. No, it can't be. How could a teacher from Konoha harbor such malevolence? This is absurd, Naruto exclaimed, discarding the comic in disgust. He refused to believe that anyone in the village could possess such wickedness, especially someone who had always been kind to him, like teacher Mizuki. Suddenly, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The discarded comic, as if imbued with a spirit, whirled back into Naruto's hands. When he attempted to throw it away again, the comic inexplicably vanished from his grasp. The following day, Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy, his face adorned with two prominent dark circles. The events of the previous night weighed heavily upon him, leaving him restless and sleepless. If not for the difference in hair color and the absence of Gaara, one might easily mistake them for brothers. Naruto, You don't seem well today. The exam is coming up, you need to focus, Iruka said, concern etched on his face. Although he anticipated Naruto would likely fail, as a ninja, one must always strive with utmost effort. After all, miracles do happen. Understood, Teacher Iruka. Naruto replied promptly, though his voice lacked its usual fervor. All right, those called should proceed to the adjacent classroom. The content of this exam is the shadow clone technique. Naruto's heart sank. His unease stemmed not solely from a lack of confidence in the exam, but rather from a fear that reality might mirror the events of the comic. Ever since he encountered that peculiar comic, he had been gripped by dread. What if it all came to pass? Should he intervene? But how could he possibly do so? Should he report it? Who would believe the words of a mere child, especially regarding events that had yet to unfold? Uzumaki Naruto. As Naruto pondered these thoughts, the teacher called his name. Entering the next classroom, he found Iruka and Mizuki already present. Taking a deep breath, Naruto endeavored to calm his racing heart before swiftly forming the necessary hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Though Naruto possessed an impressive amount of chakra, his control over it remained woefully inadequate. Consequently, while he managed to create clones, they ended up as a mere heap on the ground in utter failure, not passing. Iruka unreservedly delivered his verdict. He would not lower his standards for Naruto out of compassion. Only those ninjas who could accept failure with equanimity would continue to grow stronger. However, Naruto paid little heed to Iruka's words and instead directed his gaze toward Mizuki. Teacher Iruka, this child possesses excellent physical fitness and chakra, and he has at least managed to perform the shadow clone technique. Why not deem him qualified? As anticipated, Mizuki spoke up, his tone gentle and endearing, yet Naruto felt a surge of dread within him. It had come to pass, the events from the comic had truly materialized. Mizuki-sensei, other genin are capable of creating 3 clones, while he can only produce 1, which bears no practical use. Thus, I cannot allow him to pass. After exiting the classroom, Naruto opted to return home immediately to end the comic. Mizuki approached him while he was on the swing. If he could elude Mizuki now, perhaps he could avert the impending situation. Upon opening the door, Naruto exhaled in relief, but just as he was about to step inside, a familiar voice called out from behind him, Naruto, why the rush to get home? I understand how you feel right now, but some matters are not as you perceive them. Turning around, Naruto saw Mizuki holding a large bag of snacks, his face illuminated by a cheerful smile. Chapter 2. The Prophecy Fulfilled. Shueimu. Teacher Shueimu, what brings you here? Naruto stammered, swallowing hard. Shueimu chuckled. What, Naruto? Do you not wish to invite me in for a visit? He was not surprised by Naruto's reaction. He assumed the boy was merely coveting the snacks he held. Oh, Teacher Shueimu, please come in. Naruto harbored a final flicker of hope, wishing that Shueimu would not coax him into stealing the forbidden scroll. Yet, with Shueimu's next words, that hope extinguished. Naruto, Iruka-sensei does not mean to trouble you. He, too, is an orphan, and perhaps he simply wishes for you to become truly strong. But how can I become strong? Naruto asked, feigning nonchalance. There is indeed a way. Let me share a secret with you, the forbidden scroll. If you can acquire it without anyone noticing and learn the techniques within before being discovered, you will surely graduate. Shueimu continued to entice him, knowing that possessing the scroll would give him enough leverage to approach Orochimaru. Is that true, Teacher Shueimu? Of course. This is Iruka's true test for you. Everything that transpired today mirrored the events from the manga, and Naruto was no longer inclined to believe Shueimu's deceit. Although he often acted foolishly, he was not a fool. For now, he could only pretend to be calm. All right, I will accomplish it, Teacher Shueimu. After revealing the location of the forbidden scroll and agreeing on a meeting place, Shueimu departed. Once Shueimu left, Naruto frantically began searching, desperate to find that manga and discover what happened next. He believed it could not have vanished without a trace and must have fallen somewhere he overlooked. Damn it, where could it have gone? Just as Naruto was on the verge of despair, a familiar object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the manga, Naruto. It seemed to respond to his call, reappearing before him. Could this be the legendary treasure? With no time for further contemplation, Naruto eagerly flipped through the pages, seeking guidance on how to deal with Shueimu. The warnings in the manga reminded him that he could not share this secret with anyone, leaving him unable to seek assistance from others. When he saw Iruka shielding him from Shueimu's shuriken, his heart quivered. The moment Iruka tearfully expressed that they were both lonely, and that if Naruto could improve, he would not feel so alone, tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks. Irika-sensei. Then, he witnessed Shuei-mu revealing his identity as the Nine-Tails Fox, realizing that this was the reason for the disdain he faced. In that instant, Naruto felt a fleeting impulse to flee from Konoha. Fortunately, that thought was short-lived. Konoha was his home, where he had grown up. Despite the rejection he faced, there were still those he cherished here. Finally, when Naruto saw himself defeating Shuei-mu with the shadow clone technique, he breathed a sigh of relief. What the heck? He's still a teacher, yet his skills are lacking. However, defeating Shuei-mu required the shadow clone. It was clear that he must acquire the forbidden scroll at all costs. As he was about to close the manga, he noticed an odd, bizarre object drawn at the end of the first chapter, resembling a pineapple but in blue. Beside it was a small caption: "The Hokage's special reward, wisdom fruit. Consuming it grants the user extraordinary intelligence and understanding. So the teacher no longer needs to worry about my studies. Oh, if I could consume that wisdom fruit, wouldn't I shed the title of the class dunce?" Naruto was self-aware enough to know he was not the brightest graduate. With his intelligence, he could only consider himself somewhat clever. Is that for real? Too bad it's just a drawing. I can't eat it. After the initial excitement, Naruto felt a pang of disappointment. The illustrations in the manga were inedible, and the whereabouts of the wisdom fruit were not disclosed. At that moment, the drawing of the wisdom fruit on the manga suddenly vanished, and a massive blue pineapple appeared in Naruto's hands. He caught it in a rush, gazing at the alluring blue fruit, swallowing hard. Ultimately, his caution succumbed to his appetite, and he took a bite. What the heck? It has no flavor, but it does seem quite refreshing. In mere moments, Naruto devoured the enormous fruit, his belly now protruding. Yet, that was not the main concern. He discovered that his perspective on many matters had shifted, and his mind felt considerably clearer, a sensation he could hardly describe. Following the location Shuei-mu provided, Naruto successfully obtained the Forbidden Scroll. Upon arriving at the designated small cabin, he did not rush to learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Instead, he read through all the jutsu detailed within the scroll, committing the various training methods to memory, regardless of their future applicability. Multi-shadow clone, flying thunder god, Rasengan, impure world reincarnation, 8 gates. The scroll contained a plethora of powerful and dangerous techniques, a veritable treasure trove of ninjutsu. As Naruto inscribed the last technique into his memory, he heard Irika's voice calling from outside. "Naruto! Naruto!" Naruto quickly rose and opened the door, their eyes meeting. "Ah, Irika-sensei, you found me so quickly. So can I graduate now?" Irika, puzzled, asked, "Who told you all this?" Just then, a flurry of shuriken shot towards them from behind Irika. With no time to think, Irika pushed Naruto aside, only to be struck by the projectiles, collapsing to the ground, motionless. "Heh. Irika, I never thought that as a chunin, you would be so inadequate." From the treetops, Shuei-mu's mocking laughter echoed, now devoid of any warmth or kindness. Seeing that the situation had escalated, Shuei-mu leaped down from the tree, advancing towards Naruto. "Now, it is your turn, Naruto." Seemingly paralyzed by fear, Naruto scrambled into the cabin. "Haha, not escaping but hiding in the house. What a foolish child you are," Shuei-mu sneered, looking down on Naruto's potential. If not for the necessity of utilizing Naruto's identity to steal the Forbidden Scroll, he would not have bothered with such a trivial child. Now that the game was over, it was time to send him off. The cat-and-mouse game ends here. I sincerely thank you for your assistance, so I bid you farewell. With a swift kick, Shuei-mu flung open the door, and as he stepped inside, a mound of dirt cascaded onto his head, blurring his vision. At the same moment, a small fist surged towards his face like a tempest. Chapter 3. Naruto's transformation. Though caught off guard and momentarily blinded by the dirt, Mizuki, a chunin with years of experience, reacted swiftly, barely managing to parry Naruto's initial strike. However, Naruto's assault was a relentless barrage, a tempest of fists and feet directed at Mizuki with calculated precision. Multi-kick. Mizuki, his vision impaired, faltered, and Naruto's kick dislodged a molar, sending him staggering backward. Mizuki retaliated, seizing Naruto's ankle. "No way," Naruto exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. He struggled to break free, but his strength was no match for Mizuki's. "I'll make you pay, brat," Mizuki hissed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Rest assured, your demise won't be swift." His meticulously crafted plan had been derailed by a mere child, an underdog he had consistently underestimated. The indignation was overwhelming. and he vowed to subject the boy to unimaginable torment. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own predicament, Mizuki. Irika's voice echoed from behind Mizuki. A wave of dread washed over him. How could this be? Hadn't he struck Irika down? He frantically attempted to turn, but Irika seized the opportunity, delivering a forceful blow to the back of Mizuki's neck. Exploiting Naruto's trust, pilfering the scroll of seals, and plotting to assassinate Naruto were unforgivable transgressions. The impact rendered Mizuki unconscious instantly, a knockout. Irika-sensei, splendid work. Naruto cheered, pumping his fist in the air. He had already witnessed Irika's sacrifice once and was determined to prevent its recurrence. Before absconding with the scroll of seals, Naruto had discreetly left a note for Irika, divulging Mizuki's machinations, expressing his suspicions of a conspiracy, and cautioning Irika about a potential ambush. By the time Irika discovered the note, Naruto had already fled the village with the scroll, setting the stage for the ensuing confrontation. As for the Irika riddled with projectiles, that was merely a substitution jutsu. Naruto, you are a remarkable young man and a skilled ninja. I have something to bestow upon you. Irika smiled, retrieving a cherished item from his waist, the Leaf Village headband, the very symbol Naruto had longed for. He tenderly placed it on Naruto's forehead. Congratulations, Naruto. You have successfully graduated. The following day, the graduating class of Genin gathered for their commemorative photograph. Naruto, having shed his penchant for outlandish antics, presented himself with dignified composure. The garish makeup he once favored now seemed utterly mortifying. He sat upright, his eyes gleaming with resolve, and flashed a radiant, self-assured smile for the camera. A gaggle of girls, led by Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, clustered around their teacher, animatedly discussing the boys' graduation photos. Sasuke was, of course, the most handsome in their eyes. Despite his aloof demeanor, his reputation as a formidable ninja had captivated them. His detachment was perceived as an endearing trait, adding to his allure. Surprisingly, Naruto ranked second. In contrast to Shikamaru's indolence, Choji's naivete, Kiba's assertiveness, and Shino's inscrutability, Naruto's radiant and confident demeanor in the photograph was undeniably captivating. What? No way. Is that really Naruto? You're kidding, right? When did that troublemaker become so dashing? Naruto-kun actually looks quite handsome in this picture. The girls exclaimed in disbelief, casting furtive glances at Naruto's photograph. Naruto, lurking in an inconspicuous corner, reveled in Sakura's astonishment, stifling a chuckle. Hehehe, it worked. So girls are drawn to confident and cheerful boys, huh? As Naruto pondered how to greet Sakura, she turned her gaze toward him, observing his furtive and somewhat seedy demeanor, a stark contrast to his graduation photo. She alternated between the picture and the real Naruto, her expression shifting from confusion to realization. Never mind, he hasn't changed a bit. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt a surge of contentment as he examined Naruto's graduation photo. The boy hadn't succumbed to despair, but had instead blossomed into a resilient and cheerful young man. A testament to Minato's legacy. Quite presentable. This is how a ninja should be. Naruto hesitated before speaking. Hokage-sama, there's something I need to disclose. Having become a ninja, Naruto resolved to adhere to the stringent standards expected of him, addressing the third Hokage with the appropriate formality. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, signaling Naruto to proceed. About the scroll of seals, I've read it. That. I'm already aware. You're not to blame. Don't let this affect your training. The third Hokage dismissed the matter, having witnessed the events through his crystal ball jutsu. He had known all along that Naruto had perused the forbidden scroll. Naruto continued, and I've memorized the jutsu within. Oh, which ones, specifically? The third Hokage remained unfazed. Although the scroll of seals contained forbidden techniques, Naruto was, after all, Minato's son, someone he intended to nurture. He would eventually have to impart these skills to him. Moreover, Naruto's aptitude was rather unremarkable. How many could he possibly have memorized? Nevertheless, he was curious to know which jutsu had piqued Naruto's interest. All of them. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Nanny? The third Hokage nearly dropped his pipe in astonishment, but quickly regained his composure. I see. You may leave now. And keep this to yourself. Understood. Ha ha ha. After Naruto's departure, the third Hokage could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face with laughter. He simply couldn't believe Naruto's claim. The scroll of seals contained hundreds of forbidden techniques, some of which were exceedingly complex. Even he would struggle to memorize them all in such a short time, let alone Naruto, who had only glanced at the scroll for half an hour. That boy exaggerating to impress me. Not a good habit. It seems he hasn't fully matured yet. But as long as he's happy, these minor transgressions are inconsequential. Stumbling out of the office in a daze, Naruto was perplexed. If the scroll of seals is so important, why was the old man so nonchalant when I told him I had memorized everything? Were the jutsu inside fake? Perhaps because he was moving too quickly. Naruto didn't encounter Konohamaru on his way home. Back at his apartment, Naruto eagerly commenced his training, starting with the multiple shadow clone jutsu. In a mere half hour, Naruto had mastered the technique, filling his cramped apartment with dozens of chattering clones. His immediate goal was to enhance his skills. Yet Naruto realized that while these shadow clones could run and fight, they lacked the finesse required for intricate tasks such as studying or training. This was likely due to his inadequate chakra control. How can I address this? An idea struck him, and the Naruto manga materialized in his hand once more. Perhaps the answer lay within its pages. Chapter 4. Regrets of missed opportunities. Initially, I sought merely to discover methods for enhancing chakra control. Yet I found myself captivated by the storyline of the manga. As I witnessed the downfall of comrades and the unraveling of mysteries, Naruto's desire to continue reading remained insatiable. Except for a brief excursion to school to hear the results of class assignments, his thoughts were wholly consumed by the manga. Even upon learning that he and Sakura would be in the same class, his expression bore little joy, leaving many in a state of astonishment. After 2 days and 3 nights, upon completing the manga, Naruto fell into a state of despondency. He uncovered the truth of his lineage, beheld the Akatsuki organization, witnessed the devastation of his village, observed the great ninja war, and glimpsed the malevolent forces at play, revealing the grim and ambitious realities of this world. Though one might have expected a relatively satisfying conclusion, he was astonished to find himself wed, not to Sakura. What inexplicable force compelled such a choice? Was it a matter of fulfillment? Sakura had always harbored affection for Sasuke, and now that he had returned to the village, she could finally be with him. As long as she found happiness, that should suffice. Yet, why did her face lack the smiles of yore? On the day of the wedding, as Naruto stared vacantly at the cherry blossoms beneath Hokage Rock, while everyone around him offered cheerful congratulations, he couldn't help but wonder, why did Sakura appear so utterly despondent? Though merely 12 years old, Naruto had undergone a transformation through the power of the wisdom fruit, rendering him far from an emotional naive. His maturity surpassed that of his peers, and soon he grasped the crux of the matter. Sakura had indeed loved Sasuke, a youthful infatuation that blossomed during her adolescent years. Although Sasuke could be arrogant, he was a reliable ally, coupled with his striking appearance and commendable achievements, prompting many girls to instinctively admire strength. Yet, when Sasuke embarked on a path of vengeance, Sakura tearfully vowed eternal devotion to him, inadvertently binding herself to a lifelong curse of love for Sasuke. During the time Sasuke caused her pain, it was Naruto, like the sun, who offered warmth and companionship. To Sakura, Sasuke represented the darkness encountered in sunlight, while Naruto embodied the light found in shadow. Did she truly not harbor feelings for Naruto? They had trained together beneath a great tree, shared secrets on a bench, laughed and argued, and reveled in their successful pranks. When Naruto was consumed by the 9 tails, she had thrown herself into his arms without regard for her own safety, using her blood to awaken him, fabricating a tale about being injured by Orochimaru, merely to spare Naruto from guilt. In Naruto's time of dire peril, she had disregarded all propriety, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, for while a girl ought to maintain decorum, if he could wager his life for her, she could relinquish everything for him. Time has a way of softening many things. As Sakura matured, she realized her feelings for Sasuke were not love, but rather an attachment born of camaraderie. Her fervor for Sasuke had long since waned, and she finally recognized Naruto's merits. However, Naruto's relentless pursuit of Sasuke and his accompanying anguish continually pricked her consciousness, reminding her that the one she ought to love was Sasuke. Perhaps in numerous fleeting moments, Sakura contemplated abandoning this vow, seeking a new beginning and loving another. Her feelings for Naruto remained forever restrained. The longer such suppressed emotions endured, the more intensely they would erupt. She resolved to eliminate the bond that tethered her to Sasuke, questioning, if this did not constitute love, what could? Kakashi understood, as did Yamato and Sai, yet Naruto remained oblivious. That unexpected confession amidst the heavy snowfall. A sudden emotional outburst, felt overly contrived. Yet was it not a form of testing? After years of yearning, the object of her desire lay before her, yet Naruto recoiled, cruelly thwarting Sakura's internal transformation. In response to Sakura's repeated trials, Naruto could never bring himself to believe that she genuinely harbored affection for him, insisting instead that she ought to love Sasuke, declaring that he would not relinquish his pursuit of Sasuke, even in her absence. Naruto could not fathom that the heart could change. This shattered Sakura's hopes entirely, leading to Naruto marrying Hinata, while Sakura wed Sasuke, who was primarily driven by guilt and a desire for redemption. Naruto could not accept that love could shift. They believed they had fulfilled one another's destinies. Sakura felt Hinata would bring joy to Naruto, while Naruto believed Sasuke would bring happiness to Sakura. Yet the truth? Genuine happiness does not stem from another, but blossoms from the hearts of two individuals in love. Nevertheless, for Sasuke's sake, Naruto persistently overlooked Sakura's feelings. Were those past sweet nothings mere fabrications? Mutual fulfillment led to mutual loss, inflicting upon each other an unhealable pain. How could this be? Why was she denied even the opportunity to choose? Why was she stripped of the right to decide for herself? You coward. Though aware of the impending events, Naruto existed in the present, where the one he cherished most was Sakura. He could not reconcile the fact that they were destined to miss each other, and in such a sorrowful manner. Can a person, at the tender age of 12, harbor feelings only to discover that the object of their affection continually inflicts pain, rejects, or even seeks to harm them? Is it not permissible to let go? Does relinquishing such feelings equate to infidelity? Yet nothing had truly transpired. Nonsense. Utterly absurd reasoning. Oh. The culmination of all regret and frustration born from the manga erupted within him at that moment. Naruto clutched his head in anguish. The powers granted by the wisdom fruit bestowed a maturity beyond his years, enabling him to comprehend Sakura's feelings. Yet the weight of such emotions was beyond his capacity to bear. His heart felt as though it were being squeezed, rendering him breathless, his body devoid of strength. As a profound agony spread through every fiber of his being, Naruto's visage contorted. An eerie crimson chakra surged forth from him, as the seal of the Nine Tails unraveled. Observing Naruto through a telescope, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and urgently shouted, "This is bad. Kakashi, hurry to Naruto's home." Damn it. Naruto had stared at his hands for 2 days and 3 nights, only now realizing something was amiss. As his voice faded, Kakashi had already vanished. Utilizing what was likely the fastest speed of his life, Kakashi raced, not only because Naruto was his student, but also out of respect for his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Minato had perished, and Kakashi could not allow Naruto to meet the same fate at such a tender age. Upon arriving at Naruto's home, he found that Naruto's distress had dissipated. He was peacefully asleep, clutching a pillow, occasionally murmuring her name, Sakura. Chapter 5. Guardians of What We Cherish. When Naruto awoke, it was already the following day. His head throbbed slightly, and he noticed that a blanket had been draped over him, though he could not recall when that had happened. As he prepared to rise and head downstairs for breakfast, he discovered that a meal had already been laid out for him, complete with fresh fruit and even new milk to replace the expired one. Who could have done this? A warmth spread through Naruto's heart. Though he was uncertain of the identity of his benefactor, he could only think of a few possibilities. After a quick breakfast and a hasty wash, Naruto hurried off to school, eager for the day that Team 7 would meet Kakashi. Upon arriving at the school gate, he noticed that Kakashi and the others were already on the platform above. "Naruto, down here." Sakura waved at him from below. "I'm coming," Naruto exclaimed, bounding up the wall with a series of agile movements before landing effortlessly on the high platform. "I, Uzumaki Naruto, have arrived." Kakashi's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible surprise. Although Naruto clearly lacked mastery over chakra control, his reliance on strength and taijutsu allowed him to execute his movements with remarkable finesse. When did he become so formidable? Sakura thought, utterly astonished. "He's just ordinary," Sasuke remarked with an air of indifference. Hey, you must be Naruto, right? You're quite late. Were you hoping to be sent back to the Ninja Academy for further training?" Kakashi teased. Although Naruto understood that Kakashi was merely jesting, he couldn't help but stiffen, waving his hands in protest. No, Kakashi-sensei. My journey as a ninja is just beginning." All right. Let's start with self-introductions," Kakashi suggested. "What should we say for our introductions?" Sakura asked curiously. Kakashi shrugged, replying, "You can mention what you like, what you dislike, your dreams, interests, that sort of thing. This time, Naruto refrained from speaking first, and Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly tense. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke glanced at Naruto, only to find him gazing at Sakura. He then shifted his attention to her as well. Kakashi, noticing Naruto's reticence, followed his gaze to Sakura. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Sakura felt a flurry of emotions. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to start? She timidly inquired. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. As for what I like and dislike, Kakashi paused thoughtfully. I would rather not disclose that. As for dreams and interests, I have quite a few. The group stood in stunned silence. It was as if he had said nothing at all. All right, now it's your turn. From left to right. Blushing, Sakura began, what I like is, my interests are, my dream is. Although she did not finish, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Sasuke, conveying her feelings without words. Oh, and what do you dislike? Kakashi prompted. Sakura's expression hardened at the thought of the person who constantly disrupted her interactions with Sasuke. Naruto. Naruto's heart sank painfully at her words. Is it really okay for you to say that, Sakura? He thought bitterly. All right, next, Kakashi said. Sasuke remained as cold as ever, his demeanor unchanged. Uchiha Sasuke. I have many dislikes and nothing in particular that I like. Also, I do not wish to discuss interests or dreams. I have ambitions. One day I will restore the Uchiha clan and personally eliminate that man. Kakashi's expression grew serious beneath his mask. Sakura, oblivious to the gravity of Sasuke's words, found him to be incredibly cool, though slightly intimidating. Naruto, however, understood all too well who Sasuke referred to. His brother, Itachi Uchiha. The one who had slaughtered their entire clan, sparing only his younger sibling. Itachi's relentless pressure was meant to both intimidate those who might wish harm upon Sasuke and to encourage him to grow stronger for his own protection. Yet, Itachi had underestimated Sasuke's resolve, leading him down a dark path. Unfortunately, Naruto could not forewarn Sasuke of the impending turmoil. Finally, is it my turn? Naruto clenched his fists, rising to address Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi with conviction. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I have many things I cherish, and I do not particularly dislike anything. My dream is to protect all that I hold dear. Nanny? Protect all that I cherish? Sasuke scoffed derisively, though only he knew the thoughts swirling in his mind. Sakura's expression was one of disbelief. Was this truly the sentiment expressed by Naruto? Among their peers from the Ninja Academy, most aspired to be ninjas or Hokage. Few, like Sasuke, sought vengeance, and never had she heard such words from someone her age. Though she could not fully grasp the meaning of protection, she felt a stirring within her heart at Naruto's dream, especially in contrast to Sasuke's earlier declaration of violence. Naruto's words radiated warmth like the sun breaking through the clouds, while Sasuke's felt like the cold, unyielding ice. Was this still the same boy who had always circled around her? Unbeknownst to Naruto, his image was undergoing a profound transformation in Sakura's heart. Not only were they astonished, but even Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's declaration. Hadn't Naruto's greatest aspiration been to become Hokage? How had the conversation shifted to such profound depths? Importantly, it seemed that Naruto intended to include Kakashi among those he wished to protect. Kakashi had to admit that he felt a flicker of emotion, just a hint, but as their teacher, he could not allow himself to be underestimated. He needed to instill some pressure on these young ones. Well, all 3 of you possess unique personalities, which is quite commendable. Starting tomorrow, we will commence our official missions. We will begin with a survival exercise that only the 4 of us can undertake. Why start with an exercise? We've done so many in school. What is different about this one? Sakura queried. Kakashi chuckled darkly. I fear that if I were to reveal the details directly, it might frighten you. Of the 27 participants in past exercises, only 9 succeeded. The rest were sent back to the Ninja Academy. This has a staggering 66 failure rate. I will assess your qualifications at the training ground. Now, we meet tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. sharp. Remember to bring your ninja tools and do not eat breakfast. What could they say? Each of them departed with a whirlwind of complex emotions. However, Naruto understood that Kakashi's threat of sending them back to the academy was merely a scare tactic. The upcoming test was designed to underscore the importance of camaraderie. Regardless of their performance, he would ensure they all passed. Yet, Naruto had no intention of coasting through again. He devised a strategy, determined to seize the bells tomorrow and earn the respect of Sakura and Sasuke. Just wait and see, Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 6. Your Smile. I shall protect in the early hours of the next morning. At 4:30, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke gathered at the training ground. Good morning. As Naruto and Sakura greeted each other, their eyes remained closed, while Sasuke maintained his usual icy demeanor. Had he known Kakashi would not show, Naruto would not have foolishly waited, instead using his ninja tool backpack as a pillow and continuing to sleep undisturbed. As dawn broke and Kakashi still failed to appear, Naruto continued to snore, while Sakura and Sasuke stood like two lifeless scarecrows nearby. At that moment, Sakura felt utterly despondent. She wished to converse with Sasuke, yet he paid her no mind. It was frustrating. If only Naruto were awake, his restless spirit would surely keep her entertained. She contemplated waking him, but hesitated, observing how peacefully he slept. Without completing today's exercise, we would be sent back to the Ninja Academy. Naruto's abilities are slightly weaker than mine. He must have been quite anxious last night. Never mind, let him sleep a little longer. Good morning, everyone. At long last, as noon approached, Kakashi arrived fashionably late. Way too late. Sakura voiced her dissatisfaction regarding Kakashi's tardiness. Well, a black cat crossed my path, Kakashi replied, noticing the trio's skeptical expressions. He quickly cleared his throat and placed an alarm clock on a stump. All right, I set the time to 12 o'clock. Your task is to seize the bells from me before noon. Those who fail will forfeit their lunch and be tied to that post, forced to watch me enjoy my bento. Clutching their stomachs, the three felt a wave of despair, realizing that this cruel ultimatum came from a teacher. They finally understood Kakashi's malicious intent behind withholding breakfast. Wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura interjected, glancing at the bells in his hand with uncertainty. There are 3 of us, yet there are only 2 bells? Kakashi chuckled. Precisely, which means one of you is destined to be tied to the post and sent back to the academy. He shook the bells in his hand. At least one will be eliminated, possibly all of you if you are not prepared to fight with the intent to kill. Ready, go? The instant Kakashi declared the start, Naruto charged forward, rapidly forming hand seals as he transformed into 7 identical Narutos. The central Naruto hurled a kunai with all his might. What? Are we starting already? Sasuke and Sakura had barely taken their positions and were still strategizing when Naruto made the first move. Their surprise was matched by Kakashi, who noted that Naruto differed from his intelligence reports. Although he often boasted, his actions were surprisingly decisive. Yet Kakashi remained unfazed, being an elite J-nin of Konoha. He effortlessly dodged the kunai and parried the various attacks from Naruto's shadow clones, swiftly reaching for the central Naruto. Got you. But to his astonishment, the Naruto he grabbed transformed into smoke, just a shadow clone. Nanny? That kunai was thrown from the central Naruto's hand. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a gust of wind behind him. The kunai he had dodged transformed back into Naruto, who lunged for the bells at Kakashi's waist. Transformation Jutsu. Naruto's fingertips nearly grazed the bells when Kakashi swiftly sidestepped several meters away, narrowly escaping. Such a pity, Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had not expected Naruto to be so bold, nearly succeeding. Humph. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with disdain, believing the teacher's prowess was lacking, especially after Naruto's impressive display. Not bad. I truly underestimated you. Dead last, Kakashi said mockingly, particularly elongating the last 3 words to provoke Naruto. However, Naruto, having failed to land a hit, chose to retreat from the fray and distance himself from Kakashi. In the manga, what struck him most was not the Kimui technique, but rather the infamous 1,000 years of death. With his initial assault thwarted, Naruto had to consider a backup strategy. You should be worried, Kakashi-sensei. If I, the dead last, succeed, it would be quite the embarrassment for you. With Naruto momentarily inactive and Sasuke and Sakura also still, Kakashi could no longer suppress a sigh. Oh, what a dull game this is. With that, he leaned against a large tree and began to read a book with a rather provocative title, Ika Paradise. Unbelievable. Sasuke seethed inwardly, feeling his patience wore thin. This blatant disregard for the Uchiha clan was intolerable, especially after Naruto's recent performance, which only fueled Sasuke's impatience to act. You may be a teacher, but I will make you aware of the Uchiha clan's might. Resolute, Sasuke no longer hesitated, throwing a kunai with precision. Kakashi fell to the ground. Sakura, having been a mere bystander, was left dumbfounded. No way, Sasuke didn't just kill the teacher, did he? Her concerns were soon alleviated as Kakashi revealed he had merely replaced himself with a wooden log. Substitution Jutsu. Sasuke had anticipated this. using the body flicker technique to block Kakashi's escape route, leading to an exchange of taijutsu between them. While the battle unfolded, Naruto's attention drifted toward the base of the tree, where a bell lay quietly. Having read the original story, Naruto felt a pang of frustration. The bell had simply fallen from Kakashi's waist, landing right before him. This was far too obvious. Did Kakashi think so little of his intelligence? Was this blatant trap designed specifically to ensnare someone as Navi as him? Kakashi was truly wicked. All right, Kakashi-sensei, if you underestimate me. It alleviates my guilt for winning through unscrupulous means. Naruto stepped toward the bell, and just as he was within half a meter, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle and was hoisted into the air. While Kakashi toyed with Sasuke and intimidated Sakura, he then turned his attention to Naruto, only to find him had already escaped, indulging in a bento before a stone monument. Looks like I underestimated you. Kakashi stealthily positioned himself atop the stone monument behind Naruto. And just as Naruto stuffed a large rice ball into his mouth, Kakashi spoke up unexpectedly. Hey! Despite Naruto's mental preparation, Kakashi's sudden intrusion startled him, causing the rice ball to lodge in his throat, forcing him to gag until tears streamed down his face before he managed to swallow. Well, Kakashi-sensei. I was just Naruto turned, his face flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi, with a serious expression, stated, "It's too late. You should be ready." However, Kakashi never finished his sentence. As in the instant Naruto turned, he had already formed seals, and a multitude of Narutos charged at him with fierce roars. Humph, back to this trick again. You really lack adaptability. Kakashi easily blocked the first few clones' attacks, but as he attempted to leap away, his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to budge an inch. Super invincible strong all-purpose glue? The sudden transformation caused Kakashi to momentarily lose his balance, and in that fleeting instant of distraction, Naruto seized the opportunity. One shadow clone embraced Kakashi, followed closely by a second and a third. A horde of exuberant, mischievous clones nearly tugged off Kakashi's eye mask. By the time Kakashi extricated himself, the bell that had once hung at his waist now rested in Naruto's grasp. It had been many years since such an occurrence graced the village of Konohagakure. Who would have thought that it would happen to Kakashi himself? At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura rushed over, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld the bell in Naruto's hands, leaving them momentarily speechless. As Naruto approached step by step, Sakura felt an inexplicable warmth flood her cheeks, compelling her to lower her gaze. Sakura. Yes. Sakura lifted her head to meet the radiant smile that seemed to outshine everything around them, and heard the warm, yet undeniably assertive words. I shall protect your smile. Chapter 7 The True Significance of the Exercise Your Smile. I shall protect. Naruto beamed at Sakura while holding the bells. Under the radiant sunlight, Naruto appeared so dazzling that Sakura momentarily found herself entranced. But there are only 2 bells. Sakura's words plunged the 3 into silence. 2 bells meant that one person was destined to be eliminated. The bells had been seized by Naruto. To whom would the other bell be given? It seemed that the unfortunate one could only be one of either Sasuke or Sakura. Take the bells. I have already proven my worth. If Kakashi-sensei disallows it, I shall return to the ninja school. My comrades are what matter most to me, Naruto declared solemnly as he extended the bells towards Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura gazed at the bells in Naruto's hands with delight, wanting to take them but hesitating. Sasuke looked at Naruto in disbelief. What? This fool is actually offering me the bells. Does he not know that losing the bells means being sent back to the ninja school? Does he not wish to be a ninja? Take them. Once you have the bells, you can officially become a ninja. I am the hope of the Uchiha clan. I have deep-seated grievances to avenge. I cannot waste time at the ninja school. Let me be selfish just this once. I apologize, Naruto. Sasuke's dark thoughts were brewing, but his words transformed into, Fool, who needs your pity? It's better to return to the ninja school for another year, with my talent. Graduation is just a matter of time. You, on the other hand, should cherish this opportunity, considering you barely passed the graduation exam. Naruto, who had been grinning foolishly, became displeased upon hearing Sasuke's words. What? I voluntarily offered you the bells, and you refused them? Furthermore, you turn around and criticize me? He already knew the outcome of the exercise. As long as they understood the importance of comradeship, they would all pass. Why is Sasuke complicating matters? Baka, just take them. Sasuke, no. Naruto, listen to me for once. Take them. Sasuke, I will not accept the handouts of a loser. Naruto, what did you say? Say it again. Sasuke, loser. Naruto, Baka, you failure. Loser. Failure. Enough. You two, stop arguing. Sakura, who had been anxiously watching the standoff, shouted with all her might. Naruto and Sasuke halted their confrontation, both turning to look at Sakura. Even Kakashi, who had been observing the spectacle, glanced at her in surprise. Sakura forced a smile and said, "You both take the bells. Please do not refuse. Let me finish. I do not wish to be a ninja any longer. The more I witness the cruelty of the ninja world, the more I feel unworthy of this role. I am simply not suited for it." "What are you talking about, Sakura? You performed excellently in the exam," Naruto exclaimed, unable to accept Sakura's self-deprecation. Sakura averted her gaze from Naruto and continued, "Naruto, thank you, but I am not as exceptional as you think. You may not believe me, but I have always felt insecure. Born into an ordinary family, I possess no particular talents or aspirations. If not for the desire to surpass Ino, I probably would not have graduated at all." She truly had no dreams. If she had to name one, it would be her infatuation with Sasuke. But this affection was superficial. She merely admired Sasuke's strength and appearance, striving more to best Ino than to understand Sasuke's past, his family, or his dreams. Could this be considered love? It was no wonder Sasuke harbored disdain for her. However, Naruto and Sasuke were different. They each had their own aspirations. Witnessing Naruto and Sasuke's fervor made Sakura feel increasingly out of place, as if she were the true failure. Since she would inevitably face failure, why burden her comrades? "Naruto, do you not wish to protect what you cherish? Sasuke, you wish to revive your clan, do you not? You both have compelling reasons to become ninjas. In contrast, my desire to become a ninja stems merely from rivalry with friends. Even if I cannot become a ninja, the worst that could happen is being ridiculed, which is not a grave matter. I could then pursue my dream of opening a flower shop, which I truly enjoy. You must come visit me then." "No." Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparking with intensity, two individuals of entirely different temperaments finding common ground in their words. Hey, it is not your place to speak." Kakashi interrupted Naruto and Sasuke, then looked at Sakura with a knowing expression. "Is this your final decision? If you are resolute, you will be sent back to the ninja school immediately, and there will be no regrets." The grass beneath Sakura's feet had already become damp. Yet when she lifted her head again, her smile remained resolute. "I have made my decision, Kakashi-sensei." "No, Kakashi-senpai. Are you sad? How could you not be? Coming from a humble family of ninjas, she had always been a source of pride for her parents due to her outstanding performance. Yet now, sighing in mild frustration, Kakashi responded, "Congratulations, you all pass. Your resolve is commendable. I have never encountered a student like you in the ninja world. Those who break the rules are scoundrels. Those who do not value comrades are the lowest of scoundrels." Upon hearing Kakashi declare them as passing, Sakura finally broke down. In mere minutes, her emotional state had fluctuated from heaven to hell and back again. Tears streamed down her face like a bursting dam, flowing uncontrollably, but it was unbecoming. Yet Naruto did not mind, rushing to comfort her, his hand gently patting her back. "Sakura, it's all right, it's all right." The fragrance of her youth intoxicated him, causing his expression to unconsciously shift into one of infatuation, nearly salivating. At first, Sakura did not notice, but Naruto's touch soon made her uncomfortable. Upon seeing his lecherous expression, the truth became all too clear. "Naruto, you pervert. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sakura, I'm sorry." Naruto's left eye instantly transformed into a panda eye, and that was only because he had admitted his fault in time. Otherwise, he feared both eyes would have become symmetrical. Sasuke remained silent, maintaining his cool persona, though a keen observer might notice the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. As for Kakashi, he had it worse. He felt embarrassed to be barefoot in front of the three children, having to remove half of the sole of his shoe to escape, likely becoming the most unfortunate team leader in Konoha's history. "You three are responsible for cleaning this place tomorrow." "Ah, no way." Chapter 8. The venomous Tizuna. With the formal establishment of Team 7, Kakashi led Naruto and the others on a frenzied spree of missions for the ensuing month, each executed with impeccable success. Of course, all the missions they undertook were of the E-rank caliber, such as locating felines, promenading canines, cultivating crops, and extirpating weeds. Albeit the simplicity verged on monotony, Naruto found genuine enjoyment in this period. Encircled by Sakura and Sasuke, with the unwavering support of Kakashi-sensei, he was liberated from the solitude of his youth and the brutality of combat. He earnestly wished for this idyllic state to endure. However, Naruto remained privately industrious. Aside from missions and slumber, he dedicated his remaining time to honing his chakra control and ninjutsu. Within a month, traversing trees became second nature, and even walking on water showed promising signs. Furthermore, he successfully mastered 5 new ninjutsu techniques, all derived from the initial scroll of seals. Indeed, encompassing the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan, Naruto had command over 5 novel ninjutsu, albeit their proficiency varied. Were the third Hokage to witness this, he would likely be astounded. Despite his prodigious advancements in ninjutsu, Naruto remained diligent, cognizant of the trials that awaited Team 7. During the mission to the Land of Waves, they would confront Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. Naruto did not underestimate Zabuza's capabilities. Despite his 2 defeats at the hands of Kakashi in the manga, Zabuza excelled in the silent killing technique and the art of auditory location. Amidst dense fog, opponents often became disoriented, yet Zabuza could pinpoint their position with acute precision, enabling him to approach stealthily and strike lethally. It was this skill that earned Zabuza his formidable reputation within the hidden mist. Alas, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, remained unaffected by the mist. Even so, Kakashi's victories were hard-won, requiring him to exhaust his repertoire. To say Zabuza succumbed to Kakashi would be more accurately described as succumbing to the Sharingan. Zabuza's strengths were entirely nullified. Without the Sharingan, the victor between the two would be far less certain. Beyond liberating the Land of Waves, Naruto's next objective was to avert Haku's tragedy, to salvage the youth as pure as snow. If the opportunity arose, he would endeavor to learn Zabuza's auditory location technique, for it was tantamount to possessing a second pair of eyes. On this particular day, the time arrived once more to receive their assignment. Kakashi escorted Team 7 to the mission office, where the third Hokage was already present. Hiruzen's gaze upon Naruto was complex, yet filled with gratification. He often surreptitiously observed Naruto's training through the telescope technique. From initial astonishment to eventual acceptance, he struggled to reconcile Naruto's prodigious talent. Both possessed golden hair. Both were exceptionally gifted. Both had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. Perhaps he was the next yellow flash of the leaf. Minato, are you watching? Unbeknownst to anyone, Naruto has already become quite exceptional. Team 7's next mission is to assist an elderly woman in caring for her grandchildren, or perhaps run errands in the neighboring village, or even help with harvesting sweet potatoes. No, please, no more of these missions. Grant us a more advanced task. Naruto promptly interjected. Iruka anxiously retorted, Fool, you are merely a novice. Initially, one must undertake fundamental missions to accumulate experience. This was concern overriding reason. Regardless of Naruto's transformation, Iruka still regarded him as the mischievous youth who wreaked havoc, fearing he might encounter peril during missions due to his inexperience. Hiruzen patiently elucidated the mission ranks, their corresponding difficulty, and the associated risks to Team 7. Observing that none displayed trepidation, he finally unveiled the trial he had prepared long ago. Since you insist, I shall grant you a C-rank mission. You are to safeguard a certain individual. Even had Naruto not protested, Hiruzen would have assigned this mission to Team 7. Witnessing Naruto's rapid advancement, it was time for him to gain practical experience. However, Hiruzen never anticipated that this C-rank mission would be a disguised S-rank, nearly resulting in Kakashi's demise. Send him in. At Hiruzen's command, a tipsy old man staggered in, clutching a sake bottle. From afar, he began muttering, What is this? Are these all children? Especially that short one in the middle, the one who looks utterly dim-witted. Are you truly a ninja? I am Tazuna, a renowned bridge builder. During my return to complete the bridge, you must exert yourselves to protect me. Naruto was inwardly exasperated, suppressing the urge to chastise the man. This Tazuna was truly infuriating. Despite seeking assistance from the leaf, he feigned aloofness to conceal his vulnerability. Thus, Team 7 and Tazuna embarked on their journey, each harboring distinct sentiments. Naruto, on his first external mission, marveled at everything, frequently eliciting complaints from Tazuna. Kakashi, however, maintained a courteous demeanor towards the client, consistently offering polite explanations. Upon learning of Naruto's aspiration to become Hokage, Tazuna dismissively remarked, I do not believe someone like you can become Hokage. I will become Hokage, and then you will be compelled to acknowledge me, Naruto retorted indignantly. Tazuna countered, Even if you become Hokage, I will not acknowledge you. Naruto was incensed. While the others were equally exasperated with Tazuna, hoping to expedite this unpleasant journey. Observing a puddle shimmering under the radiant sunlight, Kakashi subtly raised an eyebrow. Unbeknownst to them, they had been shadowed for less than half a day. It remained to be seen who their pursuers were targeting. After another hour, the lurking adversaries finally struck. In an instant, two thick iron chains ensnared Kakashi, and as the assailants exerted their force, Kakashi was dismembered into fragments. Ninjas. The first. Chapter 9. Aboard the pirate ship without affording the group much time to ponder, two ninjas swiftly appeared behind Naruto. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Naruto did not evade. Instead, he leapt backward, driving his elbows forcefully into the noses of his assailants. Perhaps due to their initial success, the ninjas had grown complacent, resulting in one of them suffering a shattered nasal bone. While not fatal, it certainly caused a steady flow of blood and palpable pain. "Ah, you little brat, I will kill you," one of the ninjas exclaimed, regaining his composure and charging at Naruto once more. Observing this, Sasuke disregarded the safety of Tazuna and rushed to assist. Having trained alongside Naruto for years, he was acutely aware of Naruto's capabilities. A ninja confrontation was no mere drill. Failure could lead to genuine death. Meanwhile, the second ninja shifted his position, advancing toward Sakura, or more precisely, toward Tazuna, who stood behind her. The mission objective was nearly achieved. He could almost taste the bounty beckoning him. However, in the next instant, he felt a tremendous blow to his abdomen. Kakashi had intercepted him. At that moment, Kakashi held both ninjas aloft as if they were lifeless husks. "Well done, Naruto," he remarked. When the two ninjas regained consciousness, they found themselves bound to a large tree, resigned to their fate. They regarded Kakashi calmly, asking, "Leaf ninjas, who exactly are you?" Kakashi did not answer their query directly, instead explaining to the group, "These two are nin from the Hidden Mist, notorious for fighting to the bitter end, regardless of the cost. Since you are aware of this, why allow a child to engage them?" Tazuna pressed, his brow furrowing. "Ah, if I wished. These two could be dispatched in an instant," Kakashi replied, his gaze turning cold. "However, before that, I must ascertain the enemy's true objective, which is evidently clear. Is it not?" "What do you mean?" Tazuna feigned ignorance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kakashi clarified, "The target of the ninjas is you, Mr. Tazuna. You failed to disclose this to us. Your request only indicated protection from bandits. Engaging ninjas surpasses the C-rank classification, elevating it to at least a B-rank mission. Your previous objective was merely to safeguard you until the bridge was completed, but had we known we would face ninjas, we would have unhesitatingly classified this mission as a high-value B-rank. You seem to harbor some undisclosed troubles, yet such a request is quite burdensome. The literal interpretation, 'You deceived me,' the implied meaning, 'You must increase the payment.'" Faced with Tazuna's feigned ignorance, Kakashi felt a mix of frustration and resignation. He couldn't simply abandon the old man by the roadside. Despite his experience in bloodshed, Kakashi was not devoid of compassion, and he ultimately decided to escort Tazuna onward with Team 7. Upon entering the land of waves, a ferryman arrived in a small boat, evidently prearranged by Tazuna. Although the sea was shrouded in thick fog, drifting slowly in the boat presented a unique view, with the incomplete Grand Bridge looming in the distance, magnificent in its stature. "Wow, it's enormous," Naruto exclaimed, engaging Sakura in conversation. "Shoo, keep your voice down," the ferryman hissed urgently. "I dared to set out amidst the fog. If detected, it would spell disaster." Naruto and Sakura promptly silenced themselves. Kakashi's expression grew serious as he addressed Tazuna. "Mr. Tazuna, before we reach the bridge, I must clarify who is behind the assault on you and the reason for it. Otherwise, our mission may very well terminate immediately upon your disembarkation." After a prolonged silence, Tazuna finally spoke. "It appears I must divulge the truth. As you surmised, this task likely exceeds your capabilities. My life is targeted by a truly formidable individual." "A truly formidable individual? Who is it?" Kakashi inquired. "You all must have heard of him. The wealthy tycoon of the shipping industry, a man named Gato," Tazuna responded. Kakashi was taken aback. While he had braced himself for a challenging assignment, the reality was more daunting than anticipated. Gato was a world-renowned magnate, wielding immense wealth and commanding his armed forces. Confronting him would undoubtedly elevate this mission to at least A rank. Tazuna seemed to be lost in troubling memories. His eyes shut as he continued. "On the surface, he is the owner of a shipping company, but behind the scenes, He exploits ninjas and thugs to trade in drugs and contraband, voraciously consuming businesses and nations, engaging in unsavory dealings. About a year ago, he set his sights on the land of waves, using his wealth and might to run rampant, swiftly monopolizing maritime transport. For an island nation like ours, controlling the seas equates to dominating all wealth, politics, and its people. Now, Gato's greatest fear is the completion of the bridge that has been under construction. Sakura interjected. In that case, the bridge builder has become a thorn in Gato's side. Sasuke added, the ninjas we encountered last time must be Gato's lackeys. Naruto, observing the unfolding drama, remained silent, aware of the script's trajectory. Kakashi, after absorbing Tezuna's narrative, remained stoic but puzzled. I fail to comprehend why you would conceal the truth from us when your adversary is someone who can mobilize ninjas. You must understand that undertaking missions carries inherent dangers. The lives of ninjas are at stake, and such perilous tasks warrant commensurate remuneration. Tezuna lowered his head, guilt-ridden, and replied, the land of waves is a profoundly impoverished nation. Devoid of financial resources, naturally, I am destitute as well. I cannot afford the exorbitant fees associated with B-rank missions. If you choose to withdraw from the task upon reaching shore, I will not hold it against you. Kakashi's perception of Tezuna shifted unfavorably. The old man no longer seemed as detestable. If that were the case, before he could articulate his thoughts, Tezuna continued. Even if I were to be killed before returning home, you need not feel guilty. It is not your burden to bear. Should I perish, only my 8-year-old granddaughter would mourn, but that is inconsequential. Your principles cannot change. Even if my daughter despises leaf ninjas for my death, she will have to endure her solitude. Good heavens, it became evident that Tezuna had staked everything on the bridge's construction. Having witnessed the strength of Team 7, he regarded them as his final hope, unwilling to let them slip away easily. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and the others, seemingly urging them to speak. Sakura wore a dejected expression, speechless at Tezuna's audacity. Sasuke felt equally exasperated, yet maintained his stoic demeanor to preserve his cool persona. Naruto, having already anticipated the unfolding events, nodded with feigned composure. Sighing, Kakashi pinched the forehead protector on his brow, attempting to muster a smile after a moment of effort. Well then, there is no choice. We shall continue to protect you. Chapter 10. Zabuza Momochi. After the group disembarked, they had not ventured far when a large blade, accompanied by a whistling wind, came hurtling towards them. Fortunately, Kakashi's timely warning allowed them to narrowly evade the attack. The blade embedded itself into a tree before a menacing figure stepped onto its hilt. Such a distinctive entrance could belong to no one other than Zabuza. Kakashi immediately recognized the executioner's blade and identified Zabuza, realizing the gravity of their predicament. After a previous ambush, he had suspected this mission was far from ordinary, initially thinking it to be a B-rank task. The mention of Kato's name elevated it to an A rank. Upon encountering Zabuza, Kakashi firmly concluded it was an S-rank mission. Despite the seemingly substantial C-rank commission of several thousand ryo, when converted to the cost of a bowl of ramen in Konoha, it amounted to mere hundreds on Earth. For this paltry sum, Kakashi was tasked with leading Team 7 against a dangerous S-rank adversary, a venture that would consume months of effort. Not to mention the portion owed to the village, leaving the remainder to be divided among himself, Naruto, and the others. Isn't this the rogue ninja from the mist, Zabuza Momochi? And you must be Kakashi Hatake of Konoha. Hand over the old man. Though Kakashi bore no contempt for his opponent and activated his Sharingan at once, he nonetheless found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Almost ensnared by the water prison technique, he escaped only due to Naruto and Sasuke successfully diverting Zabuza's attention, ultimately turning the tide and securing victory. As Naruto watched Haku masquerade as a member of the Mist's assassination squad to rescue Zabuza, he refrained from intervening. Understanding Kakashi was already at his limit, he knew that if he attempted to prevent Zabuza's escape, the rogue ninja might not have a chance to confront Kato. And more critically, he feared that any alteration in their trajectory might unleash a butterfly effect that could lead to Kakashi's or another's demise, a regret too late to amend. Naruto felt no particular respect for Zabuza, nor did he harbor disdain. Zabuza's tale, while not tragic, was imbued with a certain romanticism, marked by a profound melancholy. He had emerged during the darkest days of the mist, where the fourth Mizuki, Yagura, was manipulated by Obito's Jinjutsu, leading to a reign of tyranny. Ninja were compelled to murder their comrades to graduate, and Zabuza was among the victims. In a struggle for survival, he was forced to kill two individuals he cherished deeply. Otherwise, he would meet his own end. Confronted by the dual specters of fear and the yearning for life, Zabuza had no alternative. This transformation liberated his darker self. And during the graduation exam, he eliminated all his peers, forcing a change in the brutal rules governing the mist graduation. If such slaughter continued annually, the village would be devoid of ninjas. As Zabuza matured, the fourth Mizuki resumed his blood mist policies, persecuting those with bloodline limits within the land of water. Families were torn apart, and many perished amidst the chaos of vendettas. The atmosphere was thick with dread, where even ninjas were not spared. The village was shrouded in a blood mist, earning the moniker Bloody Mist Village. The governance had transcended mere tyranny. It had devolved into a savage and bloody regime, causing the faith of many ninjas to crumble. Even the elite 7 ninja swordsmen began to fracture in loyalty. Yet, unlike others who betrayed or abandoned the village, Zabuza sought to overthrow Yagura and alter the dire circumstances of the mist, aspiring to establish his ideal realm. Unfortunately, he failed and was left to lead a nomadic existence far from his homeland. He once vowed amidst the snow that he would return one day, not only as an expression of his ambition, but also as a testament to his complex feelings for the mist. However, the journey to reclaim his past was fraught with challenges. After years of wandering, his only reliable companion was Haku. The allure of wealth made recruiting formidable allies essential. Hence his association with Kato became understandable. For the sake of money, Zabuza did not discriminate against his opponents. He would even target ninjas from the 5 great villages, indifferent to their morality or the potential consequences of his actions. Such a character could hardly be deemed virtuous. Indeed, he was a villain. Yet, within the context of the mist, Zabuza was an undeniable hero. In those dark times, amidst a cold and indifferent environment, he ignited the spark of rebellion. His actions resonated like thunder in the hearts of many, illuminating a path through the darkness and laying the groundwork for later reformists like Meiterumi. If it could be avoided, Naruto genuinely wished for Zabuza's survival. With a sigh, he noticed that Kakashi, having escaped danger, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Naruto quickly positioned himself to catch Kakashi, preventing him from hitting the ground. "How do we carry Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked, her brow furrowed in concern. They had strength, but their size was inadequate. Dragging Kakashi was not an option. As for the elderly Tazuna, carrying Kakashi would surely strain his back. "Don't worry, Sakura. Leave it to me," Naruto declared confidently, summoning multiple shadow clones to hoist Kakashi, resembling ants relocating a large object. "This will suffice." Sakura and Sasuke were left speechless. Realizing the potential of Konoha's forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Although the initial effort was manageable, by the time they reached Tazuna's home, Naruto felt utterly exhausted, having expended a significant amount of chakra along the way. Even he found it taxing. "Are you all right, Naruto?" To his relief, Sakura noticed his fatigue and produced a handkerchief from her pack to wipe his brow. Halfway through, Naruto grinned broadly, leaning closer to Sakura with an endearing foolishness. "Here we go again. You pest." Sakura's cheeks flushed as she tossed the handkerchief at Naruto, storming off in a huff. Sasuke observed the interaction silently, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he watched Naruto and Sakura draw closer. These girls claim to like him, yet they cozy up with someone else. Even if they're classmates, it's unacceptable. He refused to admit his jealousy, keeping his cool demeanor intact. The following morning, Kakashi finally regained consciousness. I suspect Zabuza was not killed. Kakashi had anticipated this when Haku intervened. However, he had been too exhausted, having endured the water prison technique and the ensuing battle. His mind had been deprived of oxygen, leaving him unable to fight further. Concerned for Naruto and Tazuna's safety, he had reluctantly allowed Zabuza to escape. "We must prepare before it's too late," he stated. Sakura, puzzled, asked, "Sensei, what should we prepare for?" "You can't move yet. You must train diligently." Kakashi replied calmly. "Train? But no matter how hard we train, there are limits to our abilities. The opponent is a ninja who nearly claimed the life of even Kakashi-sensei with the Sharingan." Sakura expressed her worries. "Is Kakashi-sensei suggesting we become sacrificial pawns?" Fear crept into Sakura's heart. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl. In the midst of our arduous battles, who was it that came to our rescue? "You are all growing at an astonishing pace, particularly you, Naruto. Your development has truly astonished me." "Ha, ha." It's nothing, really, just a trivial matter. Kakashi's words filled Naruto with uncontainable joy as he feigned nonchalance, while his little eyes furtively glanced at Sakura. Sakura's gaze towards Naruto became increasingly intricate, as she realized that this guy had indeed become remarkably more dependable than ever before. Chapter 11. Naruto, have you been practicing? Spare your futile efforts. Inari, Tezuna's grandson, burst in, uttering a chilling pronouncement before rushing into Tezuna's embrace. Mother said they're all going to die. Heroes and saviors are mere figments of imagination. Hey, brat. What did you say? Naruto, forewarned of the boy's tragic past, barely restrained himself. Yet, he couldn't quell the ire that surged within him. This Inari, with his few words, managed to infuriate them all. His venomous tongue was indeed a trait inherited from Tezuna. Having delivered his sharp rebuke, Inari seemed to have appeared solely to provoke Naruto, for he promptly turned and exited. Where are you going, Inari? Tezuna inquired. To the sea, came the curt reply. Naruto knew, however, that Inari's sojourn to the sea was, in truth, a wistful contemplation of his stepfather, viewed from the window overlooking the water. Naruto did not dwell on Inari's insolence. In a sense, Inari mirrored Naruto. Yet his plight was more dire. Having lost his father at a tender age, Inari endured relentless bullying, only to find solace in his stepfather, Kaido. This robust man had not only embraced Inari as his own, but had also shielded him with his own hands. He had even rescued the entire nation from the ravages of a flood, becoming a celebrated hero in the land of waves. However, this idyllic existence was abruptly shattered by the arrival of Kaido. In a bid to utterly obliterate the land of waves' spirit, Kaido callously crushed the very hands that had protected its people and then publicly beheaded Kaido. The trauma inflicted on young Inari was immeasurable. A stepfather who was once relegated to fantasy had materialized, only to be snatched away in such a brutal manner. In contrast, Naruto, though raised in solitude, at least lived in a leaf village that was ostensibly at peace, free from the oppression of tyrannical forces. The land of waves, where Inari resided, was steeped in misery. Rest assured, Inari, this will soon come to an end. The members of Team 7 convened on a verdant patch of land. All right, Kakashi proclaimed, leaning on his crutches. Let the training commence. Before we begin, Sakura will elucidate the nature of ninja abilities and chakra. Despite her shortcomings in practical combat, Sakura was a paragon of academic excellence at the Ninja Academy. She could recite a plethora of fundamental knowledge verbatim. Sasuke, of course, could do the same. Kakashi's choice of Sakura as the speaker was, in reality, intended for Naruto's benefit. Was Naruto oblivious to this? Indeed, he was, for he simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Despite his enhanced intellect and memory, his ingrained habits and character were not so easily altered. Once Sakura had finished her explanation, Kakashi continued. Cultivating chakra involves extracting both physical and spiritual energies, blending them within the body. This mixture is then channeled to unleash the appropriate ability for the ninjutsu being employed. Understand that this is not an instantaneous process. While you all can perform ninjutsu, you have yet to master the efficient and agile manipulation of chakra. This not only diminishes the potency of your techniques, but also squanders unnecessary chakra, making it difficult to sustain prolonged battles. To master this skill, you must train relentlessly, with unwavering dedication. So, how do we train? Sakura inquired. Observing the trio's somewhat bewildered gazes fixed upon him, Kakashi surmised that they were unfamiliar with this type of training. After all, the Leaf Village now championed scientific education, so, with the exception of a few scions of esteemed families, children were not exposed to such training prematurely. A certain foundation of chakra was required, and thus, it was never broached at the Ninja Academy. Tree climbing, Kakashi simply stated. Not merely climbing trees. Without the use of your hands. Allow me to demonstrate. With a leisurely gait, Kakashi approached a tree trunk, leaning on his crutches. He then proceeded to ascend the tree at a perfect 90-degree angle. He even inverted himself, walking upside down for a few steps, before turning his gaze to Naruto and the others. By concentrating chakra in your feet, allowing them to adhere to the tree trunk, you can accomplish this with skillful chakra control. Observing their expressions of astonishment, Kakashi was pleased. Hold on, Sakura interjected. Kakashi-sensei, how does climbing trees make us stronger? This is where the crux of the matter lies. Directing the cultivated chakra to the precise area where it is needed, in the precise amount, is surprisingly challenging for many. Tree climbing necessitates the most refined control of chakra, particularly in the feet, which are notoriously difficult to manipulate. However, once you master this control, learning any ninjutsu will be significantly easier. Furthermore, it is crucial to maintain the cultivated chakra. Ninjas typically utilize chakra during combat, which makes it even harder to control. Enough talk. Explanations alone won't grant you mastery. Let your bodies remember this sensation. Now, ascend as high as your abilities allow, leaving a mark at your limit. Then, strive to reach even greater heights. Begin. As Kakashi concluded, he cast a peculiar glance at Naruto, noting the boy's lack of reaction. Could he have heard of this before? It seemed unlikely, as the Ninja Academy did not teach this method of training. Wait a moment, Naruto, you don't seem surprised by this training? What's wrong? Kakashi-sensei? Naruto was, of course, familiar with tree climbing. He had been preoccupied with envisioning how he would impress Sakura later. Kakashi's sudden question had startled him. Kakashi sighed wearily, opting not to press the matter further. Very well, let's begin. To everyone's astonishment, Sakura proved to be the most adept at tree climbing, effortlessly scaling to the treetop. Naruto, on the other hand, managed to ascend only about 10 meters before falling. This was with some restraint on his part, as he was capable of reaching the treetop like Sakura. However, he had to consider Sasuke's feelings. Sasuke's mark was only half as high as Naruto's, at 5 meters. For a novice, this was an admirable feat. However, Sasuke's countenance was grim, for Sakura and Naruto had both outperformed him. This was an affront to Sasuke, who had always been hailed as a prodigy. Well done. It seems Sakura is the most skilled. Naruto, you did well too. Sasuke, you must strive harder. Damn it. How can even Sakura and Naruto surpass me? As an heir to the Uchiha clan, I cannot allow myself to be outdone. By midday, Naruto and Sakura had returned to eat with Kakashi. As for the missing member, Sasuke remained beneath the tree, tirelessly practicing his climbing. Despite Sakura's entreaties, Sasuke stubbornly persisted, determined not to eat until he had surpassed them. Naruto and Kakashi were at a loss for how to handle the situation. In the afternoon, Tazuna had to leave to supervise the bridge construction. As Kakashi was physically impaired, the responsibility of protecting Tazuna fell to Sakura. Naruto volunteered to accompany them, having completed his training. At the unfinished bridge, a dozen or so workers toiled in silence, their eyes filled with wariness and dread. They dared not even breathe too loudly. Tazuna, may I speak with you about something? One of the workers abruptly addressed Tazuna, who was carrying materials. What is it, Kichi? Tazuna inquired. I'm sorry, but may I withdraw from the bridge construction? Tazuna was taken aback. Kichi, why? Not you too? I want to help you. We've been friends for many years, but if we're reckless, Kato might target us. We could lose our lives. Let's just stop here, Tazuna. Tazuna remained silent for a long while. I shall never retreat. This bridge belongs to all, and it promises to provide the nation of Bo with convenient transportation and logistics, liberating it from the shackles of poverty. This is why the people exert themselves to the utmost. However, should it cost lives? Well, it is getting late. Let us conclude this matter here. You need not return, Kichi. The other workers displayed no emotion at Kichi's departure. They remained engrossed in their tasks. Those who chose to stay and construct the bridge had long cast aside thoughts of life and death, driven solely by the ideal of a prosperous Bo, where everyone could lead a good life. Naruto observed everything with keen eyes. Unlike his usual impulsive self, he refrained from rushing out to cast blame. In the face of death's threat, some choose to confront challenges head-on, while others opt for a strategic retreat. Kato may have severed the limbs of this nation, yet he could not break its backbone. Shadow clone technique. How could the endeavor of bridge building proceed without my involvement? It appears you are one short. Allow me to join. Naruto proclaimed with a smile. Is this the power of a ninja? Remarkable. One person can match the strength of dozens. With the addition of these remarkable individuals, we need not fear Kato any longer. Instantly, dozens of Narutos materialized in the scene, and with the assistance of these shadow clones, the workers were infused with renewed vigor, doubling the overall progress of the project. Chapter 12. The collapse of Sasuke's persona on the dilapidated streets. Naruto and Sakura followed Dazna, escorting him on a grocery shopping expedition. Their clothes were stained and dirty, leaving Sakura anxious about being the subject of ridicule. She glanced at the smudges on her arms and garments, frowning in dismay. Recently, she had been swept up in the workers' enthusiasm and had joined in the bridge-building efforts, ending up as filthy as Naruto. It's really not a big deal, Sakura. You still look quite lovely, Naruto chuckled, trying to lift her spirits. Oh really? Sakura felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Of course, The way you effortlessly lifted those steel beams astonished the older men. Your strength is truly impressive. Oh, that's nothing special, though she feigned indifference. Sakura felt an undeniable swell of pride within her. However, her earlier concerns soon seemed trivial. Every person on the street was visibly impoverished, even in their dirty state. She and Naruto stood out among the crowd. The passers-by wore tattered clothing, some barely clothed at all. Their expressions resembled those of the walking dead, and signs seeking work were held by many, while beggars huddled in corners. Occasional gasps indicated the presence of thieves. Upon reaching the so-called supermarket, the situation only worsened. The sparse selection of fruits and vegetables was disheartening. Has it really come to this? Sakura thought, her excitement evaporating as she exited the store. Suddenly, she felt a pinch on her backside. What the? Sakura was ready to explode, poised to deliver a slap to the pervert. Turning around, she was taken aback to find a small child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, dressed in patched clothes and barefoot. The child hesitantly reached out, eyes wide with anticipation. Sakura's heart was struck with a profound shock, and she fought back tears as she rummaged through her backpack and handed the child some candy. Watching the child scamper away in delight, she couldn't muster a smile. Children in Konoha were usually playing at this age, weren't they? Despite the many war orphans, they at least had their basic needs met and did not resort to begging. She had considered giving money directly, but worried it might be taken away or cause harm. Settling instead for the candy, Naruto Sakura suddenly spoke. Naruto responded, momentarily startled. If we can truly defeat Zabuza, the land of waves will improve, right? At that moment, Sakura felt a surge of determination, overcoming her fear of Zabuza. Dasna had said that once the bridge was completed, the situation would improve. Zabuza was merely a tool of destruction. The real culprit was Gato. Naruto's gaze became unusually solemn as he spoke. As long as Gato lives, defeating Zabuza will only lead to another like him. To resolve this issue once and for all, we must eliminate Gato. His presence brings calamity wherever he goes. Is that so? Sakura acknowledged the wisdom in Naruto's words. Over the recent days, she had observed a significant change in him. He had grown more intelligent and less prone to mischief, even discussing the topic of killing with surprising calmness. Yet, his tendency to cling to her remained unchanged. Previously, Sakura had merely expressed disdain for Naruto, not truly harboring any deep-seated animosity. She had simply found it embarrassing when he made a spectacle of himself to compete with Sasuke, refusing to be a mere tool for proving his worth. However, she couldn't deny that her perception of Naruto had undergone a tremendous transformation, gradually recognizing him as a valued ally. Today, Naruto was thoroughly content, relishing the opportunity for a private moment with Sakura, feeling their bond deepen, despite the ever-present Dasna. Sasuke, on the other hand, was less fortunate. According to Kakashi, he hadn't eaten lunch and had not returned even as nighttime fell. It was already dark, and after 10 hours without food or drink. Was he really going to harm himself? Baka, that idiot. I'll go find him, Naruto declared, clasping his hands behind his head as he swaggered toward the training ground. Eager to see Sasuke's condition. Sasuke had always overshadowed him, and now that Naruto had surpassed him, his expression must be quite something to behold. Hey, how is it going? This training is tough, isn't it? He called out, but received no response. Under the tree, Sasuke had fallen countless times, covered in mud. Yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented determination. He repeatedly stumbled and rose again, only to fall yet again. Initially, Naruto approached with a playful spirit, teasing Sasuke. But as he witnessed Sasuke's struggle, his heart softened. Hey, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei wants you to come back for dinner. Enough, Sasuke. Stop training already. But no matter what Naruto said, no matter how hard Sasuke fell, he remained resolute in his training. Stop. You can't reach my level in just one day. Seeing no other option, Naruto joined in the training, purposely falling when he was at a lower height than Sasuke, landing face first into the ground. Sasuke, witnessing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. Looks like you're not so impressive after all, Naruto. Naruto sighed inwardly. Sasuke would never understand the effort he had put forth. Whatever. I'll just humor him, he thought. Thus, Naruto adjusted his performance to match Sasuke's level, at least on the surface, and they continued their playful rivalry for over an hour before heading back. Naruto was fatigued but not completely drained, while Sasuke was utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing onto Naruto as he was carried back. At the dinner table, Dasna remarked, "How wonderful. It has been ages since we've had so many people dining together." Even Inari, usually sharp-tongued, stared in disbelief at Naruto and Sasuke, astonished by their insatiable appetites. Had their mother's cooking truly been that delectable? Kakashi and Sakura exchanged silent glances, feeling a collective embarrassment. Naruto was typically like this. After all, a 12-year-old living alone would certainly rely on instant noodles for meals. So it was only natural he would eat more when presented with a home-cooked meal. But Sasuke's voraciousness was astonishing. How could he devour food even more ravenously than Naruto? What happened to his idol persona? What about his aloof demeanor? A collective sigh escaped from Sakura's heart, as she felt the cracks forming in Sasuke's perfect image in her mind. Sasuke, however, was too famished to care. After hours of training on an empty stomach, he was starving. To make matters worse, in a fit of competitive spirit against Naruto, he ended up overindulging and vomiting. Naruto, having anticipated this moment, had taken care to eat slowly and in small bites, fearing embarrassment before Sakura. Though he ate rapidly, he and tea consumed much. Sasuke, on the other hand, was honest in his approach, shoveling food into his mouth at an alarming rate. With such speed, it was no wonder he was bound to vomit. As he made a spectacle of himself, Kakashi felt his face turn green with embarrassment. In a land as impoverished as the land of waves, one could eat. But waste was inexcusable. Sakura found herself in disbelief, realizing that the remarkably talented Sasuke, in private, was just as foolish as Naruto. Chapter 13 The Other Side of the Demon 7 days later, Kakashi's body had nearly healed. Naruto chose to forego an encounter with Haku. What would it matter if they met? If Zabuza had not been defeated, it would be difficult to restrain him. Until a resolution was reached, any further words were futile. Kakashi-sensei, since you're feeling better, Zabuza is likely to appear at any moment. How about we head to the dock early today? After all, there are still workers there. And we should prevent any unfortunate occurrences. Naruto proposed, aware that Zabuza intended to challenge Kakashi once again, while the bridge workers were at risk from Kato's subordinates. If they arrived sooner, perhaps they could avert disaster. All right, let us set off now. Kakashi felt a sense of urgency at Naruto's words, having decided to intervene. He was unwilling to allow innocent lives to be lost in vain. Naruto, you stay back and protect Inari and his mother. No, let Sasuke stay instead, Kakashi-sensei. The usually stoic Sasuke was nearly infuriated by this suggestion, shooting a fierce glare at Naruto. Kakashi pondered, perhaps we should leave Sakura behind. The group fell into a moment of silence. Sakura, please, everyone, be careful. Don't worry, Sakura, Naruto replied with a reassuring thumbs up, hoping to ease her concerns. Upon arriving at the construction site, they spotted a group of thugs brutally attacking the workers, tossing materials into the sea. Although the workers attempted to resist, they were outnumbered and unarmed, several already injured and bleeding profusely. Damn it! Naruto seethed, charging towards the thugs while forming hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Are there too many for you? Dozens of Narutos surged forward, resembling a tiger among sheep, swiftly overwhelming the thugs. The assailants were taken aback, while they usually bullied civilians. They found themselves no match for a ninja, their combat prowess akin to that of a mere academy student. We're sorry, Dazna. We couldn't protect the materials. A worker choked out, his body marred with deep cuts. His sorrow stemmed not from pain, but from guilt. The materials for shipbuilding were hard-won. The hope of the land of waves. Each steel beam a sacrifice of hunger for many. Stop with the foolish talk. Go back and get treated. This place is no longer safe, Dazna insisted, attempting to step forward but was abruptly halted by Kakashi. They're here. At Kakashi's words, everyone tensed, their focus sharpening. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the area, and two figures emerged from the mist, Zabuza, tall and gaunt, his deadly sword planted into the ground, and beside him, the masked Haku. Still surrounded by these children, Haven changed. Kakashi, Zabuza's voice was devoid of warmth. Those two kids are yours to handle, Haku. Yes, came Haku's reply, his expression hidden beneath the mask. Wait. A loud shout pierced the air. It was Naruto. Zabuza smirked. What's the matter, kid? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Naruto, undeterred by the taunt, stepped toward Zabuza, locking eyes with him. Zabuza, you intend to kill Uncle Dazna and us. These workers are not your targets. Let them leave. Naruto, come back. Don't waste your breath. That guy is beyond reason, Kakashi urged, having read Zabuza's records, knowing him to be a merciless killer, devoid of compassion. Naruto pressed on, standing directly before Zabuza, unwavering in his gaze. He had confidence in his newfound abilities. His talent had grown immensely over the past month. And with the Flying Thunder God technique, he had significantly enhanced his survival capabilities. The Rasengan in his arsenal was formidable enough to command respect from any opponent. "You've got guts, kid." In an unexpected turn, Zabuza lifted his sword from the ground, not to strike Naruto, but to rest it upon his shoulder, signaling for a ceasefire without uttering a word. Is it really that simple? The astonishment was palpable, not only among the others, but even for Naruto himself. He had merely hoped to take a chance. Perhaps Zabuza would disdain the idea of killing innocents, allowing Kakashi to bypass him. He had not anticipated such a swift acquiescence from Zabuza. "Uncle, you should leave now." "Understood, but please, be careful." The workers, battered and bruised, recognized their limitations against ninjas and assisted each other in departing, while Dazna, as Zabuza's target, could not leave. Kakashi regarded Zabuza with a complex gaze. This man was a born killer, but not inherently cold-blooded. As the workers exited, Zabuza and Kakashi simultaneously moved, their figures intertwining in a dance of offense and defense. "I will not lose to you again, Kakashi. This time, you have no chance, Zabuza." Naruto had intended to confront Haku, but Sasuke, eager to prove himself, darted off with a swift declaration. "You protect Dazna, Naruto." Damn it. Naruto couldn't simply ignore Dazna for the sake of battle, anxiously awaiting Sakura's arrival. The clash between Kakashi and Zabuza was as intense as expected, while Sasuke, showcasing his remarkable talent, had significantly improved his abilities in just a week of chakra training, holding his ground against Haku's one-handed seals. However, as Haku unleashed his bloodline limit, Sasuke found himself at a disadvantage, ensnared within the crystal ice mirrors. Unable to match Haku's speed, enduring a one-sided assault, leaving him battered and bruised. It was fortunate that Haku had chosen to show restraint, hoping Sasuke would retreat. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences, rendering any thoughts of revitalizing the Uchiha clan moot. "Sasuke." At that moment, Sakura rushed in, her face reflecting her alarm upon witnessing Sasuke's condition. "Sakura, you protect Uncle Dazna. I'll go help Sasuke." In an instant, Naruto leaped into the crystal ice mirrors. Having witnessed Sasuke's plight in the manga, yet witnessing it in reality was unbearable. He appeared before Sasuke, taking Haku's blow in his stead. Chapter 14. The Fate of a Ninja. "Naruto, you fool. How did you get in here?" "Attack him from outside," Sasuke exclaimed angrily, exasperated by Naruto's apparent lack of sense. He couldn't comprehend why Naruto would engage in combat inside the ice crystal mirror, where their opponent gained a significant advantage. "Enough of your chatter." Naruto disregarded him, stepping forward to shield Sasuke, casting a glance at the smiling Bai within the mirror. "Hey, your opponent is me. For me, becoming a ninja is a rare opportunity. If possible, I would prefer not to kill you, nor do I wish for you to be killed." Bai's tone was remarkably calm as he regarded Naruto. "However, if it comes to drawing my blade, I will unhesitatingly slay my own conscience and become a ruthless ninja. This incomplete bridge carries the dreams of many. It is a battlefield for us all. We each have our own aspirations, so do not blame me. I too have someone I desperately want to protect. My existence is for that person, to act and fight for him, to help him realize his dreams. That is my dream. For this, I can become a complete ninja and kill you all. Please do not hold it against me." I could no longer afford to hold back. Having noticed that Zabuza was struggling in battle, he needed to resolve this conflict swiftly to support Zabuza. Naruto allowed Bai's attacks to rain down upon him. Not because he couldn't evade them. He had numerous ways to dodge Bai's strikes, even counterattack, but he wanted to experience the chakra of the nine tails within him. After all, to grow strong without resorting to taking another's eyes, the quickest way was through the nine tails chakra and sage mode. Naruto aimed to shorten that timeline as much as possible. Having read the manga beforehand, he found it exceedingly difficult to invoke emotions. It was simpler to endure physical pain. At least, that was Naruto's belief. However, as time passed, he began to sense something was amiss. His wounds multiplied, blood flowed freely, and he felt his strength waning, yet the chakra of the nine tails remained dormant. What was happening? Was he on the verge of death? "Baka, why are you shielding me?" "Because the original you would have done just that." This thought went unspoken, yet to Sasuke, witnessing this scene, it unveiled another layer of understanding. Naruto was willing to risk his life for him to such an extent. He appeared on the brink of collapse, yet stubbornly acted as a meat shield against the attacks. Did Sasuke truly deserve such devotion? How much did Naruto care for him? Sasuke's vision blurred. In his memories, only one man had ever made him feel this way. No, even Itachi had not given him such a sensation. It was a profound feeling of being needed, of being cherished from the depths of one's heart. No, I cannot allow Naruto to die before my eyes. Absolutely not. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes transformed. His left eye bore a single tomo, while the right manifested a double tomo. His Sharingan awakened. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan often required immense negative emotions to activate. Sasuke had first awakened his right eye a year earlier than Itachi when witnessing the slaughter of his clan. Now, spurred by Naruto's actions, he not only evolved his right eye to a double tomo, but also successfully awakened his left eye. Rising slowly, Sasuke, endowed with the power of the Sharingan, found his perception magnified several times over. Bai's previously elusive movements became crystal clear to him. He deftly evaded Bai's assault. And just as Bai was about to retreat into the mirror, Sasuke's figure flashed forward, delivering a powerful punch to Bai's face. Smack! The punch, laden with fury, was merciless and heavy. Bai's mask shattered, sending him reeling like a rag doll. Just as Sasuke prepared to finish Bai with a kunai, his arm was seized tightly. It was Naruto. When had he arrived? Sasuke attempted to break free, but found himself unable to. Let go, Naruto. I want to kill him. Sasuke shouted. Forget it. Let him go. What nonsense are you saying? Baka, that bastard nearly killed you. Naruto remained silent, only tightening his grip on Sasuke's arm, his intent unmistakable. Just kill me. Bai, having gradually regained his composure, spoke with blood trickling from his mouth, his expression vacant. I am no longer a worthy tool. Zabuza-sama will no longer need me. I have lost my purpose, so please, kill me. Bai's voice turned anguished and desperate, on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he had failed to become a proper ninja. If he had not hesitated to strike decisively, this situation would not have arisen, leaving Zabuza in a dire struggle. Nanny? Sasuke was taken aback. Was the entirety of Bai's existence merely to serve as another's tool? The murderous intent within him unintentionally diminished, causing his grip on the kunai to loosen. How tragic this must be. Perhaps that man did not care at all. Did Zabuza truly not care? When Bai was sent flying, when he was on the verge of death, Zabuza's expression remained unchanged, yet his attacks grew increasingly fierce. It was this reckless ambition that allowed Kakashi to seize the opportunity to unleash his summoning beast, the 8 ninja dogs, successfully capturing Bai. Kakashi, Zabuza, you have become overly arrogant. Your ambitions are excessively grand. Assassinating the Mizuki, failing in a coup, and now becoming a fugitive ninja. Your name has swiftly reached Konoha. For revenge? For evading pursuit? Those are your reasons, I suppose. You choose to associate with scum like Kato. The man you wish to kill, Dasna, embodies the courage of this nation. This bridge symbolizes the future of this country. Your ambition has already cost many lives. That is not the way of a ninja. You are too dangerous, Zabuza. Surrender, or you will perish. The materialized chakra in Kakashi's hand coalesced into a sphere of lightning, pulsating with an energy that seemed capable of transcending all barriers of time. Kakashi himself did not understand why he voiced such thoughts, hesitating before a man of Zabuza's notoriety. Perhaps it was due to Zabuza's earlier act of releasing the workers. I will fight for my ideals. Though Zabuza was ensnared by the ninja dogs, clearly cornered, he paid no heed to Kakashi's goodwill and would not beg for mercy. He possessed his pride and his own ideals, and he would fight and die for them. Upon hearing this, Kakashi ceased to hesitate. The lightning in his hand coalesced to a terrifying degree and surged towards Zabuza. Having offered a choice, Kakashi had done all he could. If he failed, would Zabuza hold back? This is the world of ninjas, where each individual has their own fate. Raikiri. Chapter 15. Ultimately not a tool, is this the end? With unwavering eyes fixed on Kakashi, Zabuza chose to confront death head-on, even in his final moments. Though tinged with regret, he no longer wished to flee. Perhaps upon his demise, that little brat would finally find liberation. Suddenly, a frail figure appeared before Zabuza in an instant, a heavy ice shield rising in an attempt to block Kakashi's lethal strike. With a mere brush against Raikiri, the ice shield shattered. Multiple Rashomon. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, erecting several massive gates before Kakashi. This defensive jutsu, created by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, not only diminished the force of the incoming attack, but also altered its trajectory. Yet, even the triple Rashomon could not withstand the lightning in Kakashi's grasp. Kakashi had no time to ponder who was intervening or what stood in his way. Raikiri surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, aiming to pierce the opponent's heart. A blinding flash of white light momentarily obscured the vision of all present. When the brilliance subsided, everyone was left in shock. For the one pierced through the chest by Kakashi was not Zabuza, but Haku. Blood gushed forth as the young boy sacrificed himself to shield Zabuza from a fatal blow. Both Kakashi and Zabuza momentarily lost their focus. Zabuza could hardly believe that the boy he had manipulated would go to such lengths for him. While Kakashi was flooded with memories he wished to forget, scars he had long sought to avoid. Haku, indeed, had no time to concern himself with the feelings of others. He grasped Kakashi's wrist with all his might, even as his strength faded, still holding on desperately, seeking to create an opportunity for Zabuza to turn the tide. Heh. 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 It seems your plan has failed, Kakashi. Zabuza's expression turned complex before his eyes narrowed with murderous intent, raising his blade to strike at Kakashi. Ultimately, Kakashi could not bring himself to harm Haku's body and retreated, cradling Haku's lifeless form. Gently laying Haku down, Kakashi noticed something was amiss. Was there still a breath? Perhaps there was still hope. Zabuza, this child can still be saved. Kakashi implored. I will kill you. Zabuza could not bring himself to believe such words. He had witnessed Haku being pierced by Raikiri. In that moment, Zabuza, severely injured, found his once proud speed diminished to that of a mere chunin. Memories of Haku flooded his mind, from their first meeting to the present, reflecting on how willingly Haku had served as his tool, ultimately leading to his demise. Instead of a battle, Zabuza's actions became a catharsis, venting his sorrow for Haku's untimely death, for the tragic life he lived. If he could not kill Kakashi, then he would end his own life at Kakashi's hands, just as Haku had. As Zabuza's shoulders were pierced by shuriken and his sword fell from his grip, Kakashi no longer rushed to retaliate but instead turned his gaze to Haku, recognizing that hope was slipping away. Just then, an unwelcome voice broke the tension. Oh, the battle seems fierce. You disappoint me, Zabuza. Kato appeared on the bridge, flanked by hundreds of combatants. Why are you here, Kato? And what of your subordinates? Zabuza coldly inquired. Kato scoffed. Apologies, Zabuza, but you shall die here. What? Zabuza could scarcely believe his ears, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. Kato continued. Do you know why I hired a rogue ninja like you? Simply because you are cheaper than a regular ninja. You are but a tool for killing, and quite a bargain at that. I thought you had some skill. If you could take your opponent down with you, it would save me time and money. But you lost. How laughable, boasting about being the demon of the mist. To me, you are just a cute little brat. Kato's words incited laughter among his men. Forgive me, Kakashi, our fight ends here. Since the assassination mission has been called off, we have no reason to continue. Zabuza spoke suddenly. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Haku, who might have been saved, but after all this turmoil, his chances appeared grim, lacking a medical ninja among them. Ah yes, I still have a score to settle with this guy. Kato stepped closer to Haku, raising his foot and viciously stomping on Haku's face, grinding it down. Naruto could barely contain his fury, yet he refrained from acting or provoking Zabuza, knowing that regardless of others' words, Zabuza would strike out. This man had never merely regarded Haku as a tool. Just as Kato exploited me, I too exploited Haku. Ninjas are merely tools. Zabuza muttered, trembling slightly. His words intended for himself rather than anyone else. All I wanted was his ability, not him as a person, so I have no lingering attachments. After a moment of silence, Zabuza's body trembled more violently, memories of Haku flooding his mind as drops of water fell at his feet. Heh, it seems one cannot become a tool devoid of emotion. I have failed. Removing the cloth from his face with his mouth, Zabuza called out to Naruto, Hey brat, lend me a shuriken. Naruto threw a shuriken, which Zabuza clenched in his teeth, launching himself like an arrow toward Kato. Seeing Zabuza genuinely coming to kill him, Kato panicked and fled into the crowd. What? Enough. You lot, go and kill him, shouted Kato, as numerous rogue samurai blocked Zabuza's path, taunting, with so many of us. Do you think you can win? Amidst the splatter of blood, the demon of the mist harvested the lives of the wicked, unflinching against their attacks. His focus solely on one target, Kato. At that moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself, disregarding Kakashi's warnings, hurling his remaining shuriken to deflect a fatal blow aimed at Zabuza. Kato's subordinates, now thoroughly terrified, instinctively parted to create a path as Zabuza lunged at Kato like a vengeful spirit. With nowhere left to retreat, Kato was mercilessly slaughtered by Zabuza, his body cut to pieces before sinking into the sea. Who would have imagined that this monstrous figure, who had tormented countless nations, would meet such an end? Chapter 16. Zabuza's demise. Having sustained no mortal wounds, Zabuza, after dispatching Gato, surged back into the fray. The mercenaries and samurai, assembled for their own self-interest, possessed little genuine valor. With their morale shattered and Gato, their linchpin, gone, they offered scant resistance, becoming victims of a one-sided slaughter. Eventually, some, overcome with fear, frantically discarded their weapons and fled. The exodus began, and soon the entire band was scrambling onto boats, abandoning comrades who had fallen into the sea. Inari, bearing a crossbow, arrived with hundreds of civilians, only to find the conflict already resolved. Zabuza, weakened by blood loss, staggered to Haku's side. "Haku, you have always been with me. Allow me to be with you at the end." Turning to Kakashi, he pleaded, "Could I ask a final favor? Please, end my life and bury us together." "Perhaps," he mused, "death would be a gentler fate than the torment of life." Kakashi silently nodded, reaching for his kunai. "Wait," Naruto interjected, realizing that killing Zabuza would negate all their efforts. "Do you think he would want to live without you?" Naruto, kneeling beside Haku, placed his hand on Haku's chest. "Get your hand off him, brat." Zabuza growled. "He can still be saved," Naruto insisted, explaining that his Rasengan had diverted the fatal blow. Kakashi sighed. "Don't waste your energy, Naruto. There are no medical need here. The injury is beyond saving." Abruptly, Kakashi fell silent, observing Naruto's hand as a verdant glow enveloped it. With the flow of chakra, Haku's wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. "The mystical palm technique?" Kakashi exclaimed. Sakura and Sasuke were equally astonished, recognizing the advanced ninjutsu that demanded precise chakra control, intelligence, and extensive training. Few possess the aptitude to master this non-offensive art. Naruto can use it? Kakashi mused. He doesn't seem the type. He realized his understanding of Naruto was incomplete, as the chakra control required for tree walking alone was insufficient for this technique. Once Haku's vital signs stabilized, Naruto ceased the technique. "Why stop? Continue," Zabuza urged. "I will, but first, you must promise me two things," Naruto declared with unexpected gravity. Zabuza chuckled bitterly, assuming Naruto sought to exploit his skills. "Speak, brat. First, no more indiscriminate killing. Second, never become an enemy of the Hidden Leaf Village." Naruto asserted. "I respect your strength, but a strong one should not prey on the weak. From today forward, the Zabuza of the past is dead. You are no longer a tool for others. Nor should you ever be again." "That's it?" Zabuza asked, surprised. Naruto, equally surprised by the question, glanced at Kakashi, who simply shrugged. Zabuza was taken aback. Perhaps the world was not entirely populated by those he despised. "All right, I promise." To recuperate and deter further attacks, Team 7 remained in the Land of Waves for 20 days. The bridge was completed, and the time for their departure arrived. The villagers gathered to bid farewell, including Zabuza and Haku. Haku, still recuperating, sat in a wheelchair pushed by Zabuza, whose face was radiant. Inari, feigning composure, was reluctant to see Naruto leave. Overcome with emotion, Naruto echoed Iruka's words. "Inari, you're lonely, aren't you? It's okay to cry." "Who's crying?" "But Naruto, it's okay for you to cry too." The words broke Inari's resolve, and tears streamed down his face. Naruto, unable to remain stoic, also wept. Kakashi remarked, "Zabuza, the Hidden Mist Village, is undergoing reform. Perhaps one day, you can return. Haku has grown fond of life in the Land of Waves, and I am weary of killing. I no longer wish to be the demon of the mist. I will remain here and heal the wounds left by Gato." The others were surprised. Was this once ambitious man now seeking to retire in this small country? Still, with Zabuza's protection, the Land of Waves would no longer need to fear the likes of Gato. "Farewell, everyone. Goodbye. Safe travels." With these farewells, Team 7 began their journey home. Kakashi, disheartened by the lack of earnings, resolved to assign more missions to his students to support Jiraiya's literary endeavors. Naruto, oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts, felt the trip was a success, having aided the Land of Waves and averted the tragedy of Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza had also shared his silent killing technique with the team and gifted Naruto a scroll containing the Hidden Mist's secret hiding jutsu. Naruto worried that using this secret technique as a hidden leaf ninja would invite pursuit from the Hidden Mist. Burn the scroll after reading it, Zabuza advised. It may save your life in a crisis. When life is at stake, what else matters? Naruto accepted the gift, thinking of the upcoming Chunin exams. Sasuke, let's train together when we get back, okay? No time. Sakura, I have time. Idiot. Chapter 17. Conflict returning to the 7th Squad of Konoha. They found themselves exceedingly busy. Having successfully assisted with an S-rank mission, Kakashi acknowledged their capabilities. To ensure they remained diligent, he inundated them with a plethora of tasks. Mornings were spent either playing with cats or walking dogs, while afternoons involved weeding or moving stones, and occasionally, they would even collect litter from the river at midday. Through their relentless efforts, Kakashi managed to gather enough funds to purchase the latest issue of Intimate Paradise. To further encourage them, he imparted the technique of water treading, ensuring they did not leave empty-handed. Although the trio felt considerable dissatisfaction, they could do little but accept their teacher's authority. Unbeknownst to them, this monotonous routine was cultivating their resilience in the face of adversity. All right, that's enough for today. Disband. After a long day of tasks, a sense of relief washed over the group. Hey, Sasuke, should we practice together? Sakura eagerly suggested to Sasuke. He scoffed and replied, if you have time to bother me, you might as well practice your ninjutsu. Honestly, you're not even as good as Naruto. With that, he turned and walked away without a glance back. Sakura, visibly upset, trembled slightly, her shoulders shaking in frustration. Kakashi, sensing the tension, quickly utilized a body flicker technique to make his exit. Naruto hesitated for a moment before approaching Sakura, attempting to console her. Actually, Sakura, you're not as Sasuke described. You're quite remarkable. You just lack combat experience. Me? Remarkable? Sakura was taken aback, turning to see Naruto's radiant smile, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. You're just teasing me, right? Not at all, Naruto replied earnestly. You are not only smart and a good learner, but you also possess a natural talent for ninjutsu. Take tree climbing training, for instance. Sasuke and I struggled for quite some time, yet you ascended effortlessly. If you keep working hard, you won't fall short of anyone. This motivational speech filled Sakura with a sense of ease. As her perspective shifted, she also felt a twinge of guilt, pondering whether she had been too harsh on Naruto in the past. Aside from his penchant for pranks, he was indeed a wonderful companion. Thank you, Naruto. I will strive to improve. As Naruto and Sakura chatted while walking, they suddenly heard a commotion ahead. A peculiar-looking sand village ninja, adorned with intricate patterns on his face, was ruthlessly gripping a small child from Konoha, ignoring the child's desperate struggles as he seemed to revel in the discomfort of his captive. Two other children stood nearby, anxious but powerless to intervene. Naruto quickly recognized the child being held. The one missing a prominent front tooth was none other than Konohamaru. Recently, Naruto had been preoccupied with his training and Sakura, thus missing the chance to reconnect with his number one little brother and true apprentice. How could he allow such a thing to happen? It was utterly intolerable. Anyone who dared to lay hands on him, regardless of being the son of the fourth Kazekage, would face his wrath and expose the true intentions of the Sand Ninja's visit. He hurled 2 stones in quick succession towards Kankuro. Whether due to the stone's rapid approach or Kankuro's overconfidence, he was struck on the hand, causing him to release Konohamaru instinctively. Watch out, Temari warned. Kankuro turned towards Naruto, ready to retort, but another stone struck him squarely on the nose, a particularly vulnerable area of the body. Though it did not draw blood, the pain was excruciating, prompting him to clutch his face in discomfort. Who are you? A ninja from Konoha? Kankuro growled, but Naruto ignored him, addressing Konohamaru and the others instead. Hey, you little brats, get behind me. The trio quickly complied, taking refuge behind Naruto. Kid, didn't you hear me talking? Kankuro snapped. Naruto exaggeratedly cupped his ear, feigning confusion. Sakura, did you hear someone speaking? He emphasized the word someone, prompting suppressed laughter from Sakura and Konohamaru's group. Idiot, Kankuro fumed, preparing to retaliate, only to be restrained by Temari. Kankuro, don't forget our purpose. This deflated Kankuro's anger as he scoffed. Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. We'll meet again at the Chunin exams. Let's hope you don't lose too quickly. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Naruto interjected, swiftly positioning himself in front of Kankuro. What do you want? Temari asked, her expression filled with ire. She had already instructed Kankuro to relent, yet the confrontation continued unabated. Naruto stated calmly, apologize to Konohamaru, or we can settle this here, as ninjas. Wow, Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with admiration. In that moment, Naruto embodied the ideal he aspired to be, radiant, formidable, and unafraid to defend the weak against powerful foes. Sakura, equally astonished, recognized Naruto as a completely different person from the one she knew at school. Yet, a wave of concern washed over her regarding Naruto's safety. The adversaries appeared formidable and outnumbered them. She pondered whether she should intervene. However, she was all too aware of her own limited abilities. Sakura's self-awareness stemmed from the post-war peace Konoha enjoyed, where the training of new ninjas had shifted from hasty advancement to a more methodical foundation. As a result, many from common backgrounds, like Sakura, had yet to learn practical combat skills, lacking both unique experiences and family legacies. Conversely, the Sand Ninjas had honed their combat skills from an early age, driven by harsh environments and a fierce will to survive, especially Kankuro, who was the child of the fourth Kazekage. "You're asking for trouble." Kankuro's anger boiled over. He was determined to eliminate this irritating nuisance, regardless of the consequences. "Do not employ that ability," Temari cautioned. "Understood." Kankuro placed his puppet on the ground, its bandages unraveling to reveal its true form, a humanoid puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms. From the puppet's wrists sprang forth 4 daggers aimed at Naruto. Anticipating this, Naruto deftly evaded the attack. He was well aware of the poison laced on those daggers. Kankuro executed a flurry of attacks, but whether through poison needles or shuriken, none managed to graze Naruto, who seized the opportunity to retaliate with a series of punches and kicks, landing several hits, albeit without significant force. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was palpable. Little did they know, Naruto was intentionally holding back. Had he unleashed his full strength, Kankuro would have found himself thoroughly bested in mere moments. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Kankuro was dominating the fight, yet Naruto's effortless maneuvers made it clear who truly held the upper hand. Chapter 18. The devoted admirer, of course, Temari did not share the same sentiment. Upon witnessing her brother's misfortune, she could no longer restrain herself, unfolding her 3-star fan. Eager to bring the matter to a swift conclusion, seeing her intention to engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation, Sakura felt compelled to step in for assistance. But someone was quicker than her. Blocking Temari's path was none other than Sasuke. Sasuke remained silent, his demeanor exuding an aura of unapproachability. Yet his message was unmistakable: dare to advance, and I shall retaliate. Gaara, who had been silently observing from atop a tree, finally grew impatient and interjected, "Enough. Cease this at once." "What? When did he arrive?" Sasuke felt a jolt of surprise. He had not detected Gaara's presence. His Sharingan was not perpetually activated, after all, due to the limitations of his chakra. Upon hearing Gaara's voice, Kankuro immediately halted his attack, and Naruto, too, ceased his pursuit, stepping back from the fray. "You worthless fool who only brings shame to our village. Do you even comprehend why we traveled all this way to Konoha?" Gaara's tone was laced with disdain directed at Kankuro. "Listen to me, Gaara. It was these individuals who instigated the trouble." Kankuro attempted to explain, but was cut off once more by Gaara. "Silence, or I shall end you." "Why yes, I understand, Gaara. I am terribly sorry," Kankuro stammered, hastily waving his hands, while Temari offered a nervous smile beside him. Only then did Gaara relent, leaping to the ground and preparing to escort his companions away, only to be halted by Sakura's voice. "From your forehead protectors, it appears you are ninjas from Sunagakure. While the land of wind and the land of fire are indeed allies, the treaty should prohibit indiscriminate entry into foreign territories. State your purpose." Despite her inner trepidation, as a kunoichi of Konoha, she felt obligated to prioritize the village's safety. Admittedly, it was the presence of Sasuke and Naruto that bolstered her confidence, though Sakura would never confess such a thing. Temari laughed and explained, "Ah, this must be what they call the darkness under the lamp. Are you truly so uninformed?" "As you surmised, we are genin from the land of wind, here to participate in the Chunin selection exam. This is our permit." With that, Temari produced her identification, displaying it for all to see, which alleviated their suspicions. Just as the Sand siblings turned to leave, they were once again halted, this time by Sasuke's voice. "Hey, the one with the gourd, what is your name?" Gaara paused, casting a cold glance back at Sasuke. "I am Gaara of the Sand." Sasuke smirked proudly. "I shall remember that. My name is..." However, before he could continue, Gaara interrupted. "I have no interest in your name. Rather, what about that blonde-haired one? What is your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto replied flatly. Gaara scrutinized Naruto for a moment before turning away. Sakura, standing nearby, felt perplexed. Did the Sand Ninjas perceive Naruto as more formidable than Sasuke? How could that be? Konohamaru, on the other hand, was elated, thinking to himself that he had keenly recognized true talent, discovering a powerhouse who not only protected him, but was strong enough to earn the respect of his adversaries. Train. Train, train. Strength, strength, strength. Gaara's words left Sasuke feeling unsettled. How could he, who was always hailed as a genius, be overlooked? Damn it, if given the chance, he would certainly knock that individual off his high horse. Sasuke, don't take it to heart. That guy doesn't know your strength, you. Enough said. I'm going back to train. Farewell. Sasuke coldly interrupted, turning his back and departing. Boss, let me be your subordinate. I want to be your little brother. Konohamaru suddenly clenched his fists, his face brimming with fervor as he addressed Naruto. Initially disheartened by Sasuke's dismissive behavior, Sakura couldn't help but smile at Konohamaru's innocent enthusiasm. Naruto chuckled, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. What are you thinking, kid? The most important thing for you right now is to perform well in school and earn others' recognition. No way. I want to be your little brother. Teach me powerful ninjutsu. Konohamaru insisted, clinging to Naruto's leg, his desperation evident as tears began to form. Konohamaru, you can do it. Udon and Moegi cheered on, raising their small fists in solidarity. Naruto was taken aback. If Konohamaru's tears got on his pants, how could he walk with Sakura afterward? What are you doing, you fool? Let go. No way, no way. Boss, if you don't agree, I won't let go. Konohamaru exclaimed defiantly. All right. I agree. Just let go. Naruto relented, and only then did Konohamaru release his grip, turning back with a triumphant grin, flashing a victory sign at Udon and Moegi. Sakura, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. How had Naruto become entangled with such a child? Naruto, if there's nothing else. I'll head home now. See you tomorrow. Naruto was taken aback. He had waited so long for a chance to be alone with Sakura. How could he let this group of kids ruin it? Boss, please give us a mission. Konohamaru and his companions looked up at Naruto, their faces brimming with excitement. Suddenly, an idea struck Naruto, and he adopted a serious expression. Although you've become my subordinates, earning my recognition is not an easy feat. You must complete a rather challenging task. What is it, boss? Tell us. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with anticipation. There is a person in Konoha known as the strongest ninja beneath the Hokage. His name is Kakashi Hatake. Your mission is to retrieve a comic book from him. If you succeed, I shall acknowledge your abilities. But remember, you must possess the qualities of a ninja and never reveal my identity. Understood, boss. Leave it to us. Watching the trio of Konohamaru depart, Naruto couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. Haha, let Kakashi-sensei fend for himself. Sakura, wait for me. Naruto quickened his pace, finally catching up to the departing Sakura. Hey Naruto, what is up? Sakura, would you like to join me for a meal? Naruto asked tentatively. Sakura almost declined, but then recalled the sting of rejection she had felt from Sasuke. If she turned down Naruto, wouldn't it sadden him as well? After all, they were comrades who fought side by side. Sharing a meal was hardly a significant matter. Seeing Sakura hesitate, Naruto's heart sank momentarily, feeling the weight of potential rejection. A familiar sting. However, the words that followed from Sakura sounded like music to his ears. All right, but I need to go home and change first. Chapter 19. Relationship breakthrough. Sakura agreed to have dinner with him alone, and Naruto was utterly thrilled. This marked a historic breakthrough in their relationship. He hurried home to change into a set of clothes he had purchased just last year, washed his hair once more, and, after admiring his reflection in the mirror to his satisfaction, he dashed off to the designated meeting place. Upon arrival, he discovered that Sakura was already waiting. The girl had changed into a white t-shirt, her demeanor now exceptionally adorable. She wore blue shorts that showcased her long, shapely legs. Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, waving excitedly, though his gaze involuntarily wandered to her legs. Sakura, oblivious to Naruto's unusual behavior, inquired, Naruto, where shall we eat? When she received no answer, her curiosity piqued, and she glanced at him only to find him with his head bowed, seemingly searching for something. Hey, Naruto, are you looking for something? Did you lose your money? Naruto remained silent, which prompted Sakura to feel a tinge of irritation. I came out with you so late today, and this is your attitude? Following Naruto's line of sight, she finally discerned what was amiss. Noticing the foolish grin on his face, she realized he was practically drooling. in a fit of rage. Sakura's chubby little fist came crashing down on Naruto's head. You lecher. Sakura had initially thought that Naruto had invited her out to take her to a cozy CAF for couples, but to her surprise, he brought her to Ichiraku Ramen instead. Well, it seemed that Naruto genuinely just wanted to share a meal with her. How naive he was. Here you go, ramen for you too. Ah, finally. I'm going to dig in. Upon seeing the ramen, Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and dove into his meal. Sakura, why aren't you eating? It tastes really good. Reluctantly, Sakura picked up her chopsticks and joined in, not wanting to dampen Naruto's enthusiasm. Although they had completed several missions recently, they were all low-level tasks, and the majority of the earnings went to the leading ninja, leaving them with little. She realized that this single meal Naruto was treating her to would likely consume a significant portion of the meager money they had earned. Observing Naruto's faded t-shirt, she couldn't bear to waste his kind intentions and pushed herself to eat. To be honest, she wasn't particularly fond of ramen, not due to being picky about Ichiraku's flavor, but simply because she preferred other foods. Ichiraku, 2 more bowls, please. Sure, just a moment. Believing Sakura enjoyed ramen as much as he did, Naruto promptly ordered 2 additional bowls. Naruto, while it's great that we've earned some money from missions, we should also be frugal. I can't eat that much. Sakura pointed out with a hint of annoyance. Oh, don't worry, Sakura. My wallet is quite full. In truth, Naruto had matured in many aspects when facing various challenges. Yet in Sakura's presence, he unconsciously reverted to that foolish boy, eager to share everything without reservation or secrets. The 2 additional bowls of ramen inevitably ended up in Naruto's stomach. When it came time to settle the bill, Sakura intended to pay, but Naruto stubbornly stopped her. Watching his persistent demeanor, she feared that insisting on paying would hurt his pride, so she relented. Why does he insist on spending money on me when he loves ramen so much? Is it really worth it? The total for the ramen and fish balls came to 380 yen, which wasn't exorbitant, but it depended on one's perspective. For someone like Naruto, an orphan of war, the monthly relief funds amounted to around 2,000 yen, barely covering his basic needs. Thus, ramen had always been a luxury for him. Earning money from missions was a rare opportunity. Otherwise, he could only rely on Irika's generosity to enjoy such meals. After leaving Ichiraku, night had fallen, and Sakura stopped by a nearby juice shop to buy Naruto a drink. You should eat more fruits or drink juice while you're growing. It helps you get taller. Unbeknownst to her, Sakura began to genuinely care for Naruto, reflecting on whether she had been too harsh on him in the past. After all, he was simply lonely. Oh, thank you, Sakura. Naruto's heart soared. After so many years, Sakura was actually buying him juice. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Naruto's intense gaze, Sakura brushed her hair back and turned her head away. They both began to speak simultaneously, leading to an awkward chuckle. You go first. Naruto, it's not safe for a girl to be out alone at night. Let me walk you home, Sakura. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse, though there was nothing between them. She feared what her parents might think if they saw them together. Yet, upon seeing Naruto standing in the night breeze, his hopeful eyes shining, she felt compelled to nod in agreement. As they walked side by side along the path, Naruto said, Sakura, if we participate in the Chunin exams, we will inevitably have to face others in combat. Actually, the silent sound technique taught by Zabuza is quite useful for preventing sneak attacks. Sakura paused, surprised that Naruto would discuss such matters with her. The thought of fighting made her feel troubled. What should I do? My parents are just ordinary ninjas. I don't have a prestigious clan like Ino's family, and Kakashi-sensei hasn't taught me any powerful techniques. If you don't mind, I would be willing to teach you. You? But Naruto, you're just like me. You graduated not long ago. Sakura's tone was filled with uncertainty. It wasn't that she doubted Naruto's abilities, but he had been the bottom of their class just 2 months ago. How could he suddenly be capable of teaching ninjutsu? Not just Naruto. Even Sasuke might not be able to do that, despite having used the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan in the Land of Waves. Sakura believed that was likely the extent of Naruto's abilities. Moreover, the shadow clone technique was unsuitable for her, and the Rasengan seemed impractical for combat. With a confident smile, Naruto said nothing and tossed a kunai to Sakura. Huh. She caught the kunai, puzzled, and was about to ask when Naruto's figure inexplicably vanished, as if he had never been there at all. Sakura quickly looked around, but he was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? It's not the body flicker technique. After searching for a while without any sign of Naruto, she began to feel anxious, not out of fear or anger, but concern for his safety. Knowing he had a penchant for reckless behavior, Hee, Sakura-chan. Suddenly, a grinning face appeared before her. Ah! Caught off guard by Naruto's sudden reappearance, Sakura gasped and stumbled backward, twisting her ankle and falling uncontrollably. Chapter 20. A Vow Under the Moonlight. Sakura. Naruto, startled, dropped his juice, hastily reaching out to catch Sakura around the waist, preventing her head from hitting the ground. Their noses nearly touched, each feeling the other's breath and heartbeat. Their eyes met, and an eerie silence descended. They had almost. Both their cheeks flushed crimson, and as if by unspoken agreement, they simultaneously released each other. Ouch! Sakura exclaimed, a grimace of pain crossing her face. She had twisted her ankle. Naruto quickly supported Sakura's arm, helping her maintain balance. Let's go to that bench over there. I'll take a look, Naruto suggested, gesturing towards a nearby bench for passersby. It's all right, Naruto, it's just a minor injury, Sakura demurred, slightly embarrassed. Naruto countered with solemnity, how can we be careless? If it's not treated promptly and causes problems, what about the Chunin exams? Sakura eventually nodded shyly, allowing Naruto to guide her to the bench, where he removed her shoe. Her feet were as translucent and exquisite as jade, as if meticulously sculpted, with every detail perfectly proportioned, slender yet shapely, her arches possessing a flawless curvature. And the touch of her skin was smooth, enough to captivate any man with ulterior motives. However, Naruto was oblivious to such appreciation at that moment. He simply wanted to alleviate Sakura's pain as quickly as possible. In Naruto's world, he only wished for Sakura's happiness and could not bear to see her distressed. Watching Naruto kneeling on the ground, cradling her foot, and tenderly tending to her injury, Sakura's face was flushed. It was the first time a boy had been so intimately caring towards her. Aren't you disgusted, Naruto? Sakura asked softly, her voice lacking its usual assertiveness. Huh? Why would I be? These are your feet, Sakura, Naruto replied nonchalantly, without a second thought, seemingly an instinctive response. How could they not be dirty? Sakura knew she had been on a mission all day and had accompanied Naruto for a meal and a walk without having time to wash. Why was Naruto not repulsed at all? Apart from her parents and Ino, she had never been cared for so deeply, nor had anyone been willing to do something so humble for her. A warmth bloomed in Sakura's heart, and an inexplicable flutter arose. She took out a handkerchief, leaned down, and gently wiped away the non-existent sweat from Naruto's brow. With the aid of Naruto's mystical palm technique, Sakura's foot recovered swiftly, and she was soon able to walk. The two continued their stroll along the moonlit path, bathed in a gentle breeze. Naruto, I never knew you were so amazing, Sakura remarked. Sakura had clearly seen Naruto return with a cup of juice. The drink shop was several hundred meters away, and the wait and preparation time would have been at least 2 minutes. Yet, Naruto had covered the distance in roughly 2 minutes, meaning he had almost teleported across those meters. It's nothing much. I happened to learn that flying thunder god technique by chance. Teaching it to you rashly could cause trouble, but the mystical palm technique is fine. Speaking of which, this technique can not only be used for healing but also to disrupt chakra, causing opponents to fall asleep. Although it requires strict chakra control, it's perfect for Sakura. Alright, I'll wait for you to teach me. Come to think of it, Naruto, you've really changed a lot. Huh, where have I changed? I didn't notice. You used to tease me all the time, pretending to say you liked me, but I knew you only said those things to compete with Sasuke. Naruto sighed softly, causing Sakura to pause. Do you believe in fate, Sakura? Fate? Sakura asked, puzzled. Yeah, like when you meet someone for the first time and you just know. You're willing to become better for the sake of knowing her, to desperately become stronger to protect her, to care for her with your life, and to hope she's happy. To like someone to that extent. Sakura also liked Sasuke, but she wondered if she had ever become more diligent because of Sasuke, or considered giving her life for him. But Naruto. Was she the her Naruto was talking about? Naruto, Naruto stopped Sakura from speaking, saying, You don't need to say anything, Sakura. I don't want to know any answers. Besides, many things aren't just casually said. They need to be proven by facts, right? I just hope she knows that no matter how long or how far, I'm willing to cry with her, laugh with her, see everything in the world with her. And that will never change. The radiant moonlight illuminated Sakura's face. The girl before him was like an angel, so beautiful. This was the girl he would risk his life to protect. This time, Naruto did not back down. He had thought it through very clearly. This time, he would not let anyone else give Sakura happiness. Only he could, and only he could marry Sakura. Is this a confession? Sakura's mind was in turmoil, and she dared not look into Naruto's eyes. It was the first time a boy had been so earnest with her. With her. Shock, excitement, emotion, embarrassment. All sorts of feelings swirled in the girl's mind. I'm going home now, goodbye. Finally, they arrived at Sakura's doorstep. The girl hastily ran inside without looking back. Hey, Sakura-chan. Naruto opened his mouth, staring blankly at Sakura's disappearing figure. Was she angry? Naruto silently reproached himself, wondering if he had been too hasty. Just then, the door that had closed reopened, and Sakura poked her head out. Do your best, Naruto. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she didn't wait for Naruto's response and quickly retreated inside, this time truly closing the door. Yosh! Naruto pumped his fist in excitement. That shout caused the residents whose lights were off to switch them on. Who is it? Not sleeping so late at night. Who's making such a racket? I'm going to complain. I just fell asleep after working all day. Can't a person have a peaceful life? Naruto put his hands on his hips and retorted, Umph. Who is it that has no public spirit? Don't let me catch you. As he spoke, he scurried away on his short legs. The next day, Team 7 gathered. Because Kakashi was always late, Naruto intentionally arrived an hour later than the agreed time, but upon arriving, he found that Kakashi had not yet appeared. Sakura, who had a belly full of complaints, saw Naruto, and her eyes immediately lit up. She went up to Naruto and grumbled, Why? Why does that guy call us out so early, only to make us wait for him? Sakura would not say such things to Sasuke, even if she did. Sasuke would not pay her any attention. Exactly. Naruto quickly raised both hands in agreement. How can he be so inconsiderate of a girl who accidentally overslept and didn't even have time to fix her hair? Yeah, I overslept too. Didn't even wash my face or brush my teeth. Naruto had arrived just on time, so of course, he had time to wash up. But he only said that to accommodate Sakura's feelings. However, Sakura clearly didn't think so. She became hesitant, looked at Naruto with concern, and muttered in a low voice, You're so dirty. Sasuke disdainfully turned his head away, seeming to disapprove of Naruto's simping behavior, which was contrary to the image of the man standing in his way. About half an hour later, Kakashi finally appeared. Unlike his usual calm demeanor, Kakashi's face was now filled with exhaustion. Chapter 21. The Chunin Exam. Apologies for my tardiness. Were you lost or perhaps encountered a cat? Kakashi-sensei. Sakura grumbled in dissatisfaction. No, it's not that. I had no choice. 3 little rascals have been persistently attempting to ambush me for reasons unknown, causing me to lose quite a bit of sleep last night, Kakashi replied, his voice slightly hoarse as he stifled a yawn. Goodness. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances involuntarily. Could this be the handiwork of the Konohamaru trio? Hey, you two, do you know something? Kakashi appeared behind Sakura and Naruto, his gaze suspiciously fixed on them. Their earlier antics had evidently not gone unnoticed by him. We don't know. Naruto and Sakura vigorously shook their heads in unison. Kakashi felt that the two might know more than they were letting on, but without evidence, he decided to let it go. He had been through enough turmoil last night, and wished to conclude matters quickly so he could catch up on his sleep. Well, although this decision may seem sudden, due to my recommendation, you are to participate in the Chunin exam. Here is the application form. The Chunin exam? Sakura was taken aback. It seemed Naruto's prediction was indeed accurate. Let me clarify. My recommendation is not compulsory. The choice to participate is entirely yours. If you wish to join the exam, please sign the application form and meet in classroom 301 at 3 p.m. 5 days from now. Naruto and Sasuke immediately chose to participate, and despite her apprehensions, Sakura did not want to be left behind and ultimately decided to join as well. With only 5 days until the Chunin exam commenced, Naruto and Sakura agreed to train together, with Naruto also teaching Sakura the basics of sage techniques. After a day of training, as Naruto was heading home, he encountered the Konohamaru trio. Boss, come play with us. Konohamaru exclaimed, his companions looking at Naruto with eager anticipation. Naruto replied expressionlessly, Konohamaru, have you completed your assigned task? Boss, we've been working hard on it. We're almost done. However, that guy Kakashi disappeared this morning, and we're currently tracking him down, Konohamaru explained loudly, with Moegi and Udon nodding in agreement. While they were chatting, a ninja wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared behind them, attempting to abduct Moegi. However, Naruto had already sensed his movements and swiftly used the body flicker technique to position himself beside Moegi, casually elbowing the assailant. Ugh! The ninja collapsed to the ground, clutching his lower body, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he seemed to be in excruciating pain. ultimately struggling to form hand seals and fleeing the scene. Huh. Naruto was puzzled. Did I hit him that hard? He was aware that this was Irika-sensei in disguise, merely testing whether he was prepared for the exam, so he had not exerted excessive force. It was hard to believe that Irika-sensei, a chunin, could be so inept. Unbeknownst to Naruto, due to his shorter stature, his elbow fortuitously struck Irika's vulnerable spot. One was premeditated, while the other was entirely unguarded, and thus the pain was understandable. Wow, as expected of the man I admire, the boss is indeed powerful. The boss is amazing. Teach us, boss. Meanwhile, Irika disregarded his subsequent tasks and hurriedly returned home to check the restroom. Fortunately, he was able to relieve himself. Sighing in relief, he couldn't help but roar, "Naruto, just you wait." 5 days later, Team 7 arrived at classroom 301 as promised. The entrance was already a cacophony, with 2 Umbu ninjas disguised as teachers blocking the door, preventing many ninjas from entering. Lee and Tintin from Guy's team attempted to force their way in, but were stopped. "Please, let us through." Tintin's plea did not earn her any favors, and she received a punch instead. What the heck? This is outrageous. Surrounding Genin began to voice their grievances, although they did not know Tintin. Witnessing the exam proctors mistreating a girl sparked a sense of solidarity among them. The Umbu ninja scoffed. "What did you say? Listen well, we are being quite lenient. The Chunin exam is not something one can casually participate in. We have seen many who, after failure, abandon their path as ninjas, succumbing to despair. Moreover, Chunin are expected to lead their teams. If a mission fails and leads to the death of subordinates, the blame falls squarely on the leader. Can you truly bear that weight? For those destined to fail the exam, what is the issue with keeping you out? After all, you probably won T-Pass anyway." At that moment, Naruto swaggered up boldly. Sakura attempted to stop him, but it was too late. "Hey, the exam is about to start. We don't have time to waste here. Let us through, and you should dispel this illusionary barrier as well. We need to access the 3rd floor." Naruto's declaration stunned everyone, especially the genin who had been blocked outside. The place they had been impeded from entering was merely an illusion? A faint smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. He had discerned the illusion as well, but had been outpaced by Naruto. Nevertheless, this was precisely how Naruto ought to be. Rather than orbiting around Sakura all day, the Umbu ninja chuckled, "Quite impressive, kid," but merely seeing through the illusion. Before he could finish, the Umbu ninja swiftly struck, kicking towards Naruto. In sync with the movement, Naruto formed hand seals and had already utilized the body flicker technique to evade to a position 2 meters away, leaving only an afterimage in the assailant's wake. Naturally, the Umbu ninja had not used all their strength. Otherwise, given Naruto's current perception, keeping up with an Umbu would have been quite a challenge. Upon witnessing Naruto evade effortlessly, the 2 Umbu ninjas decided against further confrontation and vanished, causing the illusion to dissipate. The sign that had read 301 revealed itself to be the staircase to the 2nd floor. "Great, let us go?" Sakura exclaimed excitedly, pulling Naruto and Sasuke along, only to be halted by a voice. Please wait a moment. My name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura, correct?" "Huh." Sakura was taken aback, looking curiously at the boy clad in a green jumpsuit, unsure of who he was. Lee confidently smiled, giving a thumbs up. "Please go out with me. I will protect you until my dying breath." Upon hearing this, Naruto fumed. "What the heck, you bushy-browed fool? Are you trying to steal my girl?" Chapter 22. The rival appears before Naruto could utter a word. Sakura, with a face full of discontent, firmly rejected. "Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are far too thick." Just the thought of living with such a boy in the future sent shivers down Sakura's spine. "No way, absolutely not. If I had to choose, I'd prefer Naruto over this guy." Unbeknownst to Sakura, she had already begun to unconsciously compare other boys to Naruto. Hearing Sakura's resolute refusal brought a wave of relief to Naruto, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. In contrast, Lee felt deeply disheartened, his head drooping as he dared not lift his gaze, feeling as though the very sky had lost its color. At that moment, Neji and Tenten approached, and from a distance, Neji called out to Naruto and Sasuke, "Hey, you two over there, state your names." Although Naruto sympathized with Neji's predicament, Neji's authoritative demeanor irked him, making him reluctant to respond. Sasuke, however, had no such reservations and retorted, when asking for someone's name, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? You must be a newcomer. How old are you?" Neji, seemingly enlightened, continued to inquire. "I have no obligation to answer you," Sasuke coldly shot back. "What?" Neji, fuming. Was about to say something when Sasuke interrupted. Naruto, Sakura, let's go. Without giving Neji a chance to respond, Sasuke turned and walked away with Naruto and Sakura. Hey, that fierce-looking guy, wait a moment. Just as the trio had made some distance, a familiar voice called out to them. Turning around, they saw Lee, the boy with the thick eyebrows. Fierce-looking guy? Who do you mean? Sakura scanned the surroundings, while Naruto pointed at Sasuke. Sakura was instantly struck dumb, realizing that while Sasuke often appeared cold, he was hardly a fierce individual. He was rather handsome, in fact. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Lee. Do you wish to duel with me? Lee declared, leaping down from the high platform. My name is Rock Lee. You mentioned that when asking for someone's name, one should first introduce oneself. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, did you not already know? You wish to duel with me here? I want to duel with you, the one hailed as the strongest of the ninja clan, to see how far my techniques can take me, Lee declared, his cheeks inexplicably reddening as he threw a flirtatious glance at Sakura. Though he genuinely sought to test his abilities, he also wished to impress the goddess before him. Confident in his skills, which he had honed through relentless effort, Sakura was taken aback by Lee's boldness, feeling that he was rather peculiar, and quickly hid behind Naruto. Naruto, ready to explode with anger, felt a sense of pride at Sakura's reaction, placing his hands on his hips and smirking at Lee, as if to say, do you see that? Is it really necessary to fear me so much? Lee looked at Sakura with an innocent expression, as if something had shattered within him. Sasuke chuckled. You know full well I am from the Uchiha clan, yet you dare to challenge me. Do you understand the implications of that, thick eyebrows? The implication was clear. Challenging the Uchiha could have dire consequences, and he should be prepared for a harsh reckoning. Please, I insist we battle. Lee had already assumed a fighting stance. Just as Sasuke was about to step forward, a hand blocked his path. Wait, this duel is mine, Naruto spoke up. Recognizing that while Lee's challenge was directed at Sasuke, it also bore an intention to impress Sakura, which stirred something within Naruto. Furthermore, Naruto knew that at this moment, Sasuke was no match for Lee. Despite Sasuke's prestigious lineage and early activation of the Sharingan, his family had not nurtured his talents adequately, and after their clan's demise, all resources and secret techniques had been confiscated, leaving Sasuke with little more than the Sharingan and a single technique, the Fireball Jutsu. The Ninja Academy in Konoha focused primarily on foundational skills, and Sasuke had not had the opportunity to learn any formidable jutsu. In contrast, Lee, while lacking in certain areas, possessed remarkable talent in taijutsu. He had been recognized early on by Guy, who provided him with special training. Currently, Lee's proficiency in taijutsu was nearly on par with some Jainin, and he was also a year older than Sasuke. This age difference should not be underestimated. Given Konoha's educational system, that extra year could significantly influence many aspects, as most skills and combat experience were accumulated post-graduation. Perhaps an equally aged Sasuke could have easily defeated Lee, or even crushed him, but in this instance, Sasuke was bound to fail should he engage. It was this repeated cycle of overconfidence followed by harsh setbacks that ultimately drove Sasuke to pursue power at any cost. Hence, Naruto, from every conceivable angle, refused to allow Sasuke to fight. The challenge is directed at me, Sasuke stated indifferently. The challenge is directed at Sakura. Naruto's voice, though soft, conveyed an unyielding determination that left both Sakura and Sasuke momentarily stunned. Implicitly, Naruto expressed his feelings for Sakura, indicating that if Lee was persistent in his pursuit of her, then a confrontation was inevitable. If Sasuke wished to compete, it would signify his own interest in Sakura. Otherwise, he should step aside. Is the challenge directed at Sakura? So, I must intervene. Sasuke ceased his resistance, though he felt a twinge of jealousy. In contrast to the mascot like Sakura, Sasuke valued Naruto more highly. He perceived Naruto as not only strong but also responsible, willing to risk his life for his friends. What truly gnawed at Sasuke was that, as comrades, Naruto could step up for Sakura, yet when Lee had provoked him earlier, Naruto had remained silent. After all, Naruto had once shielded him from 1,000 attacks in the Land of Waves. Shouldn't he have stepped forward then to declare, if you wish to duel with Sasuke, you must first get past me? Seeing Sasuke retreat silently, a short, seemingly weak figure emerged, prompting Lee to ask earnestly, who are you? Listen well. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he declared. Stop the fighting, Naruto. There are only 30 minutes left to register. Sakura instinctively grasped Naruto's hand, her expression filled with urgency. She feared not only missing the exam, but also for Naruto's safety. Though Lee appeared somewhat unattractive, he seemed formidable, towering over Naruto by a head and a half. "Don't worry, Sakura. I won't lose," Naruto assured her with a carefree smile, then raised 5 fingers. "What does that mean?" Lee asked, bewildered. And the others shared a moment of confusion. Naruto, with a calm demeanor, confidently proclaimed, I mean it will only take 5 minutes to defeat you." Chapter 23. The Dark Pursuit Come at Me. Although Xiao Li felt a surge of anger from being underestimated, he had endured countless taunts throughout his life and had long since grown accustomed to them. "Then I shall not hold back." Naruto ceased his idle chatter and charged toward Xiao Li. In an instant, he appeared right before Xiao Li. Having closed the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, Naruto unleashed a flurry of strikes. Initially, Xiao Li relied on a single-handed defense. But as Naruto's onslaught intensified, he was compelled to engage with both fists and feet, facing his opponent head-on. Leaf Hurricane. To be fair, at that moment, Naruto, relying solely on taijutsu, was truly no match for Xiao Li. However, Naruto was not limited to physical techniques. Every time Xiao Li considered Naruto, he was confronted with either shadow clones or afterimages. The fundamental jutsu of the ninja arts, the body replacement technique, was executed with such finesse by Naruto that he seemed to be everywhere at once, skillfully matching Xiao Li in a game of cat and mouse. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Xiao Li was forced to unleash a more powerful technique, executing a nearly all-encompassing spinning kick that finally landed a direct hit on Naruto. Though he had managed to block the blow with his arm, the force was tremendous, sending Naruto skidding back several meters, supporting himself with his hands. "Naruto!" Sakura gasped in astonishment. "He actually blocked it?" Xiao Li was taken aback. To withstand such a close-range strike was no small feat, and among his peers, only Neji could achieve such a thing. Could it be that his opponent was also a taijutsu ninja? Reflecting on years of hard work and the expectations of his teacher, Xiao Li took a deep breath and launched an attack on Naruto. Not bad at all. Naruto flexed his numb wrist, his expression suddenly turning serious as he swiftly formed hand seals. But this is where it ends. Dark Pursuit Technique. This genjutsu was also learned by Naruto from the Book of Seals. Although it was classified as an A-rank technique, its cultivation was exceptionally challenging, mastered by only a select few. Originally devised by the second Hokage to counter the Uchiha clan, as the name suggests, those ensnared by the Dark Pursuit technique would have all light stolen from them, plunging into an abyss of darkness where nothing could be seen. This technique was capable of subduing even elite Uchiha ninjas. What chance did the still youthful Xiao Li stand? What is happening? So close in proximity and unprepared. Xiao Li was caught off guard, his vision engulfed by an endless void. Take that. A punch landed squarely on Xiao Li's face. Faced with Naruto's assault, Xiao Li, blinded by the genjutsu, was utterly defenseless. Although he attempted to rely on his senses to discern Naruto's location, not everyone possessed the same acute awareness as Zabuza. Furthermore, while Naruto's taijutsu was inferior to Xiao Li's, the gap was negligible, and as a result, Xiao Li found himself unable to retaliate, becoming nothing more than a punching bag for Naruto's relentless strikes. What is going on? Onlookers could not discern the precise situation. To Sakura, the once formidable figure of Xiao Li now resembled a defeated fighter, passively enduring blows without the slightest effort to counter. Sasuke observed the two with a serious expression, affirming, "It's genjutsu, a high-level genjutsu." Genjutsu? Sakura was bewildered. When did Naruto learn genjutsu? He graduated less than 3 months ago. How did he become so formidable so quickly? After a brief moment of shock, Sasuke regained his composure, a confident smile returning to his face. "Indeed, he is a man worthy of my respect. Anyone who can earn my acknowledgement cannot be a mere underachiever. The stronger Naruto becomes, the more motivated I feel to surpass him." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Li was covered in injuries. However, they were merely superficial. Naruto had not struck with full force. Had he unleashed a powerful jutsu, Xiao Li would have been bedridden for weeks. Xiao Li struggled, knowing he had yet to reveal his ultimate technique. But employing it would impose a significant strain on his body, rendering him unable to participate in subsequent examinations. "All right, this is where we draw the line. I acknowledge your strength and recognize that you have more techniques in reserve. Let us consider this a draw." Just as Xiao Li hesitated, Naruto dispelled the genjutsu and departed with Sasuke and Sakura, leaving behind an imposing figure. Sakura glanced at the time, murmuring, 3 minutes, only 3 minutes. Xiao Li sank to the ground in despair, tears brimming in his eyes. A draw? He lacked the confidence to claim such a thing. Although he still had the 8th gate of the 8 gates technique left to use, he was certain that his opponent had hidden cards as well. After all, from the beginning until now, Naruto had only utilized the dark pursuit technique and taijutsu. He felt he had let down his youth and betrayed Guy's trust. Gazing at Naruto's retreating figure, he silently vowed that he would pursue that figure, no matter the cost, for the rest of his life. As the trio arrived at the door of classroom 301, they found Kakashi waiting for them. Kakashi looked at the three with a sense of satisfaction and said, "Ah, everyone is here. We can officially apply for the Chunin exam now." "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked, perplexed. "What do I mean? This exam requires 3-person teams. Only through collaboration can you participate." Kakashi replied nonchalantly. "But sensei, you said that participation is a personal choice. Were you deceiving us?" Sakura protested. "Indeed. Had I disclosed this information earlier, Naruto and Sasuke would have pressured you into joining. Even if you were reluctant, you would have come with a heavy heart. But what if both Naruto and Sasuke came?" Sakura questioned uncertainly. "In that case, I would not allow them to participate in the exam. Even if they showed up, I would not permit them entry." With that, Kakashi's tone shifted, and he smiled. "However, you 3 came of your own volition. Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, well done. Go on in." The 3 exchanged smiles, a sense of pride and camaraderie blossoming within them. With Kakashi's blessing, they stepped into the classroom together. Upon entering, perhaps due to the loudness of their footsteps, countless eyes turned toward them, many filled with hostility. This reaction was understandable, as those attending the Chunin exam were all genin, implying a competitive dynamic. Every additional participant heightened the rivalry. Sakura felt a shiver run down her spine under the scrutiny, instinctively shrinking back, only to find Naruto and Sasuke standing protectively on either side of her, filling her heart with warmth and a sense of being cherished. Simultaneously, the Ino Shikicho trio and the team, led by Kurenai, gathered around, aligning themselves with Team 7. The 9 graduates, united in solidarity, presented a formidable front. Chapter 24. Advanced actors in the bustling crowd. Hinata and Sakura exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts as they rose to join their companions from Konoha. Tenten followed closely behind, her options limited. The 12 young ninjas from Konoha had gathered for the Chunin exam. Inuzuka Kiba, brimming with bravado, glared provocatively at the assembled ninjas, boldly declaring, "Don't look at me with those eyes. If you truly wish to compete, step forward." Noticing the youthful yet formidable demeanor of their opponents, the surrounding ninjas gradually withdrew their gazes. After all, it was not uncommon for ninjas as young as teenagers to eliminate their foes. They could not afford to be complacent, especially with the exam about to commence. A single injury could mean waiting another 6 months for another opportunity. "Thank you, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and the others." Naruto greeted the Konoha team with a smile. Deeply moved by their earlier actions, yet he found himself deliberately avoiding Hinata's gaze. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh right. We can't forget the foolish trio." The term foolish trio was Naruto's affectionate label for the Ino Shikicho trio, as he perceived them to be rather dim-witted. First was Shikamaru, whose lazy disposition and constant complaints about trivial matters earned him this moniker. Then there was Choji, whose voracious appetite and disregard for his weight were the source of Naruto's ridicule. Lastly, Ino, who frequently quarreled with Sakura over Sasuke, was deemed foolish for her infatuation with him. Ironically, Sakura, who exhibited the same behavior, was not considered foolish in Naruto's eyes, a clear display of double standards. "Don't say such things," Shikamaru retorted in indignation. However, his frown faded almost instantly, reverting to his typically nonchalant demeanor as he sighed. "This exam is just such a hassle." Indeed, this was Shikamaru, a peculiar individual who found even anger to be troublesome. Choji, with his mouth perpetually full, extended a snack towards Naruto, who adeptly snatched one, thus completing their exchange. Ino, on the other hand, completely ignored Naruto, instead leaping onto Sasuke's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, and playfully sticking her tongue out at Sakura while declaring, "Sasuke is mine." Naruto inwardly scoffed at Sasuke, thinking, if he doesn't tea like Ino, he should just push her away. Can't he see how infuriated Sakura is? If Sasuke were aware of Naruto's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. After all, maintaining his aloof persona was of utmost importance, and he couldn't afford to appear flustered over trivial matters. By the way, All 9 of the genin are participating in this year's exam. How far do you think we can go? Kiba asked, nonchalantly provoking Ino, who was eager for her chance to bond with Sasuke. Sasuke chuckled. You seem quite relaxed, Kiba. Just as their banter continued, a gentle voice interrupted them. Oh, you newcomers should keep it down a bit. After all, 9 of you have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and the other 3 only graduated a year ago. A silver-haired youth with round glasses approached, his hair tied back, revealing himself as Kabuto, Orochimaru's prized subordinate. To Naruto, Kabuto was akin to a seasoned actor, his skills in deception unparalleled, and his true identity as an infiltrator remained undisclosed due to his masterful disguise. Despite being a suspect in the eyes of the Umbu, they lacked tangible evidence to apprehend him. Honestly, looking so adorable, yet making such a ruckus. This is not a vacation, Kabuto remarked, his melodious voice belied by the contempt of his words. Ino couldn't help but retort, who are you? Why do you act so important? I merely wish to remind you that anxiety runs high before the nin exam, and carelessness can lead to conflict. You wouldn't want to be eliminated due to injuries, would you? Kabuto continued, unfazed by the confrontation. Realizing his intentions were good-natured, the group refrained from further insults. Sakura, curious, inquired, so, Kabuto-senpai, have you participated in the nin exam before? Is this your second time? No, it's my 7th time, Kabuto replied, scratching his head awkwardly. As the exam occurred biannually, this marked his 4th year participating. So, you must know a lot about the exam, right? Sakura expressed her delight, feeling that any foreknowledge could bolster her confidence. It's all right, Kabuto responded modestly. Shikamaru scoffed, muttering, but you still can't pass apologies. But that's just how it is, Kabuto admitted with an awkward smile. Shikamaru sighed deeply. Is the nin exam really that difficult? It feels increasingly tedious. Well then, dear juniors, allow me to share a bit of information with you. This is a ninja information card. As he spoke, Kabuto crouched down and retrieved a thick stack of cards from his bag, laying them on the ground. Ninja information cards? The group was taken aback, curious about this new concept. In essence, these cards contained information transformed into symbols using chakra and printed onto the cards. To prepare for the exam, I've collected this information over the past 4 years, nearly 200 cards. At first glance, they may seem insignificant, but once I infused them with chakra, as Kabuto spoke, one card began to spin rapidly at his fingertips, revealing illustrated information detailing the number of participants from each country in the nin exam. For instance, this card displays the number of participants from each ninja village. Why do you think the nin exam is held collectively across nations? Primarily to strengthen friendships among countries. And secondly, it's said to enhance the abilities of ninjas, he explained. It said? Sakura probed cautiously. Indeed, the true purpose is to assess the capabilities of neighboring ninjas, ensuring a balance of strength among the villages so that they are evenly matched. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Though they were young, they had graduated from the Ninja Academy and understood the existence of lethal competition among ninjas. The notion of balancing strength raised unsettling questions. Was it truly necessary to kill an opponent? Did a mere nin exam necessitate such life and death stakes? Chapter 25. Luring the snake from its hole. At this moment, Sasuke, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. By the way, do you have any cards that record personal information? Shiro chuckled. Although the information I collected this time is incomplete, I have noted everything down, including your details. You can tell me the name you're looking for, and I shall assist you in your search. Sandstorm Gaara. Sasuke coldly uttered a name, paying no heed to the glance from Gaara in this direction. He distinctly remembered how that fellow with the gourd had once dismissed him entirely, and he was curious to uncover Gaara's true nature, so that the latter would recognize the honor of the Uchiha clan and refrain from disrespect. Shiro replied, Sandstorm Gaara, a genin from Sunagakure, possesses remarkable abilities, C rank 8 times, B rank once, and he has returned unscathed from all missions. Humph. How dare he look down upon us sound ninjas? This fellow is quite bothersome. Shall we engage? Yes, let us engage. The sound trio, who had been observing for a long while, finally found an opportune moment to fulfill their task. The bald-headed TOS took the lead, his speed so swift it was nearly impossible to track, reaching Shiro in the blink of an eye. However, when TOS threw a punch, he found a golden-haired boy had appeared before him, intercepting his strike. Yet, this boy's strength seemed lacking. He could not fully deflect the attack and was sent hurtling backward. his elbow striking Yao Shido's abdomen with precision. The one who intervened was none other than Naruto. He understood that in order to prevent Yuanfei's demise, he needed to alert Konoha to Orochimaru's plans, and now was a chance to do so. Naruto was fully aware that Yao Shido was a seasoned actor. Being pummeled by Tao's was merely part of the script, intended to dispel the suspicions of Konoha's reconnaissance. If he could provoke Yao Shido here, it would lead to a revealing of weaknesses, thus tearing apart Do's facade. Though the third Hokage may have harbored some outdated thoughts and perhaps made a number of imperfect decisions, he ultimately safeguarded the majority. Regardless of others' opinions, in Naruto's heart, he remained that grandfather who, amidst his busy schedule, always found time to guide Naruto, steering him away from potential missteps. As the bastion of peace in Konoha, the third Hokage faced the darkness alone on numerous occasions, enduring assassination attempts and being unjustly maligned, even suffering the loss of his beloved son. For the greater good, he bore it all. While some may criticize the third, such words should never escape the lips of a Konoha citizen. Naruto, the Konoha Genin exclaimed. With the exception of Sakura and Sasuke, who were well aware of Naruto's prowess. Had it been a day earlier, Sakura and Sasuke might have harbored doubts. But after witnessing his battle with Lee, they understood Naruto was no weakling. They were merely curious why he stepped forward and why he had chosen to conceal his strength. From a distance, Temari scoffed, "What a disgrace. With such strength, you truly are embarrassing, Kankuro." Gaara cast a cold glance at Kankuro, but said nothing. His silence spoke volumes. "You are worthless." Yao Shido found himself in a precarious situation. Originally, it was scripted for TOS to attack him, a scenario he was prepared for. However, he did not anticipate someone intervening. Caught off guard, he was struck, and the pain surged through him. But that was not the end. Using the momentum, Naruto spun around in Yao Shido's embrace and threw a punch aimed at his nose. If the earlier incident was accidental, this blow was decidedly intentional. Yao Shido, unable to evade, wore a look of alarm as Naruto's fist connected with his nose. No choice but to reveal my trump card. Seeing Yao Shido continue his charade, Naruto took a deep breath and then expelled a piece of filth from his nostril, which fell upon Yao Shido's face in full view of everyone. Oh, how disgusting. This scene made the boys grimace and the girls gag. Yao Shido turned to Naruto, who flashed a radiant smile, clearly indicating, "Yes, I did that on purpose. I don't believe you can endure this." Do wiped away the filth, and instead of expressing anger, he stepped forward and embraced Naruto, gently asking, "Are you all right?" TOS, still in shock, feigned ferocity as he glared at Yao Shido, wondering if this act was still to continue. Yao Shido shot a cold glance at TOS before addressing Naruto. "Fear not, I shall protect you." "Humph, you foolish child, consider yourself fortunate. I hope your luck persists." TOS quickly grasped the situation, leaving behind a harsh remark as he retreated. The sight of one man tenderly holding another boy was more uncomfortable than anticipated, sending shivers down the spines of the girls, including Sakura. However, to those watching, Yao Shido did not appear malevolent. Rather, he seemed a senior worthy of friendship, genuinely concerned for Naruto after being inadvertently harmed. Damn. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Confronted with the ever-patient Yao Shido, he felt like a slippery eel, unsure of how to proceed, and thus temporarily abandoned his initial plan. Naruto, do not cause trouble. Sakura, worried that Naruto might be reprimanded, rushed over to apologize to Yao Shido, offering him tissues. It's all right. No harm done." Yao Shido waved his hands, graciously dismissing her concern. If it weren't for Naruto, that sound ninja might have succeeded. Truly, I owe my gratitude to Naruto. Gazing at Yao Shido's insincere smile, Naruto nearly lost his composure. Just then, as mist began to rise, the Umbu examiners, who had been covertly observing the candidates, finally revealed themselves. The leading scarred middle-aged man smiled and announced, "Thank you for your patience. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the first test of the Chunin selection." Although Ibiki smiled, the scars crisscrossing his face lent him an aura of intimidation. "Those over there, do not cause trouble before the exam. Do you wish to be eliminated immediately?" Ibiki pointed at the sound trio. Perhaps due to Ibiki's overpowering presence, even TOS, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, quickly subdued his bravado and explained, "I apologize. I got a bit too excited before the first exam." Ibiki interjected, "No need for unnecessary words. Let me clarify. Without the examiner's permission, no personal battles are allowed. Even if permitted, Do not engage in actions that would lead to the death of your opponent. Any fool who defies me will be eliminated on the spot. Now, I declare, the first exam officially begins. Soon, everyone took their assigned seats and received the examination papers, commencing their responses. There were a total of 9 questions, primarily concerning the application of ninja knowledge. However, they were far from simple, often convoluted or requiring knowledge from other disciplines. Naruto stared at the densely packed exam paper, boredom prompting him to contemplate. Deep down, he knew that these 9 questions were not the true challenge of the exam. Their purpose was to test their ability to gather intelligence. Chapter 26. The first round of assessment. Certainly, even if Naruto were to submit a blank paper, it would not matter. The unfortunate ones would be those lacking in skill, yet attempting to deceive their way through. However, Naruto found himself rather idle, and sleeping in the examination hall was hardly an option, particularly as he was not feeling drowsy at all. In the entire examination venue, only 5 individuals were genuinely invested in answering the questions: Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Kabuto. Sakura and Hinata, along with Shikamaru, were academically inclined, and the questions that posed significant challenges to others were trivial for them. Observing Naruto's rapid writing, the proctors, who were ANBU ninjas, exchanged glances of surprise. While ordinary individuals might be unaware of Naruto's true identity, the ANBU members certainly were not. Some of them had even accompanied the 4th Hokage on missions in the past. Thus, they had kept a keen eye on Naruto's development, curious to see if the prodigy's descendant could surpass his predecessor. However, following Naruto's dismal performance in the Ninja Academy, their interest had waned. Yet, his current display clearly exceeded their expectations. This boy, who had always seemed somewhat dim-witted, had suddenly transformed from an underachiever into an academic star. After 20 minutes into the examination, the candidates had essentially completed all the questions they could answer, and soon began to employ various means to cheat. Some sought assistance from sand, others from dogs or insects, an eclectic array of methods. Techniques such as Ijutsu, puppet techniques, body replacement jutsu, and even summoning tools were unleashed, creating what seemed to be an impromptu ninjutsu exchange rather than a straightforward written test. With successes came failures. Numerous unfortunate candidates were caught red-handed and disqualified from the examination. Number 23 disqualified. Number 25 disqualified. Number 47 disqualified. Number 32 disqualified. After eliminating over half of the lower-ranking ninjas, the chief examiner, Ibiki, finally spoke up. It has been 45 minutes. Let us proceed to the main event, the 10th question of this assessment. The mere mention of the 10th question sent a shiver down the spines of the lower-ranking ninjas. The preceding 9 questions had already been sufficiently challenging, and they could only wonder what trickery this scar-faced man had in store. Unperturbed by the anxious atmosphere, Ibiki continued, "However, before we proceed, there is an additional condition. You must choose whether or not to answer the 10th question. If you opt not to answer, your score will be 0, resulting in your disqualification, and your 2 teammates will also be eliminated alongside you." The thought of immediate disqualification for not answering was absurd. It was a foolish choice to refrain from answering. As this thought crossed the minds of the ninjas, Ibiki extinguished it with his next words. "There is another rule. Should you choose to answer and fail, the candidate will be permanently disqualified from future examinations." Not answering led to collective punishment, while answering incorrectly resulted in permanent disqualification. What sort of nonsensical rule was this? Kiba Inuzuka, whose disposition mirrored Naruto's, boldly stood up and confronted Ibiki. "How can there be such a ridiculous rule? This is not how things have been done before." Rather than express anger, Ibiki merely chuckled. "You are simply unfortunate. This year, I am the rule, and I have provided an escape route. Those lacking confidence should step aside and return next year." Although all present were ninjas, not everyone possessed unwavering confidence. The fear of dragging their teammates down by answering incorrectly, thus barring them from future exams, loomed large. While some contemplated whether Ibiki's words were merely intimidation tactics, they dared not take the risk. What if he spoke the truth? "I withdraw. I also withdraw." One after another, candidates raised their hands to declare their forfeiture, met with their companions' astonished gazes. Regardless of their teammates' willingness, they could only leave in despair. Naruto, of course, was well aware of the true nature of this so-called 10th question. It was merely Ibiki's intimidation tactic. Having endured inhumane torture as a young man, Ibiki had since taken charge of the ANBU's intelligence and interrogation, becoming adept in the art of psychological pressure. While he could not employ physical torture on candidates, he could apply mental coercion to intimidate the weaker-willed lower-ranking ninjas. Naruto, however, was not among them. Not only did he possess prior knowledge of the information, but he would never concede defeat. For him, there was no retreat on the path of a ninja. In stark contrast to Naruto's ease, Sakura and Sasuke wore expressions of concern. Despite Naruto's apparent strength, his daily antics led them to believe he lacked intellectual growth. Chances were that this Naruto would be unable to answer. Sakura watched his back, her eyes filled with anxiety and fear. For years, Naruto had orbited around her, and no one understood his dreams better than she did. His aspiration was to become Hokage and protect all those dear to him. You place immense value on your dreams. Otherwise, you wouldn't train so hard. Fool, why haven't you raised your hand? You are such a proud person. If you remain a genin for life, it would surely shatter your spirit. I'm sorry, but for your dream, I must choose to give up. Allow me to be the villain. Sasuke's heart also waged a battle. A month ago, he would never have hesitated. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, but his family's vendetta left no room for complacency or wasted time. Yet, the journey to the land of waves had reshaped his perception of Naruto, leading him to acknowledge the fool who risked everything to protect his comrades. He understood that Naruto's act of climbing trees with him was to buoy his spirits. His silence did not diminish the gratitude he felt. At worst, I'll just wait another 6 months. With my abilities, passing the Chunin exam should be effortless with a different examiner. But if this fool is permanently disqualified, who knows what reckless actions he might take? I owe him this debt from the past. I'm sorry, Sakura. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Just as Sakura and Sasuke slowly raised their hands to withdraw, Naruto abruptly stood up. Hey, isn't it time to end this farce? We're still waiting for the next exam. Oh, Ibiki regarded Naruto with interest, coaxing, young one. Do you choose to answer the 10th question? A commendable display of courage. Let us hope you do not end up in tears from permanent disqualification. I shall extend to you one final opportunity, to answer or to forfeit. Naruto crossed his arms defiantly and declared, such petty tricks do not intimidate me. There is no retreat in my lexicon. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, expedite our passage and do not waste our time. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? If not, I shall pose the question. Ibiki scanned the room, and upon seeing no further intentions to withdraw, he finally smiled. Congratulations, you have all passed. Chapter 27. The whirlpool of fragrance all the lower ninjas present collectively exhaled in relief. Among them, there were those with absolute confidence in their abilities and others of unwavering willpower. However, even they had been significantly tormented under Ibiki's relentless pressure. Finally, it was over. With a resounding crack, the first glass shattered, and a massive curtain was suspended from the ceiling by a kunai, revealing a figure who appeared on stage amidst the crowd's eager gaze. I am the chief examiner for the second round, Mito Kato Anko. Follow me. This female examiner, Mito Kato Anko, possessed a strikingly alluring figure, yet her entrance was somewhat awkward, causing the gathered lower ninjas to feel a sense of embarrassment on her behalf. Ibiki, even more so, retreated behind the curtain, feigning ignorance of the individual. Despite Anko's seemingly unreliable demeanor, the crowd had no choice but to follow her to the venue of the second examination. Naruto, however, did not hasten to leave, but instead frantically searched the surroundings until he finally located the individual he sought, Kushina, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The reason for his swift discovery of her was largely due to her stark disconnection from the surrounding crowd. Most participants in the Chunin exam were brimming with determination, while Kushina seemed like a mere shell of herself, listlessly trailing behind the throng. As a remnant of the war-torn Uzumaki clan, Kushina had not reaped any of the benefits associated with her family's glory. Instead, the legacy had brought her only relentless suffering. Since her earliest memories, she had wandered alongside her mother, evading pursuers until they found refuge in the village hidden in the grass. The condition for their sanctuary was the healing abilities inherent in their blood. Kushina, though her face retained some semblance of beauty, bore countless bite marks across her body. It is worth noting that the Uzumaki clan possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, leaving no permanent scars. Yet, all too often, a new wound would arise before an old one had fully healed. Years passed in this manner, and at times, the girl pondered the significance of her existence amid such agony. Why persist in living? Perhaps it was merely to fulfill her mother's final wish to survive. Naruto, naturally, could not allow Kushina to continue suffering in the grass village. nor did he want her to fall prey to Orochimaru's malevolence. The best course of action was to bring her to Konoha. "Hey, you with the red hair," Naruto called out to her. "Why you're calling me?" Kushina responded, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Upon seeing Naruto's forehead protector, she recognized that he was a ninja from Konoha, a village reputed to be far more powerful than her own. She could hardly fathom why he would seek her out, other than for her blood. "Oh, you're a ninja from the grass village, right? Have you received the special ninja tools distributed to you?" "Special ninja tools?" Kushina's eyes reflected her confusion. "These are items specifically issued to help in life-threatening situations. It's a shame you foreigners aren't paying attention," Naruto said, feigning seriousness. Noticing that Kushina seemed to believe him, he added quietly, "They've all been distributed now, but I happened to get an extra one earlier. You seem rather weak, so I'll give it to you. Just channel chakra into it when you're in trouble." With that, Naruto produced a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique and handed it to Kushina. While, according to the original timeline, Kushina would have been rescued by Sasuke from the Forest of Death, Naruto was cautious of any potential butterfly effect, thus providing her with an additional layer of security. Understanding that this was purportedly a life-saving tool, Kushina dared not dismiss it. She quickly tucked it away, anxious about being discovered. Thank you, senpai," Kushina stammered, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. This was her first experience of someone expressing genuine concern for her, apart from her late mother. Naruto smiled and waved his hands dismissively. "It's nothing, really. I'll be on my way now. Goodbye." However, just as Naruto turned to leave, a cold sweat broke out as he caught sight of Sakura, who was glaring at him with evident displeasure. "Naruto, who is that girl?" For reasons unbeknownst to him. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as though he had been caught in an illicit affair. He nervously scratched his head and explained with a sheepish smile, I don't know her either. I just saw her alone and asked which village she was from." Sakura raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. "Really? Is that the truth?" Yes, absolutely." Naruto nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. With her hands on her hips, Sakura closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, her left hand shot out like lightning, precisely pinching Naruto's ear. That hurts, Sakura. Please be gentle. I'm telling the truth." Naruto howled in a manner reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, pleading for mercy. "I hardly believe you. Now hurry up and move." Sakura twisted his ear a few more times before finally relenting, and the three of them joined the larger group. Even she herself was unaware of why she felt angered. It was simply that seeing Naruto so close to another girl stirred a peculiar sense of discomfort within her. Sakura had grown accustomed to Naruto's constant company. Despite his often clumsy demeanor, in her presence, he resembled a steadfast tree, sheltering her through all her joys and sorrows. That boy was willing to indulge her whims, take the blame for her misdeeds, protect her, and even serve as a punching bag during her distress. Even when she expressed interest in someone else, he would sulk yet remain steadfastly by her side. Perhaps this bond was not yet love, yet it was undeniably real. The connection between them was far deeper than Sakura had ever imagined. Only in Naruto's presence could she be entirely herself, something she could not achieve even with Ino. Let alone Sasuke. It is possible that years down the line, when they reunited after a long separation, she would come to understand her feelings, realizing that such dependency stemmed from a deep-rooted attachment. Often, many regrets arise from the naive ignorance of youth and the inability to articulate one's feelings. That night, Naruto's words would hasten the transformation of these emotions. Half an hour later, the group followed Anko to the venue of the second examination. Observing the vast forest surrounded by iron nets, Sakura murmured, "It gives me an eerie feeling." In response, Naruto flashed her a victory sign, which brought her a sense of reassurance. This place is known as the Forest of Death. Before the second round of the exam begins, you must sign this." Anko said, producing a thick stack of papers. "This is a consent form. Anyone wishing to participate must sign it." Chapter 28. A modest trial. Never before had I heard of such an agreement. Why is it necessary? What kind of examination requires a consent form? Indeed, we are merely here to take an exam. Why should we be compelled to sign such a document? The crowd erupted in indignation. Many of the lower-ranked ninjas unable to contain their protests. Yet, Hongdo remained unperturbed, her gaze profound as she remarked, "Because someone may very well die. I must have your consent in advance. Otherwise, the responsibility falls upon me. Ha ha ha." As she concluded her statement, a laugh escaped her lips, complemented by her enchanting figure. captivating yet chilling to the candidates present. Next, let me outline the rules. In essence, you will participate in a wilderness survival assessment within a designated area defined by 44 entrances forming a circle. This locale encompasses forests, rivers, and venomous creatures. At the center stands a tower, approximately 10 kilometers from the entrances. Within this confined space, you will engage in a particularly perilous survival challenge, an all-encompassing scroll contest. Among the 26 teams from the first examination, half will acquire the Book of Heaven, while the other half will obtain the Book of Earth. Only those who possess both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth may enter the tower together in groups of 3 to be deemed successful, all within a time limit of 120 hours. A word of caution: under no circumstances should you glance at the scroll's contents within the tower. The consequences I leave to your imagination. Lastly, do try not to perish. The reactions among the lower-ranked ninjas varied. Some were eager and impatient, while others were filled with trepidation. Yet, having reached this stage, none chose to withdraw. The 7th team signed the consent form, drew their numbers, and ventured into the forest of death. Sasuke, why don't you hold on to this scroll, or perhaps give it to Naruto? Sakura suggested, clutching the Book of Earth, aware that her abilities were likely the weakest of the trio. Sakura, you're mistaken. Sasuke has already garnered a formidable reputation and will undoubtedly become a prime target. Conversely, you, as a girl, are more likely to be overlooked. Fear not. We shall protect you, Naruto reassured her. Sasuke, succinctly, concurred with Naruto's assessment. After advancing approximately 500 meters, Naruto suddenly sensed a feeling of being watched. He whispered to his companions, "We may be under surveillance." What? Could we be that unfortunate? Sakura gasped, startled at the prospect of encountering adversaries so soon after entering. She silently prayed that it would be someone familiar, hoping to avoid those who appeared particularly menacing. Sasuke remained silent, having sensed a similar presence, and Naruto's words solidified his suspicions. Without a word, he activated his Sharingan. Although the Sharingan's perceptive capabilities did not rival the Byakugan, it still enabled him to discern the flow of chakra through the dense foliage. "Come forth, you 3 scurrying vermin," Sasuke declared coldly. "Ha ha ha, you've spotted us. Nonetheless, this works in my favor. I am quite eager to see what skills the 2 of you possess that would draw the attention of that esteemed individual," replied Toshi, the hunchbacked, bandaged man, flanked by Sak and Kin. "If it comes to this, killing them would be a viable option. It would simply prove their lack of worth," Sak suggested. "Indeed. We ought to eliminate that girl as well. What manner of death shall we employ?" Kin mused. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, his focus heightened. Each member of the Sound Ninja trio possessed strength above the average, and facing them without his curse seal would pose a significant challenge. However, Naruto's presence added an unpredictable variable to the equation. It was precisely due to Naruto's extraordinary performance that Orochimaru had decided to send the Sound Trio to test Team 7. Intrigued not only by Sasuke, but also by Naruto. "Leave the leader to me," Sasuke declared, charging directly at Toshi. "Your opponent is me," Naruto asserted, clenching his fists. Regardless of Sasuke's intentions, his primary target was Sak. Even if he did not intend to kill, he aimed to teach him a lesson. Kin, the sole female ninja, became Sakura's opponent. "There's no turning back now," Sakura thought, her hand trembling slightly around her kunai. She was terrified, recalling Sak's earlier threat to kill her. Yet the well-being of her comrades compelled her to press on. "Behold my technique, the Void Slash." Sak, brimming with arrogance and eager to showcase his prowess, immediately unveiled his trump card. A mechanical device in his palm unleashed a wind chakra-infused attack towards Naruto. "Pathetic, you are already shattered," he boasted. This technique possessed immense destructive power. Capable of obliterating solid rock, even seasoned CH9 might find themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, Naruto was clearly not among them. His mastery of the body flicker technique had reached its zenith, enhanced by his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Few could surpass him in sheer speed. No matter how powerful an attack may be, it is futile if it cannot reach its target. A voice emerged from behind Sak. "When did you?" he gasped, turning in terror, but before he could finish his sentence, Naruto had already overwhelmed him with a flurry of strikes. Only when Sak lay unconscious, battered and bruised, did Naruto relent, having avenged Sakura. Though he had contemplated killing Sak, the disparity in their strengths made such an act seem beneath him. Moreover, the trio was not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, they displayed loyalty to Orochimaru. In the end, Sak and Kin were destined to become living sacrifices for Orochimaru, providing vessels for the resurrection of the first and second Hokage. Truly a lamentable fate. I refuse to be a burden. Though Sakura had little experience in real combat, her days of training with Naruto had instilled her with a modicum of confidence. Despite being at a disadvantage, she managed to hold her ground. Kin, initially filled with pride, soon realized that the gifts bestowed upon them by Orochimaru did not render them invincible. However, that notion was utterly shattered upon Naruto's arrival. Naruto advanced towards Kin, her sound-based attacks proving utterly ineffective against him. The shuriken she flung were easily dodged as he maneuvered effortlessly, ultimately sending her sprawling beneath a large tree with a swift kick. How is this possible? How can there be such a vast disparity? Kin gasped, blood trickling from her mouth, disbelief etched on her face. Observing this scene from a distance, Toshi's pupils constricted in alarm. This is bad. I must flee. Initially relying on his sound waves to incapacitate his opponents, he had planned to methodically assess Sasuke's full potential. Yet, he was taken aback to find both of his companions defeated so swiftly. Having worked alongside Sak and Kin for an extended period, Toshi understood their strengths well. They were not significantly inferior to him. The fact that they fell to two mere children, and so quickly, was unfathomable. Orochimaru had tasked them with probing Sasuke. Yet why was that blonde-haired boy so terrifying? Chapter 29. Darkness descends. Toss feigned a strike, momentarily disregarding Sasuke, and hurried to Sak's side to lift their companion. His gaze then shifted to the injured Chin, and beside her, Naruto. We concede. Could you grant us mercy? Toss, ever the straightforward one, readily admitted defeat. These adversaries, who moments ago clamored for battle, now lie injured and surrendering. My goodness, Naruto is remarkably strong. Sakura glanced at Naruto, her eyes unknowingly reflecting admiration. Don't let him escape. Sasuke bellowed, scrambling to his feet. He had been caught off guard by his opponent's strength, and witnessing Naruto effortlessly dispatch two foes only intensified his frustration. For so long, Naruto had been trailing behind him, a fact Sasuke had taken for granted because he considered himself superior. Yet today, he realized how foolish he had been. The very Naruto he had belittled had far surpassed him. Sasuke felt no animosity towards Naruto. Rather, he loathed himself for his weakness and lack of effort. The memories of that fateful night when his clan was annihilated haunted him. His loving parents, the gentle relatives, childhood friends, and loyal protectors, all obliterated in an instant. And the architect of this devastation was none other than his own brother. Some say the ultimate end of life is death, and that the truly courageous fear not its embrace. Yet for some, living amidst perpetual agony demands greater valor. In a daze, Sasuke envisioned his parents' disappointed gazes and Itachi's scornful eyes, seemingly questioning, "Why are you so weak? I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger." Suddenly, Sasuke clutched his head in anguish, collapsing to the ground in a fit of rage. "Sasuke, what's wrong?" Sakura rushed to his side, concerned. Upon witnessing this, Naruto lost interest in bantering with Toss and commanded, "Hand over the scroll and take her away." Without hesitation, Toss produced the scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Naruto before departing with Chin. The Book of Heaven perfectly complemented the Book of Earth in the hands of Team 7. Perhaps you should reflect on whether that person is truly worth your life. Naruto advised Toss as his final words of counsel, though Toss seemed to disregard them, leaving Naruto exasperated as he had done all he could. After over half an hour of Sakura and Naruto's reassurance, Sasuke's near-desperate emotions began to subside. However, Naruto knew this was merely temporary. As long as the conflict between Sasuke and Itachi remained unresolved, Sasuke would forever pursue power, even at any cost. Yet Naruto understood Sasuke's motivations. Were their roles reversed, he might not fare any better. In a few days, Kakashi would bestow upon Sasuke the long-cherished Raikiri, but that alone would be insufficient for him. Weighing his options, Naruto resolved to impart all the fire techniques of the Uchiha clan to Sasuke once they exited the Forest of Death. These were rightfully his to possess. Though the sealing scroll contained no Uchiha ocular techniques, such secrets are rarely divulged. Orochimaru likely possessed them, as did Danzo, yet that was beyond their current consideration. Alright, we might be the first team to reach the destination. With their mission items secured, the trio quickened their pace towards the tower's location. Sakura felt elated. Considering herself fortunate to be paired with the mysterious and formidable Kakashi, alongside two incredibly skilled boys. Despite their differing personalities, they supported one another, overcoming challenges together. She wished for this camaraderie to last forever. Remembering Naruto's earlier embarrassing words, she instinctively glanced at him, only to find that both Naruto and Sasuke had halted in their tracks simultaneously. "Do you sense that, Naruto?" Sasuke alerted him. "Ah, it seems we are not alone." Naruto replied softly. He knew all too well who might be approaching. Despite his self-assuredness in his abilities, the thought of the formidable opponent ahead made his heart race. Though his adversary was strong, Naruto had no choice. Sasuke had already drawn attention, and he refused to let his friend succumb to darkness. He would fight to the bitter end, regardless of the foe. As for scheming to leverage the devil fruit to gradually gain power and conquer the shinobi world, that notion never crossed Naruto's mind. To protect those he cherished, he would never hesitate to put himself in harm's way. That was his ninja way. "You truly are impressive." Having acquired the scroll so swiftly, a kunoichi sporting the grass village headband emerged, her gaze fixed hungrily on Sasuke's youthful face, her tongue extending unnaturally as she licked her lips, sending shivers down the trio's spines. Upon receiving Toss' message, Orochimaru rushed to the scene. Aware of the Sound Ninja Trio's capabilities, having trained them himself, it was unfathomable that Sasuke could defeat them at this juncture. Indeed, Orochimaru believed it was Sasuke who had bested the trio. Who else but the Uchiha prodigy possessed such potential? Uncertain whether it was Naruto's reluctance to kill or the forewarning from Toss that compelled him to withhold Naruto's strength from Orochimaru, the latter grew impatient to mark Sasuke with his curse. Confronted by one of the legendary Sannin, Sasuke found himself unable to even activate his Sharingan. In an instant, he and Sakura were ensnared in the illusion of the abyss, witnessing their own demise, plunging into a paralyzing fear. Naruto fared better. His willpower was the strongest of the three, and he bore an indomitable spirit. If faced with the death of Sakura or Sasuke, he might falter. But Orochimaru's illusion revealed only his own death, which did not intimidate him. Thus, he swiftly broke free from the Genjutsu, though he refrained from acting recklessly, waiting for a decisive opportunity to strike. Orochimaru hurled shurikens at Sasuke and Sakura, sparing Sasuke's life, but eager to see how far Sasuke could go. Sasuke did not disappoint. He fought desperately against the constraints of the illusion, using pain to awaken his senses, guiding Sakura to another branch. Upon activating his Sharingan, Sasuke unleashed a flurry of strategies to overcome his opponent. However, the disparity between their strengths was insurmountable. In terms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, Sasuke was at a severe disadvantage. Moreover, Orochimaru had observed him closely for an extended period, making him all too familiar with Sasuke's abilities. At such a young age, you wield the Sharingan with finesse. Truly, you are the heir of the Uchiha name. You are precisely the one I desire, Sasuke. Having tired of the game, Orochimaru effortlessly extricated himself from the trap Sasuke had painstakingly laid, regaining control over both him and Sakura. You are indeed brothers. Your eyes harbor power greater than Itachi's. Sasuke, filled with rage and frustration, demanded, "Who are you?" "I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, strive to distinguish yourself in the exams." With that, Orochimaru ceased speaking, elongating his neck and head like a monstrous creature, lunging toward Sasuke from several meters away, intent on planting a curse mark. At that moment, Naruto, who had been feigning defeat, rose to his feet, a surge of chakra coalescing into a sphere in his palm. Chapter 30. A taste of the unfamiliar. Sasuke gazed at the grotesque and terrifying maw before him, attempting to evade it, yet his body remained immobile, forcing him to witness the impending assault. Was this the end? Despair enveloped Sasuke. He had numerous unfinished endeavors. Orochimaru reveled in his dark amusement, eagerly anticipating the transformation of Sasuke under the cursed seal. However, just as Orochimaru's mouth gaped wide, mere half a meter from Sasuke's throat, Naruto materialized out of thin air. Indeed, he appeared as if summoned from nowhere, unnoticed even by Orochimaru, clutching an enormous sphere crafted from chakra, the Rasengan. An A-rank ninjutsu inspired by the fourth Hokage's experience with the tailed beasts. Sasuke had long been marked by Naruto's flying thunder god technique, awaiting this very moment. The Rasengan, while potent, is limited by its range and accuracy. However, when combined with the flying thunder god, its precision is significantly enhanced, transforming it into a devastating surprise attack, catching opponents unawares, a technique that had once earned the fourth Hokage his legendary status. What? Orochimaru had no time to react, nor was he afforded the luxury of a moment's pause. Naruto thrust the Rasengan directly into Orochimaru's mouth. The sensation of being force-fed the Rasengan, an experience unique within the ninja realm, was one that only Orochimaru had endured. The impact obliterated his head and a considerable portion of his neck, sending blood and flesh scattering, while the remnants of his neck retracted slowly into his body. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed with exhilaration. Sasuke exhaled deeply, his expression one of relief. Having narrowly escaped death, yet Naruto remained vigilant, hurling kunai towards Orochimaru's corpse, keenly aware of the old man's peculiar resilience. Indeed, before the kunai could pierce Orochimaru, his damaged neck began to sprout anew, as if emerging from the earth. Such an attack cannot kill me. Before Orochimaru could finish his taunt, Naruto teleported once more, positioning himself before the snake sage and delivering a crushing blow with the freshly formed Rasengan to his head. The remnants of Orochimaru's partially regrown head exploded into a mist of crimson. Naruto rapidly formed another Rasengan, fixated on Orochimaru's neck, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed yet another Rasengan, shattering the head anew. Damn it! Orochimaru seethed with frustration, cornered and rendered helpless. His regenerative abilities, seemingly flawless, were not without cost. Each resurrection inflicted pain and strained his very soul, particularly when it involved his head. After being obliterated 3 times by Naruto, Orochimaru realized that unless he exerted himself fully, subduing this young ninja would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, he refrained from escalating the situation, for he harbored significant plans ahead. Though this exam permitted life and death at one's discretion, should a Konoha Genin perish under ambiguous circumstances on Konoha's soil, one could only imagine the ensuing investigation. With no other recourse, Orochimaru's body dissolved like mud, opting for a hasty retreat. Indeed, a mere Rasengan was insufficient to eliminate this adversary. Watching Orochimaru escape, Naruto could only sigh in resignation. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Naruto's silhouette. An inexplicable feeling reminiscent of his encounters with Itachi arose within him. Sasuke, that individual known as Orochimaru has long been fixated on you, Naruto began, eager to provide Sasuke with an escape from despair, knowing that continuous blows had led him astray. He seems to possess an intimate understanding of you, your abilities, your strategies, as if he had studied you in advance. The reason for your severe defeat lies in his preparation. Otherwise, your strength would have been more than a match for him. Such words, if spoken to anyone else, would likely be met with skepticism, yet Sasuke found solace in them. Believing in his own prowess as a descendant of the Uchiha clan. I understand now. Next time, I shall personally defeat him. But what is the nature of your jutsu, Naruto? Upon hearing this, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then at Sakura, noting the curiosity etched on their faces. He recounted, in detail, the events surrounding his acquisition of the sealing techniques, though he refrained from mentioning the manga due to restrictions. What? You memorized all the techniques within? Sakura and Sasuke gasped in disbelief, their expressions one of astonishment. They had assumed Naruto merely stumbled upon a few powerful jutsu, never imagining he had accessed the entirety of the sealing book. Are there any Uchiha techniques among them? Sasuke blurted out, acutely aware that despite claiming to inherit the Uchiha legacy, he was but a hollow shell, possessing only a few basic fire techniques. Nothing substantial from his clan. Sakura glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, her mouth opening slightly, yet she ultimately bowed her head, choosing silence. Let Naruto decide for himself. Indeed there are. Naruto replied candidly. Sasuke's fists clenched and unclenched in a struggle, anticipation waning from his visage, yet he remained silent. The contents of the sealing book were strictly confidential. He had no right to ask Naruto to take risks for his benefit. Naruto owed him nothing. In fact, he had saved Sasuke's life on 2 occasions. Upon our return, I shall relay all the Uchiha techniques to you, Sasuke, though there are none pertaining to the Uchiha's ocular jutsu, Naruto stated. Really? Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed, elation sweeping over him, as the weight of his previous defeat began to dissipate. Of course, because we are comrades. Those words ignited a warmth in Sasuke, nearly causing him to shed tears, as he felt that familiar emotion of warmth once more after many years. Naruto extended his right hand towards Sasuke, who hesitated briefly before reciprocating the gesture. Sakura approached, extending her hand as well. The 3 of them clasped hands tightly, intertwining their fates. Some may deem Naruto foolish, but for him, it was an act of unwavering trust in his companions, a daring gamble to alter Sasuke's destiny. steering him away from the abyss and preventing him from becoming a tool devoid of emotion. Chapter 31. Sasuke is truly remarkable. The trio resumed their journey, and amidst cries for help, they encountered Xianglin, who had been separated from her companions and attacked by a black bear. As if destined by fate, Sasuke sprang into action, rescuing her. However, Naruto did not allow Xianglin to leave on her own. Instead, he insisted on keeping her by their side. But I still need to find my companions. Xianglin expressed her concerns, fearing that abandoning the competition would result in severe punishment from her leader. Let us head to the mission site together. I saw your companions from Grass Hidden. They have already been defeated, Naruto assured her. As for the whereabouts of those Grass Hidden ninjas, he had no knowledge. Thus, Xianglin reluctantly followed the group, and the journey ahead was peaceful until they entered the tower. Sakura exclaimed, "Wow, it seems we are the first to arrive." No sooner had she spoken than a voice echoed from the opposing corridor. "What a dull game. It seems no one arrived before us." The trio was taken aback to see the Sand siblings emerge from the corridor, equally stunned upon spotting Team 7. Xianglin hid behind, resembling an invisible figure. As the 6 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, all surprised that they had arrived simultaneously. Aminu, seated listlessly on the couch, had sensed Orochimaru's presence upon discovering the lifeless body of Grass Hidden's faceless woman, yet had failed to find him in the forest of death. At that moment, a Chunin entered, his expression a mix of urgency and barely concealed excitement. "Lady Akane, you must see this." Utilizing the telescope technique, the Chunin transmitted chakra-recorded images onto the screen, revealing the situation inside the tower. "Has someone arrived this quickly?" "2 teams," exclaimed a nearby Umbu member. Akane noted the time as well. The examination officially began at 2:30 p.m., and the clock now read 4:07 p.m., indicating that both teams had completed the course in just 1 hour and 37 minutes. This is highly unusual. Such proficiency cannot simply be classified as that of lower ninjas. They have shattered the historical record of 4 hours, the Chunin remarked. Moreover, the entrance to the tower is 10 kilometers away, traversing a forest filled with poisonous creatures and beasts, all while fending off attacks and securing scrolls. "It seems we have 2 remarkable individuals this time." Akane was equally taken aback. 2. The Chunin and Umbu members exchanged puzzled glances with Akane. "The one with the gourd and the Uchiha boy, didn't you notice?" A glimmer of insight flashed in Akane's eyes as she confidently stated, "The gourd boy is unscathed, while Sasuke is indeed the only one in their team who bears injuries. The gourd boy's lack of wounds must indicate either a unique ability or an exceptional strength. Conversely, Sasuke, despite being the strongest in his team, is the sole one injured, suggesting he has been the one engaged in battle. To achieve this while carrying 2 burdens is truly astonishing." Understanding dawned upon the Umbu members and Chunin as they nodded in agreement. Gaara, as the son of the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, had long been recognized within the Umbu for his undeniable strength. Sasuke Uchiha was also a renowned prodigy from Konoha. His teammates, as per the records, appeared somewhat weak, particularly Naruto Uzumaki, whose metrics were notably poor. Yet, despite being burdened with such companions, he could contest with the Jinchuriki. Indeed, remarkable, a testament to his lineage. How unfortunate that the 4th Hokage, a hero of his time, has a son like that, one could not help but ponder. All teams have assembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the candidates below, his face betraying no emotion, though his thoughts remained known only to himself. After 2 rounds of rigorous evaluations, only 7 teams remained, totaling 21 individuals, with Konoha alone claiming 15, 9 of whom were newcomers. This left many Konoha ninjas feeling a sense of pride, though they could not voice it, especially considering the complete downfall of Grass Hidden and Rain Hidden. Hiruzen slowly began. "The 3rd exam will commence shortly, but first, I must clarify the true purpose of this examination. Why must we test alongside our allied nations? It is to foster amicable relations and elevate the standards of our ninjas. However, if you misconstrue this, it could lead to complications. This examination can be seen as a microcosm of the conflicts between allied nations. Historically, prior alliances were formed between neighboring countries that had engaged in continuous warfare. To prevent mutual destruction, the battleground was confined to a limited scope, hence the inception of the Chunin exams." Sakura timidly inquired, "Must it be this way? Is it not merely for selecting Chunin?" Having finally made it to the 3rd round, she found herself 1 step away from success, only to discover such daunting rules at the end. Indeed, It cannot be denied that this exam serves the purpose of selecting chunin. However, it also represents a battleground where ninjas risk their lives for their nation's honor. Here lies both the examination and the battlefield, Hiruzen continued, his demeanor grave. In the third exam, dignitaries and notable figures from various nations will observe. The performance exhibited here will determine the volume of missions each nation can receive, reflecting their strength and diplomatic policies. The strength of each nation is indicative of its respective hidden village and, by extension, its ninjas. A ninja's true prowess is only revealed in the heat of battle, and this exam serves as a stage for each village and nation to showcase their abilities, making the stakes of life and death meaningful. The ancestors also participated in the chunin exams with dreams in their hearts. He concluded, "Why must we fight to the death?" Kiba's voice rang out. "If we must fight fiercely, why do we proclaim friendship to the outside world?" Sarutobi replied, "I have stated from the outset that you should not misconstrue the notion that maintaining peace through violence is the essence of friendship. This is a battle where each fights for their dreams, wagering their lives." He then introduced the content of the third exam. Before the third round officially begins, we must first conduct a preliminary round, which determines eligibility for the main event. What? There's a preliminary round? What does that mean? Shikamaru voiced the collective confusion of many. The earlier assessments may have been too simple, resulting in a surplus of participants. Therefore, we must adhere to the rules and conduct a preliminary round to reduce the number of contestants for the third exam, Moonlight Wind explained, coughing slightly. How can it be like this? Many thought in silent exasperation. The Hokage had mentioned that numerous distinguished guests would be present to witness the competition. Thus there could be no delays. Those feeling unwell may leave first. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? The preliminary round is about to begin, and it will involve individual battles, allowing you to decide if you wish to withdraw. He coughed again. Isn't that obvious? Who would choose to withdraw at this stage? Yet, remarkably, one did. Slowly, Kabuto raised his hand, speaking somewhat sheepishly. I forfeit. Chapter 32. The eccentricity of youth. Moonlight Gale rummaged through the list and said, "Ahem. You are Kabuto from the Hidden Leaf, right? You may leave now." Kabuto departed, his demeanor a mix of disappointment and relief, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Naruto couldn't help but feel compelled to applaud his performance. Although the Umbu began to harbor suspicions regarding Kabuto's unusual behavior, they found no evidence to act upon, thus resorting to discreet surveillance. With that, the preliminary matches commenced, featuring one-on-one combat training. With precisely 20 participants remaining, 10 would emerge victorious to proceed to the main event. There were no restrictions on rules, only that one must concede, be rendered incapable of further resistance, or perish. If you wish to avoid death, I advise you to concede swiftly. To prevent needless fatalities, I will intervene once a victor is clear, Moonlight Gale continued. Now, do you see that electronic bulletin board? The first two names to appear will be the competitors for the opening match. The crowd followed the direction of Moonlight Gale's finger and indeed observed the electronic board illuminating with the names, Sasuke versus CHG. Aside from the two participants, I request that everyone else vacate the arena. Following Moonlight Gale's guidance, the crowd retreated to the nearby railings, ensuring they did not obstruct the duel while still being able to spectate. However, Naruto did not join Sakura in watching the match. He was well aware that Sasuke would prevail, and he had more pressing matters to discuss with Kakashi. As an elite jonin, Kakashi possessed acute perception and quickly sensed Naruto's gaze. Noticing Naruto had moved to a secluded corner, he followed, albeit with a sense of curiosity. What are you doing here alone, Naruto? This is Sasuke's match. Let us put that aside for now, Kakashi-sensei. I have something important to tell you. Naruto's expression turned grave, causing Kakashi to take notice. He understood that Naruto was no longer the naive child he once was, but rather a prodigy whose words warranted serious consideration. The intentions of the Sunagakure delegation visiting Konoha may not be entirely pure. Naruto recounted his previous interaction with Kankuro, emphasizing Kankuro's combat prowess, which was comparable to his own, and noting that he was the weakest among his siblings. Kakashi replied, "However, these are merely your suspicions. Without evidence or leads, even if I were to raise this concern, the higher-ups would find it difficult to take action. Since the Third Great Ninja War, Sunagakure has been a steadfast ally of Konoha. Suspicions against them would require concrete proof to prompt a decision from the higher echelons." Naruto felt a surge of urgency, yet struggled to articulate the entire truth. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about you pair me with Kankuro? I assure you, he will likely forfeit. If he does, it would indicate they have ulterior motives for being here, wouldn't it, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi pondered for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder before turning to leave. I'll take this matter into account. Focus on your match. The first match concluded swiftly. Despite CHG's peculiar ability to absorb Sasuke's chakra, he was ultimately defeated by Sasuke's taijutsu. Indeed, a ninja of the Uchiha clan, even injured, he managed to overcome his opponent, some Umbu members remarked. The second match featured Shino Aburame against CHG. The latter, having been thoroughly dominated by Naruto in the Forest of Death, appeared overly confident. Seizing an opportunity, Shino utilized his insects to obstruct CHG's chakra points, leading to CHG's elimination. The third match was Kankuro against Neji Hyuga. Naruto was taken aback. How had Kankuro's opponent become Neji? He instinctively glanced at Kakashi. Aware that Neji's talent was rivaled only by Sasuke among the younger generation of Konoha, Kankuro did not forfeit outright, but, after several exchanges, failed to inflict any significant damage on Neji. In a bid to conceal the inner mechanisms of his puppet, he ultimately chose to concede. Kakashi, observing the scene, narrowed his eyes. He could tell Kankuro was still holding back. If Kankuro was indeed as formidable as Naruto suggested, what could possibly be his reason for concealing his abilities? Having traveled a great distance to Konoha, possessing power yet not utilizing it seemed suspicious. As Naruto mentioned, on their first day in Konoha, Kankuro nearly injured Konohamaru. Given Kankuro's fiery temperament and his ability to hold his own against Naruto, it was unlikely he would concede easily unless something far more significant than passing the Chunin exams was at stake, something more crucial than his reputation. I must advise the Hokage to enhance monitoring of Sunagakure. The challenge lies in persuading the higher-ups without tangible evidence. At that moment, Moonlight Gale announced the fourth match, Inuzuka Kiba against Uzumaki Naruto. Hey Naruto. After a brief contemplation, Kakashi turned to Naruto with a serious expression and said quietly, "This is a matter of great importance. However, without compelling evidence, the higher-ups are unlikely to act decisively. I am aware of your strength, but others do not share this understanding. Their perception of you still lingers in the past. Therefore, to gain their trust, demonstrate your utmost power in the upcoming match." Utmost power? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Are you referring to the strength that nearly crushed Orochimaru? Indeed. To mitigate any potential dangers lurking in the shadows, you must reveal your strongest abilities, Naruto. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. With a resolute expression, Naruto strode confidently into the arena. As the spectators heard the names of the competitors, many believed the outcome was predetermined. After all, one was a promising young talent from the Inuzuka clan, while the other was a notorious underachiever among the graduates of the Ninja Academy. Dino, poor Naruto, Shikamaru remarked, turning away with a hint of sympathy. He recognized Kiba's strength, while Naruto's prospects seemed dim. Only Kakashi and Sakura remained confident in Naruto's capabilities. Impatiently, Kiba urged, "Hurry up, Naruto. I'm tired of waiting. It's finally my time to shine." Akamaru barked enthusiastically in agreement. Naruto's sudden laughter sent a shiver down Kiba's spine. Had Naruto lost his mind? Although Kiba was unaware of the extent of Naruto's transformation since becoming a Chunin, recalling Naruto's past antics only bolstered Kiba's confidence for the match. What are you laughing at? Are you conceding? Concede? Absolutely not. Naruto declared, suddenly lifting his head, crossing his arms, and striking a self-assured pose with his legs splayed. He proclaimed loudly, "Listen well. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am the strongest ninja in this examination." Chapter 33, Naruto vs. Kiba. With a confident smile, Naruto exuded an undeniable charm that captivated the female audience below. Of course, this was merely his own perception. He did not intend to be ostentatious, but for the sake of the third Hokage, the future of Konoha, and to thwart the invader's sinister plot, Uzumaki Naruto was determined to give it his all. He laid his cards on the table, shedding any pretense. He had to project the demeanor of a formidable warrior and declare to all who the strongest genin in the Chunin exam truly was. However, one cannot easily change their nature. It was in Naruto's character at this age to seek the spotlight, and at this moment, he could no longer contain himself. After hearing Naruto's declaration, the arena fell into a deathly silence, only to be followed by a chorus of derision, especially from the other participants. Is Naruto feeling unwell? Humph. What a tiresome fool. What nonsense is this? Don't think we're unaware of your true strength. Cough. Cough. It seems like the Moonlight Gale-esque condition has worsened. Yuron Fei remarked, nearly tossing aside his smoke pipe, his right eyelid twitching. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate this kid early to avoid embarrassment in front of the guests. Is this the student you've trained, Kakashi? Yuhi Karini inquired. Glancing at Kakashi, Kakashi, appearing somewhat awkward, waved his hands dismissively. Well, he does possess some strength. Unlike the others. Guy's gaze upon Naruto resembled that of a treasure hunter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is the fervor of youth. Kiba Inuzuka, far from angered, chuckled with a hint of pity as he looked at Naruto. As a fellow graduate, I know your strength all too well. This is no game. Give it up, Naruto, or you will face a humiliating defeat. Thank you for the warning, Kiba. Naruto's response left everyone momentarily stunned, wondering if he truly meant to concede. Surely he wouldn't be so feeble? Yet, Naruto's subsequent words took them by surprise. But you should still unleash your full power, otherwise. You won't even have a chance to strike. What does it mean to be reckless? It is to completely disregard one's opponent, and while Kiba may not be tall, his arrogance knew no bounds. Kiba's temper flared, utterly incensed by Naruto's words. This is your own doing. Don't regret it later. Beast mimicry technique. Four-legged technique. Kiba dropped to all fours, channeling his family's secret technique, chakra rapidly gathering in his limbs, even his teeth and nails elongating, taking on beastly characteristics. Oh, the four-legged technique, Naruto observed calmly, his mind as tranquil as a placid lake, entering a state of unprecedented clarity. Boom. Kiba surged forward like a cannonball aimed at Naruto. Yet, in terms of both power and speed, he was no match for a Lee who had not opened the 8 gates, though his lack of agility was evident. Perhaps due to Kiba's brash nature, he charged straight ahead, allowing Naruto to anticipate his attack the moment it was unleashed. Body flicker technique. In an instant, Naruto shifted his position, his left hand clenched into a fist. The aggressive Kiba barreled toward him, his abdomen colliding forcefully with Naruto's fist. Ugh! Kiba's eyes widened in shock, nearly losing his breath, unable to utter a single word. The abdomen, already a vulnerable point, was struck while rushing forward, amplifying the pain tenfold. Was that a ninjutsu released without hand signs? How is that possible? An Umbu ninja gasped in astonishment. It was not that there were no hand signs. Asuma exhaled a cloud of smoke, remarking, rather, the hand sign execution was so rapid that it became imperceptible to the naked eye, leading to the misconception that no signs were made. I must say, this kid's hand speed is truly astonishing, Kakashi. Kakashi replied awkwardly. Naruto's speed had nothing to do with him. Yuhi Karini felt a pang of anxiety. Kiba was her most promising subordinate. Initially, she believed he would easily triumph over Naruto, but now she realized the opponent's strength was exceedingly formidable. It seemed she might have to resort to that move. After 2 long minutes on the ground, Kiba finally regained his composure, struggling to rise once more. He could accept defeat, but as a member of the Inuzuka clan, he could not allow himself to be easily bested by Naruto, whom he had always underestimated. At this moment, Kiba's eyes glimmered with fighting spirit. Despite Naruto's inscrutable demeanor, Kiba felt an exhilarating anticipation. Only against such an opponent could he unleash his true abilities. Naruto, I am about to unleash my ultimate move. You best be careful. For this is a battle between men. To think Kiba would find himself in such a predicament yet still offer a warning. Naruto couldn't help but feel a swell of gratitude. He called out, all right, but let us agree that this is a battle between men, and neither side should obsess over the outcome. Humph, Kiba scoffed, acknowledging Naruto's words. He then tossed 2 black spheres to the ground, which erupted into a cloud of smoke, enveloping him and Akamaru. When the smoke cleared, the original Akamaru had vanished, replaced by an identical Kiba. 2 indistinguishable Kiba Inuzukas now standing in the arena. The spectators, both teachers and competitors alike, gasped in surprise, with the naked eye. It was impossible to discern which was real and which was a clone. Only those with Sharingan or Byakugan could possibly tell the difference. The 2 identical Kiba, now on all fours, began to encircle Naruto in a rapid, circular motion, searching for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Now, one of the Kiba shouted, spinning into a whirlwind, dashing toward Naruto with remarkable speed. Such speed, truly befitting the Inuzuka clan, Asuma exclaimed, impressed. Yuhi Karini wore a satisfied smile, casting a teasing glance at Kakashi, who remained silent, his gaze contemplative. While the Inuzuka clan's speed was indeed impressive, ninja battles are not solely determined by swiftness. An equally crucial skill is the ability to predict one's opponent's moves. In the split second before the whirlwind Kiba could reach him, Naruto executed a flawless body flicker technique to evade. Just as the audience exhaled in relief, preparing to voice their thoughts, the situation took a new turn. It was not over yet. From an unseen angle, the other Kiba launched his own attack, coming at Naruto from a cunningly deceptive position following Naruto's sudden appearance. Chapter 34. A stunning turn of events. Sasuke's social embarrassment. This was a tactic that you had long since devised. Sasuke had witnessed Naruto's body flicker technique. Yet the utilization of any jutsu necessitates the gathering of chakra. Even the mightiest require time to react. He first employed Shamaru to take the initiative. The moment Naruto activated his body flicker technique, Sasuke seized the opportunity to strike, providing his opponent no time for contemplation, thus ensuring a swift resolution. Indeed, the whirlwind generated by Shamaru struck Naruto head-on, propelling him against the wall with such force that it left a considerable dent, and Naruto lay within, blood streaming from his orifices, his life in the balance. Everything transpired with such swiftness that even the moonlight gale could not intervene. This match appeared to be over. Who would have thought that Naruto, who had just held the advantage, would suffer such a devastating defeat in the next instant? Which path is this? Which path is this? Two exclamations echoed simultaneously, originating from two different girls. Sakura cast a surprised glance at Hinata, who had also cried out in astonishment. Then, driven by instinct, she rushed to check on Naruto's condition. However, Kakashi extended a hand to block her and Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto is gravely injured. The match is over. Let me through. Sakura exclaimed anxiously. Even Sasuke, who typically presented a stoic demeanor, shouted, get out of the way. Look at Naruto. Saving him is the priority. Not even the surrounding J-nin could comprehend Kakashi's resolve. This man, having lost everything on the battlefield, was indeed cold-hearted. Unmoved, Kakashi replied, the match is not over. Trust in Naruto. Sakura paused, remembering Naruto's indomitable spirit. Suppressing her tears, she called out, Naruto, hang in there. Stand up, please. Yet, another voice rang out, louder than hers. Filled with a frantic desperation, heedless of the surrounding gazes, it was Sasuke. You're so strong. How can you fall here? Naruto. Sasuke genuinely could not fathom how Naruto, who had vanquished formidable foes like Orochimaru, could succumb to a mere genin from their village. However, recalling Naruto's past unpredictable antics, this occurrence did not seem entirely surprising. At this moment, he cast aside his persona, unafraid of ridicule. He simply wished for Naruto to rise again, that powerful warrior. Stand up, Naruto. Have you not always yearned for recognition? I have only just managed to convince myself to acknowledge you. So stand up. Hey, Naruto. The onlookers regarded Sasuke with astonishment. They had not anticipated this typically aloof boy to harbor such deep feelings for Naruto. Indeed, the bonds within the ninja world are intricate, stirring a sense of emotion among them all. As the crowd focused intently on Naruto, something unexpected occurred. Suddenly, the bloodied figure of Naruto vanished. Shadow clone technique. He was taken aback by this development and hurriedly sought Naruto's location. But it was too late. A section of the ground behind you suddenly bulged, revealing the true form of Naruto. With a swift hand strike, Naruto incapacitated Ya, who crumpled to the ground. Many remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the rapid succession of events. What was presumed to be a certain defeat for Naruto had transformed into a triumph, achieved with such effortless grace. It is noteworthy that throughout the match, Naruto had utilized only 3 basic ninjutsu, and had only actively engaged once. Shall we declare the result? Naruto approached Moonlight Gale, who had remained silent, and could not help but inquire. Oh, Uzumaki. Naruto wins. Moonlight Gale, astonished, coughed in disbelief. He knew well what Naruto had been like. As a former guardian of the 4th Hokage, he had secretly monitored Naruto's growth, pondering whether Naruto could one day inherit the legacy of Lord Minato. When he had perceived that Naruto was not living up to expectations, he had lost all hope, believing Naruto would languish in obscurity for an extended period. Yet, to his astonishment, Naruto had evidently reached this remarkable level, truly worthy of being the descendant of Lord Minato. Standing beside the 3rd Hokage, Mitarashi Anko could no longer contain her inner astonishment, exclaiming, to employ the basic body flicker technique to such an extent is indeed rare. This boy is merely a genin. Yuan Firijan, taking a deep draw from his pipe, murmured, among all those I have encountered, Naruto employs the body flicker technique better than anyone else. Having said this, the third Hokage finally allowed a hint of a smile to surface, feeling a slight alleviation of his indebtedness to Minato. Following the tragic demise of the fourth Hokage and his wife, Yuan Firijan had initially intended to nurture Naruto closely. However, Dans had vehemently insisted that a Jinchuriki was an unstable factor, strongly urging Naruto's induction into Root. The two sides reached a stalemate, ultimately compromising by allowing Naruto to remain in the village as an ordinary war orphan. Despite his busy schedule, the third Hokage made occasional appearances during Naruto's upbringing, guiding him towards the right path. Although he did not impart powerful jutsu, he cultivated Naruto's admirable character. For Naruto, these qualities were more vital than raw strength: optimism, resilience, altruism, and an unwavering spirit in the face of adversity, all of which laid the foundation for his future leadership in the ninja world. The surrounding crowd was taken aback. After all, the third Hokage was known as a titan of the ninja world, possessing mastery over countless jutsu. Though his strength had waned with age, his insights remained unparalleled, rendering his words of immense value. That boy, Uzumaki Naruto, has reached such heights already. Yes, Naruto won. I knew it. Sakura leapt from her seat in joy, but then a thought crossed her mind, and she cast a worried glance at Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke's expression darkened. Despite his usual air of arrogance, he was merely 12 years old, and his pride was rather fragile. In that moment of urgency, he had cheered for Naruto, causing the carefully constructed facade he had maintained for years to crumble. Yet, that was not the most significant issue. The real problem lay in the fact that his heartfelt outburst was directed at a mere clone, and then Naruto had effortlessly secured victory, an utterly mortifying social disaster. In this instance, concern had clouded his judgment. Had it been the old Sasuke, he might have detected Naruto's strategy. However, after spending time together, especially after Naruto had saved him on 2 occasions, Sasuke had developed a different sentiment towards him, rendering him incapable of remaining calm and assessing the situation. Sasuke felt the gazes of those around him laden with significance, and he could no longer endure it. With his hands stuffed into his pockets, he lowered his head, hoping to exit this place of embarrassment unnoticed. Just then, a disgruntled voice called out to him, "Hey, Sasuke, where are you going? Sakura's match hasn't even begun." Chapter 35. The affection of plastic sisters. With that exclamation, the eyes of those around once again fell upon Sasuke. Without needing to look, Sasuke immediately recognized the voice belonged to Naruto. The veins on his forehead throbbed in irritation. He wished he could strike down the source of his embarrassment right then and there. Yet, with everyone's gaze fixed on him, he could not simply walk away, as that would reveal his discomposure. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions and feigned calmness, saying, "What are you shouting about? I merely need to visit the restroom." "What? Sasuke is going to the restroom now? Please don't let it be a number 2. Sakura has just stepped off the stage," Naruto exclaimed, his impatience evident in his loud voice, clearly dissatisfied. As he noted, the announcer had just called Sakura and Ino's names. Sakura, who had just exited the stage, nearly stumbled upon hearing Naruto's words. Once again, all eyes turned to Sasuke, including that of the referee, the announcer. "Hey, could you all be a little quieter?" Sasuke was on the verge of losing his temper. Unable to endure any longer, he snapped at Naruto. "Got it. Just keep your mouth shut." "Okay." Seeing that Sasuke was genuinely angry, Naruto complied, nodding obediently, and turned to Kakashi with a bewildered expression, asking, "Kakashi-sensei, did I say something wrong?" What could Kakashi say? He simply chuckled as he patted Naruto's head, and then approached the third Hokage, whispering something. "I never expected to face you, Sakura, and so soon," Ino remarked with a sense of surprise. Sakura, however, wasted no time on idle chatter and immediately engaged in combat. Aware that Ino, hailing from a prominent family, had superior heritage and personal strength, the two began with a restrained exchange of basic punches and kicks. But the atmosphere shifted when Ino landed a slap across Sakura's face, escalating their attacks into a fierce brawl. They exchanged blows relentlessly until they were both left exhausted and bloodied, finally collapsing onto the ground. "It's a draw." Ino utilized her family's unique technique, while Sakura refrained from employing the healing technique Naruto had taught her, likely because she had no intention of winning. Instead, she aimed to showcase her determination and growth, proving she was no longer the timid girl who hid behind Ino. As one matures, transformations are inevitable, and Sakura and Ino were no different. This evolution altered their relationship. leading to a gradual estrangement. Ino felt Sakura had changed, no longer the obedient friend who would acquiesce to her every whim. While Sakura believed Ino had transformed into someone who no longer supported her ambitions. Despite caring for one another, they found themselves bickering whenever they met. Sasuke's presence seemed to ignite the underlying tensions. Perhaps their rivalry was not as much about affection for him, but rather an excuse for competition, which might explain Sasuke's disdain. Supported by others, they returned to the stands. After a moment of catching her breath, Sakura approached Ino and said to Shikamaru, "Let me handle this." She then employed her healing technique to treat Ino. "Is that the healing palm technique? When did she learn that?" Asuma remarked, slightly astonished. After all, while the technique is easy to understand, mastering it is a different matter entirely. Less than half of the medical ninjas could perform it. Sakura is indeed remarkable. Kakashi commented cryptically, pondering who had taught her the technique, most likely Naruto. Ino gazed at Sakura in disbelief, not because of her healing skills, but because Sakura chose to heal her instead of herself. "Why are you treating me? Aren't you angry?" Sakura did not look up, but smiled and replied, "Why would I be angry?" Ino was deeply touched and asked, "Sakura, will we still be good friends?" "Always," Sakura affirmed confidently. No one anticipated that after their earlier confrontation, the two would display such sisterly affection. However, everyone felt joy for them, as this represented true friendship. Yet, before the spectators could fully appreciate the moment, Ino muttered something under her breath that incited Sakura's fury, and they resumed their playful banter. "Ino pig, wide forehead. Ino pig, wide forehead." At that moment, Naruto approached with a bucket of cold water, looking concerned for Sakura's injury. "Sakura, you should apply ice. It will help reduce the swelling." "Thank you, Naruto. Could you apply it for me?" Sakura said, pulling him close with a playful tone. Naruto was delighted by this attention, nearly bursting with joy as he quickly dampened a towel and placed it on her swollen face. While enjoying Naruto's care, Sakura cast a challenging glance at Ino, raising an eyebrow provocatively. Ino seethed with anger, determined not to be outdone by Sakura. She scanned the area and finally settled her gaze on Shikamaru, who was lamenting softly to himself. Although she initially wished to call on Sasuke, he would likely ignore her. As for Choji, his focus was solely on food. Shikamaru was her best option. "Shikamaru, could you please fetch me some cold water?" Ino mimicked Sakura's earlier tone, attempting to sound cute. Shikamaru froze, goosebumps prickling his skin, and then grumbled, "Huh? Why does it have to be me?" Ino's expression hardened, and her voice rose. "Fine, I'll go, but this is so troublesome," Shikamaru sighed. Shoulders slumped, as he trudged off to fetch the water. In their little group, Ino was always the one calling the shots. In the subsequent matches, Shikamaru triumphed over Kent. Temari won against Tenten, Tsu defeated Choji, Gaara bested Rock Lee, and Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, unfortunately lost to Kaminashi. The remaining 9 contestants began drawing lots to determine the matchups for the finals. Notably, since there were 9 contenders, 2 peculiar lots were included. Those who drew numbers 8 and 9 would have to compete in an additional match. Shikamaru was fortunate enough to be one of those selected. Set to battle Tsu from the Sound Village first, with the winner advancing to face Temari. Sasuke's opponent was Gaara, Shino was to face Kaminashi. And as if by fate, Naruto drew Neji from the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage observed everyone's reactions and proclaimed, "This exam will be attended by myself, along with the Kazekage and representatives from various feudal lords, who will evaluate your performances." Thus, even those who lose in the first round may still qualify as Chunin, while those who win may not necessarily achieve that rank. I hope each of you will strive to represent your respective nations. The finals will commence in 1 month, allowing you time to prepare, understand your opponents, and refine your skills. Until then, as Naruto and the others were about to depart with Sakura, they were unexpectedly halted by Kakashi's sudden appearance. "Kakashi-sensei?" Both Naruto and Sakura looked puzzled. Kakashi explained, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you for a while. You must train independently and remain diligent." This was primarily directed at Naruto, as the third Hokage had contemplated assigning him a temporary mentor. However, they all recognized Naruto's extraordinary abilities. In truth, there were very few Jonin capable of teaching him at this level. With the intelligence provided by Naruto, Konoha was compelled to question the true intentions of Tsunagakure. Consequently, every corner of the village required personnel, as it found itself in a precarious situation. Externally, it appeared harmonious, yet internally, it was fraught with peril. Thus, Kakashi had no choice but to relinquish control and allow Naruto to train independently. As for Sakura, she was selectively overlooked, not out of cruelty, but rather as a reflection of reality. The higher echelons would not squander time on a ninja of mediocre lineage and abilities. Therefore, even though Kakashi felt a sense of guilt, he was powerless to alter the circumstances, and Sakura remained oblivious to these harsh truths. Chapter 36. Sakura's decision upon returning home. Naruto found Kaguya hastily rising from her seat, bowing respectfully as she exclaimed, You have returned? I was simply too hungry and, without permission, consumed your food. I apologize. With her head lowered in trepidation, she feared Naruto's ire for having devoured the solitary bowl of instant noodles in the small abode. Yet, she ultimately placed her trust in him, deciding to leave the hidden grass village. After all, Naruto had consistently aided her, never displaying malice. Even if he were to exploit her, it surely could not be worse than the daily torment she endured. Naruto, unable to tolerate her distress, waved his hands dismissively. It's no issue, you need not fret. Please, take a seat. After a heartfelt reassurance, Kaguya gradually relaxed and retook her place at the table. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, an orphan, much like you, he said gently. Naruto? Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Kaguya gasped in astonishment, her eyes fixated on him. The surname Uzumaki resonated within her, a familiar yet foreign name, belonging to the clan of her parents. Naruto nodded. Indeed, this is the very reason I rescued you. Kaguya felt warmth welling in her eyes. Since her mother's passing, she had been utterly alone, but now she felt a semblance of kinship. Yet, doubt clouded her mind. Naruto lacked the characteristic red hair of the Uzumaki clan, bearing instead golden locks. Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, Naruto explained, As you can see, my father was not of the Uzumaki lineage. I inherited my mother's name. Since we are of the same kin, I cannot stand idly by while you suffer. For now, find solace here. After the CHNIN exams, I shall assist you with your identity issues. Though conditions may be harsh, I will strive to transform this reality. Kaguya, reassured by Naruto's sincerity, let down her guard and whispered, Thank you. It's nothing. To be honest, I often feel lonely myself and have longed for a sister. Henceforth, you shall be my sister. Naruto and Kaguya blushed, her cheeks suffused with color. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. The following day, Sakura, carrying her mother's homemade treats, hummed a cheerful tune as she approached Naruto's residence, inexplicably uplifted in spirit. However, when she knocked on the door, she was taken aback to find Kaguya standing there. Kaguya? They are living together? Sakura gazed in disbelief, her heart racing with anger and confusion, tears welling in her eyes. Though she had sensed Naruto's unusual affection for Kaguya, she had not anticipated it occurring so swiftly. After all, just days prior, Naruto had professed his feelings for her, and she had been preparing. In her fury, she abandoned the basket of treats and stormed off. Achu. Who's there? Naruto, groggy and disheveled, awoke to find the remnants of a cold clinging to him, having sacrificed his bed for Kaguya the previous night. Sakura just visited, Kaguya remarked softly, recalling how Naruto's team had rescued her from the forest of death. She seemed upset. It must be a misunderstanding, Kaguya added cautiously. Oh, Naruto replied, then abruptly sat up. Wide awake. What? Sakura was here? Without a moment to wash up or change, he dashed out in his pajamas and slippers, fervently hoping to clarify his innocence. As Sakura stormed away, her mind was a tempest of emotions. She was anxious about the situation. Surely, Naruto was not the kind of person to betray her trust. She longed to hear his explanation, so she slowed her pace, attempting to appear as if she were running, though it was hardly faster than walking. In her mind, she thought he would chase after her, yet minutes passed without a sign of him. Naruto, please come after me. I shall teach you a lesson. Why aren't you following me? Oh no, he hasn't awakened, has he? What should I do? When Naruto finally caught up to Sakura, he witnessed an odd sight. She was poised as if mid-run, yet remained stationary. Sakura-chan, he called out, breathless from his haste. Startled, Sakura took off as if startled, swiftly vanishing down the road. Naruto, momentarily dumbfounded, resumed his pursuit, eventually cornering her at a crossroads. Sakura, why are you running so fast? Let me explain. I have no desire to listen, she retorted, turning her head away. Despite her words, Naruto understood her unspoken plea. You must explain. Sakura, listen to me. He recounted his relationship with Kaguya, leaving her momentarily speechless. You say Kaguya is your sister? She is indeed part of my maternal clan. Since she has suffered in the hidden grass, it is better to keep her here in Konoha. After absorbing Naruto's explanation, Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her. Tinged with regret for her earlier outburst, she felt a pang of sympathy for Kaguya. Her earlier actions must have caused the girl distress. Upon returning to Naruto's home, she found Kaguya standing at the door, her expression one of despondency. This sight tugged at Sakura's heartstrings, intensifying her guilt. She quickly approached Kaguya, taking her hand gently. You must be Kaguya. I heard Naruto mention you. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. And no, it's all right, Kaguya stammered, flustered. Naruto and I often have misunderstandings. Please do not take it to heart. As Sakura spoke, her gaze fell upon the pillow on the floor. Naruto, how could you sleep like this without a blanket? Is there truly only one blanket in your home? You'll catch a cold. I'm fine. My health is robust. Naruto boasted, but was cut short by a sneeze. You really are something else, Sakura chuckled, shaking her head in exasperation. She reached out to touch his forehead, relieved to find he did not have a fever. Living alone. Naruto's life was chaotic. His love for ramen often left him with only instant noodles to sustain himself, lacking even a second set of bedding. If he were to care for a girl, he would have to undertake a flurry of missions. This would hinder his training. He needed to be prepared for the upcoming NEEN exams in a month. Moreover, accommodating another person in such cramped quarters was far from convenient. Sakura resolved to make a decision, exchanging a few more words before departing hastily. Chapter 37. Meeting the parents. Naruto was initially quite disappointed by Sakura's hasty departure. He had hoped to invite her for a meal at Ichiraku Ramen, despite his meager funds. However, to his delight, Sakura returned in the afternoon. Naruto, please get ready. My parents are inviting you both for dinner tonight. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. What is going on? This is so sudden. His heart raced. For although he believed himself to be virtuous, he harbored feelings for Sakura. The thought of meeting her parents made him anxious. What should he wear? Was his outfit too casual? Oh no, his clothes felt so tight. In a frenzy, he rummaged through his room and discovered that the only fitting attire was his usual yellow-collared shirt. He had worn this outfit for missions, battles, and training. Save for the occasion of his date with Sakura. It settled then, he decided, donning the familiar yellow shirt, as he had no other choice. Please, don't be so nervous. It's just a simple dinner, Sakura remarked with an exasperated sigh, though she was quite pleased with Naruto's earnestness. The more he cared about this meeting, the more it signified his affection for her as a companion. In the evening, Naruto accompanied Ino to the designated barbecue restaurant. Naruto, over here, Sakura called, poking her head out from a curtained private room and waving to them. Upon entering the room, they found the table laden with an array of dishes, untouched, clearly awaiting their arrival. Sakura's parents appeared to be quite approachable, easing any tension. Though Sakura's father's hairstyle was rather peculiar, resembling a pink starfish. Hello, uncle and auntie. Naruto managed to suppress a chuckle as he politely greeted the two elders, leading Ino beside him. Sakura's mother smiled warmly. You must be Naruto, a truly polite young man. And Ino, Sakura has mentioned you. Please, take a seat. Sakura's father picked up his chopsticks, grinning, indeed. You seem full of energy, let us finally dig in. Sakura's parents were very easygoing. Sakura's mother, concerned that Naruto and Ino might feel uncomfortable, continually served them dishes, while Sakura's father insisted on pouring Naruto a half glass of aged wine. Dear, don't let Naruto drink. He's still a child, Sakura's mother cautioned. What's the matter? When I was his age. Bang. Naruto, you should listen to her. Perhaps it's best you don't drink. Although it wasn't Ichiraku Ramen, the table was filled with various meats and seafood, delicacies Naruto seldom indulged in. True to his straightforward nature, after a brief moment of restraint, he completely let loose, devouring the food voraciously. Slow down, no need to rush, Sakura's mother gently advised, taken aback by Naruto's appetite. Sakura's father, however, laughed heartily, appreciating Naruto's enthusiasm. This is how young people should be. Eat well to become a formidable ninja. Another plate, please. The meal was a delightful affair for both hosts and guests. As they neared the end, Sakura's mother spoke up. Naruto, you see, we only have one daughter, Sakura. Only one daughter? Naruto froze, wondering if this meant what he thought it did. Sakura often feels lonely at home, and I was wondering if Ino could stay with her for a while. This was the sentiment Sakura's mother wished to convey. After Sakura returned home that morning, She had shared with her parents the events involving Naruto and Ino, referring to Naruto as a true genius, kind-hearted and protective of her within their team. She requested her parents to consider housing Ino for some time. After thoughtful consideration, Sakura's parents agreed to their daughter's request, allowing Ino to stay temporarily. They recognized that Sakura had never asked for much, and more importantly, they sensed the underlying significance of Naruto in their daughter's life. With the relatively open atmosphere of the Fire Country, they did not wish to impede their daughter's growth. Although they were merely ordinary ninjas, they enjoyed better living conditions than Naruto, ensuring Ino's comfort and allowing both Sakura and Naruto to focus on their training. Is this really appropriate? Naruto hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Since Ino was ostensibly his sister, it was his responsibility to care for her. While he had long harbored feelings for Sakura, their relationship had not yet reached that level. Even if they were close, it felt inappropriate to impose on Sakura's parents to care for his sister. Sakura, gleefully watching Naruto, felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing his refusal. What? I am trying to help, and he dares to refuse? With a swift kick, she struck Naruto's shin. Sakura's burgeoning strength was becoming evident, and Naruto winced in pain, gasping as he felt the impact. Their little skirmish did not escape the notice of Sakura's parents. It was all too conspicuous. Sakura had grown accustomed to teasing Naruto over the years, making it a routine as natural as eating or drinking. Naruto had once felt quite unfortunate, yet after reading manga, he found himself less resistant to Sakura's playful torment. In fact, he began to relish it. He understood his significance in her world. Sakura's parents exchanged knowing smiles, surprised to see their usually docile daughter exhibiting such dominance around Naruto. However, this revelation reassured them. With such a young man around, their daughter would surely be well protected during missions. From the matter of Ino, they could discern that Naruto was a responsible young man, demonstrating commendable strength by making it to the final stages of the Nin exams while also being polite and accommodating to their daughter. Truly, he was an admirable boy. Clap. Sakura's mother set down her chopsticks, feigning annoyance. Naruto, do you mean to say that you look down upon us, thinking we are mere ninjas of low caliber? Nanny? Naruto exclaimed, flailing his hands. No, that is not what I meant. I just worry about being a bother to you, uncle and auntie. What bother could there be? Let us decide this right now. Ino will move in today, Sakura's father declared, punctuating his words with a hiccup, effectively sealing the decision without allowing Naruto a chance to refuse. Realizing he could not decline any further, Naruto knew that insisting on refusal would only serve to aggravate them more. Therefore, he rose formally and bowed deeply to the couple. Then, I must trouble you. Chapter 38. The Hokage mentor Sakura's father hurried forward to assist, expressing his discontent. What is this about? There is no need for such formality. Sakura's mother, her eyes crinkling with delight, remarked, Naruto, Sakura tells me you always look after her during missions. We ought to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. Mama. Sakura turned her head away, feeling a bit shy. Returning to the table, the atmosphere among everyone grew even more harmonious. Sakura's parents recounted amusing anecdotes from the past, eliciting hearty laughter from the young ones. Even Ino, who had been guarded, found herself relaxing and enjoying the moment, as she had not experienced such warmth in a long time. When Naruto bowed to her, Ino perceived sincerity and determination in his eyes. She believed that one's gaze could not be deceiving. It was at this moment that she willingly accepted him as her brother. If I could truly remain in Konoha, perhaps it would be a wonderful thing. But would Konoha truly allow me to stay? Naruto, I've heard from Sakura about your performance. Do you have confidence in securing the Chunin title? Sakura's father raised his glass, smiling as he inquired. Well, Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his abilities. Rather, the destruction plan orchestrated by Orochimaru rendered the Chunin exams unlikely to proceed smoothly. Even if he could defeat all opponents, he might not have the opportunity to showcase his skills. Sakura's mother shot her husband a disapproving glance, saying, Dear, let us not forget when you earned your Chunin title. You were 29, and Sakura was just 2 years old. This is Naruto's first Chunin exam. Clearly, Sakura's mother was defending Naruto, which inadvertently added pressure. Realizing his blunder, Sakura's father awkwardly scratched his head and said, Haha, I misspoke. Naruto, don't worry about the outcome. Just focus on showcasing your true self. Sakura, ignoring her parents' remarks, looked at Naruto with disappointment. What is wrong, Naruto? Do you lack confidence in yourself? In her perception, The only threats among this year's candidates were Sasuke and that peculiar person with the gourd. Even the usually unruly Kiba could hardly last against Naruto. And the ostentatiously fierce Sound Trio crumbled before him. Even that fearsome Orochimaru had been driven away by Naruto, significantly elevating Naruto's standing in Sakura's eyes. Previously, Sakura thought Naruto's aspiration of becoming Hokage was overly ambitious, as many boys shared this dream. However, it now seemed that Naruto's dream was no mere fantasy. Seeing the look of disappointment on Sakura's face, Naruto felt a surge of urgency. He could accept being misunderstood, but he could not bear to see Sakura sad because of it. Suddenly, he stood up, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, "My goal for this Chunin exam is to surpass all competitors, no matter who the opponent is." Wow, so fierce. Even Sakura's parents were momentarily taken aback, while nearby diners stared in shock at the commotion. Sakura, though her head was filled with black lines, felt immensely satisfied. This was the Naruto who always charged forward without hesitation. For the ideals of youth, cheers, cheers, cheers. In the meantime, Ino was temporarily taken in by Sakura's family, and Naruto's days became more enjoyable. He prepared to assist Uncle Irika with his business the next morning, adhering to the mantra of if there's money, ramen, if not, instant noodles. This had been Naruto's way of life for years. Suddenly, he sensed a lurking figure watching him. Is it Konohamaru? He pondered, quickly dismissing the thought as the person's stealth skills seemed far superior. In a less crowded corner, Naruto halted and called out, "Come out. I see you." Hiding is pointless. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by applause, a tall figure clad in black spandex emerged before Naruto, wearing a headband and rather ostentatious sunglasses. It was Ebisu, an elite jonin of Konoha and Konohamaru's tutor. "I must admit, I underestimated you, Uzumaki Naruto," he began. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ebisu, a mentor dedicated to teaching elite ninjas. Even the Hokage entrusted his grandson to my guidance. How about this? If you train with me, not only will you have a chance to excel in the Chunin exams, but your prospects of becoming Hokage will also be significantly enhanced." Naruto regarded Ebisu with exasperation, turning to leave without a backward glance. He felt neither affection nor aversion towards Ebisu. Although Ebisu was somewhat boastful and overly ambitious, he had a sense of loyalty toward the village. As for being taught by Ebisu, there was little he could impart. Ebisu lacked any extraordinary techniques and was primarily adept at laying a foundation for young ninjas. However, for Naruto, who could memorize the entire Sealing Book in half an hour, his foundation was already rock solid. "Hey, where are you going?" "Wait. Hey." Having finally spotted Naruto, Ebisu was not about to let him escape so easily. Initially, he had dismissed Naruto due to the Nine Tails incident, which had deeply affected his family. However, after witnessing Naruto's performance against Kiba, he recognized the potential for greatness within him. Ebisu's goal was to cultivate a Hokage, and despite already mentoring Konohamaru, he sought to expand his reach. He had assumed that with his connections to Kakashi and a bit of favor from the third Hokage, securing Naruto as a student would be a certainty. To his surprise, the Hokage had left the decision to Naruto himself. Seeing Naruto show no inclination to converse, Ebisu, in a moment of desperation, seized him. Naruto was taken aback that a jonin would so recklessly lay hands on a genin. Caught off guard, he found himself firmly restrained. Attempting to break free, he discovered that while Ebisu's ninjutsu was mediocre, he possessed considerable strength. "Let go of me," Naruto exclaimed, his face reddening from the grip. Ebisu showed no signs of relenting, insisting, "No, unless you first hear me out. If you wish to become strong, even Hokage, choosing me is the shortcut. Train with me, and you will become Hokage." This man must be mad. Observing Ebisu's frenzied demeanor, Naruto felt a sense of panic. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The perverted sage would soon come looking for him, and Ebisu would naturally retreat when faced with that. It seemed unnecessary to confront Ebisu directly. He could risk serious trouble. "Stop, stop. I can't breathe. I'll listen to you." Seeing Naruto relent, Ebisu finally released his grip, satisfied that a firm approach was effective with this youth. "As long as you acknowledge your mistake, we can move forward. Now let me tell you." Ebisu began animatedly. Rubbing his stomach, Naruto feigned a pitiful expression, "But I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. I was just planning to go eat at Ichiraku Ramen." Ebisu's temples throbbed. After all his elaborate talk, this brat hadn't been paying attention at all. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of investing before reaping the rewards, Ebisu decided to take Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 39. The Pervy Sage and Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto. Now is when you're growing, so order whatever you like, Ebisu coaxed, attempting to sway Naruto with culinary temptation, hoping to secure him as his disciple. Yosh, another bowl of miso ramen, Naruto exclaimed. And a miso ramen with extra toppings, please. Naruto didn't hold back, devouring bowl after bowl, leaving Ebisu astonished, not entirely due to the expense, but because he couldn't fathom where the boy was putting it all. Thank you for your patronage. Tucci and Ayam chirped, extending their hands to Ebisu, their valued customer. Despite anticipating the bill, Ebisu winced at the sight of the towering stack of empty bowls. He worried that such frequent indulgences would bankrupt him. After their meal, Ebisu led Naruto to a hot spring. Now, I will commence your true training. Ebisu gracefully glided across the water's surface, as if standing on solid ground. Kakashi must have taught you tree climbing, but that's merely rudimentary, Ebisu boasted, recalling his own swift mastery of the technique, surpassing even the renowned Might Guy in his youth. Tree climbing only requires concentrating chakra in your feet, maintaining a consistent amount for adhesion. However, suspending oneself on water demands far more precise chakra control. Well, Naruto, this is a training tailored for releasing a specific amount of chakra, Ebisu declared. Before he could finish, Ebisu was dumbfounded by the sight of Naruto effortlessly standing before him, suspended on the water. How is this possible? Ebisu stammered, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Had Naruto encountered this training previously? Naruto had indeed, mastering it before their journey to the land of waves. It doesn't seem that difficult, Ebisu-sensei. Ebisu was speechless, determined not to falter in the face of Naruto's potential. He pondered how to recover when he noticed a peculiar figure leering into the women's bath, shoulders quivering, seemingly lost in some ecstatic reverie. Excellent, Ebisu thought. Here is a chance to salvage my reputation. Subduing this pervert would surely impress Naruto. With renewed resolve, Ebisu adjusted his glasses, his gaze hardening. I know not who you are, but I cannot condone such shameless behavior. He darted towards the figure with the swiftness of a gale. As if sensing his approach, the figure turned, revealing a weathered face. Oh dear. The figure performed a single hand seal, summoning a towering toad, its necklace inscribed with the kanji for loyalty. It was Gamachu from Mount Mayaboku, revealing the figure's identity as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. This is, Ebisu muttered, recognizing Jiraiya. Before he could react, Gamachu unleashed a viscous tongue, ensnaring Ebisu and slamming him to the ground. The esteemed special Jonin and aspiring Hokage instructor was defeated in a single, careless encounter by Gamachu, who wasn't even known for combat prowess. Forgive me, Ebisu-sensei, we are not compatible, Naruto lamented inwardly. Mindful of the lavish meal he had just enjoyed at Ebisu's expense, and the subsequent beating Ebisu had endured because of him. Pervy Sage, Naruto cried, his eyes glistening. This man was not only his future mentor, but also a source of emotional support. Few had genuinely cared for him and spent time with him, making Jiraiya's presence all the more significant. Jiraiya filled an emotional void, guiding Naruto and fortifying his spirit. Haunted by the foreknowledge of Jiraiya's death at Pain's hands in 4 years, Naruto clenched his fists. He vowed to prevent it, even at the cost of his own life. If sacrifice was inevitable, then Pain would be the one to fall. Hey, Jiraiya sputtered, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden embrace. His stern face softened with affection as he patted Naruto's head. All right, you look ridiculous like that. Hey, your snot is getting on my clothes. After a long moment, Naruto composed himself, leaving a damp patch on Jiraiya's robe. Jiraiya groaned. Please, kid, you're ruining my creative mood. Can you take responsibility for that? Naruto scratched his head. Well, Pervy Sage, enjoy your research. See you tomorrow. He turned and left. Naruto knew that Jiraiya had returned to Konoha partly for him. Whether he asked or not, Jiraiya would do everything he could to teach him. So, he decided to tease the Pervy Sage. What's going on? Jiraiya wondered. He had returned to Konoha partly because of troubling news and partly to guide Minato's son, ensuring Naruto's self-sufficiency and guiding him down the right path. Shouldn't Naruto be awed by his power and beg for training? Why was he leaving? Was it reverse psychology? Jiraiya turned to leave, but stopped and glanced back. Seeing Naruto still walking away, Jiraiya took a few more steps and looked back again. Naruto was still walking. Jiraiya took a few more steps and looked back again. Naruto was gone. Ark, Jiraiya wailed, running his hands through his hair. Has my charisma waned? Why can't I capture that kid's attention? Chapter 40. The secrets of the vortex. In the days that followed, Naruto rarely ventured outside, except for a single visit to Sasuke regarding the fire release. Instead, he immersed himself entirely in training, for he was acutely aware that a confrontation with Orochimaru might be imminent. Unlike their previous encounter in the Forest of Death, this time Orochimaru arrived with the intention of annihilating Konoha and slaying the third Hokage. Without the means to alert everyone in advance, Naruto knew that should he intervene, he would likely face Orochimaru head-on, potentially leading to a deadly clash. Though Naruto's abilities had advanced dramatically, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could surpass Orochimaru. However, he could not stand idly by while his grandfather, the Hokage, was threatened by his own former disciple. Thus, he devoted himself to relentless training. Dozens of Naruto's shadow clones, all glistening with sweat, diligently practiced various ninjutsu techniques. If their skills were already honed to perfection, then he sought to refine them even further. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Who could it be at this hour? Irika-sensei had just visited yesterday. Fatigued, Naruto recalled his clones and, without donning any clothing, hurried to the door, his anxious hands already twisting the doorknob while he muttered to himself. As he opened the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. Sakura, accompanied by a doll-like Sarada, stood before him. All three of them froze in shock as Naruto stood there, clad only in shorts, unabashedly exposed to the two young women. The trio gasped in unison. Sakura and Sarada, initially beaming with joy, flushed crimson and instinctively shielded their eyes. Naruto, startled by their reaction, realized he had not anticipated Sakura's visit, especially since she had not come by in days after dining with her parents. It was no fault of Sakura's. She had been occupied helping Sarada settle into her new home, particularly after seeing the scars that adorned Sarada's skin, which fueled Sakura's desire to protect her. Sakura's parents treated Sarada like family, even more so than they did Sakura herself. Today, they had taken the opportunity to dress Sarada in a beautiful new outfit, enhancing her already charming appearance. Sakura had eagerly brought Sarada to show Naruto her transformation, but she never expected to witness such a scene. Peeking through her fingers, she saw Naruto still standing there in a daze and exclaimed, "Hurry up and put on some clothes." "Oh right," Naruto responded, rushing back inside to change into pants and a shirt, slipping on his slippers as he hurriedly re-emerged. "I'm sorry, Sakura, I didn't know you were pervert." Sakura interrupted, her hand striking Naruto's face with a swift motion, sending him nearly spinning on the spot. Seeing Sakura poised to strike again, Naruto's face paled in fear as he dashed back inside. Anticipating his retreat, Sakura deftly stepped on his slipper, causing him to lose his balance and be yanked back by the collar of his shirt. Naruto wished to protest, but he knew from experience that the more he explained, the worse his fate would be. Meanwhile, Sarada, unable to stand idly by while her brother was pummeled, spread her arms protectively in front of him and shook her head, pleading with Sakura to relent. Sakura had no intention of genuinely harming Naruto. Their peculiar dynamic was often misunderstood by outsiders. Though she considered delivering a few more playful blows, she ultimately decided to spare him, thanks to Sarada's intervention. I'll let you off this time because of Sarada, but don't let it happen again," Sakura huffed, turning away while handing a bag to Naruto. "Here, this is for you." "For me?" Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he opened the bag to reveal a brand new white t-shirt. Instantly, the pain on his face was forgotten, replaced by a wide grin. "Wow, new clothes. Thank you, Sakura." "It's nothing, just something I picked up casually," Sakura replied nonchalantly. Naruto's expression fell slightly, but Sarada shot a surprised glance at Sakura before quickly lowering her head, realizing the truth behind the gift. Sakura had thoughtfully chosen the shirt after much deliberation, and had even spent her own hard-earned money on it. "By the way, Naruto, how has your training been progressing?" Sakura inquired. No need to worry, Sakura. I promise I won't bring you shame," Naruto assured her. "Shame? What do you mean by that?" Sakura blushed, internally chastising him for his words. Their conversation swiftly turned to the topic of training, primarily driven by Sakura's curiosity. What girl wouldn't wish for a Prince Charming? If the prince didn't love her, then the donkey-turned prince would suffice. Thus, she hoped to witness Naruto prove himself in the upcoming Chunin exams. However, Naruto's focus lay elsewhere, for he believed none of the contestants posed a challenge to him, including Gaara and Sasuke, at least for the moment. Instead, his mind turned to Sakura's training, as he had recently entrusted her with the dark arts to assess her aptitude for Genjutsu. He wondered how she was faring. Sakura hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers, unsure of how to respond. Naruto quickly understood. It appeared she had not been diligent in her practice. From Sakura's past instances of discerning enemy genjutsu, it was evident that she possessed the talent. If she had been earnest in her training, she would have made some progress and likely would have approached him with questions. But it was understandable. After being eliminated from the Chunin exams, Sakura had lost her motivation to strengthen herself, especially after spending these days caring for Sarada. My parents have been inquiring about Sarada's household registration, but it hasn't been resolved yet. It seems we'll need Kakashi-sensei's assistance to get it sorted. Sakura quickly shifted the subject. Registration, we need Kakashi-sensei? Naruto mused. Understood. Please convey my gratitude to your parents. After the Chunin exams, I will visit them personally. Naruto felt touched, realizing that Sakura's parents were so concerned about Sarada's situation. He wished he could thank them immediately to strengthen their bond, but alas, his lack of funds prevented that. The trio continued their conversation for a while longer until noon approached. Naruto volunteered to prepare lunch for the two girls. However, when he presented them with 3 bowls of instant noodles, Sakura promptly declined, taking Sarada with her, unable to stomach such unhealthy fare. Before leaving, Sarada handed Naruto a thick envelope, and Sakura noticed everything. She understood it was likely something secretive. After all, Sarada had used her own pen to write those letters. But being wise, she said nothing. What is all this secrecy about? After the two women departed, Naruto opened the envelope. As he perused its contents, his initially indifferent gaze gradually shifted to one of gravity, for within his hands lay the secret sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and their exclusive chakra refinement methods. Chapter 41. Are you trying to dodge the bill? The Uzumaki clan, fabled descendants of Asura, were renowned for their vast chakra reserves and formidable sealing techniques. During their zenith, under the leadership of Uzumaki Ashina, they established the land of whirlpools and the hidden whirlpool village, maintaining amicable and mutually supportive relations with Konoha for generations. Perhaps it was the sheer potency of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques that aroused suspicion among various factions, or perhaps it was a calculated move to clip Konoha's wings. But numerous forces united to launch a surprise attack on the Uzumaki clan, leading to the nation's demise and the clan's annihilation. The surviving members were forced into anonymity, scattered across the globe, like Karin. With the Uzumaki clan's demise, their sealing techniques naturally became coveted by ambitious individuals. Regrettably, despite their decline, the Uzumaki survivors remained steadfast in their adherence to clan rules, only imparting their sealing techniques to spouses and red-haired descendants. Consequently, even the 3 Hokage who married Uzumaki women did not press the issue. As such, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were not even recorded in the Book of Seals, making it virtually impossible for outsiders to acquire them. Regarding the Uzumaki clan's chakra, the world only knew that they possessed astonishing chakra reserves, assuming it was an innate trait. However, this was not the case. The reason the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves far surpassed those of ordinary individuals was because their bloodline allowed them to continuously absorb natural energy, refining it through special methods to transform it into their own chakra. Although the process was slow, it became incredibly formidable over time. Who would have imagined that the Uzumaki clan's very foundation, their 2 greatest treasures, were all embodied in Karin? Secrets that she had guarded with her life through countless interrogations were now so readily entrusted to Naruto. Somewhat unbelievable, Naruto muttered to himself. However, fate has intervened. It would be a waste to squander these gifts. The best way to repay Karin is not with a mere thank you, but to quickly master the Uzumaki clan's techniques and utilize them effectively. 3 days later, in the morning, Naruto lay sprawled on his bed, attempting to relax his body. However, he was not sleeping, but rather, training. A golden chakra chain extended from Naruto's chest, securing a glass of milk on the table. As the chakra was retracted, the golden chain gradually brought the milk back towards Naruto, a testament to the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. The adamantine sealing chains could even restrain the 9-tailed beast in its prime, so securing an object was not difficult. However, to innovate in this manner, each movement required intense focus and exceptionally powerful chakra control. Thus, Naruto proceeded with utmost caution. It took a full minute for Naruto to bring the milk to his side. Yes, I did it, Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Just as he was about to reach out, a gust of wind swept through the window, accompanied by a boisterous laugh. Jiraiya, whom he had not seen for days, finally made his appearance. Initially, Jiraiya had leisurely strolled through Konoha, but upon realizing that Naruto showed no initiative to seek him out, he was compelled to actively narrow his search area. hoping for a chance encounter. However, his efforts proved futile. Ultimately, Jiraiya could no longer endure the wait and sought out Naruto's residence, intending to surprise him. How about that? A ninja as esteemed as him proactively instructing a genin in their training. That brat should be ecstatic, right? So, I made a flamboyant entrance. But it seems I've bungled it. Naruto was now propped up in bed, his face, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears covered in milk, glaring at Jiraiya with a look of utter dismay. With a forceful exhale, 2 streams of milk gushed from his nostrils. To appease the aggrieved Naruto, Jiraiya gallantly offered to treat him to Ichiraku ramen. All right, Naruto agreed with feigned delight, secretly suspecting that this was a ruse, and the perverted sage was likely to play a trick on him. Therefore, upon entering the ramen shop, Naruto promptly ordered 3 bowls of miso ramen. Jiraiya quipped, "Ramen should be savored 1 bowl at a time. Who orders 3 bowls at once? I can't fathom you. Since you're treating, perverted sage, I'm naturally going to eat as much as I can," Naruto retorted matter-of-factly. Jiraiya affectionately stroked Naruto's head, thinking, "Don't blame me for this, Naruto. Don't come crying to me later." Having made up his mind, Jiraiya began to devour his meal. He needed to fill his stomach quickly and then make a swift exit, relishing the image of Naruto's exasperated expression. After consuming 3 bowls, Jiraiya finally halted. Although he could have eaten more, time was of the essence. He needed to escape before Naruto finished his meal. However, when Jiraiya glanced sideways at Naruto, he was suddenly taken aback. The seat beside him was empty. Naruto had vanished. What? Where did he go? You. Naruto, you fiend. Jiraiya lamented. As he stood up, Tsuchi hastily intercepted him. "Excuse me, please settle your bill. It comes to 580 ryo. Did you happen to see the kid who came with me?" Jiraiya asked unwillingly. He hoped his money could be spent wisely, perhaps on a massage from a pretty lady in the rest area, rather than treating Naruto. Tsuchi paused, his expression turning cold. "Are you trying to skip out on the bill?" Ha ha ha. Jiraiya's laughter abruptly ceased. Ultimately, he had no choice but to reluctantly pay the bill. If he didn't settle the bill, the owner would undoubtedly seek out Naruto. If Naruto were to describe his features, the entire village would know, and it might even reach the ears of his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had no desire to gain notoriety in such a manner. Jiraiya stormed out of Ichiraku ramen, resembling a thoroughly cooked crab, searching frantically for Naruto. "Perverted sage, you're finished eating?" Naruto emerged from some hidden nook, grinning at Jiraiya. "I was just about to go back and find you. Where did you run off to, you little rascal? Leaving me alone in the ramen shop?" Jiraiya suppressed his anger, reaching out to pinch Naruto's cheeks. Ouch, ouch. Naruto frantically dodged, feigning innocence. "I just went to the restroom. I was about to go back. Besides, what's the big deal? You were the one treating, after all." Naruto's words left Jiraiya speechless. He had merely intended to tease Naruto. But the seemingly foolish child was not as naive as he appeared, thwarting his plans. "All right, that was just a joke. Starting today, I'm going to begin teaching you ninjutsu. You need to put in the effort. If you don't meet my expectations, I'll abandon you without hesitation." I know. Chapter 42. The art of summoning Jiraiya brought Naruto to the banks of a small river for training. The reason for this choice was that Jiraiya, using his telescope technique, had spotted several graceful maidens frolicking in the water beneath a nearby waterfall. After Naruto expended all his chakra, Jiraiya demonstrated the summoning technique once more. He summoned Gamakichi, who rolled out a scroll with his long tongue and presented it to Naruto. "This is the contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, passed down through generations of leaf ninjas. You must write your name in blood on this scroll and press all your fingers on it. Then, concentrate your chakra on the location where you wish to summon them, and use the hand seal, Inoshishi, Tatsu, Ushi, and me," Jiraiya instructed. Excited, Naruto bit his finger and followed Jiraiya's directions to sign his name on the contract. Although the summoning technique was not particularly secretive, the contract with Mount Myaboku was not something everyone could obtain. "Now, give it a try," Jiraiya said, watching Naruto intently. Summoning technique. Naruto carefully controlled his chakra and, sure enough, successfully summoned a small tadpole from Mount Myaboku. Ribbit, ribbit. Gamakichi stared in disbelief, and Jiraiya's face turned green, having hoped for more talent from Naruto. For the next few attempts, Naruto summoned nothing but tadpoles or incomplete frogs, often missing limbs. Gradually, Jiraiya lost interest in observing and turned his attention to the maidens. Summoning technique. Naruto shouted once more, but Jiraiya did not even bother to look back. "Hey, Why is it getting dark? Jiraiya instinctively glanced up, but it was too late. A colossal figure appeared on the land, dressed in a split robe, smoking a pipe. With a large sword at its side and a grotesque scar over one eye, every feature radiated a formidable presence. It was none other than the great Toad Fukasaku from Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya, Jiraiya. Fukasaku looked around but found no trace of Jiraiya, only to discover a small boy standing on his head. Hey kid, who are you? What gives you the right to stand on my head? Fukasaku began shaking his massive head, but Naruto remained steadfast atop the Great Toad. Great Toad, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I summoned you. Let us sign a contract. You? Fukasaku paused, staring at the little figure above him, and then burst into laughter. Ha! Jiraiya, if you don't come out soon, this kid might lose his life. Unfortunately, Jiraiya was in no position to respond. Kid, get off my head now, Fukasaku demanded. Seeing that Fukasaku was ignoring him, Naruto finally spoke up. Hey, Great Toad. How about a wager? You think little of my strength, right? From now until sunset, if you can throw me off, I will leave you alone. Conversely, if you cannot, you must sign a contract with me. What do you say? Fukasaku began to take Naruto seriously for the first time, but said nothing. Instead, he leapt dozens of meters into the air, demonstrating his answer through action. Initially, Fukasaku held back, considering Naruto's age, but as Naruto maintained a composed demeanor, Fukasaku grew furious and unleashed his full strength. Each leap reached nearly 100 meters, traversing forests, lakes, mountains, and depths, from noon until sunset. Fukasaku's path covered nearly every corner around the leaf, yet he could not shake Naruto off. At this moment, Jiraiya had climbed out of the pit and stood on a hill, quietly observing everything through his telescope. Without relying on the Nine-Tails chakra, he has already accomplished this much. It seems Naruto's talent is not inferior to that of Minato. With a thunderous sound, Fukasaku finally halted, panting heavily. Great Toad. It seems I have won, Naruto declared, though he too was drenched and nearly exhausted, yet his eyes burned with fierce determination, as if daring Fukasaku to challenge him further. Gently, Fukasaku set Naruto down and regarded him intently. Regardless of his own feelings, he had to acknowledge that Naruto was the strongest young boy he had ever encountered. If he did not falter, his future was boundless, potentially surpassing generations of Hokage. My little one is calling me home for dinner, so I must take my leave for now. Until next time, Naruto. Naruto's smile froze on his face, only to be replaced by fury moments later. He had been eagerly awaiting Fukasaku's acknowledgement, only to have him brazenly flee. As Jiraiya approached, Naruto exclaimed, "Perverted sage." The Great Toad ran away. I clearly won. How infuriating. Seeing Naruto nearly brought to tears, Jiraiya patted his shoulder. Fool, Fukasaku has already recognized you. Naruto paused, surprised. Fukasaku recognized me already? Did you not notice? Fukasaku referred to you differently this time, Jiraiya replied. Realization struck Naruto. Indeed, Fukasaku had called his name instead of the usual kid. But why did he leave without a word? Because he was embarrassed, of course. Do you think toads don't have pride? Jiraiya's tone grew serious. Naruto, remember, even if Fukasaku and the others sign a contract with you, do not treat them as mere tools, but as partners. I understand, you can rest assured, perverted sage. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had only seen Naruto's potential, but now the level of talent he displayed was astonishing. Without using the Nine-Tails chakra, he had summoned Fukasaku, indicating that his chakra capacity already exceeded that of a high-ranking ninja. When Minato sealed the Nine-Tails within Naruto, he left a small gap so Naruto could access its power sooner. However, this chakra was instinctively repelled by Naruto's own chakra, and now that Naruto's chakra was impressive, he could not utilize the Nine-Tails chakra, leading to a reduction in his overall strength. If Naruto could learn to harness the Nine-Tails chakra effectively, not only would his abilities no longer be hindered, but he could also significantly enhance his power, potentially making him one of the strongest in the ninja world. This was indeed a dilemma. What to do? Should he widen the seal a bit? Although Jiraiya was confident in his sealing techniques, one misstep could jeopardize Naruto's life. Yet, to do nothing would be a disservice to Naruto's extraordinary talent. Chapter 43. The main competition begins after sharing the pros and cons with Naruto. Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation once more. Moments later, chakra flames ignited at his fingertips as he slowly approached Naruto. He contemplated unsealing the barrier, widening the opening despite the significant risks involved. Yet, human nature often compels one to entertain certain thoughts, making them difficult to suppress. It was, after all, Not an extraordinary matter. Naruto's sudden, nonsensical remark interrupted Jiraiya's actions. In fact, not having the Nine-Tails chakra is not a big deal. I can still win my matches in the Chunin exams without relying on the Nine-Tails power. I can still send Orochimaru flying. So why should I be so fixated on forcing the Nine-Tails to serve me? He continued, I don't even like being constrained myself, let alone the Nine-Tails. Being imprisoned for eternity must be a dreadful experience, one I cannot fully empathize with, but I can imagine it is far from pleasant. While I restrain it, I also demand its strength. I find that morally unsatisfactory. Moreover, even without its assistance, I can still become the strongest ninja and ultimately attain the title of Hokage. Naruto's resolute declaration left Jiraiya momentarily stunned, feeling a bit embarrassed as the flames at his fingertips gradually extinguished. Perhaps this child is right. I should let things unfold naturally. Oh, you have no regrets? With the Nine-Tails power, you could surpass me in no time, Jiraiya teased. What kind of expression is that? How about I treat you to ice cream? Really? That would be wonderful. But this time you pay. Why? Didn't you promise to treat? Because I already spent quite a bit on ramen before. It's only fair to reciprocate. What? You just wanted me to pay for your ice cream all along, pretending you were treating me. You little miser. In the days that followed, Jiraiya, observing Naruto's mastery of the summoning technique, began to teach him sealing techniques at Naruto's earnest request. It must be said that Jiraiya possessed unique insights into sealing arts. Whether it was unraveling various sealing techniques or the method to seal Amaterasu, all of which Naruto longed to learn. Although Jiraiya was reluctant to reveal all his knowledge so soon, he ultimately succumbed to Naruto and his twins' persistent pleas, imparting his cherished sealing techniques to them. Furthermore, he addressed several questions Naruto had regarding the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts, leading to remarkable progress in Naruto's mastery of the subject. As various feudal lords and leaders arrived, the Chunin exams finally reached the climactic stage of confrontation. Unlike others who hurriedly took their places, Naruto strolled into the arena, nonchalantly sucking on a lollipop with his arms behind his head, barely on time. At that moment, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivering a speech from the high platform, found Naruto's confidence captivating. To be a competitor arriving just in time like this showcased a remarkable level of self-assurance, disregarding his opponents. Yet, this portrayal of Naruto was somewhat unfair. He did not underestimate anyone. He recognized that with Sasuke and Gaara scheduled for the first match, it was uncertain whether others would even get a chance to compete. Perhaps the first match would not conclude before Orochimaru made his move, which would truly be his battle. In the stands, Neji struggled to contain his anger. He had arrived early, and seeing Naruto's apparent nonchalance felt like a slight against him. Neji, calm down. His demeanor may be a deliberate attempt to provoke you. Do not fall for it, advised Hyuga Hisashi, the clan leader. Yes, clan leader, Neji coldly replied. For Neji, his father had been driven to death by the main family, and as a branch member, he bore the mark of a slave, bound to serve the main family for life. Under such circumstances, even though Hisashi was his uncle, Neji could not muster warmth toward him. The coldness of clan rules overshadowed any familial affection. Hisashi, slightly uncomfortable, continued, do not be deceived by his appearance. His strength matches yours. Yes, clan leader. As the participants gathered, Sarutobi hastened his speech, swiftly concluding the opening remarks. Then, Moonlight Gale led the 8 competitors to the center of the arena to face the audience's scrutiny. Moonlight Gale had indeed narrowly escaped death. Due to Konoha's prior suspicions of Suna's intentions, their actions were particularly cautious, pairing participants in twos, thus avoiding the fate of being slain by Maki, as in the original tale. The reason for the reduction from 9 to 8 participants was that TS had been killed while testing Gaara's resolve. Do not look around. Relish this moment, he instructed. Listening to the cheers from the audience, Naruto found it perplexing why they were so exhilarated, as he hardly recognized any of them. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. The second match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Hyuga Neji. The third match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Temari. The fourth match, Kinmei Sumi vs. Yamanaka Ino. As with the preliminaries, the rules remained lenient. There were no regulations until one side was incapacitated or surrendered. Of course, if I deemed the outcome clear, I would intervene beforehand. And no one was permitted to resist. All right, the first match participants, step forward, the rest may exit. Apart from Sasuke and Gaara, the others gradually left the arena. In contrast to the calm within, the stands were abuzz with speculation about who would ultimately triumph. Hey, Sakura, Who do you think is most likely to win? Ino nudged Sakura with her shoulder. It must be Naruto or Sasuke, Sakura asserted without hesitation, exuding immense confidence. Ino felt a twinge of jealousy. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Sakura's two teammates were undeniably formidable, an irrefutable fact. Indeed, Naruto and Sasuke are impressive, but it seems someone is dragging them down. What did you say? Hinata watched Naruto's figure with concern. Though she fervently hoped for his victory, she understood that her brother Neji was exceptionally strong, which troubled her greatly, leaving her at a loss for words. Go, Naruto. You can do it. Don't worry. That guy will be just fine, Kiba reassured her. But, is Naruto really okay? My brother Neji is incredibly strong, Hinata expressed her worry. No matter how strong Neji is. Naruto's current power is on an entirely different level, Kiba declared confidently. Losing to Naruto had not bred resentment in him. Rather, it had fostered greater respect. Now, Naruto had become the target that Kiba aspired to chase. With Moonlight Gale's command, the duel between Sasuke and Gaara officially commenced. Chapter 44. The Return of Darkness. Gaara cast an evil grin at Sasuke, yet Sasuke remained unfazed, his icy demeanor fixed upon his adversary. Sand Coffin. Fire style, fire destruction. Despite Gaara's formidable strength, Sasuke, empowered by the Sharingan and having mastered Lightning Blade, along with the Uchiha clan's fire techniques, found Gaara at a disadvantage before he could even transform into his tailed beast form. Gaara's mental state began to deteriorate, pushing him closer to the brink of losing control. Meanwhile, a covert operation unfolded silently. Unbeknownst to them, the audience in the stands fell into a deep slumber as vast clouds of black smoke billowed from various corners of the venue, particularly from the area where the Hokage stood. Yuan Fei, with a wary expression, turned to the Kazekage and inquired, "What are your intentions?" The Kazekage offered no response, but swiftly brandished a kunai against Yuan Fei's throat. So soon to end, Lord Hokage. At the same time, the four sound ninja positioned themselves at the corners, forming the four violet flames formation in an instant. As the formation activated, flames surged forth, creating a barrier that severed their connection to the outside world, as if separating life from death itself. Are you trying to incite war with this action? You can still cease fire, Yuan Fei urged. The Kazekage let out a sinister laugh. Has age dulled your wits, Yuan Fei sensei? With that revelation, his true identity was laid bare. He was not the Kazekage, but rather Orochimaru, a former disciple of Yuan Fei. Despair, Yuan Fei sensei. As Orochimaru spoke, he effortlessly drew his kunai across Yuan Fei's neck. However, the moment the blade made contact, Yuan Fei transformed into a wooden log, a substitution technique. Orochimaru was unfazed, knowing that Yuan Fei would not be so easily dispatched. But when he beheld the figure before him, his confidence evaporated. It was not Yuan Fei, but Kakashi Hatake. Nani? Orochimaru gasped in disbelief, realizing the one he had ensnared was not Yuan Fei, but Kakashi. Apologies for disappointing you, Orochimaru, Kakashi said, cautiously creating distance. Although the crisis in Sunagakure had been averted and the third Hokage successfully protected, he now faced one of the legendary three ninjas alone. Observing Orochimaru's voracious expression, he felt the gravity of the situation intensify. But then, from the corner of his eye, Kakashi spotted a small, frail figure lying on the ground. Even he, with his seasoned composure, could no longer maintain his calm. Damn it, Naruto, how did you get in here? Hee, of course, I'm here to help you. Naruto grinned, scratching his head. You fool, you'll get yourself killed. Kakashi snapped. Naruto, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? I'm trying to help you, and you're scolding me? Naruto was baffled. He had envisioned joining forces with the third Hokage against Orochimaru, with himself handling the Edo Tensei while the third confronted Orochimaru. Yet now, his ally had turned into Kakashi, and instead of gratitude, he was met with reprimand. Nevertheless, Naruto understood that Kakashi's harshness stemmed from concern. If he were truly indifferent, he would remain silent about Naruto's well-being. Do you remember what you asked me when we first met, Kakashi-sensei? What? You inquired about my dream. My answer was to protect those I cherish. Kakashi-sensei, you are among those I hold dear, so regardless of the opponent, I will not retreat. Naruto, this little brat. Kakashi acknowledged the heartfelt impact of Naruto's words while pondering strategies to ensure Naruto's safety. However, escaping from Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, seemed a daunting task. Orochimaru, Whatever your intentions, cease this madness before it escalates into catastrophe. I trust that the Hokage will not hold you accountable. Kakashi attempted to reason with Orochimaru. At the very least, spare this child. He knows nothing of the danger he faces. Orochimaru shed his facade, coldly mocking. Humph, cease? Konoha is like a motionless windmill, utterly tedious. No one escapes punishment for their misdeeds. If you wish to play the hero, let your lives be the wind that propels this folly. Outside, tension mounted as onlookers grew anxious. While many believed in Kakashi's strength, they were acutely aware of the nature of the opponent he faced. Against someone as notorious as Orochimaru, the outcome seemed all but certain. Several attempted to break the seal but were halted by Yuan Fei's stern warning. Once ignited by the flames of the four violet flames formation, they will be grievously harmed. If not killed, Lord Hokage, can we employ long-range attacks? If they possess sufficient power, we might breach the seal, a desperate ninja inquired. Yuan Fei sighed. That is precisely the challenge of the four violet flames formation. If they were merely defensive, we could force our way through. Yet within the barrier are Kakashi and Naruto, and any overwhelming force capable of breaking the seal would likely endanger them. Sasuke, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, "Are we truly going to stand by and watch as Orochimaru kills them?" Kakashi-sensei, Naruto. Sakura cried, tears welling in her eyes. She had witnessed Orochimaru's perilous nature firsthand. Though Naruto had triumphed previously, it had been through a surprise attack and luck, and his opponent had not yet unleashed his full power. Trapped within this barrier, she feared that Orochimaru would show no mercy. If Naruto were to perish, she could not bear to contemplate the ramifications. Gather our forces. Regardless of the outcome, we cannot allow Orochimaru to escape. Yuan Fei's expression remained stoic, but internally he felt a bitter numbness. How could he not be anxious? Both Kakashi and Naruto's fathers had sacrificed themselves to protect the village, especially Naruto, who had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Yet, no matter how frantic he felt, he could not afford to show it. He was the village's pillar of support, and it seemed their only hope now lay in the nine tails within Naruto. Naruto, be cautious. This opponent is unlike any other. Kakashi suppressed his fear, activating his Sharingan. He did not fear death, having long become accustomed to its presence. Yet he dreaded the thought of Naruto being mercilessly slaughtered due to his own weakness. For the third time in his life, Kakashi felt profoundly powerless, and in that moment, an unprecedented yearning for strength welled within him. In contrast, Naruto, devoid of Kakashi's complex emotions, was eagerly flexing his wrists, eager to engage Orochimaru in battle. Honestly, he's just a defeated foe. Indeed, while Orochimaru was strong, he was merely strong. There were countless individuals more powerful than him in this world. Pain, Tobi, Itachi. If he could not overcome this challenge, what hope was there of protecting everything he cherished? Chapter 45. Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, his hands weaving through a series of intricate seals. To honor your valor, I shall grant you the most glorious of deaths. Summoning Jutsu. Impure World Reincarnation. As his words echoed, a coffin materialized from the earth, bearing the inscription first. Soon after, a second and third followed. Fire style, grand fireball technique. As the third coffin emerged, Kakashi, finally sensing the impending danger, intervened to halt the process. However, the initial two coffins had already been fully summoned. With the coffin lids falling open, two figures arose, their forms stirring a wave of shock, not only through Kakashi but also through the assembled villagers of Konoha. For these were none other than the first and second Hokage, revered figures etched upon the Hokage rock. Can it be those two? This is dire. If it's them, victory seems unattainable. It's the first and second. How can we possibly fight them? Murmurs of disbelief and alarm rippled through the ranks of the Yumbu, who as children had gazed upon the statues on the Hokage rock with reverence. Now, many were struck speechless with dread. Damn it! Damn it all! Sasuke roared, pounding the earth with his fists. He was consumed by self-loathing, lamenting his weakness and impotence. Even if he had joined them within the four violet flames formation, what difference could he have made? Naruto had saved him twice, and yet, he could only watch helplessly as Naruto faced peril. Father, can Naruto and the others prevail? Hinata asked, her gaze fixed on Hayashi, earnestly seeking reassurance. Hayashi, his expression grave, replied, the odds of success are virtually non-existent. As the head of the Hyuga clan, his words carried considerable weight. His stark assessment mirrored the unspoken fears of many, effectively pronouncing a death sentence upon Naruto and Kakashi. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she listened to these words of despair. Despite her attempts to remain composed, her vision blurred with tears. Even with her unwavering faith in Naruto, she found it difficult to believe that he and Kakashi could triumph over Orochimaru and the two Hokage. The mere thought of failure was unbearable. Sakura had never contemplated a world devoid of Naruto. Perhaps she would have continued as a ninja, dutifully carrying out missions, living a life of quiet routine. However, she would be devoid of joy, for she would never encounter another like Naruto. No. Naruto cannot die. I refuse to let him die. Naruto. Life. The cry, as if emanating from the very depths of her soul, pierced through the multitude, transcending the barrier of the seal, resonating with unmistakable clarity within Naruto's heart. As if catching sight of Sakura beyond the barrier, Naruto flashed the girl an OK sign. Seeing Naruto's nonchalant behavior, both Kakashi and Orochimaru were provoked. Hey, Naruto, focus, Kakashi cautioned, not expecting much assistance from Naruto, but hoping he could at least prioritize his own survival, thus giving Kakashi a slim chance to fight. Orochimaru sneered. Naruto-kun, despite your youth, I must admit I admire your audacity. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Naruto scratched his head, looking at Orochimaru with a puzzled expression. Afraid of what? Afraid of you, this unholy abomination, or of your flawed impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru ceased his banter and unleashed several grotesque snake heads from his sleeves, aiming to strike Naruto. Lightning blade. Kakashi instantly moved in front of Naruto, his hand crackling with lightning, effortlessly severing the snake heads. Simultaneously, the reincarnated Hashirama and Tobirama Senju launched their attack, swiftly placing Kakashi in a precarious situation. To make matters worse, Tobirama ensnared Kakashi in a Jinjutsu during a moment of distraction, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Darkness Jinjutsu. Haha. Enjoy yourself, Kakashi. The second Hokage is a formidable Jinjutsu master. Orochimaru chuckled maliciously, relishing the sight of his prey's impending demise. However, when he turned his gaze toward Naruto, he was taken aback, as darkness had also enveloped his vision. Darkness Jinjutsu. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had completed the hand seals, instantly engulfing all three adversaries, including Orochimaru. Within the Jinjutsu. Humph. Do you think that this can possibly hinder me? After his initial surprise, Orochimaru quickly regained his composure, twisting his body into an unnatural posture. He unsheathed the Kusanagi blade and lunged at Naruto. Because Orochimaru, strictly speaking, was no longer a complete human, his body possessing many serpentine traits. He did not rely on sight to orient himself. Instead, he could rely on perception. However, Naruto was similarly unaffected by the darkness. As if with eyes in the back of his head, he seized Orochimaru's wrist as he approached, delivering a barrage of shuriken. Caught off guard by the sudden and close-range assault, Orochimaru barely managed to evade the attack. At that moment, Kakashi, wreathed in lightning, struck with relentless force. What? Orochimaru was bewildered. How were these two unaffected by the darkness technique? Could Tobirama Senju's darkness technique be a sham? Naruto was indeed affected by the darkness technique, his vision obscured by darkness. However, his hearing remained unimpaired, even heightened by the loss of sight. The sound-based techniques he had learned from Zabuza now proved invaluable. As for Kakashi, he had openly eavesdropped on Zabuza's teachings of the sound-based techniques to Naruto and the others, mastering the fundamentals. However, while they remained unaffected, the reincarnated Hashirama and Tobirama Senju were at a severe disadvantage. The limitations imposed by the sacrifice restricted their ability to unleash their full power. Furthermore, Orochimaru's control over their actions further hampered their combat effectiveness. Now, deprived of their vision and relying solely on Orochimaru's control, their fighting strength had been severely diminished. Therefore, despite their formidable power, the imperfect nature of the impure world reincarnation ultimately limited the extent of their strength. Kakashi-sensei, assist me in restraining the first and second Hokage. I want to attempt to undo the technique. Chapter 46. The diamond lock. Naruto's words momentarily stunned Kakashi, yet the latter's hands moved without hesitation to form seals. Summoning technique. 8 ninja hounds. To the right, at the 9 o'clock position. Orochimaru suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. The situation had already deviated from his expectations. Indeed, he harbored a desire to kill Kakashi out of frustration, but that was only under the condition of his own safety. The third Hokage and others were still watching closely, and if he were to sustain injuries in his attempt to slay Kakashi, he might find himself trapped here. Orochimaru sought to aid himself, but was obstructed by Naruto, who wielded a kunai. One should not underestimate Orochimaru's taijutsu. As a legendary ninja who had lived for 50 years, he had long since shed any apparent weaknesses. He even possessed unique insights into taijutsu. However, he was still thwarted effortlessly by Naruto. It was truly unimaginable. Naruto, you have grown to such an extent that even the Itachi of your would not stand a chance against you. Orochimaru thought, lamenting that if it were not for the perfect Sharingan, perhaps Naruto would have been a more suitable vessel for him. Naruto chuckled, not at all. The truly powerful one is you. Yes, you are indeed stronger than I am, albeit just a little. Even Orochimaru, with his extraordinary temperament, could not help but feel his expression darken at that moment. Naruto's words, seemingly a compliment, were laced with sarcasm. A 50-year-old ninja only marginally stronger than a 13-year-old was clearly a mockery of his weakness. Naruto, focus! Kakashi shouted. The 8 ninja hounds had firmly clamped onto Senju Tobirama's body. Though weakened considerably, he was still the second Hokage, and no one could guarantee when he might break free from their grasp. Naruto discerned the direction and dashed towards Senju Tobirama, beginning to form seals based on his recollections. At the moment his palm pressed against Senju Tobirama's chest, the body of the reincarnated second Hokage disintegrated with a thunderous sound, vanishing from existence. Orochimaru's forehead glistened with sweat. The ninjutsu he prided himself on had been so easily unraveled by Naruto. Why? How did Naruto know his sealing techniques? No, it couldn't be just one move. How could he be so powerful at such a young age? That was the second Hokage. Truly, Konoha lived up to its reputation as the strongest ninja village. Even a mere genin possessed such strength. It seemed the mission could be entrusted to Konoha without worry. Outside the barrier, onlookers were dumbfounded. They could not hear the sounds within, but they knew that the genin named Naruto Uzumaki had resolved the second Hokage with a single move. What immense power that must entail. All right, the next one, to the left, at 7 o'clock. Threefold Gate of Hell. Seeing Kakashi and Naruto attempt to employ the same tactic again, Orochimaru hastily formed seals, using the Gate of Hell to enclose Senju Hashirama from 3 sides, while he himself guarded the remaining direction, denying Naruto any opportunity. Should Senju Hashirama also be dispatched by Naruto, he would have to face 2 opponents alone. Summoning Technique. White Snake. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Orochimaru's vigilance surged. He could not afford to be reckless any longer. He summoned a summoning beast, seeking a quick resolution. Upon seeing his opponent summon the serpent, Naruto resisted the urge to call upon the Great Toad, as the barrier was too small. If the Great Toad were to be burned, it would indeed be a disadvantage. Naruto, do not lose focus. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Mud flew everywhere as it splashed. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. As Orochimaru completed his seals, it seemed as if a torrent of mud appeared beneath Naruto and Kakashi, forcing them to evade. In midair, they were also attacked by the White Snake. Orochimaru truly was a formidable adversary. At that moment, Kakashi's chest heaved. The previous battle had clearly drained a considerable amount of his stamina, and his chakra was running low. I only have enough for one more, Kakashi muttered absently. Naruto paused, quickly comprehending what Kakashi meant. This meant the next attack was crucial. Otherwise, it would turn into a one-on-one confrontation with Orochimaru, all while needing to protect Kakashi. Naruto was not one to hesitate. Once he grasped this, he leapt into the fray, ready to determine their fates. Ninja Art. Super Dense Fog Technique. The earlier darkness had failed to deter him, so what use was the dense fog now? Though Orochimaru thought this, his mind was more focused than ever. Having reached this stage of battle, he dared not underestimate Naruto in the slightest. The range of the super dense fog technique was vast, typically employed to alter the battlefield. However, if the size of the technique could be compressed into a limited space, it could yield drastically different effects. For instance, the water vapor generated by the fog could adhere to the body, something others could not achieve, but Naruto could, as his control over chakra had reached a terrifying level. Orochimaru. This ends now. Naruto slowly raised his palm toward Orochimaru. Golden chakra chains erupted from his palm, racing toward Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru had sensed the anomaly, the barrier was confined, leaving him no room to evade. Soon, his garments were soaked by the mist, and his speed diminished imperceptibly. In a contest of equals, a mere fraction of a second could determine everything. Orochimaru's expression darkened significantly, for he felt not only his body bound, but also his spirit and soul ensnared by the golden chains. This is the diamond lock of the Uzumaki clan? He recalled that a perfected diamond lock could even trap tailed beasts, let alone him. Naruto said nothing, knowing that Orochimaru possessed myriad techniques. Thus, he channeled all his focus into controlling the diamond lock, refusing to grant Orochimaru a single chance to exploit. Now, Kakashi, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, finally sprang into action. Lightning energy erupted from his palm, striking fiercely toward Orochimaru. At the moment Kakashi closed in, Orochimaru, who had been struggling, suddenly lifted his head. The missing Kusanagi sword inexplicably emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, piercing Kakashi's chest. Kakashi gazed at the blade embedded in his chest, his expression momentarily vacant before firm resolve washed over him. Let us descend into hell together, Orochimaru. Ignoring his wounds, Kakashi roared, using Raikiri to similarly pierce through Orochimaru's chest. As Orochimaru's head drooped, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, the Kusanagi sword still lodged within him. Kakashi-sensei. In that instant, as Kakashi fell, Naruto's eyes turned crimson, and a remarkable transformation occurred in his chakra. The long-sought Nine-Tails chakra finally erupted at that moment. Yet, given a choice, he would have preferred not to. Chapter 47. A misstep. Ah, what remarkable little imps they are. They almost succeeded in taking my life. The once slumped Orochimaru lifted his head again. Though drenched in cold sweat, he was undeniably still alive. At this point, he no longer entertained fantasies of eliminating anyone, for he had to concede that Naruto's strength surpassed his wildest expectations. It seemed that even the young boy before him possessed hidden trump cards. With the ever-watchful members of the Umbu lurking outside, Orochimaru's only desire was to escape. Naruto-kun, please refrain from looking at me with those eyes. Release this chain quickly, or your beloved Kakashi will perish completely, Orochimaru threatened, unleashing a terrifying serpent that coiled protectively around Kakashi. Release him, and I shall undo the binding, Naruto replied calmly, prioritizing Kakashi's life far above the act of slaying Orochimaru. Very well, Naruto-kun, I trust you, Orochimaru said, though he merely positioned Kakashi 2 meters ahead of him. Should Naruto make any sudden moves, he would seize Kakashi as a hostage once more. However, Orochimaru's apprehensions were unfounded. The moment he let go of Kakashi, Naruto swiftly unbound the restraints on him. Retreat! Orochimaru shouted, and the 4 sound ninjas, who had been stationed at each corner, began to dissolve their seals. The 4 purple flames formation was dismantled, and chaos erupted throughout Konoha, evidently a premeditated arrangement. The 4 guardians hastened to escort Orochimaru's escape, pursued relentlessly by numerous Umbu ninjas. Naruto paid no heed to Orochimaru and hurried to Kakashi's side, assessing his injuries. Fortunately, Kakashi's wounds were not life-threatening, prompting Naruto to marvel at his teacher's resilience. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. Soon after, Sakura and the others arrived, and together with Naruto, they employed healing techniques to treat Kakashi, while others summoned the medical team. Only when Kakashi was placed on a stretcher did the group collectively exhale in relief. Sasuke scoffed. Humph, Shikamaru remarked, I never imagined we had underestimated you all along, Naruto. Kiba chimed in, I knew you'd win. Just ask Hinata. Wait, where's Hinata? Hinata was shyly hiding behind her father, Hayashi Hyuga, casting glances at Naruto. Upon noticing Naruto's gaze, she shyly waved her hand. Naruto hesitated briefly but ultimately smiled at Hinata. Although he harbored no special feelings for her, he recognized her as the heroine of his story, making it impossible to feel entirely indifferent. Nevertheless, Naruto had no intention of pursuing her, understanding that if love was unattainable, he would not seek to destroy it. Naruto. Sakura finally could no longer contain herself and, to the astonishment of those around them, embraced Naruto tightly. They had been on the brink of losing him forever, and now that he was back, no one could comprehend Sakura's emotions. She simply wanted to feel his presence, as if loosening her grip would cause him to vanish. The only slight disappointment was Naruto's height. In their embrace, he appeared even smaller. Naruto noticed this and stood on his tiptoes, attempting to appear taller. This comical scene did not escape the notice of their friends, who laughed heartily at the sight. Yet, from a distance, Hinata felt a painful sting in her heart. When Naruto nodded at her, she thought he acknowledged her, but seeing him with Sakura made her realize she had never truly entered Naruto's heart. Suddenly, it felt as if something had shattered within her. Hayashi Hyuga spoke gently, Let it go, Hinata. Though he is indeed remarkable, he is not suited for you. Moreover, he has someone he cares for now. As the heir of our clan, you should seek a talented individual from our family. Hayashi did not intend to discourage Hinata. He simply understood that enduring prolonged pain was worse than a swift resolution. He knew that none who became Jinchuriki had fared well, and he could not bear to see his daughter entangled with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if that boy were to love her sincerely, it would not be allowed. The timid Hinata dared not counter her father's words, tears streaming down her face as she silently followed Hayashi away. Thanks to Naruto's earlier warnings, Konoha had anticipated the movements of Tsunagakure and quickly discovered the fate of the Kazekage. Consequently, Tsunagakure did not inflict significant damage on Konoha. Rather, they assisted in the pursuit of Orochimaru. As evening approached, uplifting news arrived from Konoha. Orochimaru had been captured. The notorious rogue ninja, who had long relied on his powers to sow chaos, had finally miscalculated. He was ambushed by Tsunagakure ninjas during his escape and ultimately surrounded and apprehended by a large Umbu force. Led by Maki, the Tsunagakure ninjas advocated for immediate execution, as Orochimaru had slain their Kazekage. However, Yuenfei insisted on a public trial for Orochimaru. This stance was understandable. After all, Orochimaru was no longer the hero he once was and had caused countless injuries to Konoha over the years. A public trial would not only grant closure to many, but also serve as a warning to other criminals. Konoha's higher-ups regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Danzo, the leader of the Root organization, proposed taking charge of Orochimaru's security, but Yuenfei rejected this, opting for Umbu members to supervise Orochimaru personally. At the same time, the name Uzumaki Naruto began to spread rapidly among various factions. At just 12 years of age, he had defeated one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, a truly fantastical achievement. However, Yuenfei did not view this as entirely positive. After all, true geniuses were those who matured, and Konoha had seen its share of untimely deaths among prodigies. Despite Konoha's efforts to conceal the news, whispers could not be silenced, and Naruto's records soon appeared on the desks of influential figures across the land. Yet, Naruto was unconcerned with these developments. At that moment, he was busy celebrating with Sakura, Sasuke, and Ino. In a gesture of goodwill, Sasuke, usually aloof and reserved, invited them to his home for a celebration in honor of Naruto's miraculous survival, even going so far as to splurge on fruits and snacks. The Uchiha family residence, once grand, now appeared somewhat desolate due to neglect, yet the presence of the young ninjas breathed some life back into the space. "Well done, Naruto," Sasuke remarked, sipping his tea casually. Naruto understood he was referring to the defeat of Orochimaru and waved dismissively. "It was nothing. You did well too. If it weren't for that mishap at the end, you would have won. Still, I have a nagging feeling that he was hiding some sort of trump card," Sasuke mused. Deep in thought, Naruto took a sip of tea, blowing on it before downing it in one go. "Idiot. You don't drink tea like that," Sasuke exclaimed in disbelief. "What? You're such a cheapskate. Tea is meant to be consumed," Naruto retorted. Sasuke felt utterly speechless. Realizing that the tea was a rare and precious remnant from their family's glory days, some leaves were even irreplaceable, possessing calming properties. Each sip meant a loss of something invaluable. He decided to let it go, as it was meant to be shared with friends, allowing Naruto to enjoy it as he pleased. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino, who had been busy in the kitchen, finally emerged with several beautifully presented dishes. "Oh, what's that black dish?" Chapter 48. Shouldering a colossal debt before Naruto could fully comprehend the situation, Sakura had already presented the dark, unappetizing concoction before him. This military ration pill is a labor of love, meticulously crafted with various medicinal herbs. Disregard its less than appealing appearance. The details are absolutely top-notch. You and Sasuke expended considerable energy today, so please, sample my culinary creation. Despite the questionable aesthetics of the black ration pill, it was, after all, made by Sakura. Regardless of their inclination, Naruto and Sasuke tentatively took a bite. In an instant, they felt as if fate had seized their throats. Sasuke, disregarding everything else, hastily excused himself. Naruto attempted to rise, but Sakura swiftly restrained him. She wasn't oblivious. She discerned the situation. Sasuke had already vomited, and she couldn't afford Naruto doing the same, lest her pride be irrevocably wounded. "Don't you find my ration pill palatable?" Naruto vehemently shook his head. "Then, consume another. Open your mouth." "I refuse." Seeing Naruto remain silent, his lips firmly sealed, Sakura's frustration mounted. She had selflessly prepared a delicious treat, yet he not only failed to appreciate it, but also displayed such blatant disdain. Enraged, Sakura impetuously pried open Naruto's jaw, seized a handful of ration pills, and unceremoniously shoved them into his mouth. She then pressed down with her small hand, commanding, "Eat it." Naruto. After much struggle, Naruto finally managed to swallow the ration pills, but he appeared to have lost half his life in the process, becoming listless. Seeing that Naruto had consumed most of the ration pills, Sasuke dared to return to his seat. Sakura had been truly terrifying, especially considering the flavor of the ration pill was unbearable. Sakura's culinary skills were already limited, and in her desire to nourish Naruto, she had added numerous medicinal herbs, resulting in an unsavory taste. Fortunately, Karin's dishes were relatively palatable. Having lived alone since childhood, Karin's cooking, especially in contrast, was a veritable delicacy. The four were well acquainted, and the atmosphere at the table soon warmed. Suddenly, Sakura blurted out, "Sasuke, don't you feel lonely living in such a large house by yourself?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, Sakura realized her blunder and quickly covered her mouth. Sasuke gently placed his chopsticks down and said, "Lonely? That's an emotion I shouldn't entertain. My remaining years are dedicated to one purpose, to kill that man." Sakura realized she had erred again and looked at Naruto for help. Naruto sighed and said, "Sasuke, have you ever considered that what you see may not always be the truth? What I see isn't the truth." Sasuke frowned at Naruto. "But that's inconsequential, because I will help you no matter what, Sasuke." Naruto raised his teacup with a smile. He didn't provide a direct answer, but his response warmed Sasuke's heart. "Me too," Sakura quickly added, raising her teacup. "I as well," Karin chimed in. Sasuke gazed at the three, and the shadows in his eyes finally dissipated somewhat. He raised his teacup as well. "Cheers." Perhaps due to Orochimaru's deliberate restraint in his initial attack to facilitate his escape, Kakashi's injuries were not as severe as they appeared. Within a week, he had recovered considerably. Naruto and Sakura, accompanied by Karin, sought out Kakashi, requesting his assistance in resolving Karin's residency issue. "Oh, you wish to commission me to assist Karin in obtaining residency? This matter is rather delicate," Kakashi said with a troubled expression. Naruto retorted, "What do you mean? Kakashi-sensei, you're an elite jonin. Can't you handle such a trivial matter? You call this trivial?" Kakashi said sternly. "Konoha has a duty to protect every resident, so each resident's identity must be rigorously scrutinized. As a foreign ninja, Karin would not be able to freely walk the streets of Konoha without your recommendation, due to her sensitive status. A single misstep could potentially trigger a war between ninja villages. Can you bear the consequences?" Naruto calmed down upon hearing this, and Sakura fell silent. Karin's large eyes filled with disappointment. "Is there truly no solution?" Naruto asked, unwilling to give up. Kakashi said, "Not entirely, but the cost is significant. If we wish to keep Karin and grant her official status, we must reach an agreement with Kusugakure and compensate them handsomely. The details are too complex to explain in a few words. It's just about paying money, right? How much are we talking about?" Naruto asked nonchalantly. Kakashi raised a finger. 1,000 ryo? Kakashi shook his head. 10,000 ryo? Kakashi shook his head again. "It can't be 1,000,000 ryo, can it?" Sakura asked incredulously. Kakashi nodded. Naruto exclaimed, "What? Are you trying to rob us, Kakashi-sensei?" "I don't want to either, but that's the reality. Even with my full assistance, the final cost won't be less than 500,000 ryo. Do you still think it's simple, Naruto?" Naruto looked at Kakashi ingratiatingly and said apologetically, Kakashi-sensei, could you lend me some money?" Kakashi recoiled in alarm and took a step back, saying, "Although I am a jonin, I can't produce that much money all at once." "Kakashi-sensei, please help," Naruto pleaded. Seeing his arms being pulled by Naruto and Sakura from either side, Kakashi could only sigh helplessly. "All right, I can cover the cost. But let's be clear, I'm lending it to you, Naruto." Naruto said displeased. "Really? Do you have to write a promissory note? Do you think I won't pay you back?" "Of course, if you welsh on the debt, my life is over," Kakashi said nonchalantly. Fine, I'll borrow it from Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said. "All right. Sign this promissory note and give me Karin's information. You don't have to worry about anything else." Kakashi produced a piece of paper from somewhere and handed it to Naruto. It read, "Uzumaki Naruto borrows 500,000 ryo from Kakashi. The debt will be deducted from mission rewards." Naruto signed his name without hesitation, muttering, "What a cheapskate." Seeing Kakashi glaring at him, Naruto glared back until Kakashi said softly, "Konohama are you?" Naruto immediately understood, and his expression crumbled. Kakashi looked at the information Karin handed over and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, Karin's birthday is June 20th. making her 12 this year, right? That means she's older than Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, Does that mean Naruto should call you elder sister? Yet you've been calling him older brother for so long. Well, brother and sister are just titles, Naruto said awkwardly, scratching his head. Karin said shyly, Naruto and Naruto Otudo. Sigh. Naruto's heart shattered. Not only had he incurred a huge debt, but his obedient little sister had suddenly become his elder sister. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi asked curiously, You've arrived? Kakashi, I heard that Naruto went to you. What's the matter? It's like this. Naruto has a relative from his mother's clan named Uzumaki Karin. Naruto has commissioned me to help this girl obtain residency in Konoha, Kakashi said truthfully. Sarutobi took a deep puff of smoke before saying, It's not a big deal. If that's the case, help her with the formalities. Kakashi remarked. That young girl is still in need of a shelter. What would be the requisite fee? After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Perhaps 200,000 would suffice. Yuan Fei, somewhat impatient, interjected, Since she will be counted among your subordinates, consider her one of your own. A token payment of 10,000 should be sufficient. Is there anything else? Nothing more, Lord Hokage. I take my leave. Chapter 49. The tempestuous Princess Team 7 received a new assignment, but Kakashi instructed them to first attend a film screening. By this time, the team had expanded to include a fourth member, a reserve named Karin. Emerging from the cinema, Naruto was still captivated, finding the heroine of the Blizzard Princess's great adventure exceptionally beautiful and endearing. Having never before experienced the magic of cinema, Naruto was instantly smitten with the titular princess. Could such a princess truly exist? He mused. To serve such a noble sovereign would be the ultimate aspiration for a ninja. Sakura, overhearing Naruto's murmurs, retorted, Naruto, what did you say? Nothing. Did I say something? Naruto hastily denied. It's just a movie, Sakura chided, tapping Naruto's head to bring him back to reality. Indeed, Naruto. It's all fiction. Sasuke is the truly formidable ninja, Karin chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Sasuke. Since settling in Konoha, Karin had become more outgoing, expressing her emotions more freely. Humph, Sasuke scoffed, striking a pose, but he didn't refute Karin's statement. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman on a white steed galloped past them. The four were momentarily stunned, recognizing the woman as the very princess they had just seen on screen. Immediately following her were a dozen or so peculiar individuals on horseback, pursuing the princess relentlessly. Sakura gasped, Could there truly be a Blizzard princess? We must assist her. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The four sprang into action. The opportunity to rescue his idol ignited a fervent passion within Naruto, who promptly launched himself forward, kicking two of the pursuers nearest the princess. Fear not, princess, I shall protect you, Naruto exclaimed, his diminutive legs propelling him with surprising speed. The princess, however, remained silent, urging her horse onward as if to escape reality, to flee her corporeal form, to evade the impending tribulations. Due to the velocity, Naruto instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. It wasn't until they approached a group of children that the princess reluctantly reined in her steed, causing both her and Naruto to tumble to the ground. Are you all right? Naruto inquired, dusting himself off. But before he could assess the princess's condition, she was swarmed by the children. Her sleeve was torn, and her attire was soiled, but the children were undeterred, recognizing her as the Blizzard Princess, the celebrated actress. It's the Blizzard Princess, they exclaimed. I know you. You're the actress Fuji Kazahana. I'm your fan. May I have your autograph? Surrounded by the throng, Fuji Kazahana displayed no elation. She frowned and retorted, I am not the Blizzard Princess, and I will not sign any autographs. But the children were persistent. Please, just one autograph, they pleaded. As Naruto hesitated, contemplating whether to join the throng, Fuji Kazahana finally snapped, Cease this at once. Does obtaining my autograph truly bring you such joy? At best, it will be relegated to some forgotten corner. Don't you find such meaningless pursuits tiresome? Tiresome. The onlookers exchanged whispers. Is that really Fuji Kazahana? Indeed, it seems that fame has gone to her head. Naruto watched as Fuji Kazahana disappeared, a sense of melancholy washing over him. He sensed a profound loneliness emanating from her, a sense of isolation, of being at odds with her surroundings. She must be suffering, he thought. Meanwhile, Sakura, disguised as Fuji Kazahana, successfully lured the majority of the pursuers into an ambush orchestrated by Karin, who ensnared them in a large net. The leader of the group was promptly subdued by Sasuke with a swift chop to the neck. When Kakashi arrived, he was greeted by the sight of the bound individuals. What is the meaning of this? He inquired, bewildered. Sasuke, with his characteristic aloofness, replied, we were merely whiling away the time by subduing some weaklings. Kakashi, his brow furrowed, suppressed his urge to reprimand them. Those are the clients. What? Just then, Naruto returned with the princess's horse, accompanied by Fuji Kazahana. After Kakashi explained the situation, the misunderstanding was resolved. The individuals were merely actors, and Fuji Kazahana's sudden departure from the set had led to the ensuing chaos. Their mission was to escort the actress Fuji Kazahana to the land of snow and ensure her safety during filming. The client who issued the request was Fuji Kazahana's manager, Santafu, the very man Sasuke had incapacitated. The situation had escalated. Not only had they assaulted the client, but they had also assaulted the cast. Santafu profusely apologized to the director on behalf of Team 7. The director, an elderly man in a cap, waved it off, saying, as expected of Konoha's ninja, but our hired bodyguards are also elite, and they were easily subdued. We are humbled, Kakashi replied modestly. You must be Hitaki Kakashi, the director said. I heard you've been to the land of snow. Is it true? Kakashi reminisced. Ah, that was a long time ago. The land of snow is a small, impoverished country, perpetually covered in snow and ice. Has Ms. Kazahana always been like this? Sakura inquired curiously. One of Kazahana's colleagues interjected. How shall I put it? Kazahana is not arrogant or affected. She is not one to abandon her responsibilities. The director interrupted. I care not for her personal affairs. I admire her ability to deliver a stellar performance once she's in front of the camera. She was born to be an actress. But why does Kazahana flee at the mere mention of the land of snow? Chapter 50. The heart of a young lady is ruthless disguised as Fuji Fuyuki. She deftly evaded the gaze of the film crew and slipped away once more, resolute in her decision never to return to the land of snow, a place steeped in sorrow. Heeding Kakashi's warning, Naruto had long anticipated Fuyuki's escape and followed closely behind. However, the cautious Fuyuki noticed him through the reflection in her makeup mirror. In an instant, she took off running. Yet, being merely a young girl, she could not outrun a ninja. It wasn't long before Naruto caught up with her. Upon seeing Naruto collapse before her, Fuyuki was so startled that she fell to the ground. What do you want? Is it amusing to chase me? She exclaimed. Naruto remained silent, but quietly offered her a piece of paper and a pen for an autograph. I understand, she conceded, accepting the paper and asking, what is your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Got it, Mr. Uzumaki Naruto. His heart soared with joy as he watched her seriously sign his name. Overwhelmed by her faint, alluring scent, Naruto couldn't help but comment, you smell wonderful. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, feeling they were too forward and shallow, not to mention disloyal to Sakura. Really? Fuyuki replied, seemingly unoffended, casually tossing her hair and casting a flirtatious glance at Naruto. Her beauty, though not unparalleled, was indeed striking enough to captivate anyone, and Naruto found himself entranced by her sudden charm. At that moment, Fuyuki's earring unexpectedly sprayed a red liquid, splattering Naruto's face and hair. Ah, my eyes. What is this? He cried, clutching his eyes in agony, rolling on the ground as if on fire. This is a personal defense spray, designed for single ladies, Fuyuki remarked coldly, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind her. Naruto, in his struggle, had broken a wooden post and was now pinned beneath a pile of wood. From a rooftop, Naruto's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. This woman truly was ruthless. Fortunately, he had only sent a shadow clone. Otherwise, he might have lost half his life. He is a ninja. Surely, he will be fine. Fuyuki reassured herself, then entered a bar, drinking one glass after another. Her eyes displayed neither triumph nor despair, neither fear nor joy, merely a profound numbness. In her heart, she wavered between fleeing and staying. If she were truly as carefree as she claimed, she would have run away without looking back, instead of drowning her sorrows in drink. As others had noted, she was not one to abandon her work lightly. If she were to leave recklessly, while she might find personal relief, she would undoubtedly bring misfortune upon the crew, causing significant losses to the director and cast, possibly even inviting trouble. Soon, she found herself in a state of half-drunkenness, when a middle-aged man, cloaked and wearing a hat, approached her discreetly. Naruto, hidden in the corner, observed silently. The man appeared exceptionally cautious, as if sensing Naruto's presence. He feigned distraction and stepped away. But I have found you, Princess of Wind and Cloud, Naruto declared as he approached Fuyuki, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Fuyuki set down her glass and replied coolly, "Did I not say? I am no princess." Naruto insisted, "I care not for such titles. You have trampled upon my pure heart as a man. While I may not grasp the full magnitude of an actress's greatness, I cannot allow such a situation to unfold." Actress? Greatness? Fuyuki laughed as if she had heard the most absurd joke in the world, her laughter shaking her frame. Acting is the worst profession, portraying a false life according to scripts and roles. Only those with no alternatives resort to such work. Are you drunk, sister? Naruto felt a pang in his heart as he witnessed her unabashed self-denial. He no longer wished to argue over right or wrong. He simply hoped she would regain her composure. "Miss Fuyuki, there you are." Santaifu rushed in, accompanied by Kakashi and others. "The ship to the land of snow is about to set sail. If we do not hurry, we shall miss it." Fuyuki, 7 parts intoxicated and 3 parts sober, replied, "This is where it ends. The Princess of Wind and Cloud shall not board this pirate ship." "Nanny?" Santaifu exclaimed. "Do you know what you are saying? Isn't this quite common? It's not unusual to change actors and directors for sequels." As she tipped the empty bottle, realizing she had consumed it all, she said, "Please do not speak such nonsense. You cannot have anyone but me as the Princess of Wind and Cloud. If you abandon this now, your career will not ascend to new heights. Isn't that a good thing?" "I am indifferent," Fuyuki replied, standing to fetch another drink. Seeing this, Kakashi, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, "Miss Fuyuki." "Huh." She instinctively turned, only to find Kakashi's Sharingan, which instantly ensnared her in a jinjutsu, causing her to slumber. "All done. I had hoped to avoid this technique." Unbeknownst to most, the middle-aged man, who had quietly lingered by the door, turned to leave upon recognizing Santaifu. However, Naruto caught sight of this peculiar scene and stealthily followed him with a shadow clone. Soon, the middle-aged man reached a motorboat, preparing to depart, when Naruto appeared behind him, gripping his shoulder. "Sir, I would appreciate an explanation for your previous actions." The man's eyes flickered momentarily with panic, but upon realizing he faced merely a child, he relaxed, only to have a glint of malice flash in his gaze. He swiftly grabbed Naruto and pulled him in, a sharp spike protruding from his wrist, aimed viciously at Naruto's neck. However, he had underestimated Naruto's martial prowess. Though Naruto's skills did not rival Guy's, he had synthesized various techniques, and, combined with his extraordinary perception, his sight and skills were exceptional. Naruto remained motionless, instead pulling the man off balance, driving his knee forcefully into the man's chest. The middle-aged man raised his hands to defend, but before he could form seals, a shield of ice materialized before him, absorbing Naruto's blow. Despite this, the ice shield shattered under Naruto's strike. Utilizing the recoil from the impact, the man swiftly retreated to the motorboat, tossing several shuriken at Naruto. Such simple tactics posed no threat to Naruto, who effortlessly evaded the shuriken. However, just as he prepared to leap onto the motorboat in pursuit, an explosion of foreign chakra erupted from the shuriken, creating a dazzling display of icy blossoms, forcing him to evade once more. Chapter 51. The village hidden in snow. When Naruto looked up again, the middle-aged man had vanished without a trace. He could only sigh, lamenting the absence of his true self. Upon returning to the ship, Miss Yukihira had already retired for the night, and thus, their journey to the land of snow officially commenced. When Kakashi saw the kunai that Naruto handed him, a knowing expression crossed his face, prompting him to gather the members of Team 7 and caution, "Everyone, do not let your guard down. This mission is far from simple." "I can't imagine that guarding an actress could be that difficult," Sasuke scoffed. Kakashi replied, "This mission is rated as A-class, and that's a conservative estimate. Naruto is likely to encounter ninjas from the village hidden in snow, which means our adversaries could very well include both Fuka and the ninjas from that village." "The village hidden in snow? Is it a ninja village like Konoha?" Sakura inquired with curiosity. Kakashi explained, "The village hidden in snow is merely a small ninja village. Although it has far fewer ninjas than Konoha, their caliber is exceptionally high, and among them are individuals who could pose significant challenges, even to me." The atmosphere grew tense as everyone absorbed Kakashi's words. If even their teacher acknowledged the threat posed by certain individuals, it was indeed serious. "Who is that Fuka?" Naruto asked. Kakashi's tone turned grave as he responded, "Ah, that individual is a dictator who ascended to power by murdering his brother. He rules the land of snow and is a formidable opponent. His understanding of weaponry and chakra is unlike that of ordinary individuals. This is no exaggeration. Should we confront him, we must be prepared for the possibility of death." Sakura and Karin's faces paled, clearly shaken by the revelation. Sakura, in particular, worried for Kakashi's safety, having witnessed his near-death experiences in the short time they had been together. Despite Kakashi's formidable strength, it seemed that he consistently faced adversaries of equal or greater power. Naruto, undaunted, and Sasuke, equally resolute, felt a surge of fighting spirit upon hearing about Fuka's heinous actions. Sasuke, especially, despised those who would slaughter their own kin, and a fierce determination to confront Fuka ignited within him. Should we return to the village for assistance? Karin suggested quietly, recalling the task guidelines from Konoha, which stated that help could be sought for particularly challenging missions. Before Kakashi could respond, Sasuke countered, "The ship has already set sail. We have no time to seek help. Leave the ninjas of the village hidden in snow to me and Naruto. With Kakashi-sensei at the helm, we will surely defeat Fuka." After stating this, Sasuke turned his gaze toward Naruto. Although Naruto felt a twinge of jealousy at Sasuke's assertiveness, he did not wish to undermine him at that moment and declared, "Exactly. With our strength, we can surely defeat Fuka without needing Kakashi-sensei's help. Just the two of us will suffice." Seeing the resolve in the two young men, Kakashi smiled in satisfaction and said, "All right then, it is settled." Their enthusiasm, however, did not extend to the two girls. For Sakura and Karin, who hoped to see Sasuke open up, it was disheartening to hear him speak only of himself and Naruto, completely overlooking their presence in the team. After all, they too were part of the squad, and although their abilities might be lacking, they felt overlooked. What was happening here? Awakening from her nightmare, Meihui felt disoriented. Upon opening the door, she found herself amidst the vast ocean, where the crew had already prepared the set, leaving her with no choice but to accept the filming. Fujifu Meihui epitomized the essence of a top-tier beauty. Even with minimal makeup, she captivated those around her, including Kakashi, who stole glances from his book. Her acting skills were undeniable, despite her reluctance. Once the director called action, she seamlessly transformed, able to cry or laugh on cue. However, an awkward moment arose when Meihui could not produce tears during a crying scene. Ultimately, the crew resorted to using eye drops to create the illusion of tears. "Isn't that fake?" Naruto exclaimed. "Fool, acting is inherently fake," Sakura interjected. This moment shattered Naruto's nascent dreams as he began to understand why Meihui despised being an actress. The first day of their journey passed in relative tranquility. The following morning, an assistant rushed to awaken the director. "Director, we have a serious situation. We are about to collide with an iceberg." Upon waking, we discovered that the path ahead is completely blocked. What should we do? The director hastily donned his attire and, upon focusing in the direction indicated by the assistant, gasped at the sight of a towering iceberg looming before them. They had discovered it too late, and their ship was perilously close. "That's it. Change the script," the director commanded with a flourish. "Huh?" The assistant hesitated. The director, growing frustrated, bellowed, "Are you foolish? Look closely. This cliff is a perfect backdrop. We cannot let it slip away from our lens. This is surely a gift from the gods of cinema. Everyone, prepare to disembark." It must be said that this director was indeed willing to risk his life for the sake of filming. Though the actors voiced concerns about enduring the harsh cold while shooting on the glacier, the lucrative rewards of the job ultimately swayed them, and they reluctantly agreed to proceed. They set up a fire on the wooden planks to provide warmth for those not currently filming. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, during the climactic battle scene, an explosion echoed from the distant ice peaks. "Welcome to the land of snow." As the smoke cleared, a purple-haired ninja clad in armor appeared, unmistakably adorned with the snow ninja headband. "Everyone, be careful." Kakashi and Team 7 quickly positioned themselves to protect the others. In a flash of movement, two more figures materialized atop the ice peak, a pink-haired female ninja and a burly man, both dressed in peculiar armor. The burly man laughed boisterously. "Ha! Just as I expected from Hitaki Kakashi, but your journey ends here." The female ninja turned her gaze to the stunned Yukihira and spoke. "We have come to welcome you once more, Princess Yuki. Have you brought your hexagonal crystal?" "Princess Yuki?" Kakashi glanced incredulously at the Fujifu Yukihira behind him. Surely that was not her true name, but upon closer inspection, she bore a striking resemblance to the little girl from a decade ago. And Kakashi quickly pieced together the connection. Chapter 52. Avalanche of Wolf-Tooth. Naruto, Sasuke, you all protect everyone and retreat to the ship, quickly. The three figures before them were none other than the Snow Ninja trio who had crossed paths with Kakashi a decade ago. Wolf-Tooth Avalanche, Crane Wing Blowing Snow, and Winter Bear Hail, serving the current ruler of the Land of Snow, Fenghuanuda. Kakashi had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation, not out of fear of these three, but rather out of concern for the safety of the ordinary people behind him. The 7th squad dispersed, safeguarding the crew's retreat. However, it was evident that the opponents were unwilling to allow an easy escape for anyone, ordinary or otherwise. Crane Wing and Winter Bear ruthlessly attacked the crowd, but fortunately, Naruto and Sasuke intercepted them. Meanwhile, Wolf Tooth Avalanche had engaged Kakashi. It has been a while, Kakashi. Are you not escaping this time? Just like last time. Kakashi remained silent, responding only with a kunai in hand. The two figures intertwined, battling from the icy peaks below to those above. Indeed, Wolf Tooth Avalanche was a top-tier ninja of the Snow Village, his taijutsu skills rivaling Kakashi's. In this frigid environment, the most suitable ninjutsu was naturally ice release. Kakashi's techniques were considerably weakened before his opponent, while Wolf Tooth's jutsu posed significant challenges for Kakashi, leaving him in a rather precarious state. Winter Bear, though robust, was surprisingly agile, gliding swiftly on a snowboard. Faced with such an opponent, Naruto did not wish to waste time and directly employed the body flicker technique combined with Flying Thunder God, launching a Rasengan towards him. However, an odd occurrence transpired. As the Rasengan was about to make contact, its potency inexplicably diminished, and by the time it struck the opponent, it had lost nearly all its strength, failing to inflict any substantial damage. What? Naruto quickly dodged the opponent's counterattack, filled with confusion. The situation was even more absurd on Sasuke's side. It was common knowledge that fire could melt ice, yet his great fireball technique was blocked by an ice wall, extinguishing the flames while the wall remained intact. Nevertheless, Sasuke was not a novice. Having endured numerous battles recently, he devised a tactical maneuver using the shadow clone technique combined with explosive tags, catching the enemy off guard. As the opponent unfurled their mechanical wings and ascended into the air, they were suddenly ensnared by a binding technique from Kankuro, who had been lurking nearby, allowing Sasuke to exploit the moment and deliver a flurry of strikes. This area became the only battlefield where they held the advantage. Seizing a moment of respite, Naruto and Kakashi stood back to back, posing the most pressing question. Sensei, their armor seems peculiar. Kakashi swiftly replied, it is a specialized armor developed by the Land of Snow for ninjas, known as chakra armor. Chakra armor? Ah, and its potency has greatly increased. Kakashi frowned. Indeed, if their armor possessed such power a decade ago, he should have perished then. Before Kakashi could elaborate further, a colossal dragon made of snow and ice surged towards them, forcing both to evade. With no other options, Kakashi tore a piece of his mask away to reveal his Sharingan. As he was not a member of the Uchiha clan, activating the Sharingan would rapidly deplete his chakra, which was why he seldom relied on it. However, at this moment, there was evidently no better choice. Wolf Tooth Avalanche did not intervene, but instead mocked Kakashi, saying, another Sharingan? Useless, Kakashi. This armor not only enhances our chakra and strengthens our ninjutsu, but also constructs a chakra barrier around our bodies, nullifying your chakra attacks. Thus, no matter how formidable your techniques, they cannot harm us. Ice Shield, Break Dragon, and Tiger. Wolf Tooth Avalanche formed hand seals, summoning another massive ice dragon that charged towards Kakashi. Ice Shield, Break Dragon, and Tiger. This time, Kakashi did not retreat, but mirrored his opponent's seals, conjuring another ice dragon. The two dragons collided midair with a tremendous impact, and Kakashi's heart sank at the sight. While their dragons appeared identical, their powers were worlds apart. Kakashi's dragon shattered, while the opposing dragon surged forth unimpeded. Winter Bear, taking advantage of his speed, stealthily circled around Naruto, ensnaring him with a rope, but was promptly severed by Sakura's swift intervention. Curse it! Winter Bear roared, ready to retaliate. Yet, before he could act, a ninja boot struck his face. Your opponent is me. Without granting a moment's respite, Naruto unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon his foe. Given that ninjutsu and illusions were ineffective, he resorted to physical combat. Winter Bear, despite his appearance, was only mediocre in taijutsu, which was a mere triviality for Naruto. The rotund figure became little more than a target, exhibiting almost no ability to counterattack. However, the armor once again proved its worth, forming an invisible wall that rebuffed Winter Bear. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Naruto was assisting the slower crew members in their hasty retreat. Princess, please return to the ship quickly. If you do not hurry, your life will be in peril. The director, seeing the dazed Yukihira, urgently called out. Death is inconsequential. I refuse to go to the land of snow. Yukihira was lost in painful memories of her father's love and tragic demise, ultimately succumbing to despair and fainting. Seeing Yukihira collapse, Kakashi was alarmed and attempted to check on her, but Wolf-Tooth Avalanche would not allow it. Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale. Naruto and Sasuke, you must flee. Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale. Kakashi utilized the Sharingan, once again mimicking the technique perfectly. Wolf-Tooth Avalanche laughed derisively, exuding disdain. Humph, another imitation technique? What else can you do but mimic? You cannot defeat me with the same technique. Kakashi replied calmly. Is that so? My apologies for disappointing your expectations. Before Wolf-Tooth Avalanche could react, Kakashi vanished in a blur, reappearing on the ship just as the enormous white whale crashed down onto the glacier, fracturing it into countless pieces, leaving hardly any stable footing. Kakashi's final strike was never intended for his adversary, but for the glacier beneath them. Remarkable, what a spectacular scene. Naruto returned to the ship, only to find the director and crew still filming. Are you serious? We are fighting for our lives, and you are still focused on filming? Yet, he could not help but admire the director's audacity. The trio of Wolf-Tooth Avalanche watched the ship recede into the distance, their hearts filled with resentment. Nevertheless, it mattered little. When that esteemed individual decided to act, these leaf ninjas would surely be eradicated with ease. Chapter 53: The Inevitable War After the Tumult. The identity of Yukihira could no longer be concealed. The members of the 7th Squad and several key figures from the production gathered, eager to hear the plans of the Third Lady. Kakashi remarked, "You must have known all along, didn't you?" "Indeed," the Third Lady replied. Her head bowed in a mixture of shame and sorrow. The potential consequences of her return to the land of snow were all too apparent. Kakashi reminded her, "It is a foregone conclusion what will transpire if she returns. I deeply regret this, but to bring the princess back to her homeland, we had no choice but to resort to such measures," the Third Lady confessed. Sakura, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Wait, isn't the princess just the character played by Miss Yukihira?" Kakashi responded, "She is indeed a true princess. The actress Fujike's Yukihira is merely a facade. In truth, she is the heir to the throne of this land of snow. Princess Kazahana Koyuki." This revelation conjured memories of a night 10 years prior, when he had fled with that girl in turmoil. The assembly was taken aback. Speculating was one thing, but confirmation was another. They could hardly fathom that the celebrated actress Fujike's Yukihira was, in fact, the princess. No, perhaps it was more fitting to refer to her as Kazahana Koyuki now. "Is the Third Lady also from the land of snow?" Naruto inquired curiously. "Yes. I served the late monarch, Princess Kazahana Sayuki. When I was by her side, the princess was still quite young, so it would not be surprising if she does not remember me." The Third Lady continued, "The land of snow is small yet remarkably peaceful. The late princess cherished Koyuki deeply, and they lived in tranquility until that fateful day a decade ago when the scoundrel Fubuki Nato allied with the snow shinobi to murder Princess Sayuki and usurp the throne. The beautiful Kazahana castle crumbled amidst the flames. I had believed the princess to be lost to us, only to discover her alive in this production. It is a blessing that she still lives. Afterward, I sought to become her manager, patiently awaiting the opportunity to return her to the land of snow. And now the moment has arrived." As the Third Lady spoke with tears in her eyes, a dissonant voice interrupted her. "It would have been better had I died then." Kazahana Koyuki, who had been resting in her chamber, had awoken unnoticed and overheard the Third Lady's words. Her expression remained impassive as she continued, "Some people live, yet their hearts are dead. Since then, my tears have run dry." The Third Lady was consumed by both anger and guilt upon hearing these words. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow and remorse for the late monarch, she suddenly knelt before Koyuki, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Please do not speak like that. For us, your highness's existence is our greatest hope. Princess Koyuki, you must defeat Fubuki Nato and reclaim your rightful place as our sovereign. We would give our lives to protect you and help you rally our forces." Koyuki seemed momentarily shaken by the Third Lady's resolve, her gaze flickering for a brief instant before she coldly responded, "I refuse. Do not jest. This is no jest, your highness. The people of the land of snow yearn for you day and night." Before the Third Lady could finish, Koyuki interrupted again. "That has nothing to do with me. I suggest you all abandon hope. You fools, do not waste your efforts, no matter how hard you try. You cannot defeat Fubuki Nato." Naruto, unable to restrain himself any longer, slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Hey, don't speak of giving up. Even if you wish to evade responsibility, that should not be articulated in such a manner. This man has been tirelessly pursuing his dream for 10 years. Dreams are meant to be realized, not trampled upon. Koyuki was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this ninja, a fan of hers, would boldly chastise her. At that moment, the director stepped in to mediate, shifting the topic. We can only welcome the future if we see hope. Isn't that a fitting theme for the conclusion of Princess of the Winds? The assistant gasped, what? Director, do you still intend to continue filming? Are you joking? This now involves not only battles among ninjas, but also royal strife. Such stakes are beyond our capacity. The director, resolute, replied, did I not say? We must revitalize this film. Imagine, filming with the true princess. It would be unprecedented. Upon hearing the director's perspective, the assistant's panic dissipated, replaced by invigorated enthusiasm. Indeed, the topic is outstanding, and behind-the-scenes footage would surely be well received. If we publicize this information, it will undoubtedly garner acclaim. It must be noted that this production team was remarkably dedicated, even prioritizing filming over their own safety. However, Kakashi cautioned, regrettably, everyone, we have but one option left. Now that we are under Fubuki Nato's scrutiny, we have no path of retreat. Whether we like it or not, to survive, we must fight. Naruto clenched his fists and declared, all right, let us begin. We will protect the princess and return her to the land of snow, defeating Fubuki Nato. Naruto could not comprehend why Koyuki was so fearful of Fubuki Nato. He discerned the evasion in her eyes and the hesitation in her heart. If that were the case, he would shatter the nightmares within her with his fists. Do not be absurd. Reality and film are worlds apart. There are no perfect endings in this world. Koyuki continued to douse their hopes with cold water. The agony of her father's murder was seared into her memory, no matter how composed Koyuki pretended to be. She could never forget that deep-seated enmity. She understood that many awaited her return as the legitimate heir, yet she also recognized that she could not go back. The man who killed her father was her own uncle, and no one understood the peril of Fubuki Nato better than she. She did not wish to endanger more lives for her own ambitions. She had no desire to contest for the throne. Though the director was neither a ninja nor a fighter, he strongly disagreed with Koyuki's perspective, stating firmly, if we act with determination, we will find a way. Perhaps due to her professional demeanor, Koyuki refrained from countering the director's words and chose to remain silent. Thank you all, the third lady said, bowing in gratitude. Her emotions heightened. After some time, the vessel reached the shore, and the group transitioned to automobiles. The technology of the ninja world had long since embraced automobiles. Yet due to the emphasis on individual prowess among the major ninja villages, such vehicles were seldom seen in Konoha. For Naruto and Sakura, it was their first encounter with such a mode of transport, sparking their curiosity as they observed their surroundings. Sakura, this is my first time riding in something like this. I didn't expect it to be so convenient. Though I have seen it in the newspapers, this is my first experience as well. In the future, life will undoubtedly improve. She replied. Their light-hearted conversation continued as they shared the vehicle with a senior member of the production crew. Behind them, Kazahana Koyuki remained shrouded in her blanket, feigning sleep. Their task was to keep a watchful eye on her to prevent any attempts at escape. After a journey of over 3 hours, the director finally selected a filming location, and the crew began setting up. Just then, the assistant let out a distressed cry. What is it? The director sensed something amiss. Bad news. Yukihira, Princess Koyuki has escaped again. Alas, the director felt a surge of blood and couldn't help but remove his hat, massaging his thinning scalp, nearly succumbing to hypertension. Don't fret. Old chap, Naruto reassured, I shall retrieve her. He had already discreetly marked Princess Koyuki's coat with his flying thunder god technique, ensuring her swift recovery. Meanwhile, Koyuki frantically fled, desperate to escape. Aware of the crystal's significance to Dotu, she knew her presence in the land of snow would draw him, to avoid endangering others. She believed escape was her only recourse. Exhausted, she stumbled, tumbling onto the snowy ground. How disheartening, she murmured. Perhaps my demise would benefit everyone. Overwhelmed by the biting cold and despair, Koyuki succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself being carried on Naruto's back through the snow-laden terrain. To expedite their journey, Naruto had chosen a derelict tunnel. Gazing at Naruto's back, she experienced a sense of tranquility, as if his presence could weather any storm. Suddenly, a train's whistle pierced the air. What? She exclaimed. This tunnel is abandoned. How can there be a train? A locomotive barreled towards them, with little room to maneuver. They were trapped. Reacting swiftly, Naruto sprinted forward. Despite his speed, the added weight of an adult hindered his progress. "Leave me," Koyuki urged, her voice tinged with a newfound sincerity. "You can't outrun the train with me." "Nonsense," Naruto retorted, summoning every ounce of strength. As the train closed in, Koyuki attempted to dismount. Sensing her intentions, Naruto clutched her firmly, refusing to abandon her. His sole focus was to escape. Reaching the tunnel's mouth, they tumbled into the snow just as the train roared past. "Princess," Naruto gasped, "how does it feel to be alive?" He had deliberately avoided teleportation to allow her to savor the preciousness of life. Koyuki's gaze softened, her eyes no longer as icy. Relieved, the group rushed to their aid. "That was close," Naruto exclaimed, sprawled on the ground, a smile gracing his lips. Inspired by his grin, Koyuki attempted to reciprocate, but her eyes fell upon a figure she dreaded, Dodo. "Long time no see, Koyuki," Dodo announced through a megaphone, flanked by the snow ninjas. "Dodo?" she whispered, haunted by the specter of her past. "Behold him, the man himself?" The group tensed. "Let me have a look at your face," Dodo said. Suddenly, Sansteu appeared on a ridge, clad in samurai garb, followed by loyalists. "We are protected by Princess Koyuki's will, and victory is ours," Sansteu declared. "Dodo, you traitor. Prepare to pay for your crimes." Unbeknownst to them, the film crew continued to document the scene. "So, these rebels still persist," Dodo mused. "I shall deal with them," Ruga offered. "Nay," Dodo replied. "Let them taste despair and witness the power of our technology." "Understood," Ruga said. The train cars transformed, revealing rows of crossbows. "Charge!" The samurai surged forward, undeterred by the weaponry. A hail of bolts rained down, decimating the ranks. Those struck were impaled, staining the snow crimson. Naruto watched in horror, powerless to intervene. The onslaught continued, leaving no survivors. Kakashi attempted to sabotage the train, but Ruga intercepted his attack. Suddenly, explosions erupted as Sasuke launched a surprise assault, engulfing the train in flames. Chapter 55. The land where tears are unbelieved. Fenghua Nuteo ordered the abandonment of the burning train cars, with the locomotive pulling the remaining cars away from the flames' reach. At that moment, two explosive sounds suddenly echoed from the heights of the mountain, triggering a landslide as a torrent of congealed blood mixed with stones cascaded down, engulfing Fenghua Nuteo and her companions. The attackers were none other than the long-hidden Sakura and Xianglin, who had been poised at a vantage point, waiting for this very moment. However, when Kakashi inspected the train buried in snow, he discovered that Fenghua Nuteo and her group had vanished without a trace. The bodies of the fallen warriors littered the ground, a grim testament to the battle, yet the crew, though they had captured stunning footage, lacked the heart to examine it further. They soon found Santai Fu still clinging to life, and, together, they lifted him to face Fenghua Xiaoxue. Everyone understood that if Santai Fu had one last wish before his demise, it was to see the princess he had vowed to protect. Kneeling before him, Fenghua Xiaoxue spoke. "This is the consequence of arrogance. Had you not resisted Fenghua Nuteo, you would not have witnessed this fate. Snow Princess, I apologize for involving you in this matter. It is your presence that has kept me and everyone here fighting until the end. Whether past or present, you shall always be the princess. You have the power to change this nation. Believe in yourself as I believe in you, for you are our hope. Please, do not weep for my death." Santai Fu's eyes gradually lost their luster, marking the end of a life devoted to the Fenghua family. "What a fool. Santai Fu, did you not possess eye drops?" Fenghua Xiaoxue's hands clenched tightly on her thighs, emotions swirling within her. Despite her usual indifference, she had come to regard Santai Fu as one of her closest confidants. She longed to cry, to shed tears for him, yet they seemed to have dried up, leaving her unable to weep even a single drop. Suddenly, Fenghua Xiaoxue approached Kakashi and the others, declaring loudly, "Now you understand, do you not? Go home. If you remain in this country, you will surely meet your demise." With that, she turned and walked toward the vehicles. Naruto, however, blocked her path, insisting, "Where do you think you're going? This is your homeland. Defeat Fenghua Nuteo and return with your head held high." He understood that Fenghua Xiaoxue bore her own burdens, yet he could not tolerate her current demeanor. Regardless of her beauty, one cannot simply retreat and evade. What happens when there is nowhere left to retreat? The only choice is to fight, especially with their comrades by their side. "You know nothing. This land knows no spring. Even tears freeze into ice, and hearts turn to stone." Fenghua Xiaoxue's voice was faint, yet it resonated with profound despair. Sakura stepped forward, urging, "But at the very least, You can try to change all of this, can't you? How will you know it's impossible if you don't try? San Tai Fu believed in this. As the group pondered how to persuade Fenghua Xiaoxue, a black airship quietly approached, its hatch opening to reveal Langya Xuebing's face. A metal claw, bound by ropes, reached out directly towards Fenghua Xiaoxue. She made no attempt to evade it, allowing the claw to seize her. Xiaoxue! Xiaoxue! Kakashi was about to pursue when Langya Xuebing hurled numerous shurikens, infused with icy chakra, creating an obstacle that hindered their movement. Sakura, Xianglin, where's Naruto? After dodging the ice shards, Sasuke realized Naruto was missing and inquired urgently. The two were equally puzzled, and after a frantic search, they were astonished to see Naruto hanging from the airship by a grappling hook, already soaring dozens of meters above the ground. Naruto. As they watched him ascend with the airship, Xianglin exclaimed anxiously, Kakashi-sensei, what do we do? If he falls, he could die? Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. It's not uncommon for ninjas to risk their lives for their missions. For now, we must trust in Naruto. He shouldn't perish so easily. Our priority is to locate him and regroup. With that, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. One of the 8 ninja dogs, Karin, appeared, looking grimly at Kakashi. What task do you have for me this time, Kakashi? Help me track someone, Kakashi replied, presenting a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. He had long suspected Naruto had tampered with the kunai, though he had not mentioned it. Karin protested, this kunai is too old and carries too much of your scent. Do you have anything else? I have just the thing. Kakashi hurriedly rummaged through the vehicle, and after a moment, his voice echoed from within. Sakura, cover Karin's eyes. Sakura, though confused, obeyed instinctively, covering Karin's eyes. The dog, taken aback, blushed for reasons unknown. All right, Kakashi-sensei, let's go? What followed was a shocking sight. Kakashi pinched his nose and, using a stick he had found, lifted a particularly foul-smelling sock towards Karin. Having visited Naruto's home numerous times, Kakashi was well aware of his messy habits. Socks and underwear were ubiquitous, often washed only out of necessity. Thus, he had found the perfect item. As Karin sought something with a fresh scent, the group stepped back in silence, as if they could smell the odor from afar, offering a moment of silent tribute to the beleaguered Karin. Meanwhile, Naruto had climbed to the top of the airship, even conjuring a small earthen wall to shield against the fierce winds. Perhaps his boldness had taken the enemy by surprise, for no one noticed him yet. Despite the risk of alerting them, Naruto's concern for Xiaoxue's safety compelled him to send a shadow clone to observe the situation. Inside the airship, Fenghua Xiaoxue sat casually on the sofa, coldly regarding Fenghua Nuteo. Without a second thought, she raised the cup of wine he offered and drank deeply, indifferent to the possibility of poison. From the moment she was captured, she had given up any hope of survival, knowing well that her uncle, a man capable of murdering his own brother for the throne, would care little for her as his niece. Chapter 56. The Key to the Treasure. Ultimately, it was Fenghua Nuteo who broke the silence. He endeavored to soften his voice, smiling as he said, It has been many years, and you have grown even more beautiful. Xiaoxue. Despite his smile, the weight of years had left him with an aura of coldness. Rest assured, I have no ill intentions towards you. After all, I am your uncle. By the way, have you been wearing the hexagonal crystal diligently? Xiaoxue nodded expressionlessly. Fenghua Nuteo nodded in satisfaction, praising her. You have done well. That crystal is the only link to the future of the Fenghua family. It is the key to unlocking the hidden treasure. A hidden treasure? Xiaoxue could not help but express her surprise. The hexagonal crystal had been personally bestowed upon her by her father, who had never mentioned any treasure. Indeed, when I inherited this nation from your father, I discovered that the Fenghua family's assets were utterly depleted. I speculated that my elder brother must have concealed them somewhere. Fenghua Nuteo asserted confidently. Thus, I devoted several years to the search, and fortune favored the diligent. I finally located the treasure within the rainbow ice wall. And the shape of the keyhole perfectly matches your hexagonal crystal. With the scientific power I currently possess, once I acquire the treasure, I will elevate the Snow Country's military strength above the 5 great ninja nations. At that time, not only will the Konoha ninjas be insignificant, but the entire land of fire will be inconsequential. I shall forge an unprecedented Snow Country, and my brother in the afterlife will surely rejoice. Now, quickly hand over the hexagonal crystal to me. With reluctance, Xiaoxue removed the crystal and placed it in Fenghua Nuteo's hands. She felt she had no other choice. Those ninjas and actors are innocent, can you not? Xiaoxue finally voiced her concern. Do not worry, My sole aim is the treasure. I do not wish to engage Konoha just yet. If I desired their demise, with my power, they would have already met their end. As for those actors, they are merely worthless insects. Fenghua Nuteo's eyes widened slightly, a grin spreading across his face. The current state of the snow country could not sustain his ambitions. Finding the concealed treasure would grant him dominion over the world. Clutching the hexagonal crystal, he felt as though he held the world in his grasp, envisioning the masses prostrating before him. Wait. Why does this hexagonal crystal appear flawed? Upon closer inspection, it resembles a mass-produced toy from the streets. Moments later, anger flashed in Fenghua Nuteo's eyes as he seized Xiaoxue by the collar, questioning loudly, "Do not jest. This is clearly a fake. Where have you hidden the real one? Hand it over swiftly, or do not think I will hesitate to kill you." Xiaoxue felt a surge of anxiety. She had believed that handing over the hexagonal crystal would resolve the situation. However, she realized that the item she had been carrying had been switched. Reflecting on her recent experiences, she instinctively blurted out, "Kakashi Hitaki? What?" Fenghua Nuteo exclaimed in disbelief. "If it is that guy, this outcome is not surprising," said Langyushuanao. "I had not intended to engage Konoha directly, but since they seek their own demise, let them find eternal rest in the snow country. They will come to us. We shall wait patiently in the castle." Fenghua Nuteo's frustration grew as he looked at Xiaoxue's expressionless face. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand to strike her. A slap of that magnitude could shatter her teeth, leaving her exquisite visage marred. Rasengan. Suddenly, the hall was enveloped in mist, and within it, Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Fenghua Nuteo failed to anticipate the approach and found Naruto at his side. However, just like the winter bear's hail, the Rasengan began to weaken as it closed in. Fenghua Nuteo extended his armored hand, easily grasping the Rasengan and crushing the surging chakra energy, absorbing the mist around him with an indescribable force emanating from his armor. Naruto had anticipated this, swiftly transitioning to taijutsu, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches and kicks toward Fenghua Nuteo. Yet, Fenghua Nuteo merely protected his head with his hands, rendering Naruto's attacks ineffective against his armor, which appeared to absorb the damage entirely. "You cannot break through. As long as I wear this invincible armor, I am a god." Fenghua Nuteo delivered a punch that seemed to be dodged, yet Naruto's body involuntarily flew backward. What in the world? Naruto was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. He understood that the armor could negate ninjutsu, but it seemed even more advanced, capable of withstanding taijutsu as well. As Naruto was sent flying, several thin threads ensnared his limbs, binding him completely and rendering him immobile. "Shuenao, you have been careless. A rat slipped in unnoticed," Fenghua Nuteo remarked coolly. "My apologies. Lord Fenghua, it was my oversight," Langyushuanao quickly replied. As the leader of the snow ninjas, he willingly submitted to Fenghua Nuteo due to the power he wielded, believing that by supporting him, his name would one day resound throughout the ninja world, becoming the Snow Shadow. However, it matters not. Consider this an early interest payment. As Fenghua Nuteo spoke, he raised his right palm, unleashing a torrent of violent chakra without the need for hand seals, forming a black dragon that charged toward Naruto. Helplessly ensnared, Naruto could not evade the attack and was struck head-on, his body mangled beyond recognition. The iron wall behind him was blasted open, and Naruto plummeted from the height. "Naruto, no!" Xiaoxue could not suppress her anguished cry. Had that boy, who always spoke of passion and dreams, truly perished? Fenghua Nuteo wore a triumphant expression, no longer interested in tormenting Xiaoxue. He commanded his subordinates, "Take her away and guard her closely." As Naruto fell through the air, he suddenly transformed into a mist, revealing that it had merely been a shadow clone. Naruto was not foolish. Now that he was alone, he would not recklessly confront multiple adversaries without understanding their strength. As long as Xiaoxue's safety was temporarily assured, he intended to test Fenghua Nuteo's abilities. However, the peculiar armor had exceeded his expectations, presenting a formidable challenge. He pondered why such a powerful individual remained obscure in Konoha's intelligence records. Chapter 57. The Overlord's Fortress, once a flourishing city, the Windflower City has now transformed into the imposing Overlord's Fortress. Windflower Xiaoxue finds herself imprisoned in a dark cell, her limbs and neck shackled to the wall to prevent any attempts at escape or self-harm. Time is indeterminate, yet she feels little sorrow. From the moment she entered the land of snow, she anticipated such a fate. Now, Windflower Xiaoxue can only hope that Kakashi and the others are cowardly enough to abandon her, leaving with the hexagonal crystal and never returning to the land of snow. At that moment, a guard opens the iron door and approaches her, removing the hood to reveal Naruto's vibrant face. "Naruto, I thought you were dead," Windflower Xiaoxue exclaims, recalling how she witnessed him plummet from the sky, covered in blood. Naruto swiftly unshackles her, explaining that was merely a shadow clone. "I'll explain everything once we're out." He had initially intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport directly to her. But due to some peculiarities within the fortress, akin to snow ninja armor, his technique faltered, leaving him to stealthily navigate his way to her. As they step outside, a guard suddenly emerges from the shadows. Without hesitation, Naruto launches a kick at the guard, only to have it blocked. Despite several attempts, the guard narrowly deflects each strike, prompting Naruto to marvel at the guard's unexpected prowess. Just as he prepares to resort to drastic measures, the guard calls out in recognition, "Wait, is that you, Naruto?" The voice is familiar. "Kakashi?" The newcomer removes his hood, revealing Kakashi, accompanied by 3 more guards who unveil themselves as Sakura, Sasuke, and Karin. Windflower Xiaoxue interjects, "My crystal." "Ah, here it is. I was just keeping it safe from Fenghua Yutao," Kakashi replies, producing the genuine hexagonal crystal and returning it to her. He had no intention of claiming it for himself. With the group reunited, they resolved to find Fenghua Yutao together, perhaps influenced by Naruto and Sasuke's bravery. Sakura has unexpectedly adopted a combative spirit, dismissing the dangers posed by Fenghua Yutao. "Maybe we should leave first. This place is quite terrifying," Karin suggests timidly. Kakashi ponders. "We should first ensure the princess's safety before he can finish." A cacophony of arrogant laughter interrupts them. As the dimly lit space brightens with the presence of Fenghua Yutao and his cohorts, encircling them. "No need to wait. It's time to leave your lives here, Kakashi." The group instinctively protects Windflower Xiaoxue, yet to their astonishment, she pushes Karin's arm away and strides towards Fenghua Yutao, clutching the hexagonal crystal. "Uncle, I've thought it over. I don't wish to flee with the ninjas. I am willing to hand over the hexagonal crystal to you in exchange for your mercy and a prosperous life," Windflower Xiaoxue declares, presenting the crystal with a respectful demeanor. "You are indeed a well-behaved girl, Xiaoxue. Rest assured, you are still the only daughter of your brother," Fenghua Yutao replies with a smile. "Xiaoxue, what is the meaning of this? Is this all part of your elaborate deception?" Kakashi exclaims, struggling to comprehend the scenario before him. Not just him, but every member of Team 7 shares his disbelief. If this is all a ruse, what a tragic plight they find themselves in, risking their lives for naught. Windflower Xiaoxue gazes at them coolly, a smug smile on her lips. "Indeed, I have said it before, I am merely an actress. Everything has been but a performance. I warned you to leave, and now it is too late to regret." Fenghua Yutao wraps an arm around her shoulders, laughing. "You erred in trusting an actress." Suddenly, a flicker of panic crosses the eyes of Langyus Shuebing, who warns, "Be careful." In a swift motion, Windflower Xiaoxue, who had been nestled against Fenghua Yutao like a docile cat, produces a short blade from her garments, swiftly slashing at his neck. "As I said, I am an actress," she retorts. You dare." Fenghua Yutao grips her throat with one hand, while desperately applying pressure to his own neck with the other. "I have long understood this, Naruto. Returning here was my demise, but at least I have dared to be brave once. Father, Santai, I will no longer run away." Windflower Xiaoxue's eyes grow distant, then suddenly blaze with resolve as she pulls Fenghua Yutao down from the high platform with all her strength. "Don't," Naruto bellows. However, the ensuing events do not unfold as expected. From the armor on Fenghua Yutao's back, wings unfurl, and he ascends into the air. The wound on his neck barely a scratch, while Windflower Xiaoxue is dragged behind him like a lifeless doll. "You truly surprise me, Xiaoxue. If only you were a ninja. You might have succeeded," he muses, though he longs to kill her, knowing he must first obtain the treasure. With this thought, Fenghua Yutao wastes no time, instructing Langyus Shuebing, "I leave this to you." He then hastily takes flight, with Windflower Xiaoxue in tow. Sasuke suddenly speaks up, "Naruto, use that technique." "Huh?" Naruto is puzzled. "The Flying Thunder God. You must have marked Xiaoxue. Only you can catch up to them now," Sasuke urges. But here, Naruto hesitates, torn between rescuing Xiaoxue and the potential danger to his friends. Sasuke retorts, "There are no buts. You, who speak of comrades, do you not trust our abilities?" Sasuke is right, Naruto, Kakashi agrees. Sakura smiles at him. Yes, Naruto, we all believe in you. Please trust us. We have all been working hard to grow stronger. Rest assured, I will do my best, Karin adds, brandishing a kunai to signify her determination. Okay, I understand. Naruto feels a warmth in his heart, ignited by a fierce fighting spirit. He cannot betray their trust. Fenghua Yutao is merely an obstacle to overcome. With a combination of multiple shadow clones and the flying thunder god technique, Naruto vanishes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 58. The weakness of the Snow Ninja. The Snow Ninja were somewhat surprised by Naruto's disappearance, but they did not believe he posed any real threat to Dota Kazuhana. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Kakashi faced down Nadar Ruga. Sasuke addressed Sakura and Karin. Sakura, Karin, the female ninja with the ability to fly is yours. I'll take on the corpulent one. Understood, they replied in unison. As the battle unfolded, Team 7 was taken aback, realizing their opponents were even stronger than during their initial encounter. Kakashi furrowed his brow. This is not ideal. Why have they suddenly become more powerful? Could it be due to this fortress? Just then, Sasuke exclaimed, it's the environment. It's colder here, amplifying their strength. A blazing aura engulfed Sasuke as if he had emerged from the very heart of the flames, and the enemy's attacks visibly weakened. Seeing this, Kakashi acted decisively, channeling his chakra to its zenith and unleashing his own fire ninjutsu. Together with Sasuke, they began engulfing the surroundings in flames. Though the Snow Ninja attempted to intervene, Kakashi and Sasuke proved to be formidable fire ninjas. Their coordinated offense and defense left no room for respite. Soon, the area was ablaze. And with the explosions of various machines, it became as stifling as a sauna. Perish! Roared Fubuki Kakeyoku, losing his composure and charging headlong toward Sasuke. Sasuke calmly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball technique. Kakeyoku struggled to defend, reaching out to grab Sasuke, his recklessness and rage blinding him to his vulnerability. Blood splattered. Sasuke's windmill shuriken, launched at an opportune moment, returned to his hand, stained crimson. Remember, the one who vanquished you was of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke declared as Kakeyoku's headless corpse plummeted to the ground. The sole female ninja among the trio, Fubuki Kakeyoku, possessed the advantage of flight, but the confined space restricted her altitude. Moreover, Karin's adamantine attacking chains instilled a sense of dread, hindering her movements. Witnessing Kakeyoku's demise at Sasuke's hands, fear began to gnaw at her. Desperate to escape, she encased herself in a layer of ice and forcefully broke through the flames. Perhaps due to the high-temperature environment affecting her abilities, the ice shield was no longer as impenetrable as before. Upon exiting the flames, it began to melt, and the water seeping into her damaged armor triggered an unforeseen chain reaction, causing Kakeyoku to convulse in midair before crashing to the ground, her fate uncertain. Ruga, witnessing the successive falls of his comrades, was consumed by wrath. However, he would not flee. Unlike those two imbeciles, he aspired to become the sixth shadow of the shinobi world. He could not afford to lose to a former adversary like Kakashi. You shall be entombed here. I'm afraid that won't come to pass. I shall now employ my own ninjutsu, Kakashi said, activating his Sharingan. Perish, Kakashi. Ruga unleashed his dragon-devouring tiger technique once more. Even in the unfavorable environment, its power remained undiminished. Undeniably, he possessed the greatest strength among the Snow Ninja trio. Lightning Blade. Substantial chakra surged, condensing into a bolt of lightning in Kakashi's palm. With unwavering momentum, he charged towards Ruga, tearing through the seemingly invincible dragon-devouring tiger. In an instant, Kakashi reached Ruga. As Ruga attempted to evade, a hand of earth seized his feet. Though the technique could not restrain Ruga in his armor, a mere stomp shattered the earthen hand. However, this brief delay allowed Kakashi to close in. Ruga attention was solely focused on the lightning blade in Kakashi's hand, unaware of Kakashi's sweeping attack on his lower body. Ruga lost his balance and was kicked into the air before he could land. While suspended in midair, Ruga was unable to react as Kakashi embraced him and spun him at breakneck speed before driving him headfirst into the ground. Ruga upper body was completely buried, leaving only his legs protruding from the ground at unnatural angles. His fate was sealed. You relied too heavily on that armor, Kakashi sighed. 10 years prior, he had fought Ruga, but his youth had led to his defeat. He was intimately familiar with his opponent's strength. Compared to a decade ago, Ruga power had stagnated, and his weaknesses had become more pronounced. His reliance on the armor had not aided him, but rather hindered him. It was truly regrettable. Hey! Kakashi-sensei, there's no time for lamentations. What do we do now? Sakura asked anxiously. Sasuke and the others had already dealt with the remaining guards. Compared to the Snow Ninja trio, these guards were far inferior. However, the fire had intensified. In their fervor to defeat the Snow Ninja, Sasuke and Kakashi had recklessly set fires, and now the conflagration not only troubled the Snow Ninja, but also trapped them. This is a predicament. Due to the constraints of the Domu armor, Naruto, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, did not appear directly beside Koki, but rather several meters away in midair, seemingly treading on nothing but air, leaving Doto Kazahana dumbfounded. In the nick of time, adamantine attacking chains shot forth from Naruto's palm, targeting not Doto Kazahana but Koyuki. The golden chains ensnared Koyuki's arm, allowing Naruto to suspend himself in the air. His intentions were clear. Either Doto Kazahana released Koyuki and departed, or he would take him with him. That pesky brat. However, Doto Kazahana was unwilling to grant him this opportunity. His strength exceeded Naruto's expectations. With a single hand, Doto Kazahana seized the adamantine attacking chains and crushed them. A technique capable of restraining the nine-tailed fox had been shattered with ease. Naruto. Koyuki reached out, but her hand grasped nothing. Naruto plummeted from the sky. This was no shadow clone, and he possessed no wings. A fall like that would surely displace his internal organs. Chapter 59. Entangled in one's own web before reaching the ground, Naruto deftly utilized the Flying Thunder God Kunai to land gracefully. Defeating the Windflower Fury in midair seemed implausible. Sensing the direction of Windflower Little Snow, he could only run to keep up. However, this would exhaust him significantly, putting him at a great disadvantage. At that moment, a voice rang out. Hey, Naruto. A few crew members, including the director and assistant, approached on a semi-automatic sled, hauling filming equipment. They had initially been following Kakashi and the others toward the fortress, but had fallen behind due to their rapid pace, fortuitously encountering Naruto, who had pursued them alone. Naruto regarded these individuals with admiration, deeming them courageous, and their arrival was indeed timely. Naruto leaped onto the sled, indicating the direction to take. The director exclaimed, "Understood. Who would have thought that at my age I would engage in such fervent endeavors? We must rescue the princess." Before the rainbow ice wall, Windflower Fury tossed Windflower Little Snow aside and eagerly approached the hexagonal crystal, ready to unlock the treasure. So it has come to this? Windflower Little Snow felt despondent. Had she known this would be the outcome, the numerous sacrifices would have been in vain. Yet she was powerless to stop Windflower Fury. Little Snow, you should feel honored to witness this moment, the moment I become the ruler of the world. Windflower Fury cackled, inserting the hexagonal crystal into the keyhole. What? Where's the treasure? Where is it? Windflower Fury became agitated, scanning the surroundings. There was no treasure chest, nor secret passage. Instead, the very realm began to transform rapidly. Countless plumes of heat surged from the ground. The once frozen river began to flow. The ice and snow on the green mountains melted, revealing their true colors, and the frozen earth blossomed with life, as if spring had suddenly arrived, making Windflower Little Snow, clad in heavy garments, feel somewhat warm. A geothermal emitter? Is this the secret treasure of the Windflower clan? You have brought me great suffering, early snow. Windflower Fury roared, unable to accept the reality before him. Years of yearning had dissipated in an instant. Without treasure or financial backing, how could he build an army? How could he conquer the world? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Driven mad with rage, Windflower Fury lost all reason. He wanted to kill Windflower Little Snow. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be in such despair. Yet when he turned his gaze to Windflower Little Snow, he found a slender figure standing protectively in front of her. It was Naruto, who had hitched a ride on the sled. Black Dragon Blizzard. Triple Rashomon. As Windflower Fury launched his attack, Naruto countered with Triple Rashomon, simultaneously using shadow clones to swiftly carry Windflower Little Snow to safety. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding crashes shattered the Triple Rashomon. Naruto had anticipated this outcome. He hurled kunai, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique and Body Flicker technique, and within moments, he was face to face with Windflower Fury. Naruto's hands emanated a radiant green glow as he attempted to sever the chakra connection within his opponent using the Palm Sage technique. Regrettably, upon contact, the technique likewise vanished without inflicting any damage. The two engaged in a physical struggle, apart from a punch that landed on Windflower Fury's cheek. All of Naruto's attacks were absorbed by the armor, while each hit Naruto received was solid damage. Blood streamed from Naruto's fists and forehead, Yet he continued to attack Windflower Fury with fervor. I have said it before, be it ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, they are all useless against me. In the land of snow, I am a god. Despite his bravado, Windflower Fury was acutely aware that his armor required cold environments to recharge, and prolonged combat here would be detrimental for him. Thus, he sought to eliminate the boy swiftly. Die, Twin Dragon Blizzard. Two colossal black dragons surged forth from Windflower Fury's palms, sending Naruto hurtling into the sky, soaring over 10 meters high, but he dissipated into mist moments later. Shadow Clone. When Windflower Fury turned in haste, a figure abruptly emerged from the ground, morphing into Naruto, who lunged with a kunai aimed at Windflower Fury's throat. Windflower Fury reacted just in time, narrowly grasping Naruto's wrist. Although the strike did not sever his throat, it carved a massive wound across his face. At that moment, Windflower Fury was consumed by a singular desire, to kill the boy before him. Yet before he could unleash his fury, the Naruto he had seized vanished, leaving only a kunai in his grasp. Naruto reappeared behind Windflower Fury, having left a flying Thunder God kunai at the spot where he had been struck. Without granting Windflower Fury a chance to turn, Naruto thrust the kunai forward, but the armor projected an invisible energy shield, deflecting the attack. Naruto's figure vanished once more, casting several kunai in the process. In less than a second, Naruto re-emerged beside Windflower Fury, and the energy shield activated once again. All of this transpired in under a second, since the advent of the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps no one had ever utilized it so frequently in such a short span, yet Naruto accomplished just that, his mastery of chakra reaching an extraordinary level. Windflower Fury was drenched in cold sweat, feeling for the first time in his life how close he was to death. Faced with Naruto's relentless onslaught, he had no time to react, relying solely on his armor's autonomous defense, while kunai rained down around him. In the next instant, Naruto appeared from an unusual angle, once more aiming a kunai at Windflower Fury's neck, but this time, his armor betrayed him, failing to generate another energy shield. Windflower Fury's eyes bulged as if he were a dead fish. He attempted to speak, but could utter not a word, desperately clutching his throat. Yet blood seeped uncontrollably through his fingers. Ultimately, this ambitious yet unfulfilled tyrant, filled with resentment, slowly fell to the ground, becoming a cold corpse, entangled in his own web. The moment Windflower Fury attempted to unlock the treasure, the scales of victory tipped in the opposite direction. The sanctuary he had yearned for not only failed to provide what he sought, but instead became his burial ground. Windflower Little Snow and the crew stood in stunned silence, witnessing Naruto being struck and then suddenly appearing before Windflower Fury, only to see the latter slain in the blink of an eye. This was simply unbelievable. Even films shouldn't be this exaggerated. Chapter 60. Scientific Ninja Tools. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto perceived that while the Windflower Fury was indeed formidable, it was not without its vulnerabilities. During their previous encounters, Naruto had discerned that the armor of Windflower Fury did not adequately protect the head and throat, and furthermore, the agility of Windflower Fury was quite lacking, rendering it rather cumbersome in comparison to Kakashi, Orochimaru, and others. Should he have faced a different opponent, Naruto's strategy might not have guaranteed an easy victory. However, against Windflower Fury, it proved effective. Had the armor provided protection for the head and throat, relied less on frigid weather, or been imbued with greater agility or proficiency in substitution techniques, Naruto's task of vanquishing him would have been far more arduous. Yet, life is devoid of what-ifs, which perhaps explains why he had never dared to step beyond the borders of the land of snow. An impeccable conclusion, simply astounding, exclaimed the director, invigorated as he waved his hand. The filming of the finale of Princess Fengyun had officially concluded, eliciting great joy from the crew. The typically aloof Windflower Xiaoxue gazed upon the thawing land of snow, her heart's frost melting away, revealing a radiant smile. This was the treasure bestowed upon her in the land of snow by her father, the greatest treasure. At that moment, under Parker's guidance, Kakashi finally arrived with Team 7, though they appeared somewhat disheveled. Sakura's hair was singed in places, Sasuke had a tear in his knee, and Xianglin's glasses had mysteriously vanished. "You've made it, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto sighed in relief upon seeing them. Gazing at the lifeless body of Windflower Fury, Sasuke remarked, "I told you not to worry about this guy." Kakashi, with a hint of weariness, lamented, "If only we had known, we wouldn't have rushed here so hastily." The land of snow was not devoid of loyal and righteous individuals. However, Under the oppressive influence of Windflower Fury, they had remained in the shadows. Now, with his demise, Windflower Xiaoxue, as the sole heir of the Windflower clan, naturally ascended to the throne of the Land of Snow. As for the opportunists and those with ulterior motives, they could only acquiesce to the prevailing tide. Every day, individuals from various regions flocked to ensure Windflower Xiaoxue's safety, solidifying her position. Moreover, she successfully inherited Windflower Fury's clandestine laboratory. Despite the significant damage to the Tyrant Fortress, it was fortunate that the laboratory was not located there. The laboratory's head, Kobayashi Saburo, had crafted both the armor of Windflower Fury and the Snow Ninja. Initially, he exhibited an air of arrogance, a trait often associated with the talented. However, upon learning of Windflower Fury's downfall, this distinguished scientist of the ninja world promptly declared his unwavering loyalty to the queen, leaving Naruto momentarily taken aback. Noticing Naruto's interest in the ninja tools within the laboratory, Windflower Xiaoxue immediately encouraged him to take whatever he desired, even if it meant emptying the entire collection. No, I'm merely curious, sister, Naruto replied. Since Naruto had defeated Windflower Fury, Windflower Xiaoxue's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, yet she insisted that he refer to her as sister rather than Queen or Xiaoxue. Naruto had no objections, but Xianglin was less pleased, as she was officially recognized as Naruto's elder sister by the Konoha Registry. As Naruto surveyed the myriad of ninja tools, including armor similar to that worn by the Snow Ninjas, he was momentarily overwhelmed. Suddenly, he pointed to a specific item and inquired, "Did you create all these ninja tools? What about that goggles? What purpose does it serve?" Kobayashi Saburo chuckled. "Most of these are indeed my creations, though some were crafted with assistance from others. As my personal capacity is somewhat limited, we refer to these scientifically modified ninja tools as scientific ninja tools. The one you mentioned is called the Fearless Goggles, designed specifically to defend against Jinjutsu. A simple press of the side switch transforms it into super sunglasses that can repel 99 of illusions. Can it withstand the Sharingan's Jinjutsu?" Naruto inquired with curiosity. That has yet to be tested," Kobayashi Saburo admitted awkwardly, as the Uchiha clan had not set foot in the Land of Snow for decades. Naruto recognized the abruptness of his question, given the near extinction of the Uchiha clan, which left little opportunity for experimentation. Nevertheless, if what Kobayashi Saburo claimed was true, it would indeed be a remarkable ninja tool, allowing for preemptive defense against Jinjutsu masters. "You truly are an exceptional scientist," Naruto praised earnestly. "Haha, it's not a grand achievement. Speaking of which, a few years ago, I had the fortune of encountering a mysterious individual who was a true genius in the scientific field. It was he who proposed the term scientific ninja tools. And what about this?" Sakura asked, curiously picking up a ring, puzzled about its potential utility. Seeing the ring in Sakura's hand, Kobayashi Saburo beamed with pride. This is a recent innovation, one of my most esteemed creations. Inspired by summoning techniques. A gentle tap on the ring's surface allows one to summon and store items without any chakra consumption or hand seals. What can be stored in it? Kakashi also expressed interest. Anything can be stored: ninja tools, goods, clothing, snacks, all of it. However, the current limit is a maximum of 50 kilograms, Kobayashi Saburo explained. "Oh, but can it contain living beings?" Kakashi queried. Kobayashi Saburo hesitated, then awkwardly responded, "At the moment, that is not possible. May I take a suit of armor?" Xianglin timidly asked, lacking confidence in her own abilities and thus particularly favoring items that offered life-saving potential. "Of course, in accordance with the queen's wishes. You may take anything from here," Kobayashi Saburo assured them. It must be noted that this armor requires an extremely cold environment to maintain its energy. Specifically, it must be below -10°C. Of course, if a ninja were to infuse it with chakra, it would also work, but only ice-type chakra would suffice. Xianglin felt disheartened and inquired, "Is there armor of other attributes available? For instance, water or earth attributes?" Kobayashi Saburo glanced at Windflower Xiaoxue, appearing somewhat troubled. I apologize. But currently, we do not possess any." Windflower Xiaoxue interjected, "If you were to continue your research, is there a possibility of developing it?" "With full support. I believe it is feasible," Kobayashi Saburo assured, thumping his chest. "However, I cannot guarantee the time frame." Windflower Xiaoxue contemplated. "Do not lose hope, Xianglin. I will fully support the laboratory's research. Should we succeed in creating armor suitable for you, I will ensure it is delivered to Konoha at the earliest opportunity. Xianglin felt deeply moved by this promise, feeling ashamed of her prior jealousy, and blushingly expressed, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoxue." Windflower Xiaoxue bestowed upon her a captivating smile, gently ruffling Xianglin's hair. Despite her repeated refusals, Windflower Xiaoxue ultimately decided to gift each of the 5 individuals a summoning ring and a pair of fearless goggles. Naruto specifically chose matching sets for himself and Sakura, distinct from the others. Although Sakura feigned annoyance, she did not decline the gift. As they bid farewell, Windflower Xiaoxue embraced each of them with reluctance, finally waving goodbye with a smile while clutching a novel. However, Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, his typically placid expression transformed. For the book that Windflower Xiaoxue held bore an elegantly intriguing title, Intimate Paradise. Chapter 61. The 5 Tigers of Konoha as they journeyed back. The group idly toyed with the rings in their hands, marveling at their enchanting nature. Sasuke's gaze inadvertently fell upon the ring adorning Karin's finger, and he was taken aback. It was an exact replica of his own. "Karin, what is the meaning of this? Didn't I tell you to change it?" Sasuke's voice trembled with disbelief. Karin had initially desired a matching couple S ring, but he had firmly dissuaded her, even witnessing her replace it with another. How then could she still be wearing the same one as him? Karin timidly explained, "I just think this color is more appealing, so I switched back." She kept the fact that she had enlisted the help of Fuka and Koyuki to change it a secret, for she was a loyal and honorable Uzumaki. Sasuke, flustered and at a loss for words, suddenly had a bright idea and turned to Sakura, saying, "Sakura, let us swap rings. Forget it with your couple S rings. You and Sakura can have your little duo." As Sakura began to protest, Naruto quickly stepped in, shielding her and bellowing at Sasuke, "Why should we? There's no way I'm trading with you. Dream on. If we do, it would imply that we're a couple, and that's absurd. Do you think you're Sakura? All right, let us dial down the tempers, shall we?" Kakashi interjected, attempting to mediate. He reflected on the vitality of youth, hoping these children would maintain their spirited camaraderie. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, how about we switch our rings?" Kakashi promptly sidestepped the suggestion. With the rise of Fuka and Koyuki, the reputation of Team 7 began to spread wildly throughout the land of snow, culminating in an outlandish tale. In the years of early snow, during a lunar eclipse, the ruler fell victim to treachery, and the princess was lost in a foreign land. The formidable rebel Fuka, allied with the snow ninjas, plunged the realm into chaos, subjecting the common folk to dire straits. 10 years later, the princess returned to the land of snow, flanked by 5 uniquely skilled ninjas from Konoha. Some possessed immense strength. Others were impervious to weapons. Some could unleash flames, while others summoned tidal waves. Remarkably, they even brought forth spring to the snowbound land, achieving great feats in support of the princess. Through these 5 ninjas, the princess ultimately vanquished Fuka and reclaimed her throne, thus earning the moniker, the 5 Tigers of Konoha. Upon their return to Konoha, Jiraiya sought out Kakashi, engaging in a conversation veiled in secrecy. However, news of a significant event soon surfaced. Orochimaru had escaped. He fled under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, resulting in numerous casualties among their ranks. This debacle caused a sharp decline in the reputation of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as pressures mounted not only from within Konoha but also from diplomatic fronts, particularly from Tsunagakure, who had aided in capturing Orochimaru only to see him escape, while Hiruzen insisted on a trial instead of immediate execution. Now that Orochimaru was free, someone had to be held accountable. Ultimately, Hiruzen announced his retirement, taking responsibility for the debacle. Although the council had hoped for him to remain Hokage due to his leniency over the years, the circumstances proved too overwhelming, and the higher-ups accepted his resignation. The pressing question now was who would succeed him as Hokage. "I vow to uphold the will of fire with my life," Danzo declared fervently. Yet he garnered no support from Hiruzen or the council. As a companion since childhood, Hiruzen had no doubt of Danzo's commitment to Konoha, but he believed Danzo's methods were excessively harsh, making his ascension to Hokage potentially detrimental to the village. The council viewed Danzo as overly power-hungry. Allowing him to assume the Hokage position would likely eliminate their influence in future high-level meetings. Thus, once again, Danzo missed the opportunity for Hokage. And as a man nearing the twilight of his years, he pondered how long he could wait. "I propose Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage." "I agree. I concur." Hiruzen's recommendation of Jiraiya was met with unanimous approval among the higher-ups. There were two primary reasons. First, Jiraiya's identity and strength were widely acknowledged. Second, his carefree nature and disinterest in power made him the ideal candidate in the eyes of the council. However, to everyone's astonishment, there was someone who did not wish to assume the role of Hokage, Jiraiya himself. Despite Hiruzen's personal entreaties, he remained resolute. Jiraiya, this is an urgent decision for Konoha. The entire ninja world is fraught with peril. We need your presence. One of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, insisted. I cannot accept. Jiraiya replied firmly. If we must choose from the Sannin, there is still one other candidate. As Mito and Tsunade exchanged glances, Tsunade's name indeed came to mind. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the disciple of the third, Tsunade possessed both the heritage and strength necessary for the role. Moreover, being somewhat frivolous and addicted to gambling, she would likely not impose her will as forcefully as Danzo, potentially allowing the council to maintain their influence. Indeed, she is a suitable candidate, though her whereabouts are often elusive, Mito remarked. Then it is settled. I shall retrieve her. Compared to my carefree existence, Tsunade's sharp intellect makes her a far more fitting choice for Hokage, Jiraiya asserted. Mito pondered for a moment before responding. That is acceptable, but I will dispatch 3 Umbu to accompany you in your search for Tsunade. Jiraiya chuckled. Worry not. I have no intention of fleeing. If I wish to escape, no amount of surveillance would be necessary. His words were candid, leaving Mito without a retort. Jiraiya was at the pinnacle of his strength, vigor, and wisdom. Then Jiraiya shifted the conversation. However, I must take someone with me. I have discovered a most intriguing seed. Unbeknownst to others, Jiraiya had secretly established an intelligence network that uncovered a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki. Though few in number, its members comprised the most formidable rogue ninjas from various villages, including Itachi Uchiha from the once great Uchiha clan. These individuals had been covertly monitoring the Jinchuriki, seemingly plotting something sinister. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto was undoubtedly a target of their interest, which was the primary reason for Jiraiya's return to Konoha. He could not shake the concern that under Kakashi's current capabilities, protecting Naruto would be a formidable challenge. The Umbu were even less reliable, especially after allowing Orochimaru to escape. The events of 12 years prior had etched a deep sense of guilt in Jiraiya's heart. He would not allow such a tragedy to befall Naruto again. Chapter 62. The legacy of ninjutsu regarding Yuan Fei's retreat. Naruto could not be so nonchalant. Upon learning the news, he sought out Yuan Fei immediately. Hey, Grandpa Hokage, how could you do such a thing? Coughing slightly, Yuan Fei was taken aback, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What did Naruto mean by how could he do such a thing? Naruto exclaimed, I don't understand why they are forcing you into retirement. Why not let the village vote? I believe most people support you. Yuan Fei took a deep drag from his cigarette and sighed. Naruto, don't say that. Although I am no longer Hokage, I will continue to serve Konoha, and the will of fire will endure. Do not question the decisions of the higher-ups. You stubborn old man, Naruto retorted. After finally defeating Orochimaru and preserving the position of Grandpa Hokage, how could he remain calm when his mentor was suddenly forced to step down? What did you say? You little brat. Yuan Fei could hardly maintain his composure after being called a stubborn old man. The absence of his Hokage title seemed to lighten his spirit, and a playful banter ensued between the elder and the youth. However, with his age and status, Yuan Fei quickly found himself bested in their verbal sparring. Suddenly, Yuan Fei seemed to notice something and pointed behind Naruto. Shoo, Naruto, quiet down. Sakura is calling for you. Huh, Sakura? At the mere mention of her name, Naruto instinctively turned, unintentionally leaving his backside exposed to Yuan Fei. Are you ready? Off you go to find Sakura, Naruto. Yuan Fei grinned mischievously and delivered a swift kick that sent Naruto flying. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Fei finally felt at ease. Naruto, caught off guard by the usually straightforward Yuan Fei's antics, landed unceremoniously in a water barrel. Had it not been for a few kind-hearted passers-by who pulled him out, he might have needed medical attention. Damn it, that old man. Naruto fumed, plotting his revenge. Yet, confronting Yuan Fei directly felt too juvenile. After pondering, he sought out Konohamaru, who was playing nearby. Hey, Konohamaru. Ah, Naruto. Are you here to play with me? Konohamaru beamed at the sight of Naruto. Although he felt disheartened by the odd looks he received from others since his grandfather lost the Hokage position. Play? As a man, how can you spend your days in frivolity? Naruto crossed his arms, adopting a sage-like demeanor. You have followed me for a long time without learning any powerful techniques. Today, I shall teach you a secret Super S-rank ninjutsu of my own creation. Mastering this will astonish even your grandfather. Super S-rank ninjutsu? Even Grandpa will be amazed? Konohamaru's eyes widened with excitement, nearly drooling at the thought. If he could defeat his grandfather, then taking down Ebisu-sensei would surely be within reach. What is it? Hurry and teach me. Listen closely, this technique is called the seduction technique. In a sweet shop, Kakashi observed two patrons warily. They were clad in black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats. Kakashi felt weary. Recent events had been relentless, and he had scarcely caught his breath from his last mission when he encountered this situation. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Asuma, taking a break from his date with Karin, greeted Kakashi with a smile. Karin, fond of desserts, had accompanied him. I'm waiting for Sasuke, Kakashi replied. Casting a glance inside the shop, both Asuma and Karin, also elite J-Nin, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions betraying an underlying tension. Upon hearing Sasuke's name, one of the cloaked figures involuntarily trembled. Kakashi, it's rare to see you arrive first. Just then, Sasuke arrived, prompting the two cloaked figures to rise and brush past him, heading toward the village exit. Asuma and Karin discreetly followed them, ultimately intercepting the pair by a riverside outside the village. You are not from this village. What is your purpose here? Asuma inquired, cigarette in mouth. One of the cloaked figures spoke. Long time no see, Asuma, Karin. Since you know us, it confirms you were once a resident of this village. Karin replied. With that, the visitors no longer concealed their identities, removing their hats to reveal their faces, one of which bore the unmistakable Sharingan. Indeed, it's you, Itachi Uchiha, Asuma remarked, a knowing expression crossing his face. The other figure followed suit, grinning. Do you know Itachi? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kisame Hoshigaki. You may consider us acquainted from now on. Asuma's demeanor turned icy. I hope there is no future beyond this moment. You will remain here. Despite Asuma's typically calm exterior, he became fiercely protective when faced with threats to the village. Itachi, it seems you are not well received here, Kisame remarked. Karin added, we are aware of your deeds. Kisame Hoshigaki, a rogue ninja from the mist. Many assassinations and acts of sabotage have been attributed to you. You are an S-rank criminal sought by numerous nations. Itachi, you dare return to the village after your actions? You possess quite the audacity, Asuma accused. Unperturbed by their ire, Itachi responded coolly, Asuma, Karin, I hope you won't force my hand. I do not wish to kill you. Silence. Those are not words befitting a murderer of your kin, Asuma retorted fiercely. I understand you wouldn't come to Konoha without a purpose. Reveal your intentions. Enough with the chatter. Can we kill him? Kisame suggested, brandishing his sword. The words laden with implications. Itachi paused momentarily before speaking. It seems he will not allow us to leave peacefully. However, do not go overboard. Your techniques are too conspicuous. Understood. Unable to hold back any longer, Kisame swung his sword towards Asuma, who swiftly drew his chakra blade to parry the powerful strike. Despite its small size, Asuma's blade was crafted from specialized materials, making it remarkably resilient. Karin, hidden behind Asuma, began forming hand seals, her form gradually vanishing in the wind. Tree Binding Death. Chapter 63. The legacy of the fourth generation is this, an illusion? Kisame was momentarily taken aback, while Itachi remained unfazed. However, as the standoff with Kisame dragged on, Asuma began to struggle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hand gripping the blade trembling slightly. In terms of sheer strength, he was already at a disadvantage, and Kisame had yet to unleash the full potential of his great sword. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty grin spread across Kisame's face as he unleashed the blade, the wrapped bandages falling away, and in an instant, a massive wound was carved into Asuma's left arm. At that moment, trees erupted wildly from beneath Kisame and Itachi's feet, ensnaring them, while Karin's body eerily emerged from the foliage behind Itachi. Her kunai aimed menacingly at his throat. It was her signature jinjutsu, the Tree Binding Death. As one of the skilled jinjutsu users among the Jonin of Konohagakure, Karin's proficiency in illusionary arts was certainly commendable. However, this time, she had clearly misjudged her opponent and employed the wrong tactics. Itachi regarded Karin with indifference. Merely a glance was enough to reverse their fortunes. To Karin's horror, she realized she had become ensnared by her own jinjutsu, while Itachi, unharmed, stood before her. Kunai in hand, her illusion, had rebounded upon herself. As Itachi lunged forward with the kunai aimed at her, Kurenai bit her tongue to awaken herself, narrowly managing to dispel the Jinjutsu and evade the strike, only to be kicked into the river. Kurenai. Seeing Itachi pursue Kurenai, Asuma felt a surge of urgency. Yet he was still entangled with Kisame, unable to escape. Without hesitation, he unleashed his chakra blade, the tangible blade radiating outward, transforming his previous passivity into aggression, leaving a wound upon Kisame's face. Just as Itachi approached Kurenai, a figure materialized behind him. Stand down, Uchiha Itachi. Simultaneously, Kakashi appeared before Asuma, employing a water technique identical to Kisame's to block his assault. Asuma exclaimed, "Why are you here too? Although I entrusted you with the task." I still felt a twinge of worry, Kakashi replied, his gaze unusually serious, for he understood the formidable prowess of these two opponents, far more troublesome than Zabuza. Kisame, brimming with excitement, remarked, "How intriguing. No wonder you wield my technique. I did not expect anyone aside from Itachi to possess such eyes. You must be Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha." Kakashi retorted, "The one who should be surprised is me. I was pondering who I saw in the dessert shop, only to discover it was the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi and you, the mist-s enigmatic Kisame. To think you've heard of my name, it's truly an honor. I heard you defeated that little brat, Zabuza. My Samahata does not kill indiscriminately, but you are indeed worthy of my attention." A bloodthirsty smile flickered across Kisame's face as he contemplated his intent to kill Kakashi. At this juncture, Itachi interjected, "Kisame, do not act recklessly. Engaging him will lead to an endless battle. But do not forget our purpose." Kakashi inquired, "Then, might you elaborate on your objective? Or rather, what is it you seek?" Itachi remained silent, instead shaking free a few shuriken from his sleeve. Kakashi's expression shifted sharply. Ninjutsu. Water formation wall. A colossal water barrier enveloped Kakashi, thwarting Itachi's water attack, which had been launched unbeknownst to him. He had not perceived how the seals were formed. Either his opponent's speed surpassed even Naruto's, or they required no hand seals at all. How could that be? Seizing the opportunity, Asuma joined Kakashi and Kurenai, the trio uniting. "Indeed. Hitaki Kakashi, your perceptive abilities are remarkably refined," Itachi praised sincerely. "I never anticipated someone outside the Uchiha clan could wield the Sharingan to such an extent. Unfortunately for you, your body does not possess the natural aptitude of the Uchiha, and using the Sharingan in this manner will not only cap your potential, but also accelerate your deterioration." As the subject in question, Kakashi was acutely aware of Itachi's truth. Possessing the Sharingan was both a blessing and a curse, not necessarily a boon. Yet, Kakashi had never contemplated relinquishing that eye, for it bore profound significance. More than a mere combat tool, it was a cherished gift from a departed friend. Each time he activated the Sharingan, it felt as if Obito fought alongside him, sharing in the experience of witnessing the world anew. Why is the Uchiha clan regarded as the mightiest? Why are they revered by all? In mere days, you will witness the true power of the Sharingan. As he concluded, Itachi unleashed Tsukuyomi. The target had always been him. Naturally, Kakashi became the first victim. Feeling his spirit being relentlessly eroded, he succumbed to the Jinjutsu, merely relying on the Sharingan to delay his downfall. Kakashi strained to maintain his composure, donning the goggles he had received from the land of snow, praying that this legendary scientific tool would indeed prove its worth. Indeed, this fabled ninja tool did offer some respite, mitigating a portion of Itachi's Jinjutsu. Though it was but a fraction. Close your eyes. Do not gaze into his eyes. Upon hearing Kakashi's warning, Asuma and Kurenai, though bewildered, promptly complied, shutting their eyes. Yet, a foreboding thought crossed their minds, with Kakashi, the strongest among them, ensnared in a Jinjutsu, and their inability to open their eyes. Would they not become easy prey? Let us not forget the vigilant Kisame lurking nearby. To their astonishment, however, Kisame refrained from exploiting this opportunity, choosing instead to stand quietly to the side. Itachi cautioned, "Indeed, as long as one possesses the Sharingan, one can withstand the Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan to a degree, but you are far from sufficient. This technique is a unique ability of this Manjiki Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. In this world, only those with the same Sharingan as mine can defeat me." Trapped within the Jinjutsu, Kakashi was crucified, subjected to merciless torment at the hands of Itachi, who wielded a blade with sinister intent. For the onlookers, it was but a fleeting moment. Yet for Kakashi, it felt as though he endured an unending nightmare for 3 days and nights, pierced countless times. As the Jinjutsu lifted, Kakashi lay exhausted, nearly collapsing onto the water's surface. Yet, despite the torment inflicted upon his spirit, he steadfastly upheld his resolve. Kisame remarked, "To have endured that jinjutsu without breaking is impressive. However, Itachi, if you overexert your eyes, you will face dire consequences." Struggling to maintain his stance, Kakashi fixed his gaze on Itachi, stating, "Your organization's name is Akatsuki, is it not? I know you are not just two in number. Your target is Sasuke, isn't it?" Yet Itachi replied coolly, "It is the legacy of the fourth." Chapter 64. The joke of fate. Not only the people of Konoha, but even the nearby Kisame was taken aback, casting an incredulous glance at Itachi. Wasn't this equivalent to openly revealing our intention to capture the Nine Tails? Although Kisame felt indifferent, was it truly wise to state it so blatantly? Is the target the Nine Tails within Naruto? I cannot fall here. Enduring the relentless agony emanating from his soul, Kakashi was nearly sustained solely by sheer willpower. Determined to relay the information back to the village at the earliest opportunity, Itachi furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar presence approaching. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he commanded, "Kisame, take Kakashi away. Erase the others from this world." Kisame had been waiting for this command. His previous attempts to strike had been thwarted by Itachi. He understood Itachi's lingering affection for Konoha, which was why he had established a pact with the leader to never invade Konoha. Out of respect for Itachi's dilemma, he had suppressed his murderous intent. However, since Itachi had now spoken, he could not hold back any longer. Just as Kisame lunged forward with Samahata towards the three, a thunderous shout erupted. Konoha's gale. Countless splashes erupted as a figure soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick to Kisame's chest, sending him and his blade flying far away, leaving his chakra in disarray and nearly plunging him into the water. As the water veil fell, the figure revealed was none other than Might Guy. After stabilizing himself, Kisame felt the pain radiating from his chest. Shock gave way to a grin. It had been a long time since he had met a worthy opponent. "Who are you?" Guy inquired, one hand behind his back and the other assuming a ready stance. Sporting a confident smile, "I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy." "What a ridiculous attire. Why not call yourself a rare beast?" Kisame retorted, bemused. He had never encountered such an opponent before. Despite their astonishing strength, this individual exuded an inexplicable aura. "Do not underestimate him. He is stronger than Kakashi," Itachi cautioned. Upon seeing Guy arrive, Kakashi, who had been tightly wounded, finally relaxed, his body collapsing weakly. Guy rushed to catch him, only to find Asuma and Karin with their eyes tightly shut, looking cautious. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Hey, why are you two keeping your eyes closed?" Asuma replied urgently, "You must not open your eyes, or you will fall victim to his jinjutsu." "Oh, I've known that for ages. When facing an opponent with Sharingan, as long as you avoid eye contact, you're safe." Observing their feet can also provide insight into their movements. Guy maintained an air of nonchalance. Those unfamiliar with him might perceive it as arrogance, but it was, in truth, a reflection of his immense self-confidence. Asuma and Karin slowly opened their eyes, avoiding looking at Itachi, instead focusing on the ground. Indeed, they had not fallen prey to the illusion. Though that may be true, only you could achieve such a level. Karin remarked, somewhat speechless. "That is indeed the case. However, I have no time to teach you now. We can practice later if given the chance. For now, take Kakashi to the medical team while I handle things here." After briefing Asuma, Guy turned to Itachi and Kisame, issuing a challenge. "Before the Umbu arrive, allow me to test your skills." Kisame grinned menacingly. "An intriguing fellow. You certainly have guts." His excitement had transformed into fury. This comical individual dared to take on both him and Itachi simultaneously, showing blatant disregard for their prowess. "Enough, Kisame." Just as the battle was about to commence, Itachi intervened once more. "We are not here to engage in conflict. Let us depart." Kisame felt a surge of frustration, but ultimately respected Itachi's ambiguous stance towards Konoha. Sheathing Samahata and following Itachi's lead, Guy did not attempt to stop them. After all, the three behind him were injured, and avoiding a fight was preferable, though regrettable as they had not captured their foes. Reflecting on Itachi's visit to Konoha, he had done little beyond surreptitiously observing Sasuke, demonstrating his strength to intimidate certain individuals, and divulging critical information about the organization's objectives. He refused to eliminate even the guarding ninjas, his actions revealing an almost undeniable betrayal. Using Tsukuyami to interrogate Kakashi was a means to gauge Kakashi's resolve and boundaries, ensuring it was safe to allow Sasuke to follow them. Deep down, his allegiance remained with Konoha. Had Kisame not been his partner, he might have been overwhelmed and killed by other members. Fate had played a cruel trick on him, granting him unparalleled talent while binding him to a frail body. If only, Itachi's silhouette was filled with an endless sense of desolation and melancholy. To reside in darkness while yearning for the light. Reality is seldom as straightforward as it seems. Certain actions, once taken, must be borne regardless of right or wrong. With no path to retreat, the pain endured often finds no outlet, and no one can truly comprehend it. His time was running short. Meanwhile, Naruto was bargaining with Jiraiya. Naruto was well aware of Jiraiya's intentions. He was merely concerned for Naruto's safety and wished to keep him close. However, Naruto felt quite confident in his abilities and was reluctant to accompany Jiraiya, for that would mean he could not see Sakura, and he had to remain vigilant against Kakashi encountering Itachi. Although Itachi would not kill Kakashi, he would certainly torment him, and Naruto wished to prevent that from occurring. Though he was unsure when Itachi would appear. Of course, accompanying the perverted sage was not entirely out of the question, but he needed to find a way to extract some benefits from it. I refused to join the perverted sage on a field trip. No. This is not an ordinary field trip. We are set to interview a beautiful woman, a stunning beauty with an exquisite figure. I have no interest in such matters. I want to accompany Sakura. Naruto remained unmoved. No matter how beautiful, she could not compare to Sakura. He had no interest whatsoever. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. Look at your lack of ambition. If you travel with me, I can expect you to train. Train? But I've already learned most of your techniques. Naruto scoffed. Jiraiya laughed heartily. How about I teach you the Rasengan? It is on par with Kakashi's Raikiri. I already know how to do it, Naruto retorted, demonstrating a Rasengan on the spot. What about the four symbol seal? I taught you that before. I know many other sealing techniques. I believe I have enough for now. This is quite vexing. I have already taught you summoning jutsu, so how about I teach you sage mode? Would you like to learn? I do. Naruto had been waiting for this very invitation. Chapter 65. Shamelessness. Upon concluding his statement, Jiraiya experienced a twinge of regret. After all, the sage arts of Mount Myaboku were extensive, and Naruto was yet to reach the tender age of 13. He was reluctant to impart such knowledge to Naruto at this early stage. Moreover, the primary concern was that his own resources were dwindling, nearly depleted after being raided by Naruto over the brief span of half a month. Very well, it's settled then. You must uphold your promise, you lecherous sage. Naruto reminded him, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Jiraiya, slightly disgruntled, replied earnestly, Do I seem like the kind of person who would deceive a child? Observing Naruto's skeptical gaze, he declared loudly, I will certainly teach you the sage arts. Have no fear, prepare your belongings, and let us be on our way. By the way, lecherous sage, Naruto interjected, is there anything else? You must know when to stop. Well, along with that, could you also teach me those sealing techniques you mentioned that I am not familiar with? At that moment, a girl with purple hair hurriedly approached. It was Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Having just learned of Naruto's return to the village, she had quickly gathered her things and come to find him. Hello, Hinata. What brings you here? Naruto greeted with a smile, though he instinctively took a small step back. Hinata felt a pang in her heart at his involuntary reaction. Yet she maintained a smile as she presented a card to him. This time, she did not blush or fidget. With Naruto now so close to Sakura, and with her own father not supporting her feelings for him, she realized that if Naruto did not reciprocate her feelings, all hope would be lost. This is for you. Naruto, what is it? Oh, a free voucher for Ichiraku ramen. Is this for me? Naruto exclaimed in delight as he recognized the item in Hinata's hand. Yes, I received 2 vouchers during an event. Knowing how much you enjoy Ichiraku ramen, I thought it would be nice to go together. Hinata managed to say, though her last words came out as a stutter. She gazed at Naruto with hopeful eyes, only to be met with a look of complexity and avoidance. Hinata, I'm about to head out with the lecherous sage, so I might not be able to join you, he said, unwilling to cause her any pain. Having made his decision, he would not allow her to cling to false hopes. Here, you can keep it. You should go with someone else. Naruto's words caused a mist to rise in Hinata's eyes, as if tears were poised to spill forth. Ultimately, she was not as strong as she wished to be. Hinata, you. Hinata touched her eyes with her hand, smiling as she said, the sunlight, it's a bit too bright. Seeing her in such a state pained Naruto as well. In an effort to avoid repeating past mistakes, he had tried to limit his interactions with Hinata. Why was she so insistent? Suddenly, He noticed the bandage on her hand and could not help but ask, "How did you injure your hand?" Hinata felt warmth wash over her at Naruto's concern, her earlier gloom dissipating as she softly explained, "Oh, it's nothing. I've just been training a lot lately." The disappointment from her failure in the Chunin exams had made Hinata acutely aware of her shortcomings. If it weren't for Kiba and Shino, she might have been eliminated in the Forest of Death. Witnessing Naruto's battle against Orochimaru further illuminated the gap between them, spurring her relentless training in hopes of catching up with him and earning his acknowledgement. Her determination had even impressed Hayashi Hyuga, who began seeking out skilled practitioners to assist her in training, resulting in rapid progress but also inevitable injuries. "You have a commendable drive, but you must pace yourself," Naruto advised. "Of course, I am not saying that girls shouldn't strive to become stronger. Just try not to get hurt. Regardless of the dangers you may encounter, we boys will always be there to protect you." Hinata nodded appreciatively, even bowing slightly in gratitude. "Will you protect me too?" she asked, her voice tinged with hope. Naruto hesitated momentarily but responded, "Of course. You are one of my comrades. Just like when we were children?" she inquired, her eyes bright with anticipation. "Yes," he replied, handing her back the free voucher with a radiant smile. "If you don't want to go with anyone else, you can hold on to it for me." Hinata beamed. This was tantamount to a promise that he would seek her out upon his return. As if recalling something, she produced a box of healing ointment and handed it to Naruto. "This is a very useful healing salve. Please be careful out there, Naruto." "Ah, don't worry. I've defeated Orochimaru, after all," he said, giving her a thumbs up. "Well, I must be going. Until next time, Naruto." "Until next time," he echoed, his gaze lingering on the healing salve, his heart softening. In the end, he could not bear to see her sadness. Once Hinata had departed, Naruto stood there grinning foolishly, prompting Jiraiya to tease him. "Hey, I must say, you're quite the charmer at such a young age, managing to keep two girls interested." Jiraiya felt a twinge of envy. He could see that both Sakura and Hinata harbored feelings for Naruto, while he himself had faced nothing but rejection in his youth. Here was Naruto, not only pursuing option A, but also having a backup plan B. It hardly seemed fair. Jiraiya scrutinized Naruto, noting his average height, unimposing features, an unremarkable nose, wondering how it was possible that he had such allure. What on earth is happening with today's girls? Naruto, incensed by Jiraiya's remarks, retorted. "What do you mean, keeping two boats afloat? Don't assume everyone is like you, you lecherous sage. I only have eyes for Sakura." "Is that so?" Jiraiya squinted, his expression turning somewhat lecherous. "Then why don't you just refuse?" Naruto fell silent, grappling with feelings he could not articulate, aware that the impending solitude of the future would be a burden he must bear alone. "Nonetheless, there is a silver lining to your situation. Should you fail in pursuing Sakura, at least this girl will still be waiting for you," Jiraiya chuckled, imparting unsolicited romantic wisdom. "I am definitely going to succeed," Naruto declared. Irritated, Jiraiya continued unabated. "But if you do succeed, what do you plan to do facing two girls who adore you? Are you hoping to embrace them both?" "Enough," Naruto shouted. "How could you even entertain such thoughts? I never imagined you to be so shameless." Regrettably, no time was afforded to Naruto for farewells, as Jiraiya expeditiously embarked on their journey, eager to reunite with the individual who occupied his thoughts. In stark contrast, Kakashi endured profound mental anguish, proving resistant to conventional medical intervention, necessitating his convalescence at home. Kakashi lay in repose, flanked by two framed portraits, one of the Minato team from yesteryear, and the other of the present Team 7, emblematic of the values Kakashi held most dear. Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai Yuhi stood vigil, their countenances etched with concern. Kakashi's condition was grave, with an uncertain prognosis. The revelation that a clandestine organization had targeted the nine-tailed Jinchuriki further compounded their unease. The tidings had been duly reported. Yet the Hokage's seat remained vacant, leaving the upper echelons of the village in a state of indecision. Kurenai lamented, "What course of action should we pursue? The council has yet to respond. If the third Hokage were still at the helm, such a predicament would never." Asuma interjected, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Enough. Kurenai, what's done is done." Though Asuma and Kurenai had sustained injuries, they were superficial in comparison to Kakashi's. Might Guy mused, considering Naruto's prowess. If he were to remain in Konoha, it would prove exceedingly difficult for Itachi to apprehend him. Abruptly halting, Guy gestured for silence. Moments later, Sasuke barged into the room. Kakashi had arranged a meeting with him earlier, only to act strangely and depart abruptly, inciting Sasuke's concern. He sought him out at his residence, overhearing their conversation. Observing Kakashi's debilitated state, Sasuke was taken aback. He was cognizant of Kakashi's capabilities, and his recent return from the land of snow made this development all the more perplexing. What transpired? Who dared to inflict such harm upon Kakashi? Confronted with Sasuke's inquiry, the three Jonin remained taciturn. Were they to divulge that Itachi was responsible for Kakashi's injuries? At that juncture, another Jonin burst in, inundating them with a barrage of questions. Is it true that Itachi has resurfaced? Is it true that Kakashi has been wounded? Is it true that his objective is Naruto? Is it indeed true? Might Guy facepalmed, disavowing any association with the newcomer. Itachi? Targeting Naruto? Sasuke questioned inwardly, scarcely believing his ears. Has that murderer finally emerged? He even vanquished Kakashi? Sasuke vanished in a blur, intent on safeguarding Naruto and exacting vengeance upon the perpetrator. Sasuke sought out Sakura, convinced that she possessed knowledge of Naruto's whereabouts. However, his endeavor proved futile, as Sakura was unaware of Naruto's location. Only the Elder Council and Kakashi were privy to his itinerary. Sasuke, what is the urgency in locating Naruto? What has occurred? Sakura inquired. Sasuke, pressed for time, departed without explanation, determined to locate Naruto. Sakura, no longer an innocent bystander, sensed Sasuke's unease and followed him. After failing to dissuade her, Sasuke ceased his protestations. They relentlessly questioned passers-by, eventually tracing Jiraiya and Naruto to an inn in the town. In the confines of a narrow corridor, Sasuke beheld the man he once revered, now consumed by hatred, his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke uttered icily, devoid of emotion. Long time no see, Sasuke, Itachi replied. He and Kisame had just lured Jiraiya away, and before they could locate Naruto, they were confronted by Sasuke and Sakura. Uchiha, the same surname as Sasuke. What is the significance of this? Sakura pondered, her apprehension mounting. Kisame scrutinized Sasuke's eyes, remarking, Sharingan, and a striking resemblance to you. Who is he? Itachi responded tersely. He is my younger brother. Sakura comprehended the gravity of the situation. Does that imply that he is the perpetrator who annihilated Sasuke's clan? Can she and Sasuke truly contend with such a formidable adversary? Were not the Uchiha clan exterminated? Kisame inquired, puzzled by the revelation. Silence, Itachi Uchiha. I have come to slay you. Sasuke exclaimed, his composure shattered. Despite his attempts to remain composed, the casual mention of his clan's demise ignited his fury. A surge of chakra manifested as tangible lightning, illuminating the dimly lit passage. As you wish. I harbor animosity towards you. I loathe you. To kill you is the sole purpose of my existence. Sasuke declared, launching himself at Itachi with unparalleled ferocity, obliterating anything in his path. For years, he had endured torment. Fueled by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He had persevered, honing his skills, solely for the purpose of confronting the man before him. However, fate dealt him another cruel blow. Just as Sasuke's Chidori was about to strike Itachi, the latter effortlessly seized his wrist, extinguishing the lightning. No matter how potent a technique may be, it is futile if it fails to connect. Sasuke was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of skill, compounded by his reckless abandon. With his dominant hand restrained, Sasuke attempted to attack Itachi with his other hand, only for Itachi to contort his wrist into an unnatural angle. Ack! Sasuke cried out in agony as his bones shattered. Having collaborated for an extended period, Sakura was well acquainted with their respective abilities. She was astonished by Sasuke's swift defeat and prepared to intervene with a kunai. Regardless of the disparity in strength, she would not stand idly by while her comrade was harmed. Refrain from meddling, little girl, Kisame interjected, brandishing Samahata. He would not show mercy simply because she was a woman. Chapter 67. The great-tailed spiral. The great blade of the mist, though seemingly heavy, felt weightless in Kisame's hands as he effortlessly sealed off Sakura's escape routes, striking down with casual disdain. Unable to evade, she braced herself with a kunai, desperately attempting to grasp at air to rescue Sasuke. Yet she woefully underestimated the chasm that lay between her and Kisame, even with his strength not fully exerted. Sakura found herself trembling, her body betraying her as she lacked the power to retaliate. Just as Kisame prepared to extinguish the life of the girl before him, Sakura summoned her strength, retreating in an effort to dodge the blow, but still caught by Kisame's strike. She collapsed to her knees, blood spilling from her lips. Such a feeble child, Kisame mused, his tone laced with mockery. I told you not to meddle. He made no move to pursue her. finding her too weak to ignite his desire for bloodshed. Sakura felt as if her insides had been rearranged, struggling to breathe, her body gasping for air. Yet, upon hearing Sasuke's anguished cries, she steeled herself against the pain and surged forward once more, hurling a shuriken towards Kisame. "You truly are stubborn," Kisame remarked, impatience threading through his voice. "If that's the case, let me send you to your demise. Should I sever your hands first, or your legs?" The great blade of the mist easily deflected all shuriken, and in the next moment, he prepared to cleave the girl before him. Unexpectedly, however, Sakura locked her gaze onto Kisame's eyes and swiftly formed hand seals. Darkness technique. Was it an illusion? Kisame, caught off guard, found himself ensnared in darkness, the world around him fading to black. Yet, merely a second later, he broke free from the illusion. "My blade absorbs chakra. Your illusion is far too weak," he scoffed. Sakura, fearless in her determination, launched a punch at the great blade, but Kisame swung his weapon, striking her down. A sinister grin adorned Kisame's face, but it froze as he realized that the Sakura he struck had transformed into mist, shadow clone technique. What? Was it possible? A shuriken that Kisame had deflected now revealed Sakura's true form. This tactic was something she had learned from Naruto and Sasuke. She employed the most basic of body flicker techniques, though Kisame could have detected the flaw had he been observant. The brief moment he spent in the illusion had cost him dearly. In that fleeting instant, Sakura had used the shuriken to appear near Itachi, aiming to free Sasuke from his grasp. Itachi cast a cold glance at Sakura, and with just a look, she felt her body freeze, allowing him to land a kick with ease. Illusion in that moment, Sakura comprehended why Sasuke had fallen so swiftly. The man's illusions were terrifying. With just a gaze, her body became unresponsive, leaving her helpless. At that moment, Naruto, wearing goggles, appeared beside Sakura without warning, lifting her into his arms in a protective embrace. Naruto Sakura, momentarily dazed, found solace in the strength of his embrace, gazing into his sunlit face. However, she quickly regained her senses, warning him as he turned his back to block Itachi's kick. "Be careful." Naruto, however, remained focused on the girl in his arms, indifferent to the impending threat. Suddenly, the ground beneath Itachi erupted, revealing Naruto, who had already molded a Rasengan, pressing it directly against Itachi's body. Simultaneously, another Naruto appeared from above, unleashing a Rasengan towards Itachi as well. Did Itachi truly think he could withstand two Rasengans? He could not resist, and his form dissolved into a swarm of crows. "Sakura, how are you hurt?" Naruto inquired, disregarding the chaos around them, prioritizing her injuries as he began to heal her with his palm healing technique. This was not arrogance, but rather a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. For him, nothing was more important than Sakura. I'm fine," Sakura murmured, nestled against Naruto's chest, her ears attuned to the rapid thump of his heartbeat. His heart beat so fast, she thought, a blush creeping to her cheeks, making her wounds feel less severe. "Sasuke, get up," Naruto called to Sasuke, who slowly rose but remained silent. Naruto's expression darkened as he noticed the bloodstains on Sakura's clothing. "Who did this to you?" "That man with the blade?" he asked, his tone growing serious. "Wait for me." Sakura nodded obediently, allowing Naruto to gently set her down. "Be careful. Don't worry," he replied with a reassuring smile, ruffling her hair. Sakura, like a docile kitten, squinted her eyes in enjoyment of his comforting gesture. Yet, as Naruto turned away, his demeanor shifted completely. "Kisame, is it? Since you dared to harm Sakura, a villain of your caliber deserves to be eliminated from this world," he declared resolutely. The two shadow clones that failed to hit Itachi collided, and the Rasengan they formed did not explode, but rather grew larger, surpassing the size of a standard Rasengan several times over. While lacking the Ninetales chakra, Naruto's chakra had substantially increased since mastering the Uzumaki clan-esque guiding techniques, enabling him to execute this maneuver. This time, Naruto ignored Itachi, directing both shadow clones, now wielding the colossal Rasengan, straight towards Kisame. Kisame, realizing the power contained within this attack, chose silence. Even without the immediate threat, he would not underestimate the child before him. According to the organization's intelligence, this boy had once defeated a former Akatsuki member, Orochimaru. As Kisame began to form seals earnestly, darkness engulfed him once more, lights snatched away yet again. Another one of those techniques? Do you think you can ensnare me? Having previously fallen victim to Sakura's darkness technique, Kisame was not entirely unprepared. Yet he was bewildered as he found himself unable to escape. The potency of a technique is not merely determined by the technique itself, but is also closely tied to the strength of chakra, control over it, and mastery of the technique. While Sakura possessed chakra control comparable to Naruto, her chakra strength and mastery fell short. Thus, when they cast the same illusion, the disparity in their respective strengths was evident. As the two shadow clones approached Kisame, they suddenly split apart. One charged forward, meeting Kisame's blade, while the other flanked him from an unexpected angle, bearing the massive Rasengan. Great-tailed spiral. Chapter 68. Illusion controls itself. This strike landed unerringly between Kisame's chest and abdomen. The immense force created a gaping hole in the wall, blasting Kisame, along with his blade, out of the inn. Instantly, Itachi's figure rematerialized behind Naruto, aiming a kunai at his kidneys. Yet, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, Naruto vanished in a flicker. A rain of kunai descended. But Naruto reappeared near Itachi in a heartbeat. Kunai clashed, sparks flying, before Naruto's form shifted once more. Opting not to engage in a direct confrontation, Itachi retreated, widening the gap. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami. Despite the distance, Naruto felt his mind reeling from a potent psychic assault. Were it not for his formidable willpower and the protective ninja tool he wore, he might have succumbed to the Jinjutsu. Darkness Jutsu. Naruto swiftly formed the hand seals, unleashing the technique once more. Was Naruto attempting to challenge Itachi in the art of illusion? Hardly. He wasn't arrogant enough to engage Itachi in his forte. This darkness jutsu wasn't aimed at Itachi, but at himself, a self-imposed control. His vision plunged into absolute darkness, rendering him impervious to any Jinjutsu Itachi might attempt. As Naruto prepared to resume his assault on Itachi, a disheveled Kisame, his attire torn, pursued them, his upper body nearly exposed, looking utterly humiliated. Murderous intent blazed in Kisame's eyes as he unsheathed Samehada, slashing viciously at Naruto. Poof! A cloud of smoke billowed, revealing a colossal toad, nearly as tall as Naruto, parrying Kisame's blade with its ironclad arm. Simultaneously, Jiraiya made a flamboyant entrance, a scantily clad beauty, slung over his shoulder. Jiraiya's hand boldly rested on the woman's bare back as he proclaimed, "You underestimate me. As Jiraiya the Gallant, I'm immune to feminine wiles. In fact, I excel at charming women with sweet words. A handsome devil like myself can effortlessly captivate any woman. Seriously though, resorting to Jinjutsu on an innocent woman to lure me away from Naruto? You two are truly reprehensible." Kisame retorted impatiently, "You must be Jiraiya of the Sannin. We never expected an easy victory. Let our skills speak for themselves." His disheveled state left him in no mood for idle chatter. Jiraiya, undeterred, inquired, "Your target is the nine-tailed fox within Naruto, isn't it?" Jiraiya had long suspected as much, seeking only confirmation, though he held little hope of obtaining it. Sakura, overhearing that Naruto was being targeted, grew anxious, her mind in turmoil. Judging from their previous encounter, these foes were undoubtedly formidable. If Naruto were to be captured one day, the thought was unbearable. She instinctively moved closer to Naruto. I must become stronger. I need to protect Naruto and assist him. At that moment, Sakura felt an unprecedented desire for power. She, too, yearned to safeguard those she held dear, just like Naruto. Itachi spoke slowly. "So, you're the source of the intel? Capturing the Nine Tails is the Akatsuki's highest priority." These words confirmed Jiraiya's suspicions. Even Kisame cast a surprised glance at Itachi. Why reveal so much at a mere question? Jiraiya set the woman aside, grinning. "Excellent. Now I can eliminate you two without reservation." Naruto. "Yeah," Naruto responded. "Let's take down these scoundrels together." Naruto hesitated. He wouldn't hesitate to kill Kisame, but Itachi, while not exactly a saint, was also Sasuke's. "Stop!" Sasuke's voice thundered. He now wore his ninja goggles. "No one but me can kill him. I alone will be his executioner." Jiraiya opened his mouth, recalling painful memories, but remained silent, shaking his head. "Sasuke, you." Sakura tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, reminding him that Itachi's power was overwhelming, and Sasuke stood no chance. Sasuke forcefully shook off Sakura's grasp, advancing toward Itachi. Each word a venomous declaration. "Do you know what I've endured to reach this day? Let's settle everything here, you despicable murderer." With a roar, Sasuke lunged at Itachi, aiming a kick at his head. Since Naruto's triumphant performance in the Chunin exams, Sasuke had honed his three body techniques. Yet, his attacks were mere child's play to Itachi. Despite Itachi's mastery of Jinjutsu, Taijutsu was far from his weakness. In a matter of moments, Sasuke was spitting blood. "Foolish little brother," Itachi said. "The gap between us has never narrowed." With that, Itachi kicked Sasuke away, sending him crashing into the wall, the impact creating a web of cracks. "Sasuke!" Sakura cried, rushing to his aid, only to be stopped by Jiraiya. Relentlessly, Itachi seized Sasuke by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "You're too weak. Tell me, why are you so weak? Is your hatred for me not deep enough?" Suddenly, the surroundings began to morph, as countless masses of flesh, exuding an unknown odor, sprouted uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within some creature's intestinal tract, the footing slick with viscous fluid dripping from above. Jiraiya could no longer stand idly by. He would allow Sasuke his chance to confront Itachi, but he refused to witness such one-sided brutality. Regrettably, Itachi, Kisame, this ends here. A smile played on Jiraiya's lips, but his eyes betrayed his murderous intent. "I've summoned Gameyu, the Toad Innkeeper. This is his esophagus. Since you're both notorious criminals, you can peacefully become toad excrement." Kisame struck Samahata against the ground, only to find it yielding like cotton, unable to inflict any damage. Instead, he felt an immense suction, as if he were about to be swallowed whole. At that moment, intestinal-like organs emerged, snaking toward Itachi and Kisame with incredible speed. Though the consequences of being ensnared were unknown, the outcome was sure to be dire. Itachi, who had been observing silently, moved abruptly, dashing in a specific direction. "Follow me." Kisame, quickly. Trusting his comrade, Kisame didn't hesitate, following Itachi's lead. Itachi led Kisame through a winding, evasive path, dodging the pursuing organs, guided by his Sharingan, which had detected the toad's weak point. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted, burning a hole through the toad's innards, connecting to the outside world. The two swiftly escaped. Jiraiya's attempt to pursue them was too late. Chapter 69. The Sealing Fire Technique. Upon hearing Jiraiya's earlier remarks, Sakura realized that they were ensconced within the belly of the colossal toad. Gazing at the incessantly burning black flames, she felt a pang of sympathy, pondering the immense pain the toad must be enduring. With this thought in mind, she resolved to extinguish the flames. Naruto, alarmed, quickly restrained her, warning that stepping on the flames would surely scorch her feet. "Don't go near it, Sakura. Such flames cannot be extinguished through ordinary means." "Oh, then what do you propose we do, Naruto?" Jiraiya inquired, seemingly testing him. "Simply utilize the sealing fire technique," Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes internally. "All right then." Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, retrieving a scroll and deftly performing the necessary seals. The flames, reputed to be unquenchable, swiftly coalesced into a stream of chakra, which was promptly sealed within the scroll, leaving Sakura in a state of astonishment. "Is this a sealing technique? How formidable," she mused. Once Jiraiya sealed the scroll, he tossed it into his pocket, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to detain the two members of the Akatsuki. However, he realized he had little choice. He had not anticipated their rapid breach of the flesh wall, nor could he forsake the toad, which was being scorched from within, given his deep ties to Miyaboka Mountain. Well, that problem is temporarily resolved. Now we must address Sasuke's condition. "Sasuke? Huh? Where is he?" Naruto began searching frantically, only to discover that Sasuke had mysteriously vanished. The flesh wall writhed, extruding Sasuke from its creases. "Sasuke!" Both Naruto and Sakura rushed forward, but Sasuke appeared dazed, as if his spirit had been stripped away. With a stomp of his foot, Jiraiya made the great toad vanish, and the surroundings shifted, returning them to their previous inn. "I should assess his condition," Jiraiya stated, approaching Sasuke and reaching to lift his eyelid. Just then, a thunderous shout interrupted them, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Hadn't their adversary escaped? Huh. Dynamic entry. Caught off guard. Jiraiya turned just in time to see a massive foot aimed directly at his face. Ugh. Jiraiya was sent sprawling, blood gushing from his nose. Upon recognizing Jiraiya's face, the newcomer paused in shock. It was someone he knew. "Nanny? I apologize, perverted sage. You can't escape your fate." Naruto silently mourned for Jiraiya, who had hoped to shield him from this unforeseen disaster. But Guy's speed had exceeded expectations, leaving even Naruto unable to react in time. "Fine. I won't admit I was distracted and forgot about this situation." Under Sakura's care, Jiraiya's bleeding was attended to, though he still had to stuff tissue in his nostrils, rendering him quite a comical sight. Guy scratched his head, sheepishly stating, "I sincerely apologize, Lord Jiraiya. I didn't recognize you in time. I mistakenly used my forehead protector as a mirror and thought your shadow looked menacing, like that of an enemy, which compelled my youthful spirit to act. My deepest regrets. Is this your way of apologizing? Jiraiya glared at Guy, his shoulders trembling slightly. Were it not for the fact that he was a junior, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him. Speaking of which, Sasuke has at least 6 broken bones. We must hasten back to Konoha for treatment. If only that lady were here, Guy lamented. Naruto understood that Guy was referring to Tsunade, and he shot a glance at him, surprised to learn that even Guy could change the subject. Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan, granddaughter of the first Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin, was the most renowned medical ninja in the current ninja world. Recalling this, Jiraiya also focused on the matter at hand. Thus, I must go fetch her. Naruto, let's be on our way. Guy expressed his gratitude, saying, Then I entrust this task to you, Lord Jiraiya. Please be sure to bring Lady Tsunade back. If she returns, Sasuke's injuries will be manageable, and Kakashi will recover swiftly, evenly. The thought of his beloved student brought a wave of sorrow to Guy's heart. For the medical team had condemned Lee, declaring he could no longer be a ninja. If anyone could heal Lee, it would undoubtedly be Tsunade. Rest assured, Guy-sensei. We will find her and bring her back, Naruto vowed, thumping his chest. He couldn't wait to depart and return swiftly. Although he felt a twinge of regret over the funds already paid for the inn, wishing they could have been given to him instead, as he'd been drained financially by Kakashi. By the roadside, Naruto and the others exchanged heartfelt farewells, particularly with Sakura. Sakura, Sasuke, I will return swiftly, he promised. To Naruto's surprise, Sakura gently adjusted his clothing, softly admonishing, You mustn't always be so reckless. Your safety is paramount. Please heed Lord Jiraiya's advice. I will take care of Sasuke while you are away, and I will strive to grow stronger, ensuring you are astounded when we meet again. In the midst of a public display, having Sakura adjust his attire left Naruto feeling a touch embarrassed, despite his otherwise bold demeanor. I believe in you, Sakura. As their lingering exchange continued, Guy, carrying Sasuke, interjected, Naruto, I truly admire your spirit. I have a gift for you. With that, Guy produced a green, form-fitting outfit akin to what Lee wore. Breathable and warm, it allows for unhindered movement and showcases your physique. Trust me, once you don this, you will fall in love with it. I gained strength through it. Thank you, Guy-sensei. I believe you, but it sounds rather odd, Naruto thought, casting a discreet glance at Jiraiya, who sported a similarly exasperated expression. Even after Sakura's figure faded from view, Naruto remained rooted, gazing into the distance, until Jiraiya thumped him on the head. Everyone has left. Why are you still staring? How foolish. What do you know? Naruto retorted, beginning to appraise the new outfit from Guy. Imagining Naruto gradually adopting Guy's traits, spending every day with him, sent shivers down Jiraiya's spine. Such a prospect was utterly unacceptable. Naruto, let me make this clear. You absolutely cannot wear that around me. Why not? Just because you cannot. You needn't concern yourself with the reasons, otherwise, I shall refuse to teach you sage techniques. What? How can you be so unreasonable? As their playful bickering resumed, the elder and younger duo set forth on their journey once more. Chapter 70, Resolve and Wings Itachi. I failed to comprehend the rationale behind our retreat. Surely, with your capabilities. Kisame, who had been silent for most of their journey, finally voiced his query. Itachi countered. Can you guarantee a resounding victory against the nine-tailed Jinchuriki? I should possess at least a 70% certainty, Kisame conceded, despite his profound animosity towards Naruto. He was, at heart, an honest individual, unwilling to fabricate the truth. Yet, even he harbored doubts about the veracity of his own assessment. Itachi elaborated, Jiraiya is one of the Sannin. I, too, lack absolute assurance against him. Furthermore, our proximity to Konoha renders prolonged engagement disadvantageous, potentially leading to our demise. The tailed beast sealing ritual adheres to a specific sequence. There is no imperative to rush the capture of the nine tails. Moreover, I find myself in dire need of respite. With Itachi's explanation, Kisame ceased his objections, casting a profound glance at his companion. In a secluded grove within Konoha, Sasuke sat despondently upon a stone. This locale had once served as a training ground for the Uchiha clan, a place of fond memories for Sasuke in his youth. However, with the Uchiha clan's decline, it had fallen into disuse. Despite receiving medical attention, his face bore lingering swelling, and bandages adorned his arm. Karin had offered to employ her unique abilities to expedite his recovery, but her offer was declined. 3 days had elapsed since that fateful encounter, and Sasuke remained adrift in a sea of emotions. Despair, dread, and remorse assailed him, each emotion a tormentor in its own right. Sasuke's usual confidence had been shattered, leaving him vulnerable. Every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the man's dismissive gaze, as if to say, "You are weak." In the depths of night, he envisioned the faces of his fallen brethren, their bloodied visages questioning why he had failed to avenge them. He had believed that relentless training would enable him to surpass Itachi, but reality had dealt him a crushing blow. He had trained under Kakashi, who had imparted his signature techniques. Yet, even Kakashi had been defeated. All his efforts seemed insignificant in the face of Itachi's power, a mere jest. Why must Kakashi, in his weakness, be my instructor? Why did the village fail to safeguard the Uchiha clan? Why does Naruto withhold his knowledge from me? Does Naruto not proclaim me a cherished comrade? Why does he not impart his entirety to me? On the verge of succumbing to his rage, Sasuke abruptly struck himself across the face, regaining a semblance of composure. He should not blame others. Naruto and Kakashi had already extended considerable aid. His injuries exacerbated by his self-inflicted wound, Sasuke lifted his gaze towards the heavens. At that moment, an eagle soared across the sky. The eagle reigned supreme among birds. While I am destined to be a failure, do you aspire to be an eagle? A voice inquired from beside Sasuke. When? Sasuke exclaimed, startled. He had been oblivious to the presence of another. An elderly man leaning on a cane stood beside him. A cloth concealed his head and one eye, obscuring unseen sins. A cross-shaped scar marked his jaw, attesting to a tumultuous past. Who are you? Sasuke demanded coldly. The man ignored his question, standing beside him and gazing skyward. An eagle's ascent requires more than mere resolve and courage. It demands fully developed wings. His words resonated deeply within Sasuke's heart. Was this not his own predicament? He possessed the resolve and courage to avenge his clan, but what constituted his fully developed wings? He recalled Naruto's words. The sealing techniques did not contain methods for training the Uchiha's Jutsu. As a child, Sasuke had not been groomed as an heir. His family, out of affection, had not introduced him to these techniques. He was unaware of the existence of Jutsu training methods. With the Uchiha clan's demise, all scrolls had been seized, further depriving Sasuke of access. Why were his movements so easily anticipated by Itachi? Why did Itachi wield such potent genjutsu? Why did Itachi command those ever-burning black flames? If he could acquire the Jutsu training methods, his strength would undergo a genuine transformation, enabling him to become truly formidable. Who are you? What assistance can you offer? Sasuke inquired, sensing that the man was no ordinary individual and had not appeared before him without purpose. The man remained silent, slowly departing with the aid of his cane. Sasuke refused to let him leave so easily, pursuing him and exclaiming, "Halt! Explain yourself." Danzo paused, turning to meet Sasuke's gaze. For the sake of the will of fire, to transform into a blade in the shadows, eliminating all obstacles to the village. Are you willing to do so? Aye. Sasuke began, but the man's figure distorted in the wind, vanishing as if he had never existed. Danzo's decision to approach Sasuke was not without risk. He cared little for Sasuke's sentiments, knowing that the bait he offered would be irresistible. The Uchiha clan's secret scrolls likely resided in the possession of two individuals, Orochimaru and Danzo himself. If Sasuke sought transformation, he would either have to defect from the village or turn to Danzo, for the boy craved power. Sasuke, Sasuke, returning with conflicted emotions, encountered Karin, who had been searching for him. So, this is where you were, Sasuke. Yes, let us return, Sasuke replied, nodding. He finally speaks. Since his return from the encounter 3 days prior, Sasuke had remained silent. Now, he had finally returned to his senses. That is wonderful, Karin exclaimed, relieved, patting Sasuke's shoulder. She swore she had not exerted much force, yet Sasuke collapsed as if he were a fragile doll, falling face first. Sasuke had endured immense physical and emotional strain. His personality had prevented him from resting, eating properly, or receiving timely treatment. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he had fainted. As Sasuke plummeted, Karin instinctively caught him, his face landing squarely on her developing assets. However, Karin was too preoccupied to notice, and Sasuke was unconscious. With great effort, Karin dragged Sasuke back to her residence. Since her return from the land of snow, Konoha had provided her with a small apartment. After placing Sasuke on the bed, Karin went to the kitchen and resolutely stabbed her slender wrist with a kunai. The wound was deep, and blood flowed freely. Karin quickly retrieved a container, carefully collecting the blood. Gazing at Sasuke on the bed, Karin gently kissed his cheek, her face flushed. She then proceeded to feed him the blood, mouthful by mouthful. Sasuke-kun, I know you do not care for me, but to use my blood to heal you, it is worth it. Chapter 71. A powerful tool. Early the next morning, Sasuke awoke groggily, sensing that something was pressing down on him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Sarada peacefully slumbering on his chest, drool trailing down her chin as she occasionally pursed her lips in her dreams. How repulsive, how disdainful. Instinctively, Sasuke reached out to push her away, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bloodstained bandage wrapped around her wrist, causing his brow to furrow in concern. He understood all too well what that signified. Although he was aware that Sarada's blood possessed healing properties, he was averse to utilizing her as a mere tool. Yet, upon assessing his own body, he realized that even the sight of his fracture no longer ached, and astonishingly, his chakra had surged to its zenith, igniting an irresistible urge to unleash it. Such a remarkable ability. With a sigh, Sasuke carefully lifted the covers, repositioned Sarada in a more suitable manner on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and then silently made his way to the kitchen. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I overslept. When Sarada finally awakened, she discovered that Sasuke had prepared breakfast and quickly apologized, her heart warming at the thought. Perhaps Sasuke was not as unapproachable as she had presumed. Cooking was no stranger to Sasuke. Having lived alone for years, he had long since ceased to have anyone cater to his needs. If he did not cook for himself, who would? To save costs while ensuring nutrition, he had to take matters into his own hands. One could not help but compare Naruto, who indulged in instant ramen when funds were scarce, to Sasuke, who was far more practical. Sasuke, however, was not inclined to continue conversing with Sarada. After a quick meal, he hastily departed. His mind was preoccupied with the words of Danzo. He knew that the man would not offer assistance without ulterior motives. Yet he was willing to sacrifice everything for revenge. What could he not relinquish? He was certain that Danzo would seek him out again. Meanwhile, Naruto accompanied Jiraiya to a bustling town. Jiraiya was quite an amusing old man, and Naruto relished their time together. Although there was one disappointment, Jiraiya had yet to teach him the promised sage techniques. Despite Naruto's persistent inquiries over several days, Jiraiya remained unmoved. Upon entering the town, Jiraiya, under the guise of gathering information, temporarily separated from Naruto, leaving him with a substantial sum of money, instructing him to enjoy himself. Naruto felt something was amiss. When had the lecherous sage ever been so generous? 50,000 ryo was equivalent to 2 years' worth of his allowance. Nevertheless, being a boy not yet 13, Naruto took Jiraiya's word that the money was for his enjoyment and wasted no time in indulging. With a bulging wallet, he strolled through the vibrant town, savoring delicacies like stir-fried squid noodles, spicy fish balls, and secret recipe grilled meat, each dish more enticing than the last. After indulging in a feast, Naruto's stomach was pleasantly full. Satisfied, he began exploring the town's amusements, trying his hand at ring toss, balloon darts, and goldfish scooping. These simple pastimes might seem trivial to ordinary folk, but to Naruto, they were a delightful novelty, as he was experiencing them for the first time in over a decade. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Naruto prepared to seek out Jiraiya after enjoying 2 skewers of grilled squid when the vendor called out to him. Hey, wait a moment. Naruto paused. What is it, uncle? Noticing the vendor's gaze fixated on his backpack, Naruto's instinct kicked in, and he swiftly checked it. To his dismay, he found it alarmingly empty. In a flurry, he removed the backpack to investigate, only to discover a gaping hole in it, with all his belongings vanished. Ah, who stole my stuff? Naruto exclaimed in a frenzy. Although he hadn't stored much money, his ninja tools and scrolls were among the missing items, and most crucially, the outfit Sakura had gifted him. They were all gone. He must have been too engrossed in play to realize it. Had he known, he would have secured them in his ninja tool ring to prevent this loss. Despite possessing a ring for storing items, the inconvenience of retrieving everything made him reluctant to use it, as he had grown accustomed to carrying his backpack. Sensing the fluctuation of the flying thunder god mark, Naruto sprang into action, praying that the thief had not yet sold his tools or mistreated that precious outfit. Otherwise, he would not spare them. Having devoured 2 portions of squid on his way, Naruto soon arrived at a nearby village adjacent to the town. Due to its proximity to the bustling area, the village appeared prosperous, except for one particularly dilapidated house, within which lay Naruto's belongings. He stealthily approached, confident that, given his current skill level, Ordinary folk would be oblivious to his presence. Inside, a youth of about 15 or 16 was gleefully toying with Naruto's kunai. Rio, where did you get these? Have you been stealing again? An elderly woman inquired. Rio, without turning around, replied, No, Grandma, don't worry. I found these. Rio. The old woman's voice rose sharply. Though she was aged, her mind remained sharp enough to discern her grandson's feeble lies. Finally, Rio turned to face her, stiffly stating, I told you. I found them. Mind your own business. With that, Rio lost interest in the kunai and sat silently, staring vacantly at it. The old woman remained silent, a heavy sigh escaping her lips as she softened her tone. Rio, it's not that I don't trust you. You've always been a good boy in my eyes. But every time you go out, I remember the last time you came back, covered in blood. Promise me you won't steal anymore, okay? Even if you can't find work, I can still grow potatoes. It may be tough, but we can get by. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes as she spoke. Rio lowered his head, gripping his hands tightly, choking back his emotions. I don't want to be a thief. Either. I want to be a ninja, but Grandma's illness needs a lot of money. The old woman, overwhelmed with grief, could no longer hold back, embracing Rio tightly. Rio, my understanding grandson. If given the choice, you wouldn't want to steal, but there's no other option. Without enough money, your beloved grandma could fall ill at any moment. In his former life, affording medicine would have been trivial, but everything changed just a few months prior. At that moment, Naruto gently pushed the door open and tentatively asked, may I ask a few questions? Chapter 72. Jiraiya's trial. Naruto was initially preoccupied with thoughts of how to punish the thieving young boy. But upon seeing the duo of an elderly woman and a young lad before him, he abandoned the notion and resolved to simply reclaim his belongings. However, the boy named Ryoji, upon catching sight of Naruto, swiftly grabbed the item and fled, having recognized the victim. In Ryoji's mind, if he ran off with the stolen goods, the victim would undoubtedly pursue him, thus sparing his grandmother from any distress, for she was merely a destitute old woman. Ryoji left behind the finest garment, which Naruto hastily picked up and concealed within his cloak. Please, do not harm my grandson, the elderly woman exclaimed, tightly embracing Naruto. I never said I would hurt him. Please, let go, Grandma. You need to listen to my explanation. Yet, regardless of Naruto's pleas, the woman stubbornly refused to release her grip. Fearing for her grandson's safety, left with no choice, Naruto resorted to using shadow clones to give chase. Though Ryoji was swift, he was no match for Naruto, who effortlessly caught up to him with a few well-placed strikes, requiring no ninja techniques. Ryoji, seemingly obsessed with the idea of ninjas, hurled shurikens and kunai at Naruto. However, his throws lacked both power and precision. Naruto did not need to dodge, but hurriedly picked them up from the ground instead. Ultimately, after a minute, Naruto tackled Ryoji to the ground. Go ahead, kill me, Ryoji said despondently. Why would I kill you? You merely stole something, and I have already retrieved it, Naruto replied. However, this cannot continue. You need to find a legitimate occupation. Ryoji seemed provoked by Naruto's words, exclaiming, You know nothing. I want a lot of money. A lot of money, do you understand? After uttering those words, Ryoji closed his eyes, having mentally prepared himself for either death or a beating. After a prolonged wait without any action from Naruto, he reopened his eyes to find that Naruto had released him. How much does your grandmother's illness cost? Naruto inquired. Huh. Ryoji could hardly believe his ears. Was Naruto offering to lend him money? But why? They were not related, and he had stolen from him. Nonetheless, thinking of his beloved grandmother, Ryoji hesitantly replied, at least several thousand. Naruto pulled out his wallet, handing Ryoji the freshly minted 50,000 Ryo note. Ryoji stared blankly at the money presented before him. If he reached out to take it, he could alleviate his grandmother's suffering once and for all, yet he hesitated, feeling incapable of repaying such kindness. Naruto, sensing his reluctance, grasped Ryoji's hand and placed the note within it. Take it. Consider those whom you have stolen from. They too may have their struggles. You are a person of dignity and should not resort to such actions. Let this be a gentleman's agreement between us. Ryoji's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by Naruto's generosity and trust. Once I have healed my grandmother, please allow me to follow you, sir. Seeing Naruto remain silent, Ryoji grew anxious. Is it my abilities you doubt? I may lack many skills, but I will learn with all my heart. Naruto replied, I cannot grant your request at this moment, for our paths diverge. As you can see, I am a ninja, but do not lose hope. If you genuinely aspire to walk the path of a ninja, when you become one, I shall grant your wish. But you must choose something you love. Pursue it with all your might, and you will surely succeed. But Ryoji stammered. There are no buts. You may find it hard to believe, but I am an orphan of war, once the lowest in the ninja academy. Yet now, I fear no one my age. Pursue what you love with all your effort, and I believe you will succeed. Good luck, Ryoji. With that, Naruto tossed a kunai aside and waved farewell, leaving Ryoji to process the moment. After some time, Ryoji picked up the kunai from the ground and solemnly declared toward the direction Naruto had departed, no matter how hard I must work, I will repay you in my own way. Upon returning to the small town, night had fallen. I wonder if the perverted sage is worried after being away for so long. I have no idea where he has gone off to, Naruto muttered softly. Hey, who are you badmouthing? A sudden voice startled Naruto, revealing Jiraiya emerging from the shadows. Wait, why hasn't the perverted sage gone after women? Naruto thought to himself, quickly piecing things together. Was Ryoji arranged by you? Jiraiya nodded, stating, I know that boy, though I cannot say I orchestrated it. Someone merely informed him that a rich target had arrived in town. It is said that his previous family was quite affluent, but a medical mishap led to their downfall, forcing him and his grandmother to flee here. His dream has always been to become a ninja, but unfortunately, his aptitude is lacking, and his family has opposed it, causing delays. Understanding the backstory, Naruto did not express any dissatisfaction, continuing to walk ahead with his head down. Jiraiya, relieved by Naruto's response, felt increasingly pleased with him. Though their time together had been brief, Jiraiya had witnessed Naruto's formidable talent firsthand. Over 30 years ago, the great sage Toad had foretold that his disciple would bring about significant change to the ninja world, either peace and prosperity or utter destruction. From that day forward, Jiraiya had borne the burden of guiding the prophesied child. He had once thought it to be Nagato, then Minato, but now it was evident that the true prophesied child was Naruto before him. Sage techniques differed from other ninjutsu. If someone with ill intentions were to master them, they could pose a grave threat to the ninja world. Ryoji's situation was, in fact, Jiraiya's way of testing Naruto. Had Naruto's performance fallen short of his expectations, he would have never entrusted him with sage techniques. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and Naruto had passed the trial. In Jiraiya's eyes, a person capable of repaying malice with kindness would never engage in world-altering deeds. Starting tomorrow, I will formally teach you sage techniques, Jiraiya announced with a smile. Oh yes, that is fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, jumping with excitement. But what about the 50,000 ryo I gave to Ryoji? Aren't you upset? Not at all, Jiraiya replied. Why not? That was 50,000 ryo. Because that was your money. Chapter 73. The Art of Sage Training. After Naruto successfully passed Jiraiya's test, the training of sage techniques naturally came to the forefront. In a secluded area, Naruto sat motionless upon a tree stump, attuned to the natural energy surrounding him. Jiraiya, standing nearby, elaborated. Sage techniques differ fundamentally from ninja techniques. While the latter harnesses internal energy, sage techniques draw upon external energy for utilization. Take ninja techniques as an example. They involve cultivating one's physical abilities and mental energy to produce chakra. In contrast, sage techniques build upon the foundation of chakra generated within the body, integrating the external natural energy to forge an entirely new and more potent chakra. Consequently, the power of all ninja techniques, Jinjutsu, and Taijutsu can be elevated significantly. The fusion of internal mental energy, bodily energy, and external natural energy creates the techniques and skills of sage arts. Natural energy is ubiquitous, permeating the air and earth. To absorb this energy, one must first sense it, allowing it to flow continuously into oneself while maintaining control over its ingress and egress, ultimately merging with the natural energy. This process is lengthy, which is why I have brought this. From seemingly nowhere, Jiraiya produced a barrel of viscous liquid. Hey, Naruto, strip down, including below, he instructed. Realizing that Jiraiya was likely holding toad oil, which could enhance his ability to attract natural energy, Naruto complied without hesitation, albeit modestly preserving his dignity. Jiraiya took a brush, similar to those used for barbecuing, dipped it into the toad oil, and proceeded to apply it generously from head to toe on Naruto, finally placing the barrel at his feet. You handle the rest, Jiraiya said, turning away as if to shield his eyes from the potential indecency. Naruto remained silent, focused on his training. However, just as he was about to don his shorts after applying the oil to his more sensitive areas. He noticed that Jiraiya had covertly turned his head to sneak a glance at him. Alarmed, Naruto exclaimed, "Perverted sage. How could you? You're so twisted. Turn around." Jiraiya cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, muttering, "Tsh, there's nothing worth looking at, just a little caterpillar." Fuming, Naruto retorted. But the moment devolved into a playful scuffle between the two. Eventually, Jiraiya relented and fetched popsicles to pacify Naruto. "All right, Naruto, let us not waste any more time. It's time to begin your training in earnest." With renewed vigor, Naruto settled back onto the wooden stump, ready to enter a meditative state. Yet, he soon realized that Jiraiya had procured a peculiar black-spiked club. "This is a wolf fang club," Jiraiya explained. "While the toad oil facilitates the attraction of natural energy, it poses risks for those lacking control. An imbalance could lead to transformation into a frog, ultimately resulting in petrification. But fear not, for I shall be here. Should your internal energy ratio go awry, I will use this club to dispel the excess natural energy and restore you to human form." Naruto understood that Jiraiya was not merely trying to intimidate him. Without the aid of toad oil, many would struggle to sense natural energy. And those who ventured to use it without proper guidance faced dire consequences, as evidenced by the many who had turned to stone in Myobokuzen. Naruto sought Jiraiya's instruction not due to ignorance, but rather because Jiraiya possessed the toad oil and the means to ensure his safety against transformation. However, did he truly require the Wolf Fang Club? Was Jiraiya not being overly dramatic? Observing Jiraiya's demeanor, Naruto sensed an ulterior motive, wondering if he intended to use the club to strike him. Closing his eyes, Naruto endeavored to feel the natural energy around him and, to his astonishment, detected a force distinctly different from chakra. With the aid of the toad oil, it began to seep through his pores and into his body. After guiding his chakra using the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, Naruto already possessed a formidable amount of chakra, yet the natural energy he absorbed was exceptionally potent, striving to dominate. "Fool, you're taking in too much." As the wind howled, Jiraiya's Wolf Fang Club tapped against Naruto's head. Surprisingly, the anticipated pain never arrived. It turned out the club was merely a plastic replica. Training in sage techniques diverges from ninja techniques. Even the keenest intellect offers little advantage, as it fundamentally tests the body itself. Nevertheless, Naruto's rapid progress in sage arts astonished Jiraiya. Remarkably, in just one day, you've already made significant progress. At this rate, I may soon run out of things to teach you. In the bustling town of Casino, aptly named, establishments of all sizes brimmed with gamblers engaged in a myriad of games. Each day, throngs of players flocked to part with their fortunes, earning it the moniker of a gambler's paradise. However, a peculiar rule governed the town. Locals never participated in gambling, serving solely as providers of service and games for outsiders. At this moment, Tsunade strode confidently into a casino, a suitcase of cash in hand, disregarding her assistant Shizun's protests. Shizun, clutching her plush toy in trepidation, stood outside, aware that the money was a hard-fought loan. Upon seeing Tsunade, the dealer's expression shifted to one of grave disbelief. "Boss, do you know this woman?" One of the lackeys whispered. "She's quite the stunning figure. If you don't recognize her, how could I not know her? Since the day I became a gambler. My mentor warned me that while one may be unfamiliar with money, one must never be ignorant of her," the dealer replied, recalling the countless legends surrounding Tsunade, who had amassed fortunes and left an indelible mark as a symbol of luck. "Is it possible that Lady Luck has finally smiled upon me after all these years?" Yet, Tsunade's reputation had soured over time. Though she had bestowed considerable sums upon the tables, she had accrued debts far greater than she had repaid. It was not that she failed to repay her debts, rather, the amounts she cleared were dwarfed by her new losses, a classic case of excessive indulgence amidst a lack of skill. To safeguard against the past, the dealer inquired, "Miss Tsunade, have you brought money with you?" With a disdainful smile, Tsunade opened her small case, revealing stacks of cash. "Give me chips." Chapter 74. Reunion with an old friend as expected. Tsunade swiftly lost all her chips, the hard-earned money dwindling to almost nothing in an instant. In contrast to Shizun's worry and frustration, each time Tsunade lost, she felt an unexpected sense of relief and contentment, prompting her to seek refuge in a nearby arcade, indulging in the allure of the slot machines. Indeed, she had a penchant for gambling, though not to such an extreme. After all, no one finds joy in perpetual loss. Yet for Tsunade, Gambling was not merely a cerebral thrill, but a means of spiritual escape, a way to evade the haunting memories of a troubled past. Not everyone could emerge from the shadows of war. In truth, no one truly escapes. Some merely cope more resiliently than others. Suddenly, Tsunade froze as the slot machine displayed 3 sevens, a jackpot. Another spin revealed yet another jackpot. As coins poured from the payout slot, Shizune exclaimed, "Wow! Lady Tsunade has actually won. How wonderful!" She was equally astonished. Since joining Tsunade, she had witnessed her mentor's consistent defeats, making this win a rare delight that would surely add some coins to their dwindling treasury. However, Tsunade could not share in the excitement. Her luck was notoriously fickle, and each victory was often accompanied by misfortune. True to form, as she exited the arcade, a deafening explosion erupted, and a massive, menacing serpent appeared on the rooftop. Tsunade calmly approached the building, where she encountered a familiar figure from her past, Orochimaru, a person she had no desire to see again. "It has been a long time, Orochimaru," she remarked coolly. Orochimaru, stripped of his former bravado, now appeared weak and drenched in sweat, a shadow of the formidable shinobi he once was, having suffered severe injuries during his capture. "Finding you has proven quite challenging, Tsunade," he admitted. "And what business do you have with me? It cannot be merely to reminisce." Tsunade replied, her tone laced with skepticism. "I have a small request that requires your expertise," Orochimaru said, his smile carrying an unsettling charm. Tsunade scrutinized him intently, her keen eyes discerning the underlying issue: irregular heartbeat, likely due to prolonged fatigue and mental trauma. Noticing Tsunade's silence, Kabuto, standing beside Orochimaru, could no longer restrain himself. "Lady Tsunade, I believe you understand the purpose of our visit." Tsunade responded firmly, "Find someone else. I have retired from medicine." She was well aware of Orochimaru's notorious past and held no fondness for him. "That is not an option. You know the severity of his condition. As the renowned medical expert of the shinobi world, Princess Tsunade, you alone possess the ability to heal him," Kabuto insisted, demonstrating his loyalty to Orochimaru. Ignoring Kabuto, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Orochimaru's eyes and inquired, "Your injury appears rather unusual. What exactly happened?" "I don't wish to deceive you. My injury was sustained during the attack on Konoha," Orochimaru confessed. You dare," Tsunade stammered, infuriated by his audacity. This man, who engaged in unspeakable acts behind the scenes and betrayed Konoha, now sought to destroy the very place that nurtured him. Orochimaru, unfazed, chuckled, "Ah, do not wear such a grim expression. All that is decayed must be purged. It is both destruction and rebirth. And do not forget, the two you cherished most met their demise because of you, and their deaths were truly tragic." As Orochimaru pointed out, Tsunade's lover, Dan, and her brother, Nawaki, had indeed perished in horrific ways, Dan's insides obliterated before her eyes, and Nawaki torn apart by explosive tags, leaving his remains unrecognizable. Before Tsunade could respond, Shizune, unable to contain her anger, struck at Orochimaru, believing Tsunade's former lover was also her uncle, which explained why Tsunade chose to keep Shizune by her side. However, it was only Tsunade who stood against Orochimaru. Kabuto also positioned himself in front of him, and a brief skirmish ensued, resulting in a stalemate. As they prepared to clash again, Tsunade intervened. "Enough, Shizune." Despite her reluctance, Shizune complied with Tsunade's command. Tsunade continued, "Orochimaru, you truly have not changed at all. You must understand my character. Thus, please refrain from making such jesting remarks." Kabuto quickly clarified, "We are not here to fight. We merely wish to negotiate. I have said all that I need to. Now, disappear from my sight." "That is impossible. You are the only one who can heal Lord Orochimaru's injuries. Please, let us make a deal." With repeated warnings falling on deaf ears, Tsunade's fist struck the wall behind her, effortlessly shattering the solid structure, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. "This is your final chance. I will count to 5. Before I reach 1, vanish from my sight, or I will ensure your disappearance myself. Please, listen to me. This deal is not without its merits for you." Seeing Tsunade's temper on the brink, Kabuto stubbornly pressed on. "Please, listen to me. This deal is not without its merits for you." Tsunade disregarded him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "I can bring back the man you loved and your brother, using my modified technique," Orochimaru declared, leaving Tsunade momentarily paralyzed. Her mind swirled with memories of Dan and Nawaki. The thought of resurrecting them, was it truly possible? There were so many things she wished to say to them, so many unfinished tasks she longed to share. Orochimaru smiled. Since we have not been eliminated, does that not imply our negotiation is valid? Noting Tsunade's internal struggle, Orochimaru added fuel to the fire. Do you not wish to see them again? Do you not want them to re-enter your life? I can provide that for you. Tsunade, grappling with her emotions, finally spoke, deliberately asking, if I heal you, what do you intend to do? I have no interest in deceit, so I shall reveal the truth. In exchange for what I desire, I will utterly destroy Konoha. Orochimaru replied candidly. What? You intend to destroy Konoha? Shizune gasped in horror, glancing at the conflicted Tsunade, her heart racing with anxiety. And what is your answer? Chapter 75. Betting one's life. Shizune, witnessing Tsunade's pained expression and visible struggle, urgently interjected, Lady Tsunade, please do not fall for their tricks. Your brother and uncle would not wish for such a fate. They sacrificed their lives for the village. Have you forgotten your aspirations? Have you forgotten your dreams? Tsunade remained silent. Lady Tsunade, let us fight them here. It is an opportune moment. With your strength alongside mine, they shall not prevail. At last, Tsunade lifted her gaze towards Orochimaru, who smiled as he bit his own finger, allowing his blood to flow freely. This sight sent a tremor of fear through Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, as she quaked uncontrollably. Many who descended from the battlefield bore irreversible scars, some physical, others psychological. Yet Tsunade was haunted by hemophobia. The traumatic memory of witnessing her lover's tragic demise, unable to save him, had left her with a deep-seated psychological wound that refused to heal. Orochimaru, observing her distress, chuckled. Tsunade, I am well aware of your weakness. It appears your fear of blood has not yet dissipated. Meanwhile, Kabuto, standing nearby, was taken aback. Realizing that the legendary Princess Tsunade was so frail, a survivor of the great ninja wars yet fearful of blood. Seeing Tsunade's trembling form, Orochimaru remarked, You need not answer now. I can grant you a week to ponder. However, the forbidden technique for resurrection requires 2 living sacrifices, so do prepare accordingly. We must take our leave. Kabuto, I await your favorable news. Tsunade, please do not disappoint me. Inside a tavern, Tsunade was consuming alcohol, attempting to numb her mind and evade her troubling thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Naruto had been searching fruitlessly for news and decided to address their hunger first. Under Naruto's persistent insistence for ramen, Jiraiya led him into a small tavern. Upon entering, Jiraiya's gaze locked onto a drunken woman in the corner. It was Tsunade. Tsunade, he exclaimed, his heart swelling with unexpected joy. After searching for so long, he had stumbled upon her while merely dining, a twist of fate that felt like destiny's design. Oh, Jiraiya. Tsunade blushed, not from shyness but from intoxication. Although she had been avoiding her Konoha acquaintances, they were seated in the innermost corner, with no escape route available. It seems I've encountered many familiar faces today, she mused, tossing a deck of cards onto the table. Jiraiya and Naruto sat across from her, expertly shuffling the cards. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya frowned and asked, Familiar faces? Orochimaru? Tsunade did not respond directly, but lazily inquired, What brings you to seek me? Jiraiya, placing a card on the table, declared, I will be straightforward, Tsunade. The village has invited you to return as the 5th Hokage. Isnt the 3rd doing well. Tsunade replied, Due to previous misjudgments, the 3rd has resigned and can no longer serve as Hokage, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade fell silent again, observing Naruto. Who is this brat next to you? He's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the bloodline left by the 4th, Jiraiya responded. Tsunade scrutinized Naruto, comparing him to the prodigious Minato. The boy before her seemed lacking in intellect and stature, still a mere genin, with a less striking appearance and demeanor. Under her gaze, Naruto's cheeks flushed. Really now? This child is vastly different from your former disciple, lacking in strength, looks, and intellect, Tsunade scoffed. Naruto, angered and eager to defend himself, was preempted by Jiraiya, who stated, If you believe that, you are gravely mistaken. Naruto possesses remarkable strength and intelligence, and like many, he loves the village dearly. I will reiterate. The village invites you to take up the mantle of 5th Hokage. What is your answer, Tsunade? Will you accept? Jiraiya's tone grew more earnest, snapping Tsunade from her drunken haze. Her heart was conflicted. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and a celebrated Sannin, she was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the position. Yet, she had grown weary of the ninja world, having hidden from it for over a decade. Could she truly lead Konoha? She grappled with the implications of Orochimaru's words. If she accepted the Hokage position, would she inadvertently lead the village to ruin? I cannot, she declared firmly. Her response was decisive, yet Jiraiya seemed unperturbed. Taking a sip of his drink and reminiscing, that statement brings back memories. You said the same when I sought to pursue you. Naruto, caught in the unfolding drama, could hardly contain his frustration, especially when Tsunade mentioned the fourth Hokage. Enough, he shouted, slamming his hands on the table, causing drinks to spill everywhere. Chapter 76. Why are you deceiving me? He felt nothing but sorrow for his father's death, never regretting the choices his father made. For his father had perished valiantly for the village, a hero in every sense. Throughout the ages, the Hokage, save for the third, have all conveyed the will of fire with their lives, a legacy not to be desecrated. Sit down, Naruto, Jiraiya admonished, for Tsunade was of Naruto's grandmother's generation, and he understood that Tsunade held profound love for the village in her heart. Unexpectedly, Naruto broke free from Jiraiya's grasp, pointing an accusatory finger at Tsunade, demanding loudly, "Wake up! How long will you continue to evade the truth?" Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were taken aback, while Shizune was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how this seemingly youthful boy possessed the audacity to shout at Tsunade. You may choose to evade your issues, and I don't wish to cast further blame upon you, but you must not trample upon the spirits of the fallen. I have not set foot on a battlefield, yet I understand its cruelty. I recognize that the peace we have now is hard-won. At the very least, you have returned from the battlefield alive, while countless others remain eternally enshrined there. The first, second, and fourth Hokage all sacrificed their lives in service to the village, alongside innumerable heroes whose names are forgotten by posterity. Have you ever had someone of great importance in your life? What were their dreams? Were they willing to lay down their lives for the village, or did they merely drift along, living for the moment? Stop. Just stop. Please. The piercing words shattered Tsunade's composure, and she clutched her head in despair, unable to contain her tears. Memories of her grandfather, her great-uncle, her lover, her brother, and others who left indelible marks on her life flooded her mind. All perished for the sake of the village. Was she truly so selfish after all these years of numbing herself with gambling and alcohol? Seeing Tsunade's emotional unraveling, Naruto wisely fell silent. Looking up at Naruto, her eyes glimmering with a renewed spirit, Tsunade found herself unwittingly reminded of her brother's shadow, as if the alcohol had blurred the lines of memory. She suppressed her sorrow and asked, "Then what is your dream?" "To become Hokage, to protect all that I hold dear, and to make this world a more peaceful place." Naruto replied without hesitation, his resolve unwavering. Upon hearing those first four words, Tsunade's heart cracked open. It felt as though it had been tightly gripped. And at this pivotal moment in her life, she encountered a boy who shared the same dream as her brother and the others. Where there are people, there is ambition. Where there are interests, disputes arise. The world is not as serene as it appears on the surface. You wish to safeguard all that you cherish. That is an impossible feat if becoming Hokage is insufficient to protect what is dear to you. If it cannot bring about peace in the world, then strive to attain power that can instill fear throughout the ninja realm, Naruto declared with conviction. Tsunade looked at Naruto in disbelief. Instill fear throughout the ninja realm? This was the first time in her life she had heard such audacious words. Only the first Hokage and Madara had achieved such feats, and that was only with the aid of numerous clans. One person? How could that be possible? Not only Tsunade, but even Jiraiya, who had spent the most time with Naruto, felt as if he were getting to know him anew. He trusted Naruto's character, doubting he harbored ambitions of world domination. But possessing the strength to intimidate the entire ninja realm, even 10 of him would not suffice. Though both Tsunade and Jiraiya struggled to believe Naruto could accomplish such a thing, they were nonetheless moved by his determination. Tsunade remarked, "What a splendid idea. I hope you succeed. And you, Granny, return with us. Do not continue to drift aimlessly. Fulfill your responsibilities." Tsunade's emotions had calmed considerably. She tossed her hair back and moved closer to Naruto, stopping just shy of their faces touching. It must be said that Tsunade's allure was undeniable, especially her remarkable figure, which could easily overshadow 99% of women. Otherwise, Jiraiya would not have been so infatuated for all these years. Naruto felt parched and somewhat out of control, constantly reminding himself of Tsunade's age to steady himself. Then, in a voice laced with temptation, Tsunade proposed, "Since you are so confident in your abilities, let us make a wager. In 7 days, you and I shall fight. If you can compel me to use even 20% of my strength, I will return with you. Agreed, it's a deal. On the morning of the 7th day, Shizune was knocked unconscious in her room. Tsunade ultimately resolved to meet Orochimaru. Embarking alone, still clinging to a sliver of unrealistic hope. Naruto, having anticipated these events, discreetly followed after leaving a shadow clone behind. It wasn't until half an hour after Tsunade and Naruto had departed that Jiraiya and Shizune awoke groggily. Poor Jiraiya had only just spent the night drinking with Tsunade, believing they had rekindled their old friendship, expecting some emotional breakthrough. Little did he know that his dream girl had drugged him, waking up feeling weak, with his chakra barely functioning at 30%. In the same town of the gambling den, Tsunade and Orochimaru met again. Their figures were swept by the gentle breeze. Yet their opposing stances ensured that they would no longer share any cherished past. Tsunade spoke coldly. I can heal your wounds, but in return, you must not attack the village again. She still harbored a flicker of unrealistic hope. If Orochimaru could guarantee that he would not harm the village, she would be willing to heal him for the sake of resurrecting her lover and brother. Very well, let us proceed, Orochimaru replied curtly. Step by step, Tsunade approached Orochimaru, chakra gathering in her hand, memories flashing through her mind. Yes, she was no longer young. Could she truly continue to evade her fate? It was time to eliminate this threat to Konoha. Orochimaru, however, remained fixated on Tsunade's eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Just as they were about to make contact, a kunai pierced the air between them, causing them to stagger back. This sudden turn of events startled Orochimaru, who looked at Tsunade in confusion. What does this mean? Why? After coming this far, do you still deceive me? Tsunade, I gave you 7 days to consider. Why did you respond in such a way? Why do you wish to kill me? Chapter 77. Tsunade's tears. Fortunately, I have a trustworthy subordinate like you by my side. Kabuto, your loyalty and insight into Tsunade's character please me greatly. Orochimaru, having suffered a severe blow, had been unable to recover for a long time, making it difficult to exert his due strength, and his ability to perceive danger had also greatly declined. Kabuto leaped off the wall, confidently stating, It's nothing. As I also came from the medical corps. Her chakra is filled with murderous intent. Ever since witnessing Tsunade's hemophobia, he no longer regarded this legendary Sannin as a threat. Orochimaru lamented, Tsunade, why must you do this? I truly intended to help revive them both, and even promised you that I would no longer target Konoha. Orochimaru, to say you won't attack the village? I can discern lies of this magnitude. Tsunade's voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why would someone over half a century old break down so completely? Because she knew that from the moment she attacked Orochimaru, she could never see her lover and brother again. I want to see them, even just once, to touch their faces, to embrace their bodies. But when she was truly about to see Dan and Nawaki, when she felt their presence for just a moment, she realized what an incorrigible fool she was. Just because she recalled their faces, she acted so recklessly. I love them, I miss them, but I cannot betray their dream and will to protect the village. Both of them gave their lives for it. So how could I trample on their dreams? Tsunade questioned. You said that tangible things will eventually fade, but my longing will never diminish. Orochimaru sighed. The negotiation has failed. Then, regrettably, I must resort to coercion to enlist your aid. Speaking of which, I've never truly crossed swords with you, Tsunade said as she removed her coat with the gambling inscription and tossed it aside. That's right. Come on, Orochimaru. This is my battle, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto asserted, standing before Orochimaru, utterly loyal to Orochimaru's will, even at the cost of his life. Tsunade paid no heed to who stood before her, launching a punch that created a deep crater in the ground, forcing Kabuto and Orochimaru to evade. Such terrifying strength. Being hit would be the end. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. Although he couldn't exert even 30% of his peak strength, he knew Tsunade's weakness and felt no pressure. Kabuto quietly cautioned, we need to relocate. There are 2 troublesome individuals with Tsunade-sama who could arrive at any moment to assist. Orochimaru was startled. Oh, what formidable individuals are they? Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and Naruto Uzumaki, who has crossed blades with you before, Kabuto replied. Kabuto's words caused Orochimaru's pupils to contract, his heart nearly stopping. Jiraiya, also one of the Sannin, did not suffer from hemophobia. Given what he had done to Konoha, that man would truly try to kill him. As for Naruto Uzumaki, needless to say, He had been evenly matched with him before, now that he had so little strength left. Encountering these two would likely spell his doom. Relocate. A swift resolution is paramount, Orochimaru commanded. Understood, Kabuto affirmed. Tsunade, now in her battle stance, arrogantly shouted, "Don't run away. Let me beat you to death." Orochimaru and Kabuto ignored her, quickly fleeing toward the outskirts of town. Sure enough, Tsunade pursued them closely. After running for 10 miles, Orochimaru and Kabuto finally stopped. Kabuto stepped forward without hesitation to engage Tsunade in place of Orochimaru. The strength Kabuto displayed was no less than that of a Konoha elite jonin, far exceeding Konoha's intelligence assessment of him. Although his power was far inferior to Tsunade, he could rely on his agility and foresight to temporarily fight her on equal footing. Tsunade had been away from the battlefield for too long, not having truly fought for over a decade. Before long, she began to pant heavily, just like Yakushi Kabuto. "What's wrong, Tsunade? How can you be panting so heavily fighting someone of Kabuto's caliber?" Orochimaru taunted from the sidelines, though unable to directly intervene. "That's enough, Kabuto," Orochimaru instructed. Yakushi Kabuto reluctantly responded, "I'm really not good at taijutsu combat." He then pulled out a pill from his pouch and swallowed it. "A soldier pill?" Tsunade frowned. However, the pill Kabuto swallowed was clearly not an ordinary soldier pill. Tangible chakra condensed into blades on his palms, and his speed and strength increased several times over, reaching Tsunade in an instant. Faced with Kabuto's sudden surge in power, Tsunade reacted somewhat hastily, her arms and legs slashed by chakra scalpels, hindering her movements. Although only faint wounds were visible on the surface, the underlying muscles had been severed. As Tsunade endured the pain, she was also shocked. The young man's cutting ability was no less than her own at her peak. Why would such a person willingly serve Orochimaru? Tsunade rose, intending to form hand seals. But her opponent would not allow her the opportunity. Yakushi Kabuto advanced again, landing a heavy blow on Tsunade's chest. Despite the protection of her ample bosom, it was still one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body, unable to withstand such an impact. She immediately clutched her chest, collapsing to her knees. "Rest assured, to preserve your useful body, I won't attack vital points, but you probably can't move now, can you?" Kabuto pushed up his glasses with a confident smile. However, at that moment, Tsunade struck the back of his neck with a palm, and Kabuto's body fell limply to the ground. He found that his body was not under the control of his brain. He wanted to move his hand, but his foot rose instead. "What's going on? Why can she still move?" Before he could understand, an iron fist struck his cheek, sending him flying several meters away. Kabuto had ultimately underestimated Tsunade. As a renowned medical ninja, she could heal others, and of course, she could heal herself. In less than a minute, she had given herself a chance to catch her breath. Seeing that Kabuto couldn't get up for a while, Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, taking the opportunity to continue healing her injuries. Although she had restored movement to her limbs, her injuries had not fully healed. Orochimaru watched everything calmly. Not because he didn't want to take the opportunity to attack, but because he had little strength left, and each attack would exacerbate his mental exhaustion. Another reason was that he believed in Yakushi Kabuto, that he would not be so easily defeated. His subordinate was an outstanding talent, whose own strength and ability to do things were no less than his own when he was younger. It was a pity that, because of the decay and obsolescence of Konoha, he was willing to degenerate into a pawn in the hands of others. Sure enough, to Tsunade's shock, Kabuto slowly stood up, regaining control of his body. Kabuto cut his palm and then lunged at Tsunade with a kunai. "You think you can defeat me with this level of skill? Don't underestimate me." Chapter 78. Assembling a team, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, the ordeal finally drawing to a close. Once Kabuto subdued Tsunade, they would immediately withdraw. Let Konoha and Suno await. After his injuries healed, he would inevitably return with a vengeance, making them pay the price. Tsunade gazed at her approaching adversary. Despite mentally preparing herself beforehand, the sight of blood still caused a slight tremor in her body. Nevertheless, she clenched her fists, ready for a desperate fight. She would no longer evade. In the nick of time, Naruto's figure materialized from beneath Kabuto's feet, delivering an uppercut that sent the unsuspecting medic Nin flying. "Long time no see. Orochimaru, planning to abduct Granny Tsunade? Did you seek my consent?" Tsunade was taken aback. In all her years, she never imagined being shielded by a mere stripling. Though Naruto barely reached her chest, at that moment, the boy resembled the sun, casting its radiant light upon her heart, so dazzling was he. Even the unflappable Orochimaru was consumed by rage, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The boy had arrived prematurely, signifying the failure of his scheme to seize Tsunade. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice. "It has been a while, Naruto-kun. Your strength seems to have burgeoned once more." Naruto retorted, "Ah. Such pleasantries can wait until after I've apprehended you." Seeing Naruto poised to strike, Orochimaru hastily interjected, "Wouldn't you like to know who aided my escape?" Naruto harbored suspicions, but couldn't resist inquiring, "Would you readily divulge that?" Orochimaru sauntered over to Kabuto, seemingly assessing his injuries. "Heh, telling you is of no consequence. Since you apprenticed under Jiraiya, you should have also learned the summoning technique, no? Let us compete using the summoning technique. Should you prevail, I shall reveal the answer. Otherwise, let the secret remain forever interred within my belly." "Very well, but I hope you keep your word." Naruto was naturally fearless, even at his zenith. Orochimaru might not defeat him in a one-on-one fight, let alone in his current state. He agreed partly because he feared that even if he captured Orochimaru, the latter might still conceal the truth, so he might as well gamble in this manner, for he would not lose. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Gamabunta materialized, grumbling with a pipe in his mouth. "Naruto, why did you summon me? I was busy heading home for supper." Naruto exclaimed, "What else would I summon you for, old toad?" "Naturally, to fight." Naruto's words trailed off, for before them stood not the serpent summoned by Orochimaru, but a mere pile of snakeskin. As for Orochimaru and Kabuto, they had vanished without a trace. "Ah!" Naruto clutched his head, his spirit assailed. How could this be? He never anticipated that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a man past his prime, would resort to such dishonorable tactics. Tsunade, too, was somewhat dumbfounded, blinking her beautiful eyes. Was this boy so formidable? How could his mere presence scare Orochimaru away? Had she known of the events during the Chunin exams, she would have understood that Orochimaru's flight was not unexpected. Naruto alone was enough to give them pause, not to mention the volatile Tsunade. If they were delayed until Jiraiya arrived, their prospects would be grim. A few minutes later, Jiraiya and Shizen finally arrived belatedly. After hearing Tsunade's account, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, relieved that it had been a close call. During the meal, Tsunade curiously inquired of Jiraiya why Orochimaru seemed so wary of Naruto. Jiraiya then recounted the events of the Chunin exams, leaving Tsunade astounded. No wonder Orochimaru had fled. Tsunade naturally refrained from mentioning their agreed-upon duel, grateful that she had inquired beforehand, lest she suffer a great loss of face. According to Jiraiya, even at her peak, she might not be able to suppress Naruto, let alone with only 20% of her strength. "Yosh, let's prepare to return to Konoha." The group simply ate a light meal before embarking on their journey home, as several injured individuals awaited them in the village. On the way back, Naruto pondered how to defuse the impending crisis. He knew that acquiring the power to intimidate the entire shinobi world would not be easy. In other words, it might not be something he could accomplish alone. To usher in a new era of peace, the path ahead would be arduous, fraught with thorns and obstacles. He had to eliminate the Akatsuki organization in advance. And who knew how many other nefarious organizations like Akatsuki existed? Therefore, he needed allies to establish his own force. Where could he find allies? The strongest individuals in the village were naturally the Umbu and the older generation of shinobi. However, it would take a long time for Naruto to gain sufficient qualifications to assume the position of Hokage, and without being Hokage, it would be difficult for him, as a junior, to command the older generation. Therefore, those who were older than him could be excluded. As for those who obeyed his every word, Konohamaru was undoubtedly the first, and despite his occasional foolishness, he was quite capable among his peers, with a large following of admirers and underlings. However, he was too young to be of use. After much deliberation, it seemed that his only potential allies were his comrades who had participated in the Chunin exams with him. Naruto believed that Sakura would definitely help him, while Sasuke could yield two extreme outcomes. Either he would help him wholeheartedly or hinder him relentlessly. However, with Orochimaru in his current state, and Sasuke not being marked with a cursed seal, the possibility of him defecting was almost non-existent. As for Karin, whether out of camaraderie as a member of Team 7 or due to blood ties, she should also assist him. Among the remaining three teams, Naruto believed that Team Guy was the easiest to persuade. Aside from their match, Kiba had always been on good terms with him and was full of fighting spirit. Plus Hinata. Well, Hinata. He was confident that he could persuade two out of the three. Shino might just follow the crowd. Despite Shino's mysterious nature, Naruto knew that he had no strong opinions on such matters, or rather, he was not good at refusing and cared deeply about his teammates. Next was Team Asuma. Shikamaru and Choji were also close to him, but one was extremely lazy, one only cared about eating, and the other was constantly vying for attention. Persuading them would not be easy. The most difficult to deal with would be the members of Team Guy. Naruto was not familiar with them, and he had even made Rock Lee cry during their private duel. Furthermore, they were all a year older than him, so recruiting them would be as difficult as descending into hell. Upon returning to the village, before Naruto could even greet Sakura, he was stopped by someone. A pair of Byakugan eyes staring intently at him. Don't misunderstand. This person is not Hinata, but Neji. Chapter 79. The significance of growing stronger. Neji gazed intently at Naruto, his stare unwavering until Naruto appeared disconcerted. A faint smile then graced Neji's stoic face as he uttered, "You finally returned, Naruto. I've been awaiting your arrival." The others exchanged perplexed glances. What was transpiring? These two youths, locked in a profound, mutual gaze, hinting at a passion beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yet, they were both male. Neji, is there something you require of me? Naruto inquired, equally baffled. He and Neji were, to all appearances, not well acquainted. Neji declared, "Ever since the Chunin exams, I have been anticipating this day. Let us duel, Naruto." Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya interjected, "Naruto, my boy, we have pressing matters to attend to. We'll excuse ourselves. Resolve your affairs promptly." Without awaiting a response from Naruto, he departed with Tsunade and Shizune. Having safely returned to the village, he could finally rid himself of Naruto, the unwelcome third wheel. As for Shizune, being female, she was exempt from this designation. Neji, a breathless Tenten finally arrived. Clutching Neji's arm and pleading, "Perhaps you should reconsider. Naruto has only just returned." Neji remained silent, awaiting Naruto's decision. "Very well. Where shall we hold this contest?" Naruto acquiesced without hesitation. The most expeditious means of earning Neji's respect was to demonstrate his capabilities. "Our training grounds should suffice. It's in close proximity." Soon Naruto, accompanied by Neji and Tenten, arrived at the training grounds. The area was sparsely populated with training posts, but its expansive nature provided ample space for combat. "Make your move, Naruto." Neji offered minimal preamble before assuming the Juken fighting stance. He had been preparing for this day for a considerable time. "Then, I shall not hold back." Equally taciturn, Naruto charged forward, aiming a punch at Neji's face. He refrained from employing techniques such as Haraishin or Rasengan, uncertain if Neji could withstand them. He sought to emerge victorious, yet without inflicting an excessively humiliating defeat upon his opponent. Neji effortlessly parried Naruto's attack, simultaneously leveraging the momentum to manipulate his opponent's body, sweeping at his lower body. The entire sequence was executed with seamless fluidity, swiftness, and cunning, causing Naruto to lose his balance. Poof! Naruto's collapsing form transformed into a wooden log, a substitution technique. Neji appears more formidable than anticipated. Before Naruto could complete his thought, Neji materialized before him, launching a kick. With insufficient time to execute a ninjutsu, Naruto could only raise his arms in defense, feeling a numbing sensation in his right hand as Neji struck a pressure point. However, Naruto was afforded no opportunity to recover, as Neji's assault continued unabated. Neji's taijutsu was already on par with Naruto's. Combined with the Byakugan and Juken, he gained the upper hand, forcing Naruto into a defensive posture. Using the momentum, Naruto propelled himself several meters away, dispatching a shadow clone underground to ensnare Neji's legs. Unexpectedly, Neji seemed to anticipate his strategy, retreating rapidly. Hakushu. Neji discharged chakra from his palm, generating a concussive wave directed at Naruto and his shadow clone. The shadow clone was sent hurtling backward, while Naruto erected the triple Rashomon to defend himself. Neji's full-force Hakushu shattered 2 layers before dissipating. However, Neji swiftly advanced, appearing before the 3rd Rashomon. Jikenpu, Hakurokuju Yansho. Neji unleashed a furious barrage of chakra-infused strikes, shattering the 3rd Rashomon. Naruto, his right hand impaired, displayed an expression of astonishment as Neji pummeled him with dozens of blows, his body spiraling through the air like a severed kite. Has he prevailed? A hint of elation flickered across Neji's face, only to be replaced by realization as the airborne Naruto dissolved into a cloud of smoke. A clone. What? was the one I struck earlier. In that instant of distraction, a kunai materialized silently against his throat. I nearly lost to you, Neji. Naruto's voice echoed from behind Neji. Is that so? I concede. Neji responded magnanimously, accepting defeat. Despite his relentless training and tactical planning against Naruto's fighting style, he had never truly believed he could triumph, given Naruto's established prowess. Neji was aware that he had failed to elicit Naruto's full potential. Nevertheless, Naruto had imparted a valuable lesson, the importance of deception. In a life-or-death struggle, victory does not necessarily belong to the stronger combatant. He would exercise greater caution in future engagements. I shall continue to grow stronger. The next time I challenge you, I will not be so easily defeated. Naruto sheathed his kunai, glancing at Neji and then at Tenten, who sat nearby. There is likely no need. My pursuit of strength is not for the sake of competition or hollow accolades. Such a life holds no meaning for me. Naruto paused, having reached a pivotal point. He resolved to share his true aspirations with them. Why don't you finish your thought? What is the purpose of your strength? Neji finally pressed. What is your reason for growing stronger? Tenten, equally curious, chimed in. Yes, Naruto. What kind of life do you deem meaningful? Having successfully piqued their interest, Naruto declared. The meaning of my life is protection, safeguarding all that I hold dear, even protecting this world. That is the reason for my strength. Even if fate is unjust, there are always individuals and things worth defending. These words resonated deeply with Neji. Since childhood, he had resented the unfairness of fate, the shackles of his servitude. What then was worth protecting? Unbidden, a series of images flashed through Neji's mind. Gai-sensei, Tenten, Lee, Hinata. The main house heiress whom he had resented, but who had always treated him with respect. His world, it seemed, was not entirely devoid of light. Ultimately, his gaze returned to Naruto. Do you have a proposition? Precisely. Naruto continued. While this world may lack absolute fairness, certain organizations operate beyond the pale. If these matters are not addressed promptly, they could inflict immeasurable devastation upon the world. Take my recent encounter, for example. An organization known as Akatsuki is plotting to capture the bijou. Each member possesses power comparable to Orochimaru. Capture the bijou? Then, are you not also a target? Tenten exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 80. Sakura's jealousy. Naruto spoke with unwavering confidence. Indeed, each tailed beast rampage can inflict countless losses. Now, consider the gathering of 9-tailed beasts. Although their intentions remain shrouded in mystery, it is undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Though Konoha stands as the mightiest among the 5 great shinobi villages, the scars of numerous wars have left it far from its former glory, lacking the resources to eradicate this latent threat in the shinobi world. Thus, it is imperative for our generation to exert ourselves doubly to confront these potential crises. Under the aegis of protecting Konoha, we must eradicate all evils in this world and uphold peace in the shinobi realm. Naruto continued. Indeed, each tailed beast rampage can inflict countless losses. Now, consider the gathering of 9-tailed beasts. Although their intentions remain shrouded in mystery, it is undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. So, Neji, will you join us? Neji found himself grappling with the weight of his own inadequacies, hesitant to express his concerns about his strength. Naruto, discerning Neji's inner turmoil, chuckled. Neji, what fanciful thoughts occupy your mind? You should know that, in my eyes, the true geniuses of Konoha's younger generation are none other than you and Sasuke. My temporary advantage over you is merely a result of fortunate encounters. Who can predict what the future holds? Perhaps one day, you will surpass me. The notion of being a true genius from Naruto's lips took Neji by surprise. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply and, moments later, reopened them, his confidence restored. A subtle smile gracing his lips. I will join. Neji's response was resolute, solidifying a lifelong commitment in his heart, fueled by Naruto's validation. This time, I shall not allow your life to fade before me without the power to act. Naruto beamed, their hands clasped tightly together, before turning to the onlooking girl. And you, Tenten? Oh, I will join. Tenten hadn't anticipated Naruto would invite her, feeling her own strength paled in comparison. Not just to Orochimaru, but even to Neji. However, with Neji on board and Naruto personally extending the invitation, she readily agreed. Great, Naruto exclaimed, pleasantly surprised that the person he thought hardest to persuade was the first to join. Yet, the next moment left him flabbergasted. Naruto, would you like to join us for a meal? Naruto, You are so impressive. Can you share your secrets with me? When you need ninja tools, come to my shop. I offer discounts. What is this madness? This is overly enthusiastic. We barely know each other, Naruto thought, casting a pleading glance at Neji. Neji, equally bemused, replied with a smile, you may not know, but your battle with Orochimaru has spread throughout the village. Many admire your prowess, seeing you as an idol. You will notice it more when you walk through the streets. What? It's not as you say, Tintin muttered indignantly, though she managed to regain her composure. Neji, your family's gentle fist indeed possesses unique qualities, but relying solely on that will not suffice to become a true powerhouse. Perhaps learning some of Gai-sensei's formidable techniques would enhance your strength. Naruto left with a parting remark, hurrying to assure Sakura and visit Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Neji stood in place, lost in thought. During Naruto's last return to the village, the brief duration offered little insight, but this time was different. He felt the change. Walking through the streets, he was approached by children asking for his autograph. Come on, I'm not a celebrity. Most of them were merely kids around the same age as Konohamaru. He had no time to entertain their whims. Just then, a delicate arm suddenly grasped Naruto's, and a figure pressed against his side. Long time no see, Naruto. The girl beamed, her golden ponytail cascading behind her, embodying youthful beauty. Ino? Naruto gasped, struggling to free himself. Let go. If Sakura sees, it could lead to misunderstandings. Based on Naruto's experience, if Ino wasn't tea with Shikamaru or Choji, then the person beside her was likely Sakura. Oh, I just wanted to greet you after such a long time. Besides, your relationship with Sakura is not so serious, Ino teased. Naruto was about to counter, but he realized their relationship wasn't publicly defined, leading to an awkward silence. Ino smiled, no worries. You were looking for Sakura, right? I happen to have invited her for tea. She should be here soon. Let us wait together. All right, Naruto nodded, following Ino into the tea shop. After ordering 3 cups of tea and some snacks, Naruto intended to pay, but Ino swiftly covered the bill, greatly enhancing his regard for her and lowering his defenses. The two settled in, leisurely sipping their tea, when Ino pointed excitedly. Look, Sakura is coming. Naruto quickly looked up, but he couldn't spot Sakura. At that moment, he felt Ino lean closer once more. Hey, Ino, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to the naive Naruto, Sakura was approaching from the opposite direction and witnessed the scene before her, interpreting Naruto and Ino's actions as a kiss. What the hell? Ino, you fool. Let go of Naruto. Ino, however, ducked behind Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck and making faces at Sakura. Hearing the commotion, Naruto turned to see Sakura's furious expression. Oh no, Ino, you treacherous vixen. You've put me in a perilous situation. Wait, Sakura. It's not what it looks like. Let me explain. Humph, you two shamelessly flirting. Ah, the tea shop erupted into chaos. Naruto spent over 2 hours walking and talking with Sakura, soothing her feelings with sweet words until her anger subsided. He found that calming Sakura was quite manageable. As long as he kept the compliments flowing, she would eventually relent. Of course, this required Sakura to vent her emotions, necessitating a healthy outlet. Naruto, already battered and bruised, had to withstand Sakura's playful assaults, guided by Ino's advice to avoid hitting her face or head, lest it appear as if she were a violent girl. Thus, Sakura vented her frustrations on Naruto, pinching and punching him. While the pain was minimal, it was indeed quite uncomfortable. Naruto wasn't a masochist. He didn't enjoy being on the receiving end of violence, but if it was Sakura, it was somewhat acceptable. Besides, her jealousy today was an indication of her affection for him. Naruto, do you remember what you mentioned before? In a quiet corridor, Sakura, walking ahead, suddenly halted. Her voice tinged with shyness. Could it be? So soon? I'm not prepared yet. Naruto swallowed hard. Chapter 81. Konohamaru vs. the 5th Hokage. Naruto, emboldened by his prior, albeit veiled, declaration of affection to Sakura, spoke with newfound confidence. Sakura, he began, I've pondered this extensively. You know my capabilities. Marrying me would be advantageous. I'm amenable to your every whim. Furthermore, I pledge to exert myself diligently, accumulating funds through missions to procure a sizable dwelling for us. Upon reaching 18, we shall solemnize our union. I shall assist in nurturing our offspring, ensuring you are not solely burdened. Should you desire haste, I shall inquire about expedited procedures. Sakura's countenance flushed crimson amidst Naruto's elaborate pronouncements of matrimony, property acquisition, and procreation. Pray cease your ramblings, she implored. Your words are utterly unfounded. I merely alluded to your prior commitment to dine at my abode. Have you forgotten? Her gaze then turned glacial. Peril. Is she poised to strike me once more? Naruto's mind raced, recalling his promise to visit Sakura's parents' post-Chunin exams, given their hospitality towards Karin. 2 months had elapsed. Hence Sakura's inquiry. Indeed, fostering rapport with her guardians would solidify my position as her paramour, propelling me towards domestic bliss. Sakura, he declared earnestly, when might your esteemed parents be available? I intend to pay my respects. Sakura merely scoffed, unconvinced. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Then tomorrow it shall be, he asserted. I shall visit your esteemed parents tomorrow evening, if that is agreeable to you, Sakura. Sakura's brow unfurrowed, her former vexation dispelled. Agreed, Naruto. Naruto first greeted Sasuke and Karin. Sasuke offered his customary taciturn affirmation, while Karin engaged him in a flurry of inquiries. Subsequently, Naruto sought out Kakashi, only to learn of his convalescence. Having concluded these matters, Naruto, with trepidation, located Jiraiya at a yakitori establishment. Since reuniting with Tsunade, Jiraiya had seemingly reformed, abstaining from dalliances, or so Naruto surmised. Jiraiya-sensei, what a serendipitous encounter, Naruto remarked. Jiraiya bristled, his suspicions aroused. Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto has never been so docile. This smacks of ulterior motives. Sensei, Naruto continued, might I impose upon you for a loan? Lacking fiscal prudence, he required funds to purchase gifts for his impending visit to Sakura's parents. Considering the sum substantial, he deemed Jiraiya his most affluent acquaintance. Jiraiya regarded Naruto askance, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. How much do you require? Naruto hesitated. 5,000 ryo, if you please. Jiraiya feigned shock. 5,000 ryo? Preposterous. Naruto bristled, retorting, spare me your charade. I witnessed your account statement, replete with zeros. Grant me a pittance. Jiraiya feigned ignorance. Alas, I must depart. Farewell. With a hearty laugh, he absconded with his provisions. Halt, perverted sage. Naruto bellowed. Despite his advanced years, Jiraiya possessed surprising alacrity, leaving a trail of dust in his wake, prompting passers-by to scatter. However, Naruto proved equally swift, doggedly pursuing Jiraiya, only to lose his quarry. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, swaggering with unwarranted bravado, marched towards the Hokage's office. Incensed by news of his grandfather's replacement, he resolved to challenge the 5th Hokage. Konohamaru harbored confidence, armed with the ultra-secret technique imparted by Naruto, the very technique that had vanquished his grandfather. However, upon thrusting open the doors, Konohamaru collided with a pair of plush, yielding cushions. Oh, the exquisite aroma, the softness, the resilience, the warmth. Konohamaru's face flushed crimson as he burrowed into the cushions, drool threatening to spill. Tsunade, having indulged his antics for a full minute, finally interjected. Have you quite finished your groping, you little pervert? Though amused, she felt compelled to intervene, lest the boy suffocate. Konohamaru, flustered, vehemently denied the accusation. I am not a pervert. Tsunade leaned in, affording Konohamaru an unobstructed view of her majestic assets, whispering, little pervert. She then flicked his forehead. Konohamaru, speechless, was overwhelmed by the spectacle. If only I could incorporate this into my jutsu. Have you not gorged your eyes enough, you scoundrel? Jiraiya, arriving with refreshments for his goddess, witnessed the scene, his face contorted with envy. That sacred ground, untouched even by me, defiled by this impudent brat. Without ceremony, he summoned Gamachu, who promptly whisked Konohamaru away. Take him home. But before Konohamaru could protest, Gamachu bounded away, covering vast distances with each leap. Jiraiya then addressed Shizune. Shizune, you are young. Enjoy your homecoming. I shall oversee the Hokage's affairs. Shizune glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. Visit your family. Take 2 days leave. Report back on the 3rd. Understood, Tsunade-sama. Shizune, yearning for her family, departed, closing the doors behind her. Jiraiya exhaled, finally alone. Now, for our private interlude. Tsunade, let us dine inside. I brought your favorite chicken and wine. Humph. Tsunade cast a playful glance at Jiraiya, who interpreted it as a promise of untold delights. After decades, my renewed courtship is finally approaching its climax. Our private world, where I shall scale the unparalleled heights of ecstasy. As he crossed the threshold, a figure dangled upside down before him, resembling a specter. Upon recognition, Jiraiya erupted in fury. Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto, expressionless, uttered a single word, loan. Chapter 82. Tsunade's benediction. Jiraiya, observing the detestable Naruto and Tsunade's teasing gaze, was consumed by regret. How could he have overlooked this volatile element? A mere 5,000 ryo. He should have simply lent it to him. Alas! Resigned to his fate, Jiraiya silently found a stool and sat down with a flourish. If you're borrowing money, shouldn't you at least display some semblance of proper etiquette? What do you mean? Naruto inquired, perplexed. My shoulders ache. Give me a massage, Jiraiya said, patting his shoulder as a cue. Erosenin, how can you be so base? Are you attempting to corrupt my principles with mere money? TCH, Jiraiya scoffed, closing his eyes in response. Ultimately, Naruto relented, begrudgingly stepping behind Jiraiya to massage his shoulders. In his mind, Naruto repeatedly affirmed that he was not doing this for the money, but for love, for his future happiness with Sakura. Apply more pressure, Jiraiya instructed, nonchalantly opening his lunchbox and inviting Tsunade to join him. Meanwhile, Naruto toiled away, kneading Jiraiya's shoulders and performing various massages. By the way, what do you intend to use the money for? Jiraiya asked, curiosity piqued. Naruto, never one for deception, especially with Jiraiya and Tsunade, candidly revealed his plans to visit Sakura's home the following day. How precocious, Tsunade remarked with a smile. Come and give me a massage as well, Naruto. Seeing Naruto hesitate, Jiraiya commanded, what are you waiting for? Go and massage the Hokage-sama. Left with no choice, Naruto obliged, massaging Tsunade for a while. Compared to Jiraiya's rigid physique, Tsunade's body was supple and firm, lessening his reluctance. Of course, Tsunade was merely teasing Naruto, and she soon allowed him to sit down and join them for the meal. After they finished eating, Jiraiya produced 10,000 ryo and handed it to Naruto. He hardly cared for a paltry 5,000 ryo. He would have given Naruto 50,000 ryo without a second thought. His actions were simply to provoke the young lad. This familial care and companionship aptly filled the void in Naruto's heart, while simultaneously captivating Jiraiya. Among all his disciples, Naruto was not only the most promising, but also the most like him. I hope his romantic journey is smooth sailing, unlike my own regrettable past. Thank you. Erosenin, I'm off now. Hold on, Naruto. Naruto excitedly accepted the money and prepared to depart, only to be stopped by Tsunade. What is it, Tsunade? Naruto asked warily, wondering if she wanted another massage. Tsunade opened her briefcase and extracted a stack of bills, which appeared to be more than 10,000 ryo. What's this? Tsunade explained. While it's customary to bring gifts when visiting a girl's home for the first time, don't forget to spruce yourself up. Presenting yourself as dashing will significantly boost your appeal. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto felt a warmth in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. They were all caring for him like family. Thank you, Tsunade. Tsunade simply chuckled, removing the necklace she wore and personally placing it around Naruto's neck. Naruto was well aware of the necklace's history, but he dismissed the curse as mere superstition. All he felt at that moment was Tsunade's affection for him. Looking at the young man before her, whose appearance bore some resemblance to her younger brother and whose personality was almost identical, Tsunade could not resist leaning down and kissing Naruto on the forehead. May her kiss bring good fortune to this young man. The following evening, Naruto donned a white suit, complete with oversized dress shoes, and styled his hair into an unconventional perm. Thus attired, he set off for Sakura's home, bearing gifts. Good evening, sir. Oh, Naruto, come in. You shouldn't have brought gifts. You're still just a child, Sakura's father remarked, taking a moment to recognize Naruto. He accepted the gifts and patted Naruto's shoulder, ushering him inside. Sakura's home, while not a mansion, was far more spacious than Naruto's humble abode. The loving care of the family of three created a warm and inviting atmosphere. Sakura, auntie. Naruto greeted with a confident and radiant smile, full of charm. Only Naruto knew how long he had practiced that smile in front of the mirror. Seeing Naruto dressed as if he were about to be married, Sakura's mother grasped his hand and exclaimed, Naruto, you look so dashing today, just like a movie star. Don't just stand there, come and sit down. You can keep Sakura company while I prepare some treats. Really? Naruto said. Hearing Sakura's mother's words, his anxious heart settled. Indeed, choosing this kind of clothes was the right choice. Seeing Sakura constantly smiling at him, assuming it was because of his irresistible charm, Naruto nonchalantly ran his hand through his hair. Honey, I'll help you, Sakura's father said with an odd expression, hastily retreating into the kitchen. Ha ha ha, Sakura finally burst into laughter, pounding the table with her fist, doubled over with amusement. In Sakura's eyes, the outfit was not bad, but perhaps because it was Naruto's first time wearing such attire. It felt rather incongruous. The clothes seemed to be a size too large, with the pants dragging under his heels, making her worry that Naruto might trip and fall. Coupled with the outlandish perm, he exuded an aura of middle-aged greasiness. Naruto sulked. Sakura, must you be so harsh? I put in a lot of effort. I'm sorry. Naruto, I couldn't help myself, Sakura said. Actually, your natural hair looks quite nice, you don't need to change it. Sakura's last words finally restored some of Naruto's confidence, and he resolved never to get another perm. Soon, Sakura's parents prepared a lavish feast and brought out their treasured wine. Sakura's father said with a smile, haha. Naruto is now a renowned ninja in the village, and yet he still comes to visit us. Naruto quickly explained, not at all. You've been taken care of for so long. I should have visited sooner. I will always remember your kindness. And Sakura, and Sakura's mother, seeing Naruto's embarrassment, felt a great fondness for the young man. She could tell that Naruto cared deeply for her daughter, but as parents who supported freedom and love, they still had to respect Sakura's own wishes. What are you talking about? Sakura said, turning her head away, avoiding Naruto's gaze. Sakura's father. Oh, if you're so grateful, Naruto, then join me in drinking until we drop. To Sakura's father's suggestion, Naruto immediately and boldly took off his jacket, revealing the t-shirt Sakura had given him. Oh, until we drop. Honey, drink less. Don't corrupt Naruto, Sakura's mother kindly reminded him, knowing that her husband became increasingly erratic as he drank. And Naruto was an honest child who didn't know how to refuse. Sure enough, Naruto ended up completely drunk, unable to go home. Sakura's mother reluctantly let Naruto sleep in Sakura's room, with Sakura sleeping with her. As for Sakura's father, he was banished to the guest room. Sakura struggled to drag Naruto into her room, where he was already incoherent, spouting nonsense. Hick, Sakura, you know I like you. You have to seize the opportunity. There are many girls chasing after me. Sakura was immediately displeased, but knowing that Naruto was drunk, she forced a smile and asked, Oh? Who's chasing after you? Pursuers of mine. I shall not disclose. The inebriated Naruto has inflated to an unimaginable degree. I suspect you are merely feigning drunkenness. Sakura, exasperated to the brink, relinquished her grip, and Naruto, limp and soft, collapsed onto the ground, audibly snoring while clutching her leg. How infuriating, always taking advantage of me. Concerned that Sakura's mother might overhear, she dared not make excessive noise. Instead, she slipped off her slippers and lightly pressed her petite foot against Naruto's face twice. He remains utterly motionless. It seems he is indeed fast asleep. This sensation, surprisingly pleasant, makes one wonder if Naruto would be angered were he to awaken and discover. After all, he is blissfully unaware in his slumber. Sakura indulged in the moment a while longer, relishing the sight of Naruto's face contorting into various shapes, until her conscience pricked her, leading her to hastily toss him onto the bed. After removing his shoes and tucking him in, she swiftly departed. Chapter 83. Accompanying you. One last time the following day, Naruto slept in until nearly noon. Perhaps it was due to having drunk too much the previous night, but he felt a slight ache in his face. He resolved to exercise restraint next time. As he opened the window to breathe in the fresh air, everything seemed to be progressing towards a brighter future. Suddenly, something nearby caught his attention, an article of pink lingerie, adorned with a particularly cute design. It was unmistakably Sakura's room. Naruto truly had no improper thoughts. He vowed it, yet his gaze inexplicably lingered on that piece of clothing, unable to tear away. Just then, a stronger gust of wind swept through, causing the lingerie to slip from its clip and tumble to the ground. This simply wouldn't do. If it fell to the floor, it would surely become soiled. As he watched it descend, Naruto instinctively lunged forward, reaching out to catch it. Holding the delicate item in his hands, he swallowed hard. Forcing himself to regain his composure, determined not to engage in any disreputable behavior, he brought it to his nose and inhaled lightly, his face instantly flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. It had a fragrant scent, reminiscent of Sakura herself. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, concerned that Naruto might still be asleep. Sakura entered quietly, completely unaware of the scene unfolding before her. An awkward tableau emerged. Naruto knelt on the floor, reverently cradling the young woman's intimate apparel, while Sakura stood, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, both of them at a loss for words. Time seemed to freeze. After a few moments, Sakura, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, Naruto, I never imagined you had such a peculiar preference. Naruto waved his hands frantically, eager to clarify. Sakura, please listen. It's not what you think. He felt compelled to explain. If others discovered this, his reputation would be utterly destroyed, leaving him utterly humiliated. Why not just admit it freely if you like it? Being coy isn't your style, Sakura retorted, hands on her hips, expressing her displeasure. She could tolerate a minor quirk, but she detested dishonesty. Did it mean she lacked charm? Meanwhile, Sakura's mother, hearing the commotion from her daughter's room, hurried over without even removing her apron, anxious to prevent any quarrel between the two. The ensuing scene elicited an unexpected reaction from her, as Sakura perched with one foot on Naruto's thigh, scrutinizing him from above, while Naruto knelt like a wounded child, trying to defend himself, still holding. Oh my, today's youth truly have wild tastes. It's astonishing, she thought, incredulous at Naruto's demeanor. How could you be such a Naruto? Sakura, do not bully Naruto. After an exhausting day, Sakura's mother weighed her options and decided to offer both Naruto and Sakura a gentle lesson on proper perspectives in love. She advised Naruto to embrace love with a positive and healthy mindset, emphasizing equality in relationships and encouraging him not to feel inferior due to his peculiarities, while also cautioning against excessive indulgence. Simultaneously, she urged Sakura to treat Naruto kindly, advising her against resorting to violence and not to belittle him for his unique preferences. For he was a remarkable boy, flaws notwithstanding. Naruto, determined not to let Sakura feel wronged, took full responsibility for the incident, leaving Sakura touched, though her mother regarded him with an odd expression. Not daring to linger for lunch, Naruto hastily excused himself, departing with a heavy heart. Observing his retreat, Sakura initially stifled a giggle, but when her mother's inquisitive gaze fell upon her, she panicked. Mom. Naruto reflected on his misfortune, having unwittingly made a fool of himself at Sakura's home. Thankfully, her father was not present. He resolved to return to his training. After all, strength was the foundation of everything. As he passed by Ichiraku Ramen, he noticed a shadowy figure lurking behind a pole, observing him intently. Instantly, he recognized who it was. Hey, Hinata, why are you hiding? Hinata blushed as she stepped out shyly, her fingers fidgeting nervously as she spoke. Naruto, I came to find you about that, Naruto's mind raced, piecing together her intentions. He recalled the complimentary voucher Hinata had given him, and he had promised her to share a meal at Ichiraku. Feeling a pang of hunger himself, he decided to honor that promise. He produced the voucher and smiled. Is this what you meant? Shall we go eat together? Hinata nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable as she feared Naruto might change his mind. She had long awaited this opportunity. Her father had always cautioned her not to hope for too much. Merely seeing Naruto brought her joy. As they entered Ichiraku Ramen, the proprietor greeted them warmly. Well, the hero of Konoha returns. His smile deepened the creases on his face, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Haha, I'm hardly a hero. Uncle, please don't tease me. Naruto chuckled, scratching his head, secretly pleased with the compliment. Hinata whispered, Naruto, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order. She intended to convey that he could choose freely, as she had saved up quite a bit of money, but she feared he might misconstrue her intentions as boastful. Oh, then I want tea hold back. Naruto ordered a few small dishes, then turned to Hinata. And what about you? What would you like? Anything you choose is fine. Hinata replied, her heart fluttering at the thought that Naruto was concerned about her. After enjoying their meal, the sun began to set, casting shadows around them. They walked in silence, each waiting for the other to speak. Hinata gazed down, her fingers nervously fidgeting, wishing to hear Naruto say, I'll walk you home, to which she would instantly agree. Unfortunately, Naruto remained silent. He understood her feelings. Hinata was a wonderful girl, but the more he acknowledged that, the more he felt he could not give her any false hope. Prolonging such matters only led to heartache. Eventually, it was Hinata who broke the silence, her voice trembling. Well, I'll be going now, Naruto. Please get some rest. Yeah, you too. Goodbye. Goodbye. Watching Hinata retreat hurriedly, Naruto sighed deeply. Perhaps he would accompany her one last time, burying all their past moments beneath this night. Chapter 84. Drawing a conclusion, though it was merely early summer. Hinata felt a chill enveloping her limbs, the air itself imbued with an unsettling coldness. Was her presence merely a source of trouble for Naruto? Hey, Hinata, wait for me. A voice called out from behind the young girl. Huh, Naruto's voice? Hinata swiftly turned around to find Naruto approaching her, 2 cups of milk tea in hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, Had he not been carrying anything, she might have instinctively opened her arms for an embrace. Thankfully, she refrained from doing so. And Naruto, didn't you go home? Oh, I was worried about you returning alone. Let me walk you home, Naruto explained. Despite Hinata being a mere genin, she was more than capable of handling any ruffians, and the notion of danger seemed far-fetched. Are you unwilling? As Naruto's gaze met hers, Hinata's face turned even redder, and she nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. I'm willing, yes, willing. As they strolled along the narrow path, Naruto felt a surge of nostalgia. This was not the first time he had escorted Hinata home. He recalled a time from their childhood. Holding the milk tea, Hinata stole glances at Naruto, warmth radiating through her. The tea was sweet, but her heart felt even sweeter. Even if Naruto did not harbor feelings for her and was preoccupied with someone else, she was content with these fleeting moments of companionship. Noticing the increased bandages on Hinata's hands, Naruto couldn't help but voice his concern. Training should be moderated. You're a girl. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Embarrassed, Hinata retracted her hands slightly and confessed, seeing you work so hard, I too wish to grow stronger and earn your acknowledgement. Naruto chuckled, his laughter bright and heartwarming. If your sole motivation for striving is to gain my recognition, then I can assure you, I have acknowledged you long ago. Really? Long ago, acknowledged? Hinata asked incredulously. Indeed, Naruto affirmed with a nod. You have always been a kind-hearted person, treating others with kindness and never engaging in conflict. There are many in this world who wield great power, but use it for malevolent purposes, causing calamity instead. However, I believe you will never become such a person. Thank you, Naruto. Actually, Hinata gazed intently at him, resolved to voice her feelings openly. Yet, just as she was about to speak, Naruto interrupted. To grow strong is to protect the ones you cherish. For me, that person is Sakura. That thought drives me to continuously improve. One day, you too will encounter someone worth protecting. Ha ha. You're right, Naruto. As Hinata looked at his radiant smile, she longed to return it, yet the smile eluded her. Naruto had finally spoken his true feelings. Perhaps this was their last walk together. The path to the Hyuga residence felt long, yet in Hinata's heart, it seemed all too brief. If only it could stretch on forever, allowing her to remain by Naruto's side. Lost in her thoughts, she forced herself to disregard Naruto's previous words, savoring this ephemeral tenderness until she spotted her father, Hiashi, with a stern expression. Father? What are you doing here? Hinata was not naive. She had intended to bid farewell to Naruto just before reaching home, never expecting her father to be waiting along the way. Hiashi ignored Hinata and fixed his piercing gaze on Naruto. The latter felt a shiver down his spine, instinctively lowering his head. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he had done nothing wrong. You're not Sakura's father, so why act so imposing? With this thought, Naruto raised his head defiantly, meeting Hayashi's glare. The elder's irritation flared as he realized Naruto was not backing down, wishing he could teach the boy a lesson. Particularly vexing was Naruto's flamboyant new hairstyle. Reminiscent of a pompous merchant, a young man who had strayed from the right path, a quintessential scoundrel. However, recalling Naruto's battle with Orochimaru, Hiashi knew it was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation. He reluctantly refrained from acting, having witnessed that conflict firsthand. Come home with me, Hiashi declared curtly before striding away. Hinata dared not defy her father's will, too apprehensive to utter a word. She could only wave a timid goodbye to Naruto as she followed her father. Sighing, Naruto lamented that had circumstances been different, the girl before him might have been his future wife. The thought of her marrying another man and bearing his children pierced his heart unexpectedly. Yet, he had chosen Sakura, and he could not bring himself to hurt her or anyone else. It was better to endure short-lived pain than prolonged suffering. It was time to let go. Within a room of the Hyuga household, Hinata faced her father's interrogation. Why were you with him again? Did we not agree last time? Why don't you listen? Where is your bodyguard? I told you not to associate with him. Starting tomorrow, I will assign Taki as your bodyguard during your time in the village. You are forbidden to see that boy again. Though Hiashi was strict with Hinata, he was her father, unwilling to truly punish his daughter. He merely sought to dissuade her from further contact with Naruto, worried about the boy's status as a Jinchuriki and the fate of such individuals. Moreover, he could not bear to see his daughter pursue someone who did not return her affections. I will not. Hinata's voice was soft yet resolute. Hiashi stared at her in astonishment. Was this truly his gentle, obedient daughter? Was she defying him for the sake of that boy named Naruto? Infuriated by the thought, Hayashi bellowed, "From this moment on, you are not to leave the Hyuga estate even a step. I will personally explain to Karinai, as the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Your behavior must adhere to our rules. If you wish to rebel, then you must possess the strength and capability to do so. Only when you can defeat Taki will you regain your freedom, and I will no longer interfere." "Yes," a young female ninja responded. Taki was a distinguished jounin of the Hyuga clan, having received an invitation to join the Umbu but declined in service to his family, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to the main branch. If Taki were to guard Hinata, she would find herself unable to leave unless she could surpass him in strength. Regardless of her status as the main house's daughter, Hinata's fists clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palms as tears streamed down her cheeks. Not only was her father forbidding her from seeing Naruto, but now he intended to confine her? The thought of never seeing that boy again filled her with a sense of injustice and resentment. If Naruto were in this situation, he would surely resist. After all, he possesses such formidable strength. On this day, Hinata came to a profound realization. Regardless of one's status, lacking strength rendered one inconsequential. Chapter 85. The terrifying nature of women. The return of Tsunade restored the normal functioning of Konoha. Not only did the ninjas find a sense of stability, but Tsunade also healed numerous patients, including Kakashi and Lee, who had been diagnosed with severe injuries. While Kakashi's condition was manageable, Lee had been deemed unable to continue as a ninja. Remarkably, under Tsunade's care, he was revitalized and full of life once again. Beyond Tsunade's appointment as the 5th Hokage, another noteworthy event was her decision to take on a disciple. Tsunade surprisingly chose Sakura, hailing from a civilian family, as her pupil. This left many pondering the connection between Sakura and Tsunade. In truth, Sakura was quite well known in Konoha for 3 main reasons. She was Kakashi's student, Naruto's companion, and Sasuke's teammate. Coming from an ordinary ninja family, she did not possess any extraordinary talent or remarkable achievements. Why, then, would Lady Tsunade choose her? It was perhaps inconceivable to many, but the primary reason for Tsunade's decision was Naruto. Due to a sense of affinity, Tsunade became particularly interested in Sakura after hearing about her from Jiraiya. She hoped that Sakura could become an asset to Naruto in the future rather than a burden. Moreover, Sakura's temperament bore a resemblance to Tsunade's own youth, making the choice seem almost perfect. The only shortcoming one could point out was that she lacked Tsunade's innate beauty. On this day, Team 7 gathered once more in the Hokage office, as Tsunade was set to assign them a special mission. Noticing Kakashi's absence, Sakura murmured, "Kakashi-sensei, hasn't he run into a cat again, has he?" "Perhaps he is helping an old lady cross the street," Ino chimed in. The members of Team 7 were considerate towards her, alleviating her pressure, and Ino gradually became more cheerful. At that moment, Tsunade entered, accompanied by Shizune. "You needn't wait. Kakashi, as an elite J-nin, is often occupied with handling troublesome matters. Therefore, this mission will be entrusted to the 4 of you." Naruto urged, "Let us get on with the mission, Granny Tsunade." "Don't call me Granny," Tsunade retorted with an eye roll. This mission was classified as B rank, requiring the protection of an individual. However, unforeseen circumstances could escalate it to A rank at any moment, so they needed to be mentally prepared. "Who are we protecting?" Ino inquired at an opportune moment. Tsunade hesitated. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. Near our tea country, there is a ceremonial event held every 4 years at the Jita Shrine, and your task is to protect one of the competitors in the ceremony." The messengers had been attacked by assassins sent by rivals before reaching Konoha, so this mission would not be straightforward. Sakura became increasingly confused, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Assassins? I still don't quite understand what is going on." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "Forget the details. Once you arrive in the tea country, ask Elder Jiro about it. Naruto knows him." Noticing the trio's gaze on him, Naruto nodded. "Ah, he is an acquaintance of Granny Tsunade." Jiro was someone Naruto and the others had encountered in a hot spring town during their return journey. An old friend of Tsunade with a deep bond, hence her special consideration. "Anyway, the situation is urgent. You must reach the tea country by the end of today. Off you go." The 4 hurriedly set off and finally arrived within the borders of the tea country by afternoon, with their destination not far away. Naruto patted his stomach and asked Sakura, "Sakura, are you hungry?" Sakura shook her head. "Then are you thirsty? Would you like something to drink?" Sakura hesitated momentarily. "Well, now that you mention it, I suppose I am a bit thirsty." "Oh, there is a little shop over there. let us take a break. Alright. Let us follow Sakura's lead. Naruto agreed without considering the thoughts of the other two. Ino watched Naruto's attentive demeanor towards Sakura with a tinge of envy, wishing Sasuke would treat her similarly. Stealing a glance at Sasuke, she found him looking at her expressionlessly, causing her to nervously stick out her tongue and abandon her previous thoughts. However, upon seeing the couple rings on her finger that matched Sasuke's, she felt joy once more. Inside the shop, they ordered some food and red bean soup. As they chatted, a boy wearing a conical hat approached them. He casually leaned on their table, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Such beautiful weather, yet here you are leisurely sipping red bean soup. Konoha ninjas truly have an easy job, don't they? It seems peace has made you all a bit foolish. The group continued their conversation, completely unbothered by his presence, as they did not recognize him. Wasn't he just stirring up trouble for no reason? Naruto, however, recognized him as Senju Ibiki's younger brother, Senju Ida, who had once been a genin in Konoha. A few years prior, he had committed a crime in Konoha and, unable to face his shame, had wandered to the tea country. There, he was taken in by Elder Jiro, whose trust he earned, and had been serving him ever since. Although Senju Ida was a few years older than them, he was still a child at heart, with a weak disposition prone to giving up easily. He had been avoiding Konoha, putting on a facade of disdain for its ninjas. But this was merely an escape from his feelings of guilt towards his brother and village. As for how he viewed Naruto and the others, he lacked the courage to confront them directly. He simply wanted to cause a little mischief. Noticing the unfriendly expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, Senju Ida chose to ignore them and instead leaned closer to Sakura and Ino. I didn't expect to meet two such lovely young ladies. I retract my earlier statement. I'm Senju Ida. May I ask your names? It seems fate has brought us together, and I'd like to discuss the future with you. Sakura was taken aback, murmuring, the future? Senju Ida smirked. Forget being a ninja, become my bride. Though he directed his comment at Sakura, he threw a flirtatious glance at Ino. Under normal circumstances, such banter might have gone unpunished, especially given his good looks, but he had clearly chosen the wrong time. Sakura, currently infatuated with Naruto and just appointed as Tsunade's disciple, was not inclined to let a mere rogue take liberties with her. Pervert. While Senju Ida was still smiling, a sudden slap caught him off guard, distorting his face as he spun around in shock. Sakura had just awakened her immense strength and was ready to strike Senju Ida, who was utterly defenseless against her assault. Meanwhile, Ino, who had initially appeared demure, sprang into action the moment she saw Sakura's aggression. She kicked Senju Ida hard in the rear, causing him to stumble. Ino regarded Sakura not just as a friend but as family, and if Sakura was fighting, she felt compelled to support her. The two girls unleashed a flurry of blows on Senju Ida, muttering angrily, I'll make you pay. Scoundrel. Shameless. This is what you get for bullying girls. Chapter 86. Sasuke's intent to kill enough. Please stop it. Naruto averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Sakura was one thing, but even the usually demure Karin was displaying such a side. Women are terrifying, he mused. Sasuke stared at the ceiling, his expression unchanging, though he subtly shifted his position, perhaps from sitting for too long. The two women, while not using their full strength, had still left Ida Marino battered and bruised, his handsome face a disfigured mess. That's a lesson for you. See if you dare harass women again, Sakura scolded. Ida dared not utter a word, lest he suffer another beating. He had considered resisting, but he was no match for them. These girls were anything but typical. Only after retrieving their belongings and reaching the doorway did he dare to retort, You haven't seen the last of me. He then fled without looking back. The disruption soured everyone's mood, and they soon decided to leave. Sakura took out her purse to pay the bill. It should be 280 Ryo, right, Granny? Huh. No. It's 450 Ryo, the old woman said, fearing Sakura was trying to cheat her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Oh, please don't cry. 450 Ryo it is, Sakura conceded, despite her reservations about the price. Seeing the old woman's distress, she couldn't bear to argue and paid the amount. But I checked the bill earlier, and it should only be 280 Ryo for the four of us. Did you perhaps make a mistake? Relieved to have received the money, the old woman explained, Oh, that young man from earlier said he was with you. The group arrived at the Wasabi household before nightfall and met their client, Wasabi Jirocho. Jirocho? It's been a while, Naruto greeted familiarly, having met him before. However, Naruto's short stature made him appear somewhat precocious. Jirocho chuckled. Haha, Naruto, you're as cheerful as ever. A boy should be spirited. Sasuke interjected, "All right, enough pleasantries. Let's get down to business." His time was precious, and he didn't want to waste it on idle chatter. Jirocho proceeded to explain the situation. The town of Wasabi Port had a tradition of, but this quadrennial event had taken on a new meaning decades ago. The two major families in Wasabi Port, the Wasabi and the families, engaged in bloody, ruthless conflicts for control of the town, harming many civilians. Eventually, under the daimyo's mediation, they agreed to settle the matter with a race to determine control of the town for the next 4 years. Sakura inquired, "So, the race isn't just a festival, but a contest for control of the town?" Jirocho sighed. "I'm ashamed to admit it, but that's the reality. The other side hired ninja 4 years ago, and we've heard they plan to do the same this time. My men sent word to Konoha for assistance, but they were ambushed on the way." He pleaded, "Please, you must help the Wasabi family win the race." In his urgency, Jirocho even knelt before them, showing no condescension despite their youth, as they had been sent by Tsunade and thus were unlikely to deceive him. Naruto puffed out his chest. "Leave it to us, Jirocho. We'll take care of it." Karin reminded him, "Shouldn't we also know who we're supposed to protect?" "Excellent, you've agreed," Jirocho exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Come in, Idate." Aside from Naruto, who already knew, Idate Marino and the others were taken aback. The violent girl? The lecherous scoundrel? The next day, Idate reluctantly led them around town, following Jirocho's orders. Naruto found the whole situation ridiculous. Idate, having committed a grave error in Konoha and lost face, had hidden here, feigning disdain for Konoha ninja. Sakura entered a trinket shop and noticed the miniature summoning animal models. She felt a pang of nostalgia and considered buying some for her friends, but the prices deterred her. Such a small thing costs 300 ryo. The shopkeeper apologized. "I'm sorry, is it too expensive? I don't want to sell them at such a high price." But the current leader is from the family. Before she could finish, a loud crash and screams erupted outside. The group rushed out to investigate and found a middle-aged man sitting on the ground, his face contorted in terror, begging for mercy. "Spare me, please." Standing before him were 3 burly men, their chests bare, clearly thugs, sneering at the man as if he were an insignificant insect. "Bastard, do you know who allows you to do business here? Do you want to oppose the family?" The man pleaded, "No, it's not that, but if I don't get paid. My family, and I need to live too." The 7th team frowned. From the brief exchange, they could gather that the family had hired the man but refused to pay him, instead sending thugs to intimidate him. "This is outrageous. Isn't the family the current authority in town? Heh, what an ignorant fool. We'll have to knock some sense into you," one of the thugs sneered, raising his fist to strike the man. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist. It was Sasuke. "What do you want?" The thug stammered, feeling the power in Sasuke's grip. Sasuke said coldly, "Leave now if you don't want to get hurt." Seeing that Sasuke was alone and just a teenager, the thugs attacked without hesitation. The result was predictable. The thugs were quickly beaten and fled, supporting each other as they ran. Before leaving, they shouted, "We're with the family. You'll regret this." Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The next moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Enough, Sasuke," Naruto said, shaking his head. He had clearly sensed a murderous intent in Sasuke's eyes. Since Sasuke's return, Naruto had felt that something was different about him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, it seemed that Sasuke's inner darkness had deepened. Before, he would have simply taught such people a lesson and ignored them, but today, Sasuke had actually intended to kill them. Sasuke replied curtly, shaking off Naruto's hand. Naruto's anxiety grew. He couldn't understand what was happening or why Sasuke had suddenly changed. Orochimaru was now a fugitive, and Sasuke hadn't been marked with a cursed seal. Could he still be headed down a dark path? Was this truly his destiny? Chapter 87. The visitor from the hidden rain. The sacrificial ceremony commenced as scheduled, with the Asuka family and the Hage family in attendance, including key figures from both clans. The Hage family sent Fuku of the Flying Lake House, while the Asuka family was represented by Morinai Ida. Within a single day, they had gleaned insight into the sentiments of this small town. It was evident that the populace harbored deep dissatisfaction with the exploitation by the Hage family, yet they lacked the courage to resist. They clearly reminisced about the days when the Asuka family held power. If the 7th squad had previously aided the Asuka family merely out of obligation, now they genuinely wished to assist them in achieving victory. However, Morinai Ida showed no inclination to wait for Naruto and his companions. From the very outset of the competition, he dashed forward, driven by an inherent mistrust of others, which ultimately led him to fall victim to a dual illusion. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention, grasping him by the scruff of his neck, Morinae Ida might have ventured to the cliff's edge to retrieve his brother's body. Subsequently, Morinae Ida proposed a shortcut, borrowing a boat under the Asuka family's name, and the five of them set sail across the sea. Green Aoi, a notorious rogue ninja from Konoha, not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also gained infamy for stealthily acquiring the seal book and the Raijin sword of the second Hokage. The unwitting subordinate who had been exploited in this scheme was none other than Morinae Ida, who bore the horrific scars inflicted by Green Aoi. Unlike others who had defected to become wandering ninjas, he had completely reinvented himself as a Nin of the Hidden Rain. At this moment, 3 Hidden Rain ninjas knelt before him. "We apologize, Lord Aoi. We cannot fulfill this mission." Green Aoi smiled, asking, "What is the reason?" The Hidden Rain ninjas replied earnestly, "The opponents are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Against such adversaries, we cannot guarantee our escape." Their fear lay primarily with Naruto, for the tale of his repulsion of Orochimaru had long spread throughout the ninja world. While some might doubt the veracity of this account, believing Kakashi to have played a greater role, those present had encountered the reality and could not deny Naruto's prowess. Should a confrontation ensue, they feared they might be permanently vanquished. "But you accepted the commission," Green Aoi remarked. The 3 Hidden Rain ninjas hastily produced money, extending it toward Green Aoi. "This sum is neither more nor less. We hope Lord Aoi can understand and seek other means." Resignation washed over Green Aoi as he sighed and accepted the bills. Before he could finish his thought, he flung his ninja tool umbrella into the air, releasing countless tiny poison needles that rained down, causing the 3 Hidden Rain ninjas to collapse in agony. Until their cries faded into silence, a sinister smile lingered on Green Aoi's face, a smile of slaughter. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, how fascinating. On the boat, the 7th squad remained vigilant, yet they encountered no hostile ninja attacks, prompting a sense of relief. Suddenly, another vessel approached rapidly, carrying a single figure adorned with the Hidden Rain forehead protector, exuding an unmistakable arrogance. It was none other than the former rogue ninja of Konoha, Green Aoi. Finally arrived. "Have you?" Sasuke intoned softly. Ever since his effortless defeat at Itachi's hands, he had been unable to quell his yearning for strength. The appearance of this mysterious figure was akin to placing an unattainable key before him. This insatiable thirst for power gradually morphed into anger, resentment, and murderous intent, seeking an outlet. Since he refrained from harming innocents, the Hidden Rain ninja before him became the perfect target for his release. "Kill him." Sasuke's eyes radiated unmasked killing intent, capturing Green Aoi's attention as he scrutinized Sasuke with keen interest. "I hear the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan is the most useless one. You must be that very Sasuke." "Ha ha ha ha," Sasuke laughed bitterly. "I hope your body can withstand as much as your tongue." The moment the 2 boats collided, Sasuke launched himself into action, engaging Green Aoi in combat. Simultaneously, a massive wave crashed against their vessel, causing it to rock violently, nearly throwing Morinae Ida into the sea, only for him to grasp Sakura's ankle just in time. As the wave receded, 4 identical figures of Green Aoi emerged on the boat, clashing with Naruto and the others. Shadow Clone. Naruto recognized the technique instantly, eager to gauge his opponent's strength. However, it was clear that the opponent's aim was not to confront them directly, but to damage the boat. Green Aoi threw several round objects, igniting the vessel in flames. Witnessing the chaos unfold, Morinae Ida felt a pang of doubt. Distrustful of the 7th squad, fearing betrayal, he glanced toward the nearby shore, hesitated, and leaped into the water. "Hey, Ida!" Kankuro exclaimed, startled that their mission target had fled. She intended to pursue him, but was forced to fend off Green Aoi's onslaught. Sakura's immense strength began to reveal itself as she punched one of the shadow clones away, as Naruto used a Rasengan to obliterate another clone. The boat finally succumbed to the damage, splintering apart. The group found themselves afloat, their skills in water survival honed through experience, rendering them unafraid even amidst the tumultuous sea. Yet as Naruto made contact with the water, it was as if he had lost all his abilities, bubbling and sinking helplessly. "Naruto!" 3 voices cried out simultaneously, disregarding the ever-watchful Green Aoi as they rushed to rescue Naruto. Green Aoi unfurled his ninja tool fan, releasing a flurry of fine needles mingled with the rain, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. Sasuke instinctively shielded the 2 girls, using kunai to block the needles, but the density of the barrage resulted in a wound across his cheek. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously. The weather at sea was notoriously fickle. Moments ago, the waters had been calm, but now dark clouds gathered, heralding an impending storm. Green Aoi abandoned his opportunity to ensnare the others, his focus fixated on Morinai Ida, concerned that any delay might allow him to escape. A reunion of masters and disciples must be quite intriguing, he mused. The three of them, battling against the tempest and the churning sea, exerted all their strength to pull Naruto ashore. Upon reaching land, they gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. They hastily pressed down on Naruto's chest and abdomen, expelling water from his lungs. Sakura noticed the wound on Sasuke's face and the pallor of his complexion, indicating signs of poisoning. Quickly, she retrieved a pill from her pack. Take this. It's an antidote that Lady Tsunade entrusted to me before we set out. Without hesitation, Sasuke swallowed the pill, and moments later, his appearance returned to normal, confirming the efficacy of Tsunade's antidote. Yet, concern lingered as they wondered why Naruto had yet to awaken. Chapter 88. The Kiss of a Century. Why hasn't Naruto woken up yet? Xianglin expressed her concerns, for Naruto was her only family in this world, the one who had forged her current happiness. Sasuke pressed on Naruto's chest a few more times, but this time no water flowed out. Instead, Naruto's complexion grew increasingly worse. What should we do? Xianglin, in desperation, pricked her finger, letting her blood flow into Naruto's mouth, yet it bore no effect. Sakura attempted to use healing techniques, but to no avail. Your blood can heal wounds, but Naruto is unable to breathe on his own, Sasuke reminded her, his mind racing. We need someone to perform artificial respiration. Xianglin, you should do it. You are his sister. In Sasuke's view, it was a perfectly reasonable request, as Xianglin shared blood ties with Naruto, making her the most suitable candidate for the task. No, please, let's have Sakura do it instead, Xianglin replied, terrified, for she wished to reserve her first kiss for Sasuke. Sakura, you take over. Sasuke turned to Sakura, who hesitated, feeling the weight of public scrutiny. Perhaps you should. Nonsense. What are you joking about? Sasuke interjected, his expression flustered. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, he had no intentions of pursuing women. But he certainly had no desire to engage with men in such a manner. The thought of giving Naruto artificial respiration was utterly unacceptable. Xianglin quickly pulled Sakura aside. Though she harbored feelings for Sasuke, Sakura was still her close friend. Sakura, you should perform artificial respiration on Naruto. Despite their friendship, under the pressure of Sasuke's lost first kiss, she chose to sacrifice her friend's first kiss for Naruto's sake. What are you saying? No way. Sakura blushed and rejected the idea, yet her resolve began to waver, for she held no aversion towards Naruto. While they had never engaged in overly intimate gestures, their physical closeness had been considerable. Hurry. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes for Naruto, Xianglin urged, her anxiety palpable. It's already been quite a while. You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you? Fine, fine, Sakura finally resolved, realizing that Naruto's life was far more precious than a first kiss. Well, I suppose it was bound to happen eventually. Naruto, this time I am making a significant sacrifice for you. As Sakura contemplated her noble image while saving Naruto, she turned around to witness an astonishing scene. Sasuke was pinching Naruto's nose, slowly closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, and leaning down to kiss him. They kissed. The air and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Oh my God. Both girls were utterly flabbergasted, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. What on earth was happening? Sasuke had lost his first kiss, and so had Naruto. In truth, Sasuke was left with no choice. If they continued to delay, Naruto's life could genuinely be at risk. Did he wish for this? He swore he only pressed his lips against Naruto's out of sheer necessity, suppressing a wave of nausea. Naruto felt he was suffocating. Was he going to die? The agony of not being able to breathe was overwhelming. Just as he was succumbing to despair, he felt his lips enveloped in warmth, rekindling his hope for life. Like a drifting boat finally reaching the shore, Naruto instinctively responded with a yearning embrace. All right, that should be enough, Sakura murmured, unable to contain her irritation at the prolonged kiss. She was exasperated. A boy who loved her had clumsily given his first kiss to someone else, albeit another boy. Perhaps hearing Sakura's mutterings, Sasuke hastily released Naruto and silently retreated to a corner, turning his back to everyone. After about half a minute, Naruto erupted in a violent cough before slowly opening his eyes. The first thing he saw was Sakura, her youthful and beautiful face etched with concern. Sakura, what happened? Where am I? You don't remember? You almost drowned, Sakura replied. But I thought you could swim, Naruto. As memories flooded back, Naruto recounted. I'm not sure what happened. The moment my feet hit the seawater, my chakra went haywire, and it felt as if I couldn't swim. My body sinking against my will. Thankfully, you were here. Whereas Sasuke? Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Sasuke, who had been leaning against the wall, trembled slightly. He had already faced a mental scar from Naruto's earlier antics, and was at a loss for how to confront the situation. You were in real danger this time. We tried everything, but it was only through artificial respiration that. Xianglin's words trailed off as she realized her slip, quickly covering her mouth. Sasuke, still facing away from everyone, shuddered again. Artificial respiration? Naruto recalled the sensation of darkness and looked at Xianglin's hesitant expression. Piecing together that the first person he had seen upon waking was Sakura, he felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. Grasping Sakura's hand, his gaze bore a depth of emotion that seemed capable of melting hearts. Sakura, thank you. If it weren't for your artificial respiration, I would have. In any case, since you gave me your first kiss, I will certainly take responsibility. Noticing a trace of saliva lingering on his lips, he recalled the blissful moments of disorientation, and he couldn't help but savor it. So this is what Sakura tastes like. It's indeed sweet. At this, Sakura completely lost her composure. Initially upset about Naruto losing his first kiss, hearing his words infuriated her further. Observing his lewd expression pushed her over the edge, and she swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Idiot. It was Sasuke who performed artificial respiration on you. The cruel truth struck Naruto like a thunderbolt, plunging him into despair. His first kiss had been stolen by that scoundrel Sasuke. Considering the saliva he had swallowed moments ago, it dawned on him that it might not have been his own, but rather Sasuke's, or perhaps even a mix of both. As this realization sank in, Naruto's face turned green, and he retched, unable to expel anything. Sasuke, how could you? He wanted to accuse Sasuke of being inhumane, to call him a scoundrel for taking advantage of him, but Sasuke had saved his life, leaving him speechless. Sasuke, trembling with frustration, finally turned around and roared, You think I wanted to? I did it to save you. Naruto had no rebuttal, feeling like a punching bag, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. He could only look at Sakura with a pitiful expression. Wah, I'm tainted. I'm no longer pure. Ultimately, Sakura couldn't bear it any longer and gently embraced Naruto's head, offering him continuous comfort. Chapter 89. The Sword of the Thunder God taking advantage of the chaos. Marino Edai fled alone, exerting every ounce of strength to drag his weary body ashore. He comforted himself, thinking that reaching this place should ensure his temporary safety. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from above. Long time no see, Edai. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Marino Edai shivered involuntarily. He was all too acquainted with it. Looking up at the visage he would remember even if reduced to ashes, it was Kiryu Aoi. The predicament Marino Edai found himself in was largely due to this person. It was Kiryu Aoi's subtle manipulations that led the naive Marino Edai to steal the Book of Seals and the Sword of the Thunder God, ultimately causing his elder brother, Ibiki, to endure inhumane interrogations and be condemned as a criminal of Konoha. You are. Marino Edai stammered. Kiryu Aoi replied with a mocking laugh. Ha. Have you forgotten your own teacher? Edai, doesn't Konoha advocate for respecting one's mentors? Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot you are no longer a Konoha ninja. Such a pitiable child. I distinctly taught you not to trust others. Yet here you are, proving to be a simpleton. You. Marino Edai felt an overwhelming urge to tear the other's mouth apart, yet his hand, feeling the dagger in his pocket, hesitated to move. This cowardice seemed to have become second nature to him over time. However, Kiryu Aoi had no intentions of sparing him. With a swift kick, she sent Marino Edai crashing to the ground. Of course, she did not use her full strength, as she wished for him to perish in despair and fear. As for Team 7, Kiryu Aoi dismissed them entirely. A few shadow clones had already disrupted their formation, and she still had her trump card. From beneath her black umbrella, a barrage of poison needles shot forth, piercing Marino Edai's body. Marino Edai cried out in agony. He could endure the pain of his flesh being pierced, but the immense suffering from the poison infiltrating his body was unbearable, gnawing at his nerves. Struggling to escape, his legs failed him, and he collapsed once more, dropping the dagger he had carried with him. Kiryu Aoi taunted, the poison has spread. Your legs can no longer move, and thus you cannot flee. Do you not feel the torment? When that pain consumes your entire being, you will reach another endpoint, another world. As she gazed disdainfully at the unassuming dagger on the ground, she prepared to crush it beneath her foot. What use is that pathetic dagger? A coward like you does not deserve to wield one. Seeing Kiryu always foot poised to stomp on the dagger, Marino Idai's eyes blazed crimson. This dagger held profound significance for him. Ever since he had betrayed Konoha and his brother, he had wandered aimlessly. In a robbery gone awry, he encountered Jiraiya, who, instead of punishing him, chose to trust and shelter him, entrusting him with the family's fate. Remove your filthy foot. Marino Idai found an unexpected surge of strength, pushing Kiryu always foot aside and lunging for her calf with the dagger. This time, he would not cower. This time, he chose to resist. Even if his strength paled in comparison to hers, Kiryu always effortlessly evaded Marino Idai's attack, kicking the dagger away with a click of her tongue. It appears you still do not comprehend your situation. You are no match for me. Flee quickly. If you cannot run, then crawl, coward. Marino Idai did not escape. He lay despondently on the ground, staring at the gloomy sky. Is this it? I'm sorry, boss. I could not uphold your trust. Seeing Marino Idai in such a state, Kiryu always lost interest in prolonging the game. Just as she prepared to end him, a kunai suddenly interrupted her action. Hey, it's not over yet. Don't give up so easily, Naruto said with a smile, reaching out a hand to Marino Idai as Team 7 arrived on the battlefield. Hesitating for a moment, Marino Idai extended his hand and allowed Naruto to pull him up. Kiryu oddly remarked, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you few defeated pawns. Instead of fleeing after gaining your lives back, you return seeking death. You truly are adorably foolish for the sake of your village. Kiryu always words dripped with disdain, particularly towards Naruto, who had almost drowned after their earlier encounter. How could such a lowly ninja be exalted in rumors across the nations? Naruto, perceiving the contempt in her gaze, was instantly infuriated, his fists cracking audibly. In dealing with a traitor like you, even if it were an accident to kill you, it wouldn't matter. So let me experience your skills once more. Just as Naruto prepared to strike, Sasuke stepped forward, his tone calm, yet resolute. Naruto, this battle is mine. Naruto, Sakura, and Karin exchanged glances, understanding Sasuke's character. Sometimes, he needed to be trusted. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Kiryu Aoi, chillingly declaring, do not underestimate the survivor of the Uchiha clan, or you will pay a bloody price. Kiryu always sneered. Very well, I shall show you just how weak you are. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Kiryu always hurled her ninja tool umbrella into the air, unleashing a torrential rain of tiny poison needles. Again with this trick, fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, channeling chakra into his throat and unleashing a torrent of flames, dense and overwhelming, incinerating the needles upon contact. Kiryu always eyes narrowed as she finally revealed her ace, the legendary weapon of the second Hokage, the sword of the Thunder God. A massive surge of lightning chakra erupted from the hilt, forming a golden sword over a meter long, slicing directly towards Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes remained locked on Kiryu always every movement, the inside of his Sharingan pushed to its limits. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. 5 miniature fire dragons erupted from his mouth, surging toward Kiryu always from 5 directions, effectively cutting off all avenues for her escape. However, as a renowned rogue ninja, Kiryu always was quick to act. In the nick of time, she utilized a substitution technique, her form flashing to strike at Sasuke from another angle. At the critical moment, Sasuke produced a kunai to defend himself, but how could a mere kunai withstand the power of lightning? In an instant, the kunai shattered, and Sasuke was cleaved in two. I did it. Kiryu always rejoiced inwardly. Shadow Clone Technique. You are not the only one who can use it. Chapter 90. Shattered Conviction. Green Aoki's sword cleaved through empty air as Sasuke materialized in another direction, a maelstrom of lightning coalescing in his palm. Chidori, he roared. With a Herculean effort, Green Aoki contorted his body, his Thunder God sword colliding head-on with the Chidori. A tempest of yellow and blue lightning intertwined, yet ultimately, Green Aoki, wielding the Thunder God sword, gained the upper hand, repelling Sasuke with formidable force. Sasuke, propelled backward, retreated several meters, visibly winded. Green Aoki taunted. With the Thunder God's sword in my grasp, you are incapable of defeating me, you feeble scion of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke trembled with indignation. Was he, once again, to bring disgrace upon his clan due to his inadequacy? He vowed to obliterate the figure before him. The honor of the Uchiha would not be defiled. Channeling every iota of chakra into his palm, Sasuke amplified the tempestuous lightning energy to an unprecedented degree. He had honed the Chidori countless times, yet never had it attained such perfection. Every minute imperfection had been irrevocably rectified. His Sharingan blazed with intensity, a solitary tear of blood trickling from his left eye. "Perish!" he bellowed. "Let us ascertain who is truly the weaker." Sasuke's form hurtled forth like an arrow unleashed, his indomitable resolve propelling him toward Green Aoki. The Chidori's passage resembled the aurora borealis, illuminating the surrounding gloom. Locked in the Sharingan's unwavering gaze, Green Aoki found evasion impossible. With grim determination, he augmented the Thunder God sword once more, bracing for another cataclysmic collision with the Chidori. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Sasuke's Chidori, though formidable, was repelled, the surging lightning gradually dissipating. The Thunder God's sword, though its luminescence had waned, remained intact. Abruptly, the Thunder God's sword spawned several tendrils of golden light, ensnaring Sasuke. As he was subjected to the searing current, Sasuke emitted a piercing shriek, rendered helpless. "Ah!" Green Aoki proclaimed with haughty arrogance. "It appears the weaker one is, in fact, you." Sasuke. Naruto, unable to restrain himself any longer, intervened. A Rasengan, conjured instantaneously, severed the tendrils of light, catching Sasuke's plummeting form. "Hold fast, Sasuke," Naruto urged with concern. Sasuke's vision swam as he beheld Naruto's solicitous gaze, and then the spectacle of Sakura and Karin locked in combat with Green Aoki. "Disregard me. Hasten to their aid. That adversary is formidable." Naruto turned, only to be met with a scene that defied Sasuke's perception. Sakura, with a mighty heave, launched a devastating punch at Green Aoki, who narrowly evaded the blow, landing several meters away. Yet, despite missing her target, Sakura wore a self-assured smile. The ground where her fist had landed had been pulverized, creating a fissure that destabilized Green Aoki. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura unleashed another punch. Green Aoki, aghast, hastily began weaving hand seals. The girl's strength was terrifying. A direct hit would likely prove fatal. However, as Green Aoki prepared to complete the seal, golden chakra chains erupted, binding his hands. Adamantine sealing chains? The Uzumaki clan. Green Aoki's gaze ascended to the red-haired girl, the source of the adamantine sealing chains. Immobilized and facing Sakura's fist, Green Aoki could not evade. In a last-ditch effort, he managed to raise the Thunder God sword in defense. A cataclysmic impact pulverized the earth, shattering the Thunder God sword. Green Aoki was hurled through the air, embedding himself in a nearby rock formation. An eerie silence descended, broken only by Naruto's familiarity with Sakura's monstrous strength. The others were stunned. Seeing Green Aoki motionless, Karin inquired, "Is he deceased?" Suddenly, Green Aoki, his face streaked with blood, burst from the rubble and fled. Naruto, with blinding speed, intercepted him. The once imposing Green Aoki was now a tattered mess, devoid of his previous arrogance. "I relinquish this mission. I will no longer impede you. Permit me to depart." Naruto stated flatly, "Such pronouncements are best reserved for your return to Konoha." Green Aoki, his resolve faltering, wove a hand seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Green Aokis materialized, each indistinguishable from the other, scattering in various directions to sow confusion. But what ensued shattered Green Aoki's hopes. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of identical Narutos materialized, their icy gazes fixed on Green Aoki, sealing off every avenue of escape. You. Swiftly, Green Aoki was trussed up and deposited to the side, while Sakura administered the antidote to Idate Marino. Naruto declared, right then, with the potential threat neutralized, "You can race without apprehension, Idate. Get moving." Idate Marino lamented, "It is too late. Beginning now, I could never overtake my opponent. I have already lost." Naruto bristled. Even now, the man was contemplating surrender. "What nonsense!" Naruto exclaimed. "Having come this far, to surrender now is the ultimate failure. Irrespective of victory or defeat, by running to the very end, you have already achieved success. Have you forgotten your pledge to Elder Jirocho? Do you lack even the courage to persevere?" Idate Marino gazed at Naruto, recalling Jirocho, his brother, and his village. He rallied his spirit and, against all odds, achieved a miraculous victory. The Wasabi family secured the rights to govern the town. The traitor within their ranks was brought to justice, and Idate Marino conquered his shortcomings. Team 7 had not only fulfilled their mission, but had also apprehended the rogue ninja, Green Aoki, a cause for celebration. Yet, one individual remained disconsolate, Sasuke. Sasuke's heart was heavy with despondency. He had always possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities and talent, a conviction that fueled his desire for vengeance and sustained his will to live. But this recent debacle had utterly shattered his self-assurance, grinding it into dust. Green Aoki, whom he could not defeat, had been vanquished by the combined efforts of Sakura and Karin. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, the Thunder God's sword had already sustained irreparable damage, mere moments away from shattering. Had it broken, Sasuke might have vanquished Green Aoki then and there. Alas, there are no second chances. Since the days of the Ninja Academy, Sasuke had stood at the zenith of his peer group, until Naruto's sudden ascendance. Very well, Naruto was an exception. But why was it that even Sakura, whose training had been desultory, had surpassed him? She had always looked up to him. And now, Sakura had silently overtaken him. Was it merely due to her tutelage under the 5th Hokage that she had made such progress? Sasuke's conviction began to crumble, piece by piece. Could he truly achieve his vengeance on his own? He was afraid. He feared that even Karin might eventually surpass him, relegating him to the bottom of Team 7. Why? Naruto had garnered the favor of Jiraiya, and Sakura that of Tsunade. Why had he been denied such a privilege? Why? Chapter 91. Will you become a defector? Within the cabin of the returning ship, voices rose and fell in animated discussion regarding their recent mission. Yet, in the corner, Sasuke sat in sullen silence, his discontent palpable. It did not take long for his companions to notice his unusual demeanor. They wished to offer solace, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Naruto who broke the silence. Sasuke, if it weren't for the cracks you inflicted on the Thunder God's sword, defeating that guy wouldn't have been so easy. Sakura quickly chimed in. Indeed, Naruto is right. My punch against the Thunder God's sword barely met any resistance. Karin added, had you wielded the Thunder God's sword, Sasuke, you would have lost long before. In the end, he merely capitalized on the advantages of his weapon. Sasuke, however, mentally shut out their words, remaining resolutely silent. His conviction lay in ruins, giving way to profound self-doubt. Perhaps he was not as formidable as he had once believed. The so-called genius of the Uchiha clan was merely a consolation bestowed by others. Perhaps, as Ao mentioned, he, the last survivor of the Uchiha, was indeed the weakest. Once, the Uchiha clan basked in glory, but now his very existence brought shame to their name. How infuriating it was that he continued to inhabit this world. Why had he not perished alongside his parents? The one sent to escort them was Ibiki Marino, a master of reading emotions. If Naruto could perceive Sasuke's distress, there was no doubt that Ibiki could, too. Yet, he dismissed it as inconsequential. With only this solitary Uchiha remaining, he posed no significant threat to Konoha. It was a harsh truth, but a truth nonetheless. At that moment, a dissonant voice shattered the silence. How pitiful, little boy, you truly bring disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Or perhaps the strength of the Uchiha was merely this. It was Ao, displaying no awareness of his captive status. He recognized that as long as the Konoha children did not execute him immediately, his life was secure, buoyed by the secrets he held about Amigakure. His strength had granted him access to the upper echelons of Amigakure, and while he did not possess comprehensive knowledge of all their secrets, he could surmise a few. Beneath the facade of tranquility, Amigakure was brewing a vast scheme that would impact the entire shinobi world, making it imperative that someone like him not be captured by a foreign nation during this critical time. Konoha would not kill him before extracting the information they sought, and he believed Amigakure would soon come to his rescue. Konoha's fools, just wait. You have no idea how powerful Amigakure has become. What did you say? A captive ought to be aware of his station, Sasuke retorted coldly, devoid of any emotion. He could endure insults directed at himself, but to belittle his clan through his failures was intolerable. Though the Uchiha clan had long since faded into the annals of history, their legacy still brought him honor. Ao glanced at Sasuke with disdain, clicking his tongue. Yes, I am indeed captured, but unfortunately, this matter does not concern you, you Uchiha. Trash. Sasuke suddenly rose, his expression menacing as he approached Ao. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Ao remained unfazed, shifting his gaze to the imposing figure of Ibiki beside him. I truly don't believe it. What do you think, Ibiki? Ibiki inhaled deeply, positioning himself between Sasuke and Ao. Don't do anything reckless, kid. Sasuke's current state, neither human nor ghostly, was entirely due to Ao. Without Ao's influence, his brother would not have been driven to steal the sealing scroll and Thunder God's sword, nor would he have fled in guilt, forever unable to return as a shinobi. Truthfully, Ibiki yearned to end Ao's life right then and there, but before he did, he intended to repay Ao for all he had suffered tenfold. Yet, as a ninja, obeying orders was his duty. Everything had to proceed by the rules. He needed to bring Ao to Konoha to extract maximum value from him. Sasuke's beast-like gaze fixed upon Ibiki. Are you going to stop me? Ibiki found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He did not wish to intervene, but insisted. I hope you won't act impulsively. Killing a fugitive without upper-level approval would be tantamount to becoming a defector yourself. If you persist in this folly, I will stop you. In that instant, Sasuke felt as though the entire world was filled with malice toward him. They stood by as his clan was annihilated, allowing the murderer to roam free. And now even obstructing him from killing a defector? If the world was indeed rife with hostility, what did he have left to fear? With that thought, Sasuke acted swiftly, his hesitation evaporating. Yet as he drew a kunai, a firm grip seized his wrist, feeling the warmth emanating from the hand that restrained him. Sasuke did not need to turn to know who it was. A mournful laugh escaped him, echoing with despair, as he turned to face that familiar yet foreign visage. Naruto, from the moment you intervened, our bond was severed. Naruto's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as he spoke softly. Sasuke, I have but one question. Have you made your decision? Sasuke remained silent, but the determination in his eyes was unwavering, conveying his intent without words. Naruto sighed deeply, lamenting how things had spiraled to this point. Had he known earlier, he would have eliminated Ao without hesitation, preventing this entire mess. He understood Ao was a rogue from Amigakure, and his initial intention had been to spare Ao's life, hoping to glean further intelligence from him to better prepare against Amigakure. Yet now, it seemed he had no other options. He knew Sasuke's temperament all too well. The helplessness he felt in the face of Itachi had already pushed Sasuke to the precipice. If Sasuke did not receive their support in this matter, he risked plunging into darkness completely. Was Naruto truly prepared to kill Sasuke? The man who had once been stubborn yet soft-hearted, saving him from countless predicaments? Since fate had granted him a glimpse into the future, he would do everything in his power to prevent such an occurrence. If consequences were to be faced, he would shoulder them all himself. Ibiki, step aside, Naruto commanded, fixing his gaze upon Ibiki. Beads of sweat formed on Ibiki's forehead as he retorted angrily, Naruto Uzumaki. Do you realize what your words imply? Chapter 92. Naruto's resolution. Naruto Uzumaki. Do you comprehend the significance of your words? Do you also aspire to become a rogue ninja? Ibiki Marino's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Naruto. The youth before him was unlike Sasuke. Setting aside bloodline considerations, he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. How many lives had Konoha sacrificed in the past? Even the fourth Hokage and his wife had fallen, ultimately leading to the perfect sealing of the Nine Tails within Naruto. Not to mention, the power Naruto currently exhibited. If he were to stray from the path, it would not only rob Konoha of a formidable force, but could also render him a target for retaliation. A bead of sweat trickled down as even the seasoned Ibiki felt a wave of tension. His concern was not for his own safety, but for Konoha. Mishandling this situation could make him a sinner in the eyes of his village. As he wrestled with his doubts, Naruto had already bypassed him and stood directly before Aoi Kisaragi. Aoi's expression was one of sheer panic as he exclaimed, "What are you planning to do? I am a prisoner of war. Do not act recklessly." Ignoring Aoi's struggles, Naruto reached behind him, feeling around until he retrieved a kunai. No, no. As Naruto's kunai fell, no blood was shed. Instead, it severed the ropes binding Aoi. What do you mean by this? Aoi was bewildered. Not only did he fail to comprehend, but everyone present was equally perplexed. Why spare him and release him? In truth, Ibiki had overthought the situation. Naruto had never entertained thoughts of betraying Konoha. Never in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. If killing Aoi directly was not an option, allowing him to escape would provide an opportunity to eliminate him later. His choice stemmed solely from a desire to protect his comrades, unwilling to let Sasuke bow to fate. Moments later, realization seemed to dawn on Aoi, and he erupted in laughter. "Ha, do you think me a fool? You intend to let me go only to kill me later. Do you believe I would fall for such tricks?" The crowd was taken aback, surprised by Aoi's astuteness. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Aoi's form transformed into a puddle of water and slipped away. Relying on the assistance of the rain village seemed prudent, but if the angels abandoned him, he would be doomed. Ibiki would ensure his suffering. Moreover, those two young men had already displayed murderous intent. Remaining with them could lead to his demise. Opportunities were always in his own hands. Naruto, it's our turn. Let us go finish him off, Sasuke declared. Sakura, Kin, please keep Ibiki company for a while. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Aoi could not escape far. Humph, I don't need your help, Sasuke replied coolly, though a subtle smile graced his lips. The man before him had just pulled him back from the abyss. As Sasuke openly expressed his intent to eliminate Aoi, Ibiki instinctively moved to intervene but was restrained by Sakura and Kin. I am sorry, Ibiki, Sakura said apologetically. Kin added, I truly regret this, esteemed examiner. But we cannot allow you to go through. Despite the reckless actions of Naruto and Sasuke, the two girls immediately sided with their comrades. Sighing deeply, Ibiki observed the two girls' righteous demeanor and felt a headache coming on. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke returned to the ship's hold. Compared to the earlier frostiness, Sasuke's expression had noticeably softened, even displaying a hint of color, indicating he had released some of the pressure within. Aoi's fate was all too evident. Wow, that was quick, Ibiki teased. He was no longer worried about Naruto betraying Konoha, at least not at this moment. Otherwise, they could have simply killed Aoi instead of going through the trouble of releasing him. Indeed, Naruto nodded calmly, only to catch sight of Sakura and Kin leaning against the wall, exhausted and drenched in sweat, which startled him. What happened to you two? Sakura managed a weak smile. Do not worry, Naruto. Ibiki was lenient. She still felt a shiver at the memory of the interrogation room filled with instruments of torture, a place she never wished to recall. Kin, having endured less, fared slightly better, though her condition was still far from ideal. This was merely the aftermath of Ibiki's mercy. You have two commendable companions, Ibiki remarked. I will not conceal this incident. I will report it to the Hokage in its entirety. Naruto shrugged helplessly. The issue at hand was that while Sasuke was justified in eliminating the rogue ninja, he would be penalized for letting Aoi escape. However, the punishment should not be severe. After all, he had rendered significant service to Konoha, and the current Hokage was Tsunade. She had not only bestowed upon him relics of the first Hokage, but had also shown him kindness. Surely she would be lenient. Furthermore, the perverted sage would not stand idly by. Sakura, noticing Naruto's troubled expression, comforted him. Do not worry, Naruto. I will speak to Lady Tsunade on your behalf when we return. I am certain she will not make things difficult for you. Deeply touched by Sakura's words, Naruto felt a swell of gratitude. Thus, on the day of their return, Naruto found himself imprisoned in Konoha's jail. His hands and feet were bound by specially designed shackles, confined within a space of less than 10 square meters, surrounded by darkness. With only a sliver of light filtering through the iron bars. Hours passed without a single visitor since his incarceration. Anxiety gnawed at Naruto. Had they forgotten him? Hey, I'm hungry. Is anyone there? Talk to me, please. What am I supposed to do about the restroom? A wave of urgency struck him, and he squirmed restlessly. He could barely manage to remove his pants. If they did not release him soon, he would be in dire straits. Just as Naruto approached the brink of despair, he heard the iron door creak open, followed by the sound of high heels clacking on the floor. Looking up, he was met with the sight of a pair of exquisitely delicate feet in high heels, the toenails painted a deep burgundy, alluringly stirring desires within him, making it difficult to look away. Few Konoha ninjas don high heels. Lady Tsunade, have you come to set me free? Naruto exclaimed with delight. Chapter 93. Shimura Danzo, let me out, Tsunade. Naruto cried out, struggling as he felt an overwhelming urgency. Tsunade retorted, what are you shouting about? Don't you realize the trouble you've caused? It was then that Naruto noticed the ominous, glistening whip in her hand. Goodness, what was she planning? The whip sliced through the air, striking the iron bars with a sharp crack. Instinctively, Naruto recoiled, only to find himself in greater discomfort. Tsunade had no intention of actually striking him. She merely aimed to instill some fear after Naruto's reckless act of freeing a rogue ninja in front of his peers. Seeing the distress on Naruto's face, Tsunade couldn't help but inquire, what's wrong with you? Trembling, Naruto stammered, I really need to go. Tsunade had initially considered teasing him, but her mood soured upon hearing his desperation. This is a period of confinement. Will you dare to do such a thing again? Just let me relieve myself, and I promise I'll come back. Naruto pleaded, on the verge of tears, his bladder under immense pressure. Despite her desire to teach Naruto a lesson, Tsunade could not bear the thought of him wetting himself. After all, he was a 13-year-old boy with a strong sense of pride. Flustered, Tsunade fumbled for her keys and hastily unlocked the shackles, only to find Naruto glaring at her. "What is the matter?" she asked, puzzled. "Turn around," he replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Tsunade immediately understood. He intended to take care of his business right there. She turned away, feigning indifference. With Tsunade's back turned, Naruto hastily unfastened his pants and relieved himself. "Ah," he sighed in relief, finally feeling comfortable. However, when he turned to face her again, he was startled to find Tsunade staring at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "What? Were you watching?" he asked, bewildered. Tsunade didn't respond, but simply gestured with her finger, indicating a distance. "How disappointing, Naruto," she remarked. "What do you mean? It's not like that," he retorted. "With today's advanced medical conditions, rest assured, for your future happiness, I will arrange for your treatment." "Enough. I don't need any treatment," Naruto shot back. Their conversation was brief, and soon they left the confinement room, as the enclosed space was filled with an unpleasant odor. Tsunade solemnly warned Naruto not to repeat such behavior, otherwise, no one would care even if he wet himself next time. "Stop, stop, stop. I get it, Tsunade. Please give me a little dignity," he pleaded, spotting Sakura and others waiting outside. "Humph, Sakura, Ino, Kakashi-sensei, you all came to get me?" Naruto rushed forward to greet them. "And Naruto." Sakura hesitated, her words caught in her throat. "I can't believe your courage has grown so much in such a short time, even spending time in the confinement room. Truly, a prodigy of the new generation of Konoha," Kakashi teased mercilessly. "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? Where's Sasuke?" Naruto asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Ino, looking downcast, replied, "This morning, Sasuke broke into the Konoha prison to see you and was taken away. Tsunade-sama said he would be confined for 3 days. Naruto felt a mix of emotions. Having just been released, he found it absurd that Sasuke was now in confinement. In the afternoon, Team 7 began another tedious mission, assisting an old man with fishing. Naruto donned only his shorts, wading through the river, while Sakura and Ino splashed in the water, giggling and enjoying themselves. Unable to hold back, Naruto complained, "Hey, why is it only me working? Is this fair?" Sakura, feeling a tad guilty, explained awkwardly, "Well, you're the only boy here, Naruto." "Right, Naruto. Don't you wish we could help you?" Ino teased, her confidence growing from their time together, no longer the shy girl who addressed him with formality. Naruto fell silent, conceding that having Sakura around was sufficient. After all, he was a boy. 3 days later, when Sasuke emerged from confinement, he requested time off from Kakashi, citing the need to calm his emotions. Dismissing Naruto's invitation to celebrate and declining Ino's offer to train together. The time spent in confinement had allowed him to contemplate many issues, and he intended to seek out the old man to inquire about acquiring the strength he desired. He was unperturbed by the thought of the old man not seeking him out. If the old man wished to sever ties, he would not have appeared before him in the first place. Sasuke resolved to assess what the old man could offer. If it proved unhelpful, he would gamble his life in pursuit of strength. Each morning, he awaited alone in the training grounds, but as the sun set, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the old man. After several days of this routine, Sasuke had an epiphany and decided to wait in a secluded forest, distanced from Konoha, under the cover of night. As a breeze rustled through the trees, the old man's figure materialized before Sasuke once more, without any discernible movement, as if an invisible barrier had enveloped them, isolating the sounds of nature. Upon seeing the long-awaited figure, Sasuke calmly addressed him, "You've come. It seems you've been waiting for me." "Sasuke," the old man replied enigmatically. "Who are you? Can you grant me strength?" Sasuke pressed. The old man gazed intently at Sasuke and said, "My name is Shimura Danzo. I can offer you power, immense power, but what will you do for me in return?" "Immense power?" So it is true. Sasuke's typically icy demeanor softened slightly, his excitement bubbling beneath the surface. "How will you grant me this power? Do you possess the Uchiha technique scroll?" Danzo's expression remained inscrutable as he stated, "I can not only provide what you desire, but also teach you unparalleled jutsu. However, all of this depends on you. Speak, what are your conditions?" "I will agree to anything," Sasuke exclaimed, his voice imbued with eagerness. He craved this outcome, needing power without regard for the cost. Danzo looked up at the starlit sky, seemingly lost in thought, and remarked, "Do you know? This world is far from the tranquility you imagine. In this complex world, every individual experiences birth, conflict, and death." Chapter 94. A Disciple's Path. The current tranquility of Konoha was hard-earned, yet its benefactors extend far beyond the Hokage, the council, and the elders. Some have sacrificed their lives, even wagering their clan's destiny, becoming the unsung heroes behind the scenes. Danza's tone resonated with recollections of the past, a poignant quality that held a persuasive power. The phrase wagering their clan's destiny evoked the image of the Uchiha clan in Sasuke's mind, unnamed heroes in the shadows. The Uchiha, too, perhaps, though Dan's remained implicit. Sasuke discerned the underlying recruitment attempt, prompting him to voice his foremost question, "Why me?" Sasuke surmised that his talent and potential were the primary reasons. Dan's fixed his gaze upon Sasuke, his eyes profound. "Sasuke, I comprehend you. I have observed you assiduously. Despite the annihilation of your clan, leaving you as the sole survivor, you have remained resilient and independent, bereft of familial resources, lacking suitable secret techniques, and without a qualified mentor, you have nonetheless excelled, standing as a peerless figure among your generation, devoid of past, future, and emotion, dedicated solely to duty, concealed within the earth, supporting the great tree of Konoha in the shadows. Such is the purpose of Root. The Uchiha clan constitutes the true heroes of Konoha. For ages, your clan has executed the most perilous and arduous missions for the village, covertly safeguarding all of Konoha, even amidst the incomprehension of outsiders. Even I hold the Uchiha in high regard. Though a traitor like Itachi emerged, I maintain my faith in you, Sasuke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, are you willing to join Root? As a member of the Uchiha clan, are you willing to join Root?" Danza's words reverberated within Sasuke's mind, akin to a pebble dropped into a placid lake, igniting a fervent passion within him. The recognition of the Uchiha clan, in particular, shattered the last vestiges of Sasuke's reservations. To attain formidable strength, to exact vengeance, Sasuke was prepared to pay any price. He had contemplated various potential scenarios, such as the imposition of onerous demands or the request to defect from Konoha, but this response was unexpected. As Danza had suggested, this was merely an alternative means of aiding the village without resorting to defection, perhaps the optimal outcome. "Very well. Henceforth, you shall be my disciple." 3 years elapsed swiftly. Naruto and Sakura's rapport deepened, and their abilities improved noticeably through mutual encouragement. While Naruto had not yet achieved complete mastery as a Jinchuriki, he could harness a substantial portion of the Nine-Tails power. He had assimilated nearly all sealing techniques, save for those with excessively stringent requirements, such as the 8 gates. Inspired by Naruto's progress, Sakura's skills advanced rapidly. She inherited Tsunade's true teachings, achieving considerable proficiency in medical ninjutsu, and her immense strength rivaled her mentor's. Tsunade also recounted the legend of the Shikatsu forest sage techniques, which piqued Sakura's interest. However, due to the unknown risks and inherent dangers, Naruto vehemently forbade it. Sasuke and Karin were engrossed in enigmatic activities, rarely participating in missions. Nonetheless, their strength surged meteorically. Over the past 3 years, everyone had striven diligently. Lee, consistently regarding Naruto as his benchmark, remained unwavering in his efforts. The idiot duo, compelled by familial pressures, steadily progressed to near Jonin level. Introduced by Naruto, Tintin explored the scientific ninja tools of the Land of Snow, achieving a more comprehensive application of ninja tools. Kiba, embroiled in a romantic entanglement with a girl from a cat-loving clan, frequently endured his sister's reprimands. Neji proved to be the most remarkable. After studying Might Guy's Iron Fist style, Neji integrated it with the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist, defeating numerous Jonin within the clan. Arguably, only Might Guy could definitively surpass him in taijutsu within Konoha. The Hyuga clan was the scene of a recent, fierce confrontation. Unlike countless previous encounters, it was not the clan's heiress, Hinata, who lay prostrate, but rather Hyuga Taki, a formidable Jonin. Hinata's chest heaved, yet her face bore an expression of relief. After 3 years, she had finally accomplished her goal. During the past 3 years, although her father had not explicitly confined her to the residence as threatened, she was forbidden from venturing out whenever Naruto returned to the village. Moreover, Hyuga Taki covertly guarded her on every excursion. Like day and night, Her time and Naruto's never intersected. For 3 years, she had not seen Naruto. Time had not diminished her affection for the young man. Rather, it had intensified her longing. Countless nights, she had envisioned their reunion. Now, was it finally materializing? Father, I have done it. Please honor your promise. From today, I can meet Naruto. Hinata's words faltered as she noticed another jonin stepping forward at her father, Hyuga Hayashi's, behest. I apologize, my lady, the jonin said. What does this mean? Hinata gazed incredulously at her father, only to find him silently closing his eyes. Father, you promised me, Hinata implored, her voice trembling. Hyuga Hayashi remained silent for a long while before uttering, this is for your own good. Hinata was nearing despair. How many ninjas did the Hyuga clan possess? Was she to defeat them all, one by one? Why? Why must it be this way? She had done nothing, yet she was denied even a glimpse of him. It was a solemn promise, one she had striven toward for 3 years. Yet, her father had rescinded it, uttering merely, for your own good? In that moment, Hinata felt utterly weak, helpless, and pitiable. Would Naruto be concerned for her if he knew? Ultimately, it came down to this. Without power, words were meaningless. No one cared about her desires. To pursue what one loved, one must possess overwhelming strength, rendering others incapable of resistance. This time, Naruto approached Tsunade's office, directly requesting permission to travel to the Sand Village. Tsunade hesitated. You wish to go to the Sand Village? Yes, I have detected traces of Akatsuki. Which comrades do you wish to bring? Sakura, Shikamaru, Neji, they are all available. Very well, go, Tsunade assented, waving her hand in agreement. After 3 years, Naruto was no longer a mere boy. He had matured into a top-tier ninja capable of independently handling any situation. Perhaps even she and Jiraiya, united, could not defeat him. After a moment, Tsunade added, be careful. Naruto grinned, gesturing to the necklace adorning his chest. It will protect me. Granny Tsunade, I'm off. After 3 years, the plan to dismantle Akatsuki was about to commence. Chapter 95. The rescue of Gaara. On the 3rd day after Naruto left the village, Konoha received intelligence that Gaara, the Kazekage, had been abducted. This news stirred a frenzy, for Konoha had long been aware of Akatsuki's intentions to collect tailed beasts. Yet they had been uncertain of when the organization would strike or where they could be found. Despite 3 years passing without any significant actions from Akatsuki, the sudden capture of the Kazekage took everyone by surprise. Tsunade, overwhelmed with frustration, found the Elder Council unusually silent. Realizing that she could glean no useful information from them, she turned her thoughts to Naruto and his companions, who had ventured to Suna 3 days prior. Perhaps they might encounter Gaara. There was a glimmer of hope. Tsunade urgently dispatched Kakashi, along with Sasuke and Karin, to provide support. Although Sasuke and Karin had rarely participated in Team 7's missions lately, they readily agreed to assist when they learned of Naruto's peril. Thanks to Jiraiya's extensive intelligence network, Suna was aware of Akatsuki's plans to capture tailed beasts and had established a formidable defense. However, they had not anticipated that their security would be compromised from within. An insider, having been sealed by Scorpion, betrayed them the moment the seal was lifted, resulting in significant losses to their defenses and allowing the enemy to infiltrate the village with ease. A fierce battle erupted within Suna, where Gaara found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being captured. For the people of Suna, the state of the village was of little concern. Their primary dread was the fate of their Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage had fallen to assassination, as had the 4th. If the 5th were to meet a similar fate before the eyes of the world, the ensuing chaos in Suna would be unimaginable. Though he had missed Naruto's transformative influence 3 years prior, the passage of time had led to Gaara's rapid maturation. He began to realize that the world was not solely filled with malice. There were those who harbored goodwill toward him, which fueled his resolve to protect his village. Should this belief cost him dearly, and if no one intervened, he would ultimately perish at the hands of Akatsuki. Kankuro, deeply concerned for his brother, recklessly pursued Scorpion and Deidara through the desert. Hey, stop! Kankuro shouted, return Gaara to me. Scorpion instructed Deidara to go ahead and handle the situation. Understanding the urgency of extracting the tailed beast now that the Jinchuriki had been captured, don't you dare leave. Kankuro, emboldened by desperation, commanded his puppet, Crow, to confront Deidara, attempting to take on 2 foes alone. However, he soon realized his folly as Scorpion's tail ensnared Crow effortlessly. demonstrating an uncanny understanding of Kankuro's tactics and the weaknesses of his puppets. How could this be? As a puppeteer, Kankuro's confidence stemmed from his creations. Yet now they seemed powerless against Scorpion. Your puppets are merely toys from my childhood, Scorpion remarked coolly. Kankuro felt a cold sweat form. He recognized his slim chances of victory, but could not retreat. I must hold out until reinforcements arrive. With a resolve akin to facing certain death, Kankuro's determination appeared laughable to the onlookers. Deidara chuckled derisively. Then I'll be on my way. Enjoy your playtime with the little ones. Your skills are hardly a match for us. Indeed, while Akatsuki was few in number, each member possessed strength rivaling that of the legendary three ninjas. Kankuro's level of skill was insufficient against such formidable foes. As Deidara prepared to leave with Gaara, four figures emerged to block his path. All clad in white cloaks adorned with red patterns, reminiscent of fireworks heralding dawn. Leading the group was a golden-haired individual whose piercing gaze fixed upon Deidara. Team Kage, you are Naruto Uzumaki. Deidara recognized him instantly, not merely due to Akatsuki's intelligence, but also because of the notorious reputation Team Kage had garnered over the past year for dismantling various evil organizations. Unexpectedly running into you. I hear you've been searching for us. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deidara. We are an artistic collective, and art is an explosion. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, I see. A rogue ninja from the stone village, Deidara, right? How infuriating. Deidara exclaimed dramatically, his laughter bordering on tears. Fate has brought us together. I shall use your life to embellish my art. You three handle that short one. I'll take care of this blonde. With that, Naruto dashed forward like a specter, closing the distance to Deidara in an instant. Taken aback by Naruto's speed, Deidara hastily conjured clay clones and summoned a giant bird to create distance. However, Naruto seemed to anticipate Deidara's every move, evading each attack with ease. Damn it, look at this. Before Deidara could finish his thought, the giant bird beneath him was ensnared by golden chakra chains, which swiftly retracted, bringing Naruto before him. With a radiant smile, Naruto pressed his palm against Deidara's head and forcefully drove it into the ground. Boom. Chapter 96. The 100 Machines Performance amidst a swirling storm of sand. Deidara was swiftly struck down into the desert, leaving no trace behind. Naruto utilized his shadow clones to shield Gaara, retreating to a safe distance, before merging his form into the sand to pursue Deidara. Observing the group of children standing before him, Sasori scoffed disdainfully. It seems the situation has grown troublesome. I must now take this seriously. He cut to the chase, addressing the band of ruthless scoundrels. You shall pay for your heinous deeds. Enough with the nonsense. You wretched scum. Sakura retorted angrily, hurling a shuriken at Sasori. Although such an attack was insufficient to harm him, as he blocked it with his tail, Sakura seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch straight to his face. She had not forgotten that Akatsuki's target was Naruto, a matter that had weighed heavily on her heart over the years. Her relentless training was aimed at preventing this calamity. Only by utterly obliterating Akatsuki could she finally breathe easy. Though Sasori managed to deflect the blow, he was sent reeling backward, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of poison needles toward Sakura. She skillfully evaded the attack, having endured rigorous training over the years without faltering. Once he landed, Sasori had discarded his cloak and raised his left arm, from which a mechanized cannon emerged, brimming with a multitude of poison needles. Upon firing, the tubes would disperse in all directions, covering an extensive area and nearly sealing off all escape routes. At that moment, Neji stepped in front of Sakura. 8 trigrams revolving heaven, he declared, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Sasori murmured, the Hyuga clan of Konoha. Truly intriguing. I wonder what it would be like to turn the Byakugan wielders of the Hyuga clan into puppets. However, just as Sasori prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, he found himself immobilized, glancing down to see a shadow stretching from his body. What? Cherry blossom clash. Before he could ponder further, Sakura's fist was already hurtling towards him. Sasori's body, or rather, the puppet Rin, shattered under the force of her strike. Have I succeeded? Sakura rejoiced, only to witness a figure clad in a long robe emerge from the wreckage. The youthful face beneath the robe was strikingly handsome, yet bore an expression as cold as ice, akin to a mechanical being devoid of emotion, Sasori's true form. At that moment, the boy's palms revealed mechanical tubes, from which searing flames erupted. Sakura and Neji narrowly dodged the flames, Yet the once fist-sized fire had suddenly expanded tenfold, inflicting minor injuries upon them. He can manipulate the size of the flames with his chakra, Neji warned, activating his Byakugan to probe the chakra flow within Sasori, but to his dismay, he could discern nothing. How is this possible? I should be able to see the chakra of a living being, Neji thought, bewildered, unaware that Sasori had long since become a puppet. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this, as Shikamaru was struggling to fend off an assault from another puppet. In the instant Sasori abandoned Rin, a new puppet lunged at Shikamaru, its strength overwhelming him despite being merely a puppet. His kunai struck true but failed to inflict any damage. Moreover, this puppet could perform hand seals. What manner of monster is this? A torrent of iron sand surged forth, forming countless needles that rained down upon the trio, relentless and prolonged. Neji exerted all his strength to shield Sakura and Shikamaru, but after multiple uses of the revolving heaven, his chakra reserves were dwindling. This is magnetic release, Shikamaru exclaimed. Magnetic release? You mean? Sakura's heart raced as she began to piece together the truth. For those possessing magnetic release were exceedingly rare in the ninja world. Indeed, I suspect this is the third Kazekage, Shikamaru confirmed. The third Kazekage had gained fame for his magnetic release, earning the title of the strongest Kazekage in history. Yet, he had mysteriously vanished from Sunagakure over a decade ago, leaving no trace behind. It was a tragic and absurd fate that he had been transformed into a puppet by the very person before them. At this moment, Deidara found himself at a disadvantage, facing the imminent threat of being overwhelmed by Naruto. However, Sasori did not rush to his aid, instead commanding the third Kazekage to initiate the Iron Sand World technique. Suddenly, an oddly shaped blade sprang from the Kazekage's sleeve, slicing towards the trio with astonishing speed. Yet, one among them was faster still. Naruto, employing the triple Rashomon, barely managed to intercept the strike. It was Naruto who had intervened. Though he longed to swiftly dispose of Deidara, he could not forsake his comrades. Indeed, this was Sasori's strategy. Emotions were humanity's greatest weakness. Since Naruto cared for his friends, he would undoubtedly rush to their aid. Boom. Naruto accurately anticipated the Kazekage's position, delivering a well-timed kick that sent the third Kazekage flying. Fortunately, the opponent had summoned an iron sand barrier, mitigating the damage he sustained. Naruto was wise enough not to engage in a direct confrontation with weapons against an adversary wielding such formidable abilities. The Kazekage, empowered by the Iron Sand World technique, had significantly enhanced his attack speed and defense, even allowing him to soar within the confines of the barrier. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows numerous times, and Naruto's ninja tools had been rendered useless. In a moment of peril, Naruto struck the Kazekage aside, then set his sights on Sasori's true form. Sasori, sensing the impending threat, knew that close combat was not his forte as a puppet master. With Rin damaged, he summoned the Kazekage back to his side for protection. Simultaneously, hundreds of puppets clad in red robes emerged, each wielding a different weapon, creating an impressive display. Naruto inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. This was Sasori. A typical puppet master links chakra threads with his fingers to control his puppets, and managing 10 at once was already remarkable. Yet Sasori, utilizing his regenerative core, commanded hundreds of puppets with the finesse of limbs, single-handedly annihilating a nation, truly a revolutionary mastery of the art of puppetry. Indeed, aside from Deidara and Haiden, the members of Akatsuki were exceedingly formidable. Chapter 97. The true objective. Naruto did not perform any hand seals. 5 shadow clones had already manifested, defending against the onslaught of countless puppets, alleviating the pressure on Sakura and the others. It was not that Naruto could not create more shadow clones, but he had to consider the consumption of his chakra. After all, this adversary was extraordinary, each possessing their own trump card. Although Scorpion's puppets were not the most elite in individual combat, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Even with Kankuro's assistance, Naruto's side had only 5 individuals, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. Due to being constantly targeted by Naruto, Scorpion had maneuvered the third Kazekage puppet back to his side to prevent any sudden attacks. However, at the very moment the third Kazekage returned, Naruto's figure appeared simultaneously. The massive Rasengan was completed in an instant and hurled towards Scorpion. After risking a mark on the third Kazekage during their earlier skirmish, Naruto had been waiting for this opportunity, his gaze fixed on Scorpion merely to apply pressure, which indeed prompted Scorpion to summon the puppet back. Yet, the moment the Rasengan made contact with Scorpion, the latter's form disintegrated into sand, scattering with the wind. A sand clone? Naruto thought, startled. With the speed of the flying thunder god, it was difficult for the enemy to respond, especially since Scorpion was a master puppeteer. Naruto did not believe Scorpion could outpace him, and the only explanation for this outcome was that Scorpion had anticipated his attack. However, he had kept the flying thunder god as a trump card, seldom employing it in recent years. Only Team 7 and Yukino were aware of his mastery of the technique. Wait, there was another person, Orochimaru. But hadn't Orochimaru betrayed Akatsuki? Could it be that he had colluded with them again? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, reality offered Naruto little time for contemplation. From behind, the third Kazekage puppet unleashed numerous arms, binding Naruto's body, and razor-sharp spears fashioned from densely compressed sand and iron pierced through him. Simultaneously, a puppet crafted from explosive clay was hurled by Deidara, rapidly enlarging in midair. As it landed, a deafening explosion ensued, blanketing the area in a blinding white. What are you doing? Scorpion glared at Deidara, his eyes filled with confusion and irritation. His pride, the third Kazekage puppet, was now in tatters, its combat effectiveness severely diminished. This outcome occurred despite all defensive measures being employed. Otherwise, the puppet at the center of the blast would have been entirely obliterated. As for the hundreds of puppets, nearly all were either completely destroyed or severely damaged. Their repairability uncertain. Deidara sheepishly remarked, my apologies. Art can be quite intoxicating, but the results are rather impressive, aren't they? He was visibly sweating, indicating significant exertion had taken its toll. Their mission to capture the one-tailed Jinchuriki was indeed correct, but their paramount goal was to draw out Naruto. Naruto's actions and rapid growth posed a severe threat to Akatsuki's plans. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated to eliminate this greatest hindrance. Scorpion had not anticipated Deidara's reckless approach, launching a large-scale indiscriminate attack that included his puppets. Had it not been for Deidara's use of his flying technique to lift him into the air, Scorpion might have suspected that Deidara sought to eliminate him as well. Neji lay helpless on the ground, his hands bloodied. Repeatedly enduring the full force of the enemy's attacks had left him gravely injured, unable to shield his comrades any longer. Just before the explosion, Naruto had managed to distance himself and the others, prompting them to unleash various defensive techniques. Ultimately, Neji's heavenly spin barely mitigated the blast. Even so, in their attempt to protect the severely wounded Gaara, the group suffered varying degrees of collateral damage. Sakura coughed up blood and asked, Neji, Naruto, are you alright? Aside from the unconscious Gaara, Neji and Naruto appeared the worst off. Neji's hands were mangled and bloodied, on the brink of collapse, while Naruto had several sinister black spears protruding from his back, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Naruto forced a faint smile. I'm fine. Sakura, please treat Neji first. And Shikamaru, help me pull out these things from my back, quickly. In the end, I was still careless. Though his strength was formidable, he was not invincible. He could not simply crush any member of Akatsuki at will. He had overwhelmed Deidara but failed to do the same with Scorpion. In high-stakes battles, a single misstep could prove fatal. Neji, gritting his teeth against the agony in his hands, weakly suggested, treat Naruto first. I can no longer fight. The bond between men is peculiar. Aside from their shared missions, Naruto and Neji had not interacted frequently. Yet, if only one could survive, Neji wished for it to be Naruto, perhaps simply because of the recognition Naruto had once given him. Sakura, however, was unconcerned with Neji's thoughts. She resolutely followed Naruto's orders, employing healing jutsu to mend Neji's wounds. This was an act of unconditional trust, a tacit understanding forged over many shared experiences. Throughout the past 3 years, Naruto's judgments had repeatedly proven reliable. The explosion had singed Shikamaru's hair into a buzz cut. He had not expected a simple mission would result in an involuntary haircut. Yet, Shikamaru remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. He swiftly assisted Naruto in extracting the black spears from his back. Blood sprayed onto Shikamaru's face. But he didn't falter for a moment. Instead, he quietly conversed with Naruto. Do you still have the strength to fight, Naruto? Yes, but I require some time to recover. The enemy has also expended considerable energy. Rest assured, we may not lose. Naruto calmly closed his eyes, feeling his cells fervently divide, healing his injuries. His mastery of medical ninjutsu had reached an apex, on par with Sakura and Tsunade. As long as he possessed chakra, he could mend his wounds. Shikamaru replied, "So, I need to do my utmost to buy you time, understood." Scorpion, wary, fixed his gaze on Naruto and instructed Deidara, "Don't waste time. Eliminate them quickly. Fear not. They will all become part of my art." Deidara cackled, seemingly unfazed by Scorpion's words. At this moment, Shikamaru called out to Deidara in midair. "Hey, you are the renowned artist, Deidara, aren't you?" Chapter 98. The eternal art witnessed by life. Despite Deidara's self-proclaimed extraordinary status, he was taken aback by Shikamaru's words. Exclaiming in astonishment, "You've heard of me?" Deidara possessed an unwavering passion for what he deemed art, and his defection from the rock village stemmed from their inability to tolerate his destructive tendencies. Joining the Akatsuki was largely motivated by his pursuit of the exhilarating thrill of capturing tailed beasts and the ephemeral nature of eternal moments. Although he relished his position within the Akatsuki, he simultaneously yearned for greater recognition from others. Aside from battles, his interactions were limited, and he never expected that this leaf ninja would actually know of him. "Ah, I saw it on the leaf bulletin board. Deidara is quite famous." Shikamaru fabricated this statement to buy some time. Consider the implications. If it's on the leaf bulletin board, it suggests that many are familiar with your name. Doesn't he it? Deidara chuckled. "Have you heard of my companion here, Brother Sasori?" Shikamaru pretended to think before candidly replying, "No, I have not." Deidara cast a furtive glance at Sasori, inwardly gleeful that while others recognized his name, they were oblivious to Sasori's. Indeed, though Sasori may surpass him in strength, as an artist, Deidara's renown is more resounding. Let us get moving. He is stalling for time, and the enemy's reinforcements may arrive at any moment, Sasori interjected, his tone betraying impatience. Understood, Deidara waved dismissively, devouring a large lump of clay, puffing out his cheeks. With Sasori's command, the previously battered puppets lunged towards the group once more. "Everyone focus. We must buy Naruto some time." Shikamaru bellowed as he faced over 20 puppets. Sakura, wielding healing techniques that rivaled Naruto's, became the mainstay of the battle, confronting nearly 20 puppets single-handedly. Despite her formidable strength and the puppets' severe damage, their sheer number overwhelmed her, and new wounds marred her arms. Just as a puppet armed with a sharp blade was about to strike her, a figure flashed past, delivering a kick that sent the puppet flying, standing back-to-back with Sakura. "Neji, your hand." "Ah, my hand is temporarily incapacitated, but I still possess my legs and can fight," Neji replied, his arms hanging limply, yet his spirit was rekindled, brimming with fighting intent. Shikamaru was now directly confronted by more than 20 puppets, an endeavor that nearly cost him his life. He was not adept in close combat, having only eliminated one puppet initially through a sneak attack with shadow stitching, and since then, he had been relentlessly pursued, each moment fraught with peril. Fortunately, Kankuro diverted one puppet to assist Shikamaru, sparing him from immediate death. Their eyes briefly met, and Shikamaru recognized the gratitude in Kankuro's gaze. "This is troublesome." It was fortunate that Sasori's puppets were in disarray, unable to exhibit their full potential. Otherwise, Kankuro's puppet would likely have been dispatched with ease. Although Sakura, Neji, and Shikamaru bore the brunt of the pressure, Kankuro still faced over 10 puppets while juggling the protection of Gaara and the need to support Shikamaru. Were it not for Kankuro's expertise as a puppeteer, his mental capacity would have likely been insufficient. Nonetheless, he sincerely appreciated the four from the leaf. Based on the enemy's revealed power, had he been alone, he might have already perished, leaving Gaara doomed as well. Despite Shikamaru's perilous situation, he managed to stabilize the situation until Deidara once again molded a puppet bomb. Shikamaru broke into a cold sweat. Neji's hands are incapacitated. Can they truly withstand this? Haha, let my art be sacrificed. Deidara hurled the puppet bomb towards Naruto. "Naruto, hey, there's no time." Shikamaru shouted urgently. "All right, leave the rest to me." As Naruto opened his eyes, 2 crimson lines appeared on his eyelids, and even the color of his pupils transformed to gold, altering his entire demeanor with an air of sovereign authority. An intangible aura enveloped the arena, causing the puppets engaged in battle to momentarily freeze as if struck by a spell. This, Deidara's mind struggled to comprehend, curious as to how Naruto had transformed in the blink of an eye. Just as he pondered, Naruto abruptly vanished from his sight. and the puppet bomb he had thrown eerily returned to him. Suddenly, Deidara felt an excruciating pain, his vision clouding to white. What the? Naruto reappeared beside a stone, a massive mushroom cloud billowing 100 meters behind him. Sakura and Shikamaru blinked in disbelief, unable to fathom how the enemy had managed to detonate the bomb on themselves. Such a thought was unfathomable. Without pausing, Naruto began to gather wind chakra in his palm, gradually shaping it into a shuriken, the spiral shuriken he had invented based on the Rasengan. He was poised to deliver a decisive blow. A hit from this attack would inflict irreversible damage, impervious even to Tsunade's healing abilities. The smoke cleared, revealing two pitiful figures. Deidara was riddled with wounds, his attire obliterated, no longer the flamboyant figure he once was, resembling a bloodied visage. Cough, cough. What on earth happened? Deidara, this is your doing. I warned you not to waste time. Sasori, missing an arm and with a shattered visage, spoke with difficulty. Soon, they noticed Naruto standing 100 meters away, wielding an exaggeratedly charged spiral shuriken. It's over, Sasori uttered softly, seemingly foreseeing his demise. Deidara, too, shared this sentiment, yet he refused to resign himself to fate. He fed clay into the mouth on his left chest, determined to use his life to bear witness to eternal art. He could perish, but he would not concede defeat. Don't worry, Sasori. If we are to die, we shall die together. I want to let him have an easy time of it. Stop. Sasori urgently restrained Deidara's reckless endeavor. Damn it, you wish to die? I'm not done living yet. Watch out, enemies. Before Neji could finish, a grotesque, dark purple serpent erupted from the ground, opening its maw wide to engulf both Sasori and Deidara. Chapter 99. The rescue plan fails. A fearsome purple serpent suddenly erupted from the ground, its gaping maw swallowing Scorpion and Deidara whole. It was none other than Orochimaru's signature summoning beast, the Great Serpent. Almost instantaneously, Naruto sprang into action, hurling an exaggeratedly large wind release, Rasen Shuriken with a momentum that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of reality, aimed directly at the Great Serpent. Yet, the beast did not flinch or evade, fixating its gaze upon Naruto's attack. Its menacing head stared back, resembling an abyss with no visible end. Ah, we meet again, Naruto, echoed Orochimaru's voice from within the serpent. Despite the formidable physicality of the Great Serpent, as the Rasen Shuriken descended, its flesh and sinews were swiftly severed. This creature, which had once overpowered Gamabunta and stood by Orochimaru's side for decades, met its demise. As blood rained down, the figures of Scorpion and Deidara vanished from sight. What a pity, Naruto lamented. The Akatsuki mission had only 2 members. He had intended to eliminate both, but had not anticipated Orochimaru's timely intervention. That crafty Orochimaru possessed numerous means of self-preservation, sacrificing the Great Serpent to whisk Scorpion and Deidara away right under Naruto's nose. Thank you, Naruto, Shikamaru, Neji, and Sakura. Kankuro expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He genuinely appreciated the Leaf Ninjas, having long forgotten their childhood grievances with Naruto. Were it not for the timely intervention of the 4 from Konohagakure, Gaara might have been lost, and his life would have surely been forfeit. There's no need for pleasantries. Sunagakure and Konoha are allies, and we share both burdens and fortunes, Naruto replied warmly, a smile breaking through as he added. Besides, we are old acquaintances now. Huh, you are right, Kankuro remarked, casting a deep glance at the group. He refrained from uttering any flattering words, but silently etched this bond into his heart. Having sensed the absence of enemies, Naruto finally released his sage mode, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him due to his earlier injuries. As he observed Naruto's condition, Sakura instinctively moved to offer support, only to be preempted by another. Naruto, feeling a gentle touch, momentarily closed his eyes to savor the warmth. However, upon opening them, he was met not with Sakura's visage, but with Shikamaru's face. Huh, why is it you? Shikamaru declared, I'll support you, Naruto. After all, Sakura is a girl. Naruto inwardly lamented, but chose not to voice his discontent. This guy must be doing this on purpose. Thus, Shikamaru assisted Naruto while Kankuro carried Gaara, and the 6 of them made their way back to Sunagakure. Within the village, Maki had successfully persuaded Chio and gathered several elite jonin. Everyone, we have reached a critical juncture concerning the survival of our village. Indeed, the entire shinobi world. We stake our lives on this mission. We must rescue Lord Kazekage at any cost. Understood. The assembly responded resolutely. All the young ninjas of the village gathered around. Their eyes filled with hope and admiration for Maki and his team. They were ready to sacrifice their lives for the village, firmly believing in the success of the mission to rescue the Kazekage. Look, this is the will of the sand. All right, let us depart. However, just as Maki and his team were preparing to set forth, they spotted the returning figures bearing Gaara. Their rescue mission had not even begun. Yet Lord Kazekage was already back. The news of Gaara's return sent waves of jubilation throughout Sunagakure. Faced with such formidable foes, despair had begun to settle in. But the timely intervention of Konoha's ninjas had turned the tide. Amidst their gratitude, the Sand Village was compelled to reassess Konoha's strength, particularly that of Naruto Uzumaki, who surpassed even their Kazekage. If given time, he could become an unimaginable force. Sunagakure resolved to host a grand banquet, not only to celebrate, but also to express their gratitude toward the four from Konoha. Yet, the thoughts of these four were far removed from the festivities. Neji, nursing significant injuries to his hands, seized the opportunity to exchange martial arts insights with the skilled fighters of Sunagakure. Since his defeat to Naruto over 3 years ago, Neji had experienced a profound shift in understanding regarding martial arts, no longer confined to the rigid techniques of the Hyuga clan, but rather embracing a broader spectrum of knowledge. Meanwhile, Shikamaru found himself entangled with Temari. Growing up in Sunagakure, she had become accustomed to the fiery, rugged demeanor of male ninjas, making Shikamaru's laid-back attitude a rarity in her experience. Rather than seeking rest or engaging in discussions, Shikamaru sought a quiet corner to savor food and tea. Long time no see. By the way, we still have an unfinished battle to settle, Temari began. In response to her straightforwardness, Shikamaru sighed. Ah, you won. I am no match for you. Then, may I invite you for tea? Just tea, nothing more. Temari blushed as she spoke. Shikamaru squinted, assessing the woman before him. Her appearance and presence exceeded his standards, yet he recalled his father's warning about the fiery temperament of Sunagakure women. With that thought, Shikamaru decisively waved his hand, not interested. Huh, what did you say? Shikamaru nervously raised his head, only to meet Temari's gentle smile, though an inexplicable sense of danger loomed around her. Sakura, on the other hand, assisted in the medical unit of Sunagakure while Naruto played the role of her aide. As a direct disciple of Tsunade, Sakura adeptly addressed numerous injuries that had previously seemed insurmountable. Her performance not only earned her the respect of the wounded and medical team, but also the acknowledgement of Chiyo. Watching Sakura diligently at work, Chiyo lamented, "You are indeed Tsunade's direct disciple. You resemble her greatly, and your control over chakra is even more refined. What a shame." Curious, Naruto turned to Chiyo and inquired, "What a shame about what?" Noticing his interest, Chiyo cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and replied curtly, "It's nothing, Nanny. Chapter 100. Seeking a master, Naruto found himself momentarily speechless. However, he was no longer a child. He restrained his curiosity and remained silent. Yet, Chiyo was not satisfied. She eagerly awaited Naruto's inquiry, posing the question, "Aren't you curious about what I lament?" "Not really," Naruto replied tersely. Chiyo, frustrated, leaped off her stool and began to mutter to herself, "That woman, Tsunade, may be foolish, but her luck is quite remarkable. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy for the apprentice she has." In their youth, Chiyo and Tsunade had been rivals and adversaries. Yet they acknowledged each other's abilities. Tsunade had indeed found a worthy pupil to carry on her legacy, but alas, her mastery of poison techniques and puppet arts would die with her. As for Kankuro, he was far from adequate. Looking at Sakura, Chiyo saw a reflection of her younger self, a medical ninja, vibrant and beautiful. Initially, Naruto disregarded Chiyo's musings, recalling what her brother, Eyes, had mentioned about her occasional bouts of confusion due to her advancing age. However, it dawned on him that Chiyo's words were laden with meaning. "How about I help you find a suitable disciple, Chiyo?" Naruto ventured tentatively. "Disciple?" Chiyo scrutinized Naruto with a disdainful gaze. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, gesturing toward Sakura. Even if Chiyo wished to teach him, Sakura might not be inclined to learn. Puppet techniques did not align with his combat style. Well, she must join the Sand Village. Chiyo pondered for a moment before stating flatly, "Then never mind." She wouldn't agree. Naruto decisively rejected the notion. "Are you certain?" Chiyo inquired solemnly, to which Naruto remained silent. "Are you sure?" She pressed again, and still, Naruto did not respond. It was absurd. If he could bring Sakura to the Sand Village, he would be selling Tsunade's apprentice. And surely Tsunade would not take it lightly. Seeing Naruto's unwavering stance, Chiyo sighed inwardly. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. There is room for negotiation. However, she wanted a formal master-disciple acknowledgement, just as she had with Tsunade. That is only natural. Sakura possesses great talent. You can trust me to teach her the art of puppetry, Naruto affirmed. Setting aside Chiyo's medical and poison skills, her mastery of puppetry was unparalleled. While Sasori's techniques had their unique merits, they were derived from Chiyo's own expertise. Additionally, Sakura exhibited remarkable talent in chakra control. Mastering authentic puppet techniques would suit her perfectly. Naruto was acutely aware that the world was far from tranquil, and hidden adversaries had yet to reveal themselves. If granting Sakura greater strength came at a price, he was willing to pay it. Chiyo studied Naruto in silence, seemingly able to read his thoughts, until his cheeks flushed under her gaze, prompting her to relent. I can teach her, but how much she learns depends on her own efforts. Upon Chiyo's nod, Naruto hastily conveyed the news to Sakura, then urged her to perform the formal vow of apprenticeship. Though hesitant, Sakura ultimately decided to trust Naruto and follow Chiyo in her study of puppet techniques. Chiyo's decision to take on a disciple was significant, given her stature and abilities. Over the years, many had sought to become her apprentice, yet none had met her expectations. The art of puppetry demanded rigorous mental fortitude and control. Achieving mastery necessitated even higher standards. Few in the Sand Village met these criteria, and Chiyo had yet to find a suitable candidate. She longed for a beautiful female disciple, much like herself. Though reluctant to see the village's legacy pass to a Konoha ninja, she considered that selecting a ninja from an ally like Konoha was preferable to losing her lineage entirely. The Konoha reinforcement team has arrived, a ninja announced, interrupting Chiyo's explanation to Sakura. Though labeled as reinforcements, it was merely 3 individuals, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Karin. Hello, everyone. Kakashi greeted familiar faces. Just then, a small figure sprang forth, launching an unexpected attack on Kakashi. Konoha's White Fang, prepare to meet your end. Sasuke stepped forward, blocking Chiyo's assault, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. What do you intend to do, you old hag? Since stealthily following Danzo, Sasuke had not defected, but he had grown increasingly cold. The number of people he cared about could be counted on one hand, and Kakashi was barely among them. This old woman is no ordinary character. Yet, Sasuke had no regard for the respect of elders. If this elderly woman did not clarify her intentions, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Chiyo spat venomously. Konoha's White Fang, I never expected you to dare show your face before me. Prepare to die? Her words dripped with bitterness. Kakashi hastily waved his hands. No, I am not the person you think I am. Please, let me explain. He had come to assist the Sand Village, to strengthen the bond between Konoha and Sand, not to incite conflict, especially with an elderly lady. Huh, not him. Chiyo's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Kakashi intently. Finally, she concluded, it is you. Furious, she declared, silence. Today, I shall avenge my son. Eyes, observing Kakashi reminisce. Swiftly intervened. Sister, look closely. While he bears a slight resemblance, this boy is not White Fang. Just take a good look at his age. Furthermore, Konoha's White Fang perished long ago. You wept bitterly upon learning of his death, lamenting that you could not avenge him. Have you truly lost your wits? Chiyo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, White Fang has been dead for quite some time. She examined Kakashi again, realizing that the resemblance was merely superficial, the most significant difference being their eyes. White Fang's gaze was resolute and fierce, filled with determination, while this boy's eyes were hollow and listless, as if he had just awakened from slumber. Chiyo felt a sense of satisfaction. Ah, what a fitting retribution. White Fang, you have raised a son so inept. Huh, what are you talking about? I am not senile. I was merely joking earlier. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 101. Join or perish. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Oh, it was just a joke. Kakashi, too, felt a great sense of relief. He had no desire to take action against the elderly lady. The grievances between Chiyo and his deceased father were not on his mind. In an era ravaged by war, countless lives had been lost, and who could clearly articulate the complexities of those entanglements? He had traversed the darkest moments of his life, and, fortunately, had not succumbed to the abyss. He was determined to safeguard the hard-won peace. Seeing this, Sasuke and Karin eased their vigilance. Should Chiyo exhibit any strange behavior, they would not hesitate to act. They were no longer the naive youths of 3 years prior, unlike their comrades. Years of secret missions and bloodshed had stripped them of their innocence. If it came to confrontation, they would not regard Chiyo's identity or age. Over the years, Karin and Sasuke had become inseparable. She understood him completely and would do anything for him. Perhaps it was love, although she had never received a response. Through a conversation with Naruto, Kakashi realized they had arrived too late. The trio of reinforcements had arrived to an empty battlefield. Sasuke inquired, "So, does this mean the mission is over?" He was eager to enhance his strength and had no time to squander. Had he not heard of Naruto's peril and the traces of Itachi in the Akatsuki, he would not have come. Naruto replied, "If you're in a hurry, Kakashi-sensei, you all can head back. Sakura and I will stay here for a while, and you can help us request a leave of absence." Sakura was currently assisting the medical unit with complex cases, while also learning under Chiyo's tutelage. It seemed unlikely she would leave Sunagakure anytime soon. Naruto was eager to spend more time with Sakura, hoping that Kakashi and the others would depart the next day, thus granting him more opportunities to be alone with her. Kakashi, however, cautioned, "Though the enemy has temporarily retreated, it does not guarantee they will not return. Let us remain here for a few more days. If any foes dare to invade again, we can aid Sunagakure in their defense." With Kakashi's decision made, the others, except for Sasuke, had no objections and chose to stay in the village. Deep within a cave, members of the Akatsuki were convening through a luminous screen. The plan to capture the One-Tail had failed. "Let us discuss our perspectives," came the calm voice of Pain. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, he sensed a sharp gaze behind him and couldn't help but chuckle. "After all, I saved you once. Our past grievances should be considered settled, right, Sasori?" Since the failure of the Konoha destruction plan, Orochimaru had suffered severe setbacks and had become a target for various factions. The major ninja villages hunted him down, and even the Akatsuki sought his head. In desperation to evade his enemies, Orochimaru made the bold decision to rejoin the Akatsuki. Fortunately, Pain recognized his abilities and sought an ally to help realize his ambitions. Not only did Orochimaru preserve himself, but he also regained his strength with the Akatsuki's support. The conflict between Orochimaru and Sasori had been long-standing. Both sought immortality, but traversed entirely different paths. To assassinate Orochimaru, Sasori had even placed an undercover agent beside him, Kabuto. Yet, not only did Orochimaru break Kabuto's control, but he also successfully turned him into a loyal subordinate. Deidara listened intently, his heart racing. He was aware of the unresolved animosity between his partner and Orochimaru. If they were to clash, what stance should he take? Perhaps it would be wise to assist Sasori. Witnessing Orochimaru's eternal art could indeed be an intriguing concept, though it felt somewhat dishonorable after he had just saved them. Fortunately, Sasori remained silent, tacitly accepting Orochimaru's words. Haiden interjected, "Haha, let us not turn on each other. We're all comrades here. But if you insist on a fight to the death, do give me a heads up. I'd be quite interested in bearing witness." Kisame chuckled, while Itachi remained impassive. Conan spoke coolly, "Time is of the essence. Let us focus on the main issue." With Conan's words, the group fell silent. After all, she was the de facto second-in-command of the organization. Sasori stated, "Our movements have been anticipated. It was the Team Kurenai that struck." Conan asked, "Team Kurenai? Naruto Uzumaki?" Orochimaru interjected, "Naruto Uzumaki's strength is indeed formidable. I have stated this before. His power is ever-growing, and perhaps only the leader and Itachi could match him." A chill ran through the group. While not everyone had witnessed Pain's prowess firsthand, most were acutely aware of Itachi's capabilities. If only Itachi could contend with Naruto, then what did this imply about Naruto's strength? Deidara exclaimed angrily, "TCH, if it weren't for Sasori being by my side, I would have turned that entire group into eternal art." Sasori merely cast a fleeting glance at Deidara, suppressing his irritation. He felt wronged. Had he not been bombed by Deidara twice, he wouldn't have lost so disgracefully. Conan had long been observant of the youth who shared their lineage. Not only was he exceptionally gifted and powerful, but he had also formed a team that consistently opposed them. Did they wish to bury their dawn in darkness? This was their first direct confrontation, allowing them to re-evaluate Naruto's capabilities. After all, he was merely 16, and he had yet to reach his peak. Should this boy not be brought under their wing, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the organization in the future. For Yahiko as well. For true peace in the ninja world, They were willing to pay any price. Thus, it was time to seek another opportunity for an open dialogue with him. Oh, a discussion? Join us or perish. Does Sunagakure still have eyes and ears? Sasori replied confidently. Naturally, Conan stated. In that case, execute Plan B, while closely monitoring Naruto Uzumaki's movements. Itachi and Kisame will capture the two tails, while Haiden and Kakuzu will swiftly rendezvous with you. At that time, we shall strike as a quintet. Itachi's brow involuntarily furrowed. 5 individuals acting in unison would likely be an overwhelming force, one that no one in the ninja world could withstand alone, not even himself. Chapter 102. Sakura's Kiss. As Naruto and Sakura strolled along the dimly lit paths of Sunagakure, the tranquility was a stark contrast to the bustling streets of Konoha, offering a unique charm of its own. After 9 arduous days, their challenging healing mission had finally reached its conclusion, and Kakashi, along with the others, had returned to Konoha. This respite granted Sakura the opportunity to be with Naruto, cherishing this hard-earned moment of solitude. What a lovely evening, Naruto remarked, his words drifting into the night air. Indeed, Sakura replied, her voice tinged with shyness. Their relationship had blossomed into something no longer concealed, allowing them to openly enjoy each other's company in Sunagakure. Though unspoken, Sakura had long viewed Naruto as her destined partner. The boy who once stood shorter than her had now grown taller, exuding excellence and strength. Yet he harbored a deep affection for her, a love that had endured since childhood, filling Sakura with warmth. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Sakura to instinctively huddle her shoulders. The arid landscape of the Land of Wind, devoid of trees, made the night air brisk, particularly after sunset. Observing her discomfort, Naruto swiftly removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders with tender consideration. Sakura accepted it without resistance, murmuring a soft thank you. Tentatively, Naruto extended his hand towards her, and blushing, Sakura placed her hand in his, allowing him to grasp it. We've walked this path twice now. Shall we explore somewhere else? She suggested. How about we visit the artificial forest? I've heard that at night, the leaves there produce sounds akin to music, Naruto blurted out, his eagerness betraying his thoughts. Sakura was aware of the forest's location, where darkness enveloped the area, rendering it devoid of light and life. Naruto's invitation at such a late hour hinted at unspoken intentions. You're not planning anything mischievous, are you? Sakura teased, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely not. If you'd rather not go, we can choose another place, Naruto hastily assured her. Let's go, Sakura said, avoiding Naruto's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, yet audible enough for him to hear. What? Are you certain? Naruto asked, hardly believing his ears, seeking affirmation. Sakura waited for a romantic declaration that never came, and instead was met with his incredulous question, which irked her. Do you not want to? No. Let us hurry, she replied, a hint of urgency in her tone. As they ventured deeper into the artificial forest, the surroundings darkened significantly, save for the silvery moonlight filtering through the leaves, casting a gentle glow on their faces, allowing them to see each other clearly. Sakura was surprised by her own willingness to follow Naruto into the secluded grove. Gazing at Sakura's flawless visage, Naruto inhaled the sweet scent of her presence, his eyes shimmering with affection. With each inch they drew closer, Naruto's breath grew heavier. The stillness of the night allowed them to hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Sakura's gaze was equally fervent, their lips merely an inch apart. Naruto could even discern the delicate fuzz on her cheeks. Yet, he uttered a rather unromantic inquiry. Sakura, have you truly thought this through? I care about you deeply. Inside, Sakura felt an exasperated frustration. How could he ask such a question at this moment? With determination, she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck and rose on her toes, initiating the kiss. The kiss was a blend of awkwardness and fervor. Their unspoken words drowned in the sweetness of the moment. The sudden intensity overwhelmed Naruto, his eyes widening as if all constraints had been lifted, flooding him with an unparalleled joy that resonated through every fiber of his being. He clumsily placed his hands on her waist, responding to her soft lips with his own, savoring the closeness of her warmth, tears of happiness threatening to spill. Naruto's defenses crumbled effortlessly as Sakura's delicate tongue boldly explored, claiming him and stealing his breath away. They lost themselves in each other, forgetting the world around them. Ninjutsu, missions, and responsibilities faded into insignificance, leaving only their entwined souls. After what felt like an eternity, they reluctantly parted, not from a lack of desire, but from the need for air. Breathing heavily, Naruto looked at Sakura, noticing the reflection of himself in her glistening eyes, which seemed capable of melting steel. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and tiny beads of sweat glistened on her nose as she playfully stuck her tongue out at him. A proclamation of her earlier triumph. Innocence mingled with allure, and her captivating demeanor rendered Naruto powerless. This time, he leaned in to kiss her, his lips brushing against her smooth forehead, then clumsily trailing down to her eyes, nose, and earlobes, refusing to forsake any part of her. Their breaths still uneven, they found themselves lost in another profound kiss, any words of sweetness rendered superfluous. Time slipped away as they continued this dance of affection. Sakura, perched upon a stone, began to smooth her tousled hair, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. I've sacrificed so much for you. I feel quite cheated, you know. This was my first kiss. Me too, Sakura. You are my first girl, Naruto replied earnestly. Sakura, with a mischievous grin, teased, have you forgotten about your kiss with Sasuke? Naruto fell silent, feeling wronged. Damn that Sasuke. Noticing Sakura's sudden stillness, he looked up to catch the faint light of the moon revealing tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Sakura, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. If something's bothering you, tell me. Sasuke kissed me of his own accord. It truly wasn't my doing. He stammered, flustered. As thoughts of that fool Sasuke faded from his mind, Sakura took a deep breath. It's not about that. Please don't take it to heart. I was just worried about you. Worried about me? Naruto thought, puzzled. What could there be to worry about? He sensed the depth of Sakura's concern, and it stirred something within him, a mix of gratitude and tenderness. He moved closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, allowing her to lean against him. Chapter 103. I will protect you forever. I am merely concerned about you. Naruto could roughly fathom what Sakura was worried about. The world was not as tranquil as it appeared. Many places were merely adorned with superficial peace. Where there are people, there are ambitions, and until absolute rules are established, war never truly ceases. Despite possessing formidable strength now, he remained a target for certain organizations. To genuinely attain relative peace, one must possess the power to suppress all. And he hoped that day would not be far off. With a voice tinged with emotion, Sakura said, I fear that one day you might be taken from me, or even killed. I have exerted all my efforts in training, yet I still feel so weak and powerless to assist you. I cannot fathom a world without you. To Sakura, Naruto was no longer just a companion. He was as dear as her own family. In her life, only this boy could endure all her whims, listen to her grievances, and always serve as her towering support. If Naruto were to suddenly disappear one day, her life would lose its vibrancy and turn desolate. Since learning 3 years ago that the Akatsuki aimed to capture Naruto, she had been striving to protect him. Yet reality had harshly schooled her, revealing the vast chasm between her and those malevolent beings. Do not worry, Sakura, I will always be here. Naruto gently caressed her forehead, his voice imbued with unprecedented determination. Sakura suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and asked, Naruto, do you ever feel afraid? Of course, Naruto replied candidly. Sakura was taken aback. Even Naruto experiences fear? He continued, I never worry about myself. Ever since I decided to confront the Akatsuki, I have held that confidence. However, my fear stems from you. I equally dread the day you might vanish from my world. I cannot accept a life devoid of you. Upon witnessing Naruto's fervent gaze and hearing his words that felt akin to a confession, Sakura's heart warmed. She playfully retorted, Humph, then you must protect me well. Did you not promise to always safeguard me, regardless of time or place? Naturally, I shall always protect you, Sakura. Anyone who seeks to harm you must first cross over my dead body, Naruto declared resolutely. No. Sakura quickly covered Naruto's mouth, preventing him from continuing. Let us ensure that neither of us comes to harm. We must live well and explore this world together. All right, I shall heed your words, Naruto replied straightforwardly. As their feelings deepened, they found themselves drawn closer, gazing into each other's eyes. Yet at that moment, an unrelenting growl emanated from someone's stomach. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Naruto clasped his abdomen, embarrassment washing over him as he looked at Sakura. Sakura stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. What is there to be embarrassed about? I witnessed it all. It must be the food from dinner that did not sit well with you, right? I'm still getting used to it. It's not as delightful as the ramen in Konoha, Naruto admitted sheepishly. Sakura suggested, How about we return? And I can prepare something for you. I know you enjoy soupy noodles, and I have been practicing diligently. She spoke the truth. Sakura's culinary skills had indeed improved over the years. The once inedible food she had prepared for Naruto was now a distant memory. Wow, that sounds amazing. Sakura, you are truly wonderful. Naruto exclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. Stop it. Sakura gently pushed him away, her face flushed with shyness. In the realm of shinobi, no gathering lasts forever. Half a month later, Gaara, the Kazekage, accompanied by high-ranking officials, bid farewell to Naruto and Sakura at the village's entrance. Your contributions to Sunagakure shall never be forgotten. Should any trouble arise, simply send a message to us. Though few words were spoken, Gaara felt immense gratitude towards Naruto. Sunagakure was currently in a vulnerable state. Losing its Jinchuriki and Kazekage during such a time would be catastrophic. Many powerful forces were eyeing the 5 great shinobi villages. Both Naruto and Gaara shared the burden of being Jinchuriki, and their similar experiences fostered a deeper understanding between them. Naruto smiled and replied, Sunagakure is a steadfast ally of Konoha. You are also important friends to me. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Then, farewell to you all. Goodbye. Sakura echoed, waving cheerfully at the crowd. As she prepared to leave with Naruto, her gaze fell upon Chiyo, and her heart ached. During this time, Chiyo had shown her warmth and care, generously imparting her wisdom and expertise. Within a month, she had helped Sakura craft her first puppet. Their relationship had transcended mere mentorship. Chiyo even worried about Sakura being bullied by Naruto, resembling the doting affection of a grandparent. Witnessing Chiyo's advanced age and intermittent memory loss, Sakura wondered when they might meet again. Grandma, I will visit you often, Sakura said, her eyes misty as she struggled to articulate her feelings. Chiyo stepped forward and approached Sakura. Let us go. What does that mean? Grandma, are you going to see us off? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Sakura quickly interjected, Grandma, we can return on our own. You need not see us off. Chiyo, however, retorted dryly, who said I was seeing you off? Am I not allowed to take a stroll outside the village? The crowd fell silent. Then we shall depart. As Chiyo strolled ahead, Sakura and Naruto hurriedly bid farewell to the sand villagers and turned to follow her. Naruto understood Chiyo's intentions. She genuinely cherished Sakura, and he could not help but admire her choice of companion. Reflecting on Chiyo's misfortunes, having lost her son in his prime and witnessing the world achieve peace before avenging him, he felt a pang of sympathy. Her only grandson had strayed down a dark path, becoming a puppet and opposing Sunagakure, a consequence of the very puppet techniques she had taught to Sasori. Though both Naruto and Sakura yearned for an opportunity to travel alone, they deliberately slowed their pace, allowing Chiyo the chance to accompany them a little longer. Chapter 104. The Thorny Path Home. 2 days later, the trio had finally departed from the land of sand, relieved to escape the realm of dry rations. According to Chiyo, her mushroom soup was unparalleled in the world, and thus this meal would be prepared by her own hands. After much effort, they foraged a variety of mushrooms in a forest, their vibrant colors rendering them uncertain in edibility. Boiling the mushrooms, the aroma wafted enticingly in the air. It was a culinary delight. Chiyo hummed a whimsical tune as she tossed an assortment of mushrooms into the clay pot, adding peculiar ingredients and stirring vigorously. Having previously subsisted on rations or Sakura's cooking, this was Chiyo's first time crafting a dish herself. Although it appeared somewhat dubious, Naruto feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Wow, I've yet to experience Granny's culinary prowess. It smells absolutely divine. Is such blatant flattery truly acceptable? Sakura felt a twinge of embarrassment at Naruto's candidness. Aware that he was merely trying to amuse the elder, Chiyo, with a hint of pride, responded, Of course. You have no idea how many wait outside my door day and night just for a taste of my mushroom soup. Are you certain it is your cooking they desire, rather than your puppetry skills? Naruto silently mused. Sakura hesitated before suggesting, Granny, why not come to Konoha and stay with me for a while? I promise to take good care of you. She was reluctant to part with Chiyo, wishing she could remain in the village. Are you serious? Chiyo's eyes widened in skepticism. Indeed, it's true, Granny. This way, we can see each other often, and there are still many things I wish to learn from you, Sakura affirmed eagerly. Oh, you still have much to learn from me? Chiyo lifted an eyebrow. Why are you so dim-witted? Sakura slumped her shoulders, exasperated, casting a pleading glance at Naruto, who was suppressing laughter, igniting her ire. This is utterly ridiculous. Sakura, what are you planning? Speak calmly, don't bang. Ouch. Watching the playful banter unfold, Chio chuckled and shook her head. In truth, Sakura's words deeply touched her heart, but her pride prevented her from showing it. The thought of residing in Konoha for a time was enticing. However, it remained a mere fantasy. During the animosity between Suna and Konoha, countless leaf ninjas had perished at her hands. Even now, despite their alliance, how could she comfortably live in Konoha? Seemingly perceiving Chio's inner turmoil, Naruto spoke up, Granny, you need not worry so much. Back then, we were merely serving our respective masters. Now that we have formed an alliance, what is there to fear? Kakashi-sensei visited Suna and returned safely, did he not? Chio felt reassured, pausing her stirring. All right, it's ready. Granny's secret, freshly made mushroom soup. I shall partake now. Chio's mushroom soup was indeed delectable, and both Sakura and Naruto eagerly indulged. Observing the colorful array of mushrooms, Naruto curiously inquired, Granny, how do you distinguish between toxic and non-toxic mushrooms? Chio gave him a disapproving look. What is there to discern? It's simply a matter of a detoxification pill. Toss one in, and it eliminates all toxins and parasites. Sakura was unfazed, accustomed to dealing with various ailments through her medical ninjutsu. However, Naruto, who had a long-standing aversion to insects, turned pale at Chio's words, nearly regurgitating his meal. I'll fetch some clean water, he stated, hastily departing. Return quickly. Signal flares if trouble arises, Sakura reminded him. Understood, Naruto replied, finding a flowing stream a distance away. However, he soon realized the water was tainted, poisonous. Despite his limited focus on medical skills, his innate perceptive abilities allowed him to recognize the evident toxicity. Rising slowly, he called out, since you're here, why not reveal yourselves? A figure materialized before him, accompanied by the sound of clapping, Orochimaru. Just as I expected, Naruto. I should have known such a trivial poison would not affect you. Naruto grinned. Oh really? I'm finding it increasingly difficult to comprehend you, Orochimaru. At your age? Shouldn't you be enjoying your twilight years rather than seeking death? Orochimaru paused, licking his lips with a sinister smile. With your power, Naruto, I wouldn't dare provoke you if it were just me. However, I've brought along some old and new friends. With that, four ominous presences converged upon Naruto. 5. He thought, startled yet maintaining his composure. If that's the case, let them all show themselves. Humph, last time was merely luck on your part. This time, we shall not hold back. Deidara, with his golden hair, and the restored Sasori appeared first. Following them, a tall figure wielding a crimson scythe. Sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a necklace symbolizing the evil god cult, emerged, Haiden. Behind him was a masked individual, half of his face obscured, with deep malice evident in his green eyes. Orochimaru, Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu. These 5 could wreak havoc upon any nation. To think they had gathered today solely for him was overwhelming, prompting Naruto to remain vigilant despite his confidence. What is this? Deidara, Sasori, you've truly regressed. You can't even handle a single youth? Haiden remarked impatiently. Hey, can we start fighting now? Orochimaru chuckled. Patience, we must execute the leader's plan. Perhaps he could become our ally. As you can see, Naruto, the Akatsuki's capabilities surpass your imagination and are not something your little team can withstand. In truth, your goals align with ours. We all desire world peace. How about it? Join us, and together we can forge a truly peaceful world. Though Naruto scoffed at the notion of the Akatsuki's so-called peace, Orochimaru was compelled to promote their cause for his own survival. Oh, what benefits would joining you confer upon me? Naruto replied coolly, gradually closing his eyes. Chapter 105. Naruto vs. Akatsuki. What benefits? Naturally, there are many, Naruto. We will fully support you in suppressing the entire ninja world, and then initiate the Moon Eye plan. The members of Akatsuki are far more formidable than those of the past. However, if you remain obstinate, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. You are my most promising junior. Do not commit acts that will lead to regret. Orochimaru gazed at Naruto with a chilling smile, a glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes, as if he could see straight through Naruto's thoughts. I have no interest, Naruto retorted. Seeing Naruto's response after a prolonged wait, Deidara seethed. It seems you are prepared to refuse us? Would it not be splendid to join us in the pursuit of eternal art? To be fair, Deidara truly recognized Naruto's strength. Having someone of his caliber as a teammate would not be a detriment. Haiden licked his lips, grinning maliciously. No worries, this way is fine. I shall offer him as a sacrifice to the Lord of Evil, using his blood to please the dark deity. The head belongs to me. This brat's skull can fetch a hefty price on the black market. Kakuzu spoke languidly. I shall take his body, Sasori remarked coolly, having already regarded Naruto as mere material for his puppets. The Akatsuki organization had never been known for their mercy. Each member bore the weight of countless sins. In pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru conducted vivisection experiments on people of all ages, leaving a trail of suffering in his wake. Countless individuals, whether willingly or unwillingly, became his subjects, enduring horrific fates. Sasori, driven by profound loneliness, transformed his friends into puppets, even corrupting the very shadow that protected their village. He had once laid waste to an entire nation. Such a feat sounded illustrious, yet he had robbed many of their parents. Deidara abandoned his village in pursuit of art, launching terror attacks to further his craft, his artistry built upon the lives of many. Kakuzu, an assassin by nature, became a bounty hunter after his defection, relentlessly seeking valuable trophies, leaving a trail of innocent blood, including that of the pious. Haiden, hailing from a cult devoted to slaughter, sought to spread the agony of injury and death. The few words exchanged among them had already divided the potential fate of Naruto's corpse. Is that so? That will depend on your capabilities, Naruto replied as his eyes opened, revealing 2 crimson markings appearing on his eyelids. The color of his pupils shifting to gold as he instantly activated the perfect sage mode. In a flash, Naruto charged towards Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch. Orochimaru, taken aback by Naruto's immediate aggression, swiftly unleashed his serpent jutsu, summoning numerous snakes from his sleeves to ensnare Naruto's arms. However, within less than a second, the snakes morphed into blood and flesh, and a spinning, blade-like Rasengan appeared in Naruto's hand, which he hurled at Orochimaru. Although the serpent jutsu failed to restrain Naruto, it bought Orochimaru precious time to evade the attack. The miniature Rasengan struck the ground, creating a substantial crater, splattering blood and earth, causing Orochimaru to break out in cold sweat. Kid, do not be so arrogant. Before Naruto could continue his assault on Orochimaru, Sasori manipulated the 3rd Kazekage to close in, dodging the attack, followed by Haiden, brandishing his blood-red scythe. Unlike Deidara's previous chaotic bombardment, this time, the Akatsuki's assault was marked by remarkable coordination. Often, as one attack concluded, another would descend upon Naruto, leaving him struggling to respond. Since this is the case, once again parrying the 3rd Kazekage's blade, Naruto's palm trembled, scattering numerous flying thunder god kunai into the air. As Haiden's scythe descended, Naruto prepared to teleport behind him for a decisive strike, only to suddenly discover his body failed to teleport. What is happening? A sickening sound of blade-piercing flesh resonated, blood cascading through the air like a fleeting, vibrant flower. In a duel of masters, each step was meticulously calculated, especially when outnumbered. A gruesome gash marred Naruto's shoulder, a harrowing wound that he narrowly avoided striking a vital area. Otherwise, he would surely have lost his head. He had no time to ponder the failure of the Flying Thunder God technique, for Haiden had already drawn blood. Haha, got you. It seems you are not so remarkable after all, Haiden boasted, licking the blood from his scythe, preparing to taste it. Water Dragon Jutsu. At that moment, a torrent of water surged forth, engulfing Haiden and sweeping him, along with his weapon, high into the sky, cleansing him thoroughly. This technique, blending wind and water chakra, while limited in destructive power, was unparalleled in speed and range, exhibiting exceptional persistence. By the time Haiden descended, there was no blood left to savor. Damn it! Haiden grasped his scythe and charged again. Darkness technique. Naruto unleashed 2 shadow clones, confronting Sasori and Haiden, while simultaneously activating the darkness technique. Although his clones lacked the power to eliminate their opponents, the foes would find it challenging to dispose of such high-quality clones in a short time. The darkness technique imposed minimal restrictions on Sasori, yet significantly hampered Haiden, who, in his chaotic flailing, was struck by Naruto's clone, sending him crashing into the ground. However, the situation for Naruto grew increasingly dire, as Deidara and Kakuzu had yet to make their move, and his Flying Thunder God was rendered useless. Orochimaru chuckled. Naruto, are you surprised? You did not truly believe the Flying Thunder God was invincible, did you? We have long prepared for your arrival. Since its inception, Countless individuals have sought ways to counter it. The emergence of the fourth Hokage only intensified this pursuit. The binding dragon formation created by Iwagakure is reputed to nullify all space-time ninjutsu. I have yet to test it, but it appears to be quite effective. Currently, the area within 1,000 meters was enveloped by the binding dragon formation, rendering all space-time ninjutsu ineffective. Haha, what will you do now? The Flying Thunder God is not without countermeasures. Otherwise, the first Hokage would not have met his demise in a coordinated ambush. As Orochimaru stated, various factions have studied methods to defeat the Flying Thunder God, with Iwagakure's findings being the most distinguished. The binding dragon formation stands as their most closely guarded secret. Yet it remains unclear how Orochimaru acquired it. Chapter 106. The next Senju Hashirama Naruto was utterly oblivious to what the binding dragon formation entailed, and he had no time to ponder it. At that moment, he found himself under the threat of a deadly blade, with his only path to witnessing the dawn of the next day lying in the defeat of these 5 adversaries. Realizing this, he resolved not to waste any more time. Kakuzu immediately activated his Earth Grudge Fear, and 2 monstrous entities materialized from his shoulders, launching deadly attacks. Deidara began to speak, but was interrupted by Sasori, who was still haunted by the previous battle. Stop throwing bombs recklessly. Use your clay spiders to harass him. Understood. Deidara replied without objection, unleashing clay spiders and centipedes to continually vex Naruto. Alongside them were the ever-resourceful Sasori, the frenzied Haiden, and the occasional ambush from Orochimaru. Why hasn't Naruto returned yet? Sakura inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Shio consoled her, do not let paranoia take hold. He carries a signal flare. Should he encounter trouble, he will deploy it. Rest assured, the Akatsuki has not reappeared in these days. I will ensure your safe return to Konoha, Shio assured. Sakura's spirits lifted at this news, and she excitedly grasped Shio's hand. So you've decided to return to Konoha with me? I never said that, Shio retorted, a hint of a smirk on her lips. Are your parents easy to get along with? Having spent ample time with Shio, Sakura could discern her subtle implications. They are indeed easy to get along with. Although both are ordinary ninjas, they are wonderful people. You can ask Naruto, he visits often. When you come to my home, you can stay with us. That way, I can see you every time I return from a mission. Though Chio often remarked on how much Sakura resembled her younger self, reliable, brave, and resilient, this was not the crux of her feelings. Chio felt a profound loneliness, although her brother, Otsutsuki, occasionally kept her company. They were both of an age where companionship was scarce. Sakura's presence filled the emotional void in her heart, inspiring a genuine desire to nurture and cherish her. Emotions are often reciprocal. Moved by Chio's selfless dedication and affection, Sakura found herself unwilling to part with her, wishing to care for her and ensure her twilight years were filled with happiness. After a moment's contemplation, Chio finally declared, "Then let us go to Konoha to meet Tsunade." "Wonderful!" Sakura exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, her mind already envisioning their future together. As she was about to continue, a deafening explosion interrupted her, sending a scorching wave that rustled their garments. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed toward the source of the blast. Meanwhile, Naruto's battle with the Akatsuki had reached a fever pitch. "Hey, Kakuzu, hurry and piece me back together." Haiden's head had become detached. Hanging on by a mere scrap of flesh, his body reduced to powder under Naruto's Rasengan. Kakuzu, however, had no time to spare on Haiden. After incapacitating him, Naruto directed his remaining vigor toward Kakuzu, who had already lost 2 hearts. Deidara was left with only 1 arm, having lost the other to Naruto's surprise attack from beneath the ground, significantly reducing his ability to craft clay bombs. As the 3rd Kazekage puppet was once again sent flying, Sasori's prized puppet lay in ruins, officially declared out of commission. Among the Akatsuki, Orochimaru remained relatively unscathed, having employed numerous survival techniques and kept to the periphery, thus avoiding direct assaults. "Oh Naruto-kun, I must commend your strength," Orochimaru remarked, his grin fading. "One might think that even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, if resurrected, would find themselves outclassed by you. How regrettable. If only you had a few more years, perhaps your accomplishments would surpass those of the first Hokage." Though Orochimaru had never witnessed the true capabilities of Hashirama and Madara, Naruto's displayed prowess was enough to position him at the pinnacle of this world, taking on 5 opponents at once. a feat even the enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki might struggle to surpass. Yet, alas, it seemed this was where it would end for Naruto. At that moment, his garments were in tatters, his body riddled with wounds of varying severity, the sage mode markings long since faded, and his right eye nearly obscured. Orochimaru's words echoed in his ears, a cacophony drowning out clarity. Each step he took left a trail of crimson footprints. Before him, Orochimaru appeared as a blur, his figure indistinct. Naruto had reached his limits. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, his stamina waning. Were it not for the nine tails within him passively aiding in the healing of his injuries, Naruto would have likely succumbed by now. Then I shall take your head, Kakuzu announced, a wind blade slicing toward Naruto's neck. Give up. Perhaps if you fall, all of this will no longer concern you. This is as far as I can go. The rest is up to others. Close your eyes. From this point forward, there will be no joy, no sorrow, no worries. Naruto's chest heaved, reminiscent of a rusted windmill, each breath seemingly draining his remaining vitality. Yet his spirit remained unbroken, a voice in his mind urging him to survive. Then you must protect me well. Did you not promise to always safeguard me, regardless of time or place? I will always protect you, Sakura. If anyone dares to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. We must remain unharmed. We shall live to see this world together. That night, he had vowed to the girl that he would eternally shield her, accompanying her to every corner of the earth. But if he were to perish here, who would protect her? Who would treat her with kindness, staying by her side? Sakura, Sasuke, Karin, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya, Granny Tsunade, Shikamaru, Neji, Kiba, Neji, the faces of those he cherished surfaced in his mind. Should he flee, leaving them to confront the darkness alone? No, I cannot fall now. With a fierce roar, Naruto's visage contorted in pain as the power of the nine tails surged once more. An eerie crimson chakra pouring forth from him. Chapter 107. Preserving the hope of the ninja world, a surge of intense frustration and fury ignited the nine tails' power within Naruto once more. As the crimson chakra surged and transformed around him, as Naruto raised his bloodied hand, the wind blades that had threatened him disintegrated into nothingness, dissipating into the air. The atmosphere momentarily fell silent. The members of Akatsuki were taken aback, realizing that despite their combined strength, which had cost them the equivalent of 1.5 combatants, their opponents still possessed considerable energy. The power of the nine tails, intriguing indeed, mused Orochimaru. Kakuzu calmly reminded them that although Naruto had merged with the tailed beast's power, his affinity with it was still far from complete. While his chakra had increased dramatically, he was nearing his limits. Now was the perfect moment to eliminate him. Then why wait? Let us kill him, Deidara proclaimed. He felt a growing apprehension towards Naruto. The organization had always operated with impunity, vanquishing renowned adversaries with ease. Yet, if they could not even defeat this one man, what would become of them if they encountered Naruto alone in the future? Scorpion remained silent, merely focusing his thoughts as countless puppets, hidden in the vicinity, emerged to encircle Naruto. At that moment, Naruto's body was severely damaged, hindered by various toxins, and he could not unleash his full strength. Nevertheless, even in his weakened state, these puppets struggled to pose a challenge, their remnants scattered across the ground. Naruto refrained from using the shadow clone technique, wary of Kakuzu and Deidara's area attacks. Just as he evaded Orochimaru's sneak attack, Scorpion seized the opportunity to strike Naruto from behind with an exceptionally bizarre assault. At that instant, a kunai intercepted his blade. Initially, Scorpion dismissed the ordinary kunai, but he soon felt an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward. The timely arrival of Sakura and Chiyo had changed the tide. Naruto. Upon seeing him, Sakura's heart shattered, vivid memories of nightmares flooding her mind. How could this happen in a frenzy? She shattered several puppets before racing to Naruto's side. Faced with Sakura's concerned expression, Naruto turned to her, his bloodied visage barely recognizable. He managed to smile, his one-eyed gaze squinting as if to reassure her. Despite his grievous injuries, he maintained a foolish grin, solely to comfort the young woman. It will be all right, Naruto. Sakura struggled to return a smile, but it appeared more sorrowful than joyous. She had countless words to express, yet the gravity of their situation rendered any further conversation a luxury. Wiping her tears, she stood vigilant against the surrounding foes. Chiyo glanced at Naruto and Sakura, then surveyed the enemies around them, her heart steeling with resolve. Has this day finally arrived? I shall use my frail body to preserve the flicker of hope for the ninja world. Sakura, I will hold them off. You must find a chance to take Naruto and escape. Chiyo declared firmly. How can you say that? We can fight together. Surely we can. Sakura immediately rejected the idea. While she cared deeply for Naruto and was prepared to risk her life for him, she could not bear to sacrifice Chiyo, trading the elder's life for their survival. Chiyo replied sternly, Be quiet. Can you not see that Naruto is at his limit? His body is on the brink of collapse. He cannot continue to fight. Naruto is the future hope of the ninja world. He cannot fall here. I will hold them off. You must leave at once. Before they could debate further, Scorpion launched his attack again. Countless fine needles shot forth from his mouth with incredible speed and density, expertly dodging all the puppets and aiming directly at the three of them. With a kunai in hand, Sakura focused her mind as never before, fully aware of the dire consequences of failure. If they lost, not only would she perish, but Naruto and Chiyo would meet the same fate. Together, Chiyo and Sakura frantically wielded their kunai, forming a solid defense against Scorpion's relentless barrage of needles. As the scroll containing the 10 puppets of the Chikamatsu unfurled, Chiyo's once cloudy eyes sparkled with youthful confidence, reminiscent of her earlier years. Come forth, my comrades. However, an awkward silence ensued as not a single puppet emerged, and the scroll remained unresponsive. This Chiyo stared in disbelief at the puppets controlled by Scorpion, realizing something was amiss, and quickly rummaged for other scrolls, only to find that none of them summoned any puppets either. The binding dragon formation required exacting conditions, demanding great costs, and at least 4 top-tier warriors as focal points. Once established, every space ninjutsu within a radius of 1 kilometer around the focal points would theoretically be locked down unless one possessed overwhelming strength. This was true for Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique, as well as Chiyo's puppetry. Otherwise, Naruto would have summoned the likes of Gamabunta for assistance long ago. Since Scorpion was one of the formation's creators, he had already summoned his puppets beforehand, leaving Chiyo in utter shock. What's wrong, Granny? Sakura sensed Chiyo's distress and quickly inquired. Chiyo, helpless, responded, I cannot summon my puppets. This is dire. Sakura froze. Chiyo's strength primarily lay in her puppetry, and without it, her capabilities would be severely diminished. After all, Chiyo was of advanced age. Could they truly expect her to engage in close combat? Protecting herself might even become a challenge. Realizing this, Sakura instinctively moved closer to Chiyo, determined to shield her. Chiyo, wise and experienced, recognized Sakura's intentions and felt a sense of comfort, grateful that her trust had not been misplaced. At that moment, Scorpion, who had remained silent, spoke with a tone devoid of emotion, tinged with mockery. It is you, isn't it? What's wrong? Can't even summon your puppets? What will you fight me with now? Upon hearing Scorpion's words, Sakura glanced at Chiyo, astonished to discover that the two of them were acquainted. Chiyo, with no intention of concealing the truth, candidly replied, He is my grandson. What? Your grandson? Sakura was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this some sort of jest? Chiyo nodded, her eyes reflecting a deep sadness. Chapter 108. Sakura versus Sasori. Chiyo nodded, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes. After all, it was I who taught him the art of puppetry. Sasori scoffed, grandson? Well, I suppose that's one way to put it. Taking a deep breath, Sakura declared, Leave the younger generation to us, Naruto. All right, Naruto replied succinctly, turning his focus back to the trio of Akatsuki members, leaving Sasori to face Chiyo and Sakura. Although Naruto was nearing his limit, he was propped up by sheer willpower, and his vast repertoire of secret techniques, bolstered by the 9 tails, remained formidable. The 3 adversaries, with the exception of Orochimaru, were not in optimal condition either. Yet Orochimaru's attacks were insufficient to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto. Kisame had been eager to assist Haiden in regaining his combat prowess. Yet he found himself consistently targeted by Naruto, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. Regrettably, the remaining 4 members on the opposing side were all immune to illusionary techniques of a dark nature. Thus, the battlefield maintained an eerie equilibrium until the final moment. No one could predict who would fall first. On another front, the dozens of puppets that had initially lurked menacingly suddenly disassembled simultaneously, reconstituting their core into the shattered form of the 3rd Kazekage. This strongest trump card in Sasori's arsenal bizarrely accomplished self-repair, brandishing its eerie blades as it lunged once more at its foes. The speed is astonishing. Sakura's gaze was heavier than ever. She cleared her mind of all distractions, forcing herself to focus on the battle at hand. A phrase from Zabuza echoed in her mind. Sometimes, the eyes can deceive, but the ears will never betray. Above her, the third Kazekage puppet appeared ominously above Sakura, thrusting its blade at an impossible angle, aimed directly at her head. Huh! Sakura unleashed a powerful uppercut, sending the third Kazekage's body careening through the air, spinning twice before barely regaining its balance. Chio furrowed her brow in alarm, urging, Sakura, get away. Do you really think I will allow that? Flames erupted from Sasori's arm, thwarting Chio's attempt at rescue. The previously airborne third Kazekage unleashed a torrent of puppet arms from within, an overwhelming number that ensnared Sakura. Sakura's strength was formidable. Such physical restraints could not contain her. In mere moments, the mechanical limbs that resembled a cage were shattered into countless pieces. However, a cylindrical mechanism remained beneath her feet, scattering in all directions before she could react, slicing her arms with several deep wounds. Chio hurried forward, withdrawing a syringe and injecting it into Sakura's thigh. How do you feel? It's nothing serious, just a bit of numbness, Sakura replied. Ninjutsu, super dense fog technique. A thick fog began to emanate from Sakura, enveloping the battlefield and rapidly diminishing visibility to a perilous degree, particularly in her immediate vicinity, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Having trained under Chio in the art of puppetry for many days, Sakura understood her mentor's capabilities thoroughly. At the pinnacle of puppetry, one could not only control puppets, but also living beings. The deeper the connection between two individuals, the greater the resulting power. If both were puppeteers, the potency of their techniques would multiply exponentially. Perhaps the super dense fog technique could affect Chio, but it would not hinder Sakura. Chio could manipulate her body to access all her perceptions. Grandmother, Chio instructed, Sakura, for now, entrust your body to me. All right. Seeing this, Sasori sneered. Are you treating this girl as a living puppet? How terribly dull. I shall show you what true puppetry is. While the super dense fog technique affected both Sasori and the third Kazekage, within Sasori's multitude of puppets, there remained a sensory puppet that he had preserved, allowing him to disregard the fog's limitations. Chio and Sasori's hands moved frantically, their precise chakra threads connecting to their respective puppets. The once grandparent-grandchild duo now represented the pinnacle of their respective eras in puppetry, with victory and death on the line. Sasori, who should have been devoid of emotional fluctuations, found himself affected since encountering Chio. He unleashed all his hidden cards, seemingly intent on destroying the elderly woman before him. 3 years prior, Sakura had pledged herself to Tsunade as her disciple, training tirelessly for Naruto's sake. Though her strength might not rival that of Akatsuki, it was certainly formidable. With Chiyo's puppetry enhancing her abilities, Sakura's agility and power were amplified, allowing her to hold her ground against the third Kazekage with a hint of superiority. How is this possible? For the first time, doubt crept into Sasori's mind regarding the path he had chosen. He had revealed all his cards, yet he found himself at a disadvantage. In a flash, Sasori propelled himself forward, joining the third Kazekage in an assault against Sakura. Even so, they could not gain the upper hand, without Chiyo's puppets to summon. Had it not been for Sakura's own mastery of puppetry and their profound bond akin to that of family, Sasori might have emerged victorious. However, Sakura not only mastered puppetry but also shared an intimate relationship with Chiyo, akin to that of a grandparent and grandchild. After initially adapting to one another, their synergy grew increasingly harmonious, amplifying their combined power. Enhanced by puppetry, Sakura resembled a pinnacle version of Tsunade. Deidara, Kisame, hold them off for a moment. Orochimaru, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, issued his command before vanishing from sight. Damn it! Upon witnessing Orochimaru's retreat, Deidara could not help but curse Orochimaru. Ah, I will kill you, you miserable bastard. Kisame remained silent, but had already seized Haiden's head, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Naruto's eyes had begun to lose their luster, as though he might collapse at any moment, yet he fought on relentlessly like a tireless machine. Kisame's heart had consumed 3 of its beats. He hesitated to gamble, uncertain whether it would be Naruto or himself who would falter first. Sasori's core lay cracked, his head tilted, lying in a state of ambiguity regarding life and death. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage, deprived of both arms, continued to writhe beneath Sakura's feet until she stomped down with force, causing its body to shatter. Did we kill him? Sakura and Chiyo sighed in relief simultaneously. The previous skirmish had drained them considerably. Just as they prepared to assist Naruto, an eerie flash of blade light sliced between them. Chapter 109. Dying in agony, a sinister flash of blade passed between the two, its speed unremarkable, yet severing the connection between Sakura and Chiyo. Orochimaru's figure materialized beside Chiyo, but her line of sight was obstructed, preventing her from discerning his form, while he brandished the Kusanagi sword. "Grandmother!" Sakura exclaimed in alarm, hastily turning to strike at Orochimaru. Yet, as her fist made contact with his form, he dissipated into nothingness. Simultaneously, a muffled gasp escaped Sakura as the Kusanagi sword pierced through her abdomen. Orochimaru's malevolent visage emerged slowly from behind her, revealing that his true target had never been Chiyo, but rather Sakura. With the chakra threads severed, Sakura's defenses plummeted, and witnessing Chiyo's peril further diverted her focus. In that moment of disorientation, Orochimaru seized his opportunity. "What you see is merely what I wish you to perceive." Orochimaru possessed an intimate understanding of human anatomy. This wound would not heal, yet it was sufficient to render Sakura defenseless. Employing his fingers to enact a seal, he grasped her throat, immobilizing her and silencing her cries, leaving her utterly incapacitated. Orochimaru, despicable! Chiyo glared fiercely at him, wishing nothing more than to obliterate him on the spot, yet felt restrained, fearing the consequences of her attack. Orochimaru chuckled, gradually extracting the Kusanagi sword and positioning it against Sakura's neck. Blood flowed incessantly from Sakura's lower back, her mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. In the grand scheme of things, the public often fixates solely on the outcome, disregarding the methods employed. "So, Naruto, can we not conclude this battle?" In the distance, Naruto and Kakuzu's clash with Deidara had also come to a halt. "Well done, Orochimaru." Deidara regarded him with newfound respect, having initially presumed Orochimaru had fled, only to witness him orchestrate a cunning ploy. Kakuzu too felt a sense of relief, although he had engaged in the ambush against Naruto to fulfill the organization's agenda. He had no desire for mutual destruction, for the longer he lived, the more he feared death. Naruto, drenched in blood from head to toe, resembled a wraith emerging from the depths of the most brutal hell, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as they fixated on Orochimaru. His body trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but rather a primal reaction to his physical limits. However, with Sakura held hostage, he was compelled to suppress his fury, refraining from rash actions. "Cough. What do you want?" Naruto's voice emerged raspily, his severe injuries having affected his vocal cords, causing him to cough up blood upon speaking. Orochimaru's gaze bore into Naruto as he licked his lips. "If memory serves me well, this girl holds great significance for you, has she not, since 3 years ago? She is indeed a beautiful girl, like a delicate flower. You would not wish for her to wither, would you? How about this, your life for hers? Sacrificing oneself for a beloved is surely a noble endeavor." Naruto retorted, "Why should I trust you?" "Do not trust him," Chiyo urged urgently. In her eyes, these villains were irredeemable, especially Orochimaru, who could even turn against his former mentor. What heinous acts might he not commit? Though heartbroken at Sakura's dire predicament, she recognized that allowing Naruto to remain passive would change nothing, save for mutual demise. Just as she prepared to act, Kakuzu unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing her. Orochimaru, unperturbed, pressed the Kusanagi sword more firmly against the delicate flesh of Sakura's neck. "Apologies, my sword trembled. Do you still have a choice? Let me think. I shall start by crippling your hands. After all, you nearly killed us all just now. Look at what you have done to my comrades. Hurry now, or I cannot guarantee my sword won't tremble again, and that would be unfortunate." Without hesitation, Naruto drove a kunai through one of his palms, twisting it forcefully to carve out a gaping wound. In doing so, he rendered that hand incapable of forming seals, let alone moving. Tears streamed down Sakura's cheeks as she gasped, desperate to implore Naruto to abandon her, to deter him from such self-harm, yet no sound escaped her lips. She felt an unbearable anguish, unable even to end her own suffering, forced to witness Naruto inflict harm upon himself for her sake. To Naruto, it felt as though Orochimaru had seized his very lifeline, just as he had claimed. He recalled the promise made under the moonlight, vowing to protect her always. Yet even without that promise, he would have acted thus, Among the myriad of important individuals in his brief existence, Sakura was the most vital. Naruto was not born for her sake, yet he would willingly die for her. He could not accept the thought of Sakura departing from his life before him. He tirelessly sought any flaw or oversight in Orochimaru's defenses, vowing never to relent. As long as there remained the slightest possibility, he would rescue Sakura. However, Orochimaru operated like a masterful hunter, granting him no opportunity. Do not forget about your other hand, Naruto. Do not hesitate. Wordlessly, Naruto clamped the kunai in his mouth and similarly mutilated his other hand. Foolish, Kakazu remarked coldly, observing the scene with a bloodthirsty grin. Having witnessed far more brutal spectacles without a hint of compassion, the boy before him had nearly brought about his own demise. Kakazu remained unconvinced that Orochimaru would spare the girl, nor would he allow it even if Orochimaru desired to. He reveled in the prospect of her demise in agonizing despair. Haiden, reduced to a head in Kakuzu's grasp, cackled. Ha! How pathetic. You can no longer use ninjutsu, can you? Kakuzu, let us ensure he does not die easily. He must suffer for 3 days and nights. Haiden and Kakazu had engaged in such malevolence many times. They may not have been the most prolific killers in the organization, but their methods were the most grotesque. Whenever they encountered troublesome adversaries, they relished the opportunity to torment them, flaying, dismembering, eviscerating. Meanwhile, Deidara averted his gaze, a rare flicker of complexity crossing his features as he turned away from the gruesome scene, walking toward the remnants of Sasori. He too wished to eliminate Naruto, to reduce him to mere art amidst his explosions, yet he could not bear to conclude matters in such a manner. Hey, Sasori, are you truly dead? Chapter 110. A world devoid of meaning. Sakura's tears fell like a kite severed from its tether, cascading endlessly as if she sought to weep dry all her sorrows at once. She had never anticipated a day when living would become more unbearable than death itself. Yet she felt powerless to halt the unfolding tragedy before her. Why must she endure such torment? Rather than be a burden, she would prefer to perish outright. How she wished Naruto could be a little more selfish, to show some ruthlessness. Yet, he remained unwavering, that foolish boy, recklessly thrusting himself toward demise for her sake. Idiot, don't do this. Move. Orochimaru harshly tugged at Sakura's hair, extending his tongue eagerly to lick the Kusanagi sword in his grasp, grinning as he said, don't rush, there are still legs to use. His taijutsu is formidable. However, he failed to notice Sakura's fingers twitch imperceptibly. Kisame coldly remarked, you are truly cruel, Orochimaru, but I find it rather enjoyable. You have earned my respect. Deidara, unable to contain himself, interjected, hey, stop the games. Be cautious of prolonging this nightmarish ordeal. Is it not better to simply kill him? Haiden, dissatisfied, retorted, Deidara, you are far too young. What does death matter? Let him delight Lord Jashin with his blood. Observing Naruto, who was rendered nearly powerless, Kisame scoffed. Allow me to assist you. With that, a bolt of lightning erupted from the mouth of the earth, aimed not at Naruto's heart, but rather at his knee. As Haiden had suggested, he clearly intended to inflict slow, torturous death, allowing Naruto to expire amidst despairing cries. Naruto gazed at the impending lightning bolt, aware he could evade it, yet he felt increasingly trapped as his body deteriorated. Chiyo's form surged from the shadows, wielding a short blade to shield Naruto. The blade shattered upon impact, her arm was broken, and her body pierced by lightning, yet she successfully redirected the strike to an empty space nearby. Grandmother. Naruto's voice was hoarse. Chiyo clutched her chest, drenched in cold sweat, yet she stood resolutely, offering reassurance. It's all right. This place is vacant. Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Chiyo, acknowledging her peculiar abilities. Thankfully, the Binding Dragon formation had sealed space ninjutsu. Otherwise, they would have faced even more complications. Now, it is my turn to shine, Chiyo declared, a dismissive smile gracing her face, as if she regarded her adversaries with disdain. Deidara scoffed, don't be ridiculous, old woman. Just you? At that moment, several colossal packages plummeted from the sky, stirring up clouds of dust. The group instinctively looked up to discover a flying puppet. A backup Chiyo had transported from Sunagakure. Chiyo pulled the chakra strings, and 10 uniquely designed puppets emerged, revealing the original 10. Though they are antiquated, they remain functional. As long as I can delay these fellows for a while, they won't escape, she boisterously proclaimed, subtly signaling that reinforcements from Sunagakure were on their way. Orochimaru tightened his grip on Sakura, agitation creeping into his tone. There's no need to prolong this dreary game, Naruto. Make a decision swiftly. Either you perish, or she does. Yet, he could not finish his sentence. Blood sprayed forth, and the girl's body crumpled to the ground in an instant. Quick and merciless, Orochimaru had not the time to intervene. In breaking free from the seal, the girl had made her choice. Having lost her combat capability, she could only become a burden. A weapon for the enemy to harm Naruto. She no longer wished to be a liability. If only one could survive, she would willingly relinquish her hope of life to Naruto. In her final moments of consciousness, Sakura's lips moved rapidly, yet no words emerged. Her gaze towards Naruto brimming with reluctance. There was no formal farewell, only a lingering regret for all the things left undone, the moments never shared. That boy had always protected her, stood by her side, and given her the best of himself, yet she had been unable to reciprocate. I'm sorry. You must live well. Will you forget me? Or perhaps it's best to forget me. You must live fully. Find a girl you love who loves you in return. Naruto, I cannot accompany you any longer, yet I find it so hard to part with you. In that moment, her thoughts ceased, her body collapsing to the ground. She could utter nothing, yet her gaze conveyed an entire universe of unspoken words. No, Naruto roared, his pupils constricting violently, as the world around him turned a crimson hue with the splatter of her blood. In an instant, they were separated by the chasm of life and death. He had eternally lost the girl's smile, never to meet again, nor share another word. Pain, a profound agony emanating from his very soul, suffocated him, rendering him breathless, indescribably tormented. Having lost his dearest love, the world had seemingly lost all meaning for Naruto. Unforgivable. A raging inferno of wrath raged within him, consuming him with the desire to annihilate this world. In that moment, Naruto refused to ponder responsibility or consequences. He yearned for but one thing: to kill them, to obliterate them, to eliminate them. With a fervor, he sought the most brutal means of their demise, to extinguish their flesh, to obliterate their souls, to annihilate everything associated with them. Time appeared to halt as Naruto delved into the most secretive recesses of his being, where the forbidden entity of the shinobi world lay imprisoned, the Nine Tails. You have finally arrived at this juncture, Naruto. The Nine Tails regarded the utterly unhinged Naruto, a rare absence of mockery in its tone, tinged instead with regret. Their encounters were not new. They had exchanged barbs countless times. The Nine Tails had tried to deceive Naruto into breaking the seal, taunting him repeatedly, yet Naruto had remained steadfast, unwavering in his resolve. Gradually, the Nine Tails recognized the boy's uniqueness. He lived with unparalleled authenticity, selflessness, and integrity, even evoking the shadow of another. The boy had boldly promised that when true peace graced the shinobi world, he would grant it freedom and protect the tailed beasts from becoming mere tools of the villages. The Nine Tails awaited that day, eager to witness whether the boy would fulfill his pledge. This anticipation had alleviated its solitude in the dark void, but unexpectedly. That day had not yet come, and instead, it witnessed the boy's descent into madness. This world is rife with bloodshed and filth. You, Kurama, grant me your strength. Naruto's voice was devoid of warmth, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. The Nine Tails swallowed its impending derision, responding with reluctant honesty. All the power I can offer you has already been bestowed. Otherwise, with your injuries, you would have perished long ago. With the seal in place, my power remains limited. I will break your seal, restore your freedom. I have but one final request. Lend me all your strength. As his words echoed, under the incredulous gaze of the Nine Tails, the seal was torn away, unlocking the prison that had confined it for 16 long years. Chapter 111. The perfect fusion of Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails was astonished by Naruto's mastery of sealing techniques. The cage that had confined it for an entire 16 years was forcibly opened. Did he not fear being treacherous? Was he unaware that once he assimilated its chakra and left him, he would perish? This was trust, such a foreign and elusive concept, yet it stood before him, demanding belief. If that were the case, then use me to your heart's content. It understood the boy's solitude, his desolation, and his innocent heart. It recognized his nature, his character, and most importantly, his grand aspirations. From the moment Naruto resolutely unsealed the barrier, the Nine Tails harbored no further suspicion, but fully released itself, merging its chakra with Naruto's will. Together, they achieved a profound resonance of souls, their powers perfectly intertwined. Go forth and fight, whether it be to protect or to destroy. Orochimaru gazed gravely at the approaching Naruto and taunted, "Come on, Naruto, how much strength do you have left with your hands incapacitated?" As soon as he spoke, a tempest erupted, an unmatched aura emanating from Naruto, spreading in all directions, violently unleashing the power that threatened to overflow within him, transforming the very color of the surrounding world. Naruto, on the brink of collapse, felt his eyes ignite once more with a breathtaking crimson chakra, surging from every pore of his body, forming a cloak of chakra around him. It was a flawless fusion. Two colossal hands of Ninetales chakra forcefully pressed against the ground, propelling Naruto like a bolt from a bow toward Orochimaru. The overwhelming intent to kill became a tangible blade, sending chills throughout Orochimaru's body. A primal fear that pierced deep into his soul. He could not face it head-on, or he would surely perish. Nearby, Haiden and Deidara felt the same ominous threat. Both were injured, and hesitation could very well lead to their demise. Deidara had even created a giant bird, preparing to flee, not out of cowardice, but because Haiden was barely alive. Another blow would be fatal. Haiden tossed Haiden's head onto the giant bird and climbed aboard. Abandoning the notion of aiding Orochimaru, forced by circumstance, he relinquished his duty, as he had always been a traitor to the organization. However, just as Haiden exhaled in relief and prepared to watch the spectacle, he was horrified to find himself transported to Orochimaru's original position, unable to react in time. And he bore the brunt of Naruto's lethal strike. The chakra giant's hand gripped Haiden's shoulder as Naruto delivered a brutal headbutt to his chest. Countless black lines converged on Haiden's chest, attempting to defend, but were shattered by the force of the impact, leaving a gaping cavity. The pressure forced his internal organs to protrude from his back, and one of Haiden's hearts shattered. "Let us die together." Haiden cackled, suddenly devoid of fear, abandoning defense as countless black lines and his curse technique surged toward Naruto. Yet, he had reached the end of his road. His attacks were feeble, failing to breach Naruto's Ninetales cloak. Naruto's chakra hand firmly grasped Haiden's shoulder, pulling with such might that he tore Haiden's body asunder. The last of Haiden's hearts fell into Naruto's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto clenched his fist, sending black blood splattering, signaling the tragic, absurd, yet wicked life of Haiden had come to an end. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already taken flight atop the giant bird, retreating with Deidara. Just as Naruto intended to pursue them, he suddenly recalled something and hurried back to Sakura's side. There would be countless opportunities to kill, but for Sakura, there was but this one chance. Seeing Chiyo cradling Sakura in her arms, Naruto retracted the Ninetales chakra and bowed deeply to Chiyo. "Grandma, please teach me the technique that can save Sakura." Chiyo paused, surprised. "You know about the rebirth technique?" Naruto nodded. The rebirth technique was a secret of the Sand Village, capable of resurrecting the deceased within a day. However, the practitioner would pay a heavy price, exchanging their own life for another's, a life for a life, thus deemed forbidden by the Sand Village. With his understanding of the technique, he believed he could grasp it within a day. He resolved to use his life to save Sakura, the girl whose body and soul were intricately intertwined with his. Naruto was filled with anguish, even breathing felt, devoid of meaning without the girl in his world. "I'm sorry, Sakura, I couldn't protect you, but I will ensure you live." Chiyo did not pursue the source of Naruto's knowledge, slowly stating, "You should be aware of the cost, a life for a life." However, mastering the rebirth technique is not something that can be accomplished in a day. Yet, Naruto fell to his knees, urgent. "My speed in learning ninjutsu exceeds that of ordinary people. I can learn it quickly. Time is of the essence, Grandma. I beg you, considering our contributions to the sand, please teach me." A man kneels, and beneath him lies gold. Naruto had never knelt to anyone in his life, yet he willingly did so for the one he cherished. "Are you mad, Naruto?" The Ninetales voice echoed in his mind, struggling to comprehend Naruto's actions. Human emotions were too intricate. Despite Naruto's numerous accomplishments, even becoming the object of admiration for many, the Ninetales viewed him as too straightforward, even adorably naive. His heart was as clear as a tranquil lake, and thus the Ninetales could not bear to watch him perish. "I can temporarily remain within your body, allowing you to live. Do not act foolishly." Yet Naruto remained unmoved. "Once I am gone, you are free, Kurama. Just be wary of being captured again. Is it truly worth it for a mere human woman?" Chiyo suddenly interjected, echoing the Ninetales' question. Was it worth going to such lengths for Sakura? With your strength, you will surely stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world one day. How many women would flock to you then? But I only want her. Naruto's response was resolute. Perhaps with his rise in strength and status, countless maidens would adore him. But what significance would that hold? His heart belonged solely to Sakura. He gently brushed aside Sakura's hair and tenderly caressed her forehead, his gaze softening. Chapter 112. The cycle of life and death. It is my fault. I promised to protect her forever, yet I have broken my vow. Since I can no longer accompany her, let at least my death serve her purpose. To ensure her survival, I would gladly pay any price. You are a reliable man. It is fortunate for Sakura to have met you, and her final decision was not in vain, Chio remarked. Meeting Sakura has also been my fortune. So, grandmother, have you agreed? Let us begin swiftly. Not so fast. First, let me examine your injuries, Chio said as she approached Naruto's wounds. Although Naruto yearned to commence the rebirth technique, he could not directly oppose Chio's wishes, as he was in need of her assistance. What Naruto failed to notice was the fleeting sadness that crossed Chio's previously calm demeanor, vanishing in an instant as she came to a realization. Grandmother, you. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. Naruto looked at Chio in disbelief as several silver needles pierced his flesh. At that moment, Chio smiled, a sincere, tranquil smile, reminiscent of a grandparent's warmth towards their grandchild. Naruto, you and Sakura are both good children, so young, with futures brimming with infinite possibilities. If only two of us are to survive, then it should be this old woman who perishes. If I hadn't insisted on following you, you would not have to move so slowly. Perhaps you would have returned to Konoha already. I hold great affection for Sakura and am willing to bear the consequences of her rebirth. Grandmother, this is not a burden you should bear. Naruto struggled to purge the toxins from his body, but Chio's poison techniques were far too advanced to resolve quickly. As he sought the Nine-Tails' assistance, it remained unresponsive, as if asleep. Perhaps, to the beast, the death of an inconsequential old woman was a preferable outcome to Naruto's demise. Chio spoke gently. To rid you of the toxins will take a minimum of 15 minutes, while I can complete this technique in just 5. Rather than engage in meaningless dialogue, why not listen to the final wishes of this old woman? What do you say? Very well, Naruto replied, his eyes reddening. As Chio spoke those words, a flicker of relief crossed his heart. He loathed his own selfishness and felt guilt towards this legendary figure from Sunagakure. Yet, as Chio had stated, it was too late to intervene. This eccentric yet caring grandmother had resolved to sacrifice herself from the very beginning. Chio had already summoned her chakra to her hands, initiating the rebirth technique. There were many things she wished to convey, but she chose to prioritize the most crucial matters. I do not wish to witness Sunagakure's destruction. I hope you can assist the village to the best of your abilities. I will do so. Secondly, Sakura is an exceptional girl, willing to forsake her life for you. I hope you will take her as your wife and never betray her trust. I will do so. Thirdly, the ninja world is not as peaceful as it seems. Many villages are engaged in covert battles. I hope you can become a unique ninja and bring true peace to the ninja world. I will do so. Lastly, if my grandson still lives, I hope you can spare him as much as possible. Naruto could no longer continue, for Chio's body had fallen lifelessly backward. This woman who had devoted her life to Sunagakure had departed from this world. He would never again witness her feigned death. This time, she was truly gone. Their promise to journey to Konoha together had ultimately dissolved into mere words. Spare Scorpion? He is a member of Akatsuki. After a long pause, Naruto finally uttered a promise, though it sounded like a soliloquy. Very well. In the high azure sky. Orochimaru, what you just did. Deidara hesitated, having witnessed firsthand how Kakuzu had been betrayed and killed by Orochimaru. It was impossible for him to harbor no resentment. After all, compared to Orochimaru, who shamelessly rejoined the organization after betraying it, they regarded him as an untrustworthy outsider. If there had been any possibility of misunderstanding previously, Orochimaru's recent actions had made it clear that he was unreliable. Orochimaru bluntly stated, I am sorry for Kakuzu's death. If given the chance, I would resurrect him. However, our immediate priority is to find a place to heal. Scorpion cannot wait much longer. Once the energy is completely drained, he will perish. Deidara was left speechless. Just moments ago, Orochimaru had instantaneously swapped places with Kakuzu, all while they were trapped in the binding dragon formation, which rendered all space ninjutsu ineffective. Either Orochimaru had lifted the binding dragon formation at the last moment, or he possessed a means to evade the formation's restrictions. If it were the latter, he had not utilized it while attacking Naruto, suggesting that he was wary of them or intentionally concealing his capabilities. Moreover, the ability to interchange positions with Kakuzu in an instant implied that Orochimaru had tampered with him beforehand, unbeknownst to Kakuzu. Did they, too, possess similar abilities? As these thoughts plagued Deidara, his expression grew increasingly uneasy. Noticing his discomfort, Orochimaru inquired, "What troubles you, Deidara?" Deidara could not voice his true thoughts and merely replied, "I am simply lamenting Kakuzu's demise. I did not expect this Uzumaki Naruto to be so formidable." "Is that so?" Orochimaru's gaze turned skeptical. Fortunately, at that moment, the unconscious Haiden regained consciousness, and, upon seeing Orochimaru, erupted into a tirade, tears streaming down his face. Though Kakuzu was feared by many, he was the only comrade recognized by Haiden. "Orochimaru, you scoundrel! You have killed Kakuzu. Just wait, I will slay you." Before Haiden could finish his threats, Deidara swiftly sealed his mouth with a sticky substance, silencing him. "Enough with your incessant prattle. It is a miracle that we managed to save you, you fool." He did not wish to provoke a direct conflict with Orochimaru, especially while injured, given Orochimaru's numerous and cunning survival tactics. "No, I must inform the leader about this matter." Haiden, having endured much, was resolute. His eyes fixed intently on Orochimaru and Deidara. Chapter 113. Journey to the Land of Waves. The news of the passing of Chiyo, the legendary puppet master from Sunagakure, swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. The ambush on the Leaf Ninja by Akatsuki also shocked everyone. The traitorous ninjas from Konoha, Orochimaru, along with Kakuzu from Takigakure, Haiden from Yugakure, Sasori from Sunagakure, and Deidara from Awagakure, were surprisingly repelled, with at least one casualty among them. This battle once again catapulted Naruto Uzumaki's name into the limelight, while Sakura Haruno's name also surfaced on the tables of high-ranking officials across various factions. Team Kurenai became a source of concern for them, compelling a reassessment of their relationship with Konoha. Those closely associated with Naruto were incensed upon hearing the news, particularly the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who exhibited the most intense reaction, rallying a few old friends to venture out of the village in search of Orochimaru. Within a hidden cave on the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto held a peculiar and exquisite stone in his hand, relentlessly slicing it with a Rasengan shuriken. The stone shattered into countless tiny fragments, and the immense chakra energy dispersed into the air, accelerating the chakra refinement process by more than threefold and even raising Naruto's chakra capacity. This remarkable item was none other than the Grell Stone. The Grell Stone harbored a vast reservoir of chakra energy, and in ancient times, this mineral enabled the establishment of a tremendous super-civilization, ultimately leading to tragic destruction. During a mission, Naruto had acquired a significant quantity of Grell Stones, and, upon discovering their extraordinary utility, chose to retain them rather than destroy them. Although the Grell Stone's effects were not particularly pronounced for Naruto, who possessed the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and the chakra of the Nine Tails, it could indeed bring about transformative changes for others. For instance, Kakashi, whose Sharingan had always posed a limitation, could benefit from an enhanced chakra capacity, allowing him to engage in battles with greater composure. This was one of the reasons Team Kurenai swiftly garnered a reputation. Currently, only a handful of individuals were aware of this location: Team Kurenai, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Initially, Naruto contemplated inviting more individuals to cultivate stronger allies for Konoha. But at Tsunade's insistence that the matter remain confidential, this place became an exclusive training ground for Team Kurenai. Since their return, both Naruto and Sakura had remained remarkably silent, having spent a month in this secluded space. Occasionally, other comrades would visit in an attempt to console the duo, but their efforts proved futile. Ultimately, Tsunade could no longer endure the situation and assigned them a mission. "You two will accompany Jiraiya to the Land of Pottery." Despite Naruto and Sakura not having fully recovered from their previous ordeal, as ninjas, they could not defy orders, thus they reluctantly prepared for departure. The mission involved assisting a client in investigating the daimyo of the Land of Pottery, a highly sensitive and intricate task, which was why they sought the help of Konoha. The increasing taxation in the Land of Pottery had severely impacted the lives of the citizens, yet the once benevolent daimyo was obstinately ignoring their pleas. Consequently, The client hoped Konoha could uncover the truth behind the daimyo's actions. Though framed as a mission, this operation was akin to a grand assembly, led by one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Karin, Kiba, Shino, and Hinata, totaling 8 members. Moreover, it was rumored that there were additional elite Konoha ninjas stationed in the land of pottery to provide support. Such an arrangement left Naruto somewhat speechless. It felt less like a mission and more like a protective escort. It's been a while, Naruto. Hinata greeted him with a gentle smile, exuding confidence. Indeed, it has been a while, Hinata, Naruto replied with a smile, noting how much the girl had changed over the past 3 years, appearing less shy than before. Having not seen him for over 3 years, Hinata had likely avoided him, considering their situation. It seemed impossible. However, witnessing Hinata's growth filled Naruto with a sense of pride, reinforcing his belief that clarifying their feelings earlier was indeed the right choice. As Hinata turned away, her heart raced with excitement, wishing to comfort Naruto, but fearing she might say the wrong thing. Unbeknownst to Naruto, it was not that Hinata did not want to see him, but she had been constrained by Hayashi Hyuga. Over the course of 3 years, her admiration for Naruto had not waned. Rather, it had deepened due to the obstacles in her path. Kiba and Shino exchanged glances, as teammates who knew Hinata's situation well. They were more aware than Naruto. They understood that the Hyuga clan had imposed strict surveillance over Hinata, with formidable guards secretly following her. Whenever Naruto was present, Hinata would invariably be absent. It seemed that such control had now dissipated. Had Hinata's father voluntarily relinquished his oversight? That seemed improbable, given the 3-year duration of restrictions. The only feasible explanation was that Hinata's abilities had reached a level that her family could no longer easily control. How could this be? Upon reflection, they recalled that Hinata had once been the weakest among the 3 of them, yet now she seemed beyond their reach even when they joined forces. Despite this understanding, Kiba and Shino remained taciturn, believing that Naruto and Sakura were destined to be together. Should Hinata recklessly pursue Naruto, she would only end up hurt. Karin, holding a map, curiously inquired, "Isn't the Land of Waves not the most direct route to the Land of Pottery?" "Sakura, I believe you have been to the Land of Waves before, right? I heard you helped them quite a bit." Indeed, upon mentioning the Land of Waves, Sakura's interest was piqued. "Yes, although we didn't help that much. The people of the Land of Waves have been striving hard. It has been over 3 years now." "Hee, Naruto was so short back then," Karin teased, playfully draping her arm over Sakura's shoulder and gesturing with her hand, even winking at Sakura. Sakura turned to Naruto, seemingly recalling his younger self, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Hey, Karin, I was not that short." Naruto feigned a threatening tone. "If you keep fabricating stories, I might just spill your secrets." Of course, he had no idea what Karin's secrets were, as she had only spent a single day at his home. Compared to Naruto, Karin had a closer bond with Sakura. However, seeing Sakura smile lightened some of the shadows in Naruto's heart. "All right, heading to the Land of Waves means I can meet some old friends. I wonder how Dasna, Inari, Haku, and Zabuza are doing." Chapter 114. A reunion with no decapitation. Jiraiya, with a deliberately mischievous expression, remarked, "The Land of Waves is by the sea, right? It must be teeming with beautiful women in revealing attire." "Hehehe, but why bother telling you, since you wouldn't understand anyway." The group, regardless of their inner thoughts, displayed varying degrees of exasperation and disdain on their faces, as if to say, "I am not that kind of person." However, there was one exception. Kiba shrugged dismissively and said, "Come on, Jiraiya-sensei, don't say that. We're no longer children. We probably understand some things better than you do." Several incredulous gazes turned towards Kiba, filled with disbelief. While this guy is something else, he must be quite inflated with himself. Shino, knowing Kiba well, couldn't help but lower his voice to advise, "Kiba, perhaps you should refrain from such comments. If your sister hears, you might find yourself in trouble again." Remembering the last time he had been reprimanded by his sister, Kiba felt a twinge of anxiety, but he forced himself to remain calm, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about, Shino?" Yet, he chose not to mention the previous incident. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Jiraiya-sensei. Although the Land of Waves is coastal, it is still quite a poor nation." Indeed, Naruto nodded in agreement. Jiraiya's initially excited expression fell flat, and he dejectedly muttered, "Boring." Upon their arrival in the Land of Waves by boat, the group was rendered speechless by the sight before them. Numerous docks lined the shore, and the previously dilapidated houses had been almost entirely refurbished. Towering skyscrapers had risen, and a few cars could even be seen parked across from them. Jiraiya looked curiously at Sakura and Naruto. You call this poverty? It seems more affluent than Konoha. Sakura and Naruto felt somewhat embarrassed. They had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation in just 3 years. The current land of waves seemed to have little to do with poverty. As they disembarked, a car door opened, revealing a familiar figure clad in youthful attire, Haku. After years apart, Haku's presence was even more radiant and captivating than before, appearing rejuvenated and vibrant. Ever since receiving a letter from Konoha, Haku had been awaiting the arrival of Naruto and the others. At last, we meet again, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and everyone else. Welcome to the land of waves. Naruto exclaimed. It's been several years. I apologize for troubling you to come and fetch us. By the way, the changes in the land of waves are astounding. Haku smiled. Well, this transformation is largely thanks to your earlier assistance. Is Kakashi-sensei not with you? Kakashi-sensei is on another mission. We were conscripted for this one. They greeted, though their attention was soon captivated by a man exiting the car. Although he was dressed in a suit and sunglasses, flanked by 2 bodyguards, his imposing stature was remarkable, towering even over the guards, exuding an air of authority. Jiraiya regarded the man with intrigue, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. Haku, who is this? Naruto inquired curiously. Haku glanced at the man before responding with a smile. This is my employer. I owe my ability to greet you to his generosity in granting me leave. Naruto felt relieved and could not resist asking, I see. But what about Zabuza? Isn't he with you? He was aware that Haku had always been inseparable from Zabuza, and as Zabuza was considered a mentor, he wondered if Zabuza intended to meet him. Haku chuckled lightly before saying, he is right before you. Naruto was taken aback, thinking, Isn't that you? Then he understood. Turning his gaze towards the man in the suit and sunglasses, suddenly questioning, could it be him? The man removed his sunglasses with one hand, revealing a pair of striking eyes. Though softened, they retained their sharpness. Long time no see, kids. Naruto gasped in astonishment. Zabuza, you look different. Not only Naruto, but even Sasuke and Sakura were filled with surprise at Zabuza's transformation. Who could have imagined that the infamous rogue ninja would now be a businessman? It was no wonder they hadn't recognized him at first. Zabuza had become significantly bulkier. Zabuza remarked, I've long grown weary of killing. However, to sustain the lives of Haku and myself, I needed to seek a new livelihood. Upon hearing Zabuza mention their shared lives, Haku's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and sweetly explained to the others, after you left, we liquidated all of Kato's assets in the land of waves and distributed them among everyone. Thanks to this, we weathered the most challenging times, and many have since started their own businesses. Zabuza has ventured into the seafood trade, and in gratitude for his protection of the land of waves, our business has flourished. In fact, Zabuza is now quite the renowned industrial magnate in the land of waves. Magnate is merely a playful term. However, it is true that our lives are quite comfortable now. Zabuza declared, well then, let us not linger on the road any longer. Let us dine and converse at the table. With a grand gesture, Zabuza invited everyone to get in the car. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at a massive restaurant, grandly decorated, yet bearing a very humble name, Seafood Diner. Don't underestimate this place just because of its name. It is one of the most popular restaurants in the land of waves, Haku explained with a smile. The group accepted this without question, thinking that dining on seafood by the sea was indeed a splendid choice. Upon entering, they found the interior to be clean and orderly, if not particularly lavish. The spacious restaurant was devoid of other patrons, evidently reserved for their reception, which left them feeling a bit overwhelmed. Welcome to Seafood Diner. The restaurant's owner, a portly man with a limp, greeted them warmly, shaking hands with each of them. From Haku, they learned that this man, named A-chun, was an old acquaintance of Zabuza, once a loyal subordinate involved in the assassination of the 4th Mizuki. Due to his injury, he had to retire, but after Zabuza settled in the land of waves, he had brought A-chun over and helped him establish this seafood diner, providing his old comrade with a new path. Of course, A-chun was not the only one. The current land of waves was home to many former ninjas. While they could not compare to the 5 great ninja villages, they were no longer a target for petty criminals. As the dishes arrived, nearly 30 in total, the large table was filled with a variety of seafood and local specialties. Haku cheerfully raised his glass. To everyone who has traveled from afar, Let us toast to a delightful time in the land of waves. Cheers. The group raised their glasses in unison, and they soon witnessed Zabuza downing a full glass of liquor in one go. Chapter 115. The world of adult men. Upon meeting Zabuza, Jiraiya downed a drink in one go, his expression revealing a profound seriousness, while others merely sampled their drinks. He found himself unable to do the same. Given his extensive experience, even Zabuza was but a junior in his eyes. If he did not match Zabuza's boldness, it would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. However, Jiraiya was no stranger to such spectacles, and today he intended to showcase what it meant to be a true connoisseur of spirits. With that thought, he also tilted his head back and consumed his drink with flair. Just as he finished his glass, Zabuza filled it anew and said, "Senior, I have long heard of your illustrious name. Please drink this cup to the brim." Beside him, Haku dutifully served. In truth, Zabuza was not particularly fond of alcohol, but his fierce demeanor compelled him to down drinks in one gulp, a trait that had swiftly opened doors for him and garnered numerous business allies. "Is he toasting me alone?" Jiraiya mused, his gaze on Zabuza growing more intense. "This fellow, but I am not one to be easily outdone." Reluctant to be overshadowed by a younger generation, Jiraiya raised his cup once more and drank deeply. As the group prepared to indulge, the door swung open, and an elderly man along with a younger boy hurried in. "Mr. Zabuza, why did you inform me this afternoon? Have you already begun eating?" the elder complained, pulling out 2 chairs and seating himself and the boy. "Are we not yet dining?" Zabuza replied coolly, choosing not to admit he had simply forgotten. Naruto exclaimed with delight, "Inari, Uncle Tazuna, Brother Naruto." Inari responded with equal joy, and had it not been for their ages, they might have embraced openly. After exchanging greetings, Sakura noticed the ninja headband hanging around Inari's neck and curiously asked, "Does the land of waves now have its own ninja village?" Inari explained, "Not exactly. While we do not have a ninja village, we have our own ninja school. This headband is from the one I just received this year. I am now a ninja." Thanks to Mr. Zabuza, who spearheaded the establishment of the ninja school and garnered much support, Tazuna remarked, "All eligible children have the opportunity to attend the ninja school for free, learning basic ninjutsu to ensure they can protect themselves. Adults may also enroll, but must pay their own tuition," Haku added. "However, graduates from the ninja school are not required to undertake missions. They simply need to safeguard themselves and those around them. Those who excel will be sent to advanced schools, and in time, the land of waves will possess its own strength." The group could not help but commend Zabuza in their hearts, realizing that even as a businessman, he was a man of ideals, quietly establishing a ninja school. "Ah, so this is the renowned Jiraiya. Speaking of which, the land of waves owes much to Konoha's assistance. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor," Tazuna said, noticing Jiraiya's empty cup and thinking he had found a kindred spirit, much to his delight. Despite his age, Tazuna was a man who cherished his drink, having never let a lack of funds hinder his access to alcohol. Under Tazuna and Zabuza's relentless enthusiasm, even Jiraiya, who prided himself as a connoisseur of spirits, began to feel the effects. Meanwhile, Naruto and the other young ones had not indulged for too long and were enjoying their meal thoroughly. "Ha ha ha. Speaking of my days in Konoha, I cannot count how many lovely ladies have cast me glances. In the land of water, it was even more unlike the typical sight of someone intoxicated." Jiraiya became more animated, regaling tales of his past, causing the 2 girls to frown. Seeing that the time was right, Zabuza nodded to the restaurant owner, a chun, who leaned in and whispered something to Jiraiya. "Oh." Jiraiya's expression brightened, his fingers rhythmically dancing as he eagerly said, "Quickly take me to the lounge. I can hardly wait to be questioned by the lovely ladies." "What?" The group momentarily stood in confusion as they watched Jiraiya follow a chun upstairs. Haku chuckled and explained, "Ah, a chun not only serves food but also has a small bathhouse. The lounge above is a place for adults to relax. Let Jiraiya have his moment. However, I wouldn't recommend you all follow." "What?" Naruto nearly dropped his jaw. Goodness, without Tsunade's watchful eye, Jiraiya was like a wild stallion, indulging in pleasures that were beyond his control. Kiba, feeling restless and mature beyond his years, suspected Jiraiya's intentions were not innocent, causing him to fidget anxiously. I'll just go to the restroom," Kiba said, rising and slipping away through a side staircase to the 3rd floor. The Inuzuka clan's tracking techniques were formidable, and with Akamaru in tow, Kiba quickly located Jiraiya. The door was ajar, and he could feel the warmth emanating from inside. Jiraiya was already stripped down, comfortably lying on a small bed, a white towel draped over his back, while a delicate hand worked diligently to serve him. As the young woman massaged Jiraiya's shoulders, her chest pressed against his back. She wore a professional smile, occasionally engaging in conversation with him, while Jiraiya's expression was one of utter bliss, clearly relishing the experience. Though nothing overtly scandalous occurred, the scene was sufficiently tantalizing. Damn, Kiba muttered under his breath, wishing his own sweetheart could be as tender. After observing for a while, concerned about being discovered, Kiba decided to return, as he had claimed to be going to the restroom. Just as he turned, he was startled to find 3 heads with various expressions staring back at him, all simultaneously signaling for silence. It was Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino, all present. Kiba quietly asked, "What are you all doing here?" Shino replied, "I noticed you hadn't returned for a while," and was concerned. Naruto added, "I followed Shino." Sasuke stated, "I followed Naruto." The 4 boys had a first-hand glimpse into the world of adult men, broadening their perspectives as they stealthily returned to the dining table. As for attempting to partake in similar experiences, even without Shino's earlier comments, they likely lacked the courage. Naruto was entirely focused on Sakura, unwilling to even entertain Hinata, let alone engage in such antics. Sasuke considered himself a vengeful soul unworthy of affection, especially with kin lurking nearby. Shino was simply too shy to voice his thoughts. Yet, there is always an exception. Kiba discreetly called a chun aside. Naruto and Sasuke, with their keen ears, caught the astonishing words that followed. "A chun, please allow me to experience the same interrogation as Lord Jiraiya." Chapter 116. Sunshine, Beach, and Long Legs. Although Jiraiya was eager to rush to the land of porcelain, he remained fast asleep. With Zabuza and Haku's insistence, the group decided to extend their stay in the land of waves for another day, relishing the pleasures of the seaside. Naturally, Naruto showed little interest in this proposal, as his body was allergic to seawater. Despite his usual bravado, he resembled a rag doll when confronted with it. Sakura offered Naruto an encouraging glance, assuring him, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." As Naruto gazed at Sakura, who had changed into a refreshing swimsuit, he swallowed hard. Besides her still developing bust, Sakura's figure was nothing short of perfection. Her snowy shoulders, flat abdomen, alluring waist, and particularly her long, jade-like legs that shimmered under the sun. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately succumbed to desire, donning a pair of cartoon swim trunks that Sakura favored, and the two of them strolled hand in hand towards the beach. Hinata, observing this scene from behind, couldn't help but embrace her 2 large stuffed rabbits with a hint of sorrow. Did Naruto prefer Sakura's physique? Would her own figure provoke his disdain? She envied Sakura's ideal proportions. Her own felt somewhat excessive, bordering on burdensome. "Hinata, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Kiba and Shino, having finished their preparations, urged her. Okay." The moment Hinata turned around, Kiba was momentarily stunned. The comparison between his petite companion and Hinata was stark, leaving him at a loss for words. Although Hinata was not his type, her appearance shattered his previous perceptions. Hinata smiled gently. "Kiba, Shino, let's go." She still had her friends, who would never forget her, regardless of what they were doing. "Huh. Oh, we're going, Shino." Kiba quickly regained his composure, while Shino panted heavily, his face flushed, struggling to form coherent sentences, making one wish to pull off his sunglasses to see his expression. Soon, the 7 of Konoha gathered on the beach, choosing a spot close to one another to lie down and apply sunscreen. Haku had previously advised them to protect their skin, and while the boys were indifferent, the 3 girls were quite concerned about their complexion. Due to the potential trouble caused by Haku and Zabuza, they did not accompany the group to the beach today, leaving the task of applying sunscreen to everyone else. Sakura, she shyly handed Naruto the sunscreen, then lay on the lounge chair, exposing her back, which was barely covered by a thin strap, right in front of him. Naruto felt his blood rush, forcing himself to calm down as he carefully dabbed a bit of sunscreen. The moment his fingers touched Sakura's skin, both of them shivered as if struck by electricity. This was their first time doing such a thing, and Naruto was anxious about applying it poorly and risking Sakura's skin getting sunburned. Thus, he applied it with meticulous care, ensuring every inch was covered, even going over some areas multiple times. "All right, flip over, Sakura." "Oh." Sakura obediently nodded, turning over and placing a straw hat over her face to hide her bashfulness from Naruto, though she could still catch glimpses of him through the gaps. Unsure if Naruto was sweating from the sun or from nerves, he was drenched. And Sakura couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight of him laboring under the sun for her sake, feeling the warmth of his palm as he navigated her body. Sakura's heart raced with an indescribable sensation. If it weren't for the presence of others around, she would have wanted to embrace him tightly and reward him generously. As Naruto reached her long legs, he felt an uncontrollable heat surge within him, his throat dry and breaths becoming heavier. Those legs, akin to exquisite jade, were long and well-proportioned, glistening under the sun. It seemed as if a colossal beast from ancient times had lifted its head, yearning to break free and explore the world beyond. Sakura noticed Naruto's unusual demeanor as he placed his hands on her legs and feet, recalling some of his past indiscretions. She decided to reward him. Lifting one foot slightly, Naruto instinctively reached out to hold it, his gaze reverent as her delicate foot rested against his chest. Staring at her flawless foot, akin to a sculpted masterpiece, with its translucent toes, Naruto struggled to suppress the urge to bite it. Naruto must really enjoy this. What are you staring at? Sakura teased. Naruto, finding it hard to articulate, managed to stammer, Sakura, you're so beautiful, every part of you. Humph. Sakura felt a surge of pride, elated by his compliment, but pretended to be displeased as she withdrew her foot. Hearing the person she adored praise her beauty was the happiest thing in the world, yet in a public setting, she felt the need to temper their exuberance. However, as Sakura began to withdraw, her toes inadvertently brushed against something significant, leaving her momentarily speechless. Sakura? Stimulated beyond control, Naruto gazed at Sakura's slightly parted lips, unable to restrain himself any longer. Ignoring the surrounding crowd, he grasped her ankle with one hand, wrapped the other around her neck, and leaned in for a kiss. Goodness! The onlookers, having been observing the scene, were left with expressions of astonishment. In broad daylight, they had just kissed in front of so many people. Hinata felt an even deeper sense of loss. She was always a step behind in everything. It was all right. She hoped Naruto and Sakura would find happiness together. Yet why did her heart ache so? After 3 years of selfless efforts, she was witnessing the one she cherished end up with someone else. Hey, Hinata, how about I help you apply sunscreen? After all, we're comrades. There's no need to be shy. Kiba approached with sunscreen, smiling at Hinata. Hinata felt a flutter of gratitude, but she still couldn't accept anyone else touching her body. She shook her head. It's fine. I'll do it myself later. Karin lazily stretched, her red-nailed hand propping up her chin, her legs crossed in a highly seductive pose as she gazed alluringly at her crush. Sasuke, look, Naruto is helping Sakura. Why don't you help me too? Sasuke averted his gaze, displeased. That's nonsense. What are you talking about? He would never do such a thing. It was simply impossible. Karin felt a pang of frustration. She was hopelessly infatuated with Sasuke. After more than 3 years of being by his side, acting as his blood bag and caretaker, even joining root with him. Even if he claimed he would never consider love, she followed him resolutely. Yet, Sasuke should at least acknowledge her efforts, even if just from a comrade's perspective. Didn't Kiba readily offer to help Hinata? Suddenly, Karin saw that Sakura and Naruto had separated, a sly smile crossing her face as she stepped forward. Chapter 117, Sasuke, Naruto, please apply some sunscreen for me. As Sakura watched the approaching Shine, she reluctantly pushed Naruto away, feigning a look of disdain. Is there something you need, Shine? With a hint of helplessness, Shine replied. Could you lend me Naruto for a moment? I need him to help me apply some sunscreen. Sakura hesitated, for she had already mentally marked Naruto as hers. No matter how magnanimous she tried to be, sharing him, even with her best friend, was out of the question. Shine took Sakura's hand, pouting, Sakura, please help me. I wanted Sasuke to do it, but he refused. If no one assists me, I'll be embarrassed. It's better to have Naruto do it since I'm his sister, right? Please. Sakura murmured to herself, fully aware of Shine's intentions, likely to provoke Sasuke. But would that truly be effective? All right, but you mustn't go too far. Yes, I knew Sakura would be the best. Shine exclaimed joyfully, comfortably reclining next to Sakura. Let us begin, Naruto. Naruto stood there, momentarily stunned. They sought his help yet expressed gratitude to Sakura, completely disregarding him. Given his relationship with Sasuke, engaging with Shine in such a public setting felt inappropriate. But then again, they were siblings. He bore no ill intentions. Reluctantly, he decided to acquiesce. Just as Naruto extended his hand to touch Shine, a sudden, furious voice interrupted, Naruto. Everyone turned, curious, to see Sasuke standing there, visibly conflicted. His feelings for Cheyenne were complex. He enjoyed her kindness, yet constantly reminded himself he was a vengeful soul unworthy of love. Thus, he forced himself to view Cheyenne as an object, an instrument, treating her coldly while internally regarding her as his possession. He could not bear the thought of anyone else, particularly Naruto, encroaching on that. Sasuke would never admit his thoughts aloud. After much contemplation, he finally managed to utter, "Naruto, come here and help me apply some sunscreen." The declaration left everyone in shock. Most of the beachgoers were couples, enjoying the intimate act of applying sunscreen to one another, or at least friends helping each other out. But seeing two male friends engage in such an act felt rather peculiar. However, some women, with unique tastes, clearly disagreed. Their eyes widened in fascination, fixated on Naruto and Sasuke's every movement. They relished the sight of the handsome duo, particularly noting Sasuke's flawless skin and chiseled features, causing them to swallow hard. Feeling envious of that blonde-haired boy. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Sasuke? After all, Naruto felt uneasy under the scrutiny surrounding them. Enough. I understand. Come with me. Sasuke replied coolly. Oh. Upon seeing Sasuke's intent to leave, Cheyenne raised her voice. If Naruto leaves, I'll have to ask Kiba and Shino for help. With so many people on the beach, surely someone will assist me. Nearby men stirred at her words, but reconsidered upon noticing Cheyenne's four protectors, deciding against approaching her. After all, Konoha ninjas underwent rigorous training from a young age, resulting in toned physiques. Among them, Naruto appeared the most approachable, while the others seemed rather intimidating. One donned sunglasses and exuded mystery, another was frosty and aloof, and the last wore a mischievous grin, brimming with wildness. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto said to Sasuke, if someone else helps Cheyenne, they might take advantage of her. It would be better for you to assist her since you're comrades and harbor no ulterior motives, right? His words effectively trapped Sasuke, implying that if he declined, it would suggest he had special feelings for Cheyenne. Sasuke paused, but ultimately, it mattered little. As Naruto pointed out, he was merely helping Cheyenne as a fellow comrade to prevent anyone from exploiting her. When Sasuke approached with the sunscreen, Cheyenne was nearly bouncing with excitement, yet maintained a semblance of decorum as she gazed at him with affection. Sasuke, feeling the weight of her gaze, sat beside her, awkwardly applying the lotion. Avoiding eye contact, he inadvertently touched a particularly soft area, prompting Cheyenne to emit a soft gasp. Due to her childhood experiences, Cheyenne was far bolder than Sakura, whether intentionally or not. Her body often brushed against Sasuke, leaving him flustered and blushing. Kiba watched with envy, lamenting the absence of his own crush, while Shino, ever silent behind his sunglasses, remained inscrutable in his thoughts. The group spent a memorable day by the sea. Though still young, moments of such leisure were rare for ninjas. The following day, the 8 of them set out once more toward the land of porcelain. Upon entering the land of porcelain, its uniqueness became immediately evident. While not as grand as the 5 great nations, the architecture and layout suggested a history of former glory. Naruto and Sakura had encountered true poverty before, like in the land of waves. Yet the pedestrians here appeared well-fed and content, having passed through several villages with a similar ambience. It looks quite prosperous here. Why does the mission briefing state that the people are suffering? Sakura questioned, puzzled. Jiraiya replied, that is precisely the challenge of this mission. It involves a change of leadership, and until we understand the entire situation, we cannot trust any single party's perspective. Moreover, while it may not rival the 5 great nations, the strength of the land of porcelain is not as simplistic as it seems. Everyone must exercise caution. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. Awaiting them in the land of porcelain were 3 jonin, one of whom was a familiar face, Mitarashi Anko, a striking blend of allure and eccentricity. Chapter 118. The legendary artifact. Jiraiya-sensei, and everyone else, I never expected you to arrive so swiftly. Tsukimi Akane greeted the group with a warm smile, her eyes curving gracefully, exuding a gentle charm. However, those present were not strangers to her. They understood her true nature quite well. Jiraiya said, please elaborate on the current situation. This is quite a lengthy matter. Tsukimi Akane replied with a resigned gesture. The current lord of the land of porcelain is Momoitani Daigo, who has neglected political affairs for over 3 years, resulting in widespread discontent among the populace. Consequently, the heads of the 4 great families have begun to support a new lord, namely, Momoitani Daigo's son, Momoitani Kawakami. Given that the Matsuke's family among the 4 has previously aided Konoha, they have reached out, requesting assistance from our village. To be frank, among the 4 families, aside from the Haruki family, which remains indecisive, the other 3 have already resolved to overthrow Momotanai Daigo. This situation seems to have reached a foregone conclusion. Thus, they are not merely seeking help, but rather a form of political recognition. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, pondering the complexity of the situation. Such matters are far more intricate than mere combat. Mishandling could lead to significant complications for Konoha, which is quite vexing. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Naruto has matured significantly over the years, having accomplished numerous feats. Why not entrust him with decision-making authority while he quietly assesses the situation? No, rather, it would be an opportunity to evaluate his capabilities. Naruto, what are your thoughts? Naruto rested his chin on one hand, contemplating briefly before responding. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Since the Matsuke's family does not intend to involve us directly, we should observe the developments for now. However, I find 2 matters puzzling. Firstly, what is the current strength of both parties? If 3 of the 4 families have reached a consensus, why have they refrained from taking action until now? What could they possibly be wary of? Secondly, I noticed that the living standards of the citizens in the land of porcelain seem quite high, perhaps even better than those in Konoha. With such prosperity, how could Momotanai Daigo lose the trust of the people in just 3 years? Jiraiya regarded Naruto with admiration. He had truly grown, able to discern the crux of the matter from mere hints. Tsukimi Akane continued. As for how they have managed to endure until now, we are not entirely certain. However, based on the intelligence we have gathered, it seems they may be wary of the artifact in Momotanai Daigo's possession. As for the people's sentiment, it can only be attributed to human greed. Artifact? What is that? Naruto couldn't help but inquire, genuinely unfamiliar with the term. Seeing the curiosity on everyone's faces, Tsukimi Akane shrugged helplessly and said, "To be honest, this is my first time hearing about it as well, but Lord Jiraiya should have some knowledge." Jiraiya replied contemplatively, "An artifact is a treasure that exists only in legend. It is said that many years ago, on the other side of this world, there existed a civilization far more powerful than the shinobi world, and the weapons they used in battle were called artifacts. Legend has it that possessing one grants immense power. If the families in the land of porcelain are indeed wary of this so-called artifact, it stands to reason that such a thing truly exists. It is astonishing how much time has passed since then." Nevertheless, Jiraiya concluded, "For now, we shall observe and refrain from action unless absolutely necessary." He then entrusted Naruto with the remaining responsibilities, urging everyone else to cooperate fully. Naruto could surmise Jiraiya's intentions, but considering the perverse nature of the lecherous sage towards Tsunade, who has always eluded him, he decided to humor him, knowing that as long as it did not cross certain lines, he would not intervene. That evening, the head of the Matsuke's family personally welcomed the Konoha group, providing them with lavish accommodations that left the young men and women who had just stepped out of the village utterly astonished. A grand banquet was prepared, attended by the heads of the Matsuke's, Haruki, Mikura, and Yumino families, as well as Momotanai Kawakami, the son of the Lord, to extend a warm welcome to the Konoha visitors. Jiraiya, however, did not appear that night, claiming to leave the stage for Naruto, though in truth, he had likely wandered off to indulge in mischief. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, having left a contact frog with Naruto in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, Jiraiya worried unnecessarily. Naruto's reputation had surpassed even that of the legendary 3. Whether facing Orochimaru or defeating Akatsuki members, each feat was enough to astonish the world. Moreover, Team Kage frequently disrupted various nefarious organizations. The prominent figures of the land of porcelain, no matter how foolish, would never dare to target Naruto. It would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Is this the esteemed Uzumaki Naruto? I have long heard of your remarkable deeds. At such a young age, you have achieved so much. You are destined to become a pillar of the shinobi world. During the banquet, upon learning that Naruto was the leader of this mission, the head of the Matsuke's family initiated a toast, followed by several other heads taking turns to honor Naruto with drinks. They cared little whether he drank or how much. Merely clinking their glasses signified their sincere intentions. Indeed, Lord Naruto, you are a hero in your youth. Your name is known far and wide in the shinobi world. Another elder added, your leadership of Team Kage in rooting out evil has made you a true hero in the hearts of all. Truly, despite my advanced age, I hold great admiration for you, Lord Naruto. I must confess, I have a daughter who is 12 years old and has long admired you." In contrast to the enthusiasm of the four family heads, Mamatani Kawakami maintained a more reserved demeanor due to his distinguished status. However, his gaze frequently drifted towards Sakura, causing Naruto to feel a surge of displeasure. Seeing four elderly men openly flatter him without restraint, escalating their praise, Naruto could no longer contain himself. Fearing that someone might already be laying claim to his future bride, "I sincerely appreciate your warm hospitality. I feel your sentiments deeply. Regardless of the relationship between the Matsuke's family and Konoha, we would certainly support you regardless. However, after our long journey, we intend to rest early. I hope you can understand. There will be ample opportunities for interaction in the future." As Naruto spoke, he cast a glance towards Sakura and the others, implying that there were ladies among them as well. Realizing they were only receiving empty platitudes from Naruto, the family heads reluctantly acquiesced. However, as the gathering concluded, the head of the Matsuke's family discreetly summoned Naruto, leading him into a private chamber. The two sat across from each other at a tea table, and without needing to be told, Naruto understood that the other party likely wished to discuss terms. As expected, the head of the Matsuke's family presented a square box that appeared quite heavy, and with a sincere tone, he said, "I apologize, Lord Naruto. With so many people present earlier, I feared causing unnecessary trouble. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Chapter 119. Sakura's confession. Naruto observed the head of the Matsuhaka family with keen interest. Though it was merely a brief statement, it was laden with significance. Firstly, it implied a request. Secondly, it indicated that this matter was rooted in the Matsuhaka family's own interests, independent of the other three clans and the Tegakuwa. Otherwise, they would not have emphasized that this was a personal sentiment after avoiding all others. Finally, it clarified that the contents of the box were intended solely for Naruto. Noticing Naruto's silence, the Matsuhaka head smiled and said, "Lord Naruto, you may examine my offering before making a decision." Intrigued by the confident demeanor of his counterpart, Naruto casually opened the box. Inside, he found it brimming with gold bars, not just any gold, but the exquisite purple gold, a rarity. It would be a lie to say he was unimpressed. Naruto suspected that even after a decade of relentless missions without sustenance, he might not amass such wealth. Curious about how such affluence could exist in the land of porcelain, he pondered how a family head could so effortlessly present such riches. Sensing Naruto's intrigue, the Matsuhaka head seized the moment, saying, "These are merely a down payment. Upon completion of our endeavor, the Matsuhaka family will bestow upon you an even more generous reward." Naruto responded slowly, "You flatter me, Matsuhaka head. However, no merit goes unrewarded. What exactly do you require of me?" With a deep sigh, the Matsuhaka head seemed filled with nostalgia as he began, "This is a lengthy tale. Surely you have heard of our lord, Tegakuwa Daigo, a man of great vision and capability. However, for the past 5 years, he has withdrawn from governance and mandated that all citizens submit oil for extraction. This oil is challenging to refine and thus quite valuable, leading to an additional tax that has stripped the populace of their once prosperous lives. Consequently, the people yearn for a new lord as the tides of public sentiment shift. Despite possessing formidable power through the Tao artifact, it is rumored that this artifact has been lost. To prevent further complications, we hope that you, Lord Naruto, can assist us in a critical moment. Of course, we will not trouble the Leaf Ninja with trivial skirmishes." Naruto interjected, "The new lord you speak of must be Tegakuwa River, correct?" The Matsuhaka head's gaze flickered, and he reluctantly admitted, "To preserve the Tegakuwa family's legitimacy, we naturally wish for Lord Tegakuwa River to inherit the title. However, his character is somewhat lacking." He trailed off, leaving Naruto to infer the implications. Gently, Naruto brushed his hand over the box, and both the gold bars and the container were seamlessly transported into his ring space through scientific ninjutsu. The Matsuhaka head stared in astonishment and inquired, "How is this possible?" Naruto, feigning nonchalance, replied, "Merely a spatial ninjutsu, nothing of consequence." He had surmised that the Matsuhaka head was scheming something significant, the nature of which remained uncertain. Whether or not he would assist depended on their respective positions. Despite any past associations with the leaf, he would not act without a compelling reason. As for the gold bars, given the Matsuhaka head's ostentatious display of wealth, Naruto graciously accepted them as funds for Team 7's activities this year. "Oh, truly worthy of the leadership of the younger generation of the Leaf. To be acquainted with you, Lord Naruto, is a stroke of fortune. With Naruto's acceptance of the offering, the Matsuhaka had exhaled a sigh of relief, followed by a flurry of flattery. Naruto made no promises, yet in the eyes of the Matsuhaka head, the mere act of accepting the gold bars had bound Naruto to his cause, ensuring he would not refuse assistance in light of future rewards. The next morning, Naruto prepared himself and ventured out alone, disguising himself as a merchant. He engaged with various individuals to gauge their opinions on the current Lord Gakuwa Daigo. Initially expecting some divergence from the Matsuhaka head's claims, Naruto was surprised to find a remarkably unanimous sentiment among the populace. Lord Gakuwa Daigo is no longer fit for his position. A new leader is needed. We've sacrificed much of our wealth for the extraction of oil. He no longer deserves to be our lord and should be overthrown. We have endured enough of his exploitation. Resistance will rise. Mark my words. Gakuwa Daigo's days are numbered. Outsiders, join us and witness the dawn of a new era. After conversing with numerous individuals, Naruto heard nary a kind word for Gakuwa Daigo, which explained why his son sought rebellion. This revelation lightened Naruto's heart, regardless of the Leaf's stance. Gakuwa Daigo's downfall seemed inevitable. Upon returning to his residence, intent on finding Sakura, Naruto was drawn to a heated argument. He hastened over to investigate. I cannot accept this. Please, do not speak to me in such a manner, Sakura exclaimed, exasperated as she faced Gakuwa River, the son of the Lord. Gakuwa River sported a self-styled hairstyle and a gaudy appearance, his shirt carelessly unbuttoned to flaunt his chest hair, brandishing a bouquet of bright red roses before Sakura. Unfazed by Sakura's rejection, Gakuwa River continued his clumsy attempts at romance. Do you know, Sakura? The two luckiest events in this world are your father meeting your mother and my meeting you. Sakura forced a smile and replied, that jest is hardly amusing. Gakuwa River, undeterred, strained to sniff the air, excitedly exclaiming, do you detect a burnt aroma in the air? Burnt aroma? I smell nothing, Sakura replied, puzzled. That is my heart burning for you. At this, the onlookers were taken aback. Was this romance? Hardly. Gakuwa River was over 30, while Sakura was merely 16. A few Leaf ninjas exchanged glances, seething with indignation and contemplating how to confront him, but due to Gakuwa River's status, they held back. Just as Sasuke and Kiba were about to lose their composure, Naruto arrived. Oh, it's Naruto, Gakuwa River greeted casually. Yet, Naruto did not even glance at him. Walking straight past Gakuwa River to stand beside Sakura, extending his arm. Without hesitation, Sakura linked her arm with Naruto's, demonstrating an easy familiarity born from countless similar encounters. Lord River, may I inquire what it means to publicly embarrass my girlfriend? Chapter 120. Hinata's transformation. Indeed, we have accepted the commission from the head of the Songa family. But the ninjas of Konoha are not to be trifled with. Before undertaking any actions, I urge you to consider the consequences. Naruto's expression was stern, his tone carrying an undercurrent of menace. Tachibana was taken aback, suddenly recalling the rumors surrounding Naruto. He was a presence revered even by the heads of the four great clans, not someone who could be offended by someone of his lesser status. Realizing this, Tachibana quickly apologized. I sincerely apologize, Naruto. I was unaware of your relationship with Sakura. To be honest, I truly envy you for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Seeing Naruto resolve the issue with just a few words, Sakura felt a wave of joy and tightened her grip on his arm. It seemed that the matter would end there. But Tachibana, feeling humiliated, especially while holding a rose like a fool, shifted his gaze to the other two girls. Karin was also quite appealing, exuding a mature charm with her glasses. But upon noticing the deadpan expression of Sasuke beside her, Tachibana decisively abandoned that thought. He had no desire to invite trouble. However, Hinata stood alone, seemingly unaccompanied, prompting Tachibana to scrutinize her closely. The more he looked, the more entranced he became, perceiving her as a hidden gem yet to be discovered. This girl appeared gentle and sweet, especially with her ample bosom, which could easily be a D-cup, occasionally displaying an adorably naive demeanor. She was clearly an innocent young woman, truly a rare find, an exquisite treasure amongst treasures. Those familiar with Tachibana knew him to be a true lecher, a man driven by lust. When it came to such pursuits, even Jiraiya would pale in comparison. Without hesitation, Tachibana approached Hinata, stating, "You must be Hinata, a beautiful maiden. Your presence blurs the line between beauty and ugliness. It is merely a matter of whether it is you or not. As he spoke, Tachibana audaciously reached for Hinata's hand. Naruto, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety. Given Hinata's personality, she would likely endure this awkwardness, always appearing as if she were the one being bullied. No, I cannot allow her to be taken advantage of. However, just as Naruto was about to intervene, the situation took an unexpected turn. Hinata, who had seemed so demure and timid, suddenly seized Tachibana's wrist and twisted it sharply. It hurts. Let go. It's broken. I'm finished. Tachibana cried out in agony, desperately pleading for mercy. Hinata's swift movement startled his guards, who hesitated on whether to act. Yet, she immediately released her grip. After 3 years of confinement, Hinata had devoted herself entirely to training, and her body had transformed into a combat-ready machine. That action was instinctive, and fortunately, she was quick to restrain herself. Otherwise, Tachibana might have suffered a far worse fate. Realizing he was at fault, Tachibana chose not to retaliate with threats and retreated with his guards, leaving in disgrace. Naruto cast a surprised glance at Hinata, his eyes filled with admiration. He had witnessed her swift and precise response. She was as quick and decisive as Neji, if not more so. And he was acutely aware of the intensity of Neji's training. It seemed that Hinata had made remarkable progress over the years. Gathering everyone, Naruto recounted the details of his meeting with the head of the Songha family and the words he had heard that morning, including the revelation of the box of gold bars. Sasuke remarked, "Since it is meant for you, you should keep it. Why bring it out?" Naruto replied, somewhat annoyed. "What are you talking about, Sasuke? We are on this mission together. How could I keep it for myself? Naturally, we will split it. Split it? So, I'll get a share too? Hurry up and divide it." Kiba chimed in eagerly. Naruto assured them, "Of course we will divide it. But let us wait until we return." Kiba, suspicious, asked, "You're not planning to keep it all for yourself, are you? Can I withdraw some in advance?" "Don't think like that, Naruto. By the way, don't you have money with you? Why the rush to spend it?" Shino interjected after a long pause. Everyone's gaze turned toward Kiba, recalling his past misdeeds in the land of waves. Kiba, despite his thick skin, felt the pressure and exclaimed, "Why is everyone looking at me?" Sakura rolled her eyes, questioning, "You're not planning anything nefarious, are you?" "Of course not," Kiba protested. Naruto dismissed Kiba's suggestion but discreetly advanced him a gold bar. For Naruto, the boys in Team 7 were akin to brothers. They took risks and traveled far for his ideals, so he never hesitated to share with them. As for whether this was beneficial for Kiba, Naruto was uncertain. But as long as it brought him joy, that was enough. In the afternoon, as everyone struggled to adapt to the cuisine of the land of pottery, they decided to buy ingredients and prepare their own meal. Fortunately, Karin was a capable cook, and Sakura could assist her. Though the task of shopping was initially assigned to the boys, Hinata volunteered, claiming she wanted some fresh air. Seeing this, the others did not object, but reminded her to stay safe. Once outside, Hinata deliberately chose a secluded spot to halt, calmly stating, "You may come out now." No one responded, as if the air had frozen. After a full 2 minutes without any movement from Hinata, 4 figures finally emerged before her. "Hyuga S. Byakugan? Truly impressive," the leader remarked with a smile. "Since you have discovered us, we won't waste time. Come with us. Lord Tachibana wishes to see you." These 4 were indeed sent by Tachibana, and their intentions were clear. They sought to invite Hinata to meet him. Initially, Tachibana was merely taken with her beauty. But after being humiliated, his desire had only intensified. The allure of a female ninja seemed to carry a unique charm, prompting him to take such risks. Taking a deep breath, Hinata assumed a stance of readiness. She had sensed their presence through her Byakugan, which was why she had eagerly volunteered to go out. She wanted to eliminate any unforeseen variables. She hadn't mentioned this to the others because she was confident in her ability to handle the situation. Her confidence stemmed from her years of dedication, having defeated all the elite fighters of the Hyuga clan. She was no longer the fragile girl she once was. In battles between ninjas, one must fight with full strength, so please do not hold back. Chapter 121. Miniature Ninetales and Battles Among Ninjas. One must exert their utmost strength. Thus, please do not hold back. The countless skirmishes over the past 3 years have compelled Hinata to give her all in every encounter, regardless of her opponent, for otherwise, she would never have swiftly liberated herself from the constraints of her clan. However, her plea echoed in the ears of the 4 adversaries as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke, a young and beautiful girl beseeching them to fight with full strength. Huh. You're overthinking it, little girl. Rest assured, when Lord Chuan tires of us, we shall fight you with our full might. The four figures intertwined with Hinata's, and her body traced a graceful arc as she executed her meticulously honed techniques. Her palm moved with a deceptive speed, appearing as if it were not Hinata who struck first, but rather the four who had recklessly collided with her hand. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of shattered bones followed, and the four collapsed to the ground as if lifeless dogs, their fates unknown. Among them, an object fell, a damaged ninja headband, its origins obscured by age. These four were, indeed, still ninjas. Hinata furrowed her brow at the outcome before her. Had she been too forceful? For the first time, she gained a clearer understanding of her own strength. Though it was not her first experience, she was reluctant to take a life. Yet, her father, Hayashi Hyuga, had instilled in her daily the harsh reality of the ninja world, the survival of the fittest, where the strong reigned supreme. Her fragility would no longer be easily revealed. Perhaps only in the presence of Naruto. Hinata, too, yearned for power, especially after witnessing the leaders of the Land of Pottery's attitudes toward Naruto. If she possessed such formidable strength, or even greater, Naruto would surely regard her with admiration. In any case, let us go, Hinata. She motivated herself internally, convinced that one day she would demonstrate to Naruto that she could fight for him, risking her life, even against the Akatsuki. Preparing a meal for 11 was a daunting task for Kyuka and Sakura, yet thankfully, the others busied themselves with washing and chopping vegetables. Soon, the table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, and everyone took their seats. The fish-shaped rice balls were acceptable, but why were there scrambled eggs with tomatoes and savory grilled dishes? Such fare seemed ill-suited for a gathering. Jiraiya mumbled, his hands already at work. It's not like you made them. Having them is good enough, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto retorted. In public, he restrained himself from calling the lecherous sage that, as a mark of respect for his elder. With Jiraiya starting, the others followed suit, their appetites piqued. Kyuka blinked her large eyes, casting a flirtatious glance at Sasuke. The fish-shaped rice balls and scrambled eggs were Sasuke's favorites, while the savory grilled dish was specifically requested by him, as it was her beloved food. In her vivid imagination, Kyuka fancied herself enveloped in Sasuke's warm embrace. The feeling was so fervent. Kyuka, are you feeling unwell? Are you tired? Sakura noticed Kyuka's face reddening as she ate, and quickly set down her utensils to check her forehead. Kyuka snapped back to reality and replied, what are you saying? Sakura, you're so silly. Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino quietly focused on their meals. Meanwhile, Kiba feigned maturity, reminiscing with Anko Mitarashi. So many years have passed, yet Anko-sensei hasn't changed at all. Despite Kiba's efforts to appear more positive, a mischievous grin lingered on his face. Not expecting a junior to engage her in conversation in such a setting, Anko raised her chin and remarked to Kiba, it hasn't been long, just a little over 3 years. After everyone had feasted to their heart's content, Naruto returned to his room, carrying a few leftover fish balls. Preparing to eat them during his evening training, he swiftly entered his training mode, but when he glanced at his fish balls again, his face turned green. What had once been a bountiful plate of fish balls now held but one solitary piece, the rest reduced to lonely sticks. Alone in his room, the door securely closed. With no signs of intrusion, he seethed with frustration. Who could have eluded his senses? Naruto did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. After a moment's contemplation, he closed his eyes again, feigning meditation while keeping a watchful eye on the last remaining fishball. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a small, red-furred creature, exceptionally agile, leaped onto the table and devoured the fishball without a sound. At last, I've caught you. Naruto seized the little creature by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up, only to be startled. He initially thought it was a dog, but it turned out to be an exceedingly adorable little fox, its features unmistakably reminiscent of Kurama? Naruto tentatively inquired. Put me down, the little fox replied. Its voice surprisingly aged, contrasting sharply with its diminutive form. It was indeed the voice of the Nine Tails. Oh. Naruto hastily set Kurama down, unable to restrain himself from asking. How did you end up like this, Kurama? Initially, he had assumed it was merely a dog, which felt so out of place. The Nine Tails was such a powerful entity, now transformed into a fluffy, doll-like pet. Kurama replied, in truth, my true form remains within you. This is merely an energy manifestation I conjured for a breath of fresh air. Naruto pursed his lips. So, You just came out for some fresh air and devoured my dinner? Of course, he refrained from further complaint. He and Kurama had long since resolved their grievances and past animosities. Otherwise, if Kurama were to leave his body, he would not perish, but it would undoubtedly cause him significant harm. He understood that Kurama was not in his complete form at present. The other half, the Nine Tails, had been extracted by his father, Minato. Yet, now was not the optimal time for their reunion. After a moment's thought, Naruto smiled and said, "If you feel lonely, there's no need for you to only come out occasionally. You may remain in this form outside, provided you don't harm anyone." Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Naruto, are you asleep?" It was Sakura at the door. Their rooms were separated by only a wall, so she had heard the commotion and could not help but come to check. "Ah, not yet, Sakura." Naruto opened the door, touched by her concern, ready to say something, but found Sakura brushing past him directly. Chapter 122. The Nature of Humanity. Wow, where did you get this pet? So adorable. Upon hearing this, Naruto was taken aback, turning to see Sakura cradling the Nine Tails in her arms, affectionately rubbing against it, as if it were a mere pet, clearly enamored. Is it a boy or a girl?" Sakura inquired curiously, leaning closer to the Nine Tails. Naruto quickly interjected, No. It's not a pet, it's Kurama." He feared that the Nine Tails might suddenly retaliate and harm Sakura. Sakura, who spent every day with Naruto, immediately recognized the Nine Tails he referred to. Realizing she was holding the Nine Tails, she gasped, her grip loosening, causing the majestic Nine Tails fox to tumble to the ground. Initially hesitating to punish the foolish woman before him, Kurama was taken by surprise when Sakura unexpectedly let go, resulting in a rather undignified fall. Fur bristling with irritation, the Nine Tails bared its teeth at Sakura. She shrank back. Though she possessed considerable courage, she was aware of her limitations and concluded that she was no match for the Nine Tails. Naruto quickly shielded Sakura, soothing Kurama with a series of unbelievable promises, finally diffusing the situation. 7 days later marked the auspicious day in the land of porcelain, coinciding with the submission of the precious oil. For the past few days, Tigawa had been anxious and refrained from disturbing anyone, as 3 of the 4 subordinates he dispatched had perished and 1 was injured. However, he could not publicly declare his predicament, casting wary glances at the people of Konoha. Naruto mingled among the crowd at Matsukaku's residence, experiencing the legendary precious oil for the first time. This so-called precious oil appeared dark and unremarkable, yet Naruto, with his keen perception from training in sage arts, sensed a subtle energy emanating from it. Though faint, the implications of Tigawa Daigo's extensive collection of this substance suggested that, when amassed in sufficient quantity, it could wield considerable power. Could this be akin to the Greel Stone? Soon, they arrived at a forbidden area, where a scarred middle-aged man commanded dozens of silver-armored guards at the entrance, behind which lay Tigawa Daigo, the keeper of the land's greatest secret. The scarred man instructed the guards to transport the precious oil and addressed the assembled crowd. "Lord Tigawa, esteemed guests, if there are no further matters, please take your leave." The head of the Miyano family, suppressing his previous smile, replied coolly, "We shall not depart until certain matters are resolved. Rijay, step aside. We must meet Tigawa Daigo today." "What do you mean? Do you intend to betray Lord Daigo?" Rijay, the scarred man, unsheathed his sword and questioned, steadfast in his loyalty to Tigawa Daigo, unwilling to tolerate any treachery or provocation. Simultaneously, shouts of battle erupted around them as countless citizens surged in alongside the warriors, evidently part of a premeditated scheme by the 4 prominent families. The normally neutral head of the Haruki family stepped forward, stating, "Rijay, do you not comprehend? This is not our desire but that of the people of the land of porcelain. Daigo's oppressive rule and inaction have stripped the populace of their once prosperous lives. He is no longer fit for his position, and the people yearn for a new leader." Rijay gazed at the crowd, disappointment etched on his face, and at the frenzied warriors and civilians. Stripped of a prosperous life? How laughable. The citizens of the land of porcelain still enjoy a standard of living far superior to that of neighboring countries. Do you know who quietly bears the burden behind this peace? The head of the Matsukaku family interrupted, exclaiming, "Enough, Rijay. You need not say more. Either step aside, or do not blame us for disregarding past friendships." This statement ostensibly urged Rijay to yield, yet it effectively cornered him. Rijay was a trusted confidant of Tigawa Daigo, once the most formidable swordsman in the land of porcelain. He could not be permitted to remain once a new leader ascended. Rijay coldly smirked, unflinching, then let it be over my dead body. The silver-armored guards drew their weapons, displaying a fearless resolve despite being outnumbered. Observing the scene, Naruto felt a profound shock, yet he could not act recklessly, uncertain of the right stance. Although he sensed something sinister in the land of porcelain, an ambition radiated from the Matsukaku family. The people harbored a palpable hatred for Togawa Daigo, rendering Naruto hesitant to intervene. A misstep could brand him a villain. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A blade pierced through Rijay's chest, wielded by one of his own silver-armored guards. The most fatal strike came from the very person he trusted most. Rijay, a former master swordsman, clutched his chest where the blade had penetrated, grinning maliciously as he retaliated with a swift stroke, decapitating the traitor on the spot. The warriors and civilians, seizing the opportunity, surged forward, clamoring to surround Rijay and his men. Despite their skill, the silver-armored guards were outmatched, quickly overwhelmed by the frenzied mob. Naruto could only watch in wide-eyed astonishment, aware that wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Conflict breeds slaughter. Such is the nature of humanity. His ideals were destined to be at odds with the very essence of human nature. Perplexed, he pondered what Togawa Daigo had done. For the land of porcelain seemed to be thriving, yet the populace expressed such profound animosity towards their lord. He could faintly hear Rijay's roar amidst the bloodshed. You will regret this. Under the leadership of Togawa and the four noble families, a throng of nearly 1,000 warriors and citizens surged into the forbidden area. The once vibrant Togawa Daigo, seen as the greatest obstacle by the Matsukaku family, was nowhere to be found. Only an emaciated old man with white hair remained. Who allowed you to enter? Get out! Togawa Daigo bellowed in fury. Strange substances resembling precious oil were heaped together, forming what appeared to be a suspicious ceiling formation, with a silver whip suspended above it, creating an eerie spectacle. What had transformed Togawa Daigo into this state? What lay beneath the ceiling formation? Regrettably, the heads of the four families and Togawa were evidently blinded by the prospect of imminent gain, showing little interest in contemplating the larger implications. At their signal, a warrior drew a hand crossbow and shot directly at Togawa Daigo. The test arrow met no resistance and effortlessly pierced through Daigo's chest. Who could have anticipated that this once heroic protector of the land of porcelain, who had shielded it from external oppression, would now prove so vulnerable? Chapter 123. A series of grand performances. What are you doing? Naruto interrupted the warrior's intent to strike again. The formation before him and the condition of Togawa Daigo had already alerted him to the unfolding peril. He had not anticipated that the opponent would launch an attack without exchanging a single word, clearly intent on eliminating Togawa Daigo. As Naruto spoke, Sakura rushed forward to administer aid to Togawa Daigo. Moments later, she shook her head and sighed. His vitality has been completely drained. He cannot be saved. Togawa Daigo cast a complex gaze at the others, suddenly despondent, muttering, "It's too late. Everything is too late. It's about to emerge. It's about to emerge." Are you referring to the entity beneath the ceiling formation? Naruto inquired, having sensed that this place was far from ordinary. Togawa Daigo attempted to articulate something further, but the years of hardship had left him utterly exhausted, rendering him speechless. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in Naruto's mind, he could no longer glean answers from Togawa Daigo. With Togawa Daigo's passing, the silver whip that had been suspended in midair fell to the ground. Victory! We have triumphed. We have defeated Togawa Daigo and assisted the new daimyo in ascending to power. Let Lord Kawakawa take the throne. The surrounding warriors and citizens erupted in frenzied cheers, their faces alight with excitement, showing no remorse or sorrow for Togawa Daigo's death. The euphoria of victory had clouded their judgment. They cared little for the secrets concealed beneath the seal, only aware of the potential for greater wealth. Kawakawa bore a triumphant smile, advancing step by step to the center of the formation, flanked by his supporters. The head of the Matsu family had already lifted the silver whip, awaiting his arrival. This was the legendary artifact of the Ceramic Kingdom, the Jitsushin Genkai, which promised immense power and dominion over the realm. In that moment, he envisioned himself as the second Togawa Daigo, if not stronger. Believing that capturing a mere kunoichi from Konoha would be a trivial feat, however, just as he was about to make contact with that long-desired entity, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his abdomen, causing him to scream in agony. followed by a spurt of blood as his hefty frame tumbled down the steps. "Lord Kawakawa, are you all right?" A nearby attendant hurried to assist him. Before Kawakawa could articulate his thoughts, several blades simultaneously pierced his chest. He looked on in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. He had been so close to claiming the title of daimyo, even betraying his own father, only to meet his demise at the hands of his own allies. In his dying moments, T.G. Kawakawa appeared to grasp the truth, casting a venomous glare at the head of the Matsu family. "Ah, you dared to kill Lord Kawakawa. You scoundrels!" Upon witnessing Kawakawa's demise, the head of the Matsu family was immediately consumed by rage, swinging his sword towards the traitorous attendants. The attendants, though armed, were swiftly dispatched by the Matsu head as easily as one would harvest wheat, offering no resistance whatsoever. Then, the Matsu head spread his palms, smearing the Jitsushin Genkai with blood. The artifact, revered as a divine tool, slithered like a serpent from the Matsu head's body, ultimately transforming into a magnificent silver katana. Grasping the sword with one hand, he proclaimed loudly, "The ceramic kingdom cannot be without a leader for even a day. Now that Lord Kawakawa is deceased, we must select a wise and virtuous ruler." As the situation took an unexpected turn, the heads of the remaining three families felt a chill run through them. Just as they were about to speak, others began to chant, "Lord Matsu should ascend to the position of daimyo. It is his rightful place. Let Lord Matsu take the throne. Let Lord Matsu take the throne." Hundreds echoed this sentiment, and most others followed suit, swept up in the fervor. Though the other three family heads were reluctant, they recognized the situation as irrevocably decided, and, mindful of the Konoha ninjas invited by the Matsu family, chose to bide their time. Naruto observed the scene with a detached gaze. He had initially anticipated a standard mission to assist the Matsu family in removing a rival. Yet what unfolded before him was a grand spectacle of betrayal and ambition. The cunning of the Matsu head was astonishing. He had effortlessly deceived the other three families and T.G. Kawakawa, revealing a deep and fearsome intellect. "Mr. Matsu, it appears you have achieved your desires. Thus we can consider our mission accomplished," Naruto remarked. The Matsu head, astute as ever, recognized Naruto's disdain and made no effort to retain him, decisively stating, "Very well. I thank you all for your assistance. You may return to rest, and I shall personally express my gratitude later." His words were skillfully crafted, subtly indicating his rapport with Konoha, thereby discouraging any rash actions from the other families, while simultaneously urging Naruto to leave, promising payment to follow. Naruto nodded subtly, not casting another glance as he turned to depart, followed silently by the Konoha ninjas. Obedience to orders was the first tenet of a ninja. As Naruto had been the decision-maker of this operation, they naturally supported him without hesitation. The members of Team Karinai had long since resolved to follow Naruto with their lives. And despite their light-hearted camaraderie, they would never hinder him in critical matters. Upon reaching the exit, a flicker of reluctance crossed Naruto's mind. "If you wish to continue living, you must leave this place promptly." This was his final warning. He sensed that a terrifying entity was imminent, while the foolish gathered around remained entangled in their pursuits of profit and wealth. While not all present were deserving of death, there were no true heroes among them. The individuals within the forbidden area exchanged glances, yet most remained unmoved, except for the ever-ambivalent Haruki family, who took the initiative to withdraw. Once the Haruki family had fully retreated, the head of the Mikura family snorted disdainfully. "Those cowardly Haruki vermin have fled just when the situation was set." The head of the Ume family remarked, "With their departure, the Haruki family's interests." "Ha ha ha." The Matsu head laughed heartily. "Rest assured, my friends. Since one family has chosen to forfeit their share of the spoils, the remaining three shall divide it amongst themselves." Before his words could fully dissipate, a fierce wind erupted, and a massive bulge formed in the ceiling area, followed by a roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, piercing the eardrums of all present. The Matsu head, now to be referred to as Daimyo Matsu, wore a grave expression as he beheld the bizarre scene before him. Yet, upon glimpsing the katana shaped from the Jitsushin Genkai in his hand, he felt a surge of exhilaration. "Humph, what demons dare to act so brazenly before me?" As if to respond to his challenge, the enormous bulge suddenly erupted, spewing forth a torrent of molten liquid akin to lava. Chapter 124. The new generation of Konoha, the head of the Matsuke's clan, charged forward, drenched in magma, his skin and flesh appearing as if they were melting, emitting a wretched, inhuman howl. "Ah, Shortly after, a massive, flame-licked oval head lunged forward, swallowing both the Matsuke's clan leader and his blade whole. Such an ambitious entity, having just ascended to the position of lord, met a tragic, untimely demise, leaving no corpse behind. Screams of terror echoed from all directions. It was not only the Matsuke's clan leader who suffered the wrath of the magma, as hundreds fell, with scarcely a soul spared. Yet, there was no time for lamentation, as they dragged their bodies in a desperate bid to escape. However, the monstrous beast showed no mercy, taking a deep breath and unleashing a wave of flames that radiated outward. Whether warriors or civilians within the forbidden ground, nearly all were reduced to ash in an instant, leaving not even a trace of bone behind, thus sparing them further suffering. It turned out that Takatani Daigo had remained hidden for years to seal this creature, and collected fire oil to sustain the seal. The late former lord of the land of porcelain, confined within the forbidden area, faced this crisis alone, allowing his clueless subjects to live in the air of freedom. Regrettably, those he sought to protect harbored deep-seated hatred for him, perceiving him as their archenemy. They had, with their own hands, breached the forbidden ground, slain Takatani Daigo, and unwittingly unleashed the demons of hell back into the world. The members of the Haruki clan, standing behind Naruto, appeared as though they had narrowly escaped disaster, yet their fear rendered them paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. It was terrifying. So many had perished without a chance to fight back. The head of the Haruki clan crawled almost on his knees to Naruto's side, pleading, "Naruto-sama, please protect us. We are willing to offer anything. I would serve you as my lord." Naruto cast a cursory glance at him, neither scornful nor comforting, for these individuals were clearly not virtuous souls. The beast, engulfed in flames, should theoretically fear water, moving not swiftly but possessing extensive offensive capabilities. Xianglin stood by, analyzing the combat characteristics of the fire beast. At that moment, the fiery creature noticed Naruto and his companions, charging toward them with a murderous intent. Naruto attempted to communicate with the beast, but it was evident that the creature either did not comprehend human language or had no desire to engage with humanity. While it would have been simple for the group to evade the attack, they were unable to do so, as they were still surrounded by the living. Xianglin unleashed her golden lock seal, restraining the beast's charge, though it was clear she was straining under the pressure exerted by the fire creature. Jiraiya remarked gravely, "Is this the legendary beast without a tail? It possesses power rivaling that of the tailed beasts. What do you intend to do, Naruto? Seal it again?" Despite his differing thoughts on Naruto's inaction regarding the slaughter of those wretches, Jiraiya had resolved to leave the decision-making to Naruto and refrained from influencing him. After all, he was part of an older generation, uncertain how long he could continue to safeguard Naruto. The future belonged to the youth. All eyes turned to Naruto, seemingly awaiting his decision. However, Naruto appeared unconcerned, lacking the profound contemplation they anticipated, merely shrugging and stating, "Even if we seal it, there will inevitably come a day when the seal is broken, and I fear that will bring endless calamity to the land of porcelain. Therefore, let it disappear forever." "Humph. Understood." Sasuke smirked coldly, and without waiting for the others to act, he propelled himself toward the beast like an arrow released from a bow. This sudden movement startled everyone. Aside from Xianglin, none were aware of Sasuke's true strength, and the beast before them was clearly formidable. Sakura glanced at Naruto with concern. "Don't worry, it's Sasuke." Naruto replied with a faint smile, his confidence suggesting that it was he, rather than Sasuke, charging toward the beast. Honestly, he still loves to show off. Naruto had faith in Sasuke, though he had not witnessed Sasuke in action for a long time. The bond they shared felt as ingrained as bone. Requiring no words, just a glance sufficed. As Sasuke approached the fire beast, his Sharingan activated, and a layer of lightning chakra enveloped him like armor. In a flash, he darted past the beast, his speed akin to a fleeting shadow, landing with not a speck of dust upon him. With the beast restrained, its spirit momentarily seized. It could not evade Sasuke's lethal strike, which pierced its vital point. The creature's form became riddled with countless transparent holes, flames dissipating significantly, and a strange blood oozed forth. It could feel its life force waning rapidly. In a fit of defiance, despair, and rage, the beast gathered its remaining strength and expelled a massive fireball, nearly 10 meters in diameter, toward the most densely packed area of the crowd. The terrifying energy within the fireball warped the surrounding air, hurtling straight toward the people. The Haruki clan members were paralyzed with fear, envisioning their own demise, regretting their participation in this ill-fated endeavor. As Naruto prepared to intervene, he noticed a figure had already taken action. The 8 trigrams pattern emerged as Hinata unleashed a flurry of strikes, channeling chakra to create an impenetrable defense. The overwhelming fireball was, astonishingly, shattered upon impact. The beast, having failed to unleash its full might, extinguished its flames and collapsed in defeat. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the new generation of Konoha? While Hinata's strength remains uncertain, Sasuke's prowess seems to rival my own. At this rate, I might have to retire early. Jiraiya's brow furrowed again, his keen gaze detecting that Sasuke's earlier technique resembled the secret lightning release chakra mode of Kimogakure, implying that this young man harbored many secrets. Sakura, Shino, Kiba, and several other elite J-nin exchanged bewildered glances. They had yet to make a move, and it was over. Goodness, what had they come here for? Naruto, however, was captivated by an object in the fray. The artifact known as the ultimate true enlightenment remained unscathed amidst the battle, now transformed into a half-liquid silver serpent. Chapter 125. The profound truth of extreme reality. Naruto, brimming with curiosity, approached and picked up the artifact known as the profound truth of extreme reality, scrutinizing it intently. What enchantment could this object possibly hold? It appeared rather unremarkable, offering little assistance to Master Songha, who had been easily vanquished by a beast. Upon further reflection, however, he noted the impressive durability of the artifact. Its life-preserving capabilities reminded him of that scoundrel Orochimaru, who had once rendered the sword of the Thunder God useless with the combined efforts of Sakura and Sasuke. Yet this so-called Tao artifact remained unscathed. After contemplating this, Naruto resolved to return the profound truth of extreme reality to the Haruka family, as it rightfully belonged to the land of porcelain. Their stay in the land of porcelain would be brief, necessitating someone to uphold stability, and while the Haruka family was not without its flaws, they were certainly the lesser of evils compared to the other 3 families. This was a key reason behind Naruto's decision to spare them. Of course, their trust in Naruto's words and their swift decision to act had also spared them from being reduced to ashes. As Naruto extended the artifact towards the Haruka family head, the man hesitated, gripped by fear. Although he had not witnessed the prowess of the leader of the evening organization, he was acutely aware that the beast, which had nearly obliterated the land of porcelain, had been dispatched effortlessly by Naruto and his companions. Lord Naruto, we are immensely grateful for your guidance and the aid of the Leaf Ninjas in eliminating the beast that threatened our land. Please accept this profound truth of extreme reality. Upon seeing Naruto's brow furrow, the Haruka family head felt a wave of dread wash over him, fearing that Naruto might decide to end his life at any moment. He hastily explained, treasures rightfully belong to those of virtue. Lord Naruto, you have saved us. You are a hero of the land of porcelain. This artifact should belong to you, and I assure you, no one will dare to entertain any other notions. The Haruka family shall not spare them. Sasuke, typically indifferent to outsiders, raised an eyebrow at this proclamation, causing the Haruka family head to tremble even more, lowering his head in trepidation. Naruto, unable to suppress a cough, noticed the palpable fear emanating from the Haruka family and turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, seeking his counsel. Jiraiya, taken aback, understood the plea for assistance reflected in Naruto's eyes. Although he felt it might be inappropriate to simply take the artifact, his primary concern was Naruto's safety. Moreover, if Naruto refused, the Haruka family head might very well succumb to sheer terror. Now that the crisis in the land of porcelain had been fully resolved, the artifact's ownership seemed less significant. With this thought, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Naruto sighed in resignation, stating, if that is the case, I shall no longer refuse. Should the land of porcelain encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out in the Leaf. The Haruka family head felt as though he had ascended from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. Thank you, Lord Naruto. It is said that the profound truth of extreme reality grows stronger in the presence of strength. That scoundrel Songha could not unleash its true power. But now that it is in your hands, your prowess will surely realize its true value. Once more, Naruto took up the artifact and, imitating Master Songha's earlier actions, dripped a few drops of blood onto the profound truth of extreme reality. Upon completing this ritual, the artifact seemed to come alive, swirling around Naruto's arms before transforming into 2 silver gauntlets that adorned his hands. Witnessing such a spirited transformation filled Naruto with joy. in Master Songa's hands. The artifact had manifested as a blade, a tool of carnage, while in Naruto's grasp, it had transformed into gauntlets. Could it be that it recognized his intent to protect what he cherished? After merely one more day in the land of porcelain, Naruto and his companions departed. The atmosphere had become stiflingly cautious, as the people of the land of porcelain treated them with excessive wariness, as if they wished to empty the land of its very essence for their sake. On the journey back to the city, tranquility reigned. As they approached the Leaf Village, they began to see a few scattered travelers and merchants. The Leaf Village, thanks to the rapid rise of the younger generation, had subtly reclaimed its status as the pinnacle of the ninja world, exhibiting signs of economic prosperity and population growth. However, their path was soon obstructed by an unexpected sight: a trio of a grandfather and two grandchildren, both under 10 years of age, struggling to push a laden cart up a dirt incline, perhaps due to the sweltering heat or their frail strength. The trio managed to move the cart only halfway up before their efforts faltered, causing the cart to tumble back down the slope as the grandfather lost his grip. "Afu! Onyo!" the elder cried out, alarmed as he witnessed the impending peril for the children. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a white cloak stepped forward, bracing against the cart. It was Naruto. Despite the cart's seemingly modest size, its weight was considerable, straining him. Fortunately, Sakura appeared by his side, and together they managed to push the cart back up the incline. Among the group, Naruto and Sakura were the most eager to lend a helping hand. Not that the others lacked enthusiasm. Rather, these two often acted without regard for their own images. Hinata had initially intended to join them, but upon seeing Sakura beside Naruto, she retreated, her gaze dimmed. That position was never meant for her. If Sakura were not present, would he have chosen her? "Thank you so much. Let me take over," the elder exclaimed, his voice filled with gratitude and a hint of wariness, as if fearing that the group might seize his belongings. "Not at all, sir. Leave it to us," Naruto replied with a warm smile. "By the way, are you all here to sell goods in the leaf?" The elder's face broke into a smile, revealing his weathered skin and a single remaining front tooth. "Indeed, our homeland is quite impoverished. I've heard that many merchants in the leaf are interested in fresh produce, so I thought to bring our local specialties to sell." As Naruto observed the elder's tattered clothing and the children laboring at such a young age, a wave of sympathy washed over him. At their age, they should be attending the ninja academy. However, rather than directly offering assistance, Naruto encouraged, "Keep it up, sir. I believe with your effort, your life will surely improve." Chapter 126. The assassination of Naruto. Indeed, it must be so. Despite his impoverished circumstances, the old man exuded an unwavering optimism that brightened the spirits of those around him, dispelling the gloom that lingered over the land of porcelain. The boy named Afu glanced at Naruto and then at Sakura, curiosity dancing in his eyes. "Are you both ninjas?" he inquired. "Indeed," Sakura replied with a gentle smile. She held a deep affection for children, particularly those who struggled through adversity, which fueled her steadfast resolve to stand by Naruto and dedicate herself to transforming the world. "Then you must be incredibly powerful," Afu exclaimed, his face alight with innocence. Sakura felt a twinge of modesty. "Oh, it's not like that," she said softly. "You must be exhausted. Would you like to rest in the carriage?" No, that would only make it heavier." Afu and his companion Ainyo hurriedly waved their hands. Their thoughtful demeanor softened the gazes of the onlookers. Sakura puffed out her chest with pride, assuring them, "Rest assured, I am quite formidable." Upon hearing this, the two children hopped onto the carriage without hesitation. Despite the added weight, it was a trivial matter for Sakura, given her immense strength. As they continued on their journey, the old man and the group engaged in casual conversation, growing increasingly familiar with one another. Meanwhile, Jiraiya curiously rummaged through the items in the cart, confirming they were merely fruits and vegetables. "Naruto, Sakura, how about I switch places with you two for a while?" Kiba suggested. Naruto considered it, but hesitated, concerned that Sakura might tire if they took too long. The old man, sensing the moment, quickly interjected, "Let me take over. I feel guilty for troubling you for so long." "Thank you so much." Naruto, initially intent on helping the old man, reluctantly replied, "Let us not. We should be arriving in Konoha soon." "Thank you, Kiba, Shino." Seeing the situation, Kiba ceased his persuasion. As Naruto had stated, they were quite close to Konoha, even spotting a few ninjas just emerging from the village. "Young man, allow me to assist," the old man said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "No need, sir. Naruto began to refuse, but was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain as the old man's bony hand pierced his flesh. Alarmed, he looked up to see a glinting dagger slicing toward his throat, the old man's expression now devoid of the earlier humility, replaced instead by a chilling indifference. This was a trap, a calculated assault aimed at Naruto and his companions. After all, they merely appeared to be an old man and two children, leading no one to suspect their true intentions. Yet Naruto was no ordinary ninja. In a moment of peril, he instinctively raised his arm to deflect the lethal strike. However, at that moment, the old man chuckled, and the two children shrank away, as an array of explosive tags ignited around them. A deafening explosion erupted, sending a small mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. The ground was cratered for several meters, and trees within a 100-meter radius were obliterated, leaving passers-by aghast at the scene. Kagura, shaken, gazed at the crimson chakra cloak enveloping her. Had it not been for this protective layer, she likely would have suffered grievous injuries. Even so, her body bore numerous scars, a testament to the sheer number of explosive tags used. Regaining their composure, the group quickly turned their attention to Naruto and Sakura, who were at the center of the blast. Though they were still standing, their injuries were evident. Despite Naruto's immediate release of the Ninetales chakra for protection, they were too close to the epicenter of the explosion. "Sakura, are you alright?" Naruto asked, concern etched on his face as he noticed the bloodstains on her clothes. A wave of dread washed over him. This time, he had not been prepared. Had it not been for the bond he forged with the Ninetales, they might have been fated to meet in another realm. Sakura, still slightly dazed, managed a faint smile. "I'm fine. How about you, Naruto? Naruto, are you okay?" Before he could respond, another figure rushed to his side. Hinata. Hinata, filled with guilt, avoided meeting Sakura's gaze. Under normal circumstances, she would never act so recklessly. But seeing Naruto injured overwhelmed her with concern. Naruto glanced between Hinata and Sakura, uncertain of whom to address first. "I'm fine, really. You all needn't worry," he reassured them. The group stood in disarray, confusion etched on their faces as they regarded the three, creating an awkward atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, Kiba broke the tension, his eyes wide with anger. Who on earth were those people? Everyone remained perplexed, gazing at the remnants of the explosion. The old man and the two children had been utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. They were indeed assassins, intent on their mission without regard for their own lives. As for those with motives to kill Naruto, there was no shortage. Over the years, the Akatsuki had targeted numerous dark organizations, and as their leader, Naruto had drawn the ire of countless adversaries. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, Naruto interjected, "Jiraiya-sensei, I understand now. Let us not discuss this matter any further." The group paused, taken aback by Naruto's insight. While they were still grappling with the identity of their attackers, Naruto seemed to have already grasped the situation. Yet Jiraiya did not heed Naruto's request, raising his voice, "Naruto, be quiet." Taken aback by Jiraiya's sudden seriousness, Naruto complied, listening intently as Jiraiya continued. "What is there to hide? You are no longer alone. Consider your comrades who have entrusted their fates and dreams to you. Your aspirations cannot exist without conflict. And in battle, lives are lost. If, God forbid, someone were to fall in the line of duty, would you wish them to remain oblivious to the identity of their killer?" After a moment of contemplation, Naruto responded, "I understand now. I was mistaken, Jiraiya-sensei. This world, as it turned out, was not as resplendent as it appeared from the outside. The truth could be excruciatingly harsh, often difficult to accept." Naruto wished to shoulder this burden alone, yet as Jiraiya pointed out, his comrades fought tirelessly for a shared ideal and thus deserved the right to know everything. Chapter 127. Do you like Naruto too? Who could it be? The voice belonged to Hinata, tinged with an indescribable sentiment that had never before manifested in this girl. Jiraiya replied calmly, "Those two youngsters can ignite explosive tags in an instant. Their skill level is already dangerously close to that of a Chunin. In the entire ninja world, only a handful of major hidden villages can cultivate such elites." The crowd gasped in astonishment. If it were some underground organization with conflicting interests, they could comprehend it. But if it were one of the major villages, how could that be? Currently, the major villages were relatively peaceful with no direct conflict. Was someone attempting to instigate a war in the ninja world? Yukimaru frowned and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, this matter is grave. Making such assertions without concrete evidence could incite war. Their actions should be directed at the Hokage. Why target Naruto?" It makes no sense. Jiraiya glanced at Yukimaru, seemingly dissatisfied with her intellect. He sighed, no? The reasoning is quite sound. Naruto is exceedingly brilliant, bright enough to disrupt the balance of power among various factions, which inevitably breeds jealousy. Many are reluctant to see him continue to grow. Karin exclaimed in anger, which village is behind this? Sunagakure, Humogakure, Kirigakure, or Iwagakure? Sasuke replied coldly. Sunagakure has maintained an alliance with Konoha in recent years. Given the recent incident, their likelihood is minimal. Kirigakure just underwent a significant reform and is currently in disarray, lacking the strength to confront Naruto. Thus, the most probable culprits are Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Hinata offered a final contribution. Silence fell over the group once more. Jiraiya and Yukimaru remained relatively composed, having experienced more in their years. The others, however, found it difficult to accept. They had always acted in the name of justice and had never committed any wrongdoing. Yet they had inexplicably become targets for other hidden villages. Upon returning to Konoha, they first headed to the hospital to address their injuries. After a brief treatment, everyone was largely fine, save for Sakura, whose proximity to the explosion had left her in a more precarious condition, lacking the Ninetales' regenerative abilities. Upon learning of Naruto's ambush, Tsunade promptly summoned Team 7. Sakura, needing rest, was naturally exempted. Karin hesitated, saying, "What about Sakura? We haven't informed her parents yet." Sakura was reluctant to divulge her injury to her parents. Even if she could not conceal it any longer, she preferred to wait until she was in better shape. Naruto felt torn. He wished to stay and accompany Sakura. But Tsunade was eager for updates, and as a loyal Konoha ninja, he had to follow orders. Seeing Naruto's conflicted expression, Hinata pondered for a moment before volunteering. I'll stay with Sakura." "Oh, thank you, Hinata," Karin said with a smile, quickly pulling the hesitant Naruto and the expressionless Sasuke away. "I'll head out first, Sakura. Once everything is sorted, I'll come back to find you." Naruto had no choice but to leave, reminding Hinata, "I appreciate it, Hinata." "Don't worry, Naruto. It's the least I can do," Hinata replied with a smile, watching as Naruto departed, her heart heavy with bittersweet emotions. She filled a basin with warm water and carefully placed a cloth on Sakura's forehead. Sakura, lying in bed, felt a bit embarrassed and said, "You don't have to go through all this trouble, Hinata. I'm a ninja too. My constitution isn't that weak." "It's no trouble at all," Hinata smiled. Sakura wished to engage in conversation with Hinata, but was at a loss for words. The girl before her also harbored feelings for Naruto, seemingly deeply ensnared. Hinata's unusual demeanor today had laid her heart bare, bringing their unspoken feelings to the forefront. After a prolonged silence, inhaling deeply, Sakura finally spoke. "You like Naruto too, don't you, Hinata?" Hinata was already burdened with guilt, fearing her feelings would be exposed. Startled by the question, she paled and stammered, "I." She wished to clarify but found herself utterly incapable, yearning to escape but with nowhere to hide. Ultimately, she could only lower her head, offering a feeble apology. "I'm sorry." Sakura, however, took Hinata's hand and gently said, "There's no need to apologize, Hinata. You haven't done anything wrong." Hinata, not hearing the expected accusations, looked up at Sakura's sincere expression and gradually relaxed. She listened as Sakura recounted her memories with Naruto. "I've known him since we were little. Back then, I didn't even know his name. He was so unremarkable, yet I remembered him. He always caused trouble in front of me, which was sometimes infuriating. But then, it's funny really. I initially thought he was just a mischievous troublemaker, but after joining Kakashi-sensei's class, I began to understand him little by little. Naruto is remarkable. I'm not just referring to his strength, but also to his ideals, his character, and his sense of responsibility. In my heart, he shines like the sun, illuminating even the dust." Hinata was taken aback, surprised that Sakura would share so much. Yet, she resonated deeply with Sakura's words. Naruto was indeed a light, capable of warming the cold, emboldening the fearful, and instilling hope in the despairing. So, Hinata, it's no surprise that you like someone as exceptional as Naruto. You've done nothing wrong. It's your right and freedom to like whoever you wish. This statement was not mere lip service, even if Sakura was somewhat oblivious. She recognized that many girls harbored feelings for Naruto. Setting aside the Konoha fan club girls, even Kazuhana and Yukike's, who occasionally brought gifts for Naruto, would likely feel discontent if they were relegated to merely a sisterly relationship due to their age difference. "Will you be angry?" The words slipped from Hinata's lips before she could think. Sakura was equally taken aback, surprised that Hinata would ask such a question. She viewed Hinata as a good girl, innocent and pure, deeply in love with Naruto. Yet, while she felt some sympathy for her, she had no intention of relinquishing her Naruto to anyone else. If that is the case, let us compete fairly, Hinata, Sakura proclaimed, her face radiant with the unique glow of youth, as she extended her fist. Hinata paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly, extending her fist to meet Sakura's. Chapter 128. The inner demon. Though both girls wore smiles upon their faces, it was evident that if genuine affection were absent, no one would willingly compete for a boy's attention. After a brief conversation, Sakura, fatigued in both body and spirit, succumbed to slumber. As Hinata gazed upon the peacefully sleeping Sakura, a flicker of warmth penetrated her gradually chilling heart. Indeed, Sakura was a truly good person. Observing Sakura's visage, though somewhat pallid due to her injuries, she remained breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty so striking it seemed fragile, as if it could shatter with the slightest touch. As a woman herself, Hinata could not deny Sakura's allure, and it was no wonder that Naruto was drawn to her. However, as her gaze fell upon Sakura's fair neck, an unsettling thought unexpectedly surfaced in Hinata's mind. It would be quite simple to eliminate her at this moment. Startled, Hinata glanced around, questioning who was speaking. Why would she consider harming Sakura? Yet, the devilish voice within her persisted. Eliminate her, eliminate her, eliminate her, and Naruto shall be yours. Impossible. How could she even entertain such an idea? Hinata's heart screamed in protest, only to be horrified as her hand moved uncontrollably towards a kunai. Although her family had never physically abused her, 3 long years of confinement had ensnared her in an invisible prison, shackling her spirit and subjecting her to relentless torment, stripping away her former innocence. She had changed. Not only had she transformed into a battle machine, but perhaps her heart had also ceased to be as benevolent as others believed. Her body trembled, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. She was engaged in a desperate struggle against the last vestiges of her conscience and the darkness within. Finally, Hinata emerged from the infirmary, making her way to the restroom. Upon gazing into the mirror, she was struck by an unfamiliar reflection. Yes, she felt estranged from herself. She had just harbored thoughts of killing Sakura. With force, she struck her own face, 5 crimson fingerprints swiftly appearing. Why? Why had she become this way? Where had the kind-hearted girl gone? The former Hinata would have made way for small creatures, yet now, she had killed without a flicker of hesitation. Her first act of murder met with an unsettling calmness. Now, Sakura had confronted her about her feelings for Naruto, showing no signs of jealousy, even encouraging a fair competition. Yet, Hinata had nearly resorted to violence against her. Hinata, are you a devil? She repeatedly questioned her reflection, tears streaming down her cheeks. She cherished Naruto and the companionship they shared. Yet did she still deserve to remain among them? She felt unworthy, fearing that the darkness within her might spiral out of control and endanger those she loved. She could no longer stay in Konoha. When Naruto and Karin returned to the hospital, Hinata was nowhere to be found. Where's Hinata? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Sakura, still dazed, replied, I just fell asleep, and when I woke up, Hinata was gone. I'm not sure if she went home. Perhaps you should look for her. A wave of self-reproach washed over Sakura as she questioned whether she had overwhelmed Hinata with their conversation, knowing how delicate she was. Karin, unwilling to let the injured Sakura worry further, reassured her, don't fret. Remember that Hinata is quite strong. She won't encounter any danger in the village. Upon hearing Karin's words, both Sakura and Naruto found solace, their anxiousness gradually dissipating. Yet, Naruto couldn't shake a nagging sense of unease, as if something that belonged to him was being torn away. As Hinata returned home, Hayashi Hyuga had yet to rest. Hearing the door open, he feigned reading a book, maintaining the facade of a stern father. You're back? Hayashi's voice was low. Yes, father, Hinata responded, offering a cup of tea with genuine concern. It's getting late. Please take care of yourself and have some tea. Observing Hinata's obedient demeanor and the warmth imbued within her words, Hayashi felt a swell of pride and relief, marveling at how much his daughter had matured. He had often believed that his efforts in her upbringing had been a failure. He had perceived her as too weak, incapable of inheriting the Hyuga legacy or protecting herself. Yet now, Hinata had transformed, her character hardened, having defeated all the formidable opponents in her clan. In the current generation of Konoha, aside from Naruto, Even the Uchiha boy might not assuredly triumph over Hinata, a fact that filled Hayashi with confidence. Hinata had grown stronger, astonishingly so, yet as he looked upon his once gentle daughter, now a mere combatant, his emotions were complex. Had he truly brought happiness to his daughter through this transformation? Would he find joy in it? Perhaps he had erred. I need to read a bit longer. You should rest, he said as Hinata exited, a deep sigh escaping him as he fell into reminiscence. Just as he was lost in thought, the door swung open once more. Hayashi barely had time to feign his reading again before he was displeased to see Hinata re-enter. As he opened his mouth to scold her, he was struck silent by the sight of what she held, a basin of warm water. Hinata, you are thoughtful. You can just place it here. Yet Hinata knelt on the floor, sincerity evident in her voice. Father, you've worked hard. Please allow me to wash your feet. Hayashi was taken aback, adamantly refusing. How could a middle-aged man allow his 16-year-old daughter to wash his feet? But today, Hinata was exceptionally insistent, and eventually, Hayashi relented. Hinata, you needn't go to such lengths. Have you encountered some trouble? His tone softened, losing some of its usual severity. Hinata looked up and, emulating Naruto, offered her father a warm and gentle smile. There is nothing wrong, father. I simply realized that I had been stubborn and ignorant, failing to understand your feelings. Causing you trouble. Hayashi's heart tightened, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he stammered. It's not your fault. I neglected your feelings. I am sorry. Sorry. Upon hearing those words, Hinata's tears flowed like a torrent as she plunged into her father's embrace. She savored his affection, a sensation she had not experienced since she could remember, and it would likely be the last time. Their relationship had finally softened, and she longed for it to remain this way, even without love. Alas, everything had come too late. Chapter 129. Hinata's defection under the cover of night. Naruto chose to accompany Hinata at the hospital. As he drowsily made his way to relieve himself, he was taken aback to find Hinata waiting at the door. Hinata, what brings you here? Initially, Naruto felt a twinge of concern for her, but her unexpected visit eased his worries, though he regretted his own words. He realized that what he said might alarm her, leaving her at a loss for a response. However, to Naruto's surprise, Hinata displayed no signs of panic. Instead, she smiled confidently and asked, "What's wrong? Can I come?" This left Naruto momentarily speechless, and he quickly shook his head. "Oh, of course not. I'm just curious. You left not long ago, so I was surprised to see you return so late. I want to talk to you, Naruto." "Let us go somewhere else," Hinata said, and without waiting for his consent, she stepped outside. Naruto was filled with confusion. Today, Hinata was behaving unusually, and he felt something was off. Despite his rational mind advising against it, the guilt within compelled him to follow her. They eventually arrived at a high ridge, where they could overlook the enchanting nightscape of Konoha. The gentle night breeze rustled the fallen leaves, but could not dissipate the melancholy that lingered in the air. Gazing at Hinata, who stood silently with her back to him, Naruto's thoughts were tumultuous. He was uncertain of what she wished to say and how he should respond. Finally, it was Naruto who broke the silence. "Hinata, you've grown so much over the years. It's honestly surprising, even to me." Hinata slowly turned around, smiling softly at the boy illuminated by moonlight. "Naruto, do you believe in fate?" Her question struck a familiar chord within him. He recalled asking Sakura something similar on a certain night. Yet now, it was another girl posing the same inquiry. Fate. Naruto fell silent once more, unwilling to hurt the girl before him, yet even more reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Sakura. Upon witnessing Naruto's reaction, Hinata felt a pang in her heart, nearly moved to tears. Throughout life, one encounters many individuals, yet there is always someone who remains unforgettable. Life presents various experiences, but some events are simply indelible. For me, the most unforgettable is you, Naruto. The image of your protection is what drives me to become stronger. Hinata, please don't. Naruto couldn't help but interject, wishing to halt her words. Yet having come this far, Hinata was resolute. You are the sun in my heart. I strive tirelessly to catch up to you, hoping that one day I can stand before you and boldly declare my feelings. I love you, Naruto. After uttering those words, Hinata seemed to expend all her energy, breathing heavily. Yet, her heart felt unusually light, as though a burden she had carried for years had finally been lifted. Naruto looked at her, seeing the girl's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any retreat. She has truly matured. He understood Hinata's love and recognized her as a wonderful girl. He wished for her happiness. Yet, alas, he knew he could never reciprocate that love. Having chosen Sakura, he could not entangle himself with another girl, for it would be unjust to both. Since Konoha's establishment, there had never been a case of polygamy. I'm sorry. Sorry. Again with the apologies? Hinata was not particularly surprised by Naruto's response. In her dreams and fantasies, she had already been turned down by him countless times. Her gaze was gentle and serene, as if she wished to imprint the boy before her into her heart. Faced with such a look, Naruto averted his eyes, feeling uncomfortable. Naruto, may I ask you one last question? Hinata's voice felt reminiscent of a casual chat among friends, masking her current emotions. Of course, go ahead. Besides being unable to offer Hinata love, Naruto was willing to do anything else for her. If you had never met Sakura, if she were not in your life, would you choose me? Naruto's expression became exceedingly complex. Had he not predetermined his future, perhaps she might have been the one standing by his side. However, the situation had reached this point, and he felt no regret. He did not want Hinata to cling to him, so he resolved to leave her with no lingering hopes. With a heavy heart, he stated, "No, even without Sakura, I would not choose you." Hinata beamed brightly, responding, "That's all right. I understand, Naruto. Thank you. It's getting late. I should head back. You should rest too." As she turned to leave, tears streamed down her face. She clearly saw the evasion in Naruto's eyes. The boy she had secretly loved harbored feelings for her. Yet this realization only deepened her anguish, for she felt unworthy to remain by his side, unable even to watch him from afar. The boy remained a blazing sun at noon, while she had become ice beneath the river of despair. She feared she might harm Naruto, hurt Sakura, betray her father, and endanger her companions. Therefore, she had no choice but to depart. Hinata resolved to protect the boy's dreams in her own way for the rest of her life. Naruto, Sakura, you must both find happiness. That night, Hayashi Hyuga slept deeply and peacefully. Even in slumber, a content smile graced his features. He acknowledged that he was not particularly gifted, especially in nurturing his children. He felt a lingering sense of guilt toward Hinata, regretting his past decisions. Yet as a father, he found it difficult to voice his apologies. Fortunately, Hinata was remarkably understanding. Her initiative had allowed them to mend the emotional rift of many years. Hayashi felt that the sky was exceptionally blue and the wind refreshingly gentle, with everything appearing wonderfully beautiful. He had come to terms with the fact that he would no longer constrain Hinata or impose pressure upon her. Even if she loved that rascal Naruto, he would wholeheartedly support her. He knocked on Hinata's door, intending to invite her for a meal, but received no response. Hinata, Hinata. After several calls, Hayashi suddenly recalled a possibility. He burst through the door, only to find the bedding neatly arranged, yet Hinata was nowhere to be seen. The headband that once belonged to the girl lay quietly on the floor, marred by a deep cut from a kunai. Chapter 130. Orochimaru's ambition within the confines of the Hokage's office. The younger generation of Konoha had gathered, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. Hinata has defected? Upon hearing this startling news, Naruto could hardly comprehend it. How could this be possible? He had always harbored concerns about Sasuke potentially betraying them. But never did he imagine that the gentle and kind-hearted Hinata would be the first among them to turn rogue. Not only Naruto, but everyone present struggled to accept this revelation, questioning its authenticity. Was today some sort of cruel jest? However, the bearer of this news was none other than the current Hokage, Tsunade, rendering any skepticism futile. What on earth is happening? Kurenai lamented, her heart heavy as Hinata's mentor. She had witnessed Hinata blossom from a timid student into a formidable ninja, only to see her now branded as a traitor. Kurenai understood the burdens Hinata faced within her clan, yet felt powerless to intervene in the affairs of the Hyuga family. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would transpire, she would have sought alternative means to prevent such an outcome. Tsunade pondered for a moment before inquiring. Who among you interacted with Hinata after returning to the village yesterday? Please recount the circumstances. Naruto promptly recounted the events of the previous day. Just then, the door swung open, and Hayashi Hyuga entered, flanked by two high-ranking members of the Hyuga clan. His gaze was icy as it fell upon Naruto, the one he blamed for his daughter's distress and subsequent betrayal. So, you were the last to meet with Hinata yesterday. What did you say to her? Hayashi demanded, his tone laced with accusation. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but found the words escaping him. How could he explain that Hinata had confessed her feelings to him, only to be rejected? She had not indicated any desire to leave, he had assumed. Before he could finish, Hayashi's fist struck him squarely in the face. Fueled by rage, the force of the blow twisted Naruto's features, sending him crashing into a table laden with documents. Silently, Naruto rose, refraining from retaliating or speaking, simply due to the fact that the man before him was Hinata's father. In truth, he had the ability to evade the attack, but chose to endure it instead, perhaps believing it would ease his own conscience. "You bastard, I'll make you pay." Hayashi seethed, still thirsting for vengeance, but was restrained by Neji. Listening to Hayashi's tirade, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino felt uncomfortable. They understood that Naruto could not bear the brunt of the blame for this situation, but their family ties made it difficult to voice their dissent. Yet, some were unrestrained by such considerations. Seeing Naruto struck, Ino could no longer contain herself. With Sakura still in the hospital, she could not allow her dear friend's boyfriend to be bullied, especially since Naruto was like a beloved little brother to her. With a fierce glare, she stepped in front of Naruto and confronted Hayashi. "Enough. What gives you the right to hit him?" Sasuke also stepped forward. His icy gaze fixed on Hayashi as he spoke in a chilling tone. "You should cease this immediately, or you will come to regret it." Having been protected by Naruto on numerous occasions, Sasuke longed for the opportunity to defend him, and he would not allow anyone to harm Naruto, not even the Hokage herself, let alone this man. Hayashi, slightly calmed, challenged Sasuke. "What is with that look? Do you wish to kill me?" Sasuke smiled, but the expression was devoid of warmth. According to the ninja code, Article 148, when a comrade is threatened, one must intervene as long as it does not interfere with the mission. It does not specify that the threat must exclude leaf ninjas. "Enough. Do you all think I am irrelevant as Hokage?" Tsunade bellowed, slamming her hand on the table and rising to her feet, managing to quell the escalating tension. Finally breaking his silence, Jiraiya interjected, "By the way, Naruto, does Hinata bear your flying thunder god mark?" At Jiraiya's words, Naruto jolted back to reality, recalling that he had indeed marked the kunai Hinata carried. "I almost forgot about that. Excuse me, everyone, I must take my leave." With unprecedented speed, Naruto activated the flying thunder god technique, but upon arrival, he found himself on a secluded forest path. The sounds of chirping insects surrounded him, yet Hinata was nowhere in sight. The marked kunai lay quietly on the ground. In a clandestine underground base, Deidara awoke with a start, a growing sense of unease gnawing at him. Day by day, this feeling intensified. Orochimaru tirelessly tended to the injuries of Sasori and Haiden, yet their wounds seemed perpetually beyond healing. Although Deidara remained uncertain of Orochimaru's true intentions, he instinctively sensed that they were not favorable. This feeling of uncertainty and the lack of control over his fate filled Deidara with a primal fear, compelling him to uncover the truth. "Deidara, where are you headed?" A voice called from behind, startling him. Turning, he encountered a silver-haired youth, a warm smile gracing his features. Kabuto. Deidara had once considered him merely a pawn of Sasori, but he had since come to realize that Kabuto was far more enigmatic and perilous than he appeared. "You still require rest. Your body is not yet fully healed," Kabuto remarked, his tone deceptively casual. "Rubbish. I know my own body well. I am perfectly fine," Deidara retorted, suppressing his simmering anger. "I simply find it unbearably dull to remain cooped up here. I intend to explore." Observing Deidara's retreating form, Kabuto made no attempt to halt him, though his smile grew increasingly unsettling. Releasing his clay spider to scout ahead, Deidara proceeded with caution, ultimately discovering Orochimaru's laboratory. He understood that entering without caution could unveil secrets that Orochimaru would prefer to keep hidden. Yet, his curiosity proved insatiable, and he contemplated creating an escape route should things go awry. With this resolve, Deidara stealthily entered the laboratory, only to be met with a scene that filled him with horror. The room was littered with dismembered limbs and eyes, meticulously cleaned yet suffused with an air of lifelessness. Amidst the grotesque remains, Deidara found the severed head of Sasori. Chapter 131. Confronting the Council of Elders, Orochimaru abruptly ceased his actions, seemingly having anticipated Deidara's arrival. Betraying no surprise, he murmured, "So, you finally arrived?" "Deidara, I knew this day would come." Deidara, disregarding his fear, questioned loudly, "What have you done?" "Orochimaru, what are you planning?" "Why, I intend to collaborate with you, of course. I have high expectations for you." "Deidara," Orochimaru chuckled. "Don't be absurd, Orochimaru. I'm here to retrieve Sasori and expose your deeds to the organization." Undaunted, Deidara proceeded towards the laboratory, seeking to obtain Sasori's core. Despite Sasori's head having been severed, his puppet body allowed for the possibility of restoration if Deidara could acquire his core and devise a method for repair. Orochimaru sighed, stating, "That is not a judicious choice." "Deidara, if that's how it must be, what do you mean by that?" Deidara exclaimed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Before Orochimaru could respond, a blood-soaked scythe hurtled towards him. Deidara narrowly evaded the attack, and upon recognizing the assailant, he could scarcely believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Haiden? Have you lost your mind? Orochimaru is responsible for your partner's demise, yet you're allied with him?" To his astonishment, Haiden, as if not recognizing him, cackled, "What? You've heard of the great Haiden? How dare you address Lord Orochimaru by his name? I shall offer you as a sacrifice." Tsunade was accosted by Koharu, who demanded, "Enough, Tsunade. It has been 10 days. We can no longer permit Konoha's ninja to engage in this aimless search. Are you disregarding the greater interests of Konoha?" Hamura Mitokado concurred, "Indeed. Tsunade, the village requires manpower in various sectors. If we halt operations for even 3 days, the number of unfulfilled missions would become insurmountable. This untenable situation cannot persist any longer. Then let Squad MO handle the matter independently," Tsunade proposed after a moment of deliberation. Koharu retorted, "That is unacceptable, Tsunade. While Squad MO's existence is tacitly acknowledged by Konoha, they remain Konoha ninja and are obligated to contribute their strength to the village." Koharu was cognizant of Squad MO's capabilities and the significance of Hinata to them. However, this awareness only strengthened her resolve to reject Tsunade's proposition. For her, the matter transcended mere appearances and delved into the realm of political maneuvering within Konoha's upper echelons. The authority to make decisions for Konoha has never solely rested with the Hokage. It was once constrained by the influence of various clans and is now subject to the dictates of the Council of Elders. One must not underestimate the Council of Elders' power, as they played a pivotal role in orchestrating the Uchiha clan massacre. Even the disbandment of Root required the Council of Elders' approval. Though the purported disbandment of Root was merely a facade, Hinata is different. She is. Tsunade's rebuttal was interrupted by Hamura Mitokado. Even as the daughter of Hayashi Hyuga, she is not worth such a significant expenditure of Konoha's resources. Moreover, we have exerted our utmost efforts and fulfilled our obligations. Tsunade felt a profound sense of weariness. Confronted with these two elderly individuals fixated on vying for power, she found herself at a loss for words. She simply stated, "The issue concerning Hinata extends beyond the confines of the Hyuga clan. She is a member of Squad MO and is cherished by Naruto." Upon hearing Naruto's name, both Koharu and Hamura Mitokado furrowed their brows, their forehead lines deepening. After a brief pause, Koharu inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "What is her connection to Naruto Uzumaki? Is Naruto not involved with Sakura Haruno?" Tsunade awkwardly rubbed her forehead, lamenting the fact that the younger generation caused her so much concern. Naruto is the leader of Konoha's younger generation and the village's future. Therefore, we must consider his sentiments. What? The upper echelons must consider the feelings of a ninja when making decisions? Not only Koharu, but also Hamura Mitokado felt a tinge of displeasure. For them, a ninja's primary duty was to obey, not to be swayed by emotions. After much hesitation, Koharu spoke once more, "It is premature to discuss such matters. While Naruto Uzumaki possesses considerable strength, he may not necessarily become the next Hokage. Moreover, it is unnecessary to dwell on considering his personal sentiments in the future." In her view, she and Hamura Mitokado acted solely in the best interests of the village. When making decisions, they did not even consider the Hokage's feelings, let alone those of Naruto, who had yet to become Hokage. That will not do. Matters concerning Naruto must be treated with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, if he were also to... Tsunade was once again interrupted before she could finish her sentence. "Enough, Tsunade. We understand your point. However, as the village's leaders, we are responsible for the well-being of all of Konoha's inhabitants, not just a select few. Therefore, please refrain from suggesting that we consider someone's feelings. Naruto is a fine young man, but he should not be granted excessive privileges." Koharu chimed in, "Indeed, no one should be entitled to undue privileges. If something unfortunate were to transpire, we would simply resort to forceful suppression." Tsunade's fists clenched audibly, having been interrupted repeatedly. Even someone with her exceptional composure found it difficult to contain her anger. Moreover, She was the Hokage. What did these individuals take the Hokage to be? Suppressing her emotions, Tsunade ultimately failed to restrain herself and slammed her fist violently on the table, causing it to shatter. Forceful suppression? Will you be the ones to suppress him? Unnecessary to consider his feelings? How amusing. I need not remind you of Naruto's circumstances during his childhood. Regardless of your reasons, the Council of Elders, having intervened in the corridors of power, failed to adequately care for the fourth Hokage's orphan. The village owes his family an immeasurable debt. Yet, he harbors no resentment and remains optimistic and virtuous. Unnecessary to consider his feelings? What is the motive behind such a statement? Do you intend to drive him to become a rogue ninja as well? Do you recall Orochimaru? Do you recall Itachi Uchiha? If Naruto were to become a rogue ninja, he would pose a threat several times greater than both of them combined. Who would bear the responsibility for that? You? Chapter 132. Sasuke. Compete for Hokage. Who will bear this responsibility? You? What can they bear? Even if they wish to, they cannot. The duo of Tenten and Mato Gai were mercilessly reprimanded by Tsunade, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. Yet, being relatively rational individuals, they could not help but reassess their opinions regarding Naruto's treatment, no matter how infuriated they felt. Naruto was akin to a formidable sword, cutting through obstacles and restoring Konoha's former glory. However, should the blade ever turn against Konoha, it would face decline or even destruction. Within a secret barrier, a duel unfolded between master and disciple. With a thunderous crack, Sasuke halted, his hand imbued with lightning chakra just an inch from Danzo's throat. You have lost, Master Danzo. Sasuke stated coldly. You have grown stronger, Sasuke, Danzo replied, a rare glimmer of admiration appearing on his otherwise gaunt and stoic face. Although he refrained from employing his concealed Sharingan, Sasuke had not necessarily exerted his full strength. Under Danzo's tutelage, the young man had significantly improved his ocular techniques and cultivated wind chakra, which combined with fire techniques to yield extraordinary power. After awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke's prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He merely needed a suitable opportunity. In his lengthy life, Danzo had witnessed countless geniuses rise and fall. Even through his discerning gaze, he could not deny Sasuke's exceptional talent, whose rate of growth rivaled that of the late Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps only the prodigious Naruto Uzumaki could surpass Sasuke. The mere thought of Naruto caused Danzo's brow to furrow involuntarily. Today, he had received news of Tsunade's intention to support Naruto as the next Hokage. This revelation unsettled him, stirring the calm demeanor he had cultivated over the years. How many years had he waited for that position? How much had he silently sacrificed? The second Hokage had passed it to Sarutobi, who then bequeathed it to Minato. After Minato's demise, it returned to Sarutobi and subsequently to Tsunade. Yet now, they preferred to consider a mere 16-year-old over him. Had he, who had shed blood and tears for Konoha, truly been forgotten? It was indeed ironic. Gazing at Sasuke's youthful, handsome visage, Danzo glimpsed his own youthful reflection, equally gifted, equally reticent. Sasuke, your talent is unparalleled among the younger generation of the village. Only Naruto Uzumaki can be compared to you. Many believe that to be Hokage required merely passion and responsibility, frail hearts, and insincere empathy. I, however, hold a different view. To effectively assume the role of Hokage, one must possess a calm mind, with all decisions grounded in the village's fundamental interests, ready to endure misunderstanding and vitriolic criticism, prepared to stake one's life for the village. In truth, I was quite likely to have ascended to the position of Hokage myself, but my inability to articulate my thoughts allowed Sarutobi to seize the opportunity. Therefore, Sasuke, I will wholeheartedly assist you in your quest for the Hokage title. No one is more suited than you. Danzo laid bare some past events, candidly confiding in Sasuke. Were it not for circumstances beyond his control, he would not wish to continue causing harm to Konoha. Thus, perhaps he could allow his disciple to take his place as Hokage, thereby fulfilling his own long-held ambition. He was confident that Sasuke would acquiesce, for his disciple possessed a cold exterior but a passionate heart, making refusal unlikely. Furthermore, by promoting Sasuke to Hokage, he could remain in the shadows, aiding Sasuke in managing Konoha's affairs. Sasuke, taken aback by Danzo's words, had seldom seen his mentor so emotionally unrestrained. The intensity in Danzo's voice when mentioning the Hokage was unmistakable. It seems, Master Danzo, that your obsession with the Hokage title runs deep. I apologize, Master Danzo, But I will not compete for the position of Hokage, Sasuke replied with a hint of regret. Danzo had always been Sasuke's greatest secret. Their relationship was known only to them. Danzo had appeared in Sasuke's life during his darkest moments, teaching him innumerable lessons. Without Danzo, Sasuke might not have developed as swiftly as he had. Though he did not openly express it, Sasuke held a deep respect for his mentor. However, while he was grateful for Danzo's assistance and had contemplated ways to repay him, he was unwilling to vie for the Hokage title against Naruto. Setting aside revenge, he had no genuine interest in the role himself, yet he understood Naruto's fervent aspiration to become Hokage. It was Naruto's childhood dream. Danzo could hardly believe his ears. He had resolved to abandon his original plan, no longer viewing Sasuke as a mere pawn, even willing to unearth old wounds. Yet, unexpectedly, he was met with Sasuke's refusal. The disciple who had never defied him in 3 years now stood in opposition. I understand. You may return, Danzo said, not pressing further. As he understood Sasuke's nature, once he made a decision, it was immutable. Watching Sasuke depart, Danzo's expression softened with a sense of relief. If that is the case, I cannot blame you. Still no news? Sakura inquired with concern. Naruto shook his head, his expression betraying his frustration. This was already the umpteenth location they had searched. Given her current prowess, coupled with the insight granted by her Byakugan, it was exceedingly difficult to trace Hinata if she were determined to remain hidden. He struggled to comprehend how a girl like Hinata could so deftly evade detection. In a bid to expedite their search, he activated the extensive network of connections he had cultivated over the years. When Naruto's connections were mobilized, their impact was nothing short of astonishing, drawing the attention of many. The land of wind, the land of snow, the land of waves, the land of tea, the land of vegetables, and the village of F. Numerous factions sprang into action simultaneously. Although some were feeble, others possessed formidable strength, creating a force that could not be overlooked. Yet, amidst the concerted efforts of these factions, not a single clue regarding Hinata could be uncovered. They could not have anticipated that Hinata was already situated miles away in a desolate, dilapidated town, a perfect refuge for rogue ninjas. Chapter 133. The border town. The town, in a state of extreme decay and desolation, had ironically become an excellent hiding place for rogue ninjas. Hinata did not rush to seek out the forces that had attacked Naruto, as her first priority was to evade the pursuit from Konoha. Since she had made up her mind, although she had left her village and family behind, her heart felt remarkably tranquil, much improved, no longer lost and helpless. Pushing open the door of a small eatery, Hinata stepped inside. The creaky wooden door protesting with a groan. Hello, are you here to eat? An elderly woman approached, her voice trembling with disbelief. The sudden appearance of Hinata surprised her, as she had not seen a stranger in her shop for quite some time. What would one do in a small eatery if not to dine? Hinata found the old woman's inquiry rather peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it, taking a seat at a nearby table. Could you please show me the menu? The old woman promptly retrieved the menu and handed it to Hinata. To her surprise, despite the shop's lackluster business, the menu offered a variety of dishes. Just as her hunger peaked, disappointment struck. I'd like an order of grilled cuttlefish, please. The old woman, looking somewhat apologetic, replied, I'm sorry, but we're out of cuttlefish at the moment. Hinata paused, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but quickly moved on. Then I'll have this one, teriyaki miso. Considering the possibility of fish being difficult to catch, she opted for a teriyaki dish. After traveling continuously for days, she craved some meat. Yet, the old woman shook her head once more. I'm afraid we don't have that either. I truly apologize. Is that also unavailable? Hinata asked, feeling resigned. She pointed at another item on the menu. Then, I'll have a red bean soup. She did not wish to trouble the woman further. She simply wanted to satiate her hunger. Red beans were common and not particularly sought after, so she thought it a safe choice. To her dismay, the old woman shook her head again, looking genuinely remorseful. She even bowed slightly, saying, I'm so sorry to disappoint you. As a distant guest, our shop only has some noodles and vegetables left. Would that be acceptable? What more could Hinata say? Ultimately, she ordered a bowl of seasonal vegetable noodles. Observing the meager amount of vegetables atop the noodles, it was clear that the town's economy was in dire straits. For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, Hinata sensed an eerie aura about this town. Although she noticed scattered pedestrians, not a single child was in sight. Since becoming a ninja, she had visited numerous places, some wealthy beyond measure, others in abject poverty, Yet children always filled the streets, playing and laughing. But here, there was an unsettling absence of youth. Excuse me, but where are the children in this town? After much hesitation, Hinata finally voiced her concern. Despite leaving Konoha, she still remembered the significance of existence. If the town was indeed in trouble, perhaps she could offer her assistance. Upon hearing her question, the old woman's expression shifted, as though pricked by a needle, recalling painful memories that brought her evident distress. Seizing the rare opportunity to confide in someone, she lamented, "Ah, this is a long story. There used to be many children in this border town, but then..." Just then, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. The already dilapidated wooden door fell to the ground, having met its end. 3 ruffians swaggered in, clearly troublemakers, and approached the elderly woman. "Old hag, we've given you 3 days. Isn't it time you repaid the debt you owe us?" They cast a lecherous glance at Hinata, whose beauty was a rarity in this desolate place, their minds racing with thoughts of how to enjoy their spoils. The old woman's features contorted with despair. "I truly have no money. My little shop is on the verge of closing down. Please, don't come back." The youths ignored her pleas and barged into the inner room, seizing the remaining flour and vegetables. "Repaying debts is only natural. Since you refused to pay, we'll take these as payment. We'll return in 3 days. If you still haven't settled your debt, we want to hold back." Desperately, the elderly woman clutched one of the young men's legs, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't take my things. Don't take my things." She was not afraid of death. She had long wished for it. But she wanted to wait for her grandson, fearing he would return to find no home. "Old hag, let go." Regardless of how the 3 insulted and berated her, the woman clung to the young man's ankle, unwilling to release her grip. Those supplies were her only glimmer of hope. "I don't owe you anything. You are too cowardly to bully the wealthy in town. So you come to exploit the poor in this border town. We are already pitiable enough. How dare you?" The young man, feeling a surge of rage, raised his hand to strike the old woman. Such an act might be tolerable against a younger person, but the consequences for an elderly woman were unimaginable. His actions betrayed a total disregard for her life. "Ah!" The sound of a wretched scream pierced the air. But the young man's hand did not land on the old woman's head as he intended. Instead, it became impaled upon a fork embedded in the wall. The one who intervened was Hinata. Initially, upon hearing the young men demand money from the elderly woman, Hinata refrained from intervening. However, the subsequent conversation and events clearly indicated that these 3 were no good. Not only were their claims of debt fabricated, but they were also robbing the old woman of her food and preparing to strike her. This was utterly unforgivable. These are the very villains that must be dealt with. "Scoundrels!" As Hinata approached, her face betraying no concealment of murderous intent, the young man whose hand was pinned to the wall was struck with fear, abandoning any thoughts of her beauty and only wishing to escape. Yet, the fork was embedded too deeply. No matter how hard he pulled, it would not budge. The other 2 youths fared worse, unable to bear the weight of her menacing gaze, collapsing to their knees in abject submission, repeatedly bowing their heads. "I was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you." Chapter 134. The disappearing children. Witnessing the pitiful state of the 3 individuals, Hinata furrowed her brow, as this was the first time she had encountered such cowardly opponents. At that moment, an elderly woman stepped forward, averting her gaze from Hinata, and tremulously urged, "Let it go, let it go. After all, they have returned what they took. Their crimes do not warrant death." Hinata, momentarily interrupted, gradually subdued the murderous intent that had welled within her. If not for necessity, these 3 scoundrels were truly unworthy of her intervention. However, the instinct to fight was ingrained in her very bones, compelling her to strike without mercy. Perhaps, with the passage of time, this influence would diminish, but for now, it was not the case. "This shop belongs to my relatives. Do not let me see you again." The reason she referred to the elderly woman as a relative was to deter any potential retaliation from the trio, for she would not remain in this place indefinitely. Upon hearing Hinata's words, the 3 youths felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They hastily fled, caring little for their wounds. Seeing the 3 youths escape in such disarray, the elderly woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, her gaze towards Hinata was laced with gratitude and a hint of fear, for in this world, strength was the highest virtue, especially in desolate places like the border town. "You are truly a blessing, dear girl." Seemingly able to read the elderly woman's thoughts, Hinata smiled gently and replied, "It is nothing, Auntie. I too have a request. I have just arrived here and have nowhere to go. Upon realizing Hinata sought her assistance, the elderly woman's fear diminished significantly. She patted her chest and assured, "If you have nowhere to stay, you may temporarily reside in my shop. It is spacious enough, though I cannot offer you much in terms of hospitality." "That is quite all right. Consider this payment for your kindness," Hinata said, tossing a pouch of money casually. The elderly woman was reluctant to accept, hastily declining. But Hinata ignored her protests, leaving her no choice but to accept it silently. The elderly woman contemplated using the money to purchase some firewood and prepare a delicious meal for Hinata, vowing not to keep a single coin for herself. After the commotion caused by the three scoundrels, Hinata and the elderly woman grew more familiar, and she learned the woman's name was Neji, a sorrowful elder whose grandson had gone missing. Soon, Hinata inquired about the earlier mention of children disappearing from the streets, only to discover the situation was far more complex than she had imagined. The border town had not always been so desolate, although not affluent. The townsfolk once lived in harmony and joy, with children playing on the streets. However, 6 years ago, a fateful day marked the beginning of a series of mysterious disappearances among the town's children, including Neji's grandson. Not only the children of the border town vanished, but even those visiting from afar would mysteriously disappear. Naturally, parents were distraught over their children's inexplicable absences, prompting a collective search. However, after scouring nearly every corner, no trace of the children was found, save for the Death Mountains nearby. Hinata questioned, "Why did you overlook the Death Mountains during your search?" With a resigned sigh, Neji explained, "It was not an intentional oversight. We simply cannot enter. Those who attempt to venture into the Death Mountains never return." Not only did they find no clues about the missing children, but many also lost their lives in the process, leading to a gradual decline in those willing to explore the area. "Did you not seek the help of ninjas?" Hinata inquired. Neji replied despondently, "Of course we did. We pooled our resources and sought many self-proclaimed powerful ninjas, yet even they perished within the Death Mountains. Ultimately, everyone came to terms with the grim reality. The kidnapped children were likely gone forever, families hastily relocated, and anyone aware of the situation in the border town refrained from bringing their children there. But my poor, understanding grandson was only 5 at the time. I remain here at this shop in hopes that he will one day return and find his way home." As she spoke, the thought of her grandson overwhelmed Neji, and tears began to flow. The entities lurking within the Death Mountains seemed formidable indeed. However, if Naruto were present, he surely would not remain indifferent. To love someone so deeply often leads to an overwhelming desire to fuse one's very essence with theirs, even to the extent of merging wills. Hinata, who was once a serene and unassuming individual, had fought countless battles for the sake of her beloved, vowing to protect the ideals he cherished. His dreams became hers. "Rest assured, Aunt Neji, I will help you find your grandson. Please tell me precisely where the Death Mountains are located." I am quite formidable." Hinata initially intended to proclaim herself as a Konoha ninja, but altered her words at the last moment, for she was now a rogue ninja. To her surprise, Neji, upon hearing her words, became immediately apprehensive and resolutely refused to divulge the location of the Death Mountains. Hinata did not press further. After a hearty meal later that afternoon, courtesy of Neji's newfound wealth, she enjoyed a lavish spread. Once everything was settled, Hinata retired early, needing to replenish her energy for the battles that lay ahead. The following morning, after breakfast, she prepared to depart, but was intercepted by Neji. "Hinata, do not go." Ultimately, Neji was a kind-hearted woman. While she wished for her grandson's safe return, she equally did not want Hinata to venture into the perilous Death Mountains, where death could await. Feeling warmth in her heart, Hinata responded with a light-hearted smile, "What are you saying, Aunt Neji? I merely wish to explore the town a bit. I am not even aware of the Death Mountains location." Reluctantly, Neji released her grip, reminding her, "Just be sure to return early. There isn't much to see in town anymore." "Understood, Aunt Neji. You need not worry." Aside from Neji's small eatery, Hinata began her search for information. Utilizing her striking appearance and beauty, she found it easy to engage in conversation. Not everyone was as kind-hearted as Neji, and since they were unaware of Hinata's intentions, she quickly learned the location of the Death Mountains from a young man. After walking for about half an hour, Hinata arrived at the so-called Death Mountains. At first glance, they appeared no different from any ordinary mountain range, but a closer inspection revealed an unsettling silence enveloping the area. With her Byakugan activated, she could see almost the entire mountain range. Noting the scarcity of life, there were no birds in the sky. Soon, her gaze fixed upon a moss-covered abandoned mine a kilometer away, where she sensed multiple life forces within. Yet, due to some barrier, the specifics of what lay inside eluded even her Byakugan. At that moment, a naive yet curious voice drifted from an angle above her. "What are you looking for?" Startled, Hinata realized her Byakugan had not detected any nearby living beings, indicating that this individual had appeared instantaneously. Looking up, she beheld a teenage boy with blue hair and blood-red eyes, 3 tomos swirling within his gaze. Sharingan. Chapter 135. Otsutsuki sh Hinata gazed in astonishment at the boy before her, who possessed the Sharingan. As she understood it, the Sharingan was a bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan, known only to Sasuke and the rogue Uchiha Itachi. How could an outsider possibly wield it? However, the boy offered no time for contemplation. He swiftly hurled shurikens towards her. Her father had once warned that any intruder daring to enter this place must be eliminated. The two were in close proximity, and such a direct assault would typically necessitate the utmost caution, even from seasoned J-nin. Yet Hinata was far from ordinary. With but a slight shift of her body, she effortlessly evaded the shurikens without even employing a jutsu. Undeterred, the boy launched several more shurikens in quick succession while simultaneously leaping to deliver a flying kick, intending to engage in close-quarters combat. Unfortunately for him, he had misjudged his opponent. Hinata raised her elbow to deflect the attack, her countless battles having honed her instincts. With a decisive step, she countered with a palm strike that landed squarely on the boy's chest. Blood spurted from his mouth, and though he was sent sprawling, a cunning smile crept upon his lips, as if he had orchestrated a clever ruse. The shurikens that had missed their mark suddenly appeared to be drawn back by an unseen force, converging into a massive shuriken aimed directly at Hinata's back. Yet, as if she had eyes behind her, Hinata focused her chakra into her palm, hardening it to a steel-like density, and deflected the enormous shuriken with ease. The colossal weapon spun through the air before hurtling back towards her. With narrowed eyes, Hinata discerned the boy's abilities. Is he manipulating ninja tools? Having learned from his earlier miscalculation, the boy refrained from approaching Hinata again, instead staying put and conjuring yet another large shuriken through some unknown means. The 2 massive shurikens whirled ominously in the air, resembling the scythes of death, clearly intending to exhaust their opponent. Hinata's Byakugan, employed to its fullest extent, successfully traced the trajectories of the shurikens. Under the boy's incredulous gaze, she grasped them as if they were mere toys. Panic-stricken, the boy began to retreat, seeking to escape. But Hinata would not grant him that mercy. She had heard the grim fate of those who had gone missing in the Death Mountains, victims of this boy and the sinister forces behind him. Though she remained unaware of the identity of the boy's father, it was evident he was no benevolent figure. Without a trace of hesitation, Hinata delivered a lethal blow to the crown of the boy's head, extinguishing his life. Eradicating evil was imperative. Sometimes, the death of one malevolent being could save the lives of many innocents. Nearby, a grotesque one-eyed creature observed the scene with silent dread. It was too swift for it to assist the boy in his escape, nor did it possess the power to intervene. This visitor was proving to be quite troublesome. Hinata regarded the creature coldly as she approached, inquiring with a dispassionate tone, "Can you speak?" The one-eyed creature, however, paid her no heed. The surrounding space seemed to warp with the energy emanating from its eye, and then, in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Witnessing its escape, Hinata felt a chill of apprehension, concerned that her actions had been detected. Nevertheless, regardless of the peril that lay ahead, she resolved to venture forth into the lair, determined to rescue the missing children. Soon, Hinata arrived at the dilapidated mine, its walls cloaked in moss. Inside, dim lights flickered, as if they might extinguish at any moment, and the suffocating aura of death pervaded the air, rendering the cavern akin to the gaping maw of a dark beast, ready to swallow those who dared to enter. Hinata proceeded with utmost caution, not out of fear for herself, but for the lives she sought to save. Meaningless confrontations were to be avoided whenever possible. Strangely, she encountered no obstacles along her path, as if her presence had gone unnoticed. Eventually, Hinata discovered a prison chamber, filled with cages of varying sizes, each containing a few children huddled together. Upon her arrival, the children remained unresponsive, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. Although they bore no visible injuries, The cramped confines made even the slightest movement a struggle, and the cages were marred by unidentifiable stains, some even dripping, saturating the air with an indescribable stench. Confined like livestock in this lightless abyss, one could only imagine the suffering they had endured. Even Hinata, with her resilient disposition, felt a profound sorrow. Transforming her palm into a blade, she swiftly unlocked all the cages, whispering encouragingly to the children, "Shoo, try not to make a sound. I am here to rescue you." At the sound of her voice, a spark of hope ignited in the children's once numb gazes. They had long since succumbed to despair, believing they would be trapped like animals until the day they were called upon for some nefarious purpose. The arrival of a beautiful older sister to save them was beyond their wildest dreams. Who would wish to await death in a cage when there was a chance to live? In that moment, Hinata appeared to them as an angel. "Sister, your eyes are so beautiful," one child remarked with a timid smile. Unlike the others, this child seemed remarkably clean. His demeanor calm and devoid of the joy of rescue or the fear of capture, which struck Hinata as peculiar. What astonished her further was that this child possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. What a curious day this was, encountering not only Sharingan, but also Byakugan. Could this child be a lost member of the Hyuga family? The bond of blood evoked an inexplicable sense of kinship within her. "What is your name?" Hinata gently patted the boy's head and inquired softly. The child, clearly fond of her, closed his eyes in bliss, relishing her affection like a puppy seeking its owner's approval. "My name is S.H. Otsutsuki S.H. Otsutsuki?" Such an unusual surname, one she had never encountered before. However, Hinata dismissed her curiosity and, with a soft voice, said, "All right, S.H., lead everyone along with your sister to escape. Once we are out, I will spend more time with you." S.H. gazed at her with innocent excitement, asking, "Really? Sister, once we escape, will you spend time with me?" Hinata smiled warmly, affirming, "Of course I promise." With renewed confidence, S.H. nodded eagerly, proclaiming, "Don't worry, sister. We will surely escape." Chapter 136. The Secret of the Reincarnation. Hinata led a group of children back along the path they had come, each step taken with utmost caution, their breaths the only sound piercing the silence. However, mere moments after exiting the confinement chamber, they were halted by an unexpected figure. Upon recognizing the face before her, Hinata was struck with profound astonishment. It was a teenage boy with blue hair and blood-red eyes, three tomos swirling within. How could she forget this visage? It belonged to the boy she had slain not long ago. How could this be? Was he not dead? "I cannot allow you to leave. These children are to be utilized, and my father has decreed that any stranger entering here must be eliminated." Hinata instinctively shielded the children behind her and stepped forward. "You are not my equal. Why sacrifice yourself needlessly? If you wish to live, step aside." The boy remained silent, but lifted a whistle hanging from his neck and blew it forcefully. Footsteps echoed from all directions, and soon, over 30 youths surrounded Hinata and the children. If it were merely 30 ninjas, it might have been manageable. Yet, peculiarly, these boys varied in height and build. Yet their faces were eerily identical. Clones. Under the scrutiny of 30 pairs of Sharingan, even Hinata felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her spine. What to do? Even if she could vanquish these clones, she feared for the safety of the children behind her. In the midst of the nearly vacant gazes from the clones, a boy named Sho, positioned behind Hinata, began to levitate slowly, his once pure white eyes now shimmering with golden light, flickering with lightning. Despite no visible energy emanating from him, those eyes seemed to harbor an unfathomable power, instilling fear and quelling any thoughts of resistance. "Sho, leave this to me. You take the others back," Hinata instructed as she focused her thoughts, preparing for confrontation. To her surprise, the clones parted, creating a pathway before her. Hinata turned back, bewildered, only to find Sho gazing at her with admiration. "Wow, sister, you're amazing." With that, Hinata wasted no further time and led the children back to the border town. She wished to obliterate this place and eradicate the insidious clones. Yet the circumstances did not permit such actions. Upon returning to the border town, a wave of excitement swept through the settlement as many recognized their children, although some still searched in vain. Nevertheless, the townsfolk hailed Hinata as a hero, organizing a celebratory feast in her honor. Despite the meager offerings, lacking even snacks, Hinata felt a deep sense of gratitude. She understood now why Naruto was so passionate about such endeavors. It not only aided those in distress, but also filled one's heart with immense satisfaction. Sho, like a devoted shadow, remained close to Hinata, as if fearing her sudden disappearance. Once they were alone, Hinata curiously asked, Sho, do you remember your parents? Or where you came from? After a moment of hesitation, he replied candidly, my parents died in the war, killed by my uncle. I no longer wish to return there. My hometown is an incredibly distant place. I'm so sorry, Sho, Hinata said, her heart aching as she gently ruffled his hair. Sho, resembling a small pet, closed his eyes in contentment, leaning against her shoulder. Noticing his comfort, Hinata felt a twinge of oddity but did not resist. After all, he was merely a child of about 10. Surely, he must miss the affection of his parents. Very, very distant. How far? Hinata asked, almost unconsciously. On another planet, Sho replied earnestly. All right, you're quite young to be making such jokes. Hinata feigned irritation, cupping his face playfully, observing his lack of resistance. Instead finding pleasure in her gesture, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a delightful boy. Perhaps having a younger brother would be charming. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Sho's next words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Mommy, can you be my mother? Hinata felt as if she had been struck by thunder, her mind racing. Sho seemed nearly 9, and she was barely 17. How could they possibly be mother and son? Such an age gap was simply implausible. Stop joking, Sho. I'm your sister, not your mother, understand? She lightly tapped his head, reminding him that boys must not be too indulgent lest they learn bad habits. Oh, Sho replied, somewhat disappointed, but soon his enthusiasm returned. Sister, your eyes are truly beautiful. They are the purest I have ever seen. Really? Though it came from a child, the compliment made Hinata blush slightly. Unbeknownst to her, Sho spoke the truth. After Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed on the moon, her second son, Hagoromo, could not bear to let her live in solitude up there. To prevent her from causing further chaos, he led part of their clan to the moon, which was Sho's ancestry. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon flourished, and as their numbers grew, they not only mastered various formidable powers, but also uncovered the true secrets of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye. The reincarnation eye, possessing the power of destruction and creation, granted its bearer immense influence. However, awakening this eye was an arduous task. Even today, only a handful from the moon's Otsutsuki clan had achieved it. With power came conflict. And as generations passed, the once united clan had become fragmented, embroiled in ceaseless strife. Sho, a potential prodigy destined to awaken the reincarnation eye, was fiercely protected by his relatives, yet also coveted by those with ill intentions. However, none anticipated that the one most intent on Sho's destruction would be his own uncle. Aside from the uncle who sought his life, all of Sho's kin perished in that great battle and in his final moments. Sho's father used a unique secret technique to send him back to their homeland. Alas, Sho suffered an irreparable injury in that conflict, curtailing his lifespan by 10 days. Yet his father bequeathed upon him a monumental secret. By combining the powerful chakra of the Otsutsuki with the purest Byakugan, the likelihood of awakening the reincarnation eye would significantly increase. Their homeland still harbored their kin. Perhaps there, he could discover the purest Byakugan and awaken the reincarnation eye, thus securing his survival. Chapter 137. The Revenge of Uchiha Shin. As a prodigy of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Shin possessed formidable chakra, while the gentle Hinata before him boasted the purest Byakugan. By merging with her eyes, he had a substantial chance of awakening the Rinnegan and extending his lifespan. Henceforth, not only would he be free from the specter of death, but he would also wield immense power for vengeance. Conversely, Hinata, deprived of her eyes, might spend her life shrouded in darkness. After much hesitation, he ultimately could not bring himself to act. Even if the individual before him were not Hinata, but a mere stranger, he still could not bear to seize their eyes. Whether labeled as cowardly or naive, this child was inherently gentle in spirit. Shin was fundamentally averse to conflict, despite having only 10 days left to live. He had never sought the pure Byakugan, but yearned to return to his fabled homeland and savor its simple joys. This was why, when captured, he had refrained from resisting or attempting to escape. Having never experienced such a predicament on the moon, he was oblivious to the captor's intentions. However, before he could grasp the situation, Hinata had rescued him. In that fleeting moment, he beheld her unblemished eyes. Shin had never anticipated encountering a woman as tender as a mother in this place. He longed to call Hinata mother, to receive the same affection she once bestowed upon him. Alas, she would only accept the role of his sister. Yet, Hinata's presence allowed Shin to once again feel the warmth of familial bonds. He would never raise a hand against kin, even if it meant his own demise. He did not yearn for a prolonged existence. He merely wished for time to linger a little longer, just a touch more slowly. Despite rescuing some children, Hinata advised the townsfolk at the border to relocate. The area was not safe, and she could not remain there indefinitely. Uncertain if the duplicates would emerge to wreak havoc again. Grateful for Hinata's kindness, many chose to heed her counsel, relocating with their families and children, unwilling to endure a second loss. Yet, a minority clung to their ancestral land, most of whom had not reclaimed their children. They faced an uncertain future, guarding their homes as if safeguarding a flicker of hope, fully aware that their children would never return. Thus, 3 days passed, with Shin remaining closely attached to Hinata's side, following her in all her endeavors. When Hinata cooked, he would assist with the ingredients. After her training, he would hand her a towel. He even accompanied her to toil in the fields. As the days unfolded, the tranquility of life allowed Hinata's once tense heart to relax, her mind beginning to attain a state of peace. Each day brought new experiences that significantly enhanced her gentle fists, transforming them from sharpness to simplicity. Yet their power grew exponentially. Hinata resolved to rest here for a while, hoping to exorcise the demons within her and reclaim her former self. If she could achieve this, she might return to Konoha with her head held high. However, fate proved unkind, as if the heavens themselves had heard her desires and conspired against her. While working barefoot in the fields with Shin, a thick plume of smoke billowed from the direction of the town. Alarmed, Hinata disregarded her farming tools and hurried back, with Shin steadfastly trailing her. "Shin, there may be enemies ahead. I cannot guarantee your safety. Find somewhere to hide, and do not come near," Hinata instructed breathlessly as she ran. Shin protested, "No, sister, I can be of assistance." Hinata shot him a stern glance. "Listen to me. Find a place to conceal yourself and wait for my return." Reluctantly, Shin sighed in resignation. The once peaceful town, now engulfed in fear and anguish, echoed with the cries of panicked civilians. Many fled in terror, warning, "Hurry, there are monsters, monsters." Hinata raced back to the small eatery, encountering no fewer than 20 corpses along the way, dismembered bodies strewn about, including that of Aunt Iori, who had sheltered her. How despicable! Why unleash such cruelty? Hinata glared at the grotesque figure before her. Although it resembled a human, it was far from it, for its appearance was horrifying. The figure possessed Sharingan, not only within its eye sockets, but also adorned with transplanted eyes on its head. As it gazed at Hinata, its many eyes revolved in a sickening display. Even more unsettling, the figure was clad in the garb of the Akatsuki, and the bloodied weapons surrounding it bore silent witness to its role as the architect of this tragedy. "At long last, I have found you, the one who disrupted my plans. Our debts must be settled, and consider these unfortunate souls as mere interest collected in advance," it proclaimed, acknowledging its slaughter without remorse, viewing the innocents as mere refuse. Though the world revered the strong, did the weak not deserve the right to exist? The townsfolk bore no malice towards this entity, entirely unaware of its identity. Yet they were punished for Hinata's actions in reclaiming a portion of the lost children. Hinata activated her Byakugan, entering a state of combat readiness. "Are you angry?" The figure mused, intrigued by her response. "Are you of the Uchiha clan? What is your relation to Sasuke?" Hinata inquired coldly. "Listen well, my name is Uchiha Shin. Do not associate me with Sasuke. He is a disgrace to our clan, and I share no connection with him," Shin proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "What is the matter? Are you begging for mercy?" Before Shin could finish, Hinata closed the distance between them with astounding speed, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. As he was sent hurtling through the air, Hinata's detached voice echoed, "If that is the case, then I can eliminate you without hesitation." Suspended midair, Uchiha Shin felt a surge of rage at her words, bellowing, "Kill me? What a jest! I shall show you what it truly means to be of the Uchiha clan." Suddenly, the weapons that had been resting on the ground rose as if animated, launching towards Hinata with deadly intent. Chapter 138, With Me? No one can harm you. Yet another instance of weapon manipulation? Although Hinata had witnessed such abilities in the clones, they paled in comparison to those exhibited by Uchiha Shin. The prowess of Uchiha Shin, in both speed and power, outstripped that of the clones by several magnitudes. This realization heightened Hinata's anxiety, compelling her to adopt a more cautious approach. Each time she deflected a weapon, a tremor coursed through her palm. If this continued, It would merely devolve into a contest of endurance, determining whether her chakra would deplete first or if her hand would succumb to the strain. However, Hinata's extensive combat experience ensured she would not relinquish the initiative to the unknown. She deliberately left an opening. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams palm. Releasing a substantial amount of chakra from her chakra points, Hinata spun like a top, utilizing an instantaneous absolute defense to repel all assaults. Immediately thereafter, she thrust her foot into the ground, leveraging her momentum to launch herself toward Uchiha Shin. Uchiha Shin reacted swiftly, managing to barely block her strike. Yet his palms suffered a grievous split. Taking advantage of his momentum, Hinata changed her technique mid-air. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams Great Void Palm. As an upgraded version of the 8 trigrams Void Palm, the power of the Great Void Palm was amplified significantly, achieving unprecedented heights in Hinata's hands. A tangible wave of chakra surged forth from her palm, its might seemingly capable of splitting mountains and shifting seas. The ground fractured, creating a fissure dozens of meters long, while the flesh of Uchiha Shin's blocking arms was instantaneously torn asunder. Yet, from the bone of Uchiha Shin's arms, a metallic substance reminiscent of dynamic steel began to ooze forth, coalescing into 2 peculiar blades that resolutely intercepted Hinata's assault. Damn it, you're stronger than I anticipated. Quite impressive. You've provoked me, Uchiha Shin remarked, as the twin blades surged towards Hinata like a tidal wave. Amidst their fierce exchange, the air behind Hinata twisted ominously. And once again, the mysterious one-eyed creature reappeared. Its Ma Agape, an array of weapons seemingly materialized from another realm, one after another hurtling towards Hinata, under Uchiha Shin's command. These weapons expertly avoided him, their singular target being Hinata. Caught in a stalemate with Uchiha Shin, Hinata was suddenly besieged by this relentless onslaught, forcing her to resort to the Great Return once more, yet the tide of battle gradually turned against her. Unbeknownst to her, the scale of victory began to tip towards her adversary. After mere moments, a wound appeared on Hinata's abdomen, as if a switch had been flipped, and soon multiple lacerations marred her form. Blood quickly soaked her attire, yet Uchiha Shin, sensing his impending triumph, abruptly halted, revealing a sinister smile. Congratulations, enchanting lady. Your strength has barely earned my acknowledgement. Be my bride, and together we shall bear the next generation of the Uchiha clan. Though he claimed to be Uchiha Shin, he was far from a legitimate scion of the Uchiha lineage. Tragically, he had fallen victim to Orochimaru's experiments in his youth, subjected to inhumane modifications. Upon discovering his body exhibited no rejection response, Orochimaru attempted to transplant the Sharingan into him, only to find that his cells accepted it without issue, and his chakra consumption while utilizing the Sharingan mirrored that of genuine Uchiha members. This revelation delighted Orochimaru, who regarded Shin as a treasure. To fulfill certain objectives, he implanted multiple Sharingan into Shin's arm and bestowed him upon another. However, Shin had long grown weary of being a pawn. After biding his time, he seized an opportunity to escape, absconding with Orochimaru's experimental data and a significant portion of his Sharingan. Thus began Uchiha Shin's life on the run. To deter Orochimaru from tracking him down, he used his own cells and the Sharingan to create numerous clone offspring for protection. His Red Cloud cloak and self-proclaimed Uchiha identity were simply a manifestation of his admiration for Uchiha Itachi and the Akatsuki. Influenced by Orochimaru's research, Uchiha Shin grew increasingly enamored with experimentation. Although lacking the authentic bloodline limit, he could still implant Sharingan into his progeny. The prospect of creating offspring with Hinata's Byakugan was simply unimaginable. Nevertheless, no matter how much Uchiha Shin desired it, Hinata had no intention of acquiescing. It was preposterous. While she was not overly concerned with appearances, the thought of procreating with Uchiha Shin was unbearable. Furthermore, the atrocities he had committed were unforgivable. Then let us fight, she declared, assuming the starting posture of the gentle fist, striving to clear her mind and evade external distractions. Uchiha Shin, perplexed, clawed at his bald forehead and roared, Why? Why won't you agree? The fusion of Sharingan and Byakugan will surely yield the most exceptional offspring. Agree to me, and you shall not perish. Why won't you consent? Is the thought of creating descendants with me more unbearable than death? As he spoke, Uchiha Shin suddenly faltered, a realization dawning upon him. His gaze shifted toward Hinata, now filled with ferocity and malice. The haunting memories of past torments ignited within him a desire to unleash the most brutal punishment upon the woman before him. I see now, you find me repulsive. Damn it, you shallow, foolish woman. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Is that so? We shall see if you possess the ability to do so, she retorted, just as a slight figure interposed itself before Hinata, casting a cold glare at Uchiha Shin. It was none other than Otsutsuki SH, a youth hailing from the Moon S Otsutsuki clan. Despite his youth, SH exuded a formidable aura that momentarily quelled Uchiha Shin's reckless advance. Having once been powerless to prevent the demise of his loved ones, he vowed not to allow those he cherished to suffer at the hands of others again. SH, what brings you here? You, Hinata began, intending to urge him to retreat, but quickly silenced herself, realizing that his ability likely surpassed her own. This younger brother, who had always clung to her side, required no protection from her. SH turned his head, his icy demeanor melting in an instant, offering Hinata a reassuring smile. I came because I was worried. Sister, don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you. Chapter 139. The swift demise of Uchiha Shin upon encountering the sudden emergence of a slender figure. Uchiha Shin felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. However, he swiftly dismissed this apprehension, reasoning that no matter how formidable the opponent might be, they were merely a child. How powerful could they truly be? Then you shall meet your end, Uchiha Shin declared as he prepared to strike, but before he could act, Mao had already made his move. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of Hinata from before, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Uchiha Shin. Seeing the audacity of his opponent to initiate an attack, a sinister glint flashed in Uchiha Shin's eyes as he summoned countless weapons to besiege him. Yet, to Uchiha Shin's astonishment, Mao appeared oblivious to the impending assault, charging straight towards him without a hint of evasion. Uchiha Shin envisioned the moment when his adversary would be pierced by a multitude of blades, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. However, this smile was abruptly extinguished. Mao's eyes suddenly glimmered with a golden hue, and in that instant, the aura he exuded rendered Uchiha Shin's ability to manipulate weapons with his Sharingan utterly ineffective, causing an array of weapons to plummet to the ground. Mao, using his hand as a blade, lunged towards Uchiha Shin's vital chest, prompting Shin to hastily raise the monstrous blade on his arm to defend himself. Yet, the blade that could withstand the 8 trigrams air palm shattered upon contact with Mao's hand. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and Uchiha Shin's pupils dilated in shock. Despite his body's desperate attempts to evade the strike, his heart sustained a grievous injury. Had it not been for his unique constitution, he might have already succumbed to death. Uchiha Shin staggered backward, blood pooling beneath him. Just as Mao prepared to deliver the final blow, a one-eyed creature materialized beside Uchiha Shin. The air warped as a replica, bearing a bewildered expression, interposed itself between Uchiha Shin and Mao, allowing the latter's hand to pass through its chest. Aware of its impending demise, the replica clutched Mao's arm with both hands, turning to gaze at Uchiha Shin. Its eyes filled with longing. Although merely a construct born from Uchiha Shin's own cells, it possessed its own emotions. It referred to Uchiha Shin as father and was willing to sacrifice itself for him, yearning for his acknowledgement, even if it cost its life. Father, hurry. Perhaps it wished to urge Uchiha Shin to flee, but such thoughts were misplaced. Before it could complete its plea, both Uchiha Shin and the one-eyed creature vanished. Mao, gazing at the replica he had just slain, felt a complexity of emotions. His intent had been to eliminate Uchiha Shin due to the threat he posed to Hinata, and the replica had never been his target. Did it escape? Mao murmured. Should we pursue it, sister? Hinata pondered for a mere second before nodding resolutely. Let us follow. He might return to the abandoned mine from before. If we do not eliminate him, today's events could very well repeat themselves. We must eradicate this danger at its roots. Your foresight is commendable, sister. Let us hasten our pursuit. Mao readily agreed to Hinata's suggestion, though she remained oblivious to the flicker of concern in his eyes. Under Mao's persistent urging, the pair swiftly arrived at the desolate mine within the Death Mountains. Aside from some instruments and experimental apparatus, there was no sign of Uchiha Shin, nor any of the replicas. It was evident that he had anticipated their pursuit and had already vacated the premises. After meticulously searching the mine and confirming the absence of any children, Hinata utilized an explosive tag to obliterate the site entirely. Hinata surveyed the charred remnants of the malevolence that had once thrived there and mused. I wonder if that fellow will ever return. By the way, Mao, why do you always seem so anxious? Are you unwell? No answer came. Typically, Mao clung to Hinata, responding promptly to her every word, but now he remained silent. Mao. Hinata glanced beside her, only to discover that Mao had fainted, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, revealing his extreme frailty. She hurriedly lifted him, her voice laced with urgency. Mao. What has happened to you? How could this be? Yet no matter how fervently she called, Mao remained unresponsive. In that fleeting moment, Hinata began to comprehend why Mao had been so insistent in his haste. He must have been aware of his own deteriorating condition and sought to assist her in resolving the predicament swiftly. Yet, she had been oblivious, even lamenting his insistence. Though Hinata possessed some basic medical knowledge, it was insufficient to remedy the dire situation at hand. Thus, she resolved to carry Mao toward the nearest bustling town. As she sprinted, feeling Mao's breath grow increasingly faint against her back, a sense of urgency enveloped her. Upon finally reaching the town, they were halted by guards demanding to inspect them. However, with no time to spare, Hinata incapacitated a few guards and forced her way inside. With Mao upon her back, Hinata frantically inquired at various medical establishments, only to receive the same disheartening response each time. I am truly sorry, but please seek a more skilled physician. Once, twice, thrice. Despair threatened to engulf her, yet the determination to save Mao propelled her onward. Though their acquaintance had been brief, this unexpectedly emerged brother had filled the void of familial affection that had lingered in Hinata's heart for 16 long years. This brother was not only obedient and considerate, but also attentive to her needs and concerns, a sentiment she had never experienced with her other relatives, not even with Hanabi. Though they shared no blood ties, he had become more significant than kin. Hinata envisioned a future where, after proving herself and aiding Naruto in achieving his dreams, she could proudly return to Konoha with Mao. She would enlist the finest mentors to guide him, nurture him into an exceptional young man, and witness him encounter someone he cherished. So many aspirations remained unfulfilled, so many dreams yet to be realized. The thought of losing Mao so abruptly from her world was unbearable. Upon entering the final medical facility, the response was still met with the healer's resigned sigh. Hinata's heart plummeted, engulfed in despondency, yet she was steadfast in her resolve. The weight of her brother upon her back was a reminder that she would never relinquish hope. Seemingly sensing Hinata's tenacity, the healer could not refrain from offering a suggestion. In truth, our medical skills are limited. The finest healer in this town is Lord Imagawa, the city lord. If you could secure his assistance, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 140. Countdown of Life. Hinata was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Lord Imagawa, do you know where he is now? Naturally, he is at the Lord's mansion, but Lord Imagawa will not treat commoners, so prepare yourself for rejection. The healer's words were not yet finished when Hinata's figure vanished like a gust of wind. The Lord's mansion, an imposing and solemn place, would not casually allow outsiders to enter. However, Hinata could not wait for an announcement. Setting aside whether the Lord would see her, Sho's current condition was a race against death, leaving no time to lose. The assembled guards could not deter Hinata, who was determined to break through, as she surged forward like a wave crashing upon the shore. Fortunately, she refrained from causing fatal harm. After incapacitating numerous guards, Hinata finally stood before Lord Imagawa. Please, save my brother. I beg you. Lord Imagawa, a rugged and imposing middle-aged man, remained unyielding in the face of Hinata's fervent plea. He defiantly exclaimed, the dignity of the Imagawa family cannot be desecrated. I shall not compromise, even if you place a blade at my throat or take my life. Do not force my hand. Hinata grasped a katana, twisting it into a spiral with her bare hands. To her surprise, Lord Imagawa, a true man of honor, closed his eyes in silence, displaying an attitude of indifference toward death. He understood that his opponent was a formidable ninja. While fear of death is inherent to humanity, many hold values that surpass life itself, such as reputation and family honor. Lord Imagawa belonged to this category. Faced with this situation, Hinata had no alternative. She carefully placed Sho down and, with a deep breath, knelt before him, performing a profound bow. I sincerely apologize for my offense, but please forgive me as a sister. He is on the brink of death. I implore you to save him first, and whatever punishment follows, I am willing to accept. Sho seemed to awaken from the commotion. Slowly opening his eyes, he felt utterly drained, unable to move even a finger. witnessing Hinata kneeling in supplication for his sake. A mixture of warmth and heartache welled within him. "Sister, please don't kneel. I don't want to be treated anymore." Tears streamed down Sho's face as he spoke with a choked voice. "It's all right, Sho." Hinata comforted him with a smile, yet she remained kneeling, unwilling to rise. Lord Imagawa observed the powerful young woman kneeling before him in desperation, then glanced at the boy beside her, whose aura was faint. His heart began to waver. At that moment, a reckless guard, driven by some impulse, lunged forward with a spear aimed at Hinata's shoulder. Although Hinata sensed the sound of the blade slicing through the air, she chose not to evade, allowing the spear to pierce her shoulder. Blood splattered into the air, and Sho wept profusely, yet his body remained immobile. Furious, Lord Imagawa glared at the guard who had acted, bellowing, "Who commanded you to strike? You disgraceful wretch! To ambush a young girl. I apologize, my lord." The guard hastily dropped his weapon and knelt, realizing his foolishness had only incurred the lord's wrath. Hinata smiled at Lord Imagawa, her eyes revealing determination and defiance. "Is that enough, Lord Imagawa?" Her complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color. After battling Uchiha Shin and subsequently searching for a physician with Sho, she had now sustained a grave injury from the ambush, leaving her body exceedingly weak. Lord Imagawa, not a man of malevolence, could say no more. He sighed heavily. "Very well. Bring the child here. Let us go to the quiet chamber." "I can manage on my own." Hinata refused the guard's assistance, cradling Sho in her arms as they followed Lord Imagawa into the quiet chamber. After examining Sho for a considerable time, Lord Imagawa's expression grew increasingly grave, mirroring Hinata's sinking spirits. "Sho," his voice hoarse, spoke, "there is no need to exert yourself. I am aware of my condition. In my final moments, I wish only for my sister to accompany me." He had originally had 6 days left to live, but his battle with Uchiha Shin had drained his remaining vitality. Now, his life was in countdown mode, perhaps only an hour or half an hour remaining. "Do not speak such nonsense, Sho. There must be a way. Lord Imagawa, you surely have a solution, don't you?" Hinata gazed at Lord Imagawa with hopeful eyes, tears streaming down her face. Sighing deeply, Lord Imagawa rose and stepped aside, retrieving a small box. Upon opening it, a fragrant elixir emerged. Hinata's eyes sparkled with hope at the sight, but his subsequent words doused her enthusiasm. "This is a treasured elixir passed down in the Imagawa family, and it is the last of its kind. If administered, it may extend his life by another day. Cherish the remaining time. Do not waste it on the way. Spend it well with your brother. I will have my servants prepare a room." After consuming the elixir, Sho's spirit improved significantly, and he regained some mobility. Hinata gazed at him with heartache, her eyes filled with bitterness. She was grateful to have such a loving brother, yet he had only 1 day left to live. Sho, however, appeared quite elated. He had anticipated his imminent demise, only to discover he could live another day. A day longer meant more moments spent with his sister, a gift he cherished. "It's all right, sister. Even if it's just 1 day, having you by my side makes me content. By the way, what is there to see in this grand town?" Hinata, suppressing her sorrow, unveiled a gentle smile. "I rushed over too quickly earlier and didn't have the chance to explore. Shall we go together?" Yes. Sho nodded enthusiastically. This town was the most prosperous in the area, far more bustling than the border town. After sampling various snacks to satisfy their hunger, they embarked on their adventure. From merry-go-rounds to balloon darts and goldfish scooping, Hinata guided Sho through nearly every attraction. With a beaming smile, she cherished every one of Sho's smiles and movements, etching them into her memory. Unlike other children demanding their parents to let them play, Hinata would always ask Sho if he wished to try each activity. Other children envied their warmth. Had it not been for Hinata's youthful appearance, they might have mistaken them for mother and son rather than siblings. Chapter 141. Ultimately departing one day, after all, is far too fleeting. As darkness enveloped the sky, Hinata carried the weakened Sho on her back, returning to their dwelling. At this moment, Sho was no longer the spirited boy he had been during the day. He appeared frail, drenched in sweat. Leaning against Hinata, he hoarsely asked, "Sister, do I look very ugly like this?" "Not at all. Sho is the most handsome boy I have ever seen," Hinata replied with a smile, though her embrace tightened involuntarily. She feared that in the next moment, her brother might leave her forever. "Sister, aren't you curious about my origins?" "I have already told you a bit," Sho said, his body trembling slightly, each word seeming to cause him immense strain. "I remember everything you've said, Sho." Hinata was reluctant to discuss origins. She merely wished to savor their remaining moments together. However, anxiety over whether Sho had something significant to impart compelled her to listen. There are some very important things I must share with you. Where should I begin? In truth, I am from the moon. But my ancestors once inhabited this world. After the Great War concluded, my forebears migrated to the moon with a portion of our clan, which is my lineage, while the others remained here, which must pertain to your family, sister. Hinata was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, as it was a secret she had never encountered before. Perhaps even her father, Hayashi, was unaware of it. Giving her a moment to digest this information, Sho adjusted his breathing and continued. Your eyes are pure, sister, yet you have yet to fully unlock the power of the Byakugan. For instance, the Byakugan can cultivate a pressure akin to an illusion. Though its duration is brief, its effect is formidable. Unless one possesses an exceptionally resilient mind or faces an opponent of equal Byakugan strength, they will inevitably fall prey. Moreover, beyond all this, the Byakugan harbors an ultimate secret that surpasses other abilities, the Rinnegan. Those who awaken the Rinnegan possess both destructive and creative powers. The reason I was able to vanquish that monster so easily was due to my utilization of a fragment of the Rinnegan's power. Yet it ultimately does not belong to me. Even to this day, only a scant few from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon can awaken the Rinnegan. However, it is not entirely impossible to awaken it. A powerful Otsutsuki combined with the purest Byakugan significantly increases the chances of unlocking the Rinnegan. Hinata's mind raced, and she immediately inquired, Then let me give you my eyes, just one will suffice. If it can save you, I would gladly sacrifice my sight. Sister, it is futile. Even if you gave me your eyes, it would not change anything. From the moment I arrived here, I realized my days are numbered, and I have long since prepared myself for this fate. Yet, I am fortunate to have encountered a sister as kind as a mother during my final days. But we must at least try. Hinata protested, unwilling to concede. She then produced a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. It's just an eye. If it helps this child live, I can always have a pair of ordinary eyes transplanted later. It would merely mean a decline in my abilities. In a sudden surge of strength, Sho grasped the kunai, and without the protection of chakra, it sliced through his palm. Blood flowed freely, yet he clung to the weapon resolutely. Sho, let go. Promise me, sister, that you will never harm yourself. All right, I promise. Now, please, release your grip. Sho relinquished the kunai, yet his breath grew increasingly faint. When I pass, my body will transform into a chakra fruit. Sister, consume it. And there is a chance you may awaken the Rinnegan, allowing me to be by your side forever. No, that cannot be. Hinata shook her head frantically, unable to accept the notion of consuming the chakra fruit derived from Sho. To her, it felt akin to devouring him. How could she ever commit such an act? This is my final request, sister. I wish to remain by your side to protect you. If you become a powerful Otsutsuki, perhaps you will discover a way to resurrect me. You must be brave. Is that truly possible? Hinata asked incredulously. Yet Sho's voice had become increasingly faint, nearly inaudible, until he transformed into a blue fruit before her eyes. The echoes of their conversation lingered in her ears. The memories of their time together spiraled in her mind, but the boy was gone. The boy who had expressed concern for her even in his final moments was no more. Hinata's heart felt as though it had been crushed beneath a spiked wheel, leaving her gasping in sorrow. Sho. In a secret base hundreds of kilometers away, Uchiha Shin sat up from the surgical table, an exuberant expression on his face. His chest had just been sutured, while beside him lay a lifeless clone, its abdomen sliced open. The clone's heart had been removed, its eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and relief. The clone, who had been waiting nearby, hurriedly draped a cloak over Uchiha Shin. One of the clones approached with tools, intending to stitch the body of its fallen comrade. What are you doing? Uchiha Shin asked coldly. The clone, visibly trembling in fear of Uchiha Shin, stammered, Father, I just wanted to put his body away. There's no need. It will be discarded regardless. Your actions are nothing but a waste of time. Uchiha Shin replied with dissatisfaction, although he referred to them as his sons. Uchiha Shin never truly regarded these clones as anything more than mere tools, mobile blood banks and organ containers crafted from his own cells. Understood, Father. Several clones nodded respectfully before carrying the body of their deceased companion away. They did not dispose of it carelessly, but instead sought a secluded corner to carefully stitch up the wounds before digging a hole to bury it. They had learned from books that a body should be laid to rest. Despite their identical appearances, these clones possessed their own emotions. Our Father does not care for our well-being. He does not even consider our feelings. To him, we are merely instruments. What should we do? Chapter 142. Father? No need in the end. Hinata chose not to consume the chakra fruit. For her, it represented the sole remnant of Mo's presence in this world. As for resurrection, she could not bring herself to believe in such notions. She had matured beyond the innocence of childhood and would no longer be deceived by such simplistic lies. The idea of awakening the rebirth eye and growing stronger? Setting aside the uncertainty of its awakening, even if it were possible, she would not pursue it. Though she yearned for greater strength, she refused to obtain it through such means. Ultimately, Hinata decided to inter Mo in a secluded area outside the town, unwilling to allow him to be disturbed by others. Nearby, she constructed a modest thatched hut. Though not entirely successful, it provided shelter from the rain. Her intention was to stay by Mo's side for a while, to gather her thoughts, and then continue on her chosen path. As she contemplated her next steps, her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Naruto. It had been so long since she left. She wondered how everyone was faring. Would he be searching for me? Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky, prompting Hinata to hastily retrieve an umbrella to shield the flowers she had picked, placed before Mo's grave. Through the hazy drizzle, she faintly discerned a small group of figures approaching. Was her vision deceiving her? Such a remote location should not have attracted so many people. An unsettling thought crossed her mind, causing her to tense up. She activated her Byakugan in an instant. The leader of the group donned a black cloak adorned with red clouds, flanked by a cadre of similarly striking blue-haired youths. Their identities were unmistakable. It was none other than Uchiha Shin. He removed his hat, revealing a grotesque visage, and taunted, "Didn't he expect to see you so soon again, did you? Surprised? How did you find this place?" Hinata replied coldly. Allowing such filth to approach Mo's grave felt like a desecration. Uchiha Shin smirked, "Because I have marked you. Surprised? Every move you make is under my surveillance." His ability to mark objects had guided him to Hinata's precise location, and he had even dispatched his son to spy on her movements. Knowing that Mo, who had once defeated him, was now dead, he felt emboldened to seek revenge openly. Hinata, overwhelmed by grief, had neglected to scout her surroundings, thus allowing him to exploit her vulnerability. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation awaited them. "Follow me," she stated curtly, striding away, anxious that Mo's grave might be caught in the fray. However, Uchiha Shin disregarded her, making his way toward the gravestone, where he lightly tapped it. "Let me see, is this the Mo who assisted you that day? I expected more, but it seems he met his end quite swiftly. How poetic." As he spoke, Uchiha Shin raised his foot and began to stomp on the gravestone, caking it with mud. "Stop it, you scoundrel." Hinata, infuriated that even in death Mo's dignity could not be preserved, charged at Uchiha Shin. He, of course, did not hesitate. His arm transformed into a steel blade, ready to meet her assault. In a moment of caution, Hinata felt a tightness around her ankle, realizing she had been ensnared by an iron chain. Her focus had been entirely on Uchiha Shin, and in her fury, she had let her guard down, falling victim to a surprise attack. As his blade descended toward her, she used a substitution technique to evade the strike. Anticipating her move, a steel fork shot toward her landing point. At the instant Hinata deflected the fork, another spear erupted from the ground, piercing through her foot. Hinata's strength was already somewhat inferior to that of Uchiha Shin. While she had been mired in sorrow over Mo's passing, Uchiha Shin had spent the days reflecting on her combat style, devising strategies for their confrontation. This shift in circumstance left her at a distinct disadvantage, and soon she found herself in a precarious position, teetering on the brink of defeat. Surrounding them, the clones silently sealed off all escape routes, creating a deadly trap. 10 minutes later, Hinata lay defeated on the ground. Her tendons had been severed, and blood mixed with rainwater, staining the earth crimson. "It seems you are not as formidable as I thought. If it weren't for that brat last time, I would have eliminated you long ago." Uchiha Shin spat blood, trampling Hinata's face with his muddy shoe, relishing in the slow degradation of the woman who had nearly cost him his life. "Beg for mercy. Perhaps I shall grant you reprieve." Hinata kept her lips sealed, refusing to utter a word. All that awaited her was death, yet she lamented the many unfinished tasks that would haunt her legacy as a traitor, a source of disgrace to her family and comrades. Had her choice been misguided? If she had consumed the chakra fruit, perhaps she would have possessed greater power and could have resisted the humiliation inflicted upon her and Mo. But now, it was too late for regrets. She lacked the strength to free herself from Uchiha Shin's grasp. You cared for that brat, didn't you? He fought desperately to protect you. No. As despair clawed at her heart, Uchiha Shin shattered Mo's gravestone. Father, be careful. Just as Uchiha Shin reveled in his triumph, a clone delivered a kick that sent Hinata sprawling, who had attempted to bite him. Uchiha Shin shot her a derisive glance, ready to speak when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A dagger had pierced him. Looking up, he saw the clone regarding him with cold indifference. Father, no need. Uchiha Shin emitted a strange, eerie laugh. Huh, who would have thought? A traitor among my children. Truly remarkable. The dagger lodged in his abdomen ceased its advance as another weapon slashed through the air, striking the attacking clone. Children, deal with the traitor in the most brutal manner possible, so he understands the meaning of fatherhood. The remaining clones silently drew forth enormous shurikens, moving in unison. Yet their target was not the betrayer, but Uchiha Shin himself. I created you. You cannot do this. Uchiha Shin roared. He cared little for a few traitorous clones, but he could not tolerate the collective betrayal of his progeny. They were his finest vessels and soldiers. The rebellion of the clones did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated, for their unique abilities were bestowed by Uchiha Shin, and before him, those powers rendered ineffective, leaving them reliant on physical combat. Despite their numerical advantage, the chaotic clash of weapons soon resulted in the demise of several clones. Meanwhile, Hinata seized the opportunity. She dragged her battered body and slowly began to unearth the soil concealing the chakra fruit. Chapter 143. Hinata of the Reincarnation. I discovered the cerulean fruit. This time, she did not hesitate for a moment and consumed it immediately. In the distance, Uchiha Shin, who had just vanquished the clones, also took notice of the unfolding situation. What are you doing? Uchiha Shin's expression shifted unpredictably as he observed Hinata devouring the fruit. He was unaware of its true nature, yet his instincts warned him that it could not bode well. Thus, he wasted no time and swiftly darted towards Hinata. The instant the fruit was swallowed, Hinata felt a warm surge coursing through her limbs, instantly vanquishing all her pain. The severed tendons of her hands and feet mended rapidly, and an overwhelming force seemed poised to erupt from her very being. Her eyes transformed from white to blue, and the world before her appeared clearer than ever. Is this the power bestowed by the reincarnation eye? As she beheld Uchiha Shin charging at her with ferocity, a strange thought crossed Hinata's mind. His speed is so slow. With a measured lift of her right palm, an invisible repulsion surged forth, sending Uchiha Shin hurtling back several meters. This moment fully awakened him. She was formidable, tenfold more so than the earlier display by that young boy. This was power beyond human comprehension. He realized that in Hinata's current state, victory was an impossibility. Thus, he contemplated fleeing once more. Just as he attempted to summon the one-eyed creature, his body was inexplicably drawn towards Hinata. The distance of several dozen meters saw him dragged through a tumult of earth, stones, rain, and blood, leaving his face marred beyond recognition. Countless blades of energy surged towards Hinata, but an invisible barrier surrounded her, repelling all attacks. Hinata raised her hand again, her gaze devoid of any pity. For the demon before her trampled upon the grave of SH, unwilling to grant even a moment's peace. If one aspires to reign supreme in this world, one must be prepared for obliteration. It is entirely normal to meet one's demise. Your time has come. Take one last look at the sky. The heavens suddenly darkened further, and even the gentle rain ceased to fall. Uchiha Shin, panic-stricken, tilted his head back, confronting an apocalyptic sight. A small meteor, imbued with the essence of destruction, hurtled down towards him as if to rend the very fabric of the heavens. The air in its wake seemed to ignite, and the ground buckled under the immense pressure, slowly caving in. Uchiha Shin found himself immobilized, unable to budge an inch, forced to witness the unfolding spectacle with eyes filled with despair and reluctance. Stop. I'm sorry. I beg you, do not kill me. I will obey your every command. Please, spare my life. The terror of death consumed him, eclipsing all else. What did dignity and freedom matter now? He would gladly become a compliant hound, provided he could survive. Hinata's previously bewildered visage broke into a faint smile. A smile that rekindled a glimmer of hope in Uchiha Shin's heart, which had felt like ashes. I implore you, my mistress, as long as you spare me, I shall devote myself to you eternally. The fear of death overshadowed all considerations, and Uchiha Shin found himself desperate to live, even at the cost of his dignity. Is that so? Hinata's smile remained, though a hint of hesitation lingered. For several agonizing seconds, each moment a torment for Uchiha Shin, his fate rested solely in the delicate balance of her thoughts. Then, Hinata turned her gaze back to him, her smile blossoming even more radiantly. Just as Uchiha Shin believed he had narrowly escaped, he was met with Hinata's icy, cutting words. This is your final chance. Take a good look at the sky. Uchiha Shin realized his impending doom, lifting his gaze in a daze. The man who had fervently sought to restore the Uchiha clan was obliterated into dust under absolute power, his remains vanishing entirely. In his last moment, he could not even discern the colors of the sky. Having dealt with Uchiha Shin, Hinata's attention shifted towards a group of clones in the distance. Puzzled as to why they had not fled amidst the chaos. Little did she know, it was not that the clones lacked the desire to escape. They were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling at the sight of the earlier events. After all, if someone could be yanked back from dozens of meters away, their rash departure without permission could very well lead to their demise. Why haven't you left? Hinata approached the group of clones, who averted their gazes, trembling bodies betraying their trepidation. Without your permission, we dare not leave, spoke one clone, slightly larger than the rest. Hinata found their predicament both amusing and bewildering. Their previous rebellion against Uchiha Shin had indirectly saved her life, so she had never intended to harm them. However, what was to be done with these clones? Observing Hinata's furrowed brow, the group gasped, with the more astute among them hurriedly recounting their experiences, hoping to elicit her sympathy. These clones were indeed tragic figures. They possessed life, yet were devoid of family or parents, merely used as vessels for Uchiha Shin's organ storage. Although they referred to him as father, he had never genuinely regarded them as his children, and how many of them truly saw him as a father? Though we were coerced into wrongdoing by Uchiha Shin, it was never our intention. Without him, we vow to commit no further misdeeds. They lamented their past, having once been children from nearby villages. Forcibly transformed into their current state, their original memories erased, unable to even recall their homes. Sharing a glance, several clones suddenly cried out, "Please be our mother. We wish to follow you." Though these clones possessed their own intellect, their thoughts remained innocent. Setting aside whether Hinata was of an appropriate age to assume the role of a mother, how could they seek a maternal figure so soon after patricide? As Hinata pondered this absurdity, her thoughts drifted to the recently departed SH, and she couldn't help but sigh, moving forward to ruffle the clone's hair. However, upon seeing Hinata extend her hand, one particularly fearful clone fell to its knees, shrinking back in terror. I'm sorry. You are our mistress, not our mother." The others hastily knelt in unison, murmuring similar apologies, prompting Hinata to roll her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 144. The ambush on Yuan Hidden. There was no way around it. They had just witnessed Hinata summon a meteor with a mere gesture, which had even claimed the life of Uchiha Shin. The consequences of such a force descending upon them were simply unfathomable. Hinata spoke, "Do not act this way. Rise quickly, or I shall truly become irate. Moreover, refrain from referring to me as your master. I am not a master, nor are you my servants." The clones, feeling trepidation, slowly stood up. "What are your plans now?" One clone, emboldened by Hinata's apparent lack of malice, ventured to ask. "We have been under Uchiha Shin's control since our inception. Now that he is deceased, we have nowhere to go." Hinata pondered for a moment before softly suggesting, "Perhaps you could accompany me for the time being." Allowing these clones to wander aimlessly would likely result in their alienation from society, posing a danger to both themselves and others. It would be far wiser to keep them close, thus mitigating risks and assisting her in executing her forthcoming plans. The clones were filled with elation at her words. Everyone possesses an inherent attraction to strength, and they were no exception. How should we address you from now on?" "Sister will suffice." Wani-chan? Wani-chan? Wani-chan?" Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura, who were initially searching for Hinata, received disconcerting news that compelled them to return to Konoha post-haste. The message from Yuan Hidden was causing turmoil within Konoha, with the higher-ups fervently deliberating strategies. While Tsunade had no choice but to halt Naruto's search for Hinata, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Yuan Hidden, Killer B, had survived an assassination attempt due to his formidable strength, yet several Jonin had perished in the assault, all evidently victims of wind-release chakra. The ability to silently eliminate multiple Jonin suggested that the attacker possessed prowess at the pinnacle of the ninja world, and among the most sought-after wind release users. The only name that stood out was Naruto Uzumaki. Compounding matters, he was regrettably absent from Konoha at this critical juncture, making it difficult to clear his name. Should this accusation be firmly placed upon him, it could serve as a pretext for war, obliterating nearly 2 decades of peace in an instant. Setting aside the outcome of a conflict between Konoha and Yunhiden, other factions were eyeing Konoha with envy and malice, primarily due to the rapid ascendancy of the younger generation, which had incited jealousy among many. Tsunade rubbed her throbbing temples and inquired, "Shikaku, what is your take on this matter?" The only 2 individuals in Konoha who could provide counsel to Tsunade were Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku. As the current head of the Nara clan, Shikaku was not only exceptionally wise and adept at strategy, but also fiercely loyal to Konoha. Shikaku replied thoughtfully, "The foremost priority is to ensure Naruto returns to the village swiftly, allowing him to grasp the full details and avoid any potential assaults from rival factions." Shikamaru, after a brief hesitation, added, "Knowing Naruto's character, he would never strike against the innocent and has never taken the life of a foreign ninja. If the events in Yunhiden were not orchestrated by him, then we are left with 2 possibilities. Either Yunhiden has staged this incident, or there is a more insidious puppeteer at play. If it is the former, we may be fortunate, but if it is the latter, we face a grave danger as hidden enemies." Tsunade's gaze sharpened. "Enough. You may take your leave now," Shikaku commanded. Shikamaru, who typically avoided trouble, found himself unable to contain his thoughts. Previously, when Naruto was attacked, we only suspected Yunhiden, the Wagakure, and Kirigakure. But these are merely external possibilities. "Leave," Shikaku interrupted sharply, raising his voice. Seeing his father's genuine anger, Shikamaru fell silent, bowed respectfully, and departed. Once he was out of earshot, Shikaku sighed. "Lady Hokage, Shikamaru is right. There are matters we must remain vigilant against." "Enough. I am already aware of those concerns. Do not belabor the point," Tsunade lamented, tugging at her hair in frustration. It had barely been 20 years of stability. Must Konoha now plunge into another round of internal strife? Deep within a cave, the Akatsuki members reconvened. Unlike previous gatherings, their ranks appeared noticeably thin. Even with the inclusion of black and white Zetsu and Deidara, there were only 6 individuals present. "That traitor Orochimaru has struck again, costing us Scorpion, Kakazu, Haiden, and Konin," exclaimed Deidara. Nakin remained expressionless, her voice devoid of emotion. "Are they all dead?" Deidara sighed. "Kakuzu is confirmed dead, slain by that detestable Naruto Uzumaki. We must ensure he is avenged." "Get to the point," Nakin interrupted impatiently. Deidara gestured animatedly. "Konin and the others are not fully dead yet. However, they have been ensnared by Orochimaru's mind control techniques. If we intend to eliminate Orochimaru, we might not need to confront them directly. Leader, we must rescue them. They are our beloved comrades," Nakin implored, turning her gaze toward the silent Itachi Uchiha. "What is your perspective, Itachi?" Itachi replied coolly, "Orochimaru is no longer trustworthy." The implication was clear. If he is untrustworthy, then he must be eliminated. Kisame, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "If we attack together, Orochimaru would pose no threat. But how do we locate him?" "I will ascertain Orochimaru's latest hiding place within 2 days, Black Zetsu asserted. However, he then voiced his concern, "But given our current strength, we may be somewhat outmatched, particularly against Scorpion, Haiden, and Deidara." "You need not worry about that," Nakin assured, and as her words concluded, 6 figures draped in black cloaks adorned with red clouds entered, their eyes unmistakably the fabled Rinnegan. Itachi's brow furrowed slightly, and Kisame shared a similar expression of disbelief. For they could not sense any chakra emanating from these newcomers, and now 6 such individuals had appeared. Chapter 145, Sasuke, go and kill Itachi Uchiha. The time has come. Whether you can eliminate Itachi Uchiha in one fell swoop rests solely upon you, Sasuke. Danzo's eyes held an icy indifference, devoid of any emotion. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, albeit a somewhat awkward one, as his entire body trembled slightly. What had Danzo just said? That he should go and kill Itachi Uchiha? Had he finally awaited this day? "I understand, Danzo-sensei. Where can I find him?" Danzo replied, "Take Karin with you. Additionally, I will dispatch several capable assistants to aid you. They will guide you to Itachi." "I don't need any assistance," Sasuke stated coolly. "I can handle that man on my own." Danzo gazed deeply at Sasuke, asserting, The foremost duty of a ninja is to obey orders, to serve as a silent blade, devoid of personal emotions. I taught you this when you joined Root. Moreover, I do not wish for you to come to harm. Danzo-sensei, very well. I accept. Sasuke felt a surge of emotion, his previously dismissive expression now replaced with solemnity. He recognized that Danzo was not one to speak flowery words. This acknowledgement was a testament to their bond, deepening his sense of gratitude and clarity regarding his place in Danzo's heart. Without Danzo's guidance, he would not have attained his current prowess, and he might have been utterly lost in darkness, let alone seeking vengeance. In Sasuke's heart, Danzo held a stature that rivaled even Karin and Sakura, equally significant as Naruto. After bidding farewell to Danzo, Sasuke did not immediately seek out Karin. Instead, he first purchased 2 movie tickets. No one understood better than him the strength of Itachi Uchiha. While he had made progress over the years, his brother would not remain stagnant. Thus, the outcome of this impending battle was uncertain, not just for him, but for all who accompanied him, their fates hanging in the balance. Sasuke was no fool. He was acutely aware of Karin's affections for him. In fact, he was more sentimental than most, which was why he had shared his deepest secret with her, a truth even Naruto was unaware of. That girl had become a blade of root alongside him, repeatedly pulling him back from the brink of death with her own blood. How could he not feel a pang of emotion? Yet, the more he felt, the more he sought to maintain distance, for he could neither provide nor afford what she longed for. However, with the next battle fraught with uncertainty, there was a chance they could both fall. Therefore, in the end, he wished to fulfill Karin's desires, ensuring her life would harbor no regrets. While purchasing tickets, he encountered a young woman at the counter. Sasuke coldly inquired, "Do you know what young girls around 16 or 17 like?" This question left the ticket seller momentarily stunned. After all, she was merely selling tickets, not offering romantic advice. Yet, upon seeing Sasuke's handsome face, her response shifted. "Ah, are you asking what girls like?" Generally, anything given by a boy they like is appreciated, whether it be roses, beautiful clothes, or simply watching a movie together. And then what? Sasuke pressed. The young woman's face flushed crimson as she mumbled, "Well, you could go to a nearby couple's hotel to enhance your relationship." Sasuke felt a wave of embarrassment. Although he was a straightforward man, he understood the implications of such a suggestion. Was this truly significant for a girl? He wanted to ask if they could skip that part, but the young woman misinterpreted his intent. Pouting, "Of course it's important. Such experiences are sacred to every girl and must be taken seriously. What should I do specifically? How can I provide her with a perfect experience?" Sasuke's curiosity was piqued. "If you're too focused on perfection, it might cost you a fortune," the young woman kindly warned. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, boldly declaring, "Do not concern yourself with money." The surrounding girls looked at him with newfound admiration. While they were unaware of his financial status, his striking looks and willingness to spend for his girlfriend made them envious of her fortune. A crowd soon gathered around Sasuke, eagerly offering suggestions, bombarding him with ideas, some plausible, others merely fantasies. As evening fell, Sasuke, having prepared everything, knocked on Karin's door. Who could it be at this hour? Karin mumbled, her hair tousled, clad in flip-flops as she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was met with the unexpected yet familiar face that haunted her thoughts. Sasuke, in disbelief, her voice soared several octaves higher. Sasuke rarely visited her outside of their missions. "What do you want?" he asked, rubbing his ear in mild annoyance. After regaining her composure, Karin's first instinct was to tidy up, not wanting to present an imperfect visage to Sasuke. However, she quickly realized she couldn't leave him waiting outside. Blushing, she stammered, "Sasuke, please come in. I've prepared dinner. We can eat together later." Sasuke replied, "No need for that. Let's eat out later. First, I want to watch a movie." "Watch a movie?" Karin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that Sasuke had initiated this invitation hinted at something deeper between them. Noticing Karin's prolonged silence, Sasuke frowned. "Don't you want to go? That's strange. Didn't Naruto say girls love going to movies with boys? Could he have misled me?" Upon hearing this, Karin eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I want to go. Just give me a moment, Sasuke." To her surprise, Sasuke handed her several shopping bags. Upon inspecting them, Karin gasped, recognizing the expensive women's clothing inside. "Did you buy these for me, Sasuke?" she asked, her gaze dreamy as she looked at him. Sasuke instinctively replied, "I just picked them up while I was out for food." To Karin, this explanation was riddled with inconsistencies, as clothing stores and eateries were seldom in proximity. Oh my, Sasuke was just so adorable. Realizing he had misspoken, Sasuke recalled the advice from those young women and cleared his throat. Let us say I bought them specifically for you. I hope to see you wearing them when you present yourself before me. Chapter 146. I want you from head to toe. Why? Xianglin's face flushed crimson. What on earth is happening? How has Sasuke made such swift progress? Has he perhaps been stimulated in some way? Honestly, I am not even prepared for this. Sasuke raised a finger, gently tilting Xianglin's chin. His gaze locked onto her eyes as he enunciated with deliberate clarity, because I want you to belong to me entirely tonight. My little princess. Xianglin's heart raced at the implications of his words. Despite being somewhat experienced, the reality of the moment was an entirely different matter. Theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to practical experience. At that instant, her heart thudded wildly, threatening to leap from her chest. Just as she closed her eyes, anticipating Sasuke's next move, he withdrew his hand. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Otherwise, we'll miss the movie. What more could Xianglin say? With a lingering gaze filled with unspoken emotions, she obediently retreated to change her outfit. It wasn't entirely Sasuke's fault. He had never been taught the nuances of such moments. Sasuke had procured a delightful array of items for Xianglin, including not only dresses but also shoes. Exquisite high heels that evoked both admiration and trepidation in her. While she felt touched, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Each item seemed rather extravagant, and she wondered if it would deplete Sasuke's finances in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, she reassured herself. If Sasuke were to find himself short on funds, she could support him. As she changed, Xianglin playfully murmured to herself, casting furtive glances at Sasuke, secretly hoping he would steal a glance at her, allowing her beauty to captivate him. When she emerged clad in elegant attire, she resembled a porcelain doll, exuding an air of challenge with a hint of mischief in her eyes, just the type that young boys found irresistible. However, Sasuke stood like a statue, his gaze unwavering. Once outside, hand in hand, they strolled towards the cinema. It was Xianglin who initiated the contact, yet Sasuke did not resist. After all, holding hands is an intrinsic aspect of romance. The atmosphere in Konoha had transformed remarkably. Despite the late hour, the streets were bustling with pedestrians, including several young couples. Yet, Sasuke and Xianglin remained the most captivating pair. The reason was simple. The boy was strikingly handsome, embodying the archetype of the brooding, handsome youth, while the girl was equally beautiful, her eyes serving as a clever disguise, presenting her as an innocent girl unacquainted with the world. Interestingly, they both bore bashful expressions, unable to meet each other's gaze under the scrutiny of others, indicative of their novice status in love. During the film, Sasuke took the initiative to fetch popcorn and drinks for Xianglin, allowing her to relish the experience of being a genuine girlfriend, though lacking in romantic flowers, which left her feeling slightly disappointed. She still leaned against Sasuke's shoulder, gazing at his chiseled features and the starry brilliance of his eyes, feeling utterly content. If only this could be a frequent occurrence upon exiting the cinema. As if accustomed to holding hands, it was Sasuke who took the lead this time, clasping Xianglin's hand. She allowed him to guide her through the night streets of Konoha, only to be taken aback as she inquired, "Aren't we heading back?" The path before them did not lead to her home or Sasuke's. "No, we're not going home. I'm taking you somewhere," he replied. What she thought would be the end after the movie turned out to be merely the beginning, igniting a flicker of anticipation within Xianglin. It was late. Surely Sasuke wouldn't he be thinking of that? Why should she be afraid? After all, she was a girl. She could muster her courage. As she had surmised, Sasuke indeed brought her to a famed couple's inn. The proprietress greeted them with an enigmatic smile. Without lingering at the front desk, Sasuke led Xianglin upstairs to the innermost room. Typically confident, Xianglin now hesitated at the door, feeling an unexpected wave of trepidation. "Come in," Sasuke gently urged, nudging her waist. With no way to evade, she stepped inside, her heart a mix of anxiety and excitement. As soon as she entered, Sasuke promptly shut and locked the door. "Where's the light?" "Hey, Sasuke." The room was enveloped in darkness, with curtains drawn tightly, obscuring all visibility. When she reached for the light switch, Sasuke halted her. "Take a few steps forward," he instructed mysteriously. Obediently, Xianglin complied. "Now stop." Just as she was about to question the situation, the room illuminated, not with a light, but with candles that Sasuke had lit. Before her lay an astonishing sight. Rose petals surrounded her feet, forming a grand heart shape. The petals were scattered throughout the room, and Sasuke approached her amidst the candlelight, holding out a delicate little box. With an unprecedented gentleness, he said, "This is for you. See if you like it." Could this be a dream? Everything felt surreal, yet palpably real before her eyes. In an instant, Xianglin's vision blurred with tears. Despite having envisioned countless futures with Sasuke, she had never imagined a day like this. Sasuke had resisted her advances, expressed annoyance at times, yet she never held it against him. For she understood the fate he grappled with, the pressures he faced, and the reasons behind his reluctance to accept her. Yet, no matter what, even if they were destined never to be lovers, she would stand by his side, sharing his burdens and facing fate together. For her heart truly ached for Sasuke, and her love for him was genuine. Xianglin had often contemplated that if they remained as they were, it would suffice. If Sasuke never fell for another woman, then she would remain uninterested in other men. They could continue as companions, and when they reached middle age, even in their twilight years, she would still be the one who understood him best and would always wish to be by his side. But life is full of surprises. Today, Sasuke had gifted her an extraordinary surprise. "I love it. Whatever you give me, I adore it." As she opened the box, a shimmering crystal pendant revealed itself, at the center of which lay a purple gem, seemingly symbolizing a love that would never tarnish. Chapter 147. A sudden storm. Shall I put this on you? Sasuke's voice remained warm, devoid of its usual coldness. Xianglin nodded obediently, her eyes already brimming with tears. "Am I not dreaming?" Observing Xianglin's expression, Sasuke shed any pretense, his gaze earnest as he adorned her neck with the necklace. Strangely, witnessing her satisfaction filled him with warmth and contentment. Perhaps this is the reason behind the fervent pursuit of love by many. The two opened a bottle of prepared red wine and shared a simple meal. Perhaps tipsy, Sasuke's cheeks flushed slightly, and he awkwardly suggested, "Why don't you go take a shower first?" Summoning unexpected courage, Xianglin seemed to have made a resolution. Boldly placing her foot on the table and tilting Sasuke's chin upward, Sasuke, momentarily sobered, asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Do you realize?" Before he could finish, his defenses crumbled easily, and as she pressed her soft, wet tongue against him, any strong emotions he had dissipated in an instant. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her. They kissed passionately, guided by instinct rather than instruction. The indescribable sensation transcended mere words, as if their souls were elevated. The fervor intensified, causing the furniture to topple under the strain, and they fell to the ground, lost in their fervent exploration. Wishing to drown in this crimson dream until they could no longer breathe, wine spilled onto their bodies, dampening their clothes. Just as they were lost in their fervor, Xianglin suddenly grasped Sasuke's collar and pushed him onto a bed strewn with rose petals. With a rip of fabric, Sasuke's clothing was torn away, revealing his tall, perfect physique. Xianglin's gaze swept over him with greedy admiration, her eyes filled with a tenderness that seemed to yearn to absorb him completely. Sasuke felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him as her soft tongue playfully danced across his chest. "Come here." He lifted his head, meeting Xianglin's gaze, which was laced with desire and mischief. In that moment, he could no longer restrain himself and began to tug at her clothing as well. His mind was a blank slate, all worries cast aside. His mouth was silenced, entangled in a fervent embrace that made even breathing seem impossible. They clumsily matched each other's movements, yet they expressed an instinctual yearning. An unprecedented sensation threatened to suffocate them, as if each had transformed into a tempest, becoming the architects of each other's fates. Amidst the storm, they resembled drowning fish, exerting every effort merely to survive. The relentless winds and torrential rains showed no mercy, intensifying with each passing moment. As Xianglin felt the tremors from within her soul, she sensed she might perish, yet simultaneously felt as if she were ascending to the clouds, yearning to continue. By the time dawn broke, the storm had calmed. They emerged from the inn in the afternoon, Xianglin radiant and full of life, her gaze towards Sasuke brimming with allure. Yet Sasuke appeared utterly drained, his steps faltering, causing Xianglin to feel a pang of sympathy. Xianglin's exceptional physique granted her remarkable stamina, resembling an insatiable abyss. In contrast, Sasuke, a novice, had no technique to speak of. He relied solely on his physical prowess throughout the night, leading to inevitable consequences. For Sasuke, the earlier moments had been delightful, yet the latter half felt like torment. He had gritted his teeth to provide Xianglin with an unforgettable night. But now he bore the shadows of that experience. Xianglin was indeed formidable. Within a certain laboratory, Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru found themselves at odds over a matter. Why not proceed now? Kabuto inquired, perplexed. Lord Orochimaru, my modifications have been remarkably successful. With your intellect, activating this technique would place the entire ninja world at your feet. Kabuto had been researching the reanimation jutsu, acknowledging its strength, but noting that the summoned entities often failed to exhibit their original power, rendering it a bittersweet venture. He believed that if one could endow the reanimated with their original will, they could regain much of their former strength, while still being under the control of the caster. Orochimaru hesitated but ultimately responded, now is not the time, and allowing the reanimated to possess their own will poses too great a risk. But I am not particularly interested in unifying the ninja world. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, continuing to persuade, Lord Orochimaru, Konoha has never ceased its pursuit of you. Your conflict with Naruto Uzumaki has escalated to an irreconcilable level, and with your recent rupture with the Akatsuki, there are matters to consider. In Kabuto's view, from the moment Orochimaru targeted several Akatsuki members, he had become their sworn enemy. Although they had not yet made a move, it did not mean they had lost track of him. If they were to come for him, it would undoubtedly be a lethal encounter. Even with Scorpion, Deidara, and Haiden, their strength remained somewhat insufficient. Only through employing the modified method with that technique could they gain true formidable support, enabling. Enough, Kabuto. Orochimaru interrupted. Prepare the materials for tomorrow's experiment. Kabuto was taken aback. The materials for tomorrow's experiment? Are you planning to switch to another body? Orochimaru licked his lips, revealing a shadowy smile. Indeed, perhaps I have lingered too long in this aging body, losing my ambition, thus I require a younger form. Deidara? Kabuto blurted out. Orochimaru did not refute him, tacitly agreeing. Among the Akatsuki members he knew, the only ones with real potential, aside from Itachi, were the 19-year-old Deidara. Unable to obtain Sasuke or Naruto, Deidara might serve as a suitable option, especially since he was entirely under Orochimaru's control, posing no risk. Orochimaru believed that Deidara's talent was impeccable, and if not for his lack of intellect, his power would be far greater. If he were to inhabit that body, not only could he fully unleash his abilities, but he could potentially advance even further in a short time. Go prepare. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. That's the spirit, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto remarked with a peculiar smile as his figure gradually vanished down the corridor. Chapter 148. The end of Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned away, immersing himself once again in his research. At that moment, his expression was grave and earnest, resembling that of a scholar rather than a ninja with bloodstained hands. Suddenly, a familiar yet slightly foreign aura manifested, and Orochimaru's keen perception quickly discerned the identity of the intruder. Come forth, my old friend, he beckoned. Draped in a red cloud cloak, a peculiar figure, half black and half white, emerged slowly from the ground. It's been a while, Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to become a traitor so soon, remarked Black Zetsu, his voice echoing with a chilling familiarity. Despite being mentally prepared, a look of seriousness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes upon seeing Black Zetsu. He was well aware that the latter was not particularly known for his combat prowess within the Akatsuki, yet the audacity of his appearance suggested that there were others accompanying him. Confusion gnawed at Orochimaru. How had they tracked him down? If they possessed such means, why had they not eliminated him after his initial departure from the organization? Seemingly reading Orochimaru's thoughts, Black Zetsu continued. Curious about how we found you, are you? In truth, we couldn't locate you, but we had a way to trace Scorpion. So it was Scorpion who revealed his location? Orochimaru felt a wave of frustration. Had it not been for his desire to harness Scorpion's abilities, it appeared that he had no choice but to fight for his life now. The figure of Toby suddenly appeared, frantically gesturing. No, please calm down, you must listen to me. If you can just stop Deidara and the others and free them from their control, the leader will overlook what happened before. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, non-committal as he replied, overlook. You say? Very well. Countless small snakes surged forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, binding Toby before he could react, and dragging him toward Orochimaru. Help! Help! Toby cried, rolling frantically on the ground, his feet desperately pushing against the floor. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, intent on making an example of someone. The notion of overlooking past grievances was merely a ruse to deceive Navi's souls. Despite his age, he had not grown senile. At that moment, Orochimaru felt himself locked onto by several powerful auras, forcing him to abandon Toby and swiftly evade several meters away. Mere seconds later, multiple projectiles struck the spot where he had stood. Unbeknownst to him, a large hole had been blasted into the laboratory's ceiling, through which several figures descended. The 6 paths of pain lined up before him, exuding a formidable aura that pressed down on Orochimaru. To his dismay, he also spotted his most dreaded opponent, Itachi Uchiha. Deidara, Haiden, and Scorpion swiftly appeared before Orochimaru. "Hey, little Deidara, don't you recognize us?" Toby shouted anxiously. Deidara glared back. "I don't know you at all. Why act like we're familiar? You're courting death." With that, he hurled a clay spider toward Toby, who leaped in fright, trying to evade it. "Why all this fuss? I have always diligently contributed to the organization," Orochimaru said with a smile, though his mind was already plotting an escape route. Even if he could exclude Toby and Black Zetsu, a single Itachi Uchiha was enough to spell disaster for him, coupled with the 6 paths of pain, Konin, and Kisame. No matter how he assessed the situation, Orochimaru felt his chances of survival were slim, and defeat would mean death. Having made his decision, he knew that the gathered individuals could easily be swayed by his words. After all, this was not the first time he had betrayed them. Itachi activated his Sharingan, locking his gaze firmly on Orochimaru, while the 6 paths of pain engaged in combat with Deidara and the others. Konin and Kisame exchanged glances before also turning their attention to Orochimaru. Dreams are fragile, and eternity is a luxury. The windmill of Konoha continues to turn. Yet Orochimaru's life is now drawing to a close. In the face of overwhelming power, conspiracy and trickery proved futile. Orochimaru's body disintegrated into a mist of blood, his soul sealed within the Teiketsu, sword by Itachi. With Orochimaru's demise, the control over Deidara and the others was lifted. Haiden clutched his head, exclaiming, "Oh, my head hurts. What on earth just happened? Where's Orochimaru? I want to kill that bastard to avenge Kakuzu." Deidara, the last to be controlled, was the first to regain his composure, glancing at Konin. "Orochimaru should be dealt with now, right? That was too close. You all were gravely injured after your battle with Naruto Uzumaki, and Orochimaru abducted you here under the guise of healing, using forbidden techniques to control your minds. But now, you are safe." Konin succinctly recounted the events. Haiden paused in realization, then exclaimed, "So the injuries on me were caused by you guys? Is that really necessary?" With no one responding, he could only sulk in silence. At that moment, Scorpion, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. "Although Orochimaru is dead, there is still someone in this base that we cannot overlook." "You mean Kabuto Yakushi? He truly is a dangerous individual," Deidara affirmed, recognizing that everything regarding him was orchestrated by Orochimaru. However, he knew that Kabuto's threat was no less than Orochimaru's. Kisame interjected, "What are we waiting for? We must eliminate the traitor. Let us find him and kill him." Just as they prepared to search for Kabuto, a cold voice cut through the air. "Has he already been killed?" A silver-haired youth emerged slowly from the shadows of the corridor. Kabuto's heart brimmed with despair, ever since he realized the base had been invaded. He had desperately rushed to accelerate his return, hoping to provide support to Orochimaru with the new Edo Tensei. He never anticipated that he would arrive too late. "You are Orochimaru's accomplice, aren't you? I will offer you to the evil god," Haiden shouted, brandishing his scythe and lunging at Kabuto, his hatred for Orochimaru boiling over, with the chance to exact vengeance now resting upon Kabuto. Kabuto stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear, not moving a muscle. "Die!" Just as the scythe was about to slice through Kabuto's neck, a figure enveloped in lightning chakra suddenly burst forth, sending Haiden flying. The onlookers furrowed their brows. They had not sensed the presence of this newcomer, leading to 2 possibilities. Either the individual possessed the ability to evade detection, or their speed surpassed that of everyone present. Chapter 149. The new member of Shao as Shao Nen observed the rugged appearance of the newcomer. A tall and muscular figure adorned with a lightning symbol tattoo on his shoulder, she hesitantly inquired, "The third Raikage?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The third Raikage had long since perished, yet an individual who should not exist stood vividly before them. However, what truly startled them was the formidable power exhibited by the third Raikage. They were acutely aware of Orochimaru's forbidden technique, the reanimation jutsu, and knew he had successfully summoned Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, albeit with diminished strength. Yet, the prowess displayed by the third Raikage was clearly on an entirely different level. It was well known that Haiden's physical abilities were not to be underestimated, Yet the opponent had severely wounded Haiden, suggesting that even at his peak, the third Raikage was formidable. The third Raikage spoke. I never anticipated someone would rouse me from my slumber. Although I have no desire to be a mere weapon for others, I advise you to tread cautiously. Be wary. For engaging with us old-timers can lead to your demise if you do not give it your all. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a small mustache appeared beside Kabuto. Though others may not recognize him, Kisame, once a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, was well aware of his identity. He was the very architect of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. The second Mizuki H. Zuki Mangetsu? The name sent another wave of shock through the crowd, as it was a name that should have been consigned to the annals of history. The second Mizuki had perished in the first Great Ninja War alongside the second Tsuchikage in a battle over spoils, yet here he stood before them. Before anyone could catch their breath, 2 more figures materialized beside Kabuto. The second Tsuchikage, Mu. The fourth Kazekage, Raza. Kabuto regarded the assembly with a cold stare, particularly fixated on Itachi and Pain. Itachi was Orochimaru's sworn enemy, while Pain exuded the most formidable aura in the room. The fall of Orochimaru was inextricably linked to these 2 figures. Kabuto's feelings toward Orochimaru were exceedingly complex. From birth, he had little choice in his path. Though their relationship bore the semblance of mutual exploitation, Orochimaru had granted him a sense of purpose. Due to his exceptional intellect and capabilities, Kabuto gradually became Orochimaru's most trusted subordinate, enjoying a level of unguarded trust within Orochimaru's domain. However, witnessing Orochimaru's casual demise before him shattered his faith in life, rendering his struggles devoid of meaning. While it was unlikely that he could annihilate the members of Akatsuki with the strength at his disposal, the possibility of eliminating either Pain or Itachi was not out of reach. Suddenly, Kabuto laughed, the sound growing increasingly sinister. Ha ha ha. Since Orochimaru is dead, I shall take your lives in his stead. Kisame brandished his sword, Samahata, with a wicked grin. Is that so? I wonder if you possess the capability. Let's see what you can truly do. The members of Akatsuki were no pushovers. They harbored no fear of the reanimated corpses. They were eager for battle, each filled with a fervor to prove their mettle against their opponents. Wait. At that moment, Pain, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. All eyes turned to him, curious as to why he chose this moment to interject. With tensions taut between both sides, what rationale could there be for advocating for a truce? Moreover, given Kabuto's peculiar abilities showcased today, allowing him to remain was tantamount to nurturing a potential threat. Yet, the words that followed from Pain caught everyone off guard. Join us. Kabuto. Even Kabuto, with his extraordinary intellect, was momentarily stunned, before reacting in exasperation. What nonsense are you spouting? You want me to join you? Pain replied coolly. We are essentially of the same ilk. Join us, and together, we shall make this world feel pain. At Pain's final words, a thunderous realization struck Kabuto. Make the world feel pain? Few could comprehend the anguish he endured, the torment of having killed his mentor. What could possibly atone for such an act? Indeed, let the world experience the same suffering he had. Very well, I agree to join you. In the incredulous gazes of the assembly, Kabuto surprisingly nodded in acquiescence. This absurdity unfolded before them, yet it was undeniably real. Deidara was the first to respond. Welcome to our ranks. From now on, we are comrades. Scorpion observed silently, while Kisame merely scoffed and turned away. Haiden, feeling disgruntled, protested. Hey, we can't just let this slide. This guy almost killed me. At some point, Toby had appeared beside Haiden, poking at his wound. What's this? It seems you're all right now, all healed up. Haiden leaped in pain, for while he was indeed the immortal god, he was not immune to suffering. What are you doing? Are you trying to mess with me? Haiden roared, chasing after Toby. Toby fled, seeking refuge behind black and white Zetsu, only to discover they had vanished underground. With a yelp, he darted behind Deidara. Deidara, help me. Deidara did not shy away. Instead, he cleverly ensnared Toby with a clay centipede. It's up to you now, Haiden. Show no mercy. Haiden clenched his fists, his expression dark as he approached Toby. Toby let out a wail comparable to that of a condemned man, lamenting, Deidara, how could you do this? You've trampled our friendship and betrayed our trust. Has your conscience turned black? Enough, cease this folly, Xiaonan interjected coldly. The group was taken aback. Previously, Xiaonan had never intervened during their antics. Why was she acting so differently today? Pain interjected, the matter is not yet resolved. Not yet resolved? The group was perplexed. Orochimaru had been slain, Deidara and the others were freed from their control, and Kabuto had willingly joined Akatsuki. What else remained unresolved? Even Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to one of intrigue. Pain then addressed Itachi. Itachi, there are some matters that perhaps you ought to clarify for us. Chapter 150. The revelation of Itachi's identity. Itachi, there are certain matters for which you ought to provide us with an explanation. The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room became unbearably oppressive, as if a pin could be heard dropping. As members of the Akatsuki, everyone present was acutely aware of what the name Itachi represented. Apart from the enigmatic leader, he was undoubtedly the foremost combatant within the organization. Yet, from Pain's words, they perceived an unsettling implication. Could Uchiha Itachi have ulterior motives? The one who found this notion most intolerable was Kisame, his nearly inseparable partner. He understood that Itachi harbored some lingering thoughts about Konoha, but he believed that Itachi's resolve would prevent him from betraying the organization. Itachi regarded Pain with a detached gaze, devoid of evasion or fear, seemingly intrigued by the inquiry. I do not comprehend your meaning. Not surprised by Itachi's reaction, Conan interjected. Konoha is well aware of our operational timeline. Their composed response is due to their foreknowledge of our objectives. Reports indicate that this information originated from you, Itachi. Kisame, casting a silent glance at Itachi, could no longer restrain himself and spoke up for his companion. But that was so many years ago. I only inadvertently let something slip. It does not constitute proof, does it? Conan countered. If it were once or twice, it might be construed as accidental. However, Konoha has ascertained our plans to capture the tailed beasts, the organization's highest directives, the number of core members, our specific operational timings, and even details regarding Orochimaru. Therefore, how should I now address you? A double agent for Konoha. Deidara and the others hesitated, unsure how to defend Itachi, for Conan's audacity suggested she possessed irrefutable evidence, and it appeared that Itachi had no intention of countering her claims. Kisame looked at Itachi, his heart heavy with concern. He desperately wished for Itachi to prove his innocence. Yet sadly, Itachi remained silent. Stepping forward slowly, Itachi coldly remarked, "Let us determine right from wrong through strength." His attitude, akin to an acquiescence to Conan's allegations, swayed those who had maintained neutrality to join the ranks against Itachi. Since this is an internal conflict, perhaps we ought to refrain from interference, Kabuto suggested, amused as he observed the ensuing chaos. How intriguing, he mused, on the very first day of joining the organization, to encounter such a significant affair. Uchiha Itachi, esteemed by Orochimaru, you must prove your prowess. Leaving only Kisame standing there, dazed and unsure of his next course of action. For all this time, he had regarded Itachi as a trustworthy partner, a friend bound by an extraordinary bond, yet he could hardly fathom that his companion was a spy. Was their friendship merely a facade? How foolish he felt. Kisame, you truly are a pitiable soul. Sasuke led 6 members of the Root organization, racing through the woods. How much longer until we arrive? Sasuke inquired. The masked man beside him replied hastily, "We should be close, Lord Sasuke." His fervor surged. Unable to contain his boiling blood, the day he awaited had finally arrived, and he would use that man's blood to commemorate the spirits of his parents. We're almost there. Itachi, you must wait for me. Karin watched Sasuke, who seemed on the verge of madness, her eyes filled with concern. She understood Sasuke's past and could empathize with the pressure and anguish he felt. Yet she did not wish to witness him inflicting further harm upon himself due to that burden. Regardless of the adversary, regardless of the lengths she needed to go, she was resolute in assisting Sasuke in achieving his chosen path, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Sasuke's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. By the river, he saw the man who had once seemed omnipotent in his memories, the source of his countless despair, now appearing so forlorn. His garments were tattered, stained with splotches of blood. Whether his own or another's was uncertain. Each step he took seemed an arduous struggle. Itachi was indeed one of the most illustrious figures in the history of the Uchiha clan. However, when besieged by so many formidable foes, the only outcome was retreat. Without intelligence, the human path and animal path he had slain had mysteriously been resurrected through the hell path, causing him to miss precious opportunities. Had Kisame not intervened at the last moment to shield him from a fatal blow, he would surely be a corpse by now. He was not ready to die. Or rather, he did not wish to perish so soon. He longed to see his pitiable younger brother one last time, to leave Sasuke with something of value, and to utter an apology. Why had pain allowed him to escape so easily? It was only when he was obstructed that Itachi grasped Pain's intentions. Did he wish for Itachi to perish at Sasuke's hands? Sasuke and his companions surrounded Itachi, yet none dared to strike without Sasuke's command. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke taunted. Look who it is. The infamous Uchiha Itachi. Why do you appear so wretched? Have you been forsaken by your master? Like a discarded dog, how pitiful. Itachi did not rebut. He desired to offer his eyes as a parting gift, yet at this moment, he could not even summon a Jinjutsu, for the 6 members of Root would not grant him such an opportunity. Speak. Why are you silent? Sasuke violently seized Itachi's collar, their heights now nearly equal. He was no longer the one who could only look up to Itachi. Have you no words left? Why have you ceased your taunts? You scoundrel. For this day? Do you know the path I have traversed? Let everything conclude here, you despicable murderer. To die at Sasuke's hands would not be such a lamentable fate. Gazing at his beloved brother, Itachi remained silent. He was inherently a man of great restraint. Given the circumstances, what difference would revealing the truth make? Except to deepen Sasuke's suffering? I am sorry. Itachi could not restrain himself from uttering those 2 words before closing his eyes. A hint of serene acceptance gracing his features as he awaited the judgment of fate. Lightning chakra coalesced in Sasuke's palm. Yet upon witnessing Itachi's familiar smile and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth due to the violent tremors, no matter how much Sasuke urged himself, his hand refused to descend. Chapter 151. Sasuke, you will regret this. Why? Why apologize? Do these empty words hold any weight now? You bastard. Sasuke roared, his hand raised but trembling violently as the lightning chakra dissipated into nothingness. He could not forgive himself. He had shown mercy to the sinner of his clan. It was Naruto's steadfast guidance that had kept him from succumbing to Orochimaru's temptations. Naruto, Karin, Sakura, Kakashi, and even Danzo had managed to thaw the frost around his heart, if only slightly. The man before him stood utterly defenseless, and yet, despite the ease with which he could extinguish the man's life, he found himself unable to strike. Ultimately, he was not as cold or as ruthless as he had imagined. Sasuke glared fiercely at Itachi, longing to pierce him with a kunai, to make this man truly feel the agony he had endured over the years. But seeing Itachi's frail state, he feared that a single misstep might lead to his immediate demise. Allowing this scoundrel to die easily would be too merciful, indeed. Sasuke repeatedly reassured himself that it was not that he could not act, but rather that he wished to inflict greater suffering upon Itachi. Rest assured, I shall not let you die so easily. You will experience every torment this world has to offer. Prepare yourself. Without waiting for Itachi's response, Sasuke delivered a swift chop to the back of his neck, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Witnessing this, the other members of the group turned pale, their gazes fixated on Sasuke. Karin quickly stepped in front of him, urging, everyone, let us talk this through. There's no need for it to come to this. A Root member assisting nearby glanced at Karin and cautiously suggested, Lord Sasuke, if you find it difficult to act, allow us to take over. After all, we are here to assist you. Sasuke's cold, star-like eyes swept over the speaker, recognizing the implication in their words. Regardless of his desires, Uchiha Itachi must die today. That was Danzo's order before they set out. Itachi had to perish, no matter whose hands it fell to. Sasuke replied evenly. You should understand the history between this man and me. I do not wish for him to die so easily. I will personally ensure he faces the consequences. So you need not worry. The Root members accompanying Sasuke were all loyal to Danzo, and they were not naive enough to take his words at face value. Lord Sasuke, if you truly wish for Uchiha Itachi to suffer before his demise, you may entrust him to us. We possess numerous methods to fulfill your desires without sullying your hands. One member stated bluntly. This was a direct challenge, causing Karin to frown deeply. While they could hand Itachi over, they could not do so without Sasuke's involvement. This was clearly a display of distrust towards him. In this mission, Sasuke was the leader, and they ought to follow his command, yet they were obviously wary of him. Sasuke remained silent for a few seconds before responding, that is acceptable. He then approached the members. Karin, noticing his intent, quickly interjected, Sasuke, think this through. Do not feel pressured. Step aside, Karin, he said gently, patting her back. She obediently moved aside. Seeing Sasuke relent, the other Root members collectively sighed in relief. After all, the rumors of Sasuke's unparalleled abilities were well known. They did not wish to confront him unless absolutely necessary. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Sasuke," one member said. Suddenly, their pupils dilated in horror as they witnessed a stream of blood flowing from Sasuke's eye. Amaterasu. Countless black flames erupted, engulfing the 6 root members in an instant. Faced with the unquenchable black fire, they had no viable means of escape, enduring the torment of the flames. Only one member managed to evade the Amaterasu through a secret technique, but he was immediately pierced through the heart by Sasuke's Chidori, expiring with his last breath. "Sasuke, you will regret this." The 5 figures caught in the Amaterasu were reduced to ashes, as if they had never existed in this world. Sasuke looked up at the sky, dazed. He had killed Konoha ninjas, but what path lay ahead? He felt a deep sense of guilt, not only towards his clan, but also towards himself. Danzo had entrusted him with this mission, and instead of completing it, he had annihilated his companions. Could he ever return to the life he once knew? For now, he decided to push those thoughts aside. "Let South leave this place," Karin suggested, noting Itachi still unconscious on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke nodded, and together they departed with Itachi in tow. Upon receiving a message from Konoha, Naruto and Sakura rushed back, only to fall into an ambush 100 miles outside the village. This was particularly intriguing, for given Naruto's current strength, only an organization akin to Akatsuki would dare to confront him. Any ordinary foe would be courting death. The ambushers were swiftly defeated, and while searching for clues, they fortuitously discovered a hidden cloud forehead protector on one of them. Holding the protector, Naruto frowned unconsciously. Sakura could not help but ask, "Do you really think this was the work of the hidden cloud?" Naruto paused, turning to Sakura with a smile. "What do you think, Sakura?" Sakura pondered, her delicate fingers resting on her chin. Considering the current strengths of both the hidden cloud and Konoha, engaging in conflict would not be advantageous for the hidden cloud. Moreover, according to the news from Konoha, the hidden cloud has been preparing to negotiate with us. In other words, even if they were to contemplate an assassination, they wouldn't send such minor characters and deliberately wear the hidden cloud forehead protector. It feels somewhat transparent. Naruto nodded, his expression turning serious. "In truth, there are some things I didn't finish saying after the last attack. It's possible that those who targeted us are not only from Akatsuki and the major hidden villages, but may also stem from within our ranks." Sakura's face reflected shock, as if she could hardly believe her ears. Tentatively, she asked, "You mean, there could be a traitor in Konoha?" Chapter 152, The Cousin from the Countryside. Is there a traitor in Konoha? Upon hearing Sakura's question, Naruto let out a gentle sigh, hoping that his concerns were merely overreactions. After a considerable time, the two finally returned to the village they had long missed. Konoha appeared as lively and harmonious as ever, seemingly untouched by the ominous signs of impending war. This unexpected tranquility brought them considerable relief. With each mission they undertook and each place they visited, they grew increasingly aware of how hard-won the current peace in Konoha truly was. However, one notable shortcoming remained. Konoha had yet to achieve complete fairness in its dealings, particularly regarding the treatment of commoners versus clans, and between branch families and main families. This was the direction Naruto aspired to pursue. While absolute equality was an impossibility in this world, he was determined to strive for a greater sense of relative fairness. Before long, the two arrived at the Hokage's office. "Why did you take so long to return? Did something happen on the way?" Tsunade expressed mild dissatisfaction at their delay, though her concern was evident. Present were the senior members of Konoha, and Naruto, without hesitation, recounted the events that had transpired en route. An ambush? And they found a Cloud Village forehead protector on one of them? Tsunade's brow furrowed, and even Nara Shikaku and the elders shared her concern. None present were fools. If Naruto could deduce certain things, it was reasonable to assume they could as well. If the intent was truly to assassinate Naruto, sending such minor characters was unnecessary, as success was improbable and would only leave behind clues. Yet, mishandling the situation could lead to unimaginable consequences. Seeing that no one was inclined to speak, Tsunade waved her hand in resignation. "All right, you two should head home and rest. I will inform you of any new developments as soon as possible." After exiting the Hokage's office, Naruto naturally escorted Sakura back home, an act she had grown accustomed to. They quickly purchased a few items without lingering too long, as Sakura had just returned and needed to check in at home. Upon arriving at Sakura's doorstep, Naruto knocked on the door, a gesture he had performed countless times. Now devoid of the initial tension. After a short while, The door swung open to reveal a girl of about 13 or 14. Naruto paused, puzzled, and glanced back at Sakura, wondering if he had mistakenly knocked on the wrong door due to fatigue. Sakura stared at the girl for several seconds before exclaiming in disbelief, "Rina? You must be my cousin Rina." She rushed forward to grasp the girl's hand, her face aglow with joy. It turned out that the girl was indeed named Rina, Sakura's cousin, a beautiful and innocent girl from the countryside. The two had shared a close bond in their childhood, meeting almost every year, either with Rina visiting Konoha or Sakura traveling to her countryside home. However, as Sakura became a ninja and her life grew busier, their contact gradually diminished. Sakura's father emerged from the house, calling out, "Ah, Sakura's back. And Naruto is here too. How wonderful. Come in and join us for a meal." Naruto chuckled awkwardly, responding, Uncle, I'm sorry, but I have some matters to attend to. I'll visit another day." With that, he took his leave. While he would have enjoyed sharing a meal at Sakura's home, he understood that they needed time to catch up. Naruto then headed to Ichiraku Ramen to indulge his taste buds. Despite his newfound wealth, especially after his ventures in the land of clay, he still harbored a fondness for the flavor of Ichiraku Ramen. During checkout, the owner cheerfully handed Naruto a few discount coupons. "The shop is currently running a promotion. Enjoy a 10 discount." Just 10. Why not a free voucher?" Naruto grumbled, pocketing the coupons while recalling some past events. The owner, adopting a serious expression, replied, "Food prices have been rising lately. We can't afford to offer free meals. We have to sustain the business." All right. Can I use the discount this time?" Naruto asked. The owner shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid not. Those are only for future visits." After finally returning to the village, Naruto had hoped for a restful sleep, as he was not made of iron. However, the next morning, he was abruptly awakened by a knock on his door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened the door to find his neighbor, the bald uncle, standing outside. Uncle Hiroshi, what brings you here so early?" he inquired, surprised. Despite being neighbors, they had never interacted much before. As a child, Naruto had been shunned due to his background, and as he grew older, he had been preoccupied with his duties, leaving little room for social interaction. Uncle Hiroshi strained to lift a large box from behind him and brought it into Naruto's home. "This is from yesterday. It arrived when you weren't home, so I took the liberty of storing it in my cool spot. Now that you're back, I thought I'd bring it over." Seeing the eager expression on Uncle Hiroshi's face, Naruto understood the man's intentions. He likely wished to mend their previously strained relationship. After all, in a village where becoming a ninja was a point of pride, Naruto had become a leading figure among the younger generation and a popular candidate for Hokage. He did not want to create adversaries among the children. Feeling somewhat helpless, as he was not a petty person and held no grudges, Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Hiroshi. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to come to me. We are neighbors, after all." Uncle Hiroshi eagerly expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. Upon inspecting the contents of the box, Naruto discovered a collection of crabs. However, these crabs were unlike the ones typically found near Konoha. They were particularly large, especially their imposing claws. They were likely a specialty from the land of waves. It didn't take long for Naruto to deduce who had sent them, none other than Haku and Zabuza. This was indeed a splendid gift, and he had been pondering what to bring for Sakura. Gently tapping his ring, he swiftly stored the entire box of crabs in a pocket dimension. Chapter 153. Kakashi's secret. Having tidied up, Naruto was on the verge of heading to Sakura's home when he suddenly caught sight of a shadowy figure. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakashi-sensei. Indeed, it was Kakashi himself, glancing furtively from side to side, exuding a demeanor of utmost caution. Naruto, filled with curiosity, wondered if Kakashi-sensei might be off on a clandestine date. How peculiar. Utilizing his transformation technique, Naruto discreetly followed, relying on his current ninja skills, which allowed him to remain undetected by most. Moreover, Kakashi was not known for recklessly activating his Sharingan in the village, thus he traversed without suspicion, blissfully unaware of Naruto's presence. After meandering through the village, Kakashi arrived at an orphanage on the outskirts of Konoha. This orphanage, steeped in history, had faced dire straits due to the sudden death of its director and a reduction in funding, nearly teetering on the brink of closure. Thankfully, through the generosity of the community, it managed to resume operations. In recent years, as Konoha's prominence grew, the economic prosperity had improved the conditions of the orphanage. which now housed not only Konoha's orphans, but also several unfortunate children from surrounding areas. Naruto had previously made a significant donation himself. To Naruto's surprise, Kakashi was not on a romantic escapade, but rather there to make a charitable contribution. As he approached the entrance, a woman emerged, greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Kakashi, it is wonderful to see you." "Yes, I just completed a mission and thought I would check in." "How are the children faring?" Kakashi inquired. "They are all doing well. The state of the orphanage has improved tremendously," she replied cheerfully. Kakashi, however, said little and simply handed her a savings book. From his distant vantage point, Naruto could not discern the figures written within, but the woman's astonished expression suggested a substantial amount. Upon receiving the savings book, the woman expressed her concern. "Mr. Kakashi, you donated so generously last month. This time, will it not affect your own living conditions?" Kakashi chuckled lightly, scratching his head. "Oh, it won't be a problem. I live alone. Still anonymous, I presume?" "Indeed," he affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, the woman spoke up. "Mr. Kakashi, as the director of the orphanage, I should be immensely grateful for your generosity, but you have already contributed so much. Your donations exceed what would be expected of a jonin. You must consider your own future, perhaps marriage or children. Please think of yourself as well." Listening to her words, Kakashi's gaze deepened, and he replied softly, "I am uncertain when I will be able to pause. Those things seem too distant for me. I doubt anyone would wish to marry someone like me. It is not as you think. In my heart, Mr. Kakashi, you are a remarkable person." The woman's voice dwindled to a whisper, her cheeks flushed. Noticing her discomfort, Kakashi swiftly raised his head and declared, "I must take my leave. An unexpected situation has arisen." Without waiting for her response, he vanished, leaving the woman exasperated. What a lack of romance. Even Naruto felt a tinge of exasperation on Kakashi's behalf. Slipping into the orphanage, Naruto spotted the prominent display board adorned with photographs of benefactors, arranged in a descending order. Having visited before, he had never paid much attention, but curiosity compelled him to investigate. Among the familiar names, his own stood out, yet the name Kakashi was conspicuously absent. From the earlier exchange between the director and Kakashi, it was evident that Kakashi had donated multiple times, each time anonymously. He had quietly contributed to the village without ever seeking recognition. Realizing that the seemingly lackluster Kakashi harbored such a luminous, selfless side, Naruto felt a mix of admiration and shame. Driven by impulse, he decided to gather his own belongings and secretly place them in the director's desk drawer. He had initially intended to treat Sakura to a lavish trip, but he believed she would understand his choice. The next day, Naruto arrived early with a bounty of special products from the Land of Waves, bringing joy to Sakura's parents, who were delighted by their guest's presence. "Good morning, brother Naruto," chirped little Rinai, Sakura's cousin. Sakura couldn't resist playfully pinching Rinai's cheek. "What are you babbling about, Rinai?" Sakura's parents exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their mutual understanding. Sakura suggested, "Shall we seek out Karin and Sasuke? It has been ages since we last saw them, and I wonder if they have returned. I checked, they have not come back yet. Who knows what mysterious mission they are on?" Naruto retorted. The meal prepared that day was highly anticipated, as Sakura's mother had stocked up on ingredients in anticipation of Naruto's arrival, complemented by the crab delicacies from the Land of Waves, making for an exceptionally lavish feast. Rinai's eyes sparkled. Her limited upbringing in the countryside had not afforded her such luxuries. Sakura's parents noticed this and quickly organized the ingredients. Though a disagreement arose regarding the preparation of the crabs, Sakura's father preferred steaming, while her mother argued for boiling. "Dear, crabs should be steamed. Many places prepare them this way," he insisted. "The texture is not delicate enough when steamed. Boiling is better, especially for the children," she countered. "But crabs are meant to be steamed. It's how it's traditionally done." As Sakura's father stood his ground, her mother grew frustrated. "Darling, come here. Let's discuss this privately, away from the children." She gently ushered him toward another room. Sakura's father, puzzled, continued to shake his head as he entered. "What's this about? I still have my apron on. Is there something we cannot discuss out here?" Sensing the tension, Rinai stood up nervously. "What's wrong with Annie and Uncle?" Sakura calmly waved her hand, taking a sip of tea before replying. "Nothing to worry about. You know how they are." Soon, peculiar sounds began emanating from the room. Chapter 154. The Vanished Kin. Half a minute later, Sakura's father emerged, somewhat embarrassed, his hands fidgeting at his waist. In that brief span, Sakura's mother had successfully clarified his standing within the household, and the two finally reached a consensus. they would have a boiled meal. In high spirits, Sakura's mother cheerfully retrieved an oversized pot, preparing to commence the cooking. Noting that Sakura's father remained stationary, she forced a smile and said, "Dear, why are you just standing there? Come over and lend a hand." The crabs brought by Naruto were all alive, robust, and sizable. Once placed in water, it was imperative to swiftly cover the pot, necessitating assistance. Seemingly sensing Sakura's father's discomfort, Naruto, wishing to alleviate his future father-in-law's predicament, stood up and offered, "Let me help you, Auntie." Though slightly displeased, Sakura's mother was nonetheless pleased with Naruto's willingness to assist. "Thank you, Naruto. I will count to 3. And on 1, you pour the crabs in while I cover the pot." "Absolutely," Naruto replied. 3, 2, 1. At the count of 1, Naruto promptly flipped the box and shook out all the crabs, being cautious to ensure none remained stuck inside. However, this vigorous shake inadvertently delayed the descent of most crabs. By the time the second crab splashed into the water, Sakura's mother had already covered the pot, leaving the subsequent crabs stranded outside. The native crabs from the land of waves, momentarily liberated, scuttled about in a frenzy, frantically seeking an escape route. Sakura and Naruto exchanged awkward glances, both recognizing the palpable embarrassment etched on each other's faces. Ultimately, everyone joined forces in a chaotic crab-catching endeavor, exerting considerable effort before finally corralling them from every nook and cranny. In summary, the meal was anything but tranquil, yet it proved to be quite amusing, allowing Sakura's cousin, Rina, to quickly bond with Naruto. "By the way, how long do you plan to stay in Konoha, Rina?" Naruto inquired curiously. Rina lowered her head, a bit shy, and replied, "Perhaps for several days." Sakura's mother quickly interjected, "Don't say that, Rina. You are my only niece. It doesn't matter how long you stay here." Sakura added, "Indeed, Rina, don't feel burdened. Later, I will take you to explore Konoha. This is where your sister became a ninja step by step." Speaking of which, the ninja sent to find Rina's parents should have reached their destination by now. Surely they would soon bring her sister and brother-in-law back, Sakura's father remarked with a smile. Naruto was taken aback. Ninjas are actually being dispatched? What is the situation? Upon seeing Naruto's inquiry, Sakura's parents elaborated on Rina's predicament. It turned out that Rina's parents had gone to work out of town with friends 6 months prior, intending to return every half-month. However, recently, they had not returned for a month and a half, causing Rina great worry. Consequently, she had come to Konoha, seeking help from Sakura's family. Since Sakura's parents were occupied with other tasks at the time, they had entrusted this mission to other ninjas. Thus, Rina's extended stay at Sakura's home was not due to a fondness for Konoha's vibrancy, but rather concern for her parents' safety. "Rest assured, Rina," Naruto said earnestly. "Everything will be fine. If we don't hear anything in a few days, even if it means Sakura and I going ourselves, we will certainly help you find your parents." Touched by Naruto's sincere demeanor, Rina felt comforted, perhaps due to their similar ages, as his words reassured her. "Thank you, Naruto, brother-in-law. Oh, let us not dwell on this too much. How about we take Rina out for a stroll?" Sakura suggested, giving Naruto a knowing look and smiling. However, before the three could set off, a ninja arrived to inform them that Naruto and Sakura were urgently needed at the Hokage's office, postponing their plans for Rina's outing. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they found a considerable assembly already gathered. Not only were the Elder Council and Jiraiya present, but also Kakashi, Guy, Yamato, and various clan leaders, alongside all the members of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Even Danzo, who typically lurked in the shadows, made an appearance. Tsunade surveyed the assembly and stated, "Is everyone present? Then let us commence today's agenda. The Cloud Village has requested negotiations, but we have encountered a divergence regarding the meeting location. We prefer a site at the border of our two nations, yet the Cloud Village, lacking trust in us, insists on holding the talks 50 miles within the Land of Lightning, and they demand that Naruto must attend. What are your thoughts? Choosing a location within the Land of Lightning places us at a disadvantage, and we must be wary of potential harm to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki," one member cautioned, suggesting a refusal. Surprisingly, it was Danzo who spoke first, though his words were met with disapproval. While it was true that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one wished to address him in such a manner, as it lacked respect. Naruto, indifferent to the title, sensed ulterior motives behind Danzo's words. Having read the narrative, he was acutely aware of Danzo's true nature, a facade of loyalty to Konoha, veiling a hunger for power, and ultimately leading to self-destruction. Narashikaku remarked, The raikage is impulsive and volatile. If they suspect Naruto, they may create difficulties during negotiations or even seize the opportunity to strike. I too suggest we refuse. Tsunade's gaze shifted to Shikamaru and Mito, who exchanged knowing glances and stated, Naruto's safety is paramount. The elder's refusal stemmed not from deep affection for Naruto, but from a clear understanding of his significance. In a world where strength reigned supreme, he represented a formidable pillar for Konoha's future and a banner for the younger generation. Anyone can perish, but this banner must not fall, Tsunade sighed, recognizing the validity of their arguments. Even if the chance for negotiation was crucial for Naruto's safety, they would have to risk war by declining. Just as Tsunade prepared to announce her decision, a clear voice resonated throughout the hall. I apologize, but it seems no one has inquired about my opinion. Chapter 155. Dan's unworthy of trust apologies. It seems no one has solicited my opinion yet. The incredulous gazes of the crowd converged upon Naruto, who dared to speak at such a critical moment. Was he suggesting? As anticipated, Naruto declared, since Kumobikure has signaled for negotiations, what reason do we have to refuse? I have decided to proceed. Naruto, do not be reckless. Tsunade interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Naruto smiled at her, then spoke earnestly. If there exists a means to avert war, we must make every effort to pursue it. Given adequate preparation, I do not believe they possess the strength to annihilate me. He continued, once war commences, it is not only ninjas who perish. Innocent civilians devoid of combat prowess may also fall victim. As a leaf ninja, I cannot permit such a tragedy to unfold. Tsunade hesitated. But if we proceed in this manner, Naruto understood her concerns, shrugging with a smile. The opposition merely engages in reason or irrationality. Typically, irrationality arises only when one side's strength surpasses the other. I firmly believe Kumobikure cannot overpower the leaf. Moreover, I have not committed any act against Kumobikure. So regardless of their reasoning, we have nothing to fear. Tsunade paused, then turned to Jiraiya and the others for their opinions. Jiraiya, with an unusually solemn expression, remarked, it is rare to witness the younger generation of our village reach such maturity. We old-timers must not hinder their progress. Kakashi, with half-closed eyes, added nonchalantly, well, since you've already stated your stance, what else can we do? Let us journey to the land of lightning. The others voiced their opinions as well, with over half supporting Naruto's proposal. Guy was particularly animated, his teeth gleaming as he gave Naruto a thumbs up, exclaiming, excellent. This is truly exhilarating youth. All right, in that case, let us prepare to head to the land of lightning. In a remote countryside cottage, Itachi slowly awakened from his stupor, bewildered by his surroundings, and met the cold gaze of Sasuke. His injuries had evidently been treated, yet when he attempted to move, he found himself bound tightly with robust ropes, unable even to wiggle his fingers. In such a state, even in his prime, escape would have been implausible. How much more so now? Why did you not kill me? Sasuke's icy stare lingered on Itachi. Given your actions, a swift execution would have been too merciful. Despite Sasuke's threatening tone, Itachi remained silent. You bastard. Sasuke. Karin wished to counsel Sasuke, but found herself at a loss for words, recognizing the profound pain this man had inflicted upon him. Yet, she sensed that Sasuke still harbored a glimmer of hope for Itachi. Otherwise, he would not risk defying the orders of the Akatsuki's leader by sparing him. Perhaps, Sasuke still expected some justification from this man, but no amount of reasoning could absolve him of his past transgressions. Itachi, could you enlighten us about what transpired back then? And why did you join the Akatsuki? Is there any reason you can share with us? Karin earnestly implored Itachi to speak. After all, Sasuke had risked everything for him, even betraying his comrades from root. Was that not worthy of a frank and honest confession? However, despite her fervent pleas, Itachi remained obstinately silent, adopting an expression akin to a stubborn pig indifferent to boiling water. Karin sighed in resignation, realizing that the source of Itachi's silence was likely deep-seated concerns and unresolved issues. How long would it take for him to unravel these knots in his heart? After a moment, Sasuke suddenly declared, I need to return to Konoha. Karin, please keep an eye on him. Just ensure he remains alive. Do not let him escape. Rest assured, Sasuke. But isn't your return somewhat ill-timed? Karin's eyes reflected her deep-seated worries. She feared for Sasuke's safety, yet she had to remain behind to guard Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke smirked disdainfully, do not worry. If I wish to leave, no one can stop me. However, I owe a debt to Dan's, and I must provide him with an explanation. Itachi was taken aback, while Karin gasped in alarm, quickly inquiring, "You intend to tell him the truth?" Sasuke regarded Karin with a condescending expression, stating, "I will inform him that this man is deceased, and the remaining members of Root met with unfortunate ends during a mission." Karin exhaled a sigh of relief, lightly striking Sasuke's arm. "When do you plan to depart?" Sasuke replied, "I shall leave at once. This matter weighs heavily on my mind, and I can no longer bear it. Is it that urgent?" Sasuke nodded silently, while Karin pulled his sleeve into a blind spot, blushing as she gazed at him. In a moment of tender spontaneity, Sasuke placed a kiss on her forehead. Since breaking through the barrier between them, he had grown more accepting of their intimate gestures. Yet, Karin pouted in dissatisfaction. Noticing her expression, Sasuke leaned in and gently kissed her soft lips, savoring the moment before pulling back. "All right, wait for my return." He turned to leave. Karin obediently nodded, no longer pressing him. However, just as Sasuke was about to depart, Itachi, who had remained silent, called out to him. "Wait." Sasuke halted, stiffening for a moment before turning to face Itachi, towering over him. "What do you want?" Itachi's eyes, typically devoid of emotion, now flickered with rare anger. "Are you and Dan's mentor and disciple? When did he begin to involve himself in your affairs?" Sasuke, exuding impatience, replied, "If you have something to say, just say it." After a pause of contemplation, Itachi finally spoke. "I am uncertain of his exact intentions in approaching you, but Dan's is not someone you should place your trust in." Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, his face quickly contorting with anger. He was not one to be easily disheartened and understood the underlying implication of Itachi's words. What a cruel jest! All his suffering stemmed from the very man before him. A man who had driven him to despair and even led him to question his own identity. Yet, when he had sunk to his lowest point, it was Dan's who had offered him a lifeline, allowing him to reclaim himself and be reborn anew. Chapter 156. Let us engage in battle in such circumstances. How could he bring himself to trust Itachi's words and question Master Danzo? "Sasuke, you must exercise caution around that person. He may not harbor the benevolence you presume." Sasuke retorted with a cold smile. "Indeed, he lacks the imagined kindness. So who exactly are you?" "You are the one who dragged me from the heights and callously trampled me into the mire. It is you, Uchiha Itachi, and with such a persona. How can I trust your mere word and doubt those who have aided me?" Itachi fell silent, fully aware of the abysmal image he held in Sasuke's heart. Nevertheless, he was resolute. He would not allow that individual to continue deceiving his brother after having already misled him. In the land of lightning, at the cliff of clouds, the delegations from Konoha and Kumogakure held their formal meeting. Both sides regarded this conference with utmost seriousness, yet the shadow of assassination loomed overhead, instilling fears of betrayal and loss, compelling them to bring their strongest representatives. "I never expected even the Hokage to attend in person. With two of the legendary Sannin and Kakashi and Guy among you, it seems you harbor quite a lack of trust in us," remarked Tsuchikage, his tone nonchalant. Tsuchikage held a position of great esteem in Kumogakure, responsible for selecting the next Raikage and nurturing the Jinchuriki's abilities, while also serving as a strategist. Jiraiya stepped forward and chuckled. "Ah, we have come to your territory, so we must be well prepared." "Oh, how could that be? In this current ninja world, who would dare provoke Konoha? After all, you have a considerable number of elite shinobi," Tsuchikage retorted subtly, highlighting Konoha's dominance. Jiraiya countered. "Strength is merely speculation among all parties, but I hope you understand one thing. Konoha has never engaged in acts of invasion or plunder, including the incident you mentioned regarding the Kumogakure attack. Otherwise, we would not be here today." At that moment, the fourth Raikage, clearly weary of the ongoing banter, interjected, "Hey, that blonde-haired kid must be Naruto Uzumaki, right? Young people ought to take responsibility. If you did it, step forward." Naruto felt a wave of nausea wash over him, and as he moved to respond, he was halted by Tsunade. She stood protectively in front of Naruto and exclaimed, "Konoha has come here as agreed. Your unreasonable accusations are quite excessive." The fourth Raikage, infuriated, was about to retort when Tsuchikage quickly intervened, advising him in hushed tones. "Karui, come forth and see if this kid was the one who attacked you," the fourth Raikage commanded loudly. The yellow-haired Karui, adorned with dark sunglasses, stepped forward, approaching Naruto. The Jinchuriki held a unique status in Kumogakure, often groomed from a young age as a future Raikage Sage. Despite lacking blood ties, they shared a brotherly bond. which is why the Raikage was enraged upon learning of Karui's assassination attempt. After lingering near Tsunade for a moment, his expression became difficult to describe. Hey, don't turn yourself into a target. Jiraiya finally could not restrain himself, his anger barely contained. Look quickly, Karui, the fourth Raikage impatiently urged. Prompted by both, Karui finally directed his gaze at Naruto. The moment he laid eyes on Naruto, his expression turned serious, causing a palpable tension to rise among those present. The high-ranking officials from both sides remained silent, anxiously awaiting the outcome, one that could determine the fates of those gathered, and potentially the destinies of their nations. Some of the more fragile-minded individuals had even begun to reach for their weapons. Naruto, who had initially stood confidently, now felt a flicker of uncertainty upon witnessing Karui's demeanor. Was there an intention to frame him? Yet, he couldn't believe Karui would resort to such treachery. Perhaps he had been manipulated by hostile forces? Karui scrutinized Naruto from all angles for a prolonged moment before addressing his elder brother. It wasn't him. This left the Raikage seething with frustration, while the onlookers were equally perplexed. If it wasn't him, why take so long to ascertain the truth? Come back here. The fourth Raikage growled, begrudgingly pressing. Nevertheless, how can you prove you are not a suspect? Naruto, unable to contain himself, retorted with incredulity. You have no evidence implicating me. Yet, I must prove my innocence. Seizing the moment of the fourth Raikage's silence, Otsutsuki interjected. However, those Kumogakure ninjas indeed perished under wind techniques. And only a handful of shinobi possess the stealth to accomplish such a feat. The strongest wind user in the current ninja world is undeniably you. A fact you cannot deny. Is this what you speak of? Naruto raised his palm, revealing a perfectly formed Rasengan. This display instilled a sense of dread among the Kumogakure representatives, prompting the fourth Raikage to bark. Naruto Uzumaki, what are you planning? Tsunade cautioned, Naruto, do not act impulsively. Although she shared his displeasure toward Kumogakure's demeanor, she feared that if Naruto lost control and attacked, all their prior efforts would be in vain, leading to an outright war between Konoha and Kumogakure. Fortunately, Naruto had no intention of attacking. With a simple clasp of his hand, the tumultuous chakra energy dissipated into nothingness. No one had anticipated Naruto's mastery over the Rasengan to be so formidable, forcing Kumogakure to reassess his strength. Otsutsuki remarked, indeed, your wind-style Rasengan possesses the potential to eliminate any formidable opponent. Naruto countered, if I truly were responsible, I could have employed other methods. Why leave such obvious traces? Humph. You are indeed audacious, the fourth Raikage grumbled. If you had not utilized the Rasengan, do you believe you would still pose the same level of threat? This was not due to underestimating Naruto, but rather the inherent truth that every shinobi has their own specialties. For instance, without utilizing lightning chakra, he could only muster 80% of his potential, while it was common knowledge that Naruto excelled in flying thunder god and Rasengan techniques. Well, as it stands, I assert that I possess considerable strength even without using the Rasengan. Yet the Raikage doubts my claim, so. Having successfully captured everyone's attention, Naruto boldly declared, let us engage in battle, and see if my strength, without the Rasengan, is enough to earn your respect. Chapter 157, Naruto vs. Fourth Raikage. Let us engage in battle, and see if my strength, without the use of the Rasengan, is sufficient for you to acknowledge, Naruto declared, causing a hush to fall over the audience. The silence was palpable. As a master of wind release, Naruto's decision to forego the Rasengan seemed akin to binding his own hands and feet. It is essential to recognize that the Raikage's authority in Kumogakure is fundamentally distinct from that of the Hokage in Konohagakure, primarily due to the unparalleled strength exhibited by each successive Raikage, who is often the mightiest ninja in the village. While Naruto's assertion that defeating the Raikage without utilizing wind release would not absolve him of disdain is true, it nonetheless seems rather presumptuous to challenge such a formidable opponent while relinquishing one's most proficient techniques. Observing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, even the fiery fourth Raikage found himself hesitating. He certainly did not believe he would lose, especially not to Naruto without the Rasengan. However, should he indeed be defeated, it would not merely be a matter of personal embarrassment, but would also bring shame upon the entire village of Kumogakure. Thus, despite his desire to teach Naruto a lesson, he refrained from acting, for he could not afford to lose. Sensing the Raikage's reluctance to speak, Inoki stepped forward, stating, "We have come with sincerity to negotiate." The Reikage has previously battled the legendary three, and this dialogue aims to prevent needless suffering. Your provocation, sir, seems rather impolite. Although Inoki's words appeared reasonable, they were laced with subtle implications, clearly indicating that Kumogakure did not fear Konohagakure. Furthermore, referencing the Reikage's past experiences with the legendary three served to highlight Naruto's status as a junior. The onlookers from Konohagakure were understandably dissatisfied, each contemplating their retorts in silence. Yet Naruto interjected, "How about this? I will refrain from using the Flying Thunder God technique as well. Feel free to send forth a few of your best, and allow me to experience the prowess of the esteemed ninjas of Kumogakure." His intention was not to seek glory or to undermine Kumogakure's dignity. Rather, he recognized that mutual distrust would hinder any productive dialogue. This matter needed resolution swiftly, for Naruto was acutely aware that there were hidden agendas at play, along with a larger conspiracy lurking in the shadows. The most effective method to dispel Kumogakure's skepticism was to demonstrate through sheer strength that even without the Rasengan or the Flying Thunder God technique, he, as Naruto Uzumaki, possessed the power to overshadow all, leaving no room for doubt. However, to the others, this seemed a reckless proposition. Not only did the Kumogakure contingent feel apprehensive, but even those from Konohagakure, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, looked upon Naruto with astonishment. To forego both the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique, while inviting the opponents to send forth anyone they chose. It was well known that while Kumogakure's overall strength might not surpass that of Konohagakure, it certainly exceeded that of many other ninja villages, brimming with formidable talent. How could one possibly contend against multiple foes? Yet, upon witnessing the fierce confidence radiating from Naruto's eyes, they swallowed their protests. The last recorded battle of Naruto had been against the Akatsuki in the Land of Wind, where he had been ambushed and severely wounded by a 5-on-1 engagement that had rendered him vulnerable. However, that encounter inadvertently led him to perfectly merge with the chakra of the Nine Tails. After a period of strenuous training, he had also acquired profound insights from the mystical artifacts in the Land of Clay. Therefore, no one truly understood the extent of Naruto's current capabilities. In the annals of the ninja world, only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had ever held the power to suppress the strongest of his time. It seemed they were witnessing the rise of an unprecedented legend within the ninja realm. At that moment, the fourth Reikage was utterly incensed. If he were to endure any longer, he would no longer be fit to hold the title of Reikage. With a powerful shove, he dismissed Inoki and bellowed, "Huh? Very well, young one. I wonder if your bones are as resilient as your tongue. I am no mere child of the Akatsuki." Seeing that the moment had arrived, the Kumogakure crowd could no longer intervene, and they cleared the area for the two combatants. It was out of the question for Kumogakure to send more ninjas. They had their pride to consider. "You may strike first," the fourth Reikage remarked coldly, his irritation with Naruto reaching its zenith, to the point that he refused even to mention his name. "Being a senior, I shall defer to you," Naruto replied. In an instant, as Naruto's words fell, the fourth Reikage vanished, reappearing before Naruto in the blink of an eye, launching a powerful punch without any sign of restraint. Naruto, however, remained grounded like an ancient tree, effortlessly evading the Reikage strike. In the same fluid motion, he unleashed a forceful punch aimed at the Reikage's abdomen. The Reikage had not anticipated that Naruto would engage him with taijutsu first, nor did he expect the boy's reaction speed to be so astonishing. Not only did Naruto evade the attack, but he also countered with a solid blow to the Reikage's midsection, eliciting a barely audible grunt from him. Yet, the Reikage's physical prowess was beyond what any ordinary person could comprehend. He showed no signs of slowing down, unleashing a rapid series of punches toward Naruto. Naruto, undeterred, met the Reikage's onslaught with his own strikes, the rapid exchange of blows blurring the lines of their movements, leaving the spectators struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them, only able to hear the dull thuds of fists colliding. After exchanging over 100 blows, the two fighters simultaneously struck each other's shoulders, using the momentum to push away and create distance. The crowd from Kumogakure was filled with uncertainty, while even the Konohagakure ninjas stood in disbelief. Naruto's taijutsu had reached such remarkable heights. Among them, Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched the duel unfold, wishing he could join the fray. The fourth Reikage regarded Naruto with newfound intrigue. He had begun to believe in Naruto's words. Simply relying on his ninjutsu, it would not be difficult for Naruto to quietly eliminate several J-nin in a surprise attack. With a hint of pride in his voice, the Raikage declared, "Youngster, your strength indeed surprises me. I retract my previous statements. However, if this is all you have to offer, then we shall conclude here." As he spoke, blue lightning chakra enveloped the Raikage like an armor, elevating his aura to a whole new level. This was the lightning release chakra mode, forged through grueling training. Although classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, mastering it was exceptionally challenging. Throughout Kumogakure's history, few had successfully harnessed this technique. Known as the armor of lightning, this ninjutsu not only fortified one's defenses but also enhanced the speed of neural transmission, significantly augmenting the user's destructive power, defensive capabilities, and speed. Chapter 158. The end of the master-disciple bond. The fourth Raikage had honed this technique to perfection, his astonishing speed rivaling that of Minato Namikaze, enabling him to instantaneously evade the Amaterasu of Sasuke Uchiha, moving with the swiftness of blue lightning. With a powerful push against the ground, the fourth Raikage lunged toward Naruto, his speed so rapid that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of a blue streak in his wake. After exchanging a punch with the fourth Raikage, Naruto propelled himself back 10 meters, his gaze unwavering as he regarded his opponent. Feeling a slight pain in the back of his hand surprised Naruto. It was evident that the opponent's lightning release chakra mode was indeed formidable, as even his ultimate defense could not wholly mitigate the destructive force. Nevertheless, he had other means at his disposal. An unparalleled aura emanated from Naruto, radiating in all directions. As an overwhelming crimson chakra surged from every pore of his body, forming an energy coat reminiscent of the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode. Unlike the Raikage's lightning armor, Naruto was enveloped in a golden glow, resembling a divine being descended from the heavens, exuding an air of supreme authority. Had he perfectly fused with the Nine Tails? It appeared that the Raikage had finally encountered a worthy adversary, murmured the onlookers. They were astounded. Although Killer Bee could achieve similar feats, how remarkable was Naruto? And how much further could he grow in the future? Naruto moved, now able to draw upon the power of the Nine Tails without reservation. In terms of speed and strength, he was no longer at a disadvantage. He understood that in any negotiation, only the party in an absolute position of strength could achieve their desired outcome. Since his opponent excelled in taijutsu, he resolved to defeat him using the same. Though the fourth Raikage was astonished by Naruto's current state, he felt no fear, for the concept of retreat was utterly foreign to him. The clash of golden and blue figures continued, a relentless dance of strikes and counters. The tremendous force of their combat sent shockwaves through the battlefield, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris, making it nearly impossible for the spectators to keep their eyes open as the once solid ground cracked beneath them. Initially, the two were evenly matched, unable to inflict harm upon one another, but as their duel intensified, both began to sustain injuries of varying degrees. Even though the defensive capabilities of the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode were formidable, it merely reduced damage rather than entirely avoiding it. In contrast, Naruto benefited from the continuous healing provided by the Nine Tails power, which also supplied him with an unending flow of energy. As the tides turned, Naruto seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the Raikage's chest, lifting him like a sack of sand and slamming him down onto the ground. The Raikage, poised to retaliate, found his head firmly pressed down by a colossal hand, held immovably against the earth. The Raikage struggled vehemently, yet he was unable to overcome Naruto's strength and could not break free. The outcome was clear, the victor evident. However, for the hidden cloud, this result bore a hint of humiliation. "Now, I suppose I can prove that I am not the killer," Naruto declared, releasing his grip and turning to rejoin the crowd of Konoha, where he was met with playful banter and cheers. As long as Naruto remained unyielding, he was destined to become a figure of immense power within the shinobi world, ensuring the continued prosperity of Konoha. Today's battle had only reinforced this notion. With Naruto's suppression removed, the fourth Raikage quickly emerged from the pit, his disheveled appearance a far cry from the imposing figure he had been moments before. He was visibly unwilling to accept defeat, his lips trembling with indignation as he watched Naruto turn away, yet he refrained from any disgraceful actions. Raikage-sama. A group of Cloud Ninja gathered around him, seemingly awaiting a command that could lead the negotiations toward an unpredictable outcome. The Konoha side grew tense, having secured victory. Yet they were apprehensive about whether the opponent would accept defeat, given the severity of the earlier humiliation. However, just as everyone braced for conflict. The fourth Raikage inhaled deeply and stated, "I concede. With your strength, you need not leave traces of wind release to take down several J-nin." Upon hearing the Raikage submission, the crowd collectively exhaled, their anxiety dissipating. Though fraught with complications, the incident regarding Konoha's assault on the hidden cloud had subsided, and discussions regarding subsequent matters commenced between the high-ranking officials of both sides. Although Sasuke was impulsive and proud, he was far from foolish. Upon reflecting on the events, he contemplated certain possibilities. Yet, he still deemed such possibilities highly unlikely, for Danzo had appeared at his most vulnerable moment, revealing every ninjutsu scroll without reservation, even expending considerable effort to help him develop wind release chakra. If Danzo harbored malice, there would have been no need to nurture a potential threat, allowing him to attain his current strength. Conversely, it was he who had acted against a member of Root, a man who should never have remained alive, thus feeling indebted to Danzo, which was why he insisted on returning. In their next meeting, Danzo chose an unusual location, a tea house outside Konoha. Danzo gazed out at the scenery and remarked, "It seems this mission did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated." Sasuke lowered his gaze and replied coolly, "Indeed. We encountered some unexpected challenges, but the mission is complete. Itachi Uchiha is dead." Danzo maintained his impassive expression, and after a moment of silence, he let out a soft sigh. "For the sake of Konoha, yet another member of Root has fallen." "Yes, I am truly sorry," Sasuke responded. Danzo remained silent. When he had chosen his operatives, he had sent 6 assistants, all of whom were relatively weak. He was certain that even if they banded together, they would be no match for Sasuke. Should they return unscathed, it would mean Itachi's demise, and Sasuke would remain his pupil. Conversely, if they did not return, it indicated that Itachi might still be alive, and that his most exceptional disciple had betrayed him. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is a breeding ground for traitors. They are utterly untrustworthy. Allowing Sasuke to pour tea for him, Danzo took a small sip, his thoughts complex, yet a decision had formed within him. For upon drinking this cup of tea, it would signify the end of their master-disciple bond. Chapter 159. Itachi's confession from the moment he decided to nurture Sasuke. Danzo anticipated that this day would eventually come, yet he never expected it to arrive so swiftly. To Danzo, Sasuke was a sharp blade, yet one with 2 edges. A careless move could easily lead to self-inflicted wounds. Now, the time had come for this blade to be destroyed. Sasuke was Danzo's most esteemed disciple. There was a time when Danzo genuinely considered relinquishing his quest for the position of Hokage, believing that as long as his disciple could assume that role, it would suffice. However, this opportunity was ultimately forsaken by Sasuke himself. "Since you have returned, you should rest for a day. There is a very important mission that I will assign to you," Danzo stated. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke felt a slight sense of relief. Though he harbored no fear of confrontation, he was unwilling to witness a rift between master and disciple. Simultaneously, a deeper sense of guilt welled up within him. There is no need for rest. As a ninja, the mission takes precedence over relaxation. "Please issue your command, Master Danzo." Danzo produced a parchment and handed it to Sasuke, saying, "Yesterday, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, received information regarding Orochimaru and set out with several ninjas to investigate. Given the current tumultuous times, he did not have sufficient guards with him. However, as the negotiations between Konoha and Kumogakure have progressed favorably, the pressure on us has eased significantly, allowing us to allocate personnel to ensure the safety of the 3rd Hokage. Therefore, I have decided to send you." Since Orochimaru's previous assault on Konoha, the 3rd Hokage had never ceased his search for him, intent on cleansing the village of this threat, a fact well known among the villagers. Sasuke, upon hearing this, did not express surprise and replied coolly, "Understood." Danzo continued, "The 3rd Hokage has dedicated much to the will of fire, becoming a symbol for many ninjas in Konoha. It is imperative that nothing befall him. The protection of Konoha is the very essence of our existence. Hence I will assign you some capable aides. Toryun and F. You two will accompany Sasuke. Ensure the safety of the 3rd Hokage at all costs." "Yes, Lord Danzo," they replied as 2 figures appeared outside the tea room. Toryun, the son of the Oil Woman clan Shi, and F from the Yamanaka clan. Both had joined Root from a young age. Toryun was adept at using poisonous insects, while F excelled in mind-body techniques, and together they displayed remarkable synergy. Sasuke did not refuse their company. However, The fact that Master Danzo was willing to send both of them indicated that this mission would not be simple. In an exceedingly remote countryside cabin, Itachi found himself bound by multiple ropes, his eyes covered. Karin, vigilant and wearing protective goggles, kept a watchful gaze on him. This man had previously employed Jinjutsu against her, attempting to manipulate her into untying him. It was a narrow escape. Had Itachi's strength been fully restored, she might have fallen victim to his ploy. Give up. Everyone knows your past. I will not release you under any circumstances, Karin declared without mercy. Her emotions were complex. Itachi was Sasuke's elder brother, someone she should have held in high regard, yet the pain he had inflicted upon Sasuke extinguished such reverence. Moreover, Sasuke had warned her against trusting this man, advising her to be cautious of his words. After a prolonged silence, Itachi slowly spoke. Would you be interested in hearing a story? You may say whatever you wish. I will not answer any further questions, Karin retorted, concerned that she might inadvertently reveal something to him. Itachi did not appear taken aback by her response. Perhaps he had anticipated such a reply. He continued, I was born into a very happy family, blessed with respectful parents and a lovely younger brother. The people around us took pride in becoming ninjas, and fortunately, I possessed commendable talent. However, as my strength grew, I began to uncover truths I wished I had not. As Itachi recounted his experiences within Root and the Umbu, Karin observed him with skepticism, unsure of the veracity of his words. She could only silently witness his monologue. He went on, as the strongest clan in Konoha. Indeed, among the most formidable in the entire shinobi world, the Uchiha clan was eradicated in a single night, their blood staining every corner of our home. Do you regret it? Karin suddenly inquired. Instead of answering her directly, Itachi posed a question of his own. Do you know why the Uchiha name became renowned throughout the shinobi world? Isn't it because of the Sharingan? Karin replied casually, awkwardly adjusting her goggles. Despite herself, she found it impossible to refrain from engaging in conversation, for in this confined space, only the two of them existed. Indeed, it was the existence of the Sharingan that birthed many illustrious warriors within the Uchiha clan, gradually instilling fear in the village. Given the strength of the Uchiha clan, even if the entirety of Konoha were to encircle us, we could inflict severe casualties upon the village. What relevance does this have to me? Karin expressed her waning interest in continuing the dialogue. What does it matter how many strong warriors there were? When you were the one who killed them all, have you not realized? The entire clan, how many strong warriors were there? Could I have possibly slain them all alone? Not a single one was left alive, except for Sasuke. Itachi's next words rendered Karin momentarily speechless, prompting her to ask, what do you mean? It was not only I who acted back then. Both internal and external forces were involved. The external force was Akatsuki, but everything was orchestrated by one person, Danzo. He persuaded the Uchiha to relocate to the outskirts of the village, gradually severing ties with other clans, placing the most volatile members of our clan in charge of the police force, which fostered animosity among the villagers. Ultimately, Danzo used Sasuke as a bargaining chip, and for the sake of peace in the village, I acquiesced to his demands. However, it is evident that he has already breached the promise made to me. Upon hearing this, Karin's heart raced. She realized that Sasuke's return was to confront Danzo. If Danzo were truly untrustworthy, what peril would Sasuke face? Even if there were a mere sliver of possibility, Karin could not allow it. She did not wish to hear news of Sasuke's demise. Chapter 160. The three great shinobi villages gather in Konoha. Even the slightest possibility was unacceptable to Karui. She could not bear to hear news of Sasuke's demise. Even if what you say is true, it does not absolve you of your past actions. I truly do not know how to believe you. If your words hold any truth, why did you not reveal the entire truth to your clan at that time to prevent all of this from happening? Itachi's face was rarely etched with bitterness. He too had contemplated averting this calamity, yet it was not something that could be resolved with mere words. Each step taken by the Uchiha clan had been ensnared by the machinations of others. The circumstances had become irretrievable from the outset. The Uchiha clan had been like a pawn in a grand game, fated to oppose the village. Why? Karui inquired, perplexed. It is due to the monument left by our ancestors. Only the clan's strongest could comprehend its contents, which guided our kin on the path to true peace. This path, however, is the infinite Tsukuyomi, ensnaring all of humanity in eternal illusion, Itachi elucidated slowly. Concern for Sasuke's predicament compelled him to disclose all the knowledge he possessed. He had no other expedient means of escape. Perhaps once his strength was fully restored, he would have options, but he could not afford to wait that long. To achieve such an end, the Uchiha must possess absolute authority within Konoha. All who obstructed their path were enemies. Infinite Tsukuyomi? To ensnare all in eternal illusion? Karui felt as though everything was surreal, akin to a fantastical tale, yet her instincts told her that Itachi's words bore truth. So, Danzo is the true villain? Itachi paused before responding. Perhaps he was not always, but now the root leader has long since fallen. Having resolved the trust crisis between the Cloud Village and Konoha, Naruto felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to Konoha, he and Sakura sought out their younger cousin, Rinai, to fulfill their earlier promise. They had initially intended to take Rinai on a tour of Konoha, but their negotiations with the Cloud Village had forced them to renege. Now, they were determined to make amends. However, Rinai appeared devoid of any desire for amusement. Her eyes were swollen, filled with despair and helplessness. What has happened, Rinai? Sakura quickly embraced her cousin, offering gentle words of comfort. With a choked voice, Rinai replied, Sakura-ne, my parents, they are missing. Missing? Both Naruto and Sakura were taken aback. Glancing toward Sakura's parents, Sakura's father no longer exhibited his usual calm demeanor. His voice carried a weight of concern. It has been nearly a week since Rinai's parents disappeared, and even the ninjas we dispatched have not returned with news. Not only were the parents unaccounted for, but Konoha's ninjas might also be in peril? This was far from a favorable outcome, casting a pall over the room. Sakura's mother spoke up, Sakura, Naruto, now that the situation with the Cloud Village has been resolved, perhaps you should consider a trip there? Very well, I shall apply for the mission with Naruto. Aunt and uncle are in a place called Kirigakure, correct? Sakura readily agreed. Her nature being one of warmth and eagerness, especially for a relative like Rinai, who had been her childhood companion. With the crisis in the Cloud Village now settled, it was unlikely that any major incidents would arise soon, making this an opportune moment for a visit to Kirigakure. Regardless of the outcome, they needed to provide Rinai with some closure. Sakura-ne, thank you, Rinai said, grasping Sakura's hand with gratitude, seeing her as her last hope. She had heard that her Sakura-ne and Naruto were formidable ninjas. If they were willing to assist, surely they would uncover the truth, at least to ascertain her parents' whereabouts and their well-being. Sakura-ne, I implore you, please help me find my parents, even if only to learn their fate, Rinai pleaded. Sakura gently ruffled Rinai's hair, reassuring her, do not worry, trust in me. I will bring aunt and uncle back, so stay at home and await my return. Since Sakura had decided to venture to Kirigakure, Naruto naturally accompanied her. Time was of the essence, and in their urgency, they skipped meals and hurried to the Hokage's office to report the situation. What? You wish to go to Kirigakure? Tsunade was taken aback, appearing fatigued from the recent days of relentless activity. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. I have relatives who are missing there, and I must go. Besides, Konoha is relatively calm at the moment. I fear I must dispel your hopes, Tsunade replied, pulling out several urgent messages and presenting them to the two. The Otsutsuki, accompanied by a multitude of Iwagakure ninjas, requests an audience with the Hokage. Please issue orders promptly. The Mizuki, accompanied by a multitude of Kirigakure ninjas, requests an audience with the Hokage. Please issue orders promptly. The Kazekage, accompanied by a multitude of Sunagakure ninjas, requests an audience with the Hokage. Please issue orders promptly. The three great shinobi villages were simultaneously dispatching ninjas to Konoha. This was unprecedented. These villages generally operated independently and communicated through letters in times of urgency. The lack of prior notice regarding such a significant assembly was not only discourteous, but also sent an ominous signal. Just as they had resolved the turmoil with the Cloud Village, an even greater tempest awaited them. Until they understood the intentions of the visitors, the village had to prepare for the worst, for any oversight could bring calamity upon Konoha. In matters concerning the safety of our existence, all other affairs must be postponed, Tsunade declared. Sakura, you and Naruto are crucial to our village's defense. I must apologize for this. From this moment forth, Konoha will enter a state of full military readiness. Recall all ninjas on missions and prohibit any departures. Understood. Sakura and Naruto responded in unison. What else could they say? As ninjas of Konoha, obedience to orders was paramount. Nothing was more vital than the safety of their village, which belonged not to a single individual, but to all. Yet how would they explain their absence to Rinai? The thought of her hopeful gaze weighed heavily on their hearts. awoke amidst the carnage, disoriented. The ground was a macabre tapestry of blood, strewn with dismembered limbs. After a long moment, he recalled their mission, to find Orochimaru with the third Hokage. Ambushed, he'd been knocked unconscious. Is anyone alive? He cried, desperate for a response. Corpses lay everywhere. Suddenly, one stirred. It was his partner, Kotetsu. Kotetsu was badly injured, half his body stained crimson. The third. He's gone, he rasped. Who did this? Exclaimed in anguish. Many revered the third Hokage. Kotetsu grasped his hand. Don't trust Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke was stunned. A leaf ninja, a member of Root. One of the village's most promising talents. Why would he kill the third? It was his wind style that gravely wounded the third, Kotetsu revealed. He may have further designs. Tell Naruto. The Hokage's resolve hardened. I'll bring you and Izumo back. It's too late for me, Kotetsu whispered, his breath fading. I never became strong enough. He passed away. Grief-stricken, wept. He and Kotetsu were more than brothers. Sasuke Uchiha. I will expose you. 10 minutes later, Sasuke appeared, accompanied by Torian Aburame and F. Yamanaka. What happened here? Where's the third? Sasuke asked, feigning concern. The third is dead. I was unconscious, replied, concealing the truth, knowing Sasuke would silence him if he suspected anything. Almost everyone is dead, and you don't know who did it? Sasuke demanded. F interjected. Not everyone is as strong as you, Sasuke. Let's gather the bodies. Torian helped up. Can you walk? Yes, replied. It must be someone trying to ignite a shinobi world war. I must get this information back to the Leaf. To allay suspicion, speculated, hoping to expose Sasuke upon his return. We'll return as soon as we're done here, Sasuke assured him. Negotiations revealed that the three great shinobi villages suspected a Leaf Wind-style user of attacking their elite. After some contention, a meeting was arranged 50 miles from the Leaf. The Leaf made preparations, mobilizing nearly all its shinobi. The location was close to the Leaf to demonstrate goodwill and as a precaution. The summit was more solemn than the prior one with the hidden cloud. The town was evacuated, and the three villages' delegations were escorted in stages by Leaf Ninja. Chapter 162. The four-party talks. It is hardly surprising that the people of Konoha are overly anxious, for this time. A considerable number of formidable individuals from the three great ninja villages have gathered. Leading the delegation from Iwagakure is the Tsuchikage, Anoki, accompanied by a host of skilled ninjas including Akatsuki, Kuratsuchi, and Akatsuki, among others. Notably, Akatsuki himself possesses strength rivaling that of the Tsuchikage. At the forefront of Kirigakure is the newly appointed Mizuki, Terumi Mei, accompanied by CHJR, one of the new 7 ninja swordsmen, and several reformist elites, all looking to her for guidance. Tsunagakure, a familiar ally to Konoha, has sent not only Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, but also other strong figures such as Maki, all in their prime. The arrival of such notable figures has undoubtedly stirred Konoha's nerves. In the makeshift Grand Conference Room, representatives from all sides have convened. Marking the commencement of the talks, Tsunade, with a steady demeanor, inquired, Might I ask the purpose of your grand arrival in Konoha? Anoki glanced towards Terumi Mei and Gaara, hoping the younger leaders would take the initiative to speak. However, both Terumi Mei and Gaara disregarded his subtle cue. Given that Kirigakure has only recently undergone a power reshuffle and Tsunagakure has long maintained an alliance with Konoha, whose ninjas once saved Gaara's life, they clearly prefer to avoid being the first to speak out. Seeing this, Anoki, although irritated, felt compelled to proceed. The matter at hand is this. Recently, the Iwagakure ninjas were attacked, all falling victim to wind release techniques. These were elite ninjas, and only a select few in the entire ninja world could eliminate them silently. Moreover, I have learned that similar incidents have occurred in Kirigakure and Tsunagakure, mirroring the situation in Iwagakure. Tsunade turned her gaze to Terumi Mei and Gaara, both of whom nodded slightly in agreement. Tsunade's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Having lived a long life, she suspected that a hidden hand was inciting discord among the ninja villages. However, there was already a clear solution at hand. I lament the misfortunes faced by your villages. But perhaps you are unaware that Kumobikure recently approached Konoha regarding the same issue, Tsunade stated. Anoki replied, And what does that imply for you, Hokage? With a resigned gesture. Tsunade clarified, The matter has been resolved satisfactorily. We have cleared Naruto of any suspicion. She recounted how Naruto had chosen to forego using the Rasengan against the Raikage to prove his innocence. Naruto's renown had spread throughout the ninja world. especially after his confrontation with the Akatsuki. Even the most arrogant ninjas could not deny his strength. It was well known that Naruto excelled in two signature techniques, the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan. To defeat the Raikage without employing either would be akin to binding one's own hands and feet. How could one possibly achieve victory under such circumstances? Inoki, who was well aware of the Raikage's prowess, could not help but question, "Hokage, are you jesting?" Leaning back slightly, Tsunade replied, "If you have doubts, feel free to send a letter and inquire directly with the Raikage." Seeing Tsunade's evident relief, the others largely set aside their concerns. In light of this, "I shall take my leave," Gaara stated as he rose to depart, nodding subtly in acknowledgement of Naruto. After a moment of silence, Inoki too prepared to leave. Their original purpose for visiting Konoha was to investigate Naruto's alleged involvement in the attacks. With these developments proving his innocence, there was no longer a reason to linger in Konoha. Each village had pressing matters awaiting their attention. They could not afford to waste time here. Just as it seemed the storm would dissipate, Terumi May unexpectedly interjected, "Everyone, please wait a moment." The attendees were momentarily taken aback, gazing at her with puzzled expressions, unsure why she chose to speak now after remaining silent. Terumi May continued, "The situation in Kirigakure differs somewhat from that of Awagakure and Sunagakure. There are reports that a witness, on the brink of death, described the assailant's appearance, which bears a striking resemblance to a ninja from Konoha." Her words elicited a collective gasp from the audience. Terumi May understood that her claim lacked substantial evidence and relied solely on her word, yet she felt compelled to speak. If this incident was indeed connected to Konoha, then upon their return, they would face division and incessant erosion, with no further opportunity like the present. Inoki inquired, "Who does this resemblance pertain to?" Even as Mizuki, Terumi May took a deep breath before uttering the name with caution, "Uchiha Sasuke." She recognized the weight of this name. Sasuke was not only a Konoha ninja, but also one of the few direct descendants of the Uchiha clan and a member of Team 7, a close friend of Naruto. Mishandling this revelation could lead to significant backlash, yet she had no alternative. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to clarify the situation and negotiate a resolution acceptable to all. Tsunade demanded, "Mizuki, can you stand by your words?" Inoki replied sternly, "Hokage, please be mindful of your words and actions. Are you attempting to coerce us?" His tone had shifted, losing its previous warmth. This situation, if not managed properly, could jeopardize the continuity of their villages, leaving no room for negligence. Meanwhile, Rinai remained in tears, secluded in a corner, with Konoha under strict lockdown. Even finding a place to vent her emotions had become a luxury. It had been several days since Sakura had failed to assist her in locating her parents. Why was that? They had made promises, and Sakura was her most trusted ally. The village's troubles were mere excuses. Nothing was more important to her than her parents. Who could possibly understand her anguish? Why, then, had she made such promises, assuring her that she would help find her parents and instructing her to remain at home? Yet, day after day, she was left waiting, only to learn that Sakura had accompanied the Hokage for negotiations. Did Sakura value her matters less than the negotiations? After all, they were Sakura's aunt and uncle. As Rinai wallowed in self-pity, engulfed in despair, a voice accompanied by a ray of sunlight fell upon her. "Such a pity. Little one, why do you weep?" Chapter 163. Creating a world without sorrow. Rina gazed up in confusion, only to find a figure adorned with a peculiar yellow mask. Their flowing black cloak embroidered with crimson clouds billowing in the wind. "Who are you?" Rina's voice trembled. Her courage was limited, and the sudden appearance of this stranger filled her with fear. The odd mask, with but a single opening, exuded an unsettling aura. "You may call me a fae. Yet, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is what I can offer you. I heard you're weeping, poor little girl." Upon hearing a fae's words, Rina's heart leapt with hope, akin to a drowning soul grasping a lifeline. "Can you help me?" "A fae, my parents are missing." A fae feigned contemplation. "It is not impossible. Yet I am a person of unwavering loyalty, and such an endeavor holds no merit for me. As long as you can assist in finding my mother and father, I will certainly aid you," Rina replied earnestly, her expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation as she looked at a fae. A fae continued, "I find it curious. Since you are already in Konoha, why not seek the help of the ninjas here?" Rina lowered her head, feeling wronged. They said there are significant matters at hand and cannot assist me in searching for my parents." With a sigh, a fae remarked, "Alas, What a predicament. How unfortunate that you are but a pitiable child. Come with me. However, as you mentioned, I will require something in return. I hope you shall not refuse when I make my request. Rina nodded sincerely. Rest assured, Mr. Afei, as long as you help me find my parents. Regardless of the outcome, I will always remember this kindness and repay you. Her parents' plight had been disregarded even by Sakura and her aunt and uncle. The ninjas of Konoha were of no help, leaving her with no choice but to rely on this enigmatic figure. This was her sole hope. Rina yearned to return to her parents' embrace, even if just for one last glance. If Afei could assist her in locating them, she would willingly trade her very life. That is splendid, Afei declared, and with that, Rina's form gradually distorted, ultimately vanishing from sight. 20 minutes after their disappearance, Sakura's parents arrived at the scene. Rina. They were acutely aware of Rina's immense emotional strain, often wandering alone to clear her mind. Initially, they thought little of it, especially since Konoha was currently understaffed, and even they were taking turns on patrol duty. However, when Rina failed to return for the better part of the day, a sense of unease set in, prompting them to search urgently. It was not that they did not understand Rina's feelings or that they were unwilling to assist her in finding her parents. But Konoha was in a critical state, and all ninjas were forbidden to venture out without orders. As ninjas, their foremost duty was to obey commands, for a selfish act could jeopardize the fates of countless families. Where could this child have gone? Rina. In the current lockdown of the village, it was inconceivable for her to have ventured far alone. They realized that more assistance was needed to prevent her from succumbing to despair. Little did Sakura's parents know that Rina had not only left, but had appeared in the small mist town, 100 miles from Konoha. Rina was deeply moved by Afei's trustworthiness. Even her aunt, uncle, and beloved Sakura had not been able to help her seek her parents. Yet this mysterious stranger had taken that step. Initially fearing a futile search, Rina felt as though the heavens had answered her prayers. Indeed, two determined souls swiftly located her parents, only to discover that they were no longer as she remembered them, but rather two lifeless bodies. Dad, Mom. Tears streamed down Rina's face as she fell to her parents' cold remains. Why did this happen? Her heart ached unbearably, and the world around her faded into shades of gray. No words could encapsulate her current anguish. Her parents had always been her sanctuary, providing a warm home filled with love, even if they could not offer her a lavish life or the means to become a ninja. Why did it have to be this way? Rina recalled the last time her parents returned home, bringing her gifts and promising to take her out when they had a holiday. They were still so young. She had yet to repay them even a fraction of their nurturing kindness. Time was of the essence, and Afei turned to a nearby staff member, demanding, when did they pass? Why was no help rendered? According to the account provided by Rina's parents' company, they had fallen victim to a tragic accident, resulting in the loss of several lives, not just her parents. However, her parents had sustained severe injuries that made it impossible to move them, despite the company's efforts. The limited resources of the small mist town led to their eventual demise after days of suffering. The company's elderly owner, upon hearing of Rina's arrival, came to her side without pretense, bowing deeply. I am profoundly sorry, Miss Rina. This tragedy is the company's responsibility, and we shall not evade it. We will compensate you handsomely. This sum will ensure you live a life free from want. I hope you can find solace soon. Tears blurred Rina's vision once more. What did I just hear? Compensation in exchange for a life? To live without want using the price of her parents' lives? She did not desire such money. She only wished for her parents to return, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Perhaps to many, her parents' lives were not deemed precious. Merely a commodity quantifiable by wealth, a truly heartless notion. Just as despair enveloped Rina, the old man continued, it is indeed tragic. We have no medical ninjas here. If only we had a healer willing to come, perhaps your parents would have survived. Alas, we dispatched individuals to Konoha, but the area is under strict lockdown. Despite our pleas regarding the urgency of the situation, we were met with refusal. If only you had arrived sooner, even by a day. You might have seen your parents one last time. They called your name until their last breath. Chapter 164. An unexpected name until the very last moment. Her parents were calling out her name. The old man's words sliced through Linai's heart like a sharp knife, tormenting her to the brink of despair. The absence of a medical ninja had delayed her parents' injuries. Had there been one, perhaps her parents would not have perished. She vividly recalled her aunt and uncle speaking of how remarkable Sakura was, a medical ninja who had received the true teachings of the Hokage. If only Sakura had arrived in the hidden mist village a day earlier, maybe her parents would still be alive. They had promised. They had promised to bring her parents back, Sakura. At last, Linai could no longer contain her frantic scream. Memories of her time with Sakura flashed through her mind. The warmth of Sakura's smile, the kindness she had shown her, and then, starkly, the coldness that had followed. Bitterness began to fester within her towards this cousin. You all may leave. I need some time alone. Understood. The others gradually departed, leaving only Ah-Fei, who slowly approached Linai's side. Mr. Ah-Fei, thank you, Linai said, suppressing her sorrow. Although she had only found her parents' lifeless bodies, without Ah-Fei's assistance, she might not have had the chance to see them at all. This stranger understood her pain and selflessly offered help, while her own family. All right, little one. You are not the only one who has lost the most important person in their life. Ah-Fei's words took Linai aback, momentarily halting her sobs. Mr. Ah-Fei, have you also lost someone dear? Who is it? This world is rife with loneliness, sorrow, hatred, and bloodshed. People die for various reasons, and life is fraught with despair. Yet, this is not how it should be. The world ought to be filled with beauty, not the malice imposed by fate. Standing tall, Ah-Fei exuded an aura of profound strength, his words resonating deeply within Linai, evoking a sense of admiration. What must we do? His crimson eyes peered through the mask, locking onto Linai's gaze as he spoke deliberately. Linai, let us create a world devoid of pain and sorrow, a realm without loneliness or hatred, where your parents will be there beside you. Really? Linai could scarcely believe her ears. Yes, trust me. After several days of prolonged discussions, the Four Nations Summit convened by the Konoha organization showed no sign of progress, despite the accusations from the Mizuki. Condemning Sasuke based solely on one side's testimony was undeniably hasty, and Konoha would never acquiesce to such a verdict. As for sending the three major ninja villages back to their respective homes, that was out of the question. The matter had escalated to this point, and they would not leave without clarity, nor would they dare to, uncertain if Konoha might seek retribution. Since the inception of the ninja world, conflict had been rampant, and no one could afford to take that risk. Fortunately, on the 5th day of the summit, Sasuke returned to the village and hurried over after escorting Mizuki Izumi back to Konoha. Hokage-sama, what urgent matter requires my presence? Upon entering, Sasuke sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room and frowned slightly. Naruto offered him an encouraging glance, but Sasuke remained aloof, scanning the ninjas who were scrutinizing him. In the face of such a troubled youth, Tsunade could only sigh internally and promptly recounted the purpose of the three major ninja villages' presence and the Mizuki's accusations. Do you have any explanation for this, Uchiha Sasuke? Inoki glared at Sasuke with ill intent, hoping to apply psychological pressure to test the veracity of his words. I have nothing to explain. The room fell silent in shock at his admission. Many ninjas were already preparing to act, waiting for their leader's command to seize the reckless Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke, lowering his gaze, continued calmly. So what if I possess wind release techniques? I have never killed a hidden mist ninja. Hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled, though the tension remained. Nonetheless, how can you prove that you are not guilty? Terumi May persisted, unwilling to concede. Sasuke offered no respect to the newly appointed Mizuki, looking at her as if she were foolish. You accuse me without evidence. Yet you expect me to prove my innocence? But the deceased spoke to me before they died. Before Terumi May could finish, Tsunade interrupted fiercely. Enough, Mizuki. That is merely your one-sided assertion. If you possess concrete evidence, Konoha would not shirk responsibility. However, if you cannot provide such proof, do not hastily place blame on Konoha's ninjas. Terumi May's expression tightened, her breath momentarily stilled. Despite her reluctance, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, held a significant advantage in both reputation and strength, not to mention the disparity between Konoha and the hidden mist. Gaara remained silent, appearing indifferent to the proceedings, as if he had no vested interest in the truth or outcome of the situation. In truth, Gaara's lack of concern did not stem from trust in Sasuke, but rather from his faith in Naruto, the ever-optimistic ninja who dwelled in the light. As long as he was present, Konoha would never succumb to darkness. Inoki's brow furrowed. If Konoha showed leniency, they could adopt a tough stance. However, if Konoha stood firm, it could lead to war. Negotiations once again reached an impasse when the door swung open, and Kamizuki Izumi entered the conference room, flanked by several ninjas for protection. Tsunade frowned. Izumi? Weren't you with the third Hokage? Kamizuki Izumi burst forth. Hokage-sama, we were attacked. The third Hokage and his team are dead. I am the only survivor. Gasps filled the room. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was renowned as a formidable figure in the ninja world. His untimely demise raised suspicions. Was someone manipulating events to incite conflict between Konoha and the other major villages? Or was this a carefully orchestrated excuse for war by Konoha itself? With this thought, Inoki and Terumi May felt the pressure mount, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Tsunade's expression darkened, though she did not display rage. It was evident that she was suppressing her fury, which, once unleashed, would be cataclysmic. Do you know who the culprit is? The culprit is Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 165, Sasuke's Reckoning. The murderer is Uchiha Sasuke. Facing the four shadows, Kamizuki Izumi uttered these words without a hint of fear. The crowd gasped collectively. Having anticipated a prolonged deliberation, yet another had stepped forth to accuse Uchiha Sasuke, and significantly, this accusation stemmed from within the ranks of Konoha. Baka, what nonsense are you spouting? Sasuke glared at Kamizuki Izumi with fury. No matter how indifferent or shocked he appeared, his heart ignited with anger. After tirelessly toiling for days to bring this individual back to Konoha, the very first act upon their return was to falsely accuse him. Uchiha Sasuke, you murderer! Execute him! Avenge our comrades! The sentiment in Konoha was undeniable, and the atmosphere was charged with outrage. Lord, issue a command swiftly. As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, Inoki and Terumi exchanged glances, and even Gaara, who had maintained a calm demeanor, turned his gaze towards Tsunade, seemingly awaiting her decision. Do not hastily draw conclusions before the matter is fully clarified. Tsunade's voice cut through the clamor, and she turned to Kamizuki Izumi, her expression more serious than ever. Was what you just said something you witnessed with your own eyes? This is a matter of great importance for the entire village. I hope you can respond candidly without any concealment. Kamizuki Izumi replied with composure. I escaped harm only because I lost consciousness. Although I did not witness the events myself, everything was recounted to me by Genko Tetsu before his death, and he warned me to be wary of Uchiha Sasuke. He recounted the dialogue he had shared with Genko Tetsu. Who was with you, Sasuke? Tsunade inquired. If Sasuke had been alone at the scene, he would have been unable to prove his innocence. Fortunately, according to Kamizuki Izumi's previous statements, both Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka Ino were present as well. They can attest to my actions, Sasuke stated calmly. At that moment, while he sensed a conspiracy against him, he still refrained from contemplating the worst-case scenario. Aburame Toryun stepped forward, asserting, yes, I can confirm that Sasuke was with us. Although we briefly separated while searching for the third Hokage, it was only for a short duration. It is nearly impossible for him to have killed everyone, including the third Hokage, in such a limited time frame. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, for Toryun's words were deeply intriguing. While intended to vouch for Sasuke, they inadvertently revealed that he had acted independently, a fact that was troubling given that both were members of the Root organization, with Sasuke being a direct disciple of Danzo. This clearly conflicted with the organization's standard protocols. Nearly impossible. Could that imply that it was not entirely impossible, but rather a possibility? The implications forced Sasuke to consider the worst, yet he remained reluctant to confront such a truth, as it threatened one of the few remnants of warmth in his heart. Sasuke, do you have anything to say? I wish to hear your explanation, Tsunade stated, signaling with her gaze that he needed to provide some form of justification to the other three clans, even if it was a fabricated excuse. However, Sasuke, possessing a temperament that scorned self-justification, was unwilling to offer any defense. Moreover, he was not prepared to utter that name until the very last moment. I have nothing to say. I said it wasn't me. Silence enveloped the room as various expressions of shock, anger, and disbelief were cast upon Sasuke. Some were baffled by his mindset. Did he not realize that such an attitude would position him entirely against the crowd? Tsunade's expression wavered with uncertainty. She understood the gravity of her decision, which could lead Konoha and the entire shinobi world toward diametrically opposed extremes. As one of Konoha's prominent young figures, Sasuke's intrinsic worth aside, his poor interpersonal relationships due to his character were overshadowed by his friendship with Naruto, who represented the youth of Konoha. If mishandled, this incident could fracture the bond between Konoha's younger generation and the village. Conversely, with substantial evidence against him, Konoha was compelled to adhere to its responsibilities. Failure to do so could provoke the sensitivities of the other great villages, igniting potential conflict. Though Konoha possessed formidable strength capable of defeating the allied forces of the three great villages, the question remained: how many shinobi would remain post-victory? And what of the defenseless civilians? Thus, unless absolutely necessary, war must never be instigated. Ultimately, Tsunade commanded, "Seize Sasuke." Lady Hokage Naruto began, unable to articulate his thoughts. Faced with dual accusations from within and outside, Sasuke's guilt seemed almost irrefutable, especially since he refused to defend himself. Thus, the order to apprehend him was not unwarranted. Yet, Naruto could never believe that Sasuke would kill the third Hokage. He understood that, despite Sasuke's radical transformation due to Itachi, he still adhered to his own moral boundaries. Deep within, there remained a sliver of goodness. Under Naruto's influence, Sasuke had not succumbed to the darkness alongside Orochimaru. However, unbeknownst to Naruto, Sasuke had already stepped into the abyss 3 years prior. Hearing Tsunade's command, 2J stepped forward to restrain Sasuke. Fortunately, he did not resist, which allowed Tsunade to breathe a sigh of relief. Had Sasuke chosen to fight back, the situation could have spiraled into the unpredictable. Thankfully, he remained compliant, leaving room for potential resolution. No one inquired why Sasuke was present nor questioned his intentions, for the matter had escalated beyond mere speculation. It had transformed into direct allegations from within Konoha. Sasuke found himself with no avenues for retreat, standing at the precipice of an irrevocable abyss. At that moment, Inoki interjected. "Hokage, how do you intend to handle this situation?" Tsunade replied, "We will place Sasuke under strict surveillance. Should it be confirmed that he is indeed responsible, Konoha will not shield anyone." The figure of Loam stepped forward behind Inoki, stating solemnly, "What further verification is required? Not only has the Mizuki testified, but now even your own village has come forth to accuse Uchiha Sasuke. The evidence is irrefutable. What is there left to comprehend?" Tsunade glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, took a deep breath, and said, "What suggestions do you have?" Just as Loam was about to respond, Inoki raised a hand to halt him, directing his gaze toward Terumi-me. Chapter 166. On-the-spot execution. Upon feeling the collective gaze of the crowd, the newly appointed Mizuki, who had risen to power through reform, let out a resigned sigh. Fully aware that evasion was futile, he spoke in a subdued tone, "I propose on-the-spot execution." As soon as the words left his lips, before Tsunade could voice her objections, a chorus of agreement erupted, as if Sasuke's fate had already been sealed. On-the-spot execution? How absurd! To condemn Sasuke based solely on hearsay, devoid of substantial evidence? No, Naruto Uzumaki would not stand by and allow his comrade to be judged in such a manner. At worst, it would come down to a battle. Naruto turned to the gathered villagers of Konoha, only to find that, apart from the members of Team 7, most averted their gazes, some even casting looks of disdain toward Sasuke. In this dire situation, if Konoha did not intervene, Sasuke would face certain doom, no matter his strength. He could not break free from the encirclement of so many. Sasuke remained silent, his eyes growing colder by the moment, yet he was not blind to the unfolding scene. Despite his past efforts for existence, he found himself bereft of trust from those around him, leaving his heart desolate. Only Naruto and a few others still provided warmth in his spirit. On-the-spot execution. Justice for the fallen. We must eliminate him. Konoha cannot shield the murderer. Kill him. Avenge our comrades against the wicked Uchiha clan. At the mention of vengeance, Sasuke's previously numb expression sharpened into a piercing glare directed at the ninja who had spoken. What did you just say? The speaker was a ninja from a Wagakure, who, though taken aback by Sasuke's focus on him, bravely retorted, "Am I wrong? How many shinobi have perished at the hands of the Uchiha? The Uchiha have perpetually incited wars. Your existence is a blight upon this world. Shut your mouth." Naruto could no longer contain his anger. "Do not go too far. The situation regarding Sasuke is still uncertain." Sakura and others chimed in, unable to remain silent. Despite their recent distance, Sasuke was still their comrade. Kiba stepped forward with a scornful smile. "If you want to fight, don't make excuses. I'll stand my ground." His words were bold, but before he could continue, his sister, Inuzuka Hana, pulled him back. The Iwagakure ninjas, not to be outdone, rallied in support of their comrade, and chaos ensued as voices clashed. Yet, amidst the uproar, Sasuke paid no heed. His mind echoed a single phrase: "Your existence is a blight upon this world." If Sasuke was akin to a powder keg, then that statement was the spark that ignited the fuse. Wronged, misunderstood, isolated, and judged. A torrent of negative emotions compressed within him, finally exploding at that moment. No longer restrained, Sasuke unleashed his full power, breaking free from the grasp of 2J effortlessly, and charged like a razor-sharp blade towards the Iwagakure ninja. The latter, caught off guard by Sasuke's sudden aggression and astonishing speed, stood frozen, unable to defend himself. However, just as Sasuke was about to reach him, a massive wall of earth erupted before him. Sasuke's prowess was unparalleled among Konoha's youth, second only to Naruto, yet his Chidori struck the wall without immediately breaching it. It took a full 2 seconds before the earth shattered. But at the moment of the wall's destruction, what stood before him was no longer the Iwagakure ninja, but a colossal fist formed from rock. The impact sent Sasuke flying, while the earthbound fist returned to its original form. Such overwhelming strength rivaled even Sakura's. Without affording Sasuke a moment's respite, he landed amidst the encirclement of Iwagakure ninjas, who unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, while the more cunning among them sought to ambush him from the shadows. If it were merely a duel, it could be managed, but once surrounded, the situation became exceedingly precarious for Sasuke, who had to remain vigilant against attacks from all angles. Given Sasuke's capabilities, few among the Iwagakure ninjas could withstand his might. Yet there were still those, like the one before him, who could challenge him directly. Each time an enemy fell into peril, the Earth Ninja would intervene, ensuring Sasuke remained at the center of their assault. Witnessing this development, the Mist Ninjas felt the tide had turned, abandoning any thoughts of intervention. In Mayterim's eyes, Sasuke had forfeited any chance of escape by choosing to confront the situation head-on. Only defeat awaited him. At this juncture, Sasuke had no intention of holding back. His eyes narrowed, and his cheeks puffed as he prepared to unleash the fusion of Wind Release and Amaterasu. Are you ready to die in agony? Yet before he could utter the final word, a mound of earth surged rapidly from beneath him, causing him to lose his balance, as if burdened by an immense weight. In that fleeting moment, countless attacks bore down upon him, and should they connect, they would surely spell his end. Sasuke refused to succumb without a fight. He quickly cast a genjutsu to momentarily immobilize the Earth Ninja, but the sheer number of adversaries overwhelmed him. He could not control them all. Was this the end? At that moment, a sense of acceptance washed over Sasuke, and he felt an unprecedented lightness. This world had never been kind to him. Perhaps farewell was a form of liberation. Though he had failed to restore the Uchiha clan, he had at least defeated that man. However, just as Sasuke resigned himself to defeat, the anticipated onslaught did not come. A radiant figure, cloaked in golden chakra, stood before him, deflecting all attacks with the power of the Nine Tails. It was him, just as 4 years ago, bearing the weight of everything on his shoulders. Gazing at Naruto, Sasuke felt the once cold blood in his veins surge with warmth. If there were but one person in the world he could trust, it would be this individual before him. The light of the sun illuminated even the dust. Disregarding the complex expressions of those around them, Naruto smiled and said, "Hey, what are you zoning out for? You promised to help me become Hokage. You can't just go and die without my permission." Sasuke, for once, displayed a rare expression of gratitude, though it was quickly masked. "Do you truly believe in my words?" Chapter 167. If we must fight, then let us fight. Do you trust my words? Sasuke's voice bore no emotion. Yet Naruto discerned an underlying anticipation. Sasuke could tolerate the doubt of everyone, but he could not abide the mistrust of the person before him. Naruto chuckled softly, gazing steadfastly at Sasuke. "Ah, did you not say it was not you? As long as you speak, I shall believe you. Do you want me to apologize to them?" Sasuke inquired further. "Impossible. Since we are to fight, let us fight." Naruto replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the dark aura surrounding Sasuke dissipated entirely, replaced by a palpable battle spirit. "Humph. Without my presence, how could you, the tail end of the rankings, ascend to the position of Hokage?" Inoki bellowed, "Vortex Naruto. What do you mean by that? Are you aware of your actions?" Naruto cast a glance at Sasuke, his expression still adorned with a gentle smile. But when he turned his gaze toward the 3 great ninja villages, his eyes sparkled with determination as he solemnly declared, "The Hokage has made it abundantly clear. We will not shield anyone, yet we shall not permit anyone to shamelessly insult our comrades. We have never sought to instigate war, but we do not fear it. Are you prepared for the consequences?" The Iwagakure ninjas were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Naruto would boldly step forward to defend Sasuke. Despite many having never witnessed Naruto's strength firsthand, the name Vortex Naruto was well known throughout the ninja world. He had just effortlessly deflected all their attacks, seemingly without effort. The Iwagakure forces wasted no time in regrouping, quickly launching another assault, for the lines had already been drawn. Once they had decided to engage, further discussion seemed superfluous. The battle resumed, and unlike the earlier ease with which the Iwagakure had targeted Sasuke alone, the combined presence of Naruto and Sasuke proved more formidable than anticipated. Regardless of the Iwagakure's relentless assaults, they ultimately achieved nothing. The original Grand Arena now bore a significant breach. Despite the support from the earth, which temporarily shielded the Iwagakure from fatalities, several still fell severely injured under Sasuke's fierce onslaught. It was worth noting that this was under Naruto's defensive strategy. Otherwise, the casualties on the Iwagakure side would have been far greater. Inoki observed the battlefield with a grave expression. Despite Iwagakure's numerical advantage, these two youngsters proved exceedingly difficult to contend with. He could scarcely fathom the heights Naruto and Sasuke would attain in the future. Inoki's gaze hardened, his diminutive figure gradually ascending into the air as pure energy coalesced in his hands. Dust release, original world separation technique. This technique, developed by the second Otsutsuki and taught to his disciple Inoki, harnessed the elements of wind, fire, and earth to their utmost potential, merging them into dust release. It was not merely a ninjutsu that combined attacks and barriers. It transcended bloodline limits to become an astonishingly powerful technique capable of disintegrating opponents into atomic dust upon direct impact. Clearly, he had resolved to strike at Sasuke and Naruto. However, just as Inoki prepared to unleash the dust technique, he found himself inexplicably yanked back to the ground, a long shadow binding him tightly. He looked up to see Shikamaru, clad in a green vest, his expression steely as he stared him down. At that moment, Shikamaru had shed his usual languor, lacking any inclination to jest with his opponent, for he understood the caliber of the enemy he faced, the Otsutsuki, revered as the two-scale Inoki, who had received the tutelage of the second Otsutsuki. "Youngster, do you dare to strike at an elder? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Inoki's eyes bore into Shikamaru, each word deliberate. Shikamaru replied with a calm smile, "You are a senior in the ninja world. I know I am not your match. Yet I regret that I have no choice but to act." His motivation for fighting stemmed from that individual. The very words spoken by that person had united them, compelling them to strive for their ideals. Meanwhile, the members of Team Karin disregarded their familial admonitions and joined the fray, resulting in a chaotic scene. Given that the members of Team Karin hailed from Konoha, the Konoha forces hesitated initially to respond. The Mist and Sand Ninjas, who believed that Team Karin, despite their fame, were merely a group of youngsters, assumed that even if they could not overpower their opponents, they should at least be able to hold their ground against Iwagakure's prowess. However, the situation unfolded contrary to their expectations, as the Iwagakure, once thought to have the upper hand, began to falter. How would they resolve this? Mizuki Terumi, unable to contain her frustration, called out to Tsunade, "Hokage, are you not going to intervene?" The newly appointed Mizuki was struggling to suppress her rising anger. Having lost her usual composure, the developments had exceeded their predictions. Although their intent was to eliminate Sasuke on the spot to gauge Konoha's stance, they did not wish to ignite a large-scale conflict with Konoha, particularly when it involved Vortex Naruto. Everyone present understood the implications of Naruto's presence for Konoha. Once he was involved, the situation would become far more intricate. "Hokage-sama, please make a decision," some impulsive Konoha ninjas urged. Shinju, grieving the loss of a friend, shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let us capture the unrepentant Sasuke." "Hokage-sama, the third Ingaki cannot have died in vain. I will not allow their deaths to be in vain. You need not remind me." Tsunade snapped, yet her brow furrowed in concern. Just as she was about to speak, Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder. Tsunade looked at him quizzically, only to see him subtly shake his head. What did this mean? To let it go? Although Tsunade felt that this approach was inappropriate, she chose to trust Jiraiya's judgment, refraining from issuing any commands. "Hokage-you." Terumi felt utterly exasperated, rendered speechless. While she hoped Konoha would take action to rein in their subordinates, she found herself powerless against Tsunade's inaction. With gritted teeth, Terumi ultimately led the Mist ninjas into the fray, declaring, "Let us move." The ninjas accompanying her were all elite members following her reformist agenda. naturally adhering to Terumi Mei's lead. Chapter 168. A reunion of master and apprentice. The ninjas from the Mist Village, accompanying Terumi Mei, were undoubtedly the elite reformists who ardently followed her lead. Thus, despite their relatively weaker strength among the 5 great shinobi villages, they acted decisively upon receiving orders. The arrival of yet another wave of elite ninjas into the fray rendered Team Karai less relaxed than before, as they began to sense an undercurrent of pressure. However, that was the extent of it. Team Karai had transformed significantly since those earlier days. Naruto not only guided everyone to discover their own paths to enhancement, but also, through the amplification of chakra via the Greer Stone, coupled with their shared ideals, fostered a tactical synergy that allowed them to complement each other's strengths. After an initial period of uncertainty, the battlefield surprisingly reached a stalemate. To be candid, the pressure exerted by the ninjas from the Mist Village was not necessarily stronger than that posed by the Akatsuki's 5 members in the past, and Team Karai now stood on the cusp of full strength. "Kazekage, when will you make your move?" Someone finally shouted at Gaara amidst the chaos. The 3 major shinobi villages had initially come together to address the issue and apply pressure on Konoha. Thus, faced with the formidable Konoha, they, as the weaker faction, needed to maintain a united front and support one another. However, after Iwagakure and Kirigakure had taken action, Suna stood idly by, merely spectating. Was this the attitude expected from allies? They could not allow Suna to stand apart from the fray. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Gaara. "How should we proceed?" she inquired. Setting aside the alliance between Suna and Konoha, it was worth noting that some ninjas from both villages had established personal connections. After a moment of silence, Gaara solemnly replied, "We are wary of Konoha. If Suna rashly enters the fray, Konoha may retaliate." The Konoha ninjas overheard this conversation and exchanged awkward glances with their Suna counterparts. Realizing the uncomfortable implications, they were skeptical. Iwagakure and Kirigakure were certainly not foolish enough to believe Gaara's words, and inwardly, they cursed his shamelessness. Naruto, keenly observing the situation, seized an opportunity to approach Sasuke. "Sasuke, we need to stop fighting. I'll create an opening for you to escape first." Naruto understood that the time had come to halt the conflict. Iwagakure and Kirigakure were merely saving face. They just needed a way to step back. If Sasuke could escape, the others would find little reason to continue fighting. If they could weather this storm, the truth would eventually come to light. "You want me to run away? Are you joking?" Sasuke retorted angrily. He was not one to cower in fear for his life. For the honor of the Uchiha clan, he would not retreat in the face of battle. "Sasuke, trust me just this once. This fight is meaningless," Naruto urged firmly. Seeing Naruto's resolve, Sasuke refrained from further objections. In response, Naruto summoned a massive Rasengan, forcefully creating a gap in the opposing forces. His Rasengan served as a deterrent rather than an offensive move. In a flash, Sasuke dashed through the opening. Upon witnessing Sasuke's escape, the ninjas from Iwagakure and Kirigakure, though irritated, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. With Sasuke gone, there was no longer a need to continue the fight, especially since they had little confidence in emerging victorious. Although Konoha ranked first among the 5 great shinobi villages, they were merely contending with Konoha's younger generation. A loss would not only tarnish the reputations of these seasoned ninjas, but also severely diminish their village's standing, a scenario they were unwilling to accept. Thus, Sasuke's departure, in light of the current situation, was not necessarily a bad outcome. However, the suspicion surrounding Konoha remained unwashed. Should that Uchiha brat seek revenge, how would they respond? Jiraiya cleared his throat, and Tsunade stepped forward at the opportune moment. "All right, everyone, the farce ends here. It's time to draw this to a close." With Sasuke's absence, they had lost their reason to continue fighting, but it was not so simple to let things go lightly. What kind of explanation did Konoha intend to provide? Terumi Mei inquired straightforwardly, her gaze firmly directed at Naruto. As a vanguard of the Mist Village reformists, she was never one to shy away from confrontation. The situation had escalated to this point. It was no longer a matter of her personal desires, but rather a consideration of multiple possibilities. She was inclined to trust Konoha. For given their strength in this locale, it would not be impossible for Konoha to overpower the combined forces of the 3 villages. Yet, Konoha had refrained from doing so. As the Mizuki, Terumi Mei could not act solely on her instincts. Even the slightest threat to the Mist Village could not be permitted. Although the suspicions surrounding Uchiha Sasuke could not be entirely dismissed, Naruto Uzumaki's open act of letting him go was indeed a significant blow to a Wagakure's trust in Konoha. On a similar note, Inoki found himself in a comparable position. His stance did not stem from any personal vendetta against Sasuke or Naruto. Rather, his role and position compelled him to act as the antagonist. However, his words carried weight, suggesting that should Tsunade's response fail to satisfy, a rift with Konoha could ensue. Suddenly leaving Konoha, Sasuke felt an unexpected sense of homelessness. How absurd this is. With nowhere else to turn, he resolved to return to seek out Karin, ensuring that the man did not escape, gathering his strength to confront Danzo and uncover the truths that troubled his mind. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he could not ignore that all evidence pointed towards his teacher, Shimura Danzo. To safeguard against any eventualities, Sasuke needed to ensure he was at his peak condition. However, he felt fatigued after the recent battle. Yet as he traversed a narrow canyon, he encountered someone he least wished to see at that moment. At last, you've arrived at this juncture. Well done, Sasuke. Your task is complete, Danzo remarked, leaning on his cane, his tone devoid of emotion. Unlike Sasuke's anger and complexity, Danzo's voice carried a detached air, as if he were discussing a trivial matter, seemingly uninterested in anything else. Yet those who truly understood him knew that his singular obsession had always been the position of Hokage. As Danzo's words fell, several masked members of Root had already encircled Sasuke. Chapter 169. It is time for your sacrifice. As Danzo's words resonated, several masked members of Root dispersed around Sasuke. Surrounded by these enigmatic figures, Sasuke inhaled deeply before lowering his gaze and asking, Danzo-sensei, what does this mean? Danzo cast a detached glance at Sasuke and replied, Do you remember what I told you on the day I accepted you as my disciple? The members of Root have no past, no future, and no emotions. Only missions. We hide within the soil, supporting the great tree of Konoha in the darkness, and that is the essence of our existence. As true guardians of the village, we are always prepared for sacrifice. You are my most exceptional disciple, and you have performed the tasks I entrusted to you admirably. Now, it is time for your sacrifice. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sasuke felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. He had once believed that fate had not forsaken him, that in his moments of despair, it had led him to Danzo, a mentor akin to a parental figure. He had vowed never to forget this kindness, determined to repay Danzo for his support one day. Yet, unexpectedly, in a moment of reflection, he realized the depths of his own tragedy. Some words remained unspoken. Yet it was clear that he no longer needed to inquire further. The predicament he faced today was a result of Danzo's meticulous manipulation. The latter undoubtedly harbored greater schemes, and Sasuke was merely a scapegoat in this narrative. I shall not submit to slaughter, he declared defiantly. Danzo, too, felt a tinge of desolation. Throughout his long life, he had encountered numerous prodigies, yet Sasuke stood out as one of the most remarkable. Gazing at Sasuke's youthful and handsome visage, Danzo was reminded of his own youth, endowed with similar extraordinary talent but lacking in eloquence. Were it not for circumstances beyond his control, Danzo would not wish to continue inflicting harm upon Konoha. If Sasuke were willing to vie for the position of Hokage, perhaps he could have facilitated his disciple's ascension, thus fulfilling his own long-held desire. Supporting Sasuke in becoming Hokage while remaining behind the scenes to assist him with the affairs of Konoha was a notion Danzo had earnestly contemplated. However, Sasuke's rejection of this idea sealed the fate of their companionship. The path to success is invariably strewn with thorns and blood. So what did it matter to lose a disciple? Very well, allow me to assist you once more, for you are my most esteemed disciple. At Danzo's command, the surrounding Root members sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu as they converged upon Sasuke. They were elite shinobi, their prowess surpassing that of many Jonin. Sasuke stood resolute, unwavering as he faced the onslaught of ninjutsu. Are you not going to resist? One member questioned in astonishment. Yet, just as the attacks were about to strike Sasuke, a surge of violet chakra materialized, forming a skeletal figure that enveloped him and deflected the incoming assault. Susanoo. It served as both the guardian of the caster and the reaper that consumed their life force. Previously, in his battle against a Wagakure and Kirigakure, Sasuke had hesitated to unleash Susanoo in its full capacity, but now he held nothing back. Danzo sought to kill him, and Sasuke had no intention of dying. His grievances remained unavenged. There were still many questions he needed to pose to that man, and Karin was still waiting for him. Thus, He could not perish here. If anyone wished to take his life, they would have to die first. With Susanoo at his command, Sasuke swiftly retaliated, ensnaring a root member who could not evade in time within the grasp of the violet chakra. Damn it! The captured root member managed to exclaim before being crushed into a mist of blood under the compression of Susanoo. Tragically, he had yet to reveal many of his techniques before carelessly forfeiting his life. The death of their comrade rendered the remaining root members increasingly cautious, no longer holding back. Sasuke's brilliance had often been overshadowed by Naruto, leading them to underestimate his strength. Although Danzo had proclaimed Sasuke Uchiha to be a true genius, there were plenty of other gifted individuals within Root. However, at this moment, they could no longer afford to underestimate Sasuke. Danzo observed the scene, noting his subordinate's demise without so much as a blink, remaining poised and still as he scrutinized Sasuke. It was known that Root was disbanded due to its excessively ruthless methods. Led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and although it was ostensibly an organization that should not exist, many loyalists remained devoted to Danzo. Those who followed him into such endeavors were not only skilled, but also wholly obedient to his commands, willing to wager their lives in service. Thus, even if Sasuke possessed greater strength, even if he wielded Susanoo, the battle remained evenly matched. Among them were scions of prestigious Konoha clans, equipped with various secret techniques and hidden trump cards, making this a true contest of equals. Danzo lay in wait like a serpent, anticipating the moment his prey would reveal a hint of weakness. He had long contemplated the sacrifice of his subordinates, devoid of remorse. The path to glory invariably demands bloodshed, especially since these were not all the forces under his command. Once he ascended to his rightful position, those who once wavered in allegiance would flock to him, providing ample support. In truth, these individuals were destined to serve as stepping stones, depleting Sasuke's excess strength. After Sasuke had vanquished all the root members, he bore numerous wounds, having temporarily released Susanoo due to dwindling chakra reserves. Is it your turn now? Sasuke's voice was strained, yet his words refused to concede defeat. Danzo replied slowly, "You know, Sasuke, I admire your unwavering confidence, but mere confidence will not suffice to ensure your survival." Sasuke retorted, "We have clashed numerous times. You do not seem to be my match. Are you certain you comprehend the entirety of my strength?" Unfazed by Sasuke's mockery, Danzo gradually loosened the bindings on his right arm, revealing a limb adorned with 11 Sharingan eyes that seemed to pulsate with life, grotesquely vibrant in their movement. Chapter 170. Eternal Struggle. Those were the eyes of 11 individuals, originally belonging to the Uchiha clan, now animated as if they were alive, revoltingly active. However, this scene ignited an unquenchable fury within Sasuke. These were the eyes of his kin, now turned into weapons by Danzo. Damn it! Why does he possess so many Sharingan from the Uchiha clan? Sasuke's voice resonated with rage. The Uchiha clan was massacred, their peace even in death disrupted, their eyes desecrated. What profound hatred this invoked! At this moment, Sasuke yearned to shatter the heavens and rend the earth, his emotions spiraling out of control. "It seems you still know nothing," Danzo mused, a glimmer of suspicion crossing his features. "Did Itachi not share the truth with you?" Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. The man who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. As he matured, Sasuke found this narrative increasingly absurd. The Uchiha were not weaklings. They were formidable, feared by all factions in the ninja world. Yet, a single individual had eradicated an entire clan when Itachi was merely 13 years old. Now, these Sharingan were in Danzo's possession. Was there a hidden truth behind this? He demanded loudly, "What exactly are you talking about? What truly transpired back then?" It was no wonder Sasuke was distracted during battle. Itachi represented the deepest wound in his heart, a pain that could never be erased. Ironically, despite knowing that nothing could be altered, he still hoped that man had been driven by some deeper motive. Danzo, however, paid Sasuke no heed. Seizing the moment of Sasuke's distraction, he launched a surprise attack. A sharp, scythe-like wind chakra erupted from his mouth, capable of severing anything in its path. Danzo's signature technique, the vacuum wave. Despite his prowess, Sasuke managed to evade the initial vacuum wave, though a laceration marred his cheek. Yet, at that moment, Danzo mysteriously appeared behind him. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. A barrage of sharp wind chakra surged towards Sasuke from multiple angles. Sasuke activated his lightning release mode, vanishing from Danzo's line of sight in an instant. Although the attack power of lightning release was slightly inferior to Susanoo, Sasuke could not afford to expend chakra recklessly and thus opted for a more economical approach. Danzo's 11 eyes swirled simultaneously, searching for Sasuke's location. However, before he could pinpoint him, black flames engulfed him. Amaterasu. Sasuke's eyes bled as he watched Danzo collapse into the black flames. Yet he felt no relief. His instincts warned him that the opponent would not perish so easily. Indeed, Danzo vanished from the flames, reappearing before Sasuke unscathed. The supposedly unquenchable Amaterasu appeared to have inflicted no harm on him. Even at this level, he can still utilize Amaterasu. Though perhaps he is nearing his limit, Sasuke thought. He did not respond to Danzo, merely gasping for breath. While he noticed one of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm had closed. Could Danzo's uncanny escape from Amaterasu be related to the Sharingan on his arm? Before Sasuke could delve deeper into this thought, Danzo's next wave of attacks commenced. Chakra accumulated in Danzo's mouth, shooting forth like bullets from a machine gun, making it difficult for Sasuke to evade. Yet, rather than retreating, Sasuke pushed his lightning release mode to its limits, charging through a minimal gap. The defensive capabilities of lightning release mitigated the impact of Danzo's assault, allowing Sasuke to reach Danzo in the blink of an eye. His speed rivaled that of Naruto's flying thunder god, with his lightning-encased arm thrusting straight towards Danzo. Danzo, taken aback by Sasuke's swiftness, did not remain idle. He formed a massive wind shuriken between his hands and hurled it at Sasuke. Susanoo shielded Sasuke momentarily, but he was still sent flying by 2 wind shurikens. However, in that instant, Sasuke's hand successfully grazed Danzo's right shoulder. Did I succeed? His intention was never to strike at Danzo's vital points, but rather to disable his right arm, laden with Sharingan. If that arm could shield Danzo from death, then removing one of its eyes would leave him with 10 open ones. Given Sasuke's current condition, facing an opponent with 10 lives was tantamount to a certain defeat. Thus, he risked injury to sever Danzo's arm. Yet, just as Sasuke released a sigh of relief, Danzo and the severed arm vanished once again, only to reappear before him, entirely intact, with one additional Sharingan now closed. Give up, Sasuke. With your current state, you have no chance, Danzo stated coolly, lamenting the loss of yet another Sharingan on his arm. This arm had been gifted to him by Orochimaru. And now that Orochimaru was gone, he had lost the possibility of further replacements. Weighing whether to employ a certain technique, Danzo realized that it would not only resolve the current predicament, but also ensure Sasuke would become his puppet. However, he ultimately chose to refrain, as that technique could only be used once and was his final trump card. The moment had not yet arrived. Even if Orochimaru were still alive, he could not provide a new transplanted arm, for this particular limb originated from Uchiha Shin, who had long since perished at Hinata's hands. After sacrificing 2 more Sharingan, Danzo finally subdued Sasuke. Grasping Sasuke by the throat, he hoisted him slowly, gazing at the face filled with hatred. A rare complexity flickered across Danzo's expression. Truly, he had groomed a worthy disciple. Had it not been for the depletion of Sasuke's chakra due to his manipulation of the 3 major ninja villages and his subordinates, winning would not have come at the cost of 4 Sharingan. Farewell, Sasuke. I shall remember you. Chapter 171. Danza's Koto Amatsuki. Farewell, Sasuke. I shall remember you. A formidable gust of wind energy surged in Danza's hand, coalescing into a blade that struck down towards Sasuke's neck. At that moment, black flames reappeared beneath Danz. And despite his vigilance allowing him to evade the initial strike, he was still tainted by the flames. In an instant, they engulfed his lower body. Amaterasu again. How could that be? At this juncture, Sasuke's Sharingan had returned to its normal state, suggesting he should have been depleted of chakra, unless it was that individual. Danza's expression shifted dramatically, his body vanishing in the blink of an eye to evade Amaterasu, reappearing before Sasuke. No matter what, eliminating one adversary was always prudent. However, just as Danza's blade was poised to cleave through Sasuke's head, his form disintegrated into a swarm of crows, rematerializing several meters away in the arms of Karin, who looked at him with concern. Danz, however, was more preoccupied with the figure standing before Sasuke. It was Itachi Uchiha. Danza's demeanor, usually calm and collected, was replaced with an unusual mix of fear and rage as he exclaimed, "Do you wish to betray us?" Itachi's eyelids barely lifted as he regarded Danz with a complex gaze. How he once trusted this man, even becoming an accomplice to the slaughter of his clan for the sake of village peace, bearing the burden of a spy alone. Yet the truth had revealed this man as foolishness, unworthy of trust. Dance had deceived not only him, but also Sasuke, and even sought to kill Sasuke. Indeed, those in power are often merciless. Given Danza's insatiable desire for authority, he would not hesitate to eliminate even his closest kin to ascend to the position of Hokage. Thus, let the past be settled today. The true traitor of the village is not I, but you, Shimura Dance. Itachi's voice, though subdued, resonated with palpable indignation. His hatred found no outlet, his sorrow remained unacknowledged, and his sacrifices were unnoticed, yet he could not bear the repeated deception and exploitation. Itachi's words chilled Dance to the core, knowing the battle was inevitable. Yet, facing Itachi, he still lacked complete confidence, desperately asking, "You have sacrificed so much for the village, even resorting to the murder of your own kin. If you turn against me, what then of all you have done? Itachi, stand down. Leave now and never show yourself again." Itachi was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely admired Danza's audacity to utter such shameless words at this juncture. However, Danza's form vanished using wind release, reappearing before Itachi in an instant. "Be careful," Sasuke urged anxiously. At this point, he understood the events of the past were not as simple as they seemed. Regardless of the truth, he did not want Itachi to perish here. Itachi was no novice and did not falter against Danza's ambush, swiftly executing a wind-release shuriken to deflect Danza's assault. Danza deliberately avoided Itachi's gaze, fully aware of his Jinjutsu prowess, believing himself incapable of withstanding it. However, this tactic made it difficult to predict Itachi's attacks. Sasuke observed the duel, his emotions a mix of complexity and relief. Indeed, the events of yesteryear harbored deeper secrets, yet there was no time to ponder why Karin had released Itachi. The priority was to defeat Danza while ensuring their safety. Karin, upon meeting Sasuke's earnest gaze, she understood his intent and wasted no time, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her pristine wrist. "Go ahead, Sasuke." Without hesitation, Sasuke bit down on Karin's wrist, eliciting a soft gasp from her, tinged with excitement. Danza was oblivious to this exchange, as his battle with Itachi raged on. Itachi was an exceptional talent, even among the annals of shinobi history, proficient in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, leaving Danza struggling to find an opening. Even more alarming was that Itachi's previous injuries had largely healed, thanks to Karin, who possessed the Uchiha clan's bloodline, akin to a portable energy reservoir. Danza regretted not eliminating her when he had the chance. Once more, Danza's body was ignited by Itachi's Amaterasu. This marked his third life. In the brief span of their engagement, 3 of the Sharingan on Danza's right arm had already closed. Now, only 3 remained, his final chances, after which death awaited him. As he watched a trickle of blood escape from Itachi's eye, Danza gritted his teeth, declaring, "Such frequent use of Amaterasu will surely take its toll on you." Danza attempted to instill pressure, but Itachi remained unyielding, offering no response. Could it be time to employ that technique? It was about time, ever since acquiring Kodo Amatsuki. Danza had preserved it as his greatest trump card. Now, the moment had arrived to utilize it, to control Itachi and compel him to eliminate Sasuke. Danza slowly began to unwind the bandages around his head, revealing another Manjiki Sharingan. "Itachi, I shall show you what true Jinjutsu is." As he spoke, Kodo Amatsuki was unleashed with Danza's full intent, a power derived from Shursui Uchiha Sai, capable of permanently altering a person's will for complete control. It was an illusion far superior to Tsukuyami. Anyone ensnared by this technique faced near certain defeat. However, it bore a significant drawback, an excessively long cooldown period, requiring many years before it could be used again. This was why Danza had refrained from targeting Sasuke earlier. Yet at this moment, he could no longer hesitate. Lingering indecision could mean the end of all opportunity. Controlling Itachi Uchiha was indeed a viable option. Gazing into that familiar eye, even Itachi, typically so stoic, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. It belonged to his brotherly friend, Shursui Uchiha. In an instant, Kodo Amatsuki was activated, aiding Itachi in dispelling Danza's Kodo Amatsuki, an unexpected farewell gift. Shursui possessed a greater talent for eye techniques than Itachi, excelling in Jinjutsu and body flicker techniques. In his youth, he earned the moniker Shursui of the body flicker, commanding respect throughout the world. Once Itachi's mentor, he represented a true friend and guide, significantly enhancing Itachi's abilities while embodying the ideals of peace. Despite his formidable strength, Shursui remained unassuming, characterized by a gentle disposition and a desire for harmony, often refraining from inflicting harm even in battle. Chapter 172. The Complete Susanoo. Yet, the young Shursui did not let his formidable strength lead him to act recklessly. Instead, he possessed a cheerful and gentle disposition, yearning for peace. Even in battle, he often restrained himself, seldom inflicting harm upon others. Perhaps his excessive kindness became a burden. On the eve of the Uchiha clan's coup, Shursui devised a plan to use the Kotoame Tsukumi to thwart the uprising and disclosed his intentions entirely to Danzo. However, rather than expressing gratitude for Shursui's honesty, Danzo orchestrated a scheme to ambush him and seize Shursui's right eye, claiming it was for the safety of the village. Danzo justified his actions as a precautionary measure, yet if he had no ulterior motives, why would he transplant Shursui's eye into himself? Ultimately, to prevent his left eye from inciting conflict, Shursui entrusted his eyes and the Kotoame Tsukumi to Itachi, aiding him in awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Before plunging into the south, he rivered to end his life. Itachi still recalled Shursui's dying wish, to use it for peace, to staunchly prevent the Uchiha coup, and to keep it secret. For the sake of the village, he endured the betrayal of a trusted superior who took his eye. Yet he harbored no thoughts of vengeance until his death, even advising Itachi to protect the village. Shursui was a true hero, but was such sacrifice truly worthwhile? So benevolent. Yet in the end, he could not even safeguard his own eyes. That night, Itachi fulfilled Shursui's request, but was this truly the outcome they desired? Shursui, you ultimately underestimated the avarice of human nature. The grotesque Sharingan upon Danzo's arm bore the blood debts of the Uchiha clan, and the suffering inflicted upon the Uchiha extended far beyond this. He was complicit in it as well. Itachi suddenly comprehended why Sasuke was driven to madness seeking vengeance, why he desperately wished to restore the Uchiha name. How wrong he was, grossly mistaken. Peace is always founded upon equality, not upon placing hope in others. Danzo, I want you dead. In that moment, the fury in Itachi's eyes seemed ready to erupt, his entire being radiating an overwhelming presence. The crimson Susanoo materialized, exuding a formidable aura that felt capable of piercing through all. What on earth is that? Karui gazed at the form of Susanoo, somewhat entranced. The Susanoo unleashed by Itachi was a force far surpassing that of Sasuke. Sasuke's was merely a skeletal frame, while the one before them was not only fleshed out but adorned with armor and a helmet, wielding a luminous sword and a mirror the size of a shield. This was the complete Susanoo, akin to a general preparing for battle, truly armed to the teeth. Futile, it is time for this to end. Despite the unparalleled might of the Susanoo before him, Danzo felt no trepidation. He was well aware of the Kotoame Tsukumi's capabilities. Once activated, his adversary would be completely at his mercy. He felt assured that Uchiha Itachi was not overly powerful, for the stronger Itachi grew, the greater his own gain would be. Abruptly, Danzo sensed something amiss. The activation of the Kotoame Tsukumi was instantaneous, yet why could Itachi still actively release his Susanoo, and why had he not been controlled? The massive Tensigen cleaved through Danzo's right arm like a beam of golden light. Simultaneously, Itachi's figure darted toward Danzo, his kunai aimed relentlessly at Danzo's throat. An opening had presented itself, a chance. Danzo disregarded his severed arm, instead retaliating with a wind blade aimed at Itachi's chest, intending to return the injury. He knew he could still activate his Anaji. As long as he did, his arm and wounds would heal, while Itachi's would not. In this regard, Itachi had indeed made a foolish choice. The wind blade pierced Itachi's chest as his kunai simultaneously struck Danzo's throat. The intense pain in his throat caused Danzo's once triumphant expression to fade, replaced by terror as he clutched his throat in disbelief, staring at the unfolding scene. Why had his Anaji not activated? Moreover, he had failed to pierce Itachi's heart, instead striking his abdomen. Why ugh? Danzo attempted to question, but it felt as if he were an old, broken windmill, each word demanding immense effort, accompanied by a torrent of blood. Itachi, indifferent, merely regarded Danzo with a cold gaze, offering no answers, allowing him to depart shrouded in confusion and resentment. In that fleeting moment when the wind blade approached, he had forcibly initiated Tsukuyami, causing the blade to veer off course at the last instant, striking his lower abdomen instead. Due to the brevity of time, Danzo likely had no awareness of when he had fallen under the illusion. As for the arms laden with Sharingan, Itachi forcefully drew them into the world of illusions with his Tensigen, isolating Danzo temporarily. Feeling his strength ebb away, and meeting Itachi's meaningful gaze, Danzo sensed his demise was imminent. Yet he remained unsatisfied, yearning for unfulfilled ambitions, for the Hokage seat, for life itself. In an instant, time seemed to slow, allowing Danzo to reminisce. Years ago, during the alliance ceremony between the Mist and Konoha, the brothers Kin and Jin abruptly instigated a coup, with a gravely injured Hashirama Senju leading his subordinates to escape. Hashirama, resolved to sacrifice himself as bait, posed a challenge to the others. At that moment, no one stepped forward immediately. Danzo, harboring the intention to volunteer as the bait, hesitated in fear, ultimately yielding the honor to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who selflessly offered himself. Such an act merited praise from Hashirama, who, before departing, designated Hiruzen as the next Hokage and urged everyone to support him. In truth, such events were commonplace. Not everyone was inclined to be the vanguard risking their life. Yet, it was regrettable that Hiruzen had not spoken up immediately, clearly contemplating for an extended period. Danzo, having mustered the courage to speak, found himself a moment too late. This misstep cost him the Hokage position, leading him to pursue it obsessively for the rest of his life, transforming from a passionate youth into a scheming, ruthless figure. Suddenly, Danzo seemed to recall something. Struggling to approach Sasuke, he knew that Karui's blood possessed healing properties. Perhaps if Sasuke were willing to save him, he might survive. He looked at Sasuke, struggling to utter, "Save, save." Sasuke, having received nourishment from Karui, had initially prepared to assist Itachi, yet he never anticipated that it would conclude so swiftly. Observing Danzo's typically inscrutable demeanor now marred by desperation and agony, Sasuke's expression turned complex as he averted his gaze. Chapter 173. The City of Ghost Lights. Reflecting on Danzo's typically inscrutable demeanor, Sasuke now observed Danzo's present state of dishevelment and torment. His expression tinged with complexity as he turned away. Itachi approached Danzo, slowly removing the Sharingan that had never belonged to him. "It was never meant to be yours." Aghast, Danzo let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing from the excruciating agony, yet he lingered on the brink of death. Itachi observed the scene with indifference, devoid of any sympathy. Many who had perished for Danzo's grand ideals were deserving of compassion, but Danzo himself was not among them. Karin parted her lips slightly but remained silent, retreating to Sasuke's side. Ultimately, it was Sasuke who could no longer restrain himself. He knelt beside Danzo, gently cradling his head before swiftly snapping his neck. Thus, a once mighty figure met his demise. Rest assured, Sakura. Naruto is incredibly strong and is unlikely to come to harm, Ino reassured as she pulled Sakura close with a smile. Choji, munching on snacks, chimed in, "Indeed. If you are troubled, Naruto would surely be saddened." Sakura managed a faint smile, replying, "Oh, it's not his safety I'm concerned about. Rather, I worry about his solitude in there. He thrives in lively company, sigh." The turmoil surrounding the Four Shinobi Summit had long since passed. Yet the fallout from the conflict and Sasuke Uchiha's escape continued to weigh heavily on Konoha, as Awagakure and Kirigakure applied pressure upon their return, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. This situation did not hinge on Konoha's rightness or wrongness, but rather on their failure to foster trust with the other nations. Amidst the escalating tensions, the assertive interventions from Kumogakure and Tsunagakure eased the situation, leading to a compromise where both sides took a step back. Awagakure and Kirigakure withdrew their aggressive posturing, while Konoha imposed disciplinary measures on the rogue ninja involved. Naruto, unwilling to implicate others, took full responsibility for his actions and was subsequently sent to the prison in the City of Ghost Lights for reflection, with his return date uncertain. Since solidifying their relationship, he and Sakura had rarely spent extended periods apart, and now with Naruto imprisoned, her spirits were understandably low. Ino and Choji felt helpless in this situation. Choji suddenly remarked, "It seems this is the first time I've undertaken a mission with you both." Sakura reflected, "Indeed. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, we haven't worked together. I appreciate your efforts to cheer me up." Yet, Ino's next words dispelled her gratitude. "That's unavoidable. After all, as the sole remaining member of Team 7, it's just you and Konoha now," Ino said with a shrug and a smile. The City of Ghost Lights was a prison established by the Grass Village, designated for incarcerating rogue ninjas, situated on a small island near the village, surrounded by the sea. True to its name, the area was perpetually shrouded in darkness, evoking an eerie atmosphere. This place was far worse than the cell Tsunade had once confined her in. Naruto faced the consequences of his earlier actions, yet he felt no regret. Given another chance, he would act the same way. Soon, he was handed over to the prison's authorities, led by a man named Mu, a former jonin of the Grass Village and the current warden of the City of Ghost Lights. Despite the Grass Village's lack of formidable strength, Mu was a notable figure on Konoha's intelligence roster, having ascended to his position through his unique fire release techniques. 2 guards restrained Naruto's arms, yet he offered no resistance. Mu lowered his gaze and approached, directly embedding the fire prison technique within Naruto. The instant pain nearly overwhelmed Naruto, but it was fleeting. The fire prison was one of Mu's signature techniques, essential for managing the nearly 10,000 inmates within the city. This jutsu thrusts chains that bind chakra into the body of the prisoner, effectively curtailing their ability to harness chakra and perform ninjutsu. Should a prisoner attempt to flee, the chains would transform into flames, incinerating their body. Furthermore, straying too far from the caster would result in death by fire, rendering escape futile, even by submerging in water. Thus, those bound by the fire prison would forever remain trapped within the City of Ghost Lights, too fearful to attempt an escape. Mu regarded Naruto with surprise, clearly taken aback by his compliance. He had anticipated a more arduous interaction. As the warden of the city, Mu was not oblivious to the outside world and had been monitoring developments closely, aware of Naruto's strength and influence beyond the prison walls. He had even contemplated shifting targets, but was astonished to find Naruto before him, willing to submit to the fire prison without resistance. Unbeknownst to Mu, the fire prison he had enacted on Naruto would be undone mere seconds later. Despite its formidable appearance, the fire prison was fundamentally akin to a sealing technique. In terms of sealing prowess, Naruto had few equals in the ninja world, save for Jiraiya. Moreover, the Nine Tails had long since harmonized with Naruto and would not permit any foreign entities to infiltrate his body. Thus, the chains that controlled thousands of inmates faltered within Naruto, unable to withstand even a few seconds before being dispelled. Before long, Naruto was escorted to a cell. The room, likely due to a lack of ventilation, was permeated with an indescribable stench that nearly caused him to regurgitate his previous meal. As the door creaked open, a dozen diverse prisoners rose to their feet, revealing a crowded cell. Their eyes glinted with ill intent, some even licking their lips, sending a chill down Naruto's spine. This time, Naruto's incarceration was no mere charade. It was a genuine punishment, and no special accommodations would be made for him. Once the guard shut the door, he sought a corner to sit. But just as he was about to settle, one prisoner quickly claimed the spot, lying down without a care. Chapter 174. Prison Turmoil. The prisoner remained silent. Yet his expression was one of blatant provocation as he fixed his gaze upon Naruto. Rather than stooping to the same level of confrontation, Naruto opted to move towards another vacant spot. This was not an act of fear, but rather one of disdain. To speak frankly, Naruto belonged to an entirely different realm compared to most of the inmates in this facility. However, the prisoner was clearly seeking trouble and hastily occupied that very spot. Witnessing this, Naruto was nearly infuriated. Even a mud Buddha has its limits, particularly at his youthful age. How could he not be enraged in the face of such persistent provocation? Drawing a deep breath, Naruto inquired, "What do you mean by this?" The man, scratching his toes, shouted, "What do you want? Don't you see someone is already here?" He continued, "Then where is my place?" "Oh, I was asking about your place, see that? Go squat over there." As Naruto followed the direction indicated by the prisoner, he was horrified to find that the man was pointing towards the restroom. Unbearable, the individual, sensing Naruto's fury, not only did not back down but stood up, his finger nearly jabbing into Naruto's face. "What is the matter? Not willing to comply? As a newcomer, you must adhere to the rules. Hurry up and don't make me repeat myself for a third time." Before Naruto arrived at this cell, he had been the newcomer himself, having suffered considerable bullying from others. Recalling the humiliation and pain, the ghastly memories, he yearned to unleash all of it upon Naruto. A noble thought, yet regrettably, he had chosen the wrong target. Just as his finger was about to poke Naruto's face, it was abruptly seized, twisted with force. The prisoner collapsed to his knees, letting out a wail of agony. Naruto paid him no further mind, for the other inmates had risen, encircling him. The leader among them was exceptionally robust, clearly broader than the others. "Kid, you've got guts, huh? It doesn't matter who you are. In this place, even a dragon must lie low. He had witnessed too many influential figures from the outside world arrive at this hellhole, only to be reduced to mere beasts. Those sent here were all serious offenders, with little hope of ever seeing the light of day again, which implied that no matter how significant their power outside, it held no sway within the confines of this prison. 2 minutes later, Naruto lay comfortably on his bed, while a group of inmates writhed on the ground, crying out in agony, their arms collectively broken by him. The pain was excruciating. Even the most wicked and resolute individuals could not dismiss such torment. Naruto's gaze was indifferent, devoid of any compassion. After years of navigating the ninja world and establishing his own legacy, he was no longer the naive child he once was. How many of those imprisoned here could truly be considered good people? The actions of these individuals only reinforced Naruto's conviction. To eradicate evil is to aid the virtuous. Had it not been for his current identity, he might have already exterminated these rascals. The disregard he exhibited only intensified the fear the inmates felt toward him, flooding their hearts with regret. The following morning, as they dined, the others cautiously led Naruto to the cafeteria, their attitudes steeped in respect. The arms they had lost the previous night had already been restored by Naruto's intervention. However, such gestures did little to alleviate their dread. In a place where humanity is stripped bare, violence remains the most effective solution, and Naruto possessed such strength. Although merely heading to the cafeteria for a meal, the prisoners had distinctly divided into camps. Naruto's group, along with a few others from different cells, consisted of around 30 individuals, representing a minuscule faction, hardly conspicuous. Yet, from the perspective of others, Naruto's group was exceedingly noticeable. The leaders of other factions were often formidable individuals in their prime, some even elderly with white hair, while Naruto's group was led by a mere youth. This stark contrast stirred discontent among many, as some had been in the depths of this prison since their youth, enduring years of oppression to attain their current status. Why should Naruto, a newcomer, command such respect? Before they could finish their meal, a prisoner approached to stir trouble. This individual, a young man with a head of green hair, ostentatiously seated himself across from Naruto and declared, "I am Jiraiya, a former chunin from the Mist Village." "What is your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto," he replied. Jiraiya continued, "Uzumaki? The clan that was wiped out? So you're a ninja?" His audacious tone was hardly endearing. Yet Naruto simply wished to enjoy his meal without conflict, so he responded candidly, "A genin from Konoha." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya visibly relaxed. Though Naruto was a Konoha ninja, he was merely a genin. After all, what did rank matter in the confines of a prison where one's abilities were severely restricted? With this thought, Jiraiya grew more brazen, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "What's the deal with the food? Why do you have more meat in your bowl than I do?" He reached for Naruto's food with his chopsticks. Before Naruto could react, his companion intervened, asserting, "Get your filthy hands off. Are you looking for trouble?" A food box was promptly smashed against Jiraiya's face, splattering rice and sauce all over him. Jiraiya, caught off guard, had been too preoccupied with Naruto to anticipate retaliation from anyone else. Did this group not realize he was affiliated with Dragon Uncle? They had no such knowledge, as the prisoner who struck him was the very one who had provoked Naruto the previous night, and due to his short time in prison, he could not recognize everyone. "Hey, everyone, let us teach this guy a lesson," he shouted, but to his dismay, no one responded. Looking around, he found the others staring at him incredulously. He was momentarily stunned, but not completely foolish. He quickly retreated behind Naruto. "B-boss, save me." At that moment, Jiraiya also realized he had just been struck by a mere subordinate. How could this be acceptable? Enraged, he wiped the filth from his face and charged toward the prisoner. "You think he can protect you?" Jiraiya stomped his foot on the table in front of Naruto, toppling Naruto's plate of food. But what of it? He had come to provoke after all, and this kid was just a genin, with arrogance plastered on his face. Mixed with remnants of food, he advanced. Yet, in the next instant, a fist collided with his abdomen, sending Jiraiya flying. Chapter 175. The legendary overlord, a fist struck his abdomen, sending Ieyasu Daisho flying across the room. The commotion was considerable, and logically, one would expect guards to intervene. Yet none appeared. Instead, a multitude of prisoners began to gather in this direction. The crowd was so vast that it seemed to number in the hundreds, which terrified the few subordinates surrounding Naruto, leaving only one behind. Ieyasu Daisho, the flamboyant green-haired youth, was under the command of Uncle Long. The lone prisoner who chose to remain was the one who had just lost his lunchbox. He was not foolish enough to flee like the others. He understood that he was different from the rest and could not simply retreat, for he was the one who had instigated the altercation. He could only place his hopes in Naruto, praying that the latter would not abandon him, for if he did, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Naruto did not forsake him. He stood calmly, expressionless, as he faced the incoming crowd. The throng parted, revealing a kindly white-haired elder who stepped forward. "Greetings, young man. I am Yakaguchi Long, known here as Uncle Long." This was the legendary figure within the prison? Naruto was taken aback, for Uncle Long appeared exceptionally respectable, resembling more of a benevolent elder than a nefarious crime lord. However, the words that followed were sharp and unyielding. "You struck Daisho, did you not? Though he may be inept, he is like family to me. I cannot simply disregard his plight. What do you intend to do?" Naruto's tone turned icy. The crowd perked up at this exchange. Typically, anyone confronted in such a manner, regardless of their previous bravado, would relent. Yet here was a young Konoha ninja, undeterred by the presence of hundreds. The spectators were thoroughly entertained, imagining how Uncle Long would punish Naruto. Life in the desolate confines of the Housewife castle was devoid of amusement, and many had developed twisted personalities due to their prolonged imprisonment. Uncle Long chuckled, a sound that sent chills down the spines of those who knew him well. They understood that his laughter heralded dire consequences for his adversaries. "I present you with two choices: sever a finger and kneel to Daisho in apology, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. While the proposal was articulated with finesse, complying would result in perpetual humiliation within the Housewife castle. Yet such was Uncle Long's style, far from a kind-hearted elder. He was a malevolent overlord. However, Naruto had faced far graver threats than this. He had once subdued the Raikage. How could he possibly be intimidated by Uncle Long's level of threat? "I shall choose neither. If you possess the courage, then unleash your full strength," Naruto declared defiantly. Uncle Long's countenance brightened at this response. He had awaited such a challenge, for he had no intention of letting Naruto off lightly. His authority in the Housewife castle was not merely due to his age, but stemmed from a ruthless reputation. Anyone who crossed him suffered grievously. "Ah, so it is," Uncle Long mused, his demeanor shifting from amiable to sinister in an instant. "I shall teach you the rules, showing you what true hell entails." The crowd erupted with excitement, eager for the spectacle of this audacious youth being taught a lesson. "Let us make it a daily routine. 3 beatings a day, 1 for breakfast, lunch, and dinner." "I wonder how long he can withstand it," they jeered. "Let us not be overly cruel. Before you eliminate him, allow us to enjoy the show. It has been ages since we've seen someone so defiant. The more arrogant he is, the more thrilling it will be for us." They clamored, rallying behind Uncle Long. While Naruto was already perceived as a defeated man in their eyes, yet none dared to act prematurely, for Uncle Long had not yet given the order. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Uncle Long relished the flattery being showered upon him. As taunts and jeers filled the air, Naruto grew impatient. He inhaled deeply, flexed his wrists, and cracked his knuckles. "Come on, let me see if you can withstand a beating." The prisoners were baffled by Naruto's audacity. Faced with such peril, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Such a demeanor could only stem from either foolishness or extraordinary confidence. He did not appear to be a fool. Suddenly, one prisoner leapt up, pointing at Naruto. "I remember now. He is Uzumaki Naruto, the leader of the Akatsuki. He was once the leader of a rising faction just before arriving at Housewife Castle, which made him particularly attentive to the Akatsuki's movements, fearing they might be eradicated one day. He had etched Naruto's features into his memory, but alas, his worries were unfounded. He had been imprisoned before encountering the Akatsuki. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you?" The question elicited a variety of reactions from the crowd. "Who is Uzumaki Naruto? Is that Akatsuki really that renowned?" I don't know. I've been in here for years and never heard of him." Despite Naruto's growing fame in the ninja world, many prisoners had been incarcerated for extended periods, cut off from external news, and thus were unaware of his notoriety. Conversely, a portion of the crowd began to discreetly withdraw. They were aware of Naruto's legendary status and had no desire to provoke him. Although it is said that the tiger fallen in the plains may be bullied by dogs, it also depended on the nature of the tiger. At least, judging by Naruto's current demeanor, he did not seem like one to be easily subdued. Uncle Long, meanwhile, found himself in a quandary, caught between a rock and a hard place. As a prominent figure among the prisoners, he had access to information from the outside world through various channels. Chapter 176. At this moment, Long Shu found himself in a precarious situation, akin to a rider who could neither advance nor retreat. As a prominent figure among the prisoners of Ghost Lantern City, he had access to information from the outside world through various channels. Although he held little interest in external affairs, he was compelled to maintain his reputation and, therefore, kept abreast of certain matters, notably the name Uzumaki Naruto, a figure reputed to have even defeated the Raikage. Why on earth had he attracted the attention of such a young upstart? Long Shu lamented that if Naruto had disclosed his identity sooner, he might have avoided this predicament. Now, with an arrow knocked, he found himself obligated to release it. He yearned to retreat, but the gazes of those around him held him firm. Retreating would undoubtedly diminish his standing and obliterate the momentum he had painstakingly built. Upon reflection, every individual entering Ghost Lantern City would be imprisoned by the city lord, Wu Wei. Such a fate imposed greater restrictions on ninjas, rendering even the mightiest of them unable to wield their true strength. Long Shu commanded a significant portion of the power among the prisoners and was backed by formidable subordinates, including 4 formidable kings and 8 indomitable warriors, along with numerous adopted sons. With this in mind, he resolved to take a gamble and sounded the horn of attack. However, misfortune awaited him, and he was ultimately defeated. Distorting truth and preying upon the innocent, "You deserve to perish, Mr. Ntion." A young girl's cold voice echoed from the shadows. "Please don't kill me." The man addressed as Mr. Ntion knelt, weeping profusely, desperately rummaging through drawers for deeds and banknotes. "I can give you anything. I possess immense wealth. I beg you, allow me to do anything. Just don't let me die." His pleas were abruptly silenced. A kunai expertly pierced his throat, followed by the swift severing of his head, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Yet the assailant's face remained devoid of expression. "Sister, it's done." A boy with blue hair and Sharingan, one of the clones previously spared and taken in by Hinata, reported. Perhaps he should no longer be referred to merely as a clone. He had a name now, Qian. He cherished this name, as well as his current life. Although Hinata had initially instilled fear in them, they gradually discovered that her treatment of them was far more compassionate than that of Uchiha Shin. They once believed that emotions were a luxury, for no matter how much they invested, they could never elicit feelings from Uchiha Shin. Yet, with Hinata, they felt genuine care effortlessly. They were more than willing to dedicate everything to her, though regrettably, Hinata refused to assume the role of their mother. "Let us go," Hinata nodded, and together with Qian, they exited. This marked the 3rd life they had taken. These individuals, outwardly portrayed as righteous citizens and benevolent merchants, were depicted as such in intelligence reports from various ninja villages. However, only through first-hand experience would one comprehend that these were truly malevolent devils, traffickers, tyrants, and purveyors of chaos. Their evils often more insidious and lethal than those of overt villains. Yet, while Hinata eliminated them, she did not publicize their crimes. Rather, she destroyed the evidence to create an illusion of her indiscriminate slaughter. For once she did so, she would find herself at odds with Konoha and Naruto. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and perhaps this would draw forth some hidden adversaries, enabling her to discern Konoha's true foes. Thus, Hinata appeared without pretense, facilitating the collection of intelligence. Yet, to this day, no organization or faction had approached her. Perhaps my influence hasn't reached sufficient magnitude. It would be necessary to eliminate someone of considerable notoriety. However, just as they were about to vanish into the darkness beyond the city gates, Hinata abruptly halted, sensing a gaze upon them. "Come forth, you lurking miscreants." After a few breaths, 2 figures descended, and upon seeing their black cloaks adorned with red clouds, Hinata's brow furrowed slightly. "Akatsuki? Ah, what a pleasure it is to meet you." The rogue ninja of Konoha, Hyuga Hinata, one of them, known as Obito, greeted with a smile, accompanied by Itachi's old comrade, Kisame Hashigaki. Hinata remained silent, patiently awaiting their intentions. Observing her silence, Kisame turned to Qian with a scowl. "A Sharingan? Such a peculiar little creature. If we capture him, perhaps that scoundrel would take an interest." Qian clenched his teeth, filled with indignation. Since joining Hinata, he had increasingly developed his own emotions. As per Hinata's words, he was a living being, not merely a tool. Kisame's remarks were overtly derogatory, and how could he not feel anger? But before he could act, Kisame had already swung his sword, the Samahata, toward him. Chien quickly summoned wind chakra to form shurikens. But before he could launch them, Hinata struck out with her palm. That seemingly unremarkable strike redirected the trajectory of the Samahata with ease. Indeed, I underestimated you. Kisame's expression grew grave as he slowly unwrapped the bandages from his sword. The Hinata before him reminded him of that fateful day 3 years prior. Was Konoha truly a breeding ground for monsters? Kisame charged at Hinata again, his sword mercilessly aimed at her head. Hinata, however, did not even draw a weapon, meeting the attack with her bare hands. At this moment, even the masked figure could not suppress a frown. That was Samahata, after all. To meet it with bare hands seemed brazenly reckless. Yet, an invisible energy seemed to envelop Hinata's palms, keeping the Samahata perpetually at bay, unable to breach the distance. A sinister grin flashed across Kisame's face. The Samahata was unique in its ability to absorb chakra upon contact with the human body, continuously storing it within itself. Yet, to his shock, he realized he could not siphon any chakra from Hinata. How could this be? Kisame's small eyes widened in confusion. Hinata, however, beamed brightly. You wish to use Samahata to absorb my chakra? I'm terribly sorry, but since you are so eager, let me allow you to truly experience its essence. Chapter 177. The recruitment of the Akatsuki. I sincerely apologize, since you are so eager to absorb, allow you to thoroughly experience its essence. Kisame was momentarily taken aback, only to be horrified to discover that not only could his Samahata not absorb the opponent's chakra, but even the chakra he had stored within it was being incessantly drawn out. This situation was untenable. Kisame exerted considerable force to retract his Samahata, yet he felt an invisible force gripping it, rendering him unable to pull it back. He was confident in his strength, which could not be measured by ordinary standards. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? The opponent was merely a frail young girl. How could she possess such formidable power? Looking up, he saw Hinata's previously blue eyes seemingly emanating an eerie azure glow, exuding an inexplicable strangeness. It was those eyes. Kisame instinctively released the hilt of his sword, simultaneously retreating and beginning to form hand seals. The relinquished Samahata transformed as if it were a living entity, splitting open to reveal a mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Lunging directly at Hinata. However, Hinata merely flicked her wrist, and the Samahata spun like a top, whirling countless times before being flung away. This delay allowed Kisame to complete his hand seals. The Great Shark Bullet Technique. A massive water bullet, coalesced from chakra, hurtled fiercely towards Hinata. Despite his surprise at Hinata's abilities, Kisame quickly adjusted his mindset. If close combat would lead to chakra absorption, then he would attack from a distance using ninjutsu. However, Kisame's resolve faltered the next moment, for the seemingly formidable Great Shark Bullet disintegrated abruptly just half a meter before Hinata. The chakra energy scattered in the air gradually converged, being drawn into Hinata's eyes. What kind of ability is this? Kisame's eyes filled with confusion. Yet Hinata did not afford him the luxury of contemplation, advancing swiftly with her palms like lightning, a subtle 8-trigram pattern manifesting beneath her feet, indicative of the pinnacle of the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams formation. Indeed, the Hyuga family's secret techniques were not to be underestimated. They had once earned a formidable reputation in the ninja world, which is why they maintained their current standing in the village. However, the absence of notable top-tier experts in recent years had rendered them seemingly unremarkable. With the 8 trigrams formation at its zenith, one person could embody an entire array. Even Kisame, whose martial prowess was exceptional, found himself struggling, gradually falling into a disadvantage after several exchanges. Kisame's furious roars echoed as he fought with palpable frustration. Even though he longed for a duel with a master, he never anticipated being subdued by a woman, especially one so much younger than himself. This was unforgivable. Kisame bellowed fiercely, merging with his Samahata, elevating his aura to an entirely new level, enhancing both his speed and strength significantly. At this moment, he was capable of battling a Jinchuriki. As their figures intertwined, the ground around them shattered, transformed by the intensity of their clash. However, observing from the sidelines, Itachi understood that Kisame was destined to lose. Kisame had nearly exhausted all his trump cards, while the young Hyuga girl had yet to reveal her full strength. If this was not the ultimate manifestation of her power, his assessment of Hinata had indeed been grossly underestimated. She was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, even for him. As Kisame prepared to unleash a powerful strike, their figures separated, yet in that instant, countless shurikens shot through the night toward Kisame. His pupils narrowed. He had intended to speak, but swallowed the words, hastily dodging. Yet those shurikens seemed almost sentient, veering unexpectedly as they approached, slicing several wounds across his body. Such an assault could inflict harm, but would not be lethal, Itachi observed with clarity. Kisame licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. This little girl had thoroughly enraged him. Such humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Before he could retaliate, Hinata surged forward, her speed appearing unhurried yet exerting immense pressure on Kisame. Kisame, be careful. At that moment, Itachi's warning reached his ears. Kisame sensed an unusual shift in the air behind him, but he was ensnared by Hinata, unable to break free. He glanced back with his peripheral vision, seeing the shurikens glimmering with a cold light in the darkness, seemingly drawn by a gravitational force, heading straight for his head. The human head is the most vulnerable part of the body. No matter how resilient Kisame was, his head was not made of iron. If struck, it would be disastrous. But he could do nothing but watch as the shurikens approached. Just as the shurikens were about to pierce Kisame's eyes, Itachi appeared behind him, and the glimmering shurikens vanished into an alternate space in an instant. That's enough, Miss Hinata, Itachi spoke softly. Kisame dismissed Itachi's words. The latter had already gained the upper hand, so why would he cease now? However, to Kisame's astonishment, Hinata indeed withdrew, refraining from further attacks. From the moment the Akatsuki made their appearance, Hinata had devised a plan in her heart. She never intended to kill Kisame, merely to demonstrate her strength. She sought to join the Akatsuki, the very organization that Naruto viewed as a dire threat. What? Kisame exclaimed in surprise, feeling a twinge of resentment. Having gained nothing from this encounter. Kisame, lighten up. We will all be colleagues from here on, Itachi remarked, then turned to Hinata with a gentle demeanor. Miss Hinata, I represent the Akatsuki and extend an invitation for you to join us. Hinata scoffed disdainfully. You don't truly believe that I have nowhere to go after leaving Konoha, do you? In other words, what benefits would joining you confer upon me? After all, we were once adversaries. Hearing Hinata's words, Itachi's wariness diminished significantly. This sounded like the response of a rational individual. If she had eagerly accepted his offer, he would have been deeply unsettled. After suffering several defeats, the Akatsuki had resolved to pursue Plan B, no longer seeking a complete-tailed beast, but rather striving to initiate their plans swiftly. However, their primary combat power had been depleted for various reasons, creating an urgent need for powerful new blood. Chapter 178. Fulfilling promises, however, due to various circumstances. Their primary combat strength had suffered continuous losses, creating an urgent need for powerful new blood. Although Yakushi Kabuto could resurrect a group of individuals through the impure world reincarnation, this very fact compelled him to prepare in advance, lest that individual turn against them like Orochimaru. Since Hinata had withdrawn from Konoha, she had become a potential target for the Akatsuki organization's scrutiny. Despite her average standing within Team Karinai, she was not to be underestimated, especially not when compared to Haiden. A series of Hinata's actions ultimately prompted the Akatsuki to consider establishing contact. After witnessing Hinata in battle, Setsu was pleasantly surprised. If even Kisame could be subdued, then Haiden was hardly a match. Such a character was worthy of his personal recruitment efforts. After a feigned moment of contemplation, Setsu remarked, I apologize, but the Akatsuki is merely a civilian organization. We cannot offer you abundant resources or a formidable backing, yet we can provide you with the world you desire. Hinata, amused, responded with a smile, the world I desire? Do you truly know what I want? Setsu replied, the emotions that bind a person are nothing more than familial love, friendship, or romantic love. I have heard that you and Naruto Uzumaki enough. Hinata erupted, her temper flaring. She had anticipated profound insights from him, but instead, he had directly mentioned her relationship with Naruto. There is nothing between us, she insisted vehemently. Zetsu chuckled at her vehement reaction. Her intensity only served to highlight the ambiguous feelings she harbored for Naruto. His gaze grew contemplative, reminiscing about events from many years ago, and he inadvertently uttered, fear of rejection is insignificant. What is truly daunting is losing the courage to pursue beauty. If you genuinely desire him, then utilize the power you possess to create a world where he exists. Within a dimly lit secret stone chamber, Rina anxiously awaited. Ever since she had accompanied Mr. Zetsu here, he had left her to wait alone. Mr. Zetsu wouldn't he deceive me, would he? Surely, he will help me revive my parents, Rina murmured to herself. The prolonged wait had begun to take a toll on her psyche, sustained solely by her trust in Zetsu, which surpassed that of her uncle and aunt, even Sakura. When seeking her parents, her uncle and aunt, as well as her most trusted Sakura, had not accompanied her. It was Mr. Zetsu, whom she had only recently met, who offered her assistance. Reflecting on this, coupled with the pain of her parents' demise, Rina felt a surge of resentment. If only Sakura had arrived sooner. Her parents might still be alive, why couldn't they have taken it more seriously? Tears welled up in Rina's eyes, giving birth to boundless hatred. Mr. Zetsu. Mr. Zetsu. Please come back, he wouldn't leave me, would he? Just then, a voice she had longed for echoed in her ears. Zetsu's figure appeared within the chamber, stating, "It seems I have not earned your complete trust, Rina." "Mr. Zetsu, you've returned?" Rina exclaimed joyfully at his arrival. Immediately waving her hands in explanation, "I do not doubt you, Mr. Zetsu. Please do not misunderstand. I have merely felt too lonely here. Clearly, I have overlooked your feelings. However, I have been occupied with important matters as of late. I sincerely apologize." Zetsu spoke gently. The fact that Mr. Zetsu was apologizing only deepened Rina's resentment towards her indifferent relatives, while simultaneously enhancing her trust in him. "You needn't apologize. In truth, I should be the one apologizing to you. By the way, who is this beside you?" Rina inquired curiously, noticing someone peculiar beside Zetsu, wearing a straw hat that obscured their face. Before Zetsu could respond, the figure removed the hat, revealing a face that Rina recognized all too well. "Father? Father!" she gasped. Her father had truly returned, although Mr. Zetsu had previously mentioned that he would revive her parents. The reality of her father standing before her elicited a wholly different emotional response. Overwhelmed, Rina rushed forward and embraced her father. "Father, it is so wonderful that you are alive. I missed you so much." The body, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, gently ruffled Rina's hair, saying, "Rina, I am sorry for all the pain you've endured. It's nothing, as long as you and mother are by my side," Rina sniffled, trying to hold back her tears. She then turned to Zetsu, asking, "Mr. Zetsu, thank you for bringing my father back, but why hasn't mother returned?" Zetsu sighed, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. "You must have sensed it, Rina. Your father lacks warmth. Although he retains memories and thoughts, he cannot live as a normal person. This revival is far from perfect. They cannot taste food, do not experience touch, and are devoid of pain." Upon hearing Zetsu's words, Rina felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Isn't this revival perfect?" she questioned. "This is already wonderful." Her father attempted to comfort her. "Yes." Rina nodded obediently. Yet, the notion that her father could no longer savor food or feel the warmth of holding her filled her heart with bitterness. "Mr. Zetsu, is there any way to revive my parents so that they can live normally?" Zetsu nodded. "Certainly. It is possible, provided we can accomplish that task. I have never forgotten the promise I made to you, Rina. I hope you two will not forget our previous agreement." "Previous agreement?" Rina paused, then recalled, asking eagerly, "Is it the matter of creating a new world that you mentioned?" "Rest assured, Mr. Zetsu, I have not forgotten. Whatever you require of me, I will give my all to accomplish it." A sharp glimmer flickered in Zetsu's eyes as he calmly stated, "What if I were to ask you to take action against Sakura Haruno from Konoha?" The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of Rina swallowing hard. What had she just heard? Mr. Zetsu was asking her to confront her cousin? Chapter 179. The mysterious intelligence. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence, broken only by the sound of Linai swallowing hard. What had she just heard? Mr. Afai actually urged her to take action against her cousin? Although Linai harbored deep resentment towards Sakura's family, the thought of truly harming them had never crossed her mind. For they were, after all, her relatives. "Mr. Afai, must it be this way? Why must we proceed like this?" Linai's voice trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, Afai began to explain slowly, "Konoha has always stood in opposition to us, representing the greatest hindrance to our quest for a new world. To achieve our ideals and truly resurrect your parents, we are destined to be enemies with Konoha. Sakura Haruno is a pivotal figure in this matter, Linai. I need you to leverage your connections to draw her in. There is no need for you to act directly." Upon hearing Afai's words, Linai felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had initially feared that Mr. Afai intended for her to confront her cousin personally. She was all too aware of her own limitations and knew she could never overpower her cousin. Noticing Li Nai's hesitation, Afai sighed deeply before continuing. If you are unwilling, it is understandable. Regardless of past grievances, you are still family. Li Nai, I have done my utmost to fulfill my promise to you. I have no regrets in aiding you. Now, we must part ways. With that, Afai turned to leave without further pressuring her. Mr. Afai, please wait. Li Nai called out urgently, halting his departure. Is there something else? Afai inquired, his tone noncommittal. Mr. Afai, I am willing to do anything for you, just as I promised before. Afai feigned concern. Oh, are you certain? After all, they are your family. Family? Li Nai replied bitterly. By blood, perhaps, but their actions do not merit such a designation. When I faced hardships, when my parents were in danger, they remained indifferent to my pleas. Yet you, Mr. Afai, whom I have only just met, offered unconditional assistance and even resurrected my father. Compared to you, what are they? You, Mr. Afai, are my true kin. I will do everything in my power to help you create a new world. Afai's gaze behind his mask deepened. Very well, Li Nai. You have not disappointed my expectations. I hope that one day you will not regret the decision you have made today. Tsunade stifled a yawn as she prepared to commence her workday, only to be interrupted by Kakashi hurrying in, clutching a sealed letter. A confidential letter. From your neighboring country, or perhaps the Umbu, Tsunade muttered, accepting the envelope with disinterest. As she opened the envelope, her demeanor shifted dramatically upon scanning the contents. The letter outlined recent movements of the Akatsuki organization and emphasized the imminent threat they posed to the Jinchuriki, urging the village to remain vigilant. This was no ordinary intelligence report. Its implications were grave, yet the challenge lay in determining its authenticity. Though the Akatsuki was notorious, its membership was scarce, with each member wielding formidable abilities, making infiltration by Konoha's Umbu virtually impossible. Who could have authored this letter? Faced with uncertainty, Tsunade ordered an emergency meeting of the village's senior officials to deliberate their next course of action. That afternoon, several ninjas departed the village, carrying Tsunade's handwritten correspondence in phases. After much discussion, Konoha ultimately decided to disseminate the information to the other villages, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a united front against such a radical organization. However, they remained cautious, taking care to prepare for potential schemes. In a dense forest, two Konoha ninjas gathered firewood and started a fire to grill fish. Their mission was to travel to the farthest Iwagakure village. While efficiency was paramount, they recognized the need to refuel. Otherwise, hunger would only slow their progress further. Oh, what a troublesome time we live in. I wonder when peace will finally return, one ninja sighed. Indeed, but we will contribute our strength to the village, his companion replied. The ninja offered a grilled fish, smiling. Here, eat up. Finish the fish, then we can continue. Haha, I want to hold back. The companion took the fish but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Oh no, not now. Sorry, I need to step away for a moment, he said, clutching his stomach and hurriedly leaving without waiting for the cook's response. What? Are you serious? Right when we're eating, you have to run off? Could you be any more disgusting? The cook grumbled, waving him off. Aside from executing missions, his greatest passion was cooking. Had he not become a ninja, he might have pursued a career as a chef. Yet, he found contentment in his current life, blessed with a loving wife and adorable children. Whenever he completed a mission and had time to rest, he would prepare a lavish feast, relishing those moments of bliss. This task was merely a formality. It shouldn't take long before he could return home. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, he noticed his companion staggering back, clutching his stomach. Visibly shaken. Alphonse, what happened? Did something you ate go bad? Who knows? It's ridiculous, haha. Without further discussion, Alphonse approached the cook, grabbing a grilled fish. Hey, did you wash your hands? Haha. Alphonse merely scratched his head, saying nothing more. The cook assumed his friend was embarrassed by his earlier mishap. However, in the instant the cook turned away, a sharp kunai pierced through his chest, blood spilling forth. The most lethal blow had come from the very person he trusted most. In disbelief, the cook gazed at his chest, gripping the blade tightly as he struggled to turn around. He wished to see his companion's face, to ask why he had committed such an act, but his attacker offered no opportunity for questions, twisting the blade violently and then withdrawing it, only to stab again and again. Chapter 180. The escape plan. He yearned to glimpse the face of his assailant and inquire of his companion the reason behind such actions. Yet, the individual behind him afforded him no such opportunity. The dagger twisted violently and was swiftly withdrawn, only to be plunged again and again. The warmth of his body gradually dissipated, his pupils dilated, and in a final act of defiance, his body succumbed to the ground. He would never again behold the faces of his wife and daughter. Such is the world of ninjas, perpetually shrouded in slaughter, where the specter of death looms over every soul. As the ninja's form crumpled, the figure responsible for the attack was finally revealed, not Afong, but White Zetsu. In the city of Ghost Lantern, the tumult that transpired that morning in the mess hall concluded with Naruto single-handedly toppling all adversaries before him. It was not that Naruto desired chaos. He was indeed serving his sentence and had no intention of fleeing, despite his capabilities. However, such strength did not imply that he would endure the rampant humiliation inflicted by others. Following this confrontation, it was unlikely that any inmate would dare provoke him again. Unbeknownst to Naruto, not only did no one wish to incite his wrath, but he also inexplicably acquired a legion of followers who, under his banner, gradually encroached upon other factions. The other groups could do little to resist. Figures like Dog Brother and Big Bear lacked the courage to retaliate. They understood that these new allies were merely exploiting Naruto's reputation, yet any act of defiance would equate to offending Naruto himself. Who could predict whether he would seek retribution upon his return? At this moment, Naruto found himself confined within a dim chamber of merely a few square meters, its height barely reaching half a meter. Do not presume this space was exclusively designated for Naruto. In a nearby corner, an elderly man with white hair sat curled up, none other than the once arrogant Uncle Long. The two shared an unspoken bond of misfortune. Presently, Uncle Long bore a bruise upon his visage, and his gaze toward Naruto was tinged with trepidation. This was a gesture of mercy from Naruto. Otherwise, it would have been effortless to render him bedridden for months without end, all while sparing his life. Witnessing the fear in Uncle Long's eyes vexed Naruto. After all, he was not the instigator of their troubles. It was Uncle Long who had sought him out first, yet now he found himself in this predicament. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of striking you, provided you refrain from provoking me further. Let bygones be bygones, Naruto sighed, endeavoring to soften his tone. Ultimately, Uncle Long was merely a frail old man devoid of combat prowess. Thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity. I apologize for my previous actions. Fear not. The unpleasantness of the past is behind us. From this moment forth, your affairs shall be my affairs in this city of Ghost Lantern. Do not hesitate to issue your commands. Uncle Long's words dripped with flattery as he sought to ingratiate himself with Naruto. Speaking of his own youthful days and his own regrets, Naruto maintained an expression of clarity. He was no longer a child easily swayed. He recognized that Uncle Long was a figure of some repute among the inmates of Ghost Lantern. Despite the old man's shamelessness, it was difficult to reach such a level. Yet, Uncle Long's overtures suggested two possibilities. Either he sought something from Naruto, or he harbored ulterior motives. Uncle Long continued, though I stand beneath one man in Ghost Lantern, this place remains a sunless prison. Frankly, I would prefer to fight for a chance at breathing fresh air outside, even for a single day. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Naruto. By your words, you consider yourself a hero? Naruto mused inwardly, but refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire. I suppose escaping from here would not be an easy feat, given that we all bear the mark of the celestial prison. Uncle Long's expression grew serious as he replied, the mark of the celestial prison is indeed troublesome, but not insurmountable. Naruto, I require your strength. If you consent to join my plan, I will assist you in removing the prison's mark. Naruto fixed his gaze intently upon Uncle Long, declaring, very well. If you can indeed lift my prison's mark, I shall agree to assist you. Otherwise, I will not take a single step beyond Ghost Lantern. Uncle Long faltered, taken aback by Naruto's resolute stance, swallowing the words he had intended to express. Do we not share some measure of trust? He queried, still clinging to hope. Naruto was initially uncertain, but Uncle Long's relentless invitation to join in a prison break only fueled his suspicions. The old man was clearly up to no good. Naruto had long found it peculiar that during their confrontation in the mess hall, no guards intervened. If the guards feared the inmates, it made little sense. Every prisoner bore the mark of the celestial prison, rendering them incapable of escaping control. Thus, the guards must have deliberately allowed their conflict to unfold, only to later confine them, even placing Uncle Long in proximity to him. This raised significant questions. Uncle Long had thrived in Ghost Lantern for many years, undoubtedly under the watchful eye of the warden, Wu Wei. This meant he had developed his influence with Wu Wei's tacit approval. Yet, this warden's acquaintance faced the same fate as Naruto, being confined alongside him due to their altercation. Contemplating Uncle Long's incessant chatter, laden with subtle implications, it became clear the core message was an invitation to escape or an attempt to guide him towards that goal. Within the vast expanse of Ghost Lantern, the only individual capable of orchestrating such a scheme was none other than the warden, Wu Wei. Naruto remained uncertain of Wu Wei's motives in plotting against him and was disinclined to ponder why he was targeted. In this world, unsolicited kindness is a rarity, while unwarranted malice abounds. Nevertheless, anyone who sought to harm him must be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 181. The Trap. However, anyone who wishes to harm him must be prepared to face the consequences. Naruto feigned deep contemplation for a considerable duration before finally responding. Although I understand your perspective, I still require some time to deliberate. How long do you need to consider? Uncle Long instinctively inquired, having witnessed Naruto's silence. He had assumed the young man would acquiesce immediately, especially since the allure of freedom was at stake. It was understandable that someone of Naruto's youth, or even someone of Uncle Long's age, would be unable to resist such temptation. Yet, the seal of the dungeon acted as an inescapable nightmare, binding them firmly to this place. Nevertheless, the lord of the city, Wu Wei, had previously approached him with a special task. If Uncle Long could successfully execute Wu Wei's orders, he would be granted his freedom. Uncle Long had no reason to suspect Wu Wei. Despite his cold demeanor, Wu Wei had an admirable reputation in the ninja world. It would be implausible for a rogue to be appointed as the lord of Ghost Lantern City. Uncle Long had been allowed to thrive under Wu Wei's watchful eye, as the latter seemed reluctant to engage with someone of his ilk. To put it plainly, Uncle Long's fate rested entirely in Wu Wei's hands. Wu Wei's directive was to devise a means to facilitate Naruto's escape from prison. As for the dungeon seal, Uncle Long merely needed to feign compliance. Wu Wei would discreetly lift it. Although Uncle Long did not comprehend Wu Wei's motives, he was indifferent to them. His sole focus was on guiding Naruto to escape, which would ultimately grant him the chance to see the light of day once more, liberating him from this isolated island. Observing the expression on Uncle Long's face only solidified Naruto's conviction that Uncle Long harbored ill intentions towards him, and that this matter was likely orchestrated by Lord Wu Wei. However, Uncle Long had clearly underestimated one crucial aspect. Naruto himself had no desire to flee. His acceptance of punishment and his current incarceration in Ghost Lantern City were partially driven by a sense of responsibility towards his comrades and Konoha. To be blunt, if he truly wished to evade captivity, who could possibly restrain him? Others may not understand, but Ghost Lantern City was clearly insufficient to contain him. If he desired freedom, he could easily break through based on his own strength. As for Lord Wu Wei, indeed, he was formidable, but it was essential to consider against whom he was being measured. Naruto had encountered numerous powerful individuals, many of whom had fallen before him. A solitary Wu Wei was simply not enough. For the sake of his reputation and the harmony between the major ninja villages, Naruto resolved to remain here for the time being. At least until significant changes transpired within the ninja world, he would not depart. Moreover, Naruto had previously established a method of communication. Although he was physically trapped in Ghost Lantern City, news from the outside world had never ceased. For every night, peculiar little insects would appear nearby, forming strange characters that he could comprehend. However, Naruto did not reveal this. Instead, he remarked, "Let me take a few more days. Once I have made up my mind, I shall provide you with an answer. After all, this is not a trivial matter. It could very well lead to death, and I must proceed with caution." This reasoning seemed plausible, and Uncle Long dared not press further, lest his intentions become too evident. "Very well, but you must never disclose a word about our dealings. It would be detrimental to us all." His statement was intended to enhance the credibility of his words. On the third day, Naruto and Uncle Long were escorted out of the confinement chamber and returned to their quarters. Upon his return, Naruto quickly noticed something amiss. His former roommates now exhibited peculiar behavior, not only showering him with excessive concern, but also referring to him as leader. This unexpected treatment left Naruto momentarily taken aback. If it were the individual he had saved treating him this way, he might have accepted it, given that he had indeed saved that person's life. However, to receive such deference from every inmate was overwhelming for him, especially the title of leader, which inevitably reminded him of the toothless Konohamaru. It stood to reason that the passing of the third Hokage must have affected him profoundly. He wondered if Konoha had managed to recover and how everyone else was faring. If the change in treatment from his roommates was merely the beginning, what followed was even more disconcerting, as every individual he encountered now treated him with utmost reverence, with several even claiming to be Naruto's little brothers. Such an embarrassing title was embraced with pride by this group, leaving Naruto in a state of bemusement. He chose to go along with it, recognizing that admiration for the strong was a natural human inclination. To add to the chaos, a few of Haishu's former subordinates had also joined this new faction, inciting Haishu's ire, yet he found himself powerless to act, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Confronting Naruto was no longer an option he felt brave enough to pursue. In the ensuing days, Naruto remained contemplative, while Uncle Long refrained from pressing him further, aware that excessive persuasion might expose his true motives. However, as days passed with no sign of resolution from Naruto, Uncle Long could no longer contain himself and decided to approach Naruto directly. "Naruto, have you reached a decision regarding that matter?" "Time waits for no one," Uncle Long said, casually pulling up a chair to sit beside him. His subordinates busily shooed away onlookers to ensure their conversation remained private. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Long and feigned difficulty as he stated, "I've weighed my options carefully. If I remain here, I can at least survive comfortably. Your enticing words may sound appealing, but if this plan fails, it would be catastrophic. Wu Wei is far too powerful. I may not stand a chance against him. Therefore, I believe it would be best for you to handle this matter yourself. Rest assured, I will not divulge your secret." Uncle Long's expression shifted, revealing his displeasure. If Naruto refused to take action, then Wu Wei's promise to him would be rendered void. He could not allow that to happen. With thoughts racing, Uncle Long let out a heavy sigh, slapping his thigh in frustration. Then, with a hint of guilt, he turned to Naruto and said, "Very well, at this point, I must disclose some truths to you. I have concealed too much from you, and it is no wonder you harbor distrust towards me." Naruto regarded him with astonishment. Was this old man simply out of his mind? If Uncle Long intended to mend his ways, Naruto found it difficult to believe. "Just speak plainly." Ignoring Naruto's skeptical gaze, Uncle Long continued, "The reason I am so eager for our escape is that I have received credible information. Wu Wei will be leaving shortly, and he won't return for at least 2 days. That is why I have been pressing you so urgently. I am anxious to confirm this matter. After all, such an opportunity may never come again." Despite the multitude of guards in Ghost Lantern City, the truly formidable individuals were few and far between. There were no experts of Wu Wei's caliber present. As long as he was absent, our chances of escape would be significantly heightened. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 182. The frantic Uncle Long. Do not be deceived by the multitude of guards in Ghost Lantern City. The truly formidable individuals are few and far between. There is not a single expert of comparable caliber to Wu Wei present. As long as he is absent, our chances of escape are significantly heightened. This is a rare opportunity indeed. Naruto grew increasingly speechless as he listened to the old man weave his elaborate fabrications. It was astounding that he still believed his opponent would relent. Instead, he seemed intent on ensnaring him through various deceitful means. However, having witnessed the remarkable performances of the talented actors led by Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto could easily see through such theatrics. Uncle Long, on the other hand, was convinced that his performance was nothing short of exceptional, truly flawless. "Naruto, I have conveyed everything that needed to be said, yet the decision ultimately lies with you. If you cannot summon the resolve, no amount of eloquence on my part will suffice. I reiterate, opportunities are fleeting, ponder it at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With that, he confidently clasped his hands behind his back and departed without a backward glance, as though he had suffered a tremendous grievance. Although Uncle Long left with great aplomb, the anxiety and torment within him were known only to himself. Days passed, and Naruto indeed did not seek him out. The tasks assigned by Wu Wei remained unfulfilled, and some of his subordinates began to harbor thoughts of rebellion. A number even defected to other factions. What terrified him further was the rapid expansion of groups operating under Naruto's banner, many of whom showed him no deference, leaving him feeling frustrated and helpless. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Wei seemed to have finally remembered him, covertly reaching out through a contact to deliver an ultimatum. "Hungu Long, your inefficiency is quite disappointing." Wu Wei's tone was flat, devoid of emotion, yet to Uncle Long, it sent chills down his spine. He understood well how his current power in Ghost Lantern City was contingent upon Wu Wei's tacit approval. Should Wu Wei decide to eliminate him, he need only whisper a word, and many prisoners would eagerly assist in the task. Clinging to Wu Wei's formidable support was his sole option. My lord, it is not that I have not been earnest in my efforts. I have attempted many methods, but that boy is utterly resistant. I suspect he has no desire to escape from Ghost Lantern City. Please forgive me. I shall strive to do better. Who could possibly not wish to flee Ghost Lantern City? Wu Wei mused, but if applied to Naruto, the situation might indeed be different. While others were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Naruto's confinement, Wu Wei, as the lord of the city, was well aware. Naruto's presence here was more a measure of convenience for Konoha. They would never allow such a genius to languish in Ghost Lantern City indefinitely. Thus, Naruto could be released at any moment. If the time came when Naruto was set free, how would Uncle Long even hope to approach him? Time was of the essence. To save his beloved son, Wu Wei had no other choice. Upon your return, find a way to provoke a confrontation with Uzumaki Naruto. Allow him to injure you. The rest will take care of itself. Uncle Long, who had previously received no response despite his earnest pleas, suddenly felt as though he had been granted divine insight upon hearing Wu Wei's directive. He quickly replied, "Rest assured, my lord. While guiding him to escape may prove challenging, inciting him to act against me is a mere trifle. I shall see to it upon my return." No one replied. Wu Wei's figure had already vanished into the shadows. The following morning, the prisoners within the confines of the prison buzzed with excitement, for another spectacle was at hand. The setting remained the same, the cafeteria, yet the atmosphere had shifted. As Uncle Long confronted Naruto once more, Uncle Long's influence among the prisoners was gradually waning, a reality evident to all. His recent defeat had tarnished his reputation, while support for Naruto among the prisoners had swelled like a rolling snowball. The shift in allegiance was not solely due to admiration for Naruto. Many were opportunistic individuals. The primary distinction between Naruto and Uncle Long was that Naruto never interfered with their affairs, allowing them the freedom to act as they wished. One was a mere employee, while the other was his own master, who would choose to remain a subordinate when given the chance to lead. As a result, many rallied under Naruto's banner, contributing nothing more than a title. Yet they were determined to maintain this newfound status quo. As for Uncle Long, regrettably, he was simply too old and was due for retirement. However, today's events seemed rather unusual. Since his recent defeat, Uncle Long had been retreating into obscurity. Otherwise, he would not have lost so many followers. Now, with most of his subordinates dispersed, he suddenly sought to confront Naruto. Had he truly lost his senses? Uncle Long glared at the man blocking his path. "Step aside. I seek Uzumaki Naruto." The burly figure before him was unyielding. "If you wish to see the leader, you must first seek his permission, Uncle Long. You are quite aged now. Do not overestimate your significance." "You," Uncle Long seethed, recognizing that the man before him had once pleaded for his patronage. Now, emboldened by his newfound position, he dared to turn against him so swiftly. With no alternative, Uncle Long shouted, "Naruto, do you dare to face me? I challenge you to a contest of strength between men. If you are a true man, you will rescue me. Otherwise what?" The crowd parted to reveal Naruto's figure standing before Uncle Long. He had little desire to engage with this aging performer, yet the incessant interruptions made it impossible for him to enjoy his meal. Uncle Long instinctively recoiled at Naruto's sudden inquiry. However, he quickly recalled his purpose. He had come to provoke Naruto. With this thought, his expression sharpened. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. All grievances are about to be resolved. Uzumaki Naruto, allow me to witness your true power." The white-haired elder appeared to transform into a reclusive master, reclaiming the aura of a bygone king as he strode purposefully toward Naruto. The sheer force of his presence caused those nearby to take a step back, uncertain of Uncle Long's intentions. Did he truly come prepared? Naruto furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his opponent, unsure of the situation unfolding before him. Observing Uncle Long's approach, he suspected that even basic taijutsu was beyond his grasp. To his astonishment, Uncle Long raised his hand from a distance and swung it toward Naruto. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, Uncle Long is bold." Chapter 183, An Unusual Death Unbeknownst to Anyone. Uncle Long raised his hand and swung it towards Naruto from a considerable distance. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, marveling at Uncle Long's audacity. "Go ahead and strike me, if you dare." Uncle Long anticipated that as long as Naruto retaliated, his mission would be accomplished. However, he soon found himself spinning in the air, only to crash to the ground, dazed and unable to rise. No matter how broad-minded Naruto was, he would not passively endure an attack. Otherwise, it would not be called broad-mindedness, but rather cowardice. The crowd's eyes sparkled with realization. Was this the power of their leader? They hardly witnessed the swift action that had flung Uncle Long aside. Unlike the previous encounter, the guards promptly arrived at the scene to assess Uncle Long's condition. The spectators understood this. Considering his age, any complications could prove dire. Uncle Long felt a swell of pride, even admiring himself slightly. After all, Naruto was just a mere child. And despite any prowess or intelligence, he had been lured into a trap. It seemed that Wu Wei harbored ill intentions towards Naruto. Should Naruto be eliminated, Uncle Long, with Wu Wei's backing, could undoubtedly reclaim his dominance among the prisoners. He smirked, biding his time for the opportunity to make those fickle fence-sitters regret ever existing in this world. As he plotted, a massive hand suddenly covered Uncle Long's mouth, its robust arm rendering him incapable of calling for help. The guard before him swiftly produced a syringe filled with an unknown liquid and injected it into Uncle Long's body. He attempted to resist, but another guard secured his hands behind him, while his legs were pinned in a half-squat position, immobilizing him completely. All of this transpired under the guard's deft concealment, leaving the prisoners oblivious to the unfolding events. Despair flickered in Uncle Long's eyes. Had he not provoked Naruto, perhaps he would not be facing this fate. If he had surrendered sooner when confronted, he might have evaded this peril. A flood of memories surged through his mind, momentarily granting him clarity, yet leaving him equally bewildered. Ultimately, it mattered little, as his body grew cold. "Hey, pull yourself together. What on earth is happening?" The lead guard shouted anxiously, but Uncle Long had fallen silent. Furious, the guard turned to the prisoners, exclaiming, in broad daylight, "You dare commit murder? Do you believe that the Ghost Lantern City will not hold you accountable? Who struck the blow? Speak up." Naruto, unfazed by Uncle Long's state, prepared to leave. He was acutely aware of the control he had exerted. He had merely induced dizziness, not inflicted fatal harm. Yet, soon he was met with a chorus of gasps behind him. Is it true? Uncle Long is dead. Uncle Long's sudden demise was shocking. How could he have been fine just moments ago? Given his age, it was not entirely unexpected for him to succumb to a sudden impact. This implied that Naruto had indeed taken a life. The crowd instinctively turned their sympathetic gazes towards Naruto, the young man who had recently shone in Ghost Lantern City. Was he destined to fall like a shooting star? In Ghost Lantern City, killing a man was not a challenging feat, and no one would question it. Even the guards could not monitor every movement of the prisoners. Such acts were typically carried out discreetly, away from the guards' prying eyes. To commit murder in front of the guards would be tantamount to challenging the authority of Ghost Lantern City and Wu Wei. This unspoken rule stemmed from the fact that the prisoners were bound by Wu Wei's celestial prison, their lives resting in his hands. He was akin to a deity here, and none dared to defy or resist him. Yet today, someone had brazenly done so, and in plain sight no less. Was this not an invitation to demise? Particularly troubling was the fact that the deceased was Uncle Long, a figure of considerable influence, known to have undisclosed connections with the upper echelons of Ghost Lantern City. It was precisely this connection that had allowed him to maintain his dominion over the prisoners for so long. Now, with Naruto's arrival, Uncle Long had lost not just his power, but his life. Naruto turned calmly to face the crowd. "It was you, wasn't it?" the guard accused. "What is your name?" "It was not me," Naruto replied coolly. "Who else could it have been? If it wasn't you, how could he be dead? Are you denying that you injured Long Gu just moments ago?" The guard's voice brimmed with rage, feigning sorrow for Uncle Long's demise and adopting a facade of righteous duty. The gathered witnesses exchanged glances. At this moment, regardless of their internal machinations or admiration for Naruto, none dared to speak up. After all, it was undeniable that Naruto had indeed acted against Uncle Long, and their intervention would prove futile. Some began to sense the guards' shifting attitudes, leading them to abandon their support for Naruto. "Guard, I witnessed it. I can testify that it was Uzumaki Naruto who struck. I can vouch for that too." They were about to duel, and Uzumaki Naruto threw Uncle Long aside, leading to his demise. Yes, I saw it too. It was him." "How despicable you all are." Not everyone wavered in their allegiance. Among Naruto's companions, some stood ready to defend him, but he raised a hand to stop them. Then, he spoke. "Indeed, it was my doing." He had wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. But after enduring Wu Wei's relentless scheming, he could no longer remain passive. The target was clearly him, and with such shamelessness displayed, what further transgressions might they commit? Naruto sought to shield others from the consequences, knowing they had not yet secured their own strengths. Ghost Lantern City, a unique prison supported by various ninja villages, embodied the authority of these villages. Naruto would not breach this protocol unless absolutely necessary. However, should his safety be threatened, that would be an entirely different matter, for he would not foolishly offer himself up for slaughter. With that, he resolved to observe what further tactics his adversaries might employ. Chapter 184. The purpose of Wu Wei in light of the current circumstances, let us observe the adversary's remaining tactics. Upon witnessing Naruto's swift admission of guilt, a fleeting expression of triumph flashed across the leader of the guard's face as he gestured to his comrades. What are you still standing there for? Uzumaki Naruto has openly committed an offense within the confines of Ghost Lantern City. Seize him at once and await the Lord Mayor's decree. A cadre of guards advanced, brandishing ropes to bind Naruto and subdue him. He made no attempt to resist. Any act of defiance at this juncture might compel Wu Wei to go into hiding, potentially conjuring further complications. It was wiser to resolve matters in one decisive stroke. Simultaneously, he felt an insatiable curiosity regarding the intentions of his captors. Did Wu Wei harbor a grudge against him? Before long, the guards escorted Naruto to a secluded chamber where Wu Wei sat, unperturbed, in his chair, betraying neither joy nor sorrow at Naruto's arrival. Had it not been for Naruto's prior suspicions, he might not have connected the dots to this individual. Naruto spoke candidly. Lord Mayor, what is the purpose of this meeting? Wu Wei regarded Naruto with a penetrating gaze before responding slowly. This is not a suitable location for discourse. Let us relocate. However, to ensure you do not act impulsively, I must first restrain you. I trust you will understand. Everything was meticulously orchestrated to avoid any misstep, for the stakes involved the life of his beloved son. Very well. Naruto acquiesced with a nod, signaling his compliance. A few guards hurriedly approached, binding him with additional restraints, seemingly unsatisfied until they placed him onto a cart, securing him with further ropes. Naruto sensed the gravity of the situation and began to struggle mightily, but it was too late. Faced with such overwhelming confinement, even the strongest would find it nearly impossible to escape through sheer force. Relax, do not be anxious. This will conclude shortly, Wu Wei's voice echoed softly. In his heart, he knew that this conclusion would not involve releasing Naruto, but rather, with utmost caution, they wheeled the cart to a clandestine basement, distinctly different from the usual underground chambers of Ghost Lantern City. This one bore no markings and was exceptionally concealed. Naruto resumed his struggles, his voice rising in anger as he addressed Wu Wei. Now that we are here, do you not have anything to say? Why must you continue to bind me? Having established control over the situation, Wu Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Naruto filled with pity. The reason I brought you here is because I have a request to make of you, Naruto. Naruto retorted. If it is a request, may I decline? Wu Wei replied. I regret to inform you that you cannot. Regardless of your consent, the outcome will remain unchanged. What do you intend to do? Since we have arrived at this juncture, at the very least, grant me clarity before my demise. Naruto's tone was steeped in bitterness, as he sensed his fate was sealed. Wu Wei hesitated for a moment, then nodded, conceding, very well. Since we have reached this point, there is no reason for concealment. I require the power of the nine tails within you to resurrect my son. Muku, I hope you can comprehend my plight. Naruto questioned. Do you realize that forcibly extracting the nine tails from my body will subject me to excruciating agony, and I may not survive the ordeal? Is it acceptable to sacrifice one life for another? Moreover, Naruto was acutely aware that any technique related to resurrection typically demanded a tremendous cost, some bordering on the nefarious. Take, for example, the impure world reincarnation devised by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, which blatantly challenged human ethics, only to proliferate in the hands of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Rest assured, I will endeavor to expedite the process and do my utmost to safeguard your life. Should you survive, I may even discreetly facilitate your escape. His words were merely a formality, for once he decided to utilize the Paradise Box to resurrect his son, he had irrevocably severed ties with his former self. The legendary Paradise Box, an ultimate weapon from the Six Paths era, could grant the desires of its wielder, a discovery he stumbled upon inadvertently. Unfortunately, a decade prior, His son Muku had been inadvertently absorbed into the box during an experiment. Since that day, Wu Wei had tirelessly sought a means to resurrect him. Hence his desire to unlock the Paradise Box. He had previously extracted the chakra of numerous prisoners, including formidable individuals, yet to no avail. However, Wu Wei had made some progress. He discovered that the stronger the individual, the more the Paradise Box would yield. On one occasion, a narrow gap even appeared in the box. It was this revelation that led Wu Wei to target the Jinchuriki for capture. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing the Nine Tails, for Naruto was the most powerful of all Jinchuriki. Yet reality posed a challenge. Each Jinchuriki was a treasure to their respective factions. And confined within Ghost Lantern City, Wu Wei had limited opportunities to make a capture. Fortunately, when he was on the brink of despair, Naruto was imprisoned within Ghost Lantern City, allowing him to mark Naruto with the heavenly prison seal effortlessly. Truly, it was a stroke of fortune, arriving without effort. As Wu Wei spoke, he retrieved a syringe, poised to inject Naruto. Do not struggle. This is the best anesthetic I could procure, designed to alleviate your suffering. To extract the Nine Tails, he required anesthesia. Should Naruto express gratitude at this moment? Without further delay, Wu Wei plunged the syringe into Naruto's arm. However, amidst a cloud of smoke, the once ensnared Naruto vanished without a trace. What? Shadow clone. The apology should be mine, for although you have shared so much, I still cannot acquiesce. Naruto's form swaggered into view behind them. Wu Wei, filled with disbelief, stammered, "You managed to escape control. When did this occur?" He realized he had underestimated the situation, failing to detect Naruto's departure. Even more troubling was the fact that Naruto still wielded chakra, suggesting the heavenly prison seal had likely faded, leaving Wu Wei without absolute certainty. Naruto rested his chin in contemplation before smiling and saying, "As for my escape, it was hardly a feat. I was merely conversing with you through a shadow clone all along." What? Wu Wei nearly choked on his own blood, casting a serious glance toward his trusted subordinates, realizing they had been outwitted by Naruto's clever subterfuge without the slightest inkling. Chapter 185. The Ultimate Showdown. Wu Wei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a serious glance at his trusted subordinates. They had been deceived midway by Naruto's shadow clone and had not sensed a thing. One guard angrily retorted, "Nonsense. We have been keeping a close watch on you. How could you possibly slip away right under our noses?" "Oh, it was merely a second-rate illusion technique," Naruto replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. By the time the guards escorted him away from the cafeteria, they had already fallen victim to Naruto's Jinjutsu. Although illusion techniques were not Naruto's forte, this inadequacy was only relative, depending on whom he was compared to. In ordinary circumstances, these guards would find it exceedingly difficult to see through his deception. Moreover, they had not anticipated that Naruto could still wield illusion techniques, especially since they had witnessed Wu Wei implanting the heavenly prison seal into Naruto's body that day. Naruto's chakra should have been rendered inaccessible unless his heavenly prison seal had long since vanished. How could that be? The guards exchanged glances, a chill creeping down their spines. After all, Naruto's name was well known throughout the ninja world. They had initially thought that his capabilities would be nullified after the seal was placed, but it now appeared that was far from the truth. Could they withstand Naruto in his prime? The guards instinctively focused their attention on Wu Wei, awaiting his decision. After all, they were considered Wu Wei's loyal confidants, naturally looking to him for guidance. If Wu Wei chose to attack, they would follow suit without hesitation, but if he hesitated, they would have no reason to fight to the death. Wu Wei's cold gaze swept over Naruto, who met his stare with unwavering resolve. "Lord Wu Wei, do you have anything left to say?" Wu Wei sighed deeply, his expression turning despondent. "At this point, I have nothing more to say. I shall confess all my sins to the village of Grass Ninja. However, there is one matter that weighs heavily on my mind, which I wish to entrust to you." "Very well, speak your mind." Seeing Wu Wei's demeanor, Naruto sighed inwardly as well. He had been prepared for battle, but he was not intent on killing Wu Wei. Rather, he believed that the matter of Wu Wei's fate could be left to the village of Grass Ninja. Upon witnessing this exchange, the guards collectively exhaled in relief. Despite their loyalty to Wu Wei and their familiarity with life and death, few could confront death directly, and naturally, no one wished for their demise. Wu Wei continued, "It concerns the Box of Ultimate Bliss, a legendary weapon from the era of the Sage of the Six Paths. Whoever can open it will have their wish fulfilled. Though it may seem wondrous, I am acutely aware of the malevolence it harbors. It can devour others' chakra, and if the chakra is sufficient, it may even create fissures in the box, potentially allowing it to be opened. When I first acquired it, I sought to destroy it. But no matter how many methods I tried, I could not bring about its destruction. However, I did uncover a way to seal it permanently. At this critical moment, not only Naruto, but even the guards were captivated, straining to listen. Yet, in the next instant, Wu Wei launched a fierce attack, hurling a fire technique known as the Great Fire Heavenly Prison directly at Naruto. If this strike connected, even if Naruto could break free, he would require a moment to do so. However, before the Great Fire Heavenly Prison could reach Naruto, a small, fluffy crimson beast suddenly burst forth from within him, colliding head-on with the attack and shielding Naruto from Wu Wei's ambush. With the chakra of the Nine Tails, even the enhanced version of the Heavenly Prison Seal could not fully restrain its power. Kurama, you despicable creature. Naruto seethed inwardly. He had given Wu Wei the chance to choose his fate, yet he never anticipated that Wu Wei's treacherous heart would remain unyielding, still clinging to the hope of opening the box of ultimate bliss. Before Naruto could counterattack, Wu Wei had already made the first move, conjuring a massive sword of fire chakra in his hand and slashing it towards Naruto with ferocity. In response, Naruto summoned the ultimate truth, which coiled around his palm like a silver serpent, swiftly forming a silver dagger. As the blades intertwined, the seemingly unstoppable flaming sword was met with the silver dagger, which effectively intercepted Wu Wei's relentless assault, weaving a dense web of blade light before Naruto, making it impossible for Wu Wei to advance even an inch. It was well known that Wu Wei was a master of fire techniques, especially in his mastery of control techniques. Yet few knew that he was also a renowned swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, there were not many who could surpass him, and with the enhancement of flames, how many could completely block his attacks? Yet, the mightiest of his offensive maneuvers was effortlessly quelled before Naruto. How could this be? Wu Wei was on the brink of collapse, having gambled everything on this desperate strike, only to see it so easily neutralized by Naruto. Was this person before him a monster? Mastery in sealing techniques, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, not to mention his swordsmanship rivaled his own. Was there anything this individual could not do? Wu Wei's eyes turned a deep crimson, fully unleashing his power. A blood mist emanating from him as his aura intensified. With his sword resembling a tempest, he abandoned all defense and launched a frenzied assault upon Naruto. The sword struck like lightning, the dagger like thunder. With each strike, another followed in rapid succession, forcing Naruto to exert himself to keep up. Yet Naruto's strength lay not only in his swordsmanship, but also in his ninjutsu. What he could not block, he could evade with basic body flicker techniques. Speaking of basic body flicker techniques, they were the very skills that had brought Naruto fame, even sparking a wave of rigorous training among ninjas in the realm. The clash between the two was akin to the conflagration of heaven and earth, the winds swirling around them leaving trails of blade marks, making it difficult for the guards to approach. The Lord is actually resorting to this technique, the guard captain marveled. As Wu Wei's most trusted subordinate, he was acutely aware of Wu Wei's capabilities. The secret technique Wu Wei was employing now could double his strength, yet it would leave him weakened for a time, potentially even regressing in power, making recovery difficult. If Wu Wei were not pushed to the brink, he would never resort to such a move. They did not wish to assist Wu Wei, but the intensity of the battle was evidently beyond their reach. Chapter 186. The turmoil of Ghost Lantern City. They were not unwilling to assist Wu Wei, but the intensity of the confrontation was beyond their capacity to intervene. Just as everyone anticipated a fierce battle between Naruto and Wu Wei, an eerie silence enveloped the area, restoring tranquility. The blade in Naruto's hand gleamed brilliantly, unblemished and pristine, as he stood steadfast, reminiscent of an immovable mountain, with not a shred of his garment torn. In stark contrast, Wu Wei clutched his throat in agony, yearning to utter words. Yet each breath inflicted excruciating pain. Blood flowed uncontrollably, a poignant reminder that the passage of life could not be stemmed by mere hands. Throw the box of bliss into the sea. Wu Wei managed to utter his final command before collapsing backward. Despite his malevolent past and the unforgivable deeds he had committed, in his final moments, he chose to fulfill his duty as the Lord of Ghost Lantern City, revealing the method to seal the box of bliss to Naruto. The City Lord has perished? The guards, incredulous, gazed at the scene before them, their expressions filled with bewilderment. These men were Wu Wei's most trusted subordinates. having staked their lives in unwavering loyalty to him. They revered Wu Wei's strength and were willing to assist him in any endeavor. Now that he was dead, they were left to ponder the direction of their own lives. Kill him. Avenge the Lord. The leader of the guards, after a moment of stunned silence, bellowed and drew his dagger, charging at Naruto. Simultaneously, two other guards, emboldened by their comrades' fervor, shouted and rushed towards Naruto as well. Naruto sighed, his movements a blur. 3 shurikens shot forth, piercing the throats of the 3 assailants with lethal precision. He understood that these individuals were seeking death, otherwise they would not have persisted in attacking under such dire circumstances. Though they were loyal subordinates of Wu Wei, one being the leader, their skills were not to be underestimated. Had they not been desperate, they would not have fallen so easily to his shuriken. Once they made their move, they were aware of their fate. Naruto felt no need to elaborate. All he could do was grant them their wish, for they had long since earned their demise by following Wu Wei. Lifting his gaze, Naruto cast a calm look at the remaining guards, who promptly averted their eyes. One trembled uncontrollably, unable to suppress an overwhelming urge, resulting in a significant wetting of his trousers. Do not be deceived into thinking these men were unyielding warriors. Few could face death with composure. Originally 10 guards stood before him, yet only 3 willingly chose to accompany Wu Wei to the grave. Naruto, astutely aware of their inner turmoil, spoke. As you can see, Wu Wei has met his end. There is no point in futile struggles. It is all in vain. While I do not intend to execute you directly, do not cling to false hope. Confess your past deeds and seek atonement for your actions. This statement served as a lifeline, as some had already chosen to follow Wu Wei to death. Those who wished to survive would inevitably face scorn. Yet those who chose to die with honor lacked the courage to do so. Fortunately, Naruto had provided them with a rationale, to atone for their past, to confess. They chose to confess, yearning for redemption. Yes, Lord Naruto, we will heed your words. Indeed, Lord Naruto, I wish to atone. I will reveal all I know. I regret my past actions alongside Wu Wei, and I am willing to return to the hidden grass village to face judgment. Please allow me to atone for my past before then. The remaining guards were increasingly desperate to cling to life, their pleas devoid of dignity. Some even eager to distance themselves from Wu Wei. Naruto understood their plight, but opted for brevity, leading the group to the 2 deputy lords. The need for secrecy in Wu Wei's dealings revealed that Ghost Lantern City was not entirely under his dominion. At least some of his clandestine actions did not have the support of the other 2 deputy lords. As expected, the 2 deputy lords expressed astonishment and outrage at Wu Wei's actions, simultaneously extending their gratitude to Naruto. With 7 witnesses, all former confidants of Wu Wei, the truth was indisputable. We are immensely grateful for your actions on behalf of Ghost Lantern City, Lord Naruto. You are indeed a renowned ninja in the shinobi world, and the future of the ninja realm will undoubtedly prosper under your leadership. However, as you are still serving your sentence, we cannot allow you to leave just yet. We will, however, provide you with the finest accommodations during this time. We hope for your understanding. That is of little concern. I am, after all, still technically a prisoner, Naruto replied with a smile, indifferent to their arrangements, as he felt himself biding his time. Nevertheless, he remained aware of the external situation, knowing that when the moment was right, he would emerge from Ghost Lantern City and decisively crush all adversaries. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Naruto. I have instructed the chef to prepare a meal for you, and we hope you will dine before returning to your quarters. Very well, Naruto nodded. He was unperturbed, for he had hardly eaten that morning before being occupied by Uncle Long, and the subsequent events had left him somewhat famished. Suddenly, the piercing sound of alarms echoed through the city. What is happening? The deputy lord asked gravely of his subordinates. With Wu Wei's recent demise, the prisoner's prison seals were no longer in effect. They could not afford any mishaps. He was acutely aware that among the tens of thousands of prisoners in Ghost Lantern City, despite their varying abilities, there were indeed formidable shinobi, some of whom had once possessed extraordinary strength. If they were to band together and revolt, the guards would struggle to contain them. Before a minute had passed, a subordinate burst through the door, breathless and frantic, shouting, "It's bad, my lord. The prisoners have collectively escaped. The guards are utterly overwhelmed." The 2 deputy lords exchanged incredulous glances, their thoughts rife with curses. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Understanding their predicament, Naruto offered, "I shall investigate." With that, he turned and departed. Ghost Lantern City was a prison established by various nations, housing shinobi from across the lands. Including the most vicious of criminals, chaos was not an option. Chapter 187. Turning the Tide. The Ghost Lantern serves as a prison commissioned by various nations, housing a multitude of ninjas, including some of the most ruthless criminals. The atmosphere here is fraught with tension. As Naruto hastens towards the detention area, chaos erupts as some have already escaped from Ghost Lantern City, racing towards the shore on makeshift planks. Run for your lives. Huh. The seal of the heavenly prison has been broken. No one can control us now. To hell with Ghost Lantern City. I never want to stay in this cursed place again. The prisoners shouted in frenzy, dashing forward. Following the death of Wu Wei, the heavenly prison marks within them were instantly lifted, prompting many to seize the opportunity and flee together. It was not due to exceptional leadership, but rather a collective unwillingness to remain in such a wretched place. These individuals were ninjas, many of whom were quite formidable, swiftly breaking through the guards' blockade. If they reached the sea, regardless of how many were dispatched, it would be nearly impossible to recapture them. Naruto surveyed the scene before him, realizing the gravity of the situation. The deputy city lord, arriving behind him, reassured, "Lord Naruto, this predicament is not solely your burden. If it proves too challenging, we will understand. It's of no consequence," Naruto replied calmly, then called out in his heart, "Kurama, lend me all your strength." "Understood," came the disgruntled voice of the Nine Tails in Naruto's mind. Seeing Naruto standing still, performing seals, the deputy city lord nearly lost his composure. Is it too late to perform ninjutsu now? Wait, could it be Shadow Clone? Or perhaps Flying Thunder God? Those are his signature techniques, but even so, how could he possibly catch all these prisoners? It was known that there were tens of thousands of them, most opting to escape. All right, then water release, water prison technique. What? The deputy city lord could scarcely believe his ears as Naruto executed the water prison technique. For heaven's sake, you are a renowned powerhouse in the ninja world. Just properly perform the seals and release it. However, the deputy city lord's thoughts halted as he stared in shock, mouth agape, nearly in disbelief. The previously tranquil waters surrounding the small island suddenly surged into towering waves, engulfing the island along with the thousands of people upon it. Was this really the water prison technique? The sheer magnitude of this power surpassed the understanding of many. Ghost Lantern City, already devoid of sunlight, was now shrouded in a cataclysmic spectacle. The prisoners were equally horrified, with some cautiously halting to observe. Though fearful of being recaptured, they deemed it preferable to face danger rather than rush headlong into death. Who could possibly wield such overwhelming power? Yet, amid the crowd, there were those undeterred by fear, unwilling to languish in Ghost Lantern City awaiting death. For them, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they were willing to risk everything. Previously constrained by Wu Wei's heavenly prison mark, they now saw a chance for freedom and would not relinquish it easily. Some charged forward with sheer physical prowess, while others resorted to ninjutsu to attack the water prison. A few even attempted to evaporate the water prison with fire release. These ninjas exhibited a remarkable aptitude for scientific inquiry. Perhaps it was a viable approach, though regrettably, the disparity in size between the two forces was insurmountable. An increasing number joined in, launching fire release attacks at the water barrier, yet the water seemed inexhaustible, an unending force. Observing those attempting to break through, each found themselves ensnared in small bubbles, unable to struggle. People often accept efforts with a purpose, even willing to risk their lives for it. But when faced with utter hopelessness, such endeavors can lead to profound self-doubt and fear. Let us go back. This water prison is impossible to break gradually. Some could no longer endure and chose to abandon hope, followed by the second and third. Stop. Come back. You must return. A voice of defiance echoed, unwilling to concede. Yet, against the overwhelming water prison, they found themselves powerless. As chaos ensued, thousands of ninjas surged toward the scattered prisoners. Damn it. Are those the guards of Ghost Lantern City? How could there be so many? I never anticipated they had such hidden strength. Many prisoners lamented, not for lack of effort, but rather, Ghost Lantern City had long prepared for this. However, as the guards drew near, the prisoners finally discerned the guard's appearance, their eyes widening in disbelief. Golden hair, azure eyes, and whisker-like markings on their cheeks. Good heavens, is that Naruto Uzumaki? So many Naruto Uzumakis. Gazing upon the multitude of Narutos scattered across the island, many felt a sense of despair. They had heard tales of the multiple shadow clone technique being one of Naruto's specialties, but to witness such a display far exceeded their imaginations. As they beheld the water prison enveloping the island, understanding dawned upon them. Truly, he was a ninja standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world at such a young age. Most instinctively surrendered to their fate, rooted in a deep-seated fear of Naruto. Yet, even in this dire moment, some prepared to resist. A burly man stood atop a large stone, raising his arm and shouting, with so many clones. They cannot all possess great power. Do not fear. We can defeat these clones and then deal with Naruto together before he could finish. A Naruto clone had swiftly appeared beside him, delivering a series of expert strikes. The burly man, emboldened, prepared to retaliate, but alas, the disparity between him and Naruto's clone was insurmountable. Within moments, he was knocked to the ground, unable to rise. Those who dared to resist met a similar fate. Naruto maintained both the immense water prison technique and thousands of shadow clones, and even with his exceptional control, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. The water prison technique required not only a vast amount of chakra, but also demanded that those entering the prison remained unharmed, necessitating precise and meticulous chakra management on Naruto's part. Chapter 188. The recruitment of Zabuza. The water prison technique not only demands the mobilization of an immense chakra, but also necessitates ensuring that those who breach the water prison remain unharmed. This requires Naruto to exercise meticulous control over his chakra without the slightest error. Under such circumstances, he finds it exceedingly challenging to manage the chakra of each of his shadow clones, especially considering there are over 1,000 of them. A minor slip could result in the death of a prisoner attempting to escape the water prison, and Naruto is not prepared to risk lives in such a manner. Thus, he resorts to physical combat. Any prisoner who resists is met with a flurry of iron fists, as long as the problem is resolved. Fortunately, these prisoners are not mere commoners, but rather seasoned ninjas, possessing resilient physiques that render them impervious to fatal harm, though they may sustain some injuries. Notably, some of the more formidable prisoners choose not to resist, for the more powerful they are, the more they perceive Naruto's overwhelming strength and the vast chasm separating them from him. Being recaptured merely results in continued confinement. But engaging Naruto could lead to unforeseen fatal consequences. Despite their disdain for the prison life in the land of water, they prefer to endure rather than face death. After 4 long hours, the mass prison break in the land of water finally comes to a close, with the escaped prisoners being systematically reincarcerated. This achievement is largely due to Naruto's thousands of shadow clones. Without their assistance, the task would remain incomplete even until nightfall. With the death of Yuzu, the fire release, heavenly prison technique has been lost forever, leaving the authorities in the land of water with few alternatives. Reluctantly, Naruto resorts to his own modified sealing technique to impose restrictions on the prisoners. Although this sealing technique lacks the ferocity of the heavenly prison, it effectively suppresses 90 of a ninja's power, thereby alleviating the pressure on the guards. From that point onward, Naruto enjoys a more carefree existence in the land of water, receiving utmost respect from both the prisoners and the city's elite. He sleeps in a private room tended to daily and dines with the privileges befitting a lord. In the world of ninjas, strength reigns supreme, and Naruto's power ensures he effortlessly attains these comforts. However, while Naruto luxuriates in his newfound lifestyle, the outside world is undergoing tumultuous changes. On this day, the increasingly prosperous land of waves is graced by the arrival of 2 unexpected visitors. One is a figure with white hair and purple eyes, sporting sharp teeth and a long sword, exuding an aura that suggests he is not to be trifled with. Curiously, this individual carries scrolls and a water flask at his waist, pausing intermittently to sip, as if he has already embraced the leisurely pace of old age. I didn't expect to reach the land of waves so soon. Life truly is fleeting, he muses. You're too slow. We've already spent half a month on this journey. We need to acquire what we seek and return to Orochimaru, replies a towering young man with orange hair and matching eyes, known as Suigetsu Hozuki and Kinmen Seiji. To understand their presence here, one must look back to 2 weeks prior when Orochimaru, driven by ambition, took a risk by dispatching CHG to assist Suigetsu in recruiting the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. After gaining his freedom, Suigetsu has been meandering leisurely with CHG, whose dual personality makes him considerably accommodating, resulting in a journey that should have taken 2 days stretching into half a month. However, This has proven inconsequential, as no one has pursued them. Yet, due to their lack of inquiry within towns, they remain blissfully unaware of Orochimaru's demise. Relax, CHG. We will soon meet Zabuza. I will do my utmost to persuade him, but I care not for his agreement. I must acquire the decapitating sword, Suigetsu declares. Recruiting Zabuza aligns with Orochimaru's objectives, while obtaining the decapitating sword is Suigetsu's personal goal. As a swordsmanship prodigy akin to the late Housewife, Suigetsu harbors an almost obsessive desire for renowned blades. As a former mist ninja, his greatest aspiration is to collect all 7 swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen, with Zabuza and Kisame Hashigaki among his targets. One day, he intends to confront them and seize their weapons. As Suigetsu revels in his ambitions, CHG interjects. Zabuza may not be easily dealt with. Remember, he has taken countless lives. Do not underestimate him. I am aware, Suigetsu replies impatiently, waving a hand dismissively. If he were confident of defeating CHG, he would have fled long ago. The latter's berserk nature is still a formidable threat. While searching for Zabuza's whereabouts, the duo is soon confronted by several guards. Upon closer inspection, Suigetsu realizes that they are, indeed, ninjas, albeit rather weak ones. Who are you two? And what business do you have with Mr. Zabuza? One guard inquires, perplexed. Since Zabuza has established himself as a shipping magnate and founded a ninja academy, he is now referred to with respect as Mr. Zabuza. The guards are cautious, especially given that these two individuals seem intent on inquiring about the former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen rather than the esteemed Mr. Zabuza. We seek an audience with Zabuza. It is of utmost importance. Please do not waste my time, Suigetsu asserts. Kindly provide your names, and I shall relay your request. Whether Mr. Zabuza chooses to meet you is beyond my authority, the guard responds. What nonsense? Suigetsu retorts, irritated. Just tell him an old friend from the Housewife clan wishes to pay him a visit. The duo waits nearly an hour before being escorted to an open area. Suigetsu, not known for his patience, grows increasingly restless until a cadre of men clad in black emerges before him. The leader, wearing sunglasses that obscure his expression, speaks with a tone that is chillingly unfriendly. Kid, are you my old friend? Chapter 189. The Awakening of Mizuki. The man at the forefront donned sunglasses, obscuring the expression on his face, yet his tone betrayed a palpable malice, cold as ice. Little ghost, are you my old friend? Mizuki's countenance turned grave. Despite not having witnessed the ferocity that Zabuza had boasted of before, encountering the true embodiment of that threat compelled him to exercise caution. Nevertheless, recalling the purpose of his journey and the bravado displayed before CHG, he mustered the courage to speak. Ah, Zabuza, it appears you have forsaken your role as a ninja. The temptations of the mundane world have ultimately corroded your spirit. You no longer belong among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thus, I request that you relinquish the decapitating sword to me. I assure you, I will restore its former glory. A derisive laugh erupted from Zabuza, as if he had heard an inconceivably ludicrous jest, and those around him echoed the laughter. Once the mirth subsided, Zabuza slightly lowered his sunglasses, revealing eyes that seemed to harbor boundless murderous intent, glaring menacingly at Mizuki. Kid, you must be joking. Repeat what you just said. Mizuki's gaze shifted to Zabuza, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The name alone carried weight. Before Zabuza's defection, he was already a formidable ninja, and his past confrontations alongside Kakashi and Naruto only heightened the uncertainty of his current prowess. Initially presuming Zabuza to have devolved into a mere merchant, it now appeared he still retained the essence of a ninja. However, retreating in the face of danger was not Mizuki's style. Zabuza-senpai, Mizuki began, a nervous chuckle escaping him. I am delighted to see you remain as formidable as the legends portray. I merely jested. As a fellow former Mist Ninja, I have long revered you. Upon uttering these words, not only was Zabuza momentarily taken aback, but CHG beside Mizuki was also rendered speechless. Hadn't they agreed to reclaim the decapitating sword? Wasn't it said that Zabuza had grown old? Was there no limit to Mizuki's audacity? Zabuza grinned and replied, You're an amusing little brat. However, since you're here, you needn't return. Zabuza, what do you mean by that? We merely came to the land of waves for sightseeing, and we have urgent matters to attend to. We must return to report. Mizuki and CHG braced themselves, prepared for battle. There was no possibility of remaining here. They bore the remnants of Orochimaru's machinations, and failing to return would seal their fates. Reluctantly, they resolved to fight. "We have no choice but to engage," CHG stated solemnly. Mizuki nodded in silent agreement, his hand instinctively reaching for the blade at his back. Yet, he felt woefully outmatched, glancing at Zabuza's imposing, decapitating sword and then at his own diminutive blade, feeling a significant disparity in their respective presences. "Before you make a move, I suggest you take a look at this," I interjected, stepping forward to toss a scroll to the two of them. CHG seized the scroll and began to read. It contained shared intelligence from Konoha. The message revealed that Orochimaru was dead. The news of Orochimaru's demise had not been publicized by the Akatsuki, but secrets rarely remain hidden, especially with Itachi Uchiha, the one who had slain Orochimaru, still among the living. Thus, the revelation was hardly surprising. What? Orochimaru is dead? Huh. Oh, my lord Orochimaru. How could this happen? Mizuki struggled to stifle his laughter, turning to Bai. But how can I ascertain the truth of your statement? He had once enjoyed a promising lineage and a relatively happy upbringing, only to be abducted by Orochimaru at a tender age and subjected to inhumane treatment as a test subject. Thus, it would be impossible for Mizuki to harbor no resentment towards Orochimaru. Bai sighed, shaking his head in resignation. This has become common knowledge, almost universally acknowledged. If ordinary folk remain unaware, that is one thing. But as ninjas, you ought to be informed of these events. I wonder what you have been occupied with these past days. Should you doubt my words, you may seek confirmation from other nations or villages. However, be warned. Do not reveal that you are under Orochimaru's command, for not everyone will be as accommodating as Zabuza. Bai's words stirred a sense of urgency in both men. What had they been doing these days? Simply enjoying the scenery, without any effort to gather intelligence. In fact, they had scarcely traversed any towns. Yet, Zabuza's demeanor had indeed suggested a willingness to negotiate, as he had not immediately resorted to violence. However, Orochimaru's death could be a blessing in disguise, granting them newfound freedom. Unlike CHG, who was bound by commitments to Kimimaro, Mizuki had long wished to escape, but had been constrained by Orochimaru's manipulations. Now, with Orochimaru's death, those constraints had vanished. Bai suggested, "It seems you have nowhere else to go for the time being. Why not stay in the land of waves? The ninja world is tumultuous at present. Although you are strong, you are not invulnerable. Remaining here under Zabuza's protection will alleviate your concerns for safety. The land of waves is allied with Naruto Uzumaki. We will not attempt to control you or impose restrictions like Orochimaru did." Staying in the land of waves seemed a reasonable proposition, given its pleasant scenery and Zabuza's unexpectedly cordial demeanor. Most importantly, the mention of an alliance with Naruto Uzumaki was enticing. Who could deny the renown of that golden-haired youth, whose strength eclipsed all his contemporaries? "Can we take your word for it?" Mizuki inquired of Bai, casting a glance towards Zabuza, for he believed Zabuza was the ultimate authority in this matter. Zabuza coldly replied, "Her words reflect my intentions." Upon hearing this, Mizuki regarded Bai with renewed scrutiny, sensing the depth of their connection. Could it be that Bai was Zabuza's significant other? She was indeed strikingly beautiful, though perhaps a touch lacking in certain physical attributes. Did Zabuza have a preference for such traits? Clearing his throat, Mizuki continued, "We hadn't initially planned to stay, but since the esteemed Zabuza, a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, has extended the invitation, we shall remain here." "Excellent. We warmly welcome your presence." Bai responded with a bright smile, her demeanor significantly more amiable than before, as they were now considered allies. CHG, however, remained somewhat reticent, lacking any strong opinions, which explained why he had so readily followed Orochimaru due to a mere verbal promise. Chapter 190. The gentle spring rain. Welcome aboard, both of you. Bai greeted the newcomers with a warm smile, her demeanor significantly more amiable than before, as they were now all considered comrades. However, Chongwu was rather taciturn, lacking any decisive opinions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so wholeheartedly followed Orochimaru based on mere verbal assurances. At this moment, he was still uncertain about his future, blindly following Shueiyue to join Zabuza. In late September of the 63rd year of Konoha, the host of the Two Tails, Yuzuki, met a tragic fate, having been extracted of his tailed beast. As the host of the Two Tails, Yuzuki had gained recognition and respect from the villagers, possessing formidable power. Yet, his demise sent shockwaves through the ninja villages, prompting them to tread carefully and even directing some blame toward Konoha. Shortly after, the former Tsukikage, Otanashi, along with the hosts of the 5 Tails, 6 Tails, and 7 Tails, all encountered dire circumstances in swift succession. At this juncture, suspicions against Konoha dissipated, for even they lacked the strength to orchestrate such events, especially with most of their elite shinobi sheltering within the village. Among the original 9 hosts, only Gaara, the Kazekage, Killer Bee, and Naruto, who was serving his sentence in the Hozuki castle, remained alive. In early October, the Cloud Village faced another assault, resulting in Killer Bee sustaining severe injuries, with reports indicating that many fallen ninjas had been summoned using forbidden techniques, inflicting significant losses upon the Cloud. Thus began the Great Ninja War, with various villages amassing their forces to confront the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing this news, Zabuza in the Land of Waves prepared to gather his troops, and both Shueiwe and Chongwu, as his newly recruited capable lieutenants, could not escape the call to arms. When do we depart? Chongwu was indifferent. He had been living comfortably and had grown accustomed to life in the Land of Waves, willing to assist Zabuza. However, Shueiwe's tone was filled with concern. Isn't it too dangerous out there? Our strength might not suffice. With so many hosts having perished, he truly felt a lack of confidence. Having just distanced himself from Orochimaru, he did not wish to become a casualty so soon. Zabuza's gaze turned icy as he shot a fierce look at Shueiwe. Was he implying that Zabuza's strength was inadequate? Shueiwe quickly waved his hands in explanation. No, Zabuza-san. I certainly do not include you in that assessment. You are among the elite of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Prepare yourselves. We leave this afternoon, Zabuza stated decisively, ending the discussion. Understood. Shueiwe sighed deeply within, realizing that he was now bound to this course of action. Inside the room, Zabuza quietly observed Bai, who was hurriedly changing clothes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. This time, you should stay at home. Bai's movements faltered momentarily, but then accelerated. I must go. You need me by your side. As her garments fell away, a magnificent white rabbit emerged, its grandeur enough to make the surrounding air tremble. Yet, rather than cherishing this remarkable asset, she tightened bindings around it, ensuring it was concealed from view, satisfied with her work. Though some things are beautiful, they can become burdens for female ninjas. To minimize such burdens during missions, Bai resorted to almost extreme measures to restrain her own exuberance. This was why Naruto and others had initially perceived her as a mere youth. Within Konoha, perhaps only Kakashi was aware of her true circumstances. Her beauty remained solely for one person. With Shueiwe and Chongwu accompanying me, that will suffice. Zabuza's remark seemed to touch Callus. Since the incident years ago, their relationship had grown intimate, even living together, yet they had never crossed that threshold. Zabuza's childhood traumas and scars remained unhealed. I turned to him, her gaze intense. You have your reasons for wanting me to stay, but I equally have compelling reasons to go, Zabuza. Compelling reasons? Gazing into her youthful face, Zabuza's memories drifted back 4 years to the moment she willingly offered herself in his stead. From that day forth, he resolved to care for her and ensure her safety, vowing never to let her suffer harm again. However, as a man of principles, he felt compelled to repay old debts, leading him back into the fray. This time, he would face the formidable army of the deceased summoned through forbidden arts. Take, for instance, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. If he were that easy to defeat, he would have long since claimed the title of Mizukage. If fortune turned against him, death would truly be a possibility. Though unafraid of death, he could not bear the thought of Bai being harmed, as she was someone he deeply cherished. Observing Bai's tightly pressed lips, Zabuza understood her determination. As long as they could be together, what did it matter whether they lived or died? In that moment, Zabuza felt an emotion stirring within him, igniting warmth in his cold heart as he stepped closer to Bai. Zabuza, falling into his strong embrace, Bai opened her mouth to speak, but her words were silenced. In an instant, she felt as if she were electrified, all her worries and troubles vanishing. She felt ensnared, the overwhelming force making it difficult to breathe, leaving her to clumsily respond to his advances. As the sound of fabric tearing echoed, her mind blanked, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sensation that nearly suffocated her. In that moment, Zabuza transformed into a tempest, becoming her master. Amidst the storm, she felt like a drowning fish, lost and helpless, struggling in vain, desperately seeking mercy. The tempest raged on mercilessly, unyielding. Feeling a tremor from deep within her soul, Bai thought she might perish. Yet it felt as though she had ascended to the clouds, yearning to continue. Outside, Shueisha cautiously pressed against the wall, straining to hear the commotion inside. His legs were numb, secretly admiring Zabuza's strength. Hey Shueisha, is Zabuza in there? We should be leaving. A loud voice interrupted the moment, as Chongwu, fully prepared, had come searching for Zabuza. Shueiwa's heart raced. He quickly covered Chongwu's mouth, knowing that if Zabuza discovered him, it would spell disaster. Chapter 191. The fourth great ninja war. Naruto's days in the land of water were not as carefree as he had hoped, for merely 10 days later. A contingent of leaf and cloud ninjas arrived to take charge of the region. Without a moment's hesitation, they commenced the establishment of various protective barriers. Ibiki? Naruto gazed at the newcomers with a hint of surprise and inquired, "What is going on here? What has transpired outside?" With a smile, Ibiki explained, "There has been a situation outside, but the Hokage has already addressed it. The Hokage has dispatched us to assist in restoring order to the land of water. And she has instructed that you, Lord Naruto, temporarily oversee all affairs here, ensuring that no prisoners escape. I trust this will not pose a problem for you." Skeptical yet compliant, Naruto nodded and retreated to his room, though his mind was rife with concerns. Could there be chaos brewing outside? He retrieved a black insect from his ear, observing it as it aimlessly crawled in his palm. "Hey, Shino, can you hear me? What is going on?" This insect had been placed on him by Shino prior to his arrival in the land of water, intended for communication with the outside world. Yet, it had malfunctioned before he even reached his destination. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea outside the city, a dilapidated boat drifted aimlessly, its color blending seamlessly with the water. "Row faster, Shino. I can almost sense his position." The two individuals aboard were Kiba and Shino, sent to deliver a message to Naruto. Kiba was intensely focused on sniffing the air, hoping to locate Naruto's scent. Unfortunately, they seemed to have lost their way. Not only could they not find Naruto, but they were also unable to navigate to the land of water. Stranded in the vast, unfamiliar ocean was no small predicament. "Perhaps you should try to sense Naruto's scent again?" Shino suggested earnestly. No way. If I smell that again, I might just die." Kiba vehemently shook his head, refusing the notion. Surveying the endless expanse of ocean, Shino remarked, "But if we continue like this, we will truly perish, starving at sea, our names forgotten, to die without leaving a trace." Woof woof. Akamaru leapt from Kiba's chest, barking anxiously as if in agreement with Shino. Sighing deeply, Kiba resigned himself. All right. I suppose I have no choice." Upon seeing Kiba relent, Shino promptly halted his shaking and presented a sock on a stick to Kiba. "Why on earth did you bring this? Couldn't you have chosen something else?" Kiba protested, incredulous. Shino adjusted his collar slightly and replied, "Sakura mentioned that Naruto sometimes neglects to wash his feet, so the smell of his socks would be the strongest. We hoped this would facilitate our mission." Kiba cursed Naruto 100 times in his mind, yet ultimately, with a face drained of color, he leaned closer to the sock. Observing this, Shino's forehead glistened with a bead of sweat, clearly worried for Kiba, while Akamaru stepped back, retreating behind Shino. Is this the inescapable fate of a ninja? Kiba inhaled deeply, bracing himself for the olfactory assault. Within mere seconds, he turned away and retched over the side of the boat. Shino quickly patted Kiba's back, expressing concern. "Are you all right? If it's too much, don't force yourself. You can take a break." Suddenly, Kiba pointed in a direction. "Take a break? If I do, I might truly perish, poisoned by that stench." Meanwhile, as Naruto contemplated how to obtain authentic information from the outside world, the small insect in his palm finally seemed to come alive, breaking free from his grasp. It darted towards the ground, inscribing unfamiliar symbols. In a fleeting moment, Naruto discerned that the insect was conveying a message from Shino. After careful scrutiny, Naruto finally grasped Shino's intended communication. The Akatsuki has successfully captured several Jinchuriki, and the fourth great ninja war has commenced. This revelation instantly transformed Naruto's expression into one of grave seriousness. So it was true? After such a long wait, it had finally arrived. Having successfully drawn out the Akatsuki, it was time for him to take action. Naruto understood that with the outbreak of war, countless ninjas would clash violently with the reanimated corpses, and if he could reach the battlefield swiftly, he could save lives and spare many from becoming orphans of war. Just as Naruto stepped out of his room, he collided with Ibiki, accompanied by a throng of allied ninjas. "Naruto, where are you going?" Naruto did not answer Ibiki's query, but retorted, "What? Do you intend to keep me imprisoned?" Ibiki regarded Naruto with an unprecedented seriousness and replied, "Listen, Naruto Uzumaki. I understand you may have reached some understanding with the Hokage, but that was in the past. The situation has changed. The Akatsuki has captured 6 Jinchuriki, and even the 8 Tails Jinchuriki nearly met with disaster. To thwart their scheme, the safety of the 9 Tails is paramount. Thus, we absolutely cannot allow you to leave." Observing the increasing number of allied ninjas, Naruto sighed. It is precisely because of the turmoil in the ninja world that, as Konoha's strongest asset, I must inevitably go. Ibiki remained unyielding, his gaze cold as he responded, "Regardless of what you say, we will not permit you to leave this place." "Humph. Do you truly believe you can stop me?" Naruto replied nonchalantly, his demeanor gradually chilling. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ibiki's forehead. He felt no confidence in facing Naruto, even with the support of many comrades. It was crucial to acknowledge that the Akatsuki, which had united the ninja world, was formidable, especially since this very individual had once faced 5 opponents and emerged unscathed. "Uzumaki Naruto, do not think that just because you fought against the Raikage and survived. We fear you. Without orders from above, you shall not pass. Attempt to move, and do not blame us for being unkind. Indeed, Naruto, we do not wish for this. But we must adhere to the Hokage's orders. We hope you will not make this difficult for us." An ever-growing crowd of ninjas surrounded Naruto, each one fixated on him, ready for any eventuality, yet none dared to strike first. After all, the reputation of a person is as significant as that of a tree's shadow. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Even the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. Chapter 192. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. The tense atmosphere lingered palpably. Naruto, with a sudden shake of his head, turned away, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. Yet, in the subsequent instant, he raised his right hand. "Ninja art. Great dark heaven technique. Careful." Ibiki's warning was almost instantaneous, but tragically, too late. A wave of darkness engulfed every ninja present, momentarily depriving them of their sight. The Great Dark Heaven technique, an evolved iteration of the Dark Release, robbed enemies within a radius of dozens of meters of their vision. Naruto's prior verbal parrying and feigned concession had lulled the assembly into a state of reduced vigilance, allowing him to capitalize on this fleeting opportunity. The abrupt descent into darkness sowed chaos among the ninja, rendering them disoriented and incapable of coordinated action. However, among them was a cloud ninja who bellowed, "Don't panic. Buy me some time, and I'll dispel this." Before he could complete his declaration, Naruto silenced him with a sealing tag, immobilizing him entirely. "Until we meet again," Naruto declared, as he untied a rope and launched a small boat into the water. His frequent seaside excursions with Sakura had diminished his fear of the ocean, provided he avoided unnecessary contact. Spiral Sphere. Harnessing the rotational force of the spiral sphere, Naruto propelled the boat forward with startling velocity. However, their course was soon intercepted by another vessel, its occupants, a duo and their canine companion, wearing expressions of sheer terror. "Naruto! Naruto! Stop! Stop! Kiba, Shino-yu!" Before greetings could be exchanged, the 2 boats collided. The vessel, commandeered from Housewife Castle, of superior craftsmanship, withstood the impact with minimal damage and pressed onward. Kiba and Shino's craft, however, splintered into fragments. Perched atop Kiba's head, Akamaru joined his master in treading water, as Kiba yelled, "Naruto, take us with you." Naruto's only response was a fading echo, "Time is of the essence. I must proceed." On the 3rd Division's battlefield, Kakashi and his comrades struggled against the impure world reincarnation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Fine rain permeated the somber sky, infusing the air with the pungent aroma of blood. To expedite the engagement, Kakashi had dispatched smaller squads from the 3rd Division to provide reinforcement. Despite the presence of a shinobi of Kakashi's caliber, the seemingly immortal and chakra inexhaustible reincarnated warriors proved a formidable challenge, particularly given the allied shinobi forces' imperative to minimize casualties. After a protracted stalemate, they had felled but one opponent, while the allied forces had already suffered 2 fatalities and multiple injuries. "Damn, this is proving difficult." Out of the way, Kakashi-sensei. A golden radiance pierced the gloom as Naruto, cloaked in the 9 Tails chakra mode, descended like a celestial being, radiating an aura of palpable power. Wind release, spiral shuriken. With a resounding cry, Naruto conjured a maelstrom of wind energy, which he hurled toward the remaining 5 swordsmen. Within the tempest, countless wind blades lacerated the air, creating visible distortions and emitting piercing shrieks, leaving behind an imperceptible trail, as if tearing a rift in space. The concentrated force and velocity hurtled toward the swordsman. Almost as Kakashi retreated, the explosive wind power grazed past him. The remaining swordsmen, caught unawares, were engulfed. The storm's force tore their bodies asunder, scattering fragments of clay and chakra. Did we win? Is the Leaf's Naruto Uzumaki truly this strong? Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki, the foremost shinobi of our era. However, before the jubilation could commence, the scattered fragments levitated, drawn together by an unseen force, reforming the swordsman. The allied shinobi forces were overcome by a sense of futility. They were not daunted by their adversaries, but the inefficacy of conventional tactics instilled a sense of dread. Naruto, however, wore a confident smile. He wove hand seals, and 5 golden chains erupted from his back, snaring the partially reassembled bodies of the swordsmen. Naruto approached the bound swordsman. You were never meant to be resurrected. Rest in peace. As Naruto's palm made contact with their chests, the swordsmen vanished. Silence descended upon the battlefield, followed by a thunderous roar of approval. The allied shinobi forces celebrated their hard-won victory, with Naruto as its linchpin. More significantly, his overwhelming strength instilled a renewed sense of confidence in their ability to prevail. Kakashi approached and clapped Naruto on the shoulder. Well done, Naruto. I'm glad I wasn't late, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied, before adding, where are Sakura and Rock Lee? A wave of unease washed over Naruto. The battlefront is ever shifting. Might Guy led Sakura and Rock Lee as reinforcements to the northern battlefield. The northern battlefield? Naruto's concern deepened. While Might Guy was powerful, he was not known for his strategic acumen. Is the northern battlefield intense, Kakashi-sensei? According to our intelligence, it is. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. I will proceed to the northern battlefield. Chapter 193. Has Sakura disappeared? As Kakashi gazed in the direction Naruto had departed, he found himself lost in thought. Was it truly as Naruto had said? Naruto sped northward, witnessing numerous battles along the way, and encountered reanimated ninjas he had never seen before. He wondered where Orochimaru and that Toby fellow had unearthed so many corpses. Wherever he encountered foes, Naruto swiftly dispatched them, earning roars of cheers from the allied ninja forces. Look, it's Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. He's incredible. I feel like he's even stronger than the Hokage. With him here, victory is assured. However, Naruto failed to locate Sakura and Guy's support unit and was instead confronted by the 5 Kages. The sight of Naruto rushing onto the battlefield astonished them. Tsunade exclaimed, Naruto, who released you from the Ghost Lantern City? Naruto did not respond to Tsunade's inquiry. Instead, he asserted, Lady Tsunade, this is not the time for such discussions. The conspirators have revealed themselves, and the enemy's power is formidable. As a member of Konoha and the shinobi world, it is my duty to stand alongside everyone and contribute my strength, is it not? But Tsunade hesitated, knowing that the enemies they faced were far more challenging than anticipated. Naruto's presence would undoubtedly bolster the allied forces. Few understood Naruto's prowess better than she did. And given that he was already on the battlefield, any further discussion was futile. There is no but. Tsunade's words were abruptly interrupted by Raikage AI, who regarded the formidable golden figure with a furrowed brow. His voice resonated with undeniable authority as he commanded, Naruto, this is not a place for you. However, since you are here, stay in the rear. We will ensure your safety. Naruto replied coolly, you shouldn't be the one saying that to me. You. Gaara looked at Naruto, a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes, and advised, Naruto, calm down. Your strength is great, but the battlefield is merciless. Your safety is crucial to the future of the shinobi world. Sasuke Jinoki interjected with his characteristic sternness, Kid, this is not a game. Do not think of yourself as a savior. Kuratsuchi, seated cross-legged, seemed poised to speak as well. Enough. Silence. With a roar of indignation, Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters. What we must consider now is how to defeat the enemy, not squabble among ourselves. Seeing Tsunade's fury, the others fell silent. Naruto awkwardly asked, Lady Tsunade, may I inquire if Sakura and the others have arrived here? Sakura? Isn't she with Kakashi? Tsunade replied, puzzled. Naruto's expression began to shift uncomfortably when, at that moment, a Sunagakure ninja entered, holding a scroll. Honorable Kages, we have received the latest intelligence from the front. Bring it here, Gaara instructed with a nod. However, as the Sunagakure ninja passed by Naruto, Naruto suddenly seized him by the throat. The other Kages, bewildered, shouted, "Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing?" Before they could comprehend the situation, the Sunagakure ninja transformed into a white Zetsu. I sense malice from it. And there are likely many more like it, Naruto explained, tightening his grip, prepared to crush the creature. But the white Zetsu struggled and taunted. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of your companion? That pink-haired girl is still waiting for you. Let me think. What did she say? Naruto fought against the impulse to squeeze harder. Where is she? What a tangled web of emotions. I can take you to her, but only you may go. The white Zetsu offered. Tsunade interjected, no? Don't trust it, Naruto. Sakura might not even be there. With Guy escorting her, she should be fine. They might have encountered some trouble along the way. Observing the 5 Kage's guarded demeanor, fearing he might flee, Naruto felt a headache coming on but refrained from blindly trusting the white Zetsu's words. After all, he was aware that he was the most crucial piece in the Moon's Eye plan. Then I shall seek out Guy-sensei first. Tsunade hesitated before stating, we will send someone immediately. You should remain at the base for now and await news. Just then, a green figure dashed in, panic evident on his face. It was Guy, who had been leading a support team with Sakura. Possessing the strongest taijutsu, he was not adept at tracking, and in his flustered state. He realized the gravity of losing Sakura, especially given her bond with Naruto. He hurried back for assistance, knowing this matter needed the Hokage's urgent attention. If Naruto were to find out recklessly, he might act impulsively. Yet, before he could voice his concern, he caught sight of Naruto standing beside the Hokage. The atmosphere grew tense. With Naruto's reputation in the shinobi world, everything about him was no longer a secret, including the woman he cherished the most. If the enemy had potentially captured Haruno Sakura, Naruto's character would compel him to intervene. This situation had become precarious. Reikage and Tsuchikage exchanged glances and stepped forward, suddenly launching an assault on Naruto. Earth Release, Earth Prison Technique. Rather than allow Naruto to go alone and inadvertently deliver the 9 tails to the Akatsuki, they resolved to suppress him together. Although this would lead to internal strife, it was preferable to directly risking the enemy acquiring the 9 tails. The 2 Kage's simultaneous strike was tantamount to a sneak attack. No matter how they wished to deny it, Naruto's strength was undeniable. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara would have found himself at a disadvantage against such a sudden assault. However, Naruto displayed no signs of panic. A confident smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Thank you for your concern, but I have my reasons for going and am fully prepared. As his words fell, to the astonishment of all present, Naruto's figure seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, vanishing from the encirclement of Reikage and Tsuchikage, leaving only a faint ripple of chakra in the air. What? How is this possible? The gathered Kages exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Chapter 194. If there were no ifs, the Reikage furrowed his brows, his voice laden with profound skepticism. Anoki, what exactly are you up to? Is your sealing dragon formation merely a decoration? The sealing dragon formation, a meticulously crafted secret technique by the Iwagakure village to counter the flying thunder god technique, was not to be underestimated. This formation had not only ensnared Tobirama Senju during his pursuit by Kinemon and Jinemon, but it also caused Naruto considerable distress in his battles against the Akatsuki. Anoki's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation as he responded solemnly, Reikage, I have set up the formation as planned. Thus, 2 possibilities remain. Either the sealing dragon formation has not had the anticipated effect on Naruto, or he has quietly dismantled the formation without your notice. At that moment, a figure with flowing white hair and clad in traditional wooden sandals entered the scene with measured steps, exuding an air of calm composure. It was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from Konoha. To dismantle the sealing dragon formation? How could that be? Are you jesting? Jiraiya stated gravely. Although it seems implausible, when it comes to Naruto, nothing is truly impossible. Your prodigious disciple has certainly caused us no small amount of trouble, Anoki lamented. Jiraiya furrowed his brows in contemplation, and after a moment, a smile crept onto his face, accompanied by a sigh. Ah, Naruto's potential is indeed remarkable. While he may not surpass my youthful gifts, it brings me immense satisfaction. Hence, I can do nothing but impart all my knowledge to him without reservation. However, my friends, discussing other matters is futile now. We must hasten to catch up with Naruto. But we are completely at a loss for his whereabouts, Gaara interjected, urgency lacing his voice. Heh. Who says we are unaware? Jiraiya produced a scroll and handed it to Tsunade. Take a look. This is the latest intelligence we've received. Tsunade accepted the scroll, her gaze rapidly scanning its contents, which seemed to send a jolt through her. She instinctively slapped the table, only to realize it had vanished. Momentarily caught off guard before regaining her composure. Ahem, let me outline the battle plan. Hokage, where did you obtain this information? The Raikage's incredulous tone echoed in the air. The previously silent Terumi May chimed in. Indeed, for our understanding, please elucidate the source of this intelligence. In the depths of a dense forest, Sakura lay quietly against the base of a great tree, battered and bruised, enveloped by resilient vines that formed a natural green barrier around her. Her limbs were bound tightly by specially crafted chains, deeply embedded in her skin, rendering escape nearly impossible. Nevertheless, she remained hopeful, yearning for a miracle. She did not wish to become a burden. Countless times she had contemplated death, yet hesitated. For she always remembered the words of that young boy. He had once said that without her, he could not survive. These words became the driving force behind Sakura's determination to persist. A faint rustling of footsteps disrupted the silence as Hinata entered, draped in a crimson cloud cloak. Perhaps for practicality, her long hair was tied back, exuding a newfound confidence and decisiveness. The most striking aspect was her newly awakened Byakugan, glimmering with an ethereal blue light, resembling two unfathomable whirlpools. Hinata gently placed a box of food beside Sakura and softly urged, "You should eat something. Even if you wish to escape, you need strength." Sakura did not touch the food. Instead, she calmly regarded Hinata, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features, before smiling and saying, "You have changed so much, Hinata." Yes, Hinata sighed softly, responding with a hint of melancholy. People inevitably change. I once approached the world with gentleness, but reality has taught me resilience and independence. Then, Hinata gazed at Sakura with her deep blue eyes, stating, "But aren't you afraid of me? You must know that all of this today is a result of you and your companions." Sakura shook her head, replying, "Why should I fear you? Hinata, I will always remember that we are comrades." "Why?" Hinata's eyes closed in anguish, only to snap open again. "Sakura, do you not understand? It is because I have joined the Akatsuki. Because I am a despised rogue ninja. Because I could easily eliminate you at any moment." Her voice rose higher, the calm expression on her face shifting dramatically. Anger, a sentiment that had never before graced this girl's visage, now took center stage. "You wouldn't. You are not that kind of person, Hinata. Remember what Naruto said? There are many with great power in this world, yet they do not wield it for good, instead bringing calamity. But I believe, Hinata." Before Sakura could finish, Hinata seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. "Do not utter that name in my presence." As Sakura struggled for breath, the look of pain on her face elicited a cold, detached appreciation from Hinata. "How delightfully presumptuous you are. Do you now believe? Believe that I could kill you at any moment?" Sakura felt as if she were nearing death, yet stubbornly fixed her gaze on Hinata, forcing a smile that conveyed unspoken words. Hinata, momentarily taken aback by Sakura's smile, quickly masked her surprise with indifference, forcefully slamming Sakura back to the ground. Sakura's body hit the ground with a dull thud. Already weakened from prior battles, she now found it even more difficult to rise. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, her resolve remained unyielding as she lifted her head, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with Hinata. She could not believe that the once kind-hearted girl, who would never harm even an ant, had transformed into this. "Open your eyes and see clearly. I am no longer that naive fool who could be manipulated." Hinata struck again, kicking Sakura over and standing atop her chest, looking down with a condescending gaze. "Enjoy your final moments. Even if a new world is born, it is one destined to be devoid of you." As Hinata stepped out of the confines that held Sakura captive, the scene before her gradually blurred from clarity to obscurity, sunlight filtering through the clouds, casting everything in a glaring light. She couldn't help but recall that fateful night, questioning whether her decision had truly been right. What if she had chosen to stay that night? But in this world, there has never been an if. Chapter 195, The Unclean Hands at Long Last. A solitary tear cascaded silently down her clear blue eyes. She gazed somewhat bewilderedly at her hands, which, despite being calloused from rigorous training, remained long and fair as ever. Yet, These hands were now tainted with blood, having harmed comrades with whom she once fought side by side, an indelible stain that could never be cleansed. What a pity. Hinata, it appears you are still unable to completely discard your unrealistic notions. This cannot continue, remarked a figure behind her, his presence having materialized unnoticed. It was a fae. His gaze profound and his tone grave, laced with a hint of skepticism. As a fae spoke, a formidable sense of oppression enveloped Hinata. Though she had never witnessed his prowess firsthand, she sensed that a fae might be the strongest within the Akatsuki, exerting more pressure than even pain. Despite her current abilities, she felt no sense of assurance. Hinata stifled her tears, the tracks upon her face resembling two shallow streams, testifying to the turmoil within her heart. She did not turn immediately, seemingly awaiting something, while a fae too stood silently, refraining from further speech, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. After several seconds, Hinata finally spoke. You should not be here. Prying into others' privacy is hardly commendable. I admit I have not forgotten that person, yet I do not desire this painful world, nor the version of him that resides within it. He disappoints me greatly. This, perhaps, is why I chose to join you. But what of you, Mr. Afei? When shall our plan succeed? When will this world find its end? I am willing to lend my strength, but should your words prove deceitful, do not blame me for my actions. Turning to face Afei, Hinata fixed him with a penetrating gaze, her eyes ablaze with a menacing light. Yet Afei did not flinch. Instead, he regarded her calmly, seemingly assessing the truth within her words. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled softly. Ah, do not be so hasty. Miss Hinata, the plan has been progressing according to our expectations. We merely await the moment when the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki willingly walks into our trap. A glimmer of insatiable desire flickered in Afei's eyes as he continued. At that time, we shall forge a world devoid of slaughter, filled with love. In that realm, he will ever be by your side, and you shall know happiness. A fleeting expression of longing crossed Hinata's face, but it vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by her previous icy demeanor. I can only hope things unfold as you say. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it. Meanwhile, the five Kage, having resolved their differences, led a vast coalition of ninja to the battlefield indicated by their intelligence. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, as if ink had been spilled across it, and a suffocating pressure emanated from a distant mountaintop, making the very air quiver. A man clad in crimson armor emerged into view, his hair dancing in the wind, cascading over his shoulders with an air of dominance and nonchalance. His iconic Sharingan glimmered with a perilous light, resembling two flames in the depths of an abyss. Captivating and terrifying. From his elevated stance, he gazed down upon the assembled coalition of thousands of ninja, as if they were insignificant ants. I never imagined I would be reborn in such a manner, he mused. Is that Uchiha Madara? Inoki managed to utter, his voice laden with disbelief. He could never forget the name that had brought him such humiliation. When the Hidden Stone Village was founded, he had once accompanied his master to Konoha to seek an alliance, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed by Uchiha Madara, who proclaimed that the Hidden Stone must submit to the might of Konoha. The humiliation had driven the master and apprentice to battle against Madara, only to be soundly crushed before the public eye. As that name escaped his lips, the once mighty coalition fell into a stunned silence, as if time had been halted, countless eyes turning towards the godlike figure before them. In the entire ninja world, who was unaware of the legendary Uchiha Madara as a fabled and unparalleled powerhouse. His reputation was enough to alter the very fabric of reality. Tsunade furrowed her brow. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she possessed a profound understanding of Madara's strength. Even though Madara now presented himself in the form of Edo Tensei, his formidable power was still not to be underestimated. To steady the hearts of her comrades, Tsunade resolutely declared, "Listen, everyone, do not be afraid. The Uchiha Madara before us is merely a product of Edo Tensei. He cannot exhibit the full strength of his prime. Now that he has appeared, we must work together to seal him away. Indeed, do not panic. Let's strike as one." Gaara began to organize the ninja forces for their assault. The coalition, which had been in disarray, regained its composure. After all, the principle of ants being capable of bringing down an elephant was universally understood. No matter how powerful Uchiha Madara was, he could not possibly contend with a force of thousands. Madara's expression remained impassive, as if everything lay within his control. Facing the coalition that seemed poised to encircle him, he coldly queried, Senju's granddaughter, have you ever witnessed me at the peak of my power? His voice dripped with unparalleled confidence and arrogance. In the next moment, Madara surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, charging into the battlefield directly towards the five Kage. As he passed, the coalition parted like waves before him. A path carved through their ranks as dozens of ninja fell lifelessly in an instant. All ninjutsu and tools were rendered mere toys in the face of Uchiha Madara, effortlessly neutralized, while the coalition found themselves utterly helpless against his onslaught. Madara scoffed derisively. The current generation of ninja is truly pathetic. Mere insects aspire to oppose me? Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara unleashed a colossal fireball that seemed reminiscent of the great fireball jutsu, yet its scale expanded exponentially, resembling a monstrous beast intent on consuming everything in its wake. In response to this terrifying assault, a dozen water-style ninjas resolutely positioned themselves at the forefront, their faces devoid of fear, only determination etched upon them. They simultaneously formed hand seals, invoking the water-style technique. Water-style, water barrier technique. Before them, massive walls of water rapidly coalesced, standing as a barrier against the inferno. It is common knowledge that the elemental principles dictate that water style counters fire style. However, Madara's utilization of fire style transcended the bounds of conventional ninjutsu. The water barriers formed by the dozen ninjas began to evaporate and dissipate under the relentless blaze. How is this possible? The sight left countless ninjas' courage evaporating in an instant, their fear surging like a tidal wave. The individual before them was simply beyond the realm of human capability. The five Kage too were taken aback. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe at this crucial juncture. Yet, regardless of how powerful the enemy, there was no room for retreat. They must overcome this hurdle to advance. Exchanging glances, the five Kage ultimately set aside their differences and struck together. Chapter 196. The final showdown. The moonlight shimmered like silver upon the earth, yet it could not conceal the palpable tension and ominous atmosphere that hung in the air. You finally arrived, Naruto, Conan remarked, her voice as tranquil as a still pond. Before them stood an imposing assembly. Pain's six paths, Conan, Haiden, Sasori, Kisame, Kabuto, and the yet-to-reveal Tobi. One could not deny the formidable strength of this gathering. Naruto's gaze was resolute, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Quite the lively gathering here. But enough of the pleasantries. Where's Sakura? At that moment, the space around them suddenly warped, as if manipulated by an unseen force. Tobi, masked and enigmatic, emerged, his grip tightening around Sakura's neck, his tone laced with mockery. My apologies, Naruto. I assume Miss Sakura holds great significance for you. What a pity. If not for our differing ideologies, we might have collaborated. Sakura. Naruto's heart ached at the sight of her, flames of fury igniting within his eyes. Do not fear, I will rescue you. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she gazed at Naruto, attempting to muster a smile, though tears betrayed her efforts. Deep down, she had never wished for Naruto to be here, yet she was acutely aware he would come. She lamented her own lack of vigilance, which had led to this dire situation. With Tobi's arrival, numerous formidable figures summoned through the reanimation jutsu revealed themselves. The likes of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the reanimated Asuma, and others, including the legendary first and second Hokages, Hashirama and Tobirama, as well as Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. Each was a warrior of renown, clearly intent on ensuring Naruto remained trapped in this confrontation. Naruto, I'm afraid our bodies are beyond our control, one of the reanimated warriors stated. Facing such a daunting scenario, Naruto's emotions churned. He deliberately avoided meeting Minato's gaze, fearing it would disrupt his composure. He sneered at the masked figure. I doubt your numbers match those gathered here. You truly overestimate me. Tobi chuckled softly, as if everything unfolded according to his design. What can I say? You are indeed the strongest in the ninja world. But this is where it ends, Naruto. Surrender, and together we can forge a truly beautiful world. I have no desire to commit any misdeeds. Naruto furrowed his brows. Confronted by such powerful adversaries, he felt no fear. He had prepared for this moment over the years. Even against overwhelming odds, he believed in his ability to fight. However, if they threatened Sakura's life, he would have to devise a careful strategy. His gaze pierced through Tobi and the formidable warriors, contemplating how to navigate this perilous predicament. Just then, a flash, swift as lightning, surged towards him, and attacked him directly at his face. The blow came with astonishing speed, startling Naruto, but he reacted swiftly, a silver sheen enveloping his arms, a defensive armor clinging to his skin. Nevertheless, the force propelled him back several meters. Upon recognizing his assailant, Naruto's expression became complex. It's been a while, you've grown stronger. Hinata. His words bore a hint of pride, yet they were mingled with unspoken emotions. However, Hinata's gaze lacked its usual warmth, replaced by an icy resolve. But Naruto, your strength seems less than I anticipated. As she spoke, her hands formed seals, a surge of powerful chakra erupted, coalescing in her palms as she charged at him once more. Show me your true strength, or you shall perish. Her voice, though soft, carried an unyielding finality. Naruto evaded her formidable strike, his heart heavy with conflicting feelings, quickly replaced by determination as he too lunged at Hinata. Observing this, Tobi's expression hardened, and the other members of Akatsuki and the reanimated warriors converged upon Naruto, signaling the commencement of a deadly encirclement. Surrounded, Naruto navigated through the onslaught. Each time he parried one attack, another followed, stretching his defenses thin. Is this the place? No, it's not. While battling, he searched for the focal point of the binding formation, but thus far found nothing. His attention remained fixed on Tobi, seeking a flaw, yet Tobi merely stood beside Sakura. A daunting challenge. This was indeed troublesome. Divided focus in battle was a perilous habit. Water style, water prison jutsu. Kisame seized the opportunity, swiftly forming seals to conjure a powerful water prison to bind Naruto's movements. Ah! Haiden and Sasori simultaneously struck from behind, their attacks fierce, yet before they could reach Naruto, they were ensnared by golden chakra chains that surrounded him. Planetary devastation. The golden figure flickered, but as Deva Path began to chant, Naruto pressed his hand against his head and slammed him into the ground. Even Hinata, proficient in close combat, was struck away by Naruto's punch. What? Tobi, who had been observing, was taken aback, astonished by Naruto's accelerated speed. Even without the flying thunder god technique, he could withstand the onslaught, far beyond Tobi's expectations. As Tobi pondered how to subdue Naruto, he felt an irresistible force pulling at him. In that fleeting moment, the previously airborne Hinata approached him, her scattered chakra energy coalescing once more into a sharp blade, striking fiercely towards his arm without warning. This sudden attack caught Tobi off guard, its ferocity leaving him little time to react. After severing Tobi's arm, Hinata swiftly grasped Sakura and struck at Tobi again, using the momentum to escape the battlefield, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Did I succeed? Hinata's heart eased. She remembered Naruto's words. If one truly loved another, how could they wish to shatter their dreams? As a member of Team 10, she had long known Naruto considered Akatsuki his greatest potential adversary, so when approached by them, she had joined them strategically. The reason for her delayed action was her inability to rescue Sakura alone. Tobi's expression turned cold as he watched Hinata retreat, and without hesitation, he unleashed his attack. Countless bizarre wooden spikes grew from his severed arm, launching towards Hinata and Sakura. Wood style, insertion technique. Chapter 197. Can you manage without me? In this arena, every individual is a formidable force, and they all sense the sudden shift in their surroundings. Several members of the Akatsuki organization instantaneously abandoned Naruto, their gazes fixating on Hinata, as they unhesitatingly charged towards her with lethal intent. Should Sakura Haruno have been present, it might have instilled some caution in Naruto. However, without that restraint, the unleashed Naruto would prove to be an even greater challenge. Naruto, witnessing Hinata's abrupt betrayal, found no time for elation. The joy in his eyes was swiftly supplanted by concern. Yet, he was momentarily hindered by a group of reanimated foes, leaving him unable to extricate himself. Hellwind. At that moment, a tempest howled into existence, accompanied by black flames that erupted before the onlookers, enveloping Hinata and Sakura in an impenetrable shield. Amaterasu. The likes of Kisame and others sensed the danger and instinctively retreated. Their past association with Itachi had made them all too familiar with this lethal technique. Soon after, a tall, proud figure emerged before them, his iconic black hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Sasuke, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Sasuke's silhouette. A rare smile flickered across Sasuke's usually cold visage, his eyes gleaming with disdain as he retorted, "Humph. Do you really think you could handle it without me?" Sasuke's feelings towards Konoha and the entire ninja world were complex. He had no desire to concern himself with the deaths of certain individuals. If it weren't for the bonds he cherished, he would not have found himself here. Obito's gaze was intense, fixating on Sasuke as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. How infuriating, the younger generation of Konoha. But tell me, Sasuke, are you certain that Itachi revealed the truth to you? How tragic. Your entire clan was driven to extinction, yet you speak of protection. How do you think those deceased clan members would regard your actions? Sasuke's eyes remained resolute and icy. He chose not to respond to Obito's taunts. The chakra surrounding him crackled like thunder, emanating a powerful roar as he gripped his blade, its edge radiating a fierce light, slicing through the enemy. With Sasuke's reinforcements, Obito was momentarily restrained, alleviating some of Naruto's burdens and allowing him to carve a path for Hinata and Sakura to escape the battlefield. Naruto. Sakura and Hinata's gazes were laden with unspoken words directed at Naruto. Go ahead, leave this to me and Sasuke. If you stay, I'll only be held back. Naruto smiled slightly, his words brimming with confidence. Though Sasuke's current strength was not on par with Naruto's, he was nonetheless among the pinnacle of the ninja world. His eyes shimmered with an otherworldly glow, an indescribable chakra enveloping him. With a roar, a colossal purple apparition coalesced behind him, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. It was a divine figure clad in formidable armor, wielding twin blades. The lightning and flames coursing through the edges seemed capable of severing all obstacles in existence. Susanoo. Faced with Sasuke's Susanoo, Obito momentarily registered shock, but it was swiftly replaced by a chilling resolve as he charged at Sasuke. The battlefield was now divided. Obito faced Sasuke, while Naruto confronted the remaining Akatsuki members and reanimated foes. Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze sweeping across the enemies, igniting an even greater fervor for battle. He declared, "Since it's a contest of numbers, then let the shadow clones surge forth." In an instant, thousands of golden-hued Narutos flooded the battlefield, crashing upon the enemy like a relentless tide, targeting the reanimated warriors. What? How can there be so many? Haydn exclaimed, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Conan elaborated. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, his chakra reservoir is beyond imagination, which allows him to create this many clones. However, their combat prowess pales in comparison to his true form. Upon hearing this, Haydn found Conan's analysis reasonable and eagerly wielded his scythe towards the shadow clones, believing he could at least strike a few down for some satisfaction. In mere moments, he cleaved through 2 shadow clones with a single swing. Huh, is that all? He cackled, but before he could revel in his triumph, a shadow clone struck him from behind, followed by a swarm of Narutos overwhelming him. After an intense skirmish, Naruto's shadow clones were finally dispatched, yet the Akatsuki members were left utterly exhausted, barely able to muster the strength to move. Even the Hell Realm and Hungry Ghost Realm among the 6 paths of pain had been decimated. Fortunately, they still possessed the power of the reanimated warriors, whose chakra was inexhaustible and could not be easily extinguished. At that moment, Kabuto's eyes darted, his mind racing with thoughts. Naruto, too, was struggling, panting heavily. Although the clones had perished, the toll on him was considerable. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having activated Susanoo, found himself at a disadvantage against Obito, who remained unharmed. Observing the intact reanimated warriors across the battlefield, the scales of war seemed to quietly tilt in favor of the enemy. Pain regarded Naruto with indifference, stating, "It's time for this to end." His voice resonated like an unfeeling decree upon the world. "Indeed, it must come to an end," Naruto replied. In an instant, the observers felt a disorienting flash, and all the reanimated foes disintegrated, vanishing into the ether. What? The assembled crowd stood in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Reanimation was certainly not an invincible technique, nor was it without means of reversal, but to undo everyone's technique in an instant seemed unfathomable. Was such a feat even within the realm of human capability? In truth, Naruto had not fully exerted himself from the outset. He had been continually repelled, even summoning numerous shadow clones to their demise, all to locate the focal point of the dragon binding formation. Summoning clones to sacrifice themselves was a strategic move to leave flying thunder god marks on the reanimated foes and to discern the method of unsealing, which ultimately allowed him to instantaneously release the reanimation technique on all of them. Even when faced with Minato, he had held nothing back. The anguish he had endured was enough. there was no need to relive it again. Perhaps for his father, a peaceful departure was the most fitting conclusion. Have we failed? Pain, dragging his weary body, stared blankly at Naruto. In a mysterious cavern, the skeletal figure of Nagato formed hand seals. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life. Chapter 198. I will end this chaotic era. Ha. Hee. Ha ha. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes at that moment. He was no longer in the state of Edo Tensei, but had truly been reborn. With his bare upper body, he strode steadily towards the center of the battlefield, each step accompanied by a slight distortion of space. The colossal form of the Ten Tails gradually descended, manifesting a tendril that pierced into Madara's body, continuously injecting its energy into him. As the chakra of the Ten Tails flowed into him, Madara's appearance underwent a profound transformation. His hair turned entirely white, and he donned a robe symbolizing the Sage of Six Paths. His eyes deepened, as if they could perceive all things in existence, akin to a deity. Is this the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Madara murmured in disbelief as he gazed at his own hand. Meanwhile, with the god tree re-emerging, Naruto and Sasuke were drawn into the spiritual realm, where they encountered the legendary Sage of Six Paths and learned of the origins of the ninja world. In the past, Kaguya Otsutsuki descended upon the land of ancestors, where her beauty caught the eye of the emperor, who brought her into his palace. They shared a memorable time together, but their tranquility was short-lived as a war erupted between the land of ancestors and the land of others over a lake's water. Fortunately, neither side could prevail, leading to peace talks. Yet, the ambassador from the land of others coveted Kaguya's beauty and plotted to abduct her. In a fit of rage, Kaguya killed several of his subordinates, prompting the jilted ambassador to label her a monster, leveraging this against the emperor of the land of ancestors. To everyone's shock, the emperor, weighing the consequences, consented to eliminate Kaguya, who was already pregnant with 2 lives. In despair, Kaguya fled to the god tree. And when the emperor of the land of others found her with his troops, she consumed the fruit of the god tree, transforming everyone into its nourishment. From that moment on, Kaguya ceased to trust anyone. As time passed, her 2 children grew, each inheriting her powers, far surpassing ordinary beings. They soon noticed that familiar faces mysteriously vanished, and during a chance encounter, they uncovered the secret of the god tree, ultimately learning the truth from the Sage of Toads. With the sage's aid, they successfully sealed Kaguya. The younger sibling chose to accompany their mother on the moon, while the elder remained on Earth, tirelessly developing the use of chakra, which he named ninjutsu, becoming known as the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths himself fathered 2 sons, Indra and Ashura. Unlike Indra, who preferred to solve problems through force, the sage believed Ashura to be the more suitable successor. Thus, before his death, he transferred his energy to Ashura. This choice incited Indra's resentment, leading to a fierce battle against Ashura and the sage. Although he was ultimately defeated, Indra's bitterness persisted, resulting in an eternal conflict between their chakras across lifetimes. And you are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, Nani? Naruto was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend having 2 fathers in a single day. Sasuke frowned slightly, stating, "It is merely a partial inheritance of energy. It cannot be termed reincarnation." Indeed, Naruto added. The Sage of Six Paths, his beard fluttering, managed to calm his mind and said, if Kaguya were to return, it would undoubtedly plunge the entire world into destruction. The time has come for the prophesied child to change the world. What do you wish to gain from the end of this war? I wish to hear your true answer. Naruto replied, I want to protect those I care about. That is all. The sage nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Sasuke, saying, This time, I shall bestow power upon you as well, Indra. Now extend your hands. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and extended their hands, pressing them against the sage's palm. With the opening of Madara's third eye, nearly all living beings in the world fell into an infinite illusion. Madara laughed, feeling an unprecedented ease throughout his long life. This state was simply exquisite, and an overwhelming sense of invincible solitude washed over him. After so many years, Uchiha Madara had finally achieved it. He had fulfilled the ancestral teachings of the Uchiha clan and adhered to the guidance left by the Sage of Six Paths, bringing true peace to the world. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke's bodies surged with power, unaffected by the infinite illusion, as they approached Madara, observing the throngs of lifeless beings around them. Even Naruto and Sasuke felt a despair akin to that of an apocalyptic world. What are you doing? Do you wish to destroy this world? Sasuke questioned Madara. Madara laughed maniacally. What do you understand? I cherish this world deeply. How could I bring about its destruction? I am the savior of this world and shall not allow you to cause further chaos. Behold, I have completed the mission entrusted to me by the Sage of Six Paths. I have rescued humanity from hell to heaven. The ninjas harbor no hatred, nor do they engage in war. I have finally rectified the mistakes made by Hashirama in the past. But by doing this, others are left as mere shells. What difference is there from death? Naruto countered. Uchiha Madara's gaze remained indifferent, seemingly disdainful of the need to explain. How could mere mortals comprehend his vision? However, realizing that there were few left who could be his audience, he sighed and said, since the day ninjas emerged, conflicts began. People slaughtered one another out of hatred, thrusting even young children onto the battlefield. To achieve peace, I agreed to ally with Hashirama to establish Konoha. Everything was moving towards Hashirama's original vision. But what was the outcome? Those filled with ambition and suspicion could not be honest with one another. The sins of emotion could not simply vanish. Wars never ceased. The first Great Ninja War, the second Great Ninja War, the third Great Ninja War. Is this what Hashirama's so-called peace amounted to? Indeed, the fourth Great Ninja War was orchestrated by me. I fulfilled everything according to the will of the Sage of Six Paths, allowing them to continue existing in their ideal worlds. What could be better? After nearly a century of struggle, bearing the weight of infamy, I have ultimately concluded this chaotic era as a savior. Accept this reality, Naruto, Sasuke, it is all over. Chapter 199. 8 Gates of Duinjia. From this moment forth, the world shall be devoid of hatred, anguish, and suffering. Humanity will no longer wander in a void of despair. Every soul shall bask in the warmth of happiness. Just then, a shadow enveloped the figure of Obito, and a black hand burst forth from his heart. This fatal blow came from none other than the one he trusted most, Kaguya. Completely unprepared, Obito found his heart pierced by Kaguya's strike. Struggling to turn around, he yearned to discern the face of this traitor and question the reasons behind this betrayal. Yet, it felt as if an invisible force bound his body, rendering him immobile. All he could manage was a hoarse whisper. Why? Kaguya's voice emerged from behind him, laced with mockery. Ah, my apologies, Uchiha Obito. But this is not the end. You are no different from the others. Did you truly believe you could manipulate everything? How laughable. You too are ensnared in a deceptive dream, a carefully crafted illusion of my design. Shock surged within Obito like a tempest. He could not fathom that his lifelong aspirations had crumbled into mere phantoms, mere garments for the schemer's design. Nonsense. Why would you do this? I created you. You are my will. Kaguya cackled wickedly. I have never been your will. My will is Kaguya. As Kaguya's chilling laughter echoed, Obito's consciousness began to fade, succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Simultaneously, his form began to swell rapidly. Naruto, retreat. Sensing imminent danger, Naruto concentrated his chakra into a blade, severing the ribbons that sought to ensnare him. Sasuke, quick to react, wielded the Kusanagi sword, slicing through the ribbons surrounding him and retreating sharply. As they withdrew, torrents of chakra erupted from the earth, wildly surging toward Obito's now ballooning body. With a visage of a beautiful woman materializing in the air, her smile radiated with malevolence. Is this Kaguya? Sasuke murmured. Before he could comprehend, they found themselves in a world engulfed in magma, plummeting rapidly. Fortunately, as Naruto released his seal, a colossal earth serpent rose beneath them, stabilizing their descent. Naruto and Sasuke scanned their surroundings, yet Kaguya remained elusive. Just then, her figure emerged behind them, extending her hands toward Naruto and Sasuke. By the time Naruto sensed her presence, it was too late. He could not perceive her location, feel her malice, or detect any chakra fluctuations. She emitted no sound. As Kaguya's fingertips grazed their cheeks, two shadows latched onto Naruto and Sasuke, rendering them momentarily immobile. Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he gazed at Kaguya, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In a moment of clarity, Naruto exclaimed, "Is it truly you? Have you forgotten me?" Kaguya tilted her head, puzzled by Naruto's words. What are you saying? You are merely a fragment of chakra from my child. Here, you shall be buried. As their chakra was relentlessly absorbed, Sasuke interjected, Naruto, this cannot continue. It seems there is no other choice, Naruto replied, determination settling in. Open. With a sharp command, Naruto tore away the black remnants of Kagaya, simultaneously pulling off Sasuke's and crushing them in his grasp. The 8 Gates of Doinja. This technique releases the body's chakra constraints, unleashing excessive energy. With its power magnified by the wielder's strength, an elite shinobi could gain a power exponentially greater than that of the 5 Kage. This technique, regarded by Naruto as the ultimate forbidden art, had never been publicly displayed. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's life force naturally surpassed that of ordinary beings. Coupled with the refinement of sage arts, his physical prowess rivaled even Might Guy. Now, empowered by the Sage of 6 Paths, his body reached unfathomable levels of strength, extraordinary enough to rival Kagaya herself, far beyond the realm of mere mortals. The 8 Gates of Doinja allowed him to fully unleash and even exceed his physical capacity, resulting in a nearly exponential enhancement of his combat prowess. Kagaya gazed at Naruto, momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that this human could so effortlessly break her bindings. Open the rest gate. Humph, struggle as you may, it is futile. As Kagaya's abilities activated, the space around them warped once more, transforming into a different realm. Upon entering this new dimension, Naruto felt a sudden weight, as if an invisible force pressed down upon him, forcing him to muster all his strength to remain upright. Sasuke fared worse, barely managing to rise. Kagaya too was not immune to this overwhelming gravity. Open the life gate. Naruto's complexion reddened. Beneath his radiant exterior, a surge of green energy pulsated, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. In an instant, he propelled forward, landing a powerful fist upon Kagaya's face. Kagaya, taken aback by Naruto's agility within this heavy gravity, was sent reeling, blood streaming from her nose. Open the upper gate. As Naruto unleashed a flurry of ferocious attacks upon Kagaya, she found herself on the defensive, being pummeled relentlessly. Suddenly, 2 bone spikes erupted from Kagaya's palms. Naruto's pupils dilated as he instinctively retreated, sensing the lethal energy embedded within Kagaya's attack. The technique, known as the Bone Ash Massacre, was a deadly art. Those struck would disintegrate alongside their bones, their bodies disintegrating from the wound and spreading through their entirety. In response, Naruto summoned the Triple Gate of Death. The magnificent gates appeared, yet before the Bone Ash Massacre, they were easily pierced as if made of paper. However, Naruto had never intended to fully block Kagaya's assault. In the next moment, he seized Sasuke and appeared before Kagaya, delivering another crushing blow to her eye. Kagaya's fury erupted, distorting the space around them as the trio found themselves in a freezing realm, their bodies encased in ice. You shall remain here, awaiting your demise. This time, Kagaya had learned from experience, realizing Naruto was a formidable opponent. She resolved not to continue the battle, opening a portal to exile them into another dimension to fend for themselves. Yet at that moment, open the door of death. Chapter 200, Daytime Tiger with a low shout. The ice crystals surrounding Naruto and Sasuke shattered, transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the void. Naruto had activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates, and despite his current physical prowess, he still felt the side effects. However, the surge in power had reached a terrifying magnitude, unleashing the 8 gates in Sage mode. His strength had escalated to an astonishing level. Each of his movements seemed to stir the air, causing the ground to tremble. He had certainly heard Kagaya's earlier words. If she managed to escape, both he and Sasuke would be forever trapped in this realm. In a moment of acute awareness, Naruto seized Kagaya's cold, unyielding ankle just before her departure, pulling Sasuke along with him as they slipped into the space-time portal. The scene shifted once more, returning them to the shinobi world. Standing upon this familiar yet alien battlefield, they were met with devastation. The surroundings were filled with dazed beings, silent in their suffering, resembling mere shadows, rendering the world a living hell. Above them, the god tree, a symbol of calamity and despair, hung heavy with the remnants of once vibrant lives, as if silently recounting tales of endless sorrow. This sight ignited a profound fury within Naruto. That entity truly resembled a world on the brink of annihilation. Sealing her? If they could not completely eradicate her, she would surely become an everlasting scourge for future generations. Perhaps his previous methods had been too lenient, leading to this dire situation. With this thought, a fierce flame burned in Naruto's eyes, resolute and unwavering. With a swift motion, he hurled Kagaya to the ground. Much like a kite severed from its string, creating a deep pit as dust rose around them. As Kaguya began to rise, Naruto surged forward like a released arrow, a tempestuous force crashing down upon her, offering no respite or chance for her to regain her strength. The gate of the shock opened. Naruto's strikes grew increasingly fierce and rapid, each blow sending Kaguya's body into violent tremors, as if she were enduring unprecedented impacts. Although her combat skills were lackluster, the fruit of the god tree had granted her seemingly endless vitality. It was evident that while his assaults could injure her, they were insufficient to deliver a final blow. As Kaguya retreated under his relentless onslaught, her eyes, capable of perceiving all things, shrewdly detected the subtle changes in Naruto after he unlocked the 8 gates, revealing a glimmer of cunning. She surmised that such overwhelming power, while formidable, was destined to be fleeting. Thus, she utilized her abilities to create distance, evading direct confrontation and maneuvering like a specter, always maintaining a precarious proximity to Naruto. She was waiting, biding her time for the moment when Naruto's 8 gates would close, for then would come his demise. A cold glint flashed in Naruto's gaze. He too perceived her intentions. He understood that if he could not eliminate Kaguya in one fell swoop, they would ultimately find themselves vanquished. Grinding his teeth, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within Naruto. His muscles swelled, veins bulging like coiling dragons, each inch of skin brimming with destructive might. The chakra around him surged like boiling lava, a violent energy spilling forth as if a deity had descended, exuding immense pressure that made the very atmosphere tremble. The air around him seemed to congeal, time appearing to stand still. The ground could not withstand this force, cracking and shaking as if the earth itself was yielding. The gate of the shock opened. Naruto's voice resonated through the heavens, and with that furious shout, his speed and strength experienced another qualitative leap. His form vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kaguya in the blink of an eye. She barely registered the shift before his fists rained down like a torrential downpour, yet she was utterly incapable of tracking his movements. Naruto moved like lightning, each punch and kick carrying the power to shake the very foundations of existence, unleashing a frenzied assault upon Kaguya. The very space around them quivered under the weight of his strikes, emitting mournful cries. With a commanding shout, countless Narutos emerged, their forms enveloped in a tempest of golden-blue winds, surging towards Kaguya from all directions. Each strike was delivered with relentless force, embodying boundless will and power. Even Kaguya, once the sovereign of the world, found herself powerless against such an onslaught, her body resembling a tattered doll, cracks spreading across her form as if she could shatter at any moment. In that instant, Kaguya truly felt a tremor within her soul, sensing Naruto's indomitable will. And for the first time, she experienced a profound fear of impending death. The air surrounding Naruto compressed to its utmost limit before suddenly expanding, the force so potent that it coalesced into a tiger, roaring forth towards Kaguya, striking directly at her head. Daytime tiger. Kaguya had no time to react, the attack crashing into her skull. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered, her body hurtling backward, her head obliterated, leaving a gruesome stain upon the ground. Was it over? Naruto murmured, dispelling his shadow clones. Despite his current state, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, a warning from his body of the toll it had taken. Though he had unleashed a version of the 8 gates more powerful than Guy's, the strain on his body was immense. Thankfully, he had not opened the 8th gate. Otherwise, whether his body could endure would have remained a mystery. But was it truly finished? With Sasuke's sudden exclamation, Naruto noticed that although Kaguya had lost her head, her body was slowly rising, her disintegrating form visibly mending. From the once empty neck, an incredible force coalesced, regenerating her head. Impressive fighting style, remarkably powerful, almost managed to kill me, Kaguya remarked, her gaze towards Naruto complex, yet soon overshadowed by cold bloodlust. She was the ruler of this world, the source of its power. Any who dared to defy or harm her would face just retribution. How dare mere mortals challenge the divinity? She declared, "This ends now. You shall pay for your recklessness." A scornful smile curled upon her lips as she waved her hands, summoning countless bone spikes from her palms, their sheer number far exceeding before, raining down upon Naruto and Sasuke like a storm of arrows. Chapter 201. Dispelling the shadow of destruction confronted with the overwhelming onslaught of gray bone spikes. Naruto understood that being struck would likely be his end. He pondered whether to gather strength for a fatal blow against Kaguya or squander it here. You shouldn't underestimate my presence, Sasuke declared, finally unleashing his full power. With the Yata mirror in one hand and a colossal wind-imbued sword in the other. The Susanoo clad in black flames stood resolutely between Naruto and Kaguya, the massive sword slicing through the sky mercilessly toward her. Renowned for its unparalleled defense, the Susanoo, now enhanced by the Six Paths chakra and the Amaterasu armor, withstood the majority of the gray bones, resembling a war deity. Observing this, Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the sheer volume of gray bones Kaguya unleashed was overwhelming, and ultimately, the Susanoo was shattered, with cracks appearing on the Yata mirror as the remaining spikes hurtled towards Sasuke. Sasuke. Just then, a lithe figure leaped into the fray. 8 trigrams. 128 palms. With a sudden thrust of her hands, the hexagram pattern erupted, transforming into countless swift and piercing palm winds. Each infused with Hinata's profound, gentle fist prowess and exquisite chakra control. These winds wove an impenetrable net in the air, intercepting the lethal gray bones one by one. Having been confined at home for a year, Hinata had honed her skills, making her emotional outlet more than just relying on the Byakugan. Kaguya, taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Hinata, especially her striking eyes, murmured, "What a pair of nostalgic eyes, such a pity. They should not be present on you." Kaguya's words stirred an emotional tempest within Hinata, recalling Imo, the boy who stood by her during her darkest times. Suddenly, Kaguya opened her mouth, and a gray bone shot forth, aimed directly at Hinata. Although she had just defended against Kaguya's assault, she was slightly strained, and for a moment, she faltered, nearly falling prey to the attack. "Be careful." Naruto surged forward, but the distance was too great, and he feared it might be too late. At that moment, Hinata's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread, narrowly evading the fatal strike. Regaining her composure, Hinata forcefully pushed the gray bone away, yet this particular bone, almost sentient, redirected itself and charged at her once more. Just then, a figure appeared before Hinata, opening its mouth and swallowing the gray bone whole. Moments later, it trembled slightly, as if letting out a satisfied burp. It was the scorpion of the red sand, a creation of Orochimaru that had vanished after his research. While the gray bones could inflict irreparable damage to a human body, the scorpion had long transcended human limitations. Distraction in the face of a formidable foe was perilous. Connecting her fingers with nearly invisible chakra threads, Sakura emerged from behind. Thanks to Hinata's Byakugan, she too had evaded the infinite Tsukuyomi's grasp. Now, the Byakugan mark glimmered on Sakura's forehead, and her injuries had mostly healed. Spotting the two women on the battlefield, Naruto felt overwhelmed and urged, "Hey, Sakura, Hinata, retreat. Don't underestimate us, Naruto," Sakura replied, and a faint, peculiar energy began to flow through the chakra threads into Hinata's body. Over the years, Sakura had diligently studied the puppet techniques left by Chiyo, and though she couldn't claim superiority over her, she was certainly on par with Kankuro. If not for the personal stakes involved, she wouldn't have been so easily captured. As for the scorpion, it had been repaired under the Akatsuki's coercion, yet even restored. It lacked autonomy, reduced to an ordinary combat puppet. "We'll hold her off, Naruto. You and Sasuke find a way to seal her." Feeling a significant surge of power, Hinata understood Sakura's intent, fully utilizing her Byakugan as she charged at Kaguya, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force toward her. As a longtime companion, she was acutely aware of Naruto's capabilities, knowing that sealing techniques were his forte, and she trusted he would devise a means to seal their immediate foe. At this juncture, bolstered by the Byakugan and puppet techniques, Hinata's strength rivaled that of Kaguya. Cornered by fate, Kaguya unleashed her most formidable technique, 80 God's Vacuum Attack. An overwhelming amount of chakra coalesced in Kaguya's palm, generating countless shadowy fists. Hinata, undeterred, unleashed her most powerful technique, 8 trigrams. 1,208 palms. Blocked? How is that possible? Kaguya was bewildered. During her absence from this planet, what had transpired here? Why were these seemingly ordinary individuals capable of contending with deities? Kaguya ceased to hold back, unleashing a torrent of fists upon Hinata. Blood trickled from Hinata's lips. Yet she stood her ground, using her Byakugan to weaken Kaguya's movements. Now, Sakura seized the moment, drawing herself upward through the chakra threads. Gathering immense power as she descended with a powerful punch aimed directly at Kaguya, causing an unexpected collision that left Kaguya and the earth meeting with a passionate embrace. Kaguya lifted her head, her once serene demeanor replaced by a furious glare, her energy shifting dramatically, even altering her appearance from a beauty to a half-human, half-demon monstrosity. Kaguya glared at Sakura with unrestrained hatred, not anticipating that the most unassuming figure would dare approach her, subjecting her to such humiliation. "I will make you suffer slowly," Kaguya roared, yet discovered her body ensnared by threads imbued with natural energy, unlike the previous chakra energy. Unable to exert herself fully due to the Byakugan's influence, she found herself momentarily bound. Subsequently, a surge of black flames, akin to chains, erupted from beneath Kaguya, further restraining her movements. "Naruto, send her where she belongs." With a grave expression, Naruto slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply without responding. It was as if every inch of his skin was bracing for the impending eruption. The next moment, when he reopened his eyes, they glimmered with unprecedented clarity. His body emanated red steam, born of evaporating blood, followed by an uncontrollable surge of power enveloping him in swirling gold and crimson chakra flames, wild enough to tear the very fabric of the world asunder. The ground beneath him could no longer withstand Naruto's might, collapsing into a deep pit as surrounding stones crumbled to dust. The gate of death opened. The most powerful body unleashed the most potent jutsu. At any cost, he would fight for a world freed from the shadow of destruction, for true peace. In this moment, Naruto's power reached its zenith, his pinnacle, the pinnacle of the ninja world, and indeed, the pinnacle of this realm. Dragon source. With a thunderous roar, Naruto vanished from his spot, a fearsome dragon's shadow striking forth with an unstoppable force toward Kaguya. Even though Kaguya claimed to possess an immortal body, she could not help but reveal a look of terror in the face of this overwhelming power. She struggled frantically, exerting every ounce of her strength to withstand the ultimate strike, a fusion of the wills and powers of Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata. This blow transcended time, space, and human comprehension, surpassing the very limits that this world could endure. In that moment, the air seemed to be torn into countless fragments, and even the fabric of time and space appeared to be on the brink of being shattered. The vision of all present faded into a pallid haze. Chapter 202. Whom do you truly marry? Under Naruto's undeniable power, the fourth great ninja war swiftly reached its conclusion, ushering the world back into a state of peace. Even among the nations that had been embroiled in conflict, Kakashi smoothly assumed the role of the sixth Hokage. However, the matter of Naruto's marriage became a pressing concern for Konoha. The relationship between Sakura and Naruto speaks for itself. The two have been inseparable for years, their bond remarkably stable, leading many to speculate about their eventual nuptials. Yet, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had infiltrated enemy ranks, achieving a remarkable victory for the village, allegedly all for Naruto, a fact that quickly spread throughout the streets of Konoha. Thus, the pivotal question emerged: which path would Naruto, the legendary figure of the ninja world, choose? On one hand, there was the childhood sweetheart who had stood by him through thick and thin. On the other, the noble heiress who would risk her life for him. In comparison to the commoner Sakura, Hinata's lineage offered a clear advantage. If the Hyuga clan could secure the legendary ninja for their family, the various clans of Konoha would undoubtedly solidify their positions. Numerous prominent families convened, ultimately reaching an agreement to support the Hyuga clan and collectively exert pressure on the higher-ups. Nara, with a heavy heart, addressed Kakashi. "I'm sorry, Kakashi, but this is a decision we must make. Please understand." Kakashi sighed in resignation, waiting until the others had departed before approaching Sakura. "Kakashi-sensei, Hokage-sama, is there something you need?" Sakura inquired anxiously, having heard troubling rumors around the village. Although she had unwavering faith in Naruto, she found herself at a loss regarding the situation, particularly since Konoha followed a monogamous tradition. Kakashi regarded his student with an unusual solemnity and reassured her, "Sakura, do not worry. I and the Umbu are your support." Sasuke appeared from the shadows, adding, "The root will also stand by you, Sakura." Karin chimed in, "Sakura, if Naruto dares to wrong you, I shall disown him as my brother." Overwhelmed with emotion, Sakura's eyes glistened with tears as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke, Karin. In the Hokage's office, key individuals and some of the new Konoha elite gathered. Kakashi issued Naruto an ultimatum. simultaneously conveying the sentiments of various factions. So, Naruto, spare us the dramatics and reveal your final decision. Naruto hesitated, glancing at Hinata, who sat with her head bowed, her fingers nervously intertwined. Sakura, forcing a smile, encouraged him, speak boldly. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Me too, Hinata quickly echoed. Yet her head drooped once more. After a long pause, Naruto inhaled deeply and finally said, Then I will speak. Will you support me no matter my decision? Sakura, will you decide? Sakura's heart sank at his words, tears threatening to spill as she braced herself for what she feared might be a cruel rejection. If Naruto chose Hinata, she would have to distance herself from him, a notion too painful to contemplate. With a determined nod, she forced a smile, saying, Just say it. No need to hesitate. Hinata's anxiety grew. Her emotions were tumultuous. She could not forget her resolve to step back from Naruto. Yet his words did not bring her joy, but rather guilt for potentially taking what belonged to Sakura. Naruto took another deep breath, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I want to marry both. Nanny? Both Sakura and Hinata were taken aback, and the rest in attendance looked at Naruto as if they were meeting him for the first time, disbelief etched on their faces. Wow. So you're that kind of Naruto? After a long silence, Naruto's voice faltered. Is it acceptable to marry too? Kakashi scrutinized Naruto, noting his decent appearance. Though not conventionally handsome, it seemed he had been concealing his true ambitions. No previous Hokage had ever advocated for polygamy. What was he attempting? Kakashi interrupted the murmurs, stating, Given your current strength, if this is your wish, I cannot intervene. However, it ultimately depends on the wishes of the two young ladies. The atmosphere was mixed with joy, disappointment, envy, and dissatisfaction, yet no one could refute Kakashi's words. His clever phrasing indicated not an unwillingness to act, but rather an acknowledgement of Naruto's unparalleled power, preserving the dignity of Konoha's traditions. If Naruto truly wished to pursue this path, it would require a united front to deter him. Naruto, is this your heartfelt intention? Sakura inquired. He nodded affirmatively, yes. I'm sorry, I do not wish to give up either of you. However, if you both are unwilling. How could that be? I am willing, Sakura exclaimed, throwing herself into Naruto's embrace. Naruto, overwhelmed with joy, responded, Really, Sakura? Thank you. His gaze then shifted to Hinata, who nodded vigorously, though she felt somewhat lost standing beside them. Sakura wiped her tears and gently pushed Naruto away, saying, Go and embrace Hinata. Oh, okay. Naruto quickly wrapped Hinata in his arms, offering her comfort. Sakura then turned to the others. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, and everyone. May we have a moment alone with Naruto? Kakashi, observing the blissful expression on Naruto's face, signaled to Sakura with a knowing gesture and ushered the others out. As the door closed, sounds of a scuffle erupted within, accompanied by a man's anguished cries. Ow, ow, ow. Sakura, what are you doing? You agreed to this. Why did you wait until the last minute to say it? Do you have any idea how anxious I've been these past few days? I'm sorry, Sakura, I didn't know. Ah, that hurts. Serves you right. Didn't you say that as long as it's from me, you're willing to endure anything? Prepare yourself, Naruto. Sakura, I was wrong. Help me. Chapter 203 Epilogue. The gentle sunlight cascaded upon the ancient streets, enveloping all in an indescribable joy. Today marks the momentous occasion of the union between Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Hinata Hyuga. The village resonates with an unprecedented celebratory atmosphere. Friends and family of the trio adorned in their finest attire have gathered, alongside acquaintances from distant lands, such as Zabuza, who has become a magnate in the land of waves, and the newly appointed lady of the land of snow, Koiki. Among the attendees, a young man clad in a remarkably sophisticated outfit, accompanied by bodyguards, stood out conspicuously, yet he seemed unfamiliar to all. He approached Naruto directly, who, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, Hello, may I ask who you are? Lord Naruto, it is I, Ryosuke. I am Ryosuke. The young man hastily removed his sunglasses, gesturing towards his face. Oh, you are Ryosuke. Haha. Naruto chuckled heartily at his own bewilderment. Watching this exchange, Sasuke rolled his eyes in disdain and remarked to Karin, This guy must have forgotten who he is. Karin sighed in exasperation. He must have indeed forgotten. After much gesturing and explanations from Ryosuke, Naruto finally recalled the incident from years past, when he had been training under Jiraiya. Jiraiya had intentionally guided the young thief Ryosuke to seek Naruto's assistance, testing his character. Upon being caught, Naruto had not chastised him. Instead, he lent Ryosuke some money, despite the latter's fervent promises of repayment, which Naruto had dismissed lightly. Little did he know how drastically Ryosuke had transformed in the intervening years. No longer the petty thief, he had ascended to become a renowned supplier of ninja tools. Celebrated across various nations, even establishing business ties with Konoha. In light of your esteemed reputation, I shall ensure that all materials procured by Konoha will be at cost price. That is truly splendid. Meanwhile, Sakura and Hinata busied themselves with the intricate preparations for the wedding ceremony. Although many perceived the arrangement of sharing a husband as inherently unfair to the two women, their primary concern was Naruto's happiness, particularly for Hinata, who often felt as though she had intruded upon another's affection. It was a relief that Sakura harbored no ill will towards her. Sakura reassured her, stating that even beyond their shared role as Naruto's wives, they could support one another as comrades. Thank you, Sakura. What need is there for thanks between us? Sakura replied gently, before adding with a hint of mischief, however, Hinata, you must not be overly gentle with Naruto. Hinata felt momentarily bewildered. While she had no doubts about Sakura's love for Naruto, she pondered why such a notion would be expressed. Shouldn't a wife be devoted to her husband, prioritizing his needs above all? Because Naruto doesn't quite favor that. Sakura leaned closer to Hinata, revealing some of Naruto's less savory secrets. But. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her worldview seemingly upended as she cautiously asked, No, it cannot be true, right? Sakura, how could Naruto possibly want that? Sakura nodded earnestly. At first, I too found it hard to believe, but it has occurred multiple times. I am convinced he has such inclinations. As his lifelong companions, we cannot impose our desires upon him. Rather, it would be more prudent to accommodate him and bring him joy. Hinata pondered. Understood, Sakura. In that case, I shall do my utmost. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the Hokage rock. Naruto had donned a specially tailored white attire, thoughtfully selected and slightly altered by Sakura, which elegantly combined the practicality of a ninja with the grace befitting a groom. Sakura and Hinata stood at either side of Naruto, simultaneously placing their hands in his. A genuine smile graced Naruto's face, blissfully unaware of the familial dynamics that lay ahead. Amidst the blooming flowers and heartfelt blessings, he led the two women toward the altar,